The man never expected that as the eldest son of the Xiao family, he would be beaten half to death by his clansmen and sent to marry an ugly woman in exchange for cultivation resources, and even his own parents fully supported it, simply because his younger brother was the first disciple in decades to be favored by the mysterious immortal palace. The man gritted his teeth. I disagree. No matter what, I still disagree with this marriage. You don't agree? Xiaotian snorted coldly. In this world, the strong are respected, and the weak have no right to speak. Then he threw a punch, and the air hissed as it broke apart. A wave of fist wind hitting Xiaofan's chest from a distance. At the moment he was hit by the fist's wind, Xiaofan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward for a full 5 meters, and only stopped after crashing into the wall of the hall. Half of his body embedded in the wall. Xiaofan's body fell down like a dead corpse, and the wall behind him was smashed into a large pit. Let's see if this waste is dead or not, Xiaotian said coldly. Xiaofan fell into a coma, and after a moment, he heard a cold, emotionless voice by his ear that awakened him. The chart of the stars recognizes the master. Xiaofan opened his eyes in a daze, and the scene before him immediately startled him. He was actually standing under a sea of stars, with countless stars floating in the sky, enveloping him. There was nothing around him except for the stars, and he could see no end in sight. He couldn't understand how he had ended up in such a place. Where was this? Was he still alive? However, at this moment, Xiaofan's chest suddenly shook, and his heart began to beat violently with a thump-thump sound. At the same time, a powerful will suddenly appeared in his mind. The ground trembled, and the stars surrounding Xiaofan in the sky emitted various colors of light. Incredibly solemn. The celestial star map, a treasure of the ancient times, seals 3,600 stars within, containing countless techniques, magical artifacts, and resources. Moments later, Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, filled with immense excitement. The will he had just experienced had informed him how to activate and use the Xiaotian star chart. Whenever his own strength reached a certain stage, he could shatter a star with his own power, thereby obtaining various techniques, treasures, resources, and more sealed within. By recognizing the master for the first time through his bloodline, he could directly acquire the treasures within the first star. Moreover, after recognizing the master of the Xiaotian star chart, he would undergo a baptism of the power of the stars, improving his own talent. Xiaofan used the nail of his right hand to scratch a blood mark in the palm of his left hand, and blood dripped down, falling to the ground. With a loud bang, a star in the sky shattered, and various treasures sealed within appeared before Xiaofan's eyes. At the moment the treasure appeared within the stars, Xiaofan felt as if he were dreaming, his eyes shining brightly. He rushed forward, unable to wait to check the treasures he had obtained. The spirit stones piled up into a small mountain as tall as a person, with dozens of spirit herbs, and beside them lay a book of techniques. There were at least several thousand spirit stones, all of the highest quality, along with so many precious spirit herbs. This technique, when Xiaofan picked up the technique, he gasped in surprise. It was actually a high-level Xian rank technique, Dragon Elephant Dominance technique. The levels of martial arts are divided into 4 major ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Although the Xiao family in Jingchuan City is considered a prominent family, the highest rank of martial arts within the family is only at the upper level of the yellow rank. Looking at the martial arts in his hand, Xiaofan suppressed the excitement in his heart and murmured to himself, "My cultivation talent and aptitude have been improved by the Xiaotian star chart, and from now on, I am no longer the waste you speak of." Xiaofan withdrew his consciousness from the star chart, hazily opened his eyes, and felt a sharp pain in his chest. He suddenly covered his chest. How did my clothes end up like this? At this moment, Xiaofan's original clothes were gone, replaced by a bright red wedding outfit, and he was lying in a strange room. "Are you awake?" A woman's voice came from beside him, sounding very pleasant. Xiaofan looked up and saw a woman sitting next to him. She had a veil on her face, covering the lower half below her eyes, but he could still see a red birthmark on her left cheek. At that moment, without Xiaofan needing to ask, he guessed the identity of the woman, Long family's third young lady, Long Miaoyin. "How did I end up here? How long have I been unconscious?" Xiaofan struggled to sit up and asked. After being knocked out by Xiaotian, he couldn't remember anything that happened next. "You were sent here by the Xiao family and have been in a coma for 3 days. Long Miaoyin spoke, her voice very pleasant to hear. If it weren't for the birthmark on her face, Xiaofan believed that Long Miaoyin must be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Xiaofan still looked somewhat confused, and Long Miaoyin continued. "Previously, the Xiao family sent you, who was on the verge of death, overnight and demanded that the Long family fulfill the promise made back then. The Long family was naturally unwilling, but Xiaotian used his identity as a disciple of the mysterious immortal palace to threaten us, so the Long family had no choice but to compromise." Listening to Long Miaoyin's narration, Xiao Fan finally understood what had happened after he fell into a coma. After hearing this, Xiao Fan felt bitter in his heart and could only shake his head. Looking at Long Miaoyin, have you been taking care of me all this time? Long Miaoyin nodded, a bit shy like a little girl. Lowering her head and not speaking, Xiao Fan felt warmth in his heart and softly said, "Thank you. Are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen and get you some porridge to drink." Long Miaoyin said softly. Xiao Fan nodded. After being unconscious for so many days, he was indeed quite hungry. After Long Miaoyin left, Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his gaze grew colder. "Xiaotian, you didn't even think about the fact that I'm your brother when you attacked. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have already died," Xiao Fan said to himself gloomily. He was filled with gratitude for Long Miaoyin, who had taken care of him while he was unconscious. Taking off the groom's outfit, Xiao Fan glanced at his chest, where a piece of tattered cloth was wrapped around his torso. This cloth had been by Xiao Fan's side since he was young, and he didn't know where it came from. It had just been wrapped around his chest. He didn't expect that this was actually the supreme treasure of the heavens, the Xiaotian star chart. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xiao Fan would enter the star chart to practice the dragon elephant prajna technique whenever he had time. This is a high-level Xian rank skill, and there is no other existence in the entire Jingchuan city that can compare to this technique. Long Miaoyin has been by Xiao Fan's side for the past 3 days, taking care of him meticulously, and their feelings for each other have grown warmer. In fact, what Long Miaoyin did was very simple. She just wiped Xiao Fan's face and brought him meals every day. But that was enough. Xiao Fan didn't believe that Long Miaoyin was unaware of how serious his injuries were. Yet she still stayed by his side. Just this thoughtfulness alone left him with no way to repay her. During these 3 days, apart from going to the bathroom, Xiao Fan never left the room for a moment. Moreover, Long Miaoyin's residence is even more remote, and she doesn't have a single servant to attend to her. The entire Long family is unaware of Xiao Fan's awakening. Wow! This dragon elephant dominance technique is indeed domineering. Truly worthy of being a high-level Xian stage skill. Xiao Fan sighed within the star chart. His injuries were actually fine, just not disclosed. In these 3 days, Xiao Fan's strength had greatly increased. In just 3 days, he reached the 5th level of body refinement. It should be noted that previously, Xiao Fan was only at the 2nd level of body refinement, and to improve 1 level a day was simply like riding a rocket. No one would believe it if it were to be spread. What surprised Xiao Fan even more was that the dragon elephant dominance technique he obtained was so powerful. As the name suggests, this technique focuses on body forging, which is perfectly suited for Xiao Fan, who is currently at the body forging stage. This technique is enough to allow Xiao Fan's strength to reach the peak of the body forging stage and then break through to the Qi transformation stage. After practicing for half a day in the star chart, Xiao Fan's consciousness left the star chart. Before he could open his eyes, he heard intense arguing coming from outside the door. "Second brother, you can't go in. He is seriously injured and has just woken up. If you make a move, you will kill him." Long Miaoyin's voice was very agitated. "Get away from me. The Xiao family is too overbearing. My Long family sincerely wants to marry into the Xiao family, but they actually sent over a half-dead person and even threatened my Long family, forcing us to provide the resources we promised back then. They even copied the profound techniques from our clan and took them away." Long Miaoyin's second brother's voice was extremely loud, and even through the wall, Xiao Fan could hear his anger. "Marry a chicken. Follow the chicken. Marry a dog. Follow the dog. Although he has come to our Long family by marriage, he is still my husband Long Miaoyin, and I cannot let you hurt him." Long Miaoyin was very determined. Xiao family has produced a Xiaotian, and our Long family indeed cannot afford to provoke him now. But since he Xiao Fan is a son-in-law, he is one of our Long family members. If I can't touch Xiaotian, can I still not touch Xiao Fan? Long Miaoyin's second brother reacted very intensely. Xiao Fan inside the house has understood the ins and outs of the matter. Xiaotian indeed went too far in this situation, and it is normal for the Long family to feel aggrieved after suffering such a huge loss. "Second brother, you can't go in." Long Miaoyin protested fiercely, but she was just a weak woman. How could she really stop him? "You get out of my way." Long Miaoyin's second brother pushed her to the ground, kicked the door open, and strode in. Once he entered the room, he saw Xiao Fan sitting on the bed, his eyes filled with burning anger. Following the open door of the room, Xiao Fan saw Long Miaoyin, who was falling to the ground, and anger rose in his heart. He controlled himself though, not striking or opening his mouth to speak, just staring at the man in front of him with dead eyes. "You are that punk Xiao Fan. It's because of you that my Long family has been so humiliated and become the laughingstock of the entire Jingchuan city. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Long Yi cursed loudly, intending to directly strike to teach Xiao Fan a lesson. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes and he did not say anything. "Second brother, don't!" Long Miaoyin exclaimed, rising from the ground and once again blocking in front of Xiao Fan. Get the hell out of my way. Long Yi cursed and waved his hand to slap Long Miaoyin's face. Pop. Long Miaoyin's thin and delicate body was directly knocked to the ground by Long Yi's slap. Seeing that Long Miaoyin had tried to protect herself and ended up being slapped, Xiao Fan could not bear it. You dare to hit him? Xiao Fan's voice was ice cold, and his eyes were dead set on Long Yi. You punk, I thought you were too dumb and scared to speak. How about I beat her? Let me tell you, I'm not just going to beat her. I'm going to beat you to death, you punk. Long Yi opened his mouth viciously. Without Long Miaoyin blocking him, he directly rushed up. Don't! Long Miaoyin lay on the ground, trying to block, but there was simply too little time. Long Yi's qualifications were mediocre, but at least he was at the 5th level of the body forging realm, and even if Xiao Fan had not been injured he would have been beaten to death by the other party, let alone now. But something unexpected happened. Long Yi only rushed a few steps, but Xiao Fan, who had been lying on the bed, directly leapt up and shot out first. His speed was fast, much faster than Long Yi, and without Long Yi's defense, he swung out a fist directly onto Long Yi's cheek. Long Yi felt that he was hit by a huge force and his body flew backwards and fell to the ground. Long Yi's face was covered in blood from Xiao Fan's punch. Even his teeth had fallen out a few times as he looked at Xiao Fan with an unbelievable look on his face. Isn't the person opposite the Xiao family's punk? Isn't he seriously injured and dying? Long Miaoyin is my woman. With you dare to touch him? Xiao Fan spoke coldly, his gaze looking towards Long Yi who was lying on the ground. Long Yi bit and stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood before speaking in an evil voice. Rubbish. I was careless just now. Who do you think you are? Isn't it Xiaotian? You're just a waste of the Xiao family. How dare you hit me? Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Long Yi cursed once more. He couldn't believe that his hallowed cultivation of the 5th level of the body forging realm would not be able to defeat a punk. He thought that he must have been careless just now, and that was why he was successfully injured by Xiao Fan's sneak attack. This time Long Yi didn't have any carelessness and struck out with his strongest martial arts. Running Thunder Fist. Xiao Fan looked at it with cold eyes and operated the Dragon Elephant Hegemony skill in his body and also threw a punch at the same time. As the two fists collided, Xiao Fan's face was flat and his body did not move. But on the other side of the Long Yi, he felt like his hand is like hitting on the impenetrable rock. The body fell back 7 or 8 meters, only barely stabilized. But the hand bone popping sound, he knew that his hand bone by the other party cracked. You, wait for me. Long Yi was surprised and knew that he was definitely not Xiao Fan's opponent and planned to leave this place first. Put in a word and plan to run. Stop, did I tell you to go? Chapter 4, Cultivation Surge. Long Yi froze. This was his Long family? He, Xiao Fan, had given himself an injury, but he still wasn't going to let himself go? Xiao Fan, you punk, what do you want? This is the Long family. Long Yi shouted. He, if this is not the Dragon family, do you believe that I will directly kill you? Xiao Fan spoke icily. Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Dragon family, not something you, a waste of the Xiao family, can compare to. You dare to touch me? Long Yi's mouth was very tough. This is the Long family? Does he, Xiao Fan, really dare to kill him in the Long family? The Xiao family? In the future, I have nothing to do with the Xiao family. I am who I am. Xiao Fan said in a cold voice. Long Miaoyin froze. At this time, she had already stood up. The scene that happened in front of her was really hard for her to imagine. Not only did Xiao Fan not become an invalid, his cultivation was even this strong? Come over here and apologize to Long Miaoyin. Xiao Fan gazed at Long Yi and opened his mouth to order. Long Miaoyin's heart trembled. She and Xiao Fan had lived in similar situations since childhood. How had she ever been cared for and protected? Oh, apologize? You're asking me to apologize with this ugly? Long Yi laughed coldly. The Xiao family's trash, and my Dragon family's ugly. I suddenly realized that your pair is truly a match made in heaven. His own brother said he was ugly in front of his face. Long Miaoyin lowered her head with bitterness in her heart. The gauze was still hanging on her face, but the red marks where she had just been slapped in the mouth by Long Yi were already clearly visible through the gauze. I think you're looking for death. Xiao Fan didn't babble this time. He directly dashed and rushed up. He was extremely fast. Although they were both at the 5th level of the body forging realm, there was an essential gap between the two of them. No matter if it was talent or gongfu, the gap between Long Yi and Xiao Fan was very large compared to Xiao Fan. Long Yi and Xiao Fan exchanged hands again. Just exchanged less than 3 strokes. Long Yi was pressed by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan struck hard, while Long Yi wanted to be hard but could not be hard. Within a few moments of exchanging blows, Long Yi was battered by Xiao Fan and lay on the ground with blood pouring from his mouth. Long Miaoyin's residence was very remote, and she didn't interact with outsiders on weekdays, so even if there was a big commotion here, it would be very difficult for the rest of the Long family to find out. Are you convinced? Xiao Fan looked down at Long Yi, who was knocked to the ground. You, Xiao Fan, put. Long Yi spat out blood once again, not knowing whether he had been injured too much or was infuriated by Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan laughed coldly and intended to strike again to teach him a lesson, but at this time, Long Miaoyin, who had been standing by the side, opened her mouth to stop it. Xiao Fan, show mercy, Long Miaoyin spoke. He, at least, is my second brother, and this is the dragon family. If we really beat him to death, something will happen. Hearing Long Miaoyin's words, Xiao Fan stopped. Indeed, if he killed Long Yi and the Long family, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave alive. Long Yi struggled to climb up his body, stumbling as he walked, covered in blood. He had never been so seriously injured in his long life. He looked at Xiao Fan with a malicious gaze and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. You wait for me. Then he fled in ashes. Seeing this, Long Miaoyin sighed in relief, but then turned worried again. Her eyes looked towards Xiao Fan with very complicated eyes as she spoke. Xiao Fan, you'd better leave the dragon family quickly. This time, you shot and injured Long Yi. On top of the fact that the Xiao family had schemed against the dragon family, all the people in the dragon family won't let you off the hook. Don't worry, it's fine, Xiao Fan spoke softly. But, although there are rules in the dragon family that elders can't arbitrarily strike at their juniors, holding back my father and grandfather, they won't strike against you. But my elder brother Long Xiaogai is the strongest person in my dragon family's generation, and it will be too late when he returns. Long Xiaotian? What strength does he have? For this Long Xiaotian, Xiao Fan had naturally heard of him, the most outstanding genius of the Long family's generation. If Xiaotian had not pressed him, it would have been the #1 genius of Dingtuan City, and the person who entered the misty immortal palace would have no chance of being him. My big brother left home already a month. When he left, his cultivation is the forging realm Great Circle. He went to the wilderness to look for demonic beasts to kill, seeking breakthroughs to the Qi realm of the opportunity. Counting the days, probably still have half a month, will be back. Long Miaoyin worriedly said. Half a month? Xiao Fan muttered and whispered, contemplating for a moment, then spoke. Prepare a secret room for me. I want to retreat. But, Long Miaoyin was very worried. She naturally guessed what Xiao Fan was thinking, but her repeated persuasion was useless, so she had to do what Xiao Fan said. According to just now, when Xiao Fan and Long Yi exchanged blows, although he had a steady upper hand, compared to his own big brother, Long Xiaotian, it was not worth mentioning at all. She now only hoped that her big brother Long Xiaotian could come back later. Although Long Miaoyin had a very low status in the dragon family, but fortunately, the spare room in the separate courtyard where she lived was very much empty, and there happened to be a secret room that had been unused for a long time that could be used by Xiao Fan. Inside the secret room, Xiao Fan crossed his knees and closed his eyes. The divine sense was cultivating the dragon elephant overpowering body technique within the circumstantial star dipper diagram, and in front of him were all the spirit stones that had already been absorbed and dried up. In a flash, 7 days passed. The matter of Long Yi being seriously injured by Xiao Fan naturally spread, and the Long family shook, and Long on high, the head of the Long family, who was also the father of Long Yi and Long Miaoyin, was even more furious. He even planned to personally waste Xiao Fan and skin him, but he was stopped by the dragon family ancestor. The reason was that Xiao Fan was, after all, a member of the Xiao family, and there were rules in the Long family that elders could not arbitrarily strike at their juniors, which made Long on high furious. He had come to Long Miaoyin's special courtyard many times, wanting to find trouble with Xiao Fan. As long as Xiao Fan spoke out of turn or unintentionally contradicted himself, then he would have a reason to step in and teach him a lesson. But Xiao Fan was closed, and after going there several times he returned without success. In the end, he didn't go there in the end, but only ordered people to ask his eldest son Long Xiaotian when he would be back. If you can't make a move yourself, then just let Long Xiaotian make a move to abolish Xiao Fan. This person. Anyway, it hadn't been long since Long Xiaotian had returned, and he didn't believe that this Xiao Fan would still be able to turn over the sky just by relying on these few days. After 3 more days of cultivation within the secret room, Xiao Fan's cultivation level skyrocketed. 6th level of the forging realm, 7th level of the forging realm, 8th level of the forging realm, 9th level of the forging realm. Finally, in the early morning of the 11th day, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. Phew, finally the great circle of the forging realm. Xiao Fan let out a long breath. After using less than half a month's time, he had reached the point of great completion of the body forging realm from the 2nd level of the body forging realm. This kind of cultivation speed was feared not to be possible even by the Heaven's Pride disciples within the great sects. However, if one wanted to break through from the great circle of the body forging realm to the Qi transformation realm, it wasn't just a matter of relying on resources alone, but also required a certain amount of opportunity. Otherwise, Long Xiaotian wouldn't have gone out to kill demonic beasts to find a breakthrough. Xiaofan got up and left from the secret room, seeing the sunlight for the first time in more than 10 days. You're out? As soon as he opened the door to the secret room, Xiaofan saw Long Miaoying guarding the doorway. Chapter 5 Misty Immortal Palace. During the few days that Xiaofan was in seclusion, Long Miaoying had been guarding the doorway, afraid that someone would come and disturb Xiaofan's cultivation. Every day she delivers the meals as well. She goes to the kitchen and fetches them, then hands them in through the small door outside the chamber, and then eats them herself outside the door, so to speak, without moving an inch. Well, it's been hard on you these past few days. Xiaofan smiled. Long Miaoying had a small white almond face. Under her eyebrows were clear and bright eyes, neat black hair, but the lower half of her face was still covered by a veil. If she didn't have a birthmark on her face, Long Miaoying would definitely be called a national beauty. It's not hard. How has your cultivation progressed in the past few days? Long Miaoying asked. Well, it's not bad. How's it going? Did anything happen? Xiaofan asked. Long Miaoying nodded her head and told Xiaofan about the things that had happened recently. First about her dragon family's head coming to look for trouble many times. And then there was also the fact that Long Xiaotian still had 3 more days to go before he could return to Jingchuan City. It was true that Long Yi had been heavily injured by Xiaofan at first, but under the vigorous medical treatment of the Long family, he had recovered almost as much a few days ago. Then there was a matter that had stirred up the entire Jingchuan City. The Misty Immortal Palace had come and was staying at the Xiao Mansion at this time. This person was said to be sent by an elder of the Misty Immortal Palace, and that elder saw Xiaotian's qualifications and sent someone to teach Xiaotian a little bit about cultivation in advance before taking Xiaotian away with him. Because of this matter, the entire Jingchuan City was abuzz with rumors, and everyone knew that the Misty Immortal Palace was the largest sect in the Martial Emperor Prefecture. A mere Jingchuan City didn't even count as a fart in the Martial Emperor state. She naturally understood the matter of the pair of brothers, Xiaofan and Xiaotian. Even many people in Jingchuan City rumored that this Jingchuan first family should not be the Long family in the future. It should be the Xiao family. Misty Immortal Palace, Xiaofan murmured in a low voice. As long as it is the people of the Martial Emperor state, there is no one who does not know this holy place. The cultivation of people who dream of the place, even if it is to go to do handyman slaves. A lot of cultivators are breaking the head to grab to do, and his own younger brother, Xiaotian, would actually be valued by the elder of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, and would have a great future in the future. Xiaofan came back to his senses and laughed. I'm fine. Don't worry. When will Xiaotian go to the Misty Immortal Palace with someone? Long Miaoying said. It's today. What a coincidence. Then let's go and take a look as well. Xiaofan spoke softly. Whenever a genius was chosen by the Netherworld Immortal Palace, it was a sensational event for the local area, which represented the rise of a family. Many people in the city will go to watch the ceremony. Some family forces will also have to send precious heavenly materials and treasures as congratulatory gifts. Of course, there are also a lot of families who hope to use this and the Immortal Palace emissaries to get on the relationship. Long Miaoying was taken aback. You're going to see it? That's right. Let's go. If we don't go, it will be too late. Xiaofan laughed. There were only some subordinates in the Long mansion at this time, and the Long family head, as well as Long Yi and the first family members of the Long family who had status had already left to go to the entrance of the Xiao Mansion to pay homage to the Misty Immortal Palace emissary. The Misty Immortal Palace's position in the Martial Emperor state did not need to be questioned. As long as Xiaotian was still in the Misty Immortal Palace for one day, the Long family would have to endure even if they had a great deal of resentment towards the Xiao family. Xiaofan as well as Long Miaoying left the Dragon Mansion under a group of villains whispering. Xiao Mansion. At this time the door is decorated with lights and colors, surrounded by water. Half of Jingchuan City have come to see the fun. The emissary of the Misty Immortal Palace. On weekdays that was a towering figure. Being able to see it once would be enough for them to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Long on Hai, the head of the Long family, arrived here early. Although the Long family was the largest family in Jingchuan City, but in front of the Misty Immortal Palace, they did not dare to be arrogant at all, and sent a large number of heavenly treasures as well as spirit stones to flatter this Immortal Palace emissary. The Misty Immortal Palace's emissary was also very satisfied that Long Anhai was so understanding. In the Immortal Palace, his identity might not count for much, but outside, they, the emissaries, were the spokespersons of the Immortal Palace, and all the forces would compete to flatter them. Long Anhai, you're very good. I'll convey this token of your heart to the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace emissary opened his mouth and smiled. Long Anhai cupped his fists and thanked. Many thanks, emissary. Help me put in a good word for the Long family. On the side, Xiaotian and Xiao father, Xiao mother all stood on the side, full of condescension, not putting the Long family in their eyes at all. Don't worry, I'll do this little thing. The Immortal Palace emissary responded indifferently. In fact, these immortal palace emissaries are just mouth promise, although we all know in our hearts, but the words that should be said, the things that should be done cannot be less at all. He, Long on high, how is my trashy big brother in your mansion? Xiaotian spoke coldly from the side with a condescending expression. The corners of Long on high's mouth twitched, being called by a junior directly by his big name. However, when he thought of Xiaotian's current status, he could only endure his anger. Xiao Fan, it's good to be in my dragon family. The injuries have been healed. His injuries have recovered? Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. He knew very well how much Xiao Fan had been injured, and he was lucky that he didn't die. But now he was even healed? That's right, it is indeed restored. Long on high responded. In fact, he himself felt that this matter was a bit strange. Family scandal cannot be spread outside. Long Yi was injured by a waste-door son-in-law. This kind of thing naturally has to be kept secret by the Long family. So apart from the Long family members who knew about it, this matter did not spread out. The side of Xiao father, Xiao mother is also surprised. When the eldest son was injured, how much? They are clear. Did not expect this or not dead? The Immortal Palace emissary didn't say anything from the side. As a person from the Immortal Palace, he didn't have any interest in these trivial matters. There weren't many people in the entire Jingchuan city that he could see in his eyes. Forget it, I'm a member of the Immortal Palace, so I naturally don't care about the affairs of a loser. Xiaotian pondered for a moment before looking at the Immortal Palace emissary at the side. Senior, let's leave. The Immortal Palace emissary nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, he took Xiaotian with him and then took off into the air, transforming into starlight and leaving this place. This is the Netherworld Immortal Palace emissary, or the first time I've seen it. This Xiao family will be extraordinary in the future. I see that the number one family in Jingchuan City is going to change in the future. I really envy Xiaotian's qualifications. He will definitely have a great future in the future. Much better than that waste of a brother of his. The crowd boiled up at once. Just now the Immortal Palace messenger was there. They only dared to stand and watch from afar, not even daring to breathe. Now that the messenger had left, there were those who said anything, and there were even those who compared Xiao Fan to Xiaotian to mock Xiao Fan. But when the man had just opened his mouth, he was knocked to the ground by the wind of a fist from nowhere, spitting blood from his mouth. The person who struck out was none other than Xiao Fan. After he and Long Miaoyin arrived, they quietly watched the entrance of the Xiao family until Xiaotian left. After making a move to teach the man a lesson, Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin turned around and left, disappearing into the crowd. Xiao Fan didn't kill, just taught the man a lesson, and he would be fine after a few days in bed. Xiaotian, the score between you and me will be settled slowly in the future. Chapter 6 Long Miaoyin's Crisis. After seeing Xiaotian leave, an obsession rose in Xiao Fan's heart. If it was before, he did not have the confidence that he could match anything with Xiaotian. His own talent was indeed inferior to the other party. However, now that he had obtained the Xiaotian Xingdou diagram, all of this had changed. Returning to the Long family, Xiao Fan directly entered the secret room, striving to reach the Qi transformation realm before Long Xiaotian returned. Xiao Fan's going out with Long Miaoyin today was not a secret in the Dragon Mansion, and these things were naturally spread to the ears of the Dragon family by the mouths of their subordinates. However, the people from the Misty Immortal Palace had just left today, so comparatively speaking Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin going out was not a big deal. On the following day, Long Miaoyin did not continue to guard the entrance of Xiao Fan's closed-door chamber today as she had done in the past. Instead, he left his residence early in the morning and headed to a separate compound that the Dragon family had specially prepared for their guest ministers. She didn't know Xiao Fan's strength nowadays, but in her opinion, it wasn't true that Xiao Fan could defeat Long Yi, but compared to her own big brother, the gap between each other was still too big, so she had to meet someone today. Chu He, the guest secretary of the Long family, with the strength of the peak of the first level of the Qi transformation realm, having been in the Long family for many years, he had a certain status, at least much stronger than she. The third young miss with a birthmark on her face, who was talking. Long Miaoyin was very careful on this journey and no one else noticed her. When she arrived, Chu He was boxing in the courtyard. Third miss? Chu He was an expert of the Qi transformation realm, and naturally he couldn't hide any windy movements within 100 meters. Mr. Chu, Long Miaoyin saluted Chu He first. Chu He nodded, then opened his mouth and asked, I don't know what third miss came to my place for? Chu He was also puzzled. He had entered the Long family for so many years. This Long Miaoyin in front of him he had only met a few times. The reason why he was able to recognize her at a glance was still because of the veil on Long Miaoyin's face. I have an unkind request, and I still hope that Mr. can grant it. After Long Miaoyin finished speaking, she was directly about to kneel down for Chu He. Everyone in the Long family wanted Xiao Fan to die. There was no one who would be willing to help her. and the only person in front of her who had a chance to help Xiao Fan was this Chu He. What do you mean by that? Third miss? Just say what you have to say. Chu He hurriedly opened his mouth before going to reach out to assist. Long Miaoyin didn't get up and spoke eagerly. Mr. Chu, Xiao Fan injured Long Yi. My big brother Long Xiaotian will be back soon, and at that time, they will definitely not let Xiao Fan go. Xiao Fan? Chu He froze, then thought of who it was and opened his mouth to inquire. Is it that punk from the Xiao family? Hearing Chu He call Xiao Fan a waste, Long Miaoyin's face was a bit ugly, but she still nodded her head in acknowledgement. I heard about Long Yi being injured by him. To put it mildly, Long Yi is only at the 5th level of the forging realm. It's nothing, but Long Xiaotian came back bent on dealing with him, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Chu He confessed. Sir, Miaoyin doesn't ask that sir can stop my big brother from dealing with Xiao Fan, but I hope that sir can step in at the critical moment to save Xiao Fan's life. My big brother won't take this matter into account for sir's sake. In fact, Long Miaoyin's idea was very simple. Long Xiaotian wanted to deal with Xiao Fan. It was impossible to stop him with Chu He, but when Xiao Fan couldn't hold on and was about to be beaten to death, if Chu He stepped in to stop him, Long Xiaotian, or the Dragon family, would surely give Chu He a face, and wouldn't continue to make things difficult for Xiao Fan, or at least not to the extent that Xiao Fan would lose his life. It was also based on the fact that Xiao Fan's weight was dispensable. Chu He obviously also understood Long Miaoyin's thoughts. He bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then spoke. Third miss, this matter is something I need to think about at the moment. Let's do it this way. I'll go to your residence to look for you in the evening, and I'll give you an answer regardless of whether I agree or not. How's that? Many thanks, Mr. Chu. Long Miaoyin was thrilled and left after a few words of thanks. If Chu He could agree, at least it would still be possible for Xiao Fan to keep his life. In the evening, the Long Miaoyin special courtyard. Long Miaoyin spent the whole day in a trance, and finally in the evening, she waited until Chu He came over. Chu He kept his appointment very well and then was invited to Long Miaoyin's room. Mr. Chu, I wonder how you've considered it. Long Miaoyin couldn't wait to speak. Chu He nodded at his words. Then a hint of lustful light flashed in his eyes. I can help with this matter. Really? Thank you, Mr. Chu. Long Miaoyin gratefully and hurriedly thanked him. But, what's in it for me if I help him? Chu He had a bad smile on his face. Long Miaoyin froze. She indeed had nothing to repay Chu He. Miaoyin, why don't you sleep with me for a night? And how about this matter is considered payment? The bad smile on Chu He's face grew more and more hideous, diametrically opposed to the gentlemanly appearance Long Miaoyin had seen during the day. Mr. Chu, how can you say such words? I'm already married. Long Miaoyin was startled and instinctively took a few steps backward. Getting married? Ha ha ha, that's just a trashy door-to-door son-in-law. Now that the whole Long family wants him dead, do you think he can still live? To tell you the truth, today if you serve me comfortably, when Long Xiaotian comes back, I will still block a little. Otherwise, this waste will wait for death. As soon as the words fell, Chu He rushed up, his beastly nature showing, going to tear off Long Miaoyin's clothes. Help! Inside the chamber. I never imagined that realm breakthroughs would be so difficult. Every time I get to the point where I'm about to break through, I get bounced over, and that barrier can never be broken through. Xiao Fan muttered and whispered in thought. Before he was in the dragon family, he had seen his brother Xiaotian break through to the Qi transformation realm. It was also difficult, but never as difficult as he was. Could it be because the dragon elephant hegemony technique that I cultivate? Because of the high grade of the technique, I can overpower others at the same stage, but it's much more difficult to break through? After pondering, Xiao Fan roughly guessed the reason. The goodness of the Gongfu determined the strength level. The disparity in realms was regardless, but if the realms were the same, then the merit of the technique was especially important. Previously, Xiao Fan fought with Long Yi, who was also at the 5th level of the body forging realm, but the reason he was suppressing Long Yi was because of the suppression of the Gong methods. Now that my strength can't break through to the Qi transformation realm, I don't know what realm that Long Xiaotian is in anymore. Although I haven't fought with the Qi transformation realm, it doesn't mean I don't have the power to fight. Xiao Fan murmured and whispered. The Dragon Elephant Overlord skill gave him a powerful confidence. Body forging realm techniques were mainly focused on strengthening the body, and this Dragon Elephant Overlord body skill was undoubtedly the most powerful type of body forging technique. Help! Suddenly, Xiao Fan vaguely heard a voice calling for help in his ears, and it was very familiar. It was Long Miaoyin. Without saying a word, Xiao Fan directly got up and rushed out of the room and headed to Long Miaoyin's room. The room where Long Miaoyin lived was less than 100 meters from the secret room where Xiao Fan was in seclusion, and with Xiao Fan's current speed it was only a matter of moments to reach it. When Xiao Fan arrived, he saw that Chu He was tearing Long Miaoyin's clothes. and already half of her jade arm was exposed. Stop. Chapter 7, Killing Chu He. Xiaofan. Help. Long Niaoyin was very desperate, not expecting Chu He, who was highly respected by the entire Long family, to do such a thing. The moment she saw Xiaofan, she was like a lifesaver, crying desperately, "You're that trash, Xiaofan?" Chu He frowned, but before he could continue saying anything, Xiaofan in front of him, but direct action, without any hesitation, a foot on the chest of Chu He kicked. Even the air issued a hissing sound of breaking air. Unconscionable. Chu He spoke indifferently and met him directly with a backhanded palm. In Chu He's opinion, Xiaofan was only a body-forging realm, while he was already at the Qi transformation realm, and the suppression of the realm gave him a great deal of confidence that Xiaofan would never be his opponent. However, something unexpected happened. What? Chu He was surprised. The moment his palm and Xiaofan's foot touched, he sensed that something was wrong. The power Xiaofan had displayed was simply too amazing. This kind of explosive power was by no means something that could be achieved by an ordinary body-forging realm. Chu He was careless and was staggered backward more than 10 meters by Xiaofan's kick. His body crashed on top of the edge of the bed, and the palm of his hand that had just resisted Xiaofan's kick went numb, briefly losing his intuition. Xiaofan ignored him while walking in front of Long Niaoyin and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." At this time, she was disheveled and her frightened body was constantly trembling. Xiaofan took off his red robe and draped it over Long Niaoyin's body. Then he turned to look at Chu He with an icy gaze. "You punk, how dare you make a move against me?" Chu He cursed viciously. Although he was surprised in his heart, he absolutely couldn't show it on the surface. Just now when they exchanged hands, he had already checked out that Xiaofan was at the body-forging realm, only that it was a bit frighteningly strong. But so what if it's strong? The body-forging realm, after all, was the body-forging realm, and there was an essential difference between it and his Qi transformation realm. Waste? Heh, if I'm a waste, then what should you, who was kicked away by a waste like me, be called? Xiaofan opened his mouth to mock. There was no room for maneuver between the two. For Chu He, yes, and even more so for Xiaofan. Chu He shouted violently. His body catapulted out like a cannonball and pushed straight in front of Xiaofan. Xiaofan didn't nag. He snorted coldly. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of an expert of the Qi transformation realm. He operated his body's dragon elephant hegemony technique, his strength running through his entire body to the extreme. Under the peak state, the two of them, Xiaofan and Chu He, directly collided together. Xiaofan struck ferociously and fiercely, and the dragon elephant hegemony technique was originally an extremely rigid, extremely yang, and very domineering technique, and the Chu He on the opposite side was a cultivator of the Qi transformation realm. Although it was only the first level of the Qi transformation realm, it was still a veritable Qi transformation realm. There was a world of difference between the two in terms of realm. The two of them have a punch and a kick, fighting back and forth. Xiaofan was surprised. He knew that the other party was an expert of the Qi transformation realm from the very beginning of the fight, and it was also the first time that he fought with the Qi transformation realm, so he didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Chu He was even more surprised in his heart. Even if Xiaofan was a great circle of the body-forging realm, so what? It was still not the body-forging realm only, but it was unexpected that Xiaofan was able to fight him at this time. How can someone with this kind of talent be called a loser? Chu He felt a little skeptical about life, and had a new understanding of the word waste. You must die. Chu He also put his best foot forward at this time. Originally he didn't intend to kill Xiaofan. After all, that would involve a lot of trouble for him. But right now he couldn't think that much. After all, Xiaofan was too scary. Once such a person made a grudge and the other party grew up, once they retaliated, then he would surely die. He could fight with himself at the forging body realm. What if he reached the Qi transformation realm? Wouldn't he or she be hung up by the other side? These words are also what I'm going to say to you, Xiaofan shouted in a cold and angry voice. The two exchanged blows just now, leaving quite a few injuries on each other's bodies, but neither of them received any fatal injuries. Chu He's body retreated backwards to avoid the punch that Xiaofan had thrown. Then a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he took out a dagger with a black body from his bosom. It's the Linjiao blade. Xiaofan, be careful. Long Niaoyin, who had seen Chu He take out the dagger on the side, changed greatly in color and hurriedly reminded Xiaofan. Xiaofan froze. From the moment Chu He took out that dagger in his hand, he felt a dangerous aura that was released from the other party. Ha ha, it's too late. Xiaofan, you forced me. Chu He laughed wildly and rushed forward with his dagger in hand. Linjiao knife, one of the three major magic weapons of the Long family in Jingtuan City, was lost many years ago and its whereabouts are unknown. Chu He's face was grim. If he could, he really didn't want to take out this Linjiao blade. If he was discovered by the people of the Long family, then he would definitely die. The moment he took out this Linjiao blade, it meant that Xiao Fan had to die, and so did Long Miaoyin on the side. Both had to die. The two sides exchanged blows, and without weapons, it could be said that they were evenly matched. But all that changed when an indestructible dagger appeared in Chu He's hand. The pitch-black dagger slashed through the void, each strike aiming to stab at Xiao Fan's vitals. Xiao Fan instantly fell into a disadvantage. The dagger in Chu He's hand was indestructible and its sharpness was chilling. In the blink of an eye, dozens of slender wounds appeared on Xiao Fan's body, and although there were no fatal wounds, he was like a bloody man at this moment. Ha ha ha, you trash! Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Chu He laughed loudly, but he did not dare to be careless with his strikes. He had to kill Chu Feng. Long Miaoyin on the side was full of panic, scared and helpless, but she could do nothing but watch Xiao Fan and the other party kill each other. Xiao Fan felt it very clearly. With every exchange of blows and every injury, the blood in his body was flowing. At this rate, he would definitely be exhausted by Chu He. The threat of death surged, forcing Xiao Fan to fight quickly. Xiao Fan's mind moved. Under such a life and death situation, it was often better to stimulate potential. The dragon-elephant hegemony technique operated crazily, and all of the spiritual energy that was already left was mobilized by Xiao Fan. He was going to break through to the Qi transformation realm at this final juncture. You punk, don't dream of trying to break through at this time. Chu He was taken aback. He naturally saw Xiao Fan's intentions, while mocking on his mouth. He did not dare to be careless. If Xiao Fan broke through, then the first one to die would be him. Chu He held his dagger and rushed over even faster. He had to kill Xiao Fan. This variable was too dangerous. Xiao Fan's body was motionless and steady as a mountain. Even though Chu He's dagger was only less than half a meter away from him, he still did not dodge a bit. Break through or die. Die. Chu He revealed a hideous and cruel smile. So close to the distance. Xiao Fan cannot hide. The victory has been divided. Xiao Fan dead. Rumble. With a loud bang, a huge wave erupted from Xiao Fan's body and the air around him shook. What? Chu He was shocked, not expecting Xiao Fan to actually break through. However, he had no other choice. This strike had to kill Xiao Fan. The two were at this distance. Xiao Fan had no defense, and this dagger was aimed at the very place where Xiao Fan's heart was. Even if Xiao Fan broke through, he would still have to die. However, the next scene made Chu He freeze. Xiao Fan actually lightly used 2 fingers to clip the blade of the Linjiao knife. The blade stood still an inch in front of Chu Feng's chest, as if time had stopped, not moving at all. Did you just say, who deserves to die? Chapter 8 Lon Xiaotian returns. At this moment, as if dead silence, Chu He panicked, completely panicked. His face had been filled with fear, and his body was trembling with sweat. Xiao Fan clamped the 2 fingers of the Linjiao blade with a force. Chu He felt as if the palm of his hand that he was holding on to was not listening to himself, and the Linjiao blade in his hand was taken away by this strong force. Xiao Fan held the Linjiao blade and looked it up and down carefully. This blade had just caused him to suffer a big loss. If he hadn't made a breakthrough at the critical moment, then he would have been in danger today. Not bad, not bad, a really good knife. The more Xiao Fan looked at it, the more he liked it, and then he looked up at Chu He who was on the opposite side. At this moment, Chu He felt a heavenly rotation. His body violently stumbled backward 2 steps and almost fell. When Xiao Fan was still in the body forging realm, the two were half a caddy, and now Xiao Fan has reached the Qi transformation realm. In the face of Xiao Fan taking away the strength of the Linjiao knife with a light touch just now, he couldn't even raise the thought of resistance at this moment. Now you deserve to die. Xiao Fan spoke indifferently, intending to make a move to finish off Chu He, not asking for cause and effect, just because the other party moved his Xiao Fan's woman. Seeing that Xiao Fan was about to make a move, Chu He was startled and quickly begged for mercy. My lord, spare my life. It wasn't me. It was all because Long Yi told me to do it. Xiao Fan frowned and opened his mouth to ask, what does this matter have to do with Long Yi? The thing is, today during the day ugly. No, the third young lady went to me and said that she wanted me to save your life. I first said that I would consider it and think about it. And then I went to Long Yi and told him about this matter. Chu He was afraid. A brain said all the things after that. As the dragon family's grand provider, Chu He and the dragon family's second youngest master, Long Yi, both naturally had a good relationship. Knowing that Xiao Fan had a grudge against Long Yi, he went to inform Long Yi of this matter at the first opportunity. As a result, Long Yi was infuriated to hear that his sister had to go around looking for someone for Xiao Fan, hoping to save his life. Then after Long Yi's encouragement, and promises of many favors, he had Chu He come over today, threatening and raping Long Miaoyin, to relieve himself of his own mind. Things are like this. I really am wronged. It's all Long Yi that is him. Chu He desperately begged for mercy. Long Miaoyin's face was pale and incomparable after hearing all this. Although his relationship with Long Yi was not good and was not born from the same mother, but at least it was her own brother. She couldn't imagine that Long Yi would be so heartless. Xiao Fan's face was ugly. He didn't expect Long Miaoyin to be doing this for her own sake, so this would happen. He looked at Chu He with the gaze of a dead man. My lord, I've said it all. Spare my life. From now on, I'll be your dog, and I'll definitely be loyal to your lord. Chu He no longer had the demeanor of being a chi transformation realm expert at this moment, desperately begging for forgiveness. As long as he could live, being a dog would be fine. Xiao Fan asked, who all knows that you're here today? Only Long Yi. Absolutely no second person knows. Xiao Fan looked at him with a calm gaze before speaking faintly. If you just offended me, maybe I would consider keeping you alive. But, now you must die. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Fan's figure disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu He, and at this moment, the latter had no thoughts of resisting at all, and was bent on begging for forgiveness. But he could not have imagined that Xiao Fan would actually strike so ruthlessly, without the slightest room for maneuver. Chu He still wanted to say something, but just as he uttered a single word, his voice stopped, and a bloody scar appeared at his neck, cutting his throat as blood gushed out. Chu He covered his neck with both hands, then collapsed in a pool of blood and died of gas after a few convulsions. Xiao Fan glanced at Chu He, who was lying in a pool of blood, put away his dagger and walked towards Long Miaoyin's side. Is everything okay? Long Miaoyin shook her head, her face pale, partly from being scared just now, and partly because of Long Yi's ruthlessness. Xiao Fan did not know how to comfort the other party's mood. He understood very well. How could he himself not have a cold-blooded and heartless brother? When he thought of Xiaotian, the hatred in Xiao Fan's heart surfaced again. The hatred between himself and Xiaotian. He had to avenge it with his own hands, even if Xiaotian had entered the misty immortal palace. Next, Xiao Fan dug a pit in the flowers of the other courtyard and buried Chu He's body in it, and cleaned the room. Chu He came over this time and only Long Yi knew about it, and Long Yi would never dare to spread this matter out. After all, finding an outsider to rape his own sister, this kind of beastly behavior, the Long family would never allow it either. After comforting Long Miaoyin for a while and seeing that the other party was in a much better mood, Xiao Fan returned to the secret room to close the door again. Although he had reached the chi transformation realm, he hadn't had time to consolidate his cultivation. In addition to the fact that he and Chu He had just started fighting, the injuries he had sustained were very serious and he needed to urgently recuperate. The good thing was that in the perimeter star dipper diagram, after the first star shattered, there were a lot of spirit medicines for healing inside, which would allow Xiao Fan to recover quickly. 2 days passed quietly. The matter of Chu He disappearing, no one in the Dragon Mansion had found out yet, except for Long Yi. He went to look for Chu He early the next morning and couldn't wait to find out the result, but after waiting for a day he didn't see Chu He's figure. However, he naturally couldn't say anything about this matter, and he didn't think much about it. After all, Chu He was at the Chi transformation realm, and there weren't many who could defeat him in the Dragon Mansion. And on this day, Long Xiaotian finally went out and came back, and his cultivation had successfully reached the Chi transformation realm. Above the Dragon Mansion's main hall, the Dragon family's direct lineage, as well as the noble clan elders of the Dragon family had all come over. Good. Xiaotian, your cultivation has reached the Chi transformation realm. Congratulations, family head Long On High praised. One could tell that he was in a very good mood. Xiaotian has always been the pride of our dragon family. A clan elder opened his mouth to praise. The others also opened their mouths to congratulate him. After all, Long Xiaotian was only in his 20s this year. Reaching the Chi transformation realm was enough to see his talent. Long Xiaotian was dressed in a blue python robe, a dark golden yellow brocade belt tied around his waist, a head of long black hair, his pupils revealing sharp eyes. He looked around, then opened his mouth and sighed. This time going out to make a breakthrough was originally planned. It's just a pity that Xiaotian of the Xiao family has already left and headed to the misty immortal palace. When Xiaotian was mentioned, everyone's faces were very ugly. Previously, the Long family and the Xiao family had proposed a marriage, and at that time, Long Xiaotian had already gone out and had no idea about this matter. As for Long Xiaotian, he had always taken defeating Xiaotian as his goal, and in the entire Dingchuan city, only Xiaotian had always pressed him. Seeing that the faces of the people around him were a bit off, Long Xiaotian asked in a low voice, "Did something happen?" The people of the Long family were helpless, and in the end, it was one of the clan elders who recounted the recent events to Long Xiaotian. The more Long Xiaotian listened, the more his face reddened, and when he heard the end, he slapped hard and smashed the wooden chair he was sitting on. The Xiao family, bullied people too much. He even dared to bully my Long family by sending a half-dead waste of space to become a door-to-door son-in-law and cheating my Long family's gong methods. At this moment, everyone knew that Long Xiaotian was furious. Chapter 9, Trouble is Coming. That's right, big brother. That punk even injured me a few days ago. Taking advantage of Long Xiaotian's fury, Long Yi hurriedly added more fuel to the fire and told the story of how he was injured. Naturally, he didn't say that he hadn't fought, but rather that he had been sneak attacked by Xiao Fan and that was why he wasn't the opponent's enemy. Then Xiao Fan had been in seclusion lately, and there was nothing the others could do with him. Xiao family's waste, does he think he is his brother Xiaotian? How dare he come to my Long family to spread his wildness? Let's see if I don't get him killed. Long Xiaotian was furious. He couldn't teach Xiaotian a lesson. Taking it out on Xiao Fan could still be done. Lead the way. Long On High didn't stop it, and so did the various clan elders of the Long family. If it wasn't for seniority reasons, Long On High would have personally taught Xiao Fan a lesson before. And now having Long Xiaotian step in was just what he wanted. Even if Xiao Fan died, it didn't matter. After all, it was just a trashy door-to-door son-in-law. During these 2 days, Xiao Fan had been in seclusion. The injuries he had sustained during his previous fight with Chu He had been recovered, and his strength had been stabilized at the first level of the Qi transformation realm. During these 2 days, Xiao Fan had attempted to blast the second star, but was unsuccessful. Trying to blast open the second star really isn't that simple, but the gap isn't too far. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and murmured. According to his projections, when his cultivation reached the first major completion of the Qi transformation realm and then attacked with all his might, the first star should be able to shatter. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the chamber. There were only Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin in this proper other courtyard, and besides him, it was just Long Miaoyin. Xiao Fan, it's bad. My big brother Long Xiaotian is back. Long Miaoyin was outside the secret room, panting and speaking. He just returned to the Dragon family, and is currently in the Dragon family hall. Has Long Xiaotian returned? Xiao Fan had nothing to panic about. He had already reached the Qi transformation realm and was not afraid of Long Xiaotian. Xiao Fan got up, opened the door of the secret room and walked out, dressed in a white robe, with long black flowing hair, clear and bright phoenix eyes under his eyebrows, and a long body. He appeared in front of Long Miaoyin, letting the latter's eyes light up. The temperament displayed by Xiao Fan at this moment was very different from before. Xiao Fan's previous clothes had been tattered beyond recognition when he fought with Chu He, and this set of white robes was something that Long Miaoyin had the Long Mansion's subordinates go out and buy. Xiao Fan, you. Long Miaoyin was very worried and wanted to persuade Xiao Fan to leave, but the latter words didn't go down anyhow. Where can I go if I leave? And even though he hadn't spent much time with Xiao Fan, she could still clearly sense Xiao Fan's stubbornness. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and opened his mouth to comfort. No need to worry. Rubbish. Get your ass out here. My big brother is back and you're not coming to pay your respects. And at this time, arrogant shouts came from outside, and the owner of the voice was Long Yi. Xiao Fan frowned. Let's go take a look. Hearing Long Yi's voice, Long Miaoyin's face was also very ugly, especially when she thought of what Long Yi had done to him before. It made her hate it. Long Yi Zhang led Long Xiaotian directly into the special courtyard, followed by more than a dozen direct descendants of the Long family. These were the heirs of the current generation of the Long family, but they weren't considered to be full bloodlines, and although they weren't announced, everyone took Long Xiaotian as the heir of the Long family and honored him. Xiao Fan, you punk, hurry up and get out to meet me. Long Yi roared loudly. He was much bolder with Long Xiaotian around. The period of time that he had been injured by Xiao Fan had caused him to suffocate every day. His own second youngest master of the Long family would be injured by a wasteful flunky. This kind of thing is simply intolerable. Long Xiaotian did not open his mouth. A picture of inscrutable appearance stood in the middle of the crowd. For Xiao Fan, he naturally had heard of him long ago. The genius Xiaotian's waste brother. Who's barking? At this time, a loud voice reached the ears of the crowd. Arrogant and incomparable. Long Yi's face exaggerated at once. Xiao Fan even called him a dog? The gazes of the crowd followed the direction of the voice, and Xiao Fan, who was dressed in white robes, walked over with light steps and a calm demeanor, even more dusty than Long Xiaotian. When one's cultivation reached the Qi transformation realm, the entire person's temperament and aura would change, something that the cultivation of the body forging realm did not possess. You, Xiao Fan. Long Yi was furious, pointing at Xiao Fan and wanting to open his mouth to curse, but he was interrupted by Long Xiaotian waving his hand at the side. Long Xiaotian's gaze scanned Xiao Fan, and the latter did the same, as the two of them stared at each other, both sizing each other up. You are Xiao Fan? My dragon family's flunky. Xiaotian's brother? Long Xiaotian opened his mouth indifferently. Although his tone was flat, he did not put Xiao Fan in his eyes in the slightest within his words. Are you Long Xiaotian? Xiao Fan did not answer, but instead opened his mouth to inquire in a faint manner. Damn! Xiao Fan, you dare to talk to my big brother like that? I think you don't want to live. Long Yi roared loudly. Furious, Long Xiaotian, on the other hand, smiled faintly, then nodded his head and said indifferently, that's right, I am Long Xiaotian. I already know about the matter between the Xiao family and my dragon family before. Your Xiao family is very excessive. Xiao Fan didn't say anything. What the Xiao family had done before was indeed excessive. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't respond, Long Xiaotian continued to speak. Since you have become my dragon family's door-to-door son-in-law, you are considered to be a member of my dragon family, so I don't want to bully you. How about this? Tomorrow at the city lord's mansion, you will apologize on behalf of the Xiao family on your knees and all these things will be wiped out. And in the future, you'll be able to live your life in peace in the dragon family, and no one will be able to find any trouble for you. How about that? Big brother, it must not be. Long Yi was blinded. What he wished for was Xiao Fan's death, and now the meaning in Long Xiaotian's words was obvious. As long as Xiao Fan conceded and gave back the face of the Long family, then the other party could be forgiven. However, Long Xiaotian ignored Long Yi and instead looked at Xiao Fan and smiled. How is it? My idea isn't bad, right? After all, you are my brother-in-law. Not good. And at this moment, Xiao Fan directly rejected it with a single bite and spoke. Want me to kneel down and apologize? Impossible. The Xiao family is the Xiao family and I am me. Ha, is this your rejection of me? Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're married to Miaoyin. Long Xiaotian's voice grew cold, looking like he was about to make a move at any time. Big brother, don't. Long Miaoyin was startled and directly stood out from behind Xiao Fan, blocking in front of him. Miaoyin, go away. He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Long Xiaotian frowned. He didn't have much dealings with Long Miaoyin's either, but he was still mindful of the fact that they were related by blood, which was different from Long Yi. Long Miaoyin still wanted to speak, but she was pulled away by Xiao Fan behind him. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me yet. Xiao Fan laughed at Long Miaoyin. I can't do anything to you? Long Xiaotian's face instantly became gloomy. Originally he wanted to show mercy for his sister's sake, but at this moment he didn't have that thought. It's not too late for you to apologize. What if I don't? Xiao Fan was still very strong. Good I see that you think that you don't know the heights of heaven because you defeated Long Yi. Long Xiaotian's face was gloomy. Then he waved his hand and punched out. The lingering fist wind tore through the air, and a majestic wave of air rushed toward Xiao Fan. Chapter 10, Removal from the Family Tree. Long Xiaotian struck quickly, and everyone around him didn't expect him to strike all of a sudden. Moreover, Long Xiaotian's cultivation had already reached the Qi transformation realm, and a casual strike was not something that a forging realm cultivator could withstand. However, what surprised the crowd happened. This whistling and lingering airwave, half a meter in front of Xiao Fan, was reached out by the latter, easily dissolved and dissipated into nothing. What? The surrounding crowd was surprised, especially Long Yi, who simply couldn't believe that Xiao Fan was not only fine but also easily defused his big brother's punch. One must know that half a month ago, when the two of them exchanged blows, Xiao Fan was still only at about the 5th level of the body forging realm with him. It's impossible to reach the Qi transformation realm even if you're strong now, right? Somewhat interesting. It seems that I have underestimated you. Outsiders say that you are a waste. It doesn't look so wasteful. Long Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. The attack he had performed just now was by no means something that could be resisted by the forging realm. It looks like you have also reached the Qi transformation realm. Not bad, Long Xiaotian said indifferently, but to reach the Qi transformation realm in such a short period of time, I don't know what you've gone through, but you're pretty good. However, what I said just now hasn't changed. In the city lord's mansion, kneel down and apologize on behalf of the Xiao family in front of everyone. All previous matters will be put to rest, and in the future, follow me in the dragon family. Xiao Fan's tone remained flat. Impossible. Don't dream. Long Xiaotian didn't seem to feel surprised and spoke. If you don't agree, then tomorrow at noon at the city lord's mansion, you and I will fight a life and death battle, and it seems not bad to beat you alive and beg for forgiveness on your knees. Tomorrow at noon. Yes. Xiao Fan agreed without thinking. Ha, not bad. Not bad. Tomorrow noon at the city lord's mansion. Don't you forget. Long Xiaotian laughed wildly and turned to leave. The first-degree members of the Long family present were stunned, not expecting that Long Xiaotian would want to fight Xiao Fan in a life-and-death battle. A Xiao family waste and a dragon family genius. The outcome of this kind of thing could be known without having to think about it. Kid, tomorrow you will be dead. Wait to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Long Yi viciously left his sentence, followed by Long Xiaotian also left. The crowd dispersed and only Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin were left in the other courtyard. Xiao Fan, Long Miaoyin was worried as he tried to persuade Xiaofan to endure. Don't worry. I'm fine. Don't worry, Xiaofan smiled faintly. Seeing that Long Miaoyin seemed to want to say something else, Xiaofan spoke up first. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. Long Miaoyin was helpless and knew that Xiaofan was trying to change the topic. But she trusted Xiaofan and thought that the other party was not reckless. So she could only nod obediently and go to the kitchen to fetch some food. Long Xiaotian returned to the hall and told the family head, Long on High, that he was going to fight Xiaofan in a life and death battle. Why? It's just a loser. And he has to fight a life and death battle. Isn't this giving him face? Long on High didn't understand why his eldest son was doing this. Of course he didn't see Xiaofan break up Long Xiaotian's punching wind with one hand. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Xiaofan is at least a bloodline of the Xiao family. The Xiao family offended our dragon family. And now that Xiaotian is not here, then we will use his Xiaofan's blood to wash away the shame that Xiaotian has brought upon our dragon family this time. Long Xiaotian responded indifferently. However, Xiaotian has already joined the Misty Immortal Palace. That is an existence that we cannot afford to offend. Long on High voiced his concerns. Long Xiaotian laughed. Father, don't worry. This time when I went out for more than a month, apart from my cultivation enhancement, I also had my own gains. The eyes of the people in the hall lit up as Long on High asked, What harvest? This time when I was hunting demonic beasts in the barren mountains, I met an elder of the Thunder Fire sect. The other party saw my qualifications and has the intention to take me under his door. 3 months from now will be the day when the Thunder Fire sect will be accepting disciples. At that time, I'll go ahead and pay my respects to the Thunder Fire sect. Ha ha ha. So that's what happened. Good. Long on High was overjoyed, and the surrounding clan elders of the Long family were also overjoyed. Although the Thunder Fire sect wasn't as powerful as the Misty Immortal Palace, it was nevertheless a top-ranked power in the Martial Emperor state. If Long Xiaotian really joined the Thunderflame sect, even if Xiaotian joined the Netherworld Immortal Palace, he would not be able to do anything to their Long family. Someone, spread the word about tomorrow's duel between Xiaotian and Xiaofan. I want the city lord's mansion to be overcrowded tomorrow. Let the entire Jingchuan city know about this matter. Long on High waved his hand and passed down the order. The disgrace of the Long family will surely be washed away by me. Long Xiaotian. The influence of the Long family was naturally self-evident as the #1 family in Jingchuan city. In less than a day's time, rumors were spreading everywhere in the entire Jingchuan city about Long Xiaotian wanting to fight a life and death battle with Xiaofan, the waste of the Xiao family. This Xiaofan is afraid that he wants to seek death with all his heart. After all, it's not a good day to be a door-to-door son-in-law. Xiaotian is indeed a genius, but that waste of a brother of his, there's no talent whatsoever. After so many years he's still only at the second level of the body-forging realm. So what right does he have to fight with Long Xiaotian? It's said that it's because Xiaotian had previously schemed against the Long family, personally beating Xiaofan half to death, sending him to the Long family as a door-to-door son-in-law, forcibly demanding a bunch of resources, and even the Long family's Xian-ranked Gongfu was copied and taken away by Xiaotian. That's why Long Xiaotian came back to retaliate. No wonder. It's like this. I'm definitely going to see this battle. There were many people discussing this matter, and the address of the duel was set at the city lord's mansion, where there was a special ring that could hold tens of thousands of people to watch. This matter naturally spread to the Xiao mansion. Ever since Xiaotian had stepped into the Misty Immortal Palace, the status of the entire Xiao family in Jingchuan City was self-evident, and its current reputation was inferior even to that of the Long family. Originally, Xiaofan's parents as well as the people of the Xiao family clan were in a great mood. After all, the day of raising eyebrows had finally come. However, when they realized that Long Xiaotian was going to fight a life and death battle with Xiaofan, it was as if a layer of haze had enveloped the Xiao family. Damn it, Xiaofan. This trash. Fighting a life and death battle with someone else, isn't this making others look at the joke? Xiaofan's father, Xiao Yuan, cursed in the middle of the hall. Furious. Damn it. This little has become a door-to-door son-in-law and still one T-stop. Isn't this a clear disgrace to my Xiao family? Zhao's mother, Wei Xia, also cursed along at the side. Xiao Yuan's face was grim as he spoke a moment later. Send someone to spread the word out that in the future, whether Xiaofan is dead or alive has nothing to do with my Xiao family. From today onwards, Xiaofan is removed from the genealogy, and he is no longer a member of my Xiao family. The already boisterous Jingchuan city became even more clamorous and boisterous because of a new piece of news. Xiaofan was expelled from the Xiao family and removed from the genealogy. From then on, Xiaofan had no relationship with the Xiao family. Chapter 11, The Beginning of the Life and Death Tournament. The following day, the sky was cloudless. Jingchuan City. The entrance to the city lord's mansion was packed with people, and even the city lord of Jingchuan was very helpless about it. Jingchuan City was a small city under the ruling 9 states of the martial emperor dynasty, an insignificant existence in this vast martial emperor state. The city lord's mansion, on the other hand, more often than not managed things between civilians, involving some of the big families, often turning a blind eye. Outside the city lord's mansion, there is a huge ring, is given to the people of Jingchuan City, the place to compete against each other. Weekdays there is an endless stream of people, but never so hot as today. Long Xiaotian, a genius of the younger generation of the Long family, the number 1 family in Jingchuan, is in a life and death battle with Xiao Fan, a waste of the Xiao family and the brother of the genius Xiaotian. The venue that could have been filled with tens of thousands of people was clearly insufficient at this point, and the number of people who had come to watch this time was no less than the people that the misty immortal palace's emissaries had attracted over a few days ago. The crowd was buzzing and a steady stream of watchers were talking. This Xiao Fan is the son-in-law of the Long family. How dare he challenge Long Xiaotian? I'm afraid he doesn't want to live? I have a feeling Xiao Fan will be beaten to death. Long Xiaotian, who was the main host, arrived at this ring early in the morning to get ready. Although Xiao Fan was also in the Long family, the two parties would naturally not come together. Before the noon hour arrived, Long Xiaotian directly rose up in the air with big strides and jumped to the top of the ring in a single leap, with a dignified appearance, which immediately caused many people around to exclaim. As the rightful owner of the Long family, there were naturally quite a few people who came. The family had Long on high, his second son Long Yi, and a bunch of the Long family's direct descendants, the clan elders, and so on. At this time, there was still half a quarter of an hour before noon, but Xiao Fan's silhouette was still missing from the scene, which caused many of the melon eaters below to make another mockery. This Xiao Fan is afraid that he won't dare to come, right? I think so. Fighting with Long Xiaotian? What a joke! That Xiao Fan would be killed alive. I'm afraid, but even if he doesn't come, what can he do? As long as he's in Jingchuan City for a day, can the Long family let him go? Not to mention that he's also the Dragon family's door-to-door son-in-law. After just one day, the matter of Xiao Fan being the son-in-law of the Long family's doorstep was naturally spread all over the place, as well as the matter of Xiao Fan being sent to the Long family by his younger brother, who was severely injured, to marry Long Niaoyin and become a flunky son-in-law. Under the stage, Long Anhai's face was uncertain. This life and death battle had made such a big deal, but as a result, Xiao Fan hadn't even come? Wouldn't this make everyone look at their Long family as a joke? Long Yi, who was on the side, also had the same idea. To say that he hated Xiao Fan, in the Long family he definitely ranked first. Father, that punk Xiao Fan wouldn't dare to come, would he? Long Yi opened his mouth and asked, and the surrounding Long family members all looked over. Long Anhai bowed his head for a moment, then said in a deep voice, send someone to inform him to come over. If he doesn't come, break his legs before bringing him over. This time, beating Xiao Fan in public was to bully the Xiao family. Even if the Xiao family said to the public that Xiao Fan wasn't a member of their Xiao family anymore, did that matter? As long as Xiao Fan was still surnamed Xiao, that represented the Xiao family. Long Yi nodded in with a grim face. He intended to leave and lead the Long family experts to call Xiao Fan, and that's when he heard someone in the crowd exclaiming, Xiao Fan! Xiao Fan is here! All the gazes on the scene looked. There was a man and a woman strolling in. The man was dressed in white robes, dusty and flowing. The woman had a delicate figure and a veil on her face. The scene at this moment all knew who the visitor was, the protagonist of the day, Xiao Fan. The crowd in front of Xiao Fan instinctively gave Xiao Fan and his duo a path forward, and they passed unhindered all the way, slowly walking to the front of the ring. You wait for me here. Xiao Fan left a sentence to Long Miaoyin and jumped onto the ring with a long leap. Long Miaoyin let out a soft hum and then whispered to herself, come back safely. At this time just at noon, with Xiao Fan on the stage, the surrounding instantly clamored and boiled up, and there were even many gambling houses to sit and bet. Seal the market immediately. Seal the market immediately. Press Long Xiaotian to win, 1 to 0.01. Press Xiao Fan to win, 1 to 100. This kind of odds is extremely rare no matter where you are. But even if Xiao Fan's odds are so high, the number of people who bet on him to win is very few, and there are only a few people who want to run into luck and take their chances. For this result, the people in the gambling house seem to have already expected it and were not surprised. After all, as long as one is not stupid, one would not bet on Xiao Fan. However, at this time, a woman's voice rang out, I'll buy Xiao Fan to win. Just bet 1,000 spirit stones. The surrounding people are stunned. Out of the hand is 1,000 spiritual stones. This person is either being a cutie, is just talking big. What's the concept of 1,000 spirit stones? Aside from the several major clans within Jingchuan City, it was simply impossible for anyone else to take it out, even the Xiao family. In the resources given to Xiaotian to exchange from the Long family earlier, There were 1,000 spirit stones among them. You can see the degree of preciousness. You're not kidding me, are you? The betting man frowned and was just about to have a fit, but then he watched the woman lightly still out a storage bag. He went up to inspect it and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. 1,000 spirit stones were neatly placed inside. That'll do. The woman laughed faintly. It's okay. It's okay. The gambling houseman was overjoyed and nodded his head in a hurry. And after he made the registration, when he looked up to see who the woman really was, the other party had already disappeared. From beginning to end he didn't get a good look at the other party, only remembering that the other party was wearing a red dress. Above the ring, Xiaofan looked at Long Xiaotian, and the other party did the same as they sized each other up. Long Xiaotian, still in his lofty attitude, spoke. I'm giving you one more chance. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Admit your mistake on behalf of the Xiao family to my Long family, and I can forgive you. Surrounding melon masses clattered. Long Xiaotian just opened his mouth to mobilize his own cultivation. All the scene everyone heard clearly. Ha, Dragon Xiaotian. Xiaofan responded indifferently. You're afraid that you're stupid, right? HM? Long Xiaotian frowned and his face twitched a few times. This Xiaofan dared to scold him in front of so many people? Leaving aside the fact that I've been expelled from the Xiao family and my name isn't even on the genealogy, even if it's still there. What does my Xiaofan have to do with his Xiao family? The Xiao family? What the heck? Xiaofan's voice was loud and clear, and he had mobilized his cultivation just the same so that everyone could hear him clearly. You, Long Xiaotian was still about to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiaofan. And you? What are you? Long Xiaotian, to think that you want me to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? You are also worthy. Hearing Xiaofan's words, the crowd's clamor reached its peak, and the faces of the Long family's people under the stage were more ugly than one another, especially the family head, Long and Hai, who couldn't wait to go up and slap Xiaofan to death. Xiaotian, don't nag at him. This kind of trash can just be killed directly. Long on Hai spoke. Long Xiaotian also had the exact same intention, and without saying much, he directly made his move. Come on, show me what you can do. Chapter 12, Getting High on Pills, Purple Fire Pill. Long Xiaotian crashed out. The distance between the two was 100 meters, but in the blink of an eye Long Xiaotian killed in front of Xiaofan. So fast. Xiaofan also did not dare to be careless. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Long Xiaotian as a first-class genius of the young generation of Jingchuan City was naturally not a fake. The two sides exchanged hands together, and in an instant it was a dozen rounds, with both sides fighting back and forth, indistinguishable from each other. Xiaofan was surprised. Through the exchange of hands just now he could sense how powerful Long Xiaotian was. He could be sure that the other party was by no means in the first level of the Qi transformation realm. At the very least, he had reached the peak of the second level of the Qi transformation realm, or even the third level. Unaware that Long Xiaotian was even more surprised, his cultivation had actually reached the second level of the Qi transformation realm and had reached the second major consummation. All of this chance was because of the help of that Thunderfire sect elder that he ran into this time out. Damn it! It can't be delayed. Long Xiaotian cursed. The longer the fight went on, the greater the impact on his reputation. After all, he was the genius of the dragon family, and the opposite side was just a waste of time. And how would others look at him if he needed to waste so much time beating a waste of time? For the dragon elephant overlord body technique, Xiaofan had practiced it like pure fire, and his flesh had been tempered to be very strong at the body forging realm, so he hadn't suffered too many serious injuries from fighting with Long Xiaotian until now. How could he be so strong? Under the stage, Long Onhai's face was ugly. Wasn't the one across from him a waste of the Xiao family? How could he have the cultivation of the Qi transformation realm? Not only was he the dragon family, everyone at the scene was surprised to the point that the combat power Xiaofan displayed was simply too strong. Is this what you call a loser? If this is trash, what are they? Worse than trash? In the ring, Long Xiaotian's chest had just been punched by Xiaofan, and his breath was disorganized quite a bit, and among his peers, he had only suffered a big loss from Xiaotian. I didn't expect to be beaten up like this by this Xiao family's punk today. Xiaofan! Long Xiaotian roared, unable to accept the reality that he had fought a punk and still lost. Xiaofan was also hit by his opponent many times, but fortunately, he had thick skin and flesh, and none of these injuries were heavy for him. This was when the goodness of the Gongfu manifested itself, and the rigidity of the dragon elephant overlord technique was displayed. Long Xiaotian's fist ran towards Xiaofan's chest. Xiaofan dodged and used this opportunity to swing a hand knife at Long Xiaotian's neck, but Long Xiaotian reacted extremely quickly, dodging with his head down. The punch that he had just thrown out drew back in time and aimed at Xiaofan's abdomen. Xiaofan's mind crossed, his teeth clenched, his hands closed into a fist, and he fiercely slammed it towards Long Xiaotian below. This is completely an injury for injury fight. Long Xiaotian has already reacted at this time, but he wants to draw back already can't do it. He can only grit his teeth and throw this punch. Xiao Fan was hit by a punch in the abdomen. He stifled a grunt and held back the pain to prevent himself from screaming out. His body only fell back slightly. It did not affect him to continue his attack, and he was at this time a blow at this time is already to the back of Long Xiaotian. The latter cannot avoid. Hard to take Xiao Fan this blow. Rumble. Long Xiaotian was knocked to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the ground, but he couldn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth strongly and enduring the severe pain, he supported his body and retreated backwards. Otherwise he would become Xiao Fan's target to be attacked by his opponent. At this time, Long Xiaotian was already panting. His hair was puffed up, his clothes were torn and full of dust, and he had long since lost his previous demeanor. On the contrary, Xiao Fan on the opposite side was in a much better state. Although he had also suffered many injuries, they were all superficial. Long Xiaotian was a little broken at this time. He felt that the people under the stage were looking at his jokes, waiting to see him make a fool of himself and see him lose his reputation. However, Long Xiaotian himself knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose this match. There's no way out. Looks like we can only use this. Long Xiaotian's teeth clenched, took out a jade bottle from his pocket, opened it, and took it in one gulp with a heartbreaking look on his face. What is this? Xiao Fan frowned. Although he didn't know what Long Xiaotian had taken, it was definitely not favorable to him. Xiao Fan didn't hesitate. He wasn't the kind of person who would sit and wait for Long Xiaotian to become stronger. No matter what Long Xiaotian had taken down, as long as he defeated him before the effects were realized, it would be fine. However, after Long Xiaotian had just taken it, the aura of his body suddenly changed all over the place. It was like a different person than just a moment ago, and it was even 3 times stronger than when he was in his peak state. Xiao Fan's brows furrowed, but there was no reason to retreat when he was already close. Good coming! Long Xiaotian shouted furiously, but in this exchange, Xiao Fan did not take any advantage and suffered a small loss. Under the stage, some people saw Long Xiaotian taking the medicine just now and started to talk about it. What did Long Xiaotian eat just now? How did it become so strong all of a sudden? I don't know. Could it be some kind of forbidden drug? I've heard there are quite a lot of them. Is that a violation? What's temporary medication? There was a lot of talk, but it was just talk. Long Xiaotian roared. Xiao Fan, you forced me. This is the purple flame dan that I met the senior of the Thunderflame sect and gave to me to use to save my life. It can instantly stimulate one's potential and raise one's strength by a step. It's precious and precious. I didn't think that it would be used on you. No wonder. Xiao Fan figured out that this kind of elixir that could stimulate potential was truly terrifying. However, what Long Xiaotian didn't say is that this purple fire dan also has a great side effect. The cultivation enhancement is only for half a quarter of an hour, and then the body will become weaker, and it will take at least half a month to recover. This was given to him by that Thunder Fire Sect senior when he was in danger and took it to escape, but he did not expect that it would be used by him to deal with Xiao Fan. Long Miaoyin under the stage was full of worry, her hands clenched in a death grip. On the side of the Long family, seeing Long Xiaotian gaining the upper hand, Long Anhai's face finally looked better, but this was also a shame for him. I guess there are a lot of restrictions on this drug. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and figured out that this kind of medicine would definitely have a time limit or have some kind of aftereffects to it. It's only half a quarter of an hour, but it's enough to kill you. Long Xiaotian roared and charged up again. Half a quarter of an hour? Then let's see who can outlast who. Xiao Fan's eyes showed a cold glint as he also met them, and the two sides were once again entangled in a fight. At this time, Long Xiaotian's attack is 3 times stronger than before. Originally a punch in Xiao Fan's body is nothing, but now it will feel the internal organs are a little trembling. However, Long Xiaotian didn't feel good either. It wasn't true that taking drugs brought about an increase in strength, but it didn't mean that he couldn't feel the pain. But he could only grit his teeth and insist that he must not lose to his opponent. Time passed bit by bit. Xiao Fan was injured in many places and his body was covered in bloodstains. The opposite side of the table, Long Xiaotian, did not feel good either. Although his current injuries were not as severe as Xiao Fan's, however, the shock within him was incomparably strong. No, it can't be. How could you be so strong? Chapter 13, beat Long Xiaotian violently. The hot blazing sun scorched the earth, and the onlookers near the stands of the city lord's mansion had long since looked dumbfounded. Xiao Fan, the waste of the Xiao family and the son-in-law of the dragon family's doorstep, could actually be able to fight with the genius of the dragon family? Long Xiaotian, who had been in a stalemate in the ring, even though the injuries on Xiao Fan's body were very heavy and he wasn't necessarily going to be able to win in the end, but it was enough to blow everyone's mind. No, How can you be so strong for a punk? Damn it, it can't be. The more Long Xiaotian fought, the more alarmed he was. He was very clear. Just now in the exchange of hands, there are several attacks clearly hit the other party's vitals. If it were any other cultivator, even if it was himself, he would probably have been stretched out on the ground long ago, but the waste in his eyes on the opposite side was able to continue fighting. Waste? Xiaofan laughed coldly. Then let me, a waste of space, come and destroy you. As soon as the words fell, Xiaofan rushed up with an arrow step, and behind him, blood dripped down in a straight line on the pavement he passed. Long Xiaotian's mind was wildly shaken, but the current him didn't have time to think about anything else. He had to seize the time to finish off Xiaofan. Half an hour is almost over. The faces of the Long family are ugly. Long Yi is full of panic, and even his forehead is covered with cold sweat. Impossible. How could my big brother be inferior to a loser? The family head, Long on high, was the same, this waste of a door-to-door son-in-law. He had never looked squarely at him with his own eyes, and had even thought many times about getting the other party killed to wash away the shame that Xiaotian had brought to their Long family. As it turned out, I didn't realize where this was a waste. After today, who would dare to call him a punk in the future? No, it's impossible. It's impossible to win against me with a punk like you, Long Xiaotian roared, even a bit maniacal, covered in blood and fighting with Xiaofan, even going so far as to fight with injuries for injuries in the last hours of the medicine's effect. He had to go through with it, or he would be the one to lose. If you want to change your injuries, then I'll make it happen. Xiaofan naturally saw his opponent's intentions. You punch me and I return your palm. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't clash head-on with Long Xiaotian at this time. But Xiaofan just wanted to crush the other party head-on and completely trample the genius of the Long family on his feet. Then tell everyone who is the real loser. The Dragon Elephant Overlord body technique had given Xiaofan a perfect physique at the body forging realm, supporting him to fight until now. As for the opposite side of Long Xiaotian, his breath had long been disorganized, and his strength was constantly declining, coupled with the powerful impact on his mind. It was obvious that he had become somewhat unable to hold on. Long Nanhai clenched his hands into fists off stage, his face gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, he very much regretted why he had agreed to Long Xiaotian to fight this life and death battle, but it was useless to regret. It was too late to stop it now, or the Long family would become a joke in Jingchuan City. Half a bell has passed. Still frantically fighting, Long Xiaotian's body's medicinal effect disappeared. His breath suddenly dropped, and instantly fell to the bottom. However, this is not all. A strong sense of pain surged to all parts of the body, and every tendon and vein felt like it had been torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Here comes the side effect of the drug. Xiaofan on the field naturally saw all of this, yet he was no saintly mother. Take advantage of your illness. Xiaofan began to counterattack. He was drenched in blood and had suffered even more injuries than Long Xiaotian, but supported by his strong willpower as well as the Dragon Elephant Hegemony skill technique, it had allowed him to persevere until now. Xiaofan blasted his fist on Long Xiaotian's face, denting his entire face. However, this was just the beginning. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was like a target, being beaten head over heels and bloodied. The aftereffects of the medicine had caused Long Xiaotian's strength to have fallen realm, barely able to have the appearance of the ninth weight of the forging realm. Who's a loser? Xiaofan struck Long Xiaotian's chest with a punch, and the sound of bones cracking came out. The latter's ribs were broken in an unknown number of ways. Who did you say you wanted dead before? Another punch hit Long Xiaotian's temple. The other party's head smashed to the ground. Half of his body was plunged into the ground. At this time, Long Xiaotian was already unconscious, but that was not all. Xiaofan pulled him up from the ground. Who do you say you want to kneel? With a snarl, Xiaofan intended to continue to strike. Long Xiaotian had no power to resist at all, not to mention that the person was unconscious. The crowd of onlookers sucked in cold air, feeling their sweaty bodies tremble. Even the Jingchuan city lord, who had been secretly watching this competition from within the city lord's mansion, was sucking in cold air all the same. Enough! A furious roar came from the stage. Long Nanhai couldn't bear it anymore. If it continued, Long Xiaotian would definitely die. He fiercely got up and his cultivation of the great perfection of the Qi transformation realm erupted as a huge wave of Qi swept out and impacted Xiaofan. Xiaofan was already seriously injured, and with the disparity in realms, he was sent flying several meters at once by this huge wave. However, it was good that Long Anhai didn't dare to go too far under the eyes of the crowd and just repel Xiaofan. The winners and losers have been divided. They are all family members. There is no need to kill. Long Anhai opened his mouth, sort of giving everyone an explanation. Laying down the law? Xiaofan snorted coldly. If he and Long Xiaotian's roles were reversed today, what would be the result? However, currently Long Xiaotian was already ruined. Xiao Fan was seriously injured, and his own strength was far inferior to Long Anhai, so he could only endure. Long Anhai did not continue to speak. Today their Long family's face was lost, but the most important thing in front of them was still saving Long Xiaotian. He hugged Long Xiaotian and turned to lead the Long family away. Xiao Fan on the stage spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. The battle just now had consumed him greatly as well. Are you okay? Does it matter? Long Miaoyin hurriedly went up to the stage to check Xiao Fan's injuries. Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling that she was fine on her own, and then left with the duo of Long Miaoyin. The scene was in an uproar. No one had expected such an outcome, and the punk Xiao Fan had actually won the fight. Returning to the Long family, Xiao Fan directly entered the secret room to close the door and heal his wounds. This time when he dueled with Long Xiaotian, he was heavily injured. If it was a normal Qi transformation realm cultivator, at least he would need to recover for a month. However, with the various elixirs in the Zhou Tian Xingdou diagram, recovery was not so difficult. Sitting cross-legged, with his divine sense entering within the peripheral star dipper diagram, Xiao Fan did not have any hesitation as he gulped down various healing elixirs. There were some spiritual medicines that he didn't even know the names of, and he also swallowed them in one gulp, and the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This encounter was treacherous, but it was also a chance for me. In the midst of battle one can indeed break through the barrier faster. Xiao Fan muttered and whispered. His eyes revealed a brilliant light. If he practiced normally, in the absence of a suitable Qi transformation realm technique, it would take him at least half a month before he could reach the first major consummation of the Qi transformation realm. However, after this battle with Long Xiaotian, Xiao Fan would be able to reach the first great perfection as soon as he recovered from his injuries. Chapter 14, Shocking Jingchuan City. Jingchuan City. Xiao family. What? That punk Xiao Fan actually won the fight? How is that possible? Xiao Yuan was filled with shock, and when he heard the butler come to report, he simply could not believe that this was true. It's true, master, it's all over the place outside. The one who spoke was none other than the Xiao family butler, who had been in the Xiao family for more than 30 years, and had been very mean to Xiao Fan since he was a child, not treating him as the young master of the Xiao family at all. How could it be? That left with only the second level of the body forging realm, and now his cultivation can even have the Qi transformation realm? No one understood Xiao Fan's qualifications better than him as a father. If one's own waste of a son became a supreme genius, it would surely be a great joy to someone else's family. However, Xiao Yuan would not think so. His eyes, the eldest son is always a waste. Only the second son, Xiao Genius, is his own son. Master, could it be that Xiao Fan has gotten some kind of treasure? That's why his cultivation has risen so fast. The butler spoke from the side. Treasure? Xiao Yuan's eyes revealed a brilliant light, and his fingers tapped on the desktop in contemplation. Long family, inside the council hall. The atmosphere was unusually depressing. Just after rushing back, Long Anhai ordered to rescue Long Xiaotian immediately, and took out all the precious spiritual herbs and medicines within the Long family's coffers for Long Xiaotian to take. Fortunately, Long Xiaotian's cultivation level only dropped temporarily after taking the medicine, and did not hurt his foundation, and only needed some time to recover. And hi, how is Tsunami's injury? An old man with a head full of white hair asked. This man sat high on the main seat, and everyone looked at him with great respect. Long Anhai said, Father, Xiaotian's injuries are very serious, but they didn't hurt his foundation, so he can recover after resting for a few months. The old man nodded. He was the Long family's old ancestor. The cultivation of the Tong Tian realm, said to be the first expert in Jingchuan City, but perennial seclusion. Only when there is a major event within the family will come out of seclusion. Instead, it had recently appeared one after another. The first time was when Xiao Tian snatched the resources. The second time was when Xiao Fan injured Long Yi. And the third time was this time, when Long Xiaotian was seriously injured. It's good that it's alright. It's not easy for Xiaotian to have the chance to get in touch with the Thunderfire Sex Elder. His future is boundless in the future. He can't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Long family's old ancestor opened his mouth. After entering the Thunderfire sect, then everything is different from outside. There are countless various precious techniques inside. Xiaotian has a great future. He is the future hope of my Long family. The crowd nodded. The Thunderfire sect was a large sect that counted in the martial emperor state, and any elder within the sect had a cultivation of at least Xiandan realm, and one person would be enough to destroy Jingchuan City. Father, what about Xiao Fan? He dared to injure Xiaotian. He deserves to die. Long Anhai spoke in an evil voice. The Long family's old ancestor lowered his head and contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. This door-to-door son-in-law. It's a bit interesting. If it's not another opportunity, then it's the one who pretended to be crazy in the Xiao family before, pretending that his talent wasn't enough and hiding his strength. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked different, each thinking slightly. The Long clan's oldest ancestor glanced at the crowd before speaking. Send someone to monitor him, but don't let him find out. Is that clear? Within the secret room, Xiaotian had been in seclusion for a day and a night. The injuries on his body had recovered for the most part, and his breath was climbing upward, finally stopping at the first great perfection of the Qi transformation realm. It wasn't that it couldn't continue to rise, but it was suppressed by Xiao Fan. He didn't obtain a Qi transformation realm technique, and raising his realm without practicing the technique would not be beneficial to him. It's time to be able to try and blast the second star. Within the Star Dipper diagram, Xiao Fan summoned a second star, and in this world of the Star Dipper diagram, the star size was not proportional to its sturdiness. Each star was a test for Xiao Fan at every stage, and only when strength was attained could the star be blasted to obtain the treasures within. Xiao Fan's aura soared, his Qi transformation realm cultivation operating to the extreme, and the power of the dragon elephant hegemony body technique operating on his right arm as he fiercely got up and jumped, blasting at the star in front of him. Shatter me! Xiao Fan roared, and cracks began to appear outside the star in front of him, and as Xiao Fan's power increased, the cracks began to expand, and finally began to crumble throughout. The star exploded and Xiao Fan gasped for breath as he looked up with a happy face and looked at the treasure that appeared in front of him, piling up mountains of spirit stones, spirit medicines. There were even more than when they shattered the first star. A rough estimate. These spirit stones plus the ones that were not used up before were almost tens of thousands. Beside the pile of spirit stones, there was also a golden shining scripture. 9 changes of Qi transformation. The grade of this technique is actually the lower grade of the earth grade. Xiao Fan was shocked and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. An earth grade lower ranked technique? It wouldn't exist within the dozens of cities around the entire Jingchuan city. In the martial emperor state, this kind of technique was only possessed by those within the top 10 ranked clans, or some of the top family powers. Otherwise, even if anyone accidentally obtained such a feat, they wouldn't be able to keep it. Xiao Fan hurriedly opened the 9 changes of Qi transformation to check the contents. The 9 transformations of Qi transformation, corresponding to the cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm, contains 3 types of martial arts. Xiao Fan's face was joyful. The root of the 9 transformations of the Qi technique recorded in the cultivation to reach the 3rd, 6th and 9th Qi realm, which contains 3 extremely terrifying martial arts. But the consumption of their own is also very great. But the power is indeed terrifying, incomparable. But it's a pity that this 9 transformations of Qi transformation only has the first 3 layers of the technique, and it's only enough for me to reach the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm in cultivation. Xiao Fan muttered, a little lost. He thought that he would get the entire 9 transformations of Qi transformation, but it turned out that there were only the first 3 layers of the technique. Looking at this, it was needing him to continue to break the stars after that in order to get the rest of the technique, but thinking about it was also relieved. After all, the earth-ranked technique was not a cabbage. Not to mention the fact that he had countless resources and could save a great deal of cultivation time. It was just a pity that none of the treasures within the Star Dipper diagram could be taken outside. Xiao Fan did not nag and began to practice this 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique. Time passed, and in a flash 7 days passed quietly. Xiao Fan had been in seclusion within the secret room during these 7 days and had not gone out. Long Miaoyin would bring Xiao Fan food on time every day and then stand guard at the door, not moving an inch. And within the originally quiet small courtyard, there were 3 more maids at this time, sent by Long Anhai to serve Long Miaoyin and Xiao Fan. After these 3 maids came over, they were very respectful to Long Miaoyin, and intentionally or unintentionally poked around about Xiao Fan. But they didn't ask much when they learned that Xiao Fan had closed down to heal his wounds after he came back. On weekdays, they do odd jobs in the yard. The door of the closed door slowly opened, and Xiao Fan in a white robe slowly walked out. The injuries on his body were no longer visible, and his aura was much stronger than before. Xiao Fan, are you alright? Seeing Xiao Fan come out, Long Miaoyin exclaimed in shock and looked Xiao Fan up and down, feeling the change in the other party's aura and being slightly surprised. Long Miaoyin also cultivated, but because of the talent issue and her natural dislike of cultivation, her cultivation level was only the 4th level of the body forging realm. I'm fine. How's it going out there these days? Chapter 15, the Xiao family comes. After exiting the entrance of the secret room, Xiao Fan saw the maids who were cleaning around him. These maids, after seeing Xiao Fan come out, lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at each other, and there was still some fear in their eyes. I don't know much about what's going on outside, but the story about you defeating my big brother has already spread, and no one inside the family has come over to look for trouble, but they have sent over 3 subordinates, saying they have come to serve us. Long Miaoyin recounted the recent events. Xiao Fan nodded. The person sent over was 80% an eyesore. After all, he was a waste. but suddenly reached the Qi transformation realm, and even defeated Long Xiaotian. It was only natural that the Long family was curious. There is another thing, it's that the Xiao family sends people over every day, asking about your injuries, and I've rebuffed them all on the grounds that you're heavily injured and closed for recuperation. Long Miaoyin uttered another piece of news. Xiao family? Xiao Fan froze, thought about the reason and laughed coldly again. The Xiao family must have come because they were curious about how I suddenly became so powerful. Is it hard to believe that they would still care about me? Long Miaoyin didn't say anything. She knew Xiao Fan's hatred towards the Xiao family. Changing the topic, she opened her mouth and asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen to fetch you some food." Xiao Fan nodded and the two of them left, heading to the hall within the special courtyard. As soon as Xiao Fan came out, Long Anhai received the news. Previously a despised waste, the flunky who was sent to the door by his own brother who was beaten half to death, even defeated his proud son. This mouth of resentment made his heart very unpleasant. However, the attitude of the Long family's ancestor was unknown, so Long Anhai didn't dare to do anything privately. After staying in the Long family for so long, every time I ate with Long Miaoyin before, it was always clear porridge and vegetarian dishes. However, today Xiao Fan saw a table full of mountainous delicacies that dazzled him, including a drunken immortal chicken, which used a precious spirit chicken that was expensive and had the effect of prolonging one's life and improving one's qi and blood after taking it. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask, Long Miaoyin opened her mouth first and said, I'm not sure. I just said that the kitchen hastily prepared these foods after you came out of the gate, saying that it was to give you a good tonic." Well, having food delivered to his door, Xiao Fan was naturally very happy, especially this drunken immortal chicken. In the past, the Xiao family would only consume it during festivals, but that also didn't have Xiao Fan's share at all. It was all Xiaotian's. Regarding the Long family's attitude, Xiao Fan could not see through it at the moment. After he showed his strength and defeated Long Xiaotian, there would be two things that the Long family would do afterward. One, it would be to show goodwill and express goodwill towards himself. After all, he was currently considered a member of the Long family. The second, to avenge Long Xiaotian's death. For now, though, this second one isn't happening. Enjoying a meal, Xiao Fan ate with great satisfaction, and could be said to be the fullest meal he had ever eaten from birth until now. And at that moment, an underling came to inform Xiao, third master, the Xiao family sent someone over. Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Xiao Fan was first stunned, then his mouth smiled coldly. Is the Xiao family in such a hurry? So, third master, do you want to see it? The subordinate cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. In the past, in the Long family, they had privately called Xiao Fan a waste. However, after Xiao Fan defeated Long Xiaotian, the people who had previously talked about Xiao Fan behind his back were all cautious. The one in front of him was a fatalist. "See, tell him to come in." Xiao Fan spoke indifferently. Long Miaoyin on the side was puzzled. Xiao Fan didn't have a good impression of the Xiao family, but she didn't ask much. Not long after, the subordinate led the way and brought the Xiao family visitors inside the other courtyard. Xiao Fan's mouth smiled coldly when he saw the visitor. It would be the butler of the Xiao mansion. In the past, when he was in the Xiao family, this butler did not stir up a lot of fire to say bad things about himself. He was only thinking of flattering Xiaotian, and he also deducted his already pitifully small monthly allowance. The Xiao family followed the subordinate into the other courtyard in big steps. After entering the hall of the house, the first thing he saw was Xiao Fan. The appearance did not change, only the temperament emanating from his body was different from the past. "Xiao, young master, is your body alright?" The butler habitually opened his mouth, but when he thought of Xiao Fan's strength nowadays, he immediately changed his words with a pandering face. Xiao Fan squinted his eyes and skimmed the butler with his afterglow. This kind of smile of the other party was very familiar to him. The other party was like this every time he was in front of his own brother. "Just tell me what's going on, and don't tell me I'm genuinely concerned about my injuries, right?" Listening to Xiao Fan's cold words, the butler's face was a little hot. The waist that he had not even looked at before, now became the object that he had to curry favor with. His heart was stifled. However, the housekeeper didn't dare to have an attack now. After all, Xiao Fan was already at the Qi transformation realm, and he had come here with a mission. "Eldest young master, it was master and madam who asked me to come, mainly concerned about how your injuries are doing." The housekeeper paused and continued to smile. "There is also the fact that his lordship is very curious. When you first left the Xiao family, your cultivation level was only the second level of the body forging realm, and in less than a month's time, how did you reach the Qi transformation realm?" After hearing this, Xiao Fan laughed coldly. He, how did I get to the Qi transformation realm? Do I need to explain it to you guys? This, after all, it's family." The butler smiled bitterly. No, not anymore. Not before when you sent me here as a door-to-door son-in-law in exchange for giving Xiaotian resources, Xiao Fan said coldly. But, the butler still wanted to speak, but when he saw Xiao Fan's knife-like gaze, he was so scared that he held what he was going to say in his throat. Xiao Fan drank coldly. If you're fine, get lost. The butler didn't dare to stay longer and turned to leave. Returning to the Xiao family, the butler went straight to the hall and recounted everything that happened in the Long family. Master, I was at least there on your behalf, but he, Xiao Fan, didn't give any face at all. He even threw me out, and he even said that he's no longer a member of the Xiao family. The housekeeper was aggrieved at Xiao Fan's place and immediately complained when he returned. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Xiao Yuan was so angry that he slapped his palm on the table and cursed angrily. This is really giving him face. Master, this matter cannot be forgotten. This little body must have secrets. We must get it, and then give it to Tian'er. In the future, Tian'er will surely glorify the ancestors. Wei Xia also opened her mouth to exit at the side. I know. Xiao Yuan nodded his head and calmed the anger in his heart, then spoke to the housekeeper. Lead the way. I will personally go to find this little chat. After having enough wine and food, Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin briefly instructed a few sentences before they planned to go back inside the secret room to continue their cultivation. Currently, time was rushing. He was not sure what the dragon family had planned next, and he had to allow himself to seize the opportunity to improve his strength. And at that moment there was an angry shout from the doorway. Get the hell out of my way. As his old man, I've come to see him and I'll see who dares to stop me. Chapter 16, Birthfather Xiao Yuan arrives to claim the chance. It came so fast. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Fan smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Originally he did not intend to meet this father of his so soon, but since the other party had come, there was no harm in meeting him. Long Miaoyin's mind was smart, and when he heard the man's shouts outside, as well as Xiao Fan's expression, he probably guessed who the visitor was. You really can't come in. Let me go inform the third master first. The subordinate who blocked the way was bitter in his heart. Xiao Yuan didn't care about those and shouted angrily, get the hell out of my way. Where would these underlings be his opponent? After pushing away the underlings, under the butler's lead, he took big steps into the other courtyard and arrived at the hall. If it was before, Xiao Yuan would definitely not have dared to cause trouble in the Long family, but now that Xiaotian had joined the misty immortal palace, what would the Long family dare to do to them? Upon entering the hall, the pair of fathers and sons looked at each other in all directions. Xiao Yuan did not rush to speak, and Xiao Fan did the same without speaking, but instead looked at his father coldly with his gaze. The father who had treated him as trash, a trade item. Long Miaoyin quietly sat on the side. The same did not open her mouth to speak, her face with a veil. Outsiders could not see what expression she was wearing. Xiao Fan, who had reached the Qi transformation realm cultivation level, had an aura that was very different from the past, and this change was intrinsic. Xiao Yuan was incomparably angry in his heart. This waste of a son of his would have this kind of attitude when he saw himself coming? Still, thinking of the purpose of his visit, he forced patience and took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Are you healed? Then before Xiao Fan could reply, Xiao Yuan found himself a seat and sat down. Xiao Fan's expression was calm, unable to see what was going on in his heart as he spoke faintly. There is no longer anything. Xiao Yuan nodded and hesitantly opened his mouth to ask, have you really reached the Qi transformation realm? He couldn't believe that he reached the Qi transformation realm from the body forging realm in a month. How is this kind of thing? How is it possible? One should know that back then, Xiaotian had also used 3 years to cultivate from the body forging realm to the Qi transformation realm. Xiao Fan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before speaking calmly. What do you think? At this moment in the hall, it seemed that Xiao Fan was the elder, looking at his son, who he used to consider a waste. In such a posture, Xiao Yuan once again suppressed his anger and spoke. So you admit it? I came here for the simple purpose of asking you how you cultivate and if you have obtained any treasures. Xiao Fan was not surprised by Xiao Yuan's directness and opened his mouth to faintly reply. Yes. How? No. So what? If so, I hope you can give your brother the chance you've gotten. For him? Xiao Fan's voice instantly cooled down. Underhand to beat himself half to death. A mouthful of waste called his own brother. Now that you've gotten your own chance, you're telling yourself to give it to him? That's right. Your brother is a true genius, while your qualifications, mediocre. So for the sake of the Xiao family, for the sake of your brother, taking your chance out to him is the best choice. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth to explain. He didn't believe that Xiao Fan had cultivated by his own ability. He must have obtained some kind of treasure, or maybe from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't recognize the son. The Xiao family? Xiao Fan's expression was ice cold as he stared at Xiao Yuan's eyes and coldly said, Xiao Yuan, have you forgotten that my current status is that of a flunky? and I no longer have anything to do with the Xiao family. Also, I remember a few days ago you had already announced in person that you had taken my name off the Xiao family tree, which means that the Xiao family doesn't have me as a person from the beginning to the end, doesn't it? Xiao Yuan froze. He did forget that he had scratched Xiao Fan's name off the family tree. At that time, he was afraid that Xiao Fan would lose to Long Xiaotian and then disgrace his Xiao family, so he made this decision. After that, Xiao Fan won and this matter was forgotten by him. Young master. At that time, the master was also looking out for the sake of the family, fearing that the Xiao family would be disgraced. Not to mention that you still have the blood of the Xiao family flowing after all, don't you? The butler at the side hurriedly opened his mouth. Is it your turn to speak here as an underling? Xiao Fan gave a cold shout and backhanded a palm. A wave of air shot out from his palm and directly struck the butler's chest. Put! The butler flew out backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground, his face pale. Xiao Fan, how dare you make a move in front of me? Xiao Yuan stood up and shouted angrily, while he was also alarmed. Xiao Fan's strength had indeed reached the Qi transformation realm, and it was not the first level of the Qi transformation realm, but at least the third level of the Qi transformation realm, judging by the aura he had just emitted. In fact, Xiao Yuan guessed wrongly. Xiao Fan had been in seclusion in the secret room for 7 days, and his cultivation had only reached the middle stage of the second stage of the Qi transformation realm from the first stage of the Qi transformation realm. However, because of the power of the 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique, Xiao Fan's strength today was comparable to the third level of the Qi transformation realm. When does the master speak? When is it the turn of an underling to open his mouth? Xiao Fan did not back off, but instead spoke coldly. Xiao Yuan's cultivation was close to the Qi transformation realm grand circle, but this was the Long family. Xiao Yuan definitely wouldn't flip out and make a move with him over this matter of the butler. The housekeeper didn't dare to say anything. From Xiao Fan's body he felt an extremely heavy aura of fury. Right now he wouldn't dare to anger this fury. Xiao Yuan sucked in his breath and did not pursue the matter of the butler as he spoke once again. What is your chance and is it possible to give it to your brother? My chance? Xiao Fan laughed coldly. I think you're overthinking it. First of all, regardless of whether I have a chance or not, even if I do you think I'll give it to Xiaotian? Don't dream about it. Xiao Yuan stared viciously at Xiao Fan, who also backed off. Using the same gaze the two of them locked eyes. Let's go. Finally Xiao Yuan squeezed out a few words from between his teeth and turned to leave. The butler on the floor struggled to get up and staggered off after him, not wanting to be here for a minute. Looking at Xiao Yuan's back as he left, the former father and son became what they are today. Xiao Fan did not feel that what he had done was wrong, and how had the other party ever treated him as a son? Xiao Yuan returned to the Xiao family and angrily smashed all sorts of things within reach in the hall. Damn! This rebellious son! This punk! How dare he talk to me like that? Damn it! Old me asked him to give up his chance, but he refused to do so. Damn it! Xiao Yuan's curses were heard clearly throughout the Xiao mansion, and Wei Xiao's face was very ugly when she saw it. Master, is there really no way to make that give up the chance? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan cursed. Damn it! What can I do? Master, why don't we send someone to bring this news to the Misty Immortal Palace and inform Tian'er how it is, so that Tian'er can decide? Wei Xia opened his mouth. Tian'er is now a disciple of the Immortal Palace and has been honored by the Immortal Palace. At that time, let Tian'er bring several people from the Immortal Palace over, and torture that little man to force him to confess, and see if he still can't say anything? After hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up and felt that this was a great idea. Now Xiao Fan had joined the Long family and had a Qi transformation realm cultivation himself. Even if he wanted to suppress it now, he couldn't. Chapter 17, Long Yi's plot? Long Nonhai's 60th birthday. Xiao Fan was naturally unaware of the Xiao family's thoughts. At this time, he was already cultivating within the secret room, and with the massive amount of resources, Xiao Fan's cultivation speed was soaring. Sitting cross-legged, each hand grasped a spirit stone, absorbing the majestic spiritual energy within the spirit stone surging into the dantian and traveling around the body's hundreds of veins. However, from the outside world, Xiao Fan was just sitting in meditation with his knees crossed, and there was nothing wrong with him, yet his breath clearly felt to grow. The strange thing about the Zhou Tian Xingdou diagram was that the outside world and the inner world were not interconnected, as if its inner world was a world of its own. This kind of supreme treasure, Xiao Fan had never heard of it before, but Xiao Fan estimated that it was at the very least a heavenly ranked treasure. Time passed, another 7 days passed, and the Xiao family didn't send anyone again. Inside the Dragon Mansion, although Xiao Fan was in seclusion and appeared once in a while, the people who were keeping an eye on him never slacked off, and all of them were reported to Long Nonhai. Within a hidden secret room of the Long family, Lan Anhai was respectfully speaking to the Long family's oldest ancestor about Xiao Fan's recent agenda. Father, this kid has been in seclusion since he came back, and hasn't left the dragon family at all. Do you think that chance will be on him? Lan Anhai's thoughts were the same as the Xiao family's, and they both thought that Xiao Fan must have gotten a mo kind of chance to skyrocket his strength. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become stronger after being a loser for almost 20 years? Has never left, the Long family's old ancestor muttered, and after lowering his head in thought for a moment, he slowly spoke. In the last few days, I have secretly observed him many times, and this Xiao Fan has always been cultivating within the secret room without any suspicion. The cultivation level of the Long family's old ancestor was the Tong Tian realm, and there was a large realm difference with Xiao Fan. The secret room used by Xiao Fan was also very ordinary, and with the strength of the dragon family's old ancestor, it was very easy to try to probe in without Xiao Fan's knowledge. Hearing this, Lan Anhai was surprised and opened his mouth to ask, Father, then what do you mean? There's nothing odd about this kid. At least it can be confirmed that even if the other party has a magic treasure to raise his cultivation, it's not on his body. Could it be that he is relying on his own talent? It's impossible that he could go from the second level of the body forging realm to the chi transformation realm in less than a month? Lan Anhai couldn't believe that the waste that people had always looked down on had suddenly become a genius. This strong contrast made him feel so unreal. The dragon family's old ancestor nodded inside. I'm also curious about this matter, but when observing him meditating, his breath grows significantly and his cultivation speed is very fast. It's definitely a superior qualification. As for why the Xiao family would call him a waste after all these years, I'm not sure about that. Or maybe this Xiao Fan has been hiding his talent before and hasn't shown it. Lan Anhai seems to have figured out something. Opened his mouth. This Xiao family has always put their energy on their second son Xiaotian. That Xiaotian has amazing qualifications. On the contrary, this Xiao Fan has average qualifications, and he is not treated by the Xiao family on weekdays, and he is also being targeted by Xiaotian at every turn. Or else he wouldn't have been sent to my Long family as a door-to-door son-in-law in exchange for resources. Could it be that this Xiao Fan is afraid of being persecuted by the Xiao family or Xiaotian? That's why he has been hiding. The dragon family ancestor nodded. It's very possible. Anyway, in the future, be nicer to this Xiao Fan. If the other party is really a generation with amazing talent and joins my dragon family, it will be a good thing for my dragon family. Got it, Dad. Lan Anhai knew clearly what a genius who could reach the chi transformation realm from the body forging realm in a month's time represented, even if he resented Xiao Fan. But speaking from the family's point of view, he had to reconsider about Xiao Fan. In the middle of a luxurious compound of the Long family, Long Xiaotian is sitting on his knees in the room. After this period of time to recuperate, his body injuries have been unhindered, only the lack of chi and blood looks a little pale. Ever since he lost the life and death battle with Xiao Fan, he had not taken half a step away from his special courtyard. He was sitting next to someone who was none other than his brother. Long Yi, big brother, how are you doing? Long Yi opened his mouth and asked. Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, the injuries are already unharmed, but the side effects of the medication haven't subsided yet, so he needs to recuperate for a period of time before he can recover. Long Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Big brother, that Xiao Fan, are we really just going to let him go? Big brother, you're the future but the dragon family head. He's just a flunky. He dared to injure you. Could it be that you really swallowed this breath, big brother? Hearing this, Long Xiaotian's face was gloomy, losing to a waste in the eyes of others. This kind of blow was too big for him. Seeing that Long Xiaotian didn't squeak, Long Yi's voice increased a few points. Big brother, this Xiao Fan dares to injure you and humiliate you right now in full view of everyone, not giving you any face at all. What about in the future? When he is stronger, is he not even putting the old ancestor in his eyes? It would be a lie to say that Long Xiaotian did not hate Xiao Fan. His own hallowed young master of the Long family was beaten to death in public in Jingchuan City. What else can I do then? I'm no match for him. No one in the Dragon family's peer group is a match for him. Dragon family rules can only cut between peers. Elders may not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Big brother, no one among the younger generation of our Long family is his opponent, but it doesn't mean that he, Xiao Fan, is invincible among the younger generation. Long Yi's eyes showed a hint of smug bad smile opened, said, there are still 10 days as the father's 60th birthday. At that time is not only the Jingchuan City will come to participate, Linchuan City Wang family, Emoyun City Su family and other families. At that time will come to the people. At that time we can provoke to let them and Xiao Fan between. Linchuan City Wang family, Emoyun City Su family, are the local first-class power, equivalent to the status of the Long family in Jingchuan City. Several family relations, perennial friendship. Every time they went out to visit other forces, The best of the younger generation within the family were usually brought along for the trip, on one hand to allow them to grow their insights, and on the other hand to have the opportunity to make friends with their peers from other forces. On the other hand, Xiaofan had been cultivating within the secret room. Being a waste for nearly 20 years has always made him hold his breath in his heart, and he can't wait to practice all the time to improve his strength without sleep or rest. 10 days had passed since the seclusion, and Xiaofan finally slowly opened his eyes, finally reaching the third level of the Qi transformation realm. It's time to go out. Xiaofan smiled at the corner of his mouth and was in a good mood. This time the breakthrough was a little slower, mainly because of the cultivation of the first martial skill among the 9 transformations of Qi transformation, the throat-shattering lock. This move was incredibly powerful, and could instantly erupt with 3 times the destructive power of one's peak strength. According to the division of strength, it was that Xiaofan was currently at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, and a full-strength shattering throat lock could erupt with the killing power of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. The consumption was too great, and it could only be used as a killer weapon. But this also made Xiaofan satisfied. Leaving the secret room, the current Long Miaoyin didn't need to guard the door anymore, except for the daily meal delivery that she would personally come over. In fact, it was fine to have a random subordinate do this thing of delivering food, but Long Miaoyin insisted on doing it herself. When he arrived at the hall and met Long Miaoyin, the other party some of the embarrassment told Xiaofan a message. Xiaofan, there are 7 more days until my father's birthday. Chapter 18, The Treasure Pavilion. There were still 7 days to go before family had Long Anhai's birthday, and Xiaofan hadn't expected it to be so coincidental. Logically speaking, now that he had joined the Long family, he was a member of the Long family. Not to mention the fact that there was also the relationship of Long Miaoyin, so he had to go in all senses and reason. Xiaofan thought about it, so he nodded his head and agreed. Alright, I will accompany you when the time comes. In the entire Long family, or the entire Jingchuan city, the only person who could make Xiaofan and care right now was Long Miaoyin. Hearing Xiaofan agree to go, Long Miaoyin was obviously relieved. She was really afraid that Xiaofan would not be willing to go. Previously, when he and Long Xiaotian dueled in the ring, Long Anhai favored Long Xiaotian. Xiaofan did not have a good feeling towards him, but the two sides could not be considered enemies, not to mention that the other party was also Long Miaoyin's father. Have you prepared the birthday gift? Xiaofan asked. Long Miaoyin shook her head and said, No, in previous years, father's birthday wouldn't ask me to attend. Only this year I was sent to inform me. In the past, Long Anhai was afraid of losing face, so he had never let Long Miaoyin attend. This was also the reason why Long Miaoyin wanted to attend. The visitor had specifically instructed that she and Xiaofan were the two invited together. Thinking about this, Xiaofan nodded and smiled. Then what do you want to send as a birthday gift? Long Miaoyin shook her head, paused then spoke. I don't have much use for money during the weekdays. The monthly money sent down by the Dragon Mansion every month is small, but it's all been saved by me. I want to go out in the next few days to see if there's any suitable gift to buy one for my father. Alright, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Xiaofan smiled. Really? Really? After hearing this, Long Miaoyin was in a great mood. She hardly ever went out of her mansion on weekdays. She had wanted to ask Xiaofan to accompany her, but the other party had been busy with his cultivation and she was too embarrassed to open her mouth. She didn't think that Xiaofan himself had brought it up first. For Long Miaoyin, Xiaofan's heart was filled with gratitude. Both of them had the same fate. Both of them were treated as tools for the family's marriage, and no one had ever genuinely cared about them. Accompanying Long Miaoyin to go out. This matter was just a show of hands for Xiaofan. The following day, the weather in Jingchuan City was sunny. The two of them, Long Miaoyin and Xiaofan, were already prepared. Xiaofan was dressed in white, but Long Miaoyin had deliberately dressed up today, wearing a long chic green dress. Her face was still wearing that veil, but those eyes looked brighter and more moving than before. This time when they went out, Long Miaoyin notified the mansion and had the Long Mansion prepare a carriage. The entire Dragon Mansion was very puzzled. Normally Long Miaoyin would not go out at all. Why would she go out today? And it was still with Xiaofan. This matter was also communicated to Long Anhai, not because Long Miaoyin was going out, but because Xiaofan was going out. Long Anhai ordered his men to monitor Xiaofan's every move, and not to let go the entire time. The Long family had always been curious about whether or not there was a secret in Xiaofan. Xiaofan and the two of them did not let the subordinates of the Dragon Mansion accompany them this time when they went out. There was only a horseman. The two of them had previously discussed where they would go. The largest merchant house in Jingchuan City, the Jumbo Pavilion. Long Miaoyin didn't know much about the outside world, but Xiaofan was very clear. The Jumbo Pavilion was the largest merchant house within the Martial Emperor State, and its branches were located in all the cities of the Martial Emperor State. with a monstrous amount of financial power. And there was also a rumor that this jumbo pavilion was the Martial Emperor dynasty's own property. But these are just rumors and have not been confirmed. Another point was that although this treasure pavilion was a bit more expensive than outside, its reputation was very secure, and all the things for sale were ensured to be authentic. They would also acquire spirit medicines, spirit herbs, magic weapons, magic treasures, and even feats. The prices given are a bit lower than the market, but they are still reasonable and fair, and there has never been any rumor of murder and looting. The carriage of the two stopped in front of the Jumbo Pavilion building, and the two of them, Xiaofan and Long Miaoyin, entered. The treasure pavilion is divided into 4 levels, corresponding to Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The bottom layer is yellow and the top layer is sky. The yellow character layer is very common and can be entered by all, where you can buy the more common magic weapons, spirit medicine, etc. At the Xian character tier, if one did not have a background backstage, if one wanted to step into the cultivation level, one would need to be above the Qi transformation realm at the minimum to be able to do so. As for the Earth character layer as well as the Heaven character, then the Xiaofan was not clear. Xiaofan led Long Miaoyin around the first floor. There were a lot of people who came here, but no one recognized their identities, just the occasional person who would scan the two of them with a curious gaze. Long Miaoyin didn't go out often, and although Xiaofan had defeated Long Xiaotian in the ring, not many people could see his face clearly because the ring was far away from the stands. The magical artifacts here, the spiritual medicines, although they're all good, they're still inferior as birthday gifts. Long Miaoyin sighed. The monthly money paid out in the Long family over the years was not much, but it was still a sum of money under accumulation. And as she was attending her own father's birthday banquet for the first time, she naturally wanted to prepare a present that would stand out. Let's go to the second level then. Xiaofan laughed and took Long Miaoyin and the two of them into the second level. Within the first floor, some people heard Xiaofan's words and found it funny, thinking that these two must be first-timers to the treasure pavilion, and that to enter the second floor one needed to have a cultivation at the Qi transformation realm. And how could that be possible when Xiaofan's age seemed to be so young? But no one opened their mouths to say anything. They were just in a mood to watch and see what was going on. There were guards on every level here, yet the dog's eye view didn't happen. The guards intended to stop Xiaofan, but Xiaofan exuded the aura of Qi transformation realm strength from his body, and the person holding the door sensed that Xiaofan's cultivation did indeed have the Qi transformation realm, so he directly gave way and let him pass. However, within the first floor, those who are waiting to watch the fun are a bit dumbfounded. This young man really has to be at the Qi transformation realm? And at this time, Xiaofan and his duo entered the second layer, the Xian character layer. The area was about the same size as the first floor, but there were much fewer people on this floor, only a few dozen of them, either family sons and daughters dressed in fancy clothes, or cultivators whose cultivation had reached the Qi transformation realm or above. Seeing Xiaofan come in drew a lot of gazes, his eyes filled with curiosity. Such a young teenager would be at the Qi transformation realm? But again, no one said anything, just curious gawking. Greetings, my lord, may I take your order? At this time, a young girl wearing a costume imprinted with the Jumbo Pavilion walked up to Xiaofan and spoke respectfully, her eyes also filled with curiosity. Xiaofan sized up the young girl in front of him before looking at the people around him, most of whom were accompanied by young girls dressed in such attire in front of them to lead the way. The young girl seemed to have seen Xiaofan's incomprehension before opening her mouth and explaining, "My lord, after entering the Xian character tier, in order to facilitate the purchases of your lordship, our treasure pavilion will all be equipped with one-on-one specialized services." Upon hearing this, Xiaofan nodded. "Well, I want gifts that are suitable for a birthday celebration. Take me to take a look. That's probably the privilege of being a big shot." Chapter 19, Selling Magic Treasures. "My lord, this way please. As a gift for the birth anniversary, there is a 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng over here. Which is more suitable?" The young girl led Xiaofan and the two of them to the counter that specialized in selling spirit medicines and spoke to the shopkeeper in charge of spirit medicines that she wanted to take a look at the blood spirit ginseng. Then the shopkeeper took out a bright red spirit ginseng from the counter. The blood ginseng also gave off a faint smell of blood, and opened his mouth to introduce. This 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng has the effect of tonifying qi and benefiting the blood. After taking it, it can prolong life and enhance qi and blood, and it is very effective for those who are old. Long Miaoyin on the side was very satisfied. This kind of blood spirit ginseng took the cake and was especially suitable to give to her father. Xiaofan felt that this blood spirit ginseng was good, so he opened his mouth and asked, "How do you sell this blood spirit ginseng?" "The blood spirit ginseng that is a few hundred years old is cheaper, but this one is already 1,000 years old, so it's more expensive, and the price, if it's priced, is 300 spirit stones." The shopkeeper laughed. 300 spirit stones. After hearing this, Long Miaoyin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The spirit stones she had saved up for so many years were only 30 or so, and even if she spent them all, it would only be enough to buy a few ginseng whiskers. As for Xiaofan, he frowned a bit. He did not lack spirit stones, but those were in the Star Dipper diagram and could not be taken out at all. Seeing that Long Miaoyin liked it, Xiaofan sighed and thought for a moment, then gazed at the young girl and asked, "Do you acquire magic weapons here? Magecraft?" The young girl froze, then laughed. "Of course acquiring. Our treasure pavilion has masters who specialize in evaluating magic weapons, ensuring that each and every one of them can be given the most reasonable price, and that the seller's identity is kept absolutely confidential, and won't be known by anyone." Xiaofan nodded. "Alright then, I have a magic weapon I want to evaluate." Xiaofan thought of the Lingjiao blade that he had snatched from Chu He when he killed him. This knife can't be seen, can't be known by the Long family, otherwise there are a lot of things that can't be said. It's better to sell it off here. Although there was also a risk of being exposed by doing so, Xiaofan still wanted to do it for Long Miaoyin's sake. After all, he owed the latter too much. Xiaofan and his duo were brought to an inner pavilion on the second floor, and there was an old man with a head full of white hair in the room. "This is Master Lu of our treasure pavilion, specializing in appraising all kinds of treasures, magic artifacts, and spirit medicines." The young girl made a brief introduction to this Master Lu. This Master Lu was very arrogant, and after Xiaofan and Long Miaoyin came in, he only lightly glanced at them without saying a word. Xiaofan nodded and without any nagging, he took out the Lingjiao blade from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of this Master Lu. Master Lu froze, turning excitedly. He picked up this Lingjiao blade and carefully looked it up and down. "Good knife, a good knife, the blade is sharp, and the fury contained within it is rich. The grade is of the lower Xian rank." Master Lu and just now simply like a different person, without the initial condescension, at this time playing with the Lingjiao knife, like a single big man looking at a small daughter-in-law. "Love." The young girl was a little embarrassed and smiled as she explained. Master Lu is a famous treasure connoisseur. He has a fetish. When he sees treasured treasures he will always do this. "Love it, please don't mind." Xiaofan nodded and didn't say anything. It was normal for this kind of person to have a bit of their own fetish. However, Long Miaoyin froze. She naturally knew that the Lingjiao blade was at Xiaofan's place. It was one of the treasures of their Long family, and she was very clear about how valuable it was. She didn't expect Xiaofan to take out this in exchange for a spirit stone. It wasn't because of the fear of the dragon family treasures falling out, but because he felt it was a great pity that this Lingjiao knife was definitely a good magic weapon, or else the dragon family wouldn't have treasured it so much. "Xiaofan, it's better to forget about it," Long Miaoyin whispered in Xiaofan's ear. Xiaofan laughed and looked at Long Miaoyin and said softly, "How can I forget about it? This knife staying in my hand is a trouble in itself, and with your father's birthday banquet, you can't be empty-handed." Long Miaoyin's eyes flashed with a strange color. She knew that Xiaofan did this completely for her, and was very touched in her heart, but on her lips, she just gave a and didn't say anything. The two have a complicated relationship, having been nominally married, though not to each other. They have not known each other for a long time, but they believe in each other and regard each other as the most important person. This blade is not bad. If it's worth, it's around 1,500 spirit stones. If our treasure pavilion acquires it, then the price can be given as 1,200. How about it? Grandmaster Lu spoke directly, not hiding anything at all. The value of the linchpin blade itself, as well as the price to acquire it, is told to you so that you can decide for yourself. Xiaofan was surprised, not realizing that this Lingjiao blade was so valuable, and only hesitated for a moment before nodding his head and saying, "Yes." Painful. Grandmaster Lu let out a laugh before continuing to play with the Lingjiao blade in his hand. The young girl on the side smiled awkwardly and said, "My lord, please wait a moment. I'll go over here to fetch the spirit stones for you." In a short while, the young girl took out a storage bag containing 1,200 spirit stones. The group didn't stop at this place, and with the spirit stones in hand, Xiaofan took Long Miaoyin back to the second floor hall and headed directly to the display case of the blood spirit ginseng. "This blood spirit ginseng, I'll take it. Wrap it up." Xiaofan opened his mouth. This time, he had enough spirit stones on him and there was nothing to hesitate. The young girl was delighted and opened her mouth to smile. "Yes, you," but before the words could be spoken, they were interrupted by a voice. "Wait, why wasn't this blood spirit ginseng shown to me just now?" Xiaofan looked with his eyes. The one who spoke was a man, not very old, in his early 20s, dressed in fancy clothes, with a few servants dressed as subordinates behind him, and a black-haired old man following close by. This blood spirit ginseng was previously in this lord's sights, and before that, he went to the cabinet to identify the treasure. So the blood spirit ginseng was first kept for this lord and was not taken out. The shopkeeper in charge of spirit medicines opened his mouth, his face somewhat embarrassed. That means he didn't pay just now, so the transaction wasn't completed. Are you looking down on my Su family by not showing it to me? The face of the young man who had spoken was instantly grim, and he spoke in an evil voice. The old man on top of him frowned a bit, as if he wanted to stop it, but he didn't step forward. This, after all, it was this lord who saw it first, and this lord has already decided to buy it, the shopkeeper said. The youth snorted coldly. The Jumbo Pavilion's power was very strong. Exactly how strong he was not clear, but the family had warned many times. Absolutely do not easily offend this Jumbo Pavilion. The youth was not a little cutie. He also did not intend to really offend this Jumbo Pavilion. His eyes looked towards Xiao Fan and Long Miaoying. The latter used a veil to cover her face to see her appearance, while Xiao Fan was dressed in a white robe, but the material was ordinary, not like a rich and noble family. I have my eye on this blood spirit ginseng. Let me have it. The young man's attitude is very arrogant. For the children of the family, this behavior is very common. Relying on their own family backing is no one. If it was someone else, it was possible that they would fear his identity and thus give the item to him. But Xiao Fan would not. Not for sale. Chapter 20 Moyin City Su Family. Su Ming. The youth froze, not expecting the white-robed youth in front of him to reject him without even thinking about it. Xiao Fan skimmed a glance at the youth before taking out 300 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them over to the shopkeeper, completing the deal. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Fan never looked at him squarely. It made the youth furious. Kid, you rejected me without even thinking about it. Do you know what I am? The youth shouted coldly. I'm a member of the Su family of Moyin City. So think about it. Don't have the money to buy it and no life to use it. These words were already clearly a threat. Xiao Fan's face sank, and behind him, Long Miaoying's face also showed a worried expression. The Su family in Moyin City. That was the biggest family in the area. The status was the same as the Long family in Jingchuan City, and the other party was much richer than the Long family, with a greater number of experts. This gentleman, this is the treasure pavilion. I hope that your excellency will speak carefully. The shopkeeper spoke in a deep voice. He was a bit embarrassed from the previous unpleasantness with the youth. No lie, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of this youth. The treasure pavilion could stand in all parts of the martial emperor state. Naturally they had their backbone. It's not like I'm doing anything. I'm just stating a fact. Don't worry, I'm not going to cause trouble within your treasure pavilion. The youth surnamed Su snorted coldly and said to Xiao Fan, let me tell you, my name is Su Ming. If you are sensible, give me the item now and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, Su Ming? The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of quite a few people on the second floor, and upon hearing the name Su Ming, there were quite a few people who recognized it. The genius of the Su family in the younger generation of Moyin City. He stepped into the Qi transformation realm at the age of 20, and now he is in the second level of the Qi transformation realm. Xiao Fan had heard of this Su Ming before, and he did not expect to see it in this situation today. If it was before, for this kind of talent only a little worse than his own brother's genius, may still be jealous. Tolerate. But now, finished? If you finished, get lost, Xiao Fan said coldly. You, how dare you talk to me like that? Looking for death. Su Ming was furious. As a direct descendant of the Su family in Moyin City, he was usually respected no matter where he was. Even the children of families with the same status as him were polite when they saw him. I've never been so angry. He was so hot-headed that he completely threw his earlier words that he would not make trouble out of his mind. Not caring what place this was, he directly rushed up. The second level of cultivation of the Qi transformation realm was released from his body, and he threw out a very harsh punch. Xiao Fan frowned, but fortunately, he was prepared and slapped out a palm with his backhand. Stop! The shopkeeper shouted angrily, but it was too late. Fist-palm collision. Su Ming suddenly out of the blue, naturally had the advantage, but he stirrups back 5 steps, before stabilizing his body. Face flushed. On the contrary, Xiao Fan did not move at all. His face did not change in the slightest. There were quite a few people who saw the scene, and all of them were surprised. Su Ming was a genius of the Su family, and his strength was among the top among the younger generation, on par with Long Xiaotian. However, he did not expect that this white-robed teenager on the opposite side of the room would actually gain the upper hand in the exchange of blows. He is Xiao Fan, the dragon family's son-in-law. Xiao Fan. Someone on the scene recognized Xiao Fan's identity and exclaimed in shock. And hearing this person's words, others also suddenly recognized Xiao Fan's identity. If it was before, Xiao Fan might have been despised in the eyes of the crowd. But now, after the battle with Long Xiaotian, it made him completely famous. You are Xiao Fan? The loser who joined the dragon family? Su Ming was also surprised, not realizing that it was Xiao Fan on the opposite side. Su family is not the power of Jingchuan City, although there are exchanges between the two cities, but the channel of news is not so timely, so do not know the matter of the competition between Xiao Fan and Long Xiaotian. Just heard that Xiao Fan has an extremely gifted younger brother. Xiaotian joined the misty immortal palace, and then sent his own elder brother to half a death to send to the dragon family as a flunky for resources. Because of this matter the dragon family lost the adults, so it will be their attention. Who's being reckless? Hands are not allowed inside the treasure pavilion, don't you know? And at that moment, the experts within the treasure pavilion arrived. A middle-aged man, followed by more than a dozen cultivators. The middle-aged man exuded an astonishing aura, causing Xiao Fan's heart to be startled. He had only seen Long on High, whose cultivation was the great circle of the Qi transformation realm, release his Qi, and this middle-aged man in front of him was only a little worse than Long on High, at least the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm or above. Su Ming was also surprised when he sensed the cultivation of the person who came. The highest cultivation of the old man he brought with him as an escort this time, but it was only the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Previously, the family had only repeatedly instructed and told them not to provoke the Jumbo Pavilion, but no one had ever actually seen the Jumbo Pavilion make a move, so they weren't clear about the strength of the Jumbo Pavilion. The middle-aged man's gaze swept around and the scene quieted down at once. His gaze lingered briefly on Xiao Fan and Su Ming before he looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "What's going on?" This gentleman purchased the blood spirit ginseng. This one tried to force it, and then the two sides clashed. The shopkeeper briefly recounted what happened. Xiao Fan was fine, but Su Ming's face was iron blue. What was the concept of a strong person after the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? His Su family ancestor was only at the Tong Tian realm, and his Su family head was only at the great circle of the Qi transformation realm, and it was unthinkable that there would be a strong person of this level within this treasure pavilion. So, it was the two of you who were in trouble? The middle-aged man's face was cold as he looked at Xiao Fan and Su Ming. Xiao Fan frowned and did not speak, and Su Ming on the opposite side hurriedly explained, "My lord, what happened just now was just an accident. It was the other party who first opened his mouth to insult me, so I moved my hand in a moment of impulse, and had no intention of offending the treasure pavilion. There are no exceptions to the Jumbo Pavilion, and anyone involved in a conflict within the Jumbo Pavilion, no matter who it is, will have to break one of their arms as punishment." The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his tone icy. "Your Excellency, I am a member of the Su family of Moyan City. My grandfather is Su Hongyun. Please, my lord, for the sake of my grandfather, give me a chance." At the words of the middle-aged man frowned. He naturally knew this Su family, and did not want to offend because of this small matter, thought for a moment, and then said, "Since this is the case, then you pay 200 spirit stones as a fine. This matter is settled, but the next time will not be a repeat. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Su Ming sighed in relief and thanked him in a hurry. 200 spirit stones were nothing to him. Then he looked at Xiao Fan with a gloating expression, wanting to see what this person would do. "It's your turn. Are you going to break your own arm? Or do you want me to do it?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his eyes looking at Xiao Fan. This, Pang Man, the one who caused trouble first just now was the one across the street. It has nothing to do with this little brother. The shopkeeper couldn't look on and opened his mouth to explain for Xiao Fan. "Shut the hell up. When is it your turn to speak on how I judge?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Anyone on the scene knows that Xiao Fan is in trouble. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Woman. "My lord, we are from the dragon family. Please forgive us this time for the sake of my dragon family." Long Miaoyin walked out from behind Xiao Fan and opened her mouth to plead for mercy. The dragon family? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed once again as he scanned Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin, probably guessing the identities of the two. Xiao Fan, a waste son-in-law, defeated Long Xiaotian a while ago and made a lot of noise, but he didn't care. He just thought that Long Xiaotian had a false reputation. After all, this kind of thing is very common. If it's a real genius, how could the Xiao family give up? Send him away to be a son-in-law? The third young lady of the Long family, was born and ugly with a birthmark on half of her face and was afraid to see anyone. The people from the dragon family can leave, but not this person. The middle-aged man pointed a finger at Xiao Fan. Someone made a mess in the Jumbo Pavilion today, and if it was all because of the power of the family behind it and no punishment was meted out to anyone, then the reputation of the Jumbo Pavilion would be ruined. Su family he does not want to offend. The Long family he does not want to offend. Then take this flunky to start a good. Xiao Fan's face was grim as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man. The matter had nothing to do with him and he did not expect the other party to target him in such a way. "My lord, why can't my husband? He is also a member of my Long family." Long Miaoyin exclaimed in shock. Ha, dragon family? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. A flunky is just a son-in-law, not quite a member of the dragon family. If you break the rules of my treasure pavilion, then you have to pay the price. The middle-aged man had already made up his mind to take Xiao Fan to set an example, and his aura soared, intending to personally break Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His hands clenched his fists in death and his body's cultivation was running. He was already prepared that if the middle-aged man was going to make a move, then he would have to fight with the other party even if he knew that he could not beat them. My lord, Long Miaoyin was anxious and wanted to open her mouth to persuade something. Su Ming, who was on the side, saw the scene and had a wide smile on his face as he waited for the scene where Xiao Fan had his arm broken. Stop. However, at this time, a woman's voice came and interrupted the middle-aged man from striking out. What man? The middle-aged man frowned. Everyone looked sideways. Even Xiao Fan did the same. The woman was wearing a red brocade dress, a pair of beautiful eyes that looked like autumn water, and her black hair was flowing, giving off an unearthly feeling. There was also an old man beside her with a respectful face, walking half a step behind to follow the woman. The middle-aged man froze. This woman he didn't recognize, but this old man he was familiar with. Xiao Yuanzhou, the northern pavilion master of the Jumbo Pavilion. Elder Zhou, I don't know what brings you here. I'll take care of things over here. The middle-aged man looks like a different person. His attitude is extremely respectful, and you can even see that he seems to have a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Humph, how did you handle this matter? Do you think I didn't hear anything just now? Still don't give me the chance to step back and receive your own punishment. Pavilion Master Xiao Yuanzhou chortled coldly, his face unsightly. Yes, I'll take the punishment. The middle-aged man lowered his head and hurriedly led the people away from this place of wrongdoing. No one at the scene recognized the woman, but what was certain was that she was by no means ordinary. Xiao Fan looked at the woman and the old man. He had never seen these two people in his impression and he couldn't figure out why the other party would help him. Ha, you're wondering why I'm helping you. The red-skirted woman laughed, as if she could see Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan nodded. The other party's identity was not simple at first glance. He did not believe that the other party could be simply being kind. The red-skirted woman smiled brightly. If I say that you helped me win 100,000 spirit stones, is this reason enough? 100,000 spirit stones? Xiao Fan was stunned and did not understand what the red-skirted woman meant by that. Ha ha, don't know even if you don't know. My name is Wu Qingyan. You don't need to put this matter on your mind. In the future when you come to this treasure pavilion I guess there won't be anyone who is looking for trouble from you. The red dress woman smiled. Small dimples appeared on both sides of her face, and turned around to leave. The pavilion owner Xiao Yuanzhou also smiled and spoke. The young man is very good. My name is Xiao Yuanzhou. You can call me Xiao Lao. In the future often come to the treasure pavilion to patronize, said the old man. Also followed the red dress woman to leave together. No one knew who the woman was. They only knew that the other party's identity was definitely not low, and after the woman left, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go too. Xiao Fan opened his mouth to Long Miaoyin, who nodded her head. She had only come to buy a congratulatory gift today, but she didn't expect so many things to happen. Su Ming, who was on the side, had already looked dumbfounded, and had completely failed to figure out what was going on. That's the end of it? Let's go. Su Ming spoke viciously and tried to lead his people away. But he wasn't as lucky as Xiao Fan and was stopped. Mr. Su, you haven't paid your 200 spirit stones yet. Returning to the Long family, Xiao Fan pondered over the identity of this woman named Wu Qingyan on this journey. He double-checked that he was indeed meeting the other man for the first time. Why would the other party say that he had helped him earn 10,000 spirit stones? When did he have this skill himself? How does he not know himself? However, he couldn't figure it out how to think about it, so he didn't think much about it, and after arriving at the other courtyard, he directly went to cultivate within the secret room. This outing made him realize his lack of strength once again. The world was dangerous everywhere, and he had no one to rely on but himself. Entering within the secret room, he sat down on his knees, and when his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram, he began to take a large amount of spirit stones and absorb them. The first 3 layers of the 9 transformations of Qi transformation were enough for him to cultivate until he reached the 3rd great perfection of the Qi transformation realm, after which he would have to shatter the stars once again to obtain the remaining techniques. As for the person sent by the Long family to follow Xiao Fan, he was unable to enter the Xian character layer of the treasure pavilion because the latter had entered it, so he was not clear about what happened afterward. Therefore, the Long family was completely unaware that Xiao Fan had sold the Linjiao blade, as well as purchased the blood spirit ginseng. Time passed and it was Long Anhai's birthday. Today, the whole Jingchuan city is very lively, and there is an endless stream of people coming to congratulate each other. the 60th birthday of the dragon family head of Gingchuan City. The entire dragon family was decorated with lights and colors, and the grand hall was filled with banquets, all of which were filled with precious delicacies. The lifespan of cultivators far exceeded that of normal people. It was easy to live to 180 years old in the forging body realm, and when they reached the Qi transformation realm, they added another 50 years of lifespan, so they could easily live to 150 years old, and when they entered the Tongtian realm, they had a lifespan of 200 years old. The reason why it was so grand was solely to highlight the prestige of the Long family. Long Anhai was in a very good mood today, chatting with a few close friends around him, all of whom were big names in the neighborhood. The Su family of Emoyan City has arrived, delivering a pair of jasper ruins. The Wang family of Linchuan City has arrived, delivering a piece of heavenly glowstone. Each of the big clans sent people to send congratulatory gifts. The family heads of these clans would not normally go out, but they would send their clan elders as well as the geniuses of the younger generation of their clan out to participate in this kind of banquet. In the middle of the large hall, there were all kinds of treasures piled up, and Long Anhai had long been laughing his ass off. These treasures were given to him for the sake of his family head, but they didn't need to go into the clan's coffers. All of them went to him personally, so he was naturally elated. At this moment, Xiaofan and Long Miaoyin were both sitting at the table next to the main table, and at the same table were Long Xiaotian, Long Yi, some of the direct lineage of the Long family, as well as some sons and daughters of the other big family forces, among which Su Ming was also in the group. Chapter 22, Provocation at the Dining Table. All of you friends have come to attend my Long Anhai's 60th birthday despite your busy schedules. I would like to thank you all for your appreciation. Long Anhai stood up, smiling from ear to ear, swinging his fists at the four directions and laughing heartily. What a thing to say! Brother Long's 60th birthday. It's only natural that we should come and pay a visit. That's right, Brother Long is overstating things. You and brother haven't seen each other for so long, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to see you. Brother An Kai, we must not get drunk today. As Long Anhai was the head of the Long family, there were naturally many people who wanted to flatter him, and the crowd was greeted with a round of pleasantries and politeness. Xiaofan's table had a total of 15 people counting him, all of whom were direct lineage geniuses within the major clans. And other than Long Yi and Long Xiaotian, several others were sizing him and Long Miaoyin up with curious gazes. They were strangers to Xiaofan, but they all knew his identity, the dragon family's flunky. Some of the eyes that looked at him were curious, while others were scornful. After all, these people were not from Jingchuan City and did not know his strength. While looking at Long Miaoyin is a bit strange, the third young lady of the Long family is said to be born with a birthmark on her face, commonly known as the ugly monster. In the past, he had only heard about it, but today was the first time he had seen Long Miaoyin in person. However, in Su Ming's gaze towards Xiaofan and the two of them, there was an undisguised anger. Brother Su, what's wrong with you today? You're murderous? A clean-cut man on the side laughed. In fact, not only him, many people at the table had noticed that Su Ming seemed to have an enmity with Xiaofan, and had been staring viciously at the opposite side. No, it's nothing. Su Ming shook his head. He was not willing to bring up something so humiliating in the treasure pavilion in public. Although the Su family was a large family, the compensation of 200 spirit stones had caused him to receive a scolding from the clan elders. Long Yi's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth and laughed. You all must not have recognized it. This is my third sister Long Miaoyin's husband, Xiaofan, my dragon family's door-to-door son-in-law. He pointed at Xiaofan and introduced him to the crowd present. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, all these people present probably guessed Xiaofan's identity. He said that solely to disgust Xiaofan. A door-to-door son-in-law is a shameful thing at any time. Xiaofan coldly glanced at Long Yi without saying anything. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit odd. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could see that this Long Yi was intentionally humiliating Xiaofan. Only some people were a bit puzzled. Was this Long Yi idle? You're looking for trouble on your father's birthday. So out of place? However, immediately after that, Long Xiaotian laughed helpfully from the side. Everyone, don't underestimate Xiaofan. Even though he is the son-in-law of my dragon family's door, but he is also extremely strong. Even I am not his opponent. When these words came out, the crowd at the scene was in an uproar. Long Xiaotian, the heir to the dragon family, was not Xiaofan's opponent? Brother Xiaotian, don't be ridiculous. Can you not be his opponent? Su Ming laughed coldly. He's just a son-in-law, and I heard that he's also a punk who was sent here after being beaten half to death by his brother. Although Su Ming had fought with Xiaofan before and suffered a loss, he was still unconvinced in his heart and wanted to make a mocking remark whenever he had the chance. Isn't that so? Brother Long, you are the number one person in the younger generation of the Long family. How could you possibly not be a match for one of his door-to-door son-in-laws? The person who spoke looked at Long Xiaotian with a respectful face, But when he looked at Xiao Fan, the contempt that was hard to hide was completely written on his face. Ha, what I said is true. I am indeed not his opponent. Long Xiaotian paused and laughed again. Moreover, I also dare to conclude that none of you present will be his opponent either. This statement immediately triggered the discontent of everyone in the audience. All of them were genius sons and daughters of various great clans. But to be told that they were inferior to a door-to-door son-in-law? It's humiliating, outright humiliating. Long Xiaotian, I'm a person who doesn't like to joke. You know that. You'd better take back what you just said. The man who spoke was dressed in black with cold eyes, and this was the first time he had spoken since taking his seat. Wang Xian, I'm not lying. I'm indeed no match for him. And you, I wouldn't know. Long Xiaotian didn't panic and laughed lightly. All these people around looked at Xiao Fan with hostile gazes. From beginning to end, Xiao Fan did not say a word, but it was already full of enemies. Long Miaoyin's face was also ugly. She didn't expect that her two elder brothers would be singing in unison here, erecting enemies for Xiao Fan. Let Xiaotian said, I am a little curious. Your name is Xiao Fan, right? Jingchuan City Xiao family's Xiaotian I have heard of, is indeed a genius, is said to be Misty Immortal Palace into the door, but it is said that his brother is a waste is right. The one who opened his mouth was a purple-robed youth, his eyes looking at Xiao Fan with a provocative gaze. How powerful can a door-to-door son-in-law be? Another person spoke contemptuously, his words representing the majority of the people present. The crowd scoffed as you and I opened our mouths to ridicule Xiao Fan. On the side, Long Miaoyin's face was unsightly. She wanted to stand up to speak for Xiao Fan, but she was pressed by the latter in her seat. Maybe I'm trash. However, Xiao Fan looked around and took in the mouths and faces of these people one by one. Then he faintly laughed. But aren't you people who are still inferior to me even worse than trash? Arrogant. Hubris. These were all geniuses from various families at the scene. Where could they endure such humiliation from a door-to-door son-in-law? And some of them flipped on the spot. Xiao Fan, do you dare to fight me with your hands? Rubbish. Do you dare to compete with me? So that I can educate you on what it means to be a human being. Everyone, don't be like this. Today is my father's birthday. Let's not hurt the peace. Long Xiaotian and Long Yi both advised from the side. But a hint of a gloating smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Allowing Long Miaoyin and Xiao Fan to attend the birthday banquet was proposed by the two of them. And opening their mouths at the dinner table to make enemies for Xiao Fan was also discussed before. Aren't you Xiao Fan able to fight? But even if you're able to fight, you can still beat everyone here. One should know that Wang Xian of the Wang family in Linchuan City, whose cultivation was said to have reached the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, was only not chosen to enter the netherworld immortal palace because he was a bit older, and there were not a few others with high cultivation. The clamor over here naturally attracted the attention of the people around. Long Anhai asked with a frown. Xiaotian, what are you guys arguing about? It's his birthday, and he's making a lot of noise over there. Father, it's nothing. It's just that I said that Xiao Fan's strength is so strong that even I'm not his opponent. So people don't believe me and want to challenge Xiao Fan to see how strong he is. The crowd in the Great Hall was in an uproar. It wasn't a secret that Long Xiaotian had been defeated. Everyone in Jingchuan City knew about it. However, those outsiders didn't know much about it. And all of a sudden they were also curious about what kind of strength this door-to-door son-in-law had. That he was able to defeat Long Xiaotian? I think this is a good proposal. It's boring to just eat. Might as well set up a ring to see the action. The Wang clan elder sitting beside Long Anhai laughed. I guess so. This seems kind of fun if it's a fight. Oh, it seems good to see the youngsters compete. It's common for young people to compete and compare and contrast. This kind of thing is very common. Seeing that everyone around him said so, Long Anhai nodded and smiled. Then build a ring and let these young people compete. Chapter 23, Su Ming's Challenge. It was common for family children to spar with each other. But today in the Long family was an exception. This was because the object of the cut was not a direct descendant of the Long family, but a door-to-door son-in-law. For the proposal of mutual sparring and competition, Xiao Fan did not refuse, for the simple reason that he wanted to use his strength to tell those people who had just laughed at him as a punk. Who in the end was the punk? Long Anhai ordered his subordinates to clean up the open space in front of the hall. Pack out a field to. The subordinates' hands and feet numb. Less than a few moments, a few hundred square feet size small martial arts field on the completion. The purple-clothed youth who had just opened his mouth to mock Xiao Fan was the first to stand out. Door son-in-law. Come on. I'll be the first to challenge you. Let's see what kind of strength you have. The purple-clothed youth was also a son of a big family, and he directly flirted with Xiao Fan in public without distinguishing the occasion. Hearing this door-to-door son-in-law, many cannot help but open their mouths to ridicule. But the people who laugh are not the local people of Jingchuan, otherwise it is estimated that they cannot laugh out. Xiao Fan was silent and directly stood on the ring. looking at the opposite purple-clothed youth with the eyes of an idiot. Door's son-in-law, let me tell you, my name is Gungyu. Remember to beg for mercy if you can't beat me later. I will be merciful. The purple-clothed youth Gungyu scoffed. Xiaofan spoke indifferently. These words, they are also valid for you. He stood still and moved slightly, his face calm. On the other hand, Gungyu had already rushed forward with a murderous aura. He ran his cultivation all over his body. The air around him was a bit distorted. His aura was amazing. This Gungyu is already at the first level of the Qi transformation realm. It looks like it's not far from the second level. The Gung family has produced an extraordinary genius. Brother Gung, your Gung family is blessed. Someone beside Long On Hai opened his mouth to compliment the Gung family elder. Gungyu is now less than 20 years old and his cultivation has reached the Qi transformation realm, which belongs to the ranks of geniuses. Nonsense. It's still not even close. But it should be a bit stronger than that flunky across the street. The Gung family elder was full of smiles and modestly did not forget to belittle Xiaofan at the same time. Long On Hai didn't say anything. Silently, he prayed that Xiaofan would be gentle with his hands and not make the scene too ugly. Gungyu's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to arrive in front of Xiaofan, but the latter didn't move a muscle, and didn't even have a ready stance. This door-to-door son-in-law of your Long family isn't scared silly, is he? That's why he doesn't dare to move. Looks about right to me. You won't be pissing your pants later, will you? A family's son opened his mouth to scoff, and most of the uninformed people around him were thinking the same thing. Yet the smiles of these scoffers gradually froze, because the Gungyu in front of him just as soon as he got close to Xiaofan's body, he saw that he was kicked in the abdomen by the latter and flew out backwards, like a kite with broken strings. It was even faster than the speed at which he had rushed over just now. Gungyu fell heavily to the ground and spat out blood, his face pale as he didn't see how his opponent struck at all. The faces of the surrounding Gung family elders froze at once. How proud he was a moment ago is now how red in the face. His own family's genius was actually kicked away. Cough. Brother Gung doesn't have to mind. Young man? Long On Hai smiled awkwardly. The young sons and daughters of the clans on the side were also dumbfounded when they saw. One move. Just one move. My god. What a lie. Gungyu is the first level of the Qi transformation realm. And that wasted one across the street. What realm is Xiaofan? The crowd was a bit dumbfounded. Even Wang Xian, who had the highest cultivation level in the group of family descendants, the fourth level of the Qi transformation realm. However, he sensed danger through the moment Xiaofan had just made a move. The other side is strong. Very strong. Gungyu, who was lying on the ground, looked at Xiaofan with a vicious gaze, his body trembling a little. Me? Xiaofan looked at him from a downward angle and smiled as he opened his mouth faintly. What's wrong with me? Could it be that you haven't fought enough and intend to stand up and continue to fight? That's just right. Just now I was merciful, and I won't be next. Hearing Xiaofan's words, Gungyu spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. But asking him to stand up and continue fighting? How is that possible? Isn't that a death wish? I admit defeat. Gungyu was unwilling, but what could he do if he was unwilling? His indeed is not Xiaofan's opponent, although before the mouth ridiculed the other party is the door son-in-law. But at this moment he is convinced. Gungyu's defeat drew an uproar from the surroundings. When did the door-to-door son-in-law become so strong? Of course, if they had watched the battle between Xiaofan and Long Xiaotian, they would probably be even more surprised. Gungyu barely got up and staggered out of the makeshift martial arts arena. At this moment, he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. The Gung clan elder glanced at him without any good reason and didn't open his mouth to reprimand him for anything. After all, a loss is a loss. Next, however, Xiaofan's challenge had only just begun as he gazed at the family's children who had taunted him at the dinner table earlier. These family descendants who had just spoken out in mockery but now didn't dare to go up to the stage. They were arrogant, but they weren't cuties. Most of their strength was about the same as Gungyu, and there were even those that were inferior to him, and the other party had been kicked away by Xiaofan. So for them to go up there would be looking for abuse. I'll do it. At this time, Su Ming stood out. His cultivation level of the second level of the Qi transformation realm was even stronger than Gungyu's, and among the people present, other than Wang Xian, he was the strongest among the descendants of the various big families on the scene. Xiaofan was inside the treasure pavilion, and although he suffered a bit of a loss when the two of them fought, he thought that he was just careless. It's Su Ming of the Su family. Looking at the breath, he already has the cultivation of the second level of the Qi transformation realm. I wonder what the outcome of this contest will be. Some people in the surroundings began to whisper. This time no one dared to make wild claims. After all, the combat power that Xiaofan had shown was too astonishing. On the scene, aside from some clan elders, his strength could already crush the crowd. I suffered a loss in the treasure pavilion last time, Let's see if I don't beat you to death this time. Su Ming let out a low gulp. His own cultivation working crazily, several times stronger than the aura that Gengyu had just exuded, and the ground around him shook with it. He wasn't stupid. The opposite Xiao Fan was very strong, so he had to use his full strength at the beginning and take out his killer weapon to deal with him. Su Ming rushed up with an arrow step. His speed was extremely fast, and his aura was not at all comparable to that Gengyu just now. Explosive Shattering Dragon Palm. Su Ming's right hand flickered with essence. This explosive Shattering Dragon Palm was the Su family's Xian-ranked martial skill with amazing power. This explosive Shattering Dragon Palm really lives up to its name. It has an amazing aura. A clan elder opened his mouth to praise it. This Su Ming is also a genius figure amongst the younger generation. So I wonder if this Xiao Fan on the opposite side can be his opponent. The people around them were transfixed, wanting to see how Xiao Fan responded in the face of the Su clan's explosive Shattering Dragon Palm. However, something unexpected happened. Xiao Fan was still standing in place and slightly moving as he had just done against Gengyu. When Su Ming killed in front of him, Xiao Fan moved. His body leaned forward, his right fist clenched, a terrifying pressure released from his arm, and he swung a fist with all his might. The clash of fists and palms immediately set off a stream of air that collapsed out in all directions, but everyone around them stared at the two men intently wanting to see how this dragon fight between the two would turn out. However, in the next second, the winner was divided. Su Ming spat blood from his mouth. A sound of cracking bones came out, and his body flew backwards in the sky. It was even farther than Gengyu flew just now. The scene was silent. Xiao Fan had won once again. Chapter 24, Wang Xian's Outburst. Xiao Fan's body forging realm cultivation technique, the Dragon Elephant Overlord body technique, and his Qi transformation realm cultivation technique, the 9 changes of Qi transformation. The power of these two techniques gave him strength far beyond his own realm rank. Not to mention facing Gengyu and Su Ming, whose cultivation levels were weaker than his. Su Ming was lying on the ground, his face full of unbelief, but the pain coming from his right arm made him have to believe that it was all true again. He could clearly feel that his right arm had been broken, and he needed to take spiritual medicine to recuperate for a while before he could recover. But what made him the most upset was that he hadn't even utilized his strength and didn't know the depths of his opponent, and it just ended like that. Well, who's the loser? You or me? Xiao Fan looked at Su Ming and looked at him with a downward gaze. You. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Do you still want to make a move? I can wait for you to stand up. However, Su Ming could do nothing about it. He had lost. He was indeed no match for his opponent. The Su family elders took Su Ming away. Su Ming was heavily injured and needed timely medical attention before he could be treated. This time, Xiao Fan did not show any mercy when he struck, but struck with all his might. At this time everyone on the scene looked at Xiao Fan's eyes changed. It seemed like looking at a monster. Next, I'll do it. However, at this time, a cold voice opened its mouth, and he took a few steps to the opposite side of Xiao Fan with a cold expression. King Hen, the genius of the Wang family's generation, the person with the highest cultivation in this group of young children on the scene, the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, one small realm higher than Xiao Fan. It's Wang Xian who has made a move. I wonder who will win this time. Wang Xian is at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. He's not on the same level as Su Ming and Gengyu from before. He can't be compared. But, this Xiao Fan isn't weak either. Discussions continue in front of the Long family hall. In mid-air, the Dragon family's old ancestor had also heard the commotion here and came to watch. He had seen Xiao Fan strike clearly just now, and the strength that the other party had displayed had surprised him. This Xiao Fan is not simple, the Long family ancestor muttered, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Fan calmly looked at Wang Xian, the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. This was the strongest person he had encountered. Wang Xian stared at Xiao Fan, wariness emerging in his eyes. You're very strong. There won't be anyone within these family descendants present who will be your opponent. Xiao Fan nodded. You are also very strong. Fighting against a strong person is the only way to better polish one's strength. Xiao Fan, let me see how strong you really are. Wang Xian's voice grew louder and louder, and in the end, he directly roared. His body's aura surged, and his cultivation of the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm was in operation, causing the ground around him to shatter, and the air to distort a little bit. As he killed toward Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan's expression was lingering. The Dragon Elephant Overlord body technique, the 9 transformations of Qi transformation running technique was running. Against Wang Xian he didn't dare to be careless at all. The other party's realm was one small realm higher than his own, and the other party was a genius amongst the family's children, and his strength was the best in the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Even if the other party in the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm had the power to fight, kill, Wang Xian's body shone with essence. Like a lightning bolt, his speed was swift, and in the blink of an eye, He arrived in front of Xiao Fan and slapped his palm down. So fast. Xiao Fan was surprised. After this, Wang Xian came to 3 meters in front of him. His speed skyrocketed by another cut. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have suffered a big loss in this round. Xiao Fan sidestepped to avoid Wang Xian's palm. The other party's palm fell short. Without the slightest hesitation, his palm transformed into a hand knife and chopped down in the air towards Xiao Fan's neck. Like a storm of thunder, the momentum was surging. This hand knife speed is extremely fast. Xiao Fan is very difficult to dodge. So he thought, simply hard to this move. To use the injury for injury fighting method, he right hand fist to Wang Xian chest on the full force of the smash. The momentum fierce. One was aimed at the neck, the other aimed for the chest, and both were lethal with no way for either side to resist. Coldness flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. His cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, and this type of fight was not favorable to him. He immediately retracted his hand blade and his body fell back more than 10 meters. Xiao Fan's fist fell short and hit the air. The two sides just exchanged hands just one round. The people around are watching in disbelief. Both Xiao Fan and Wang Xian were too ruthless, especially Xiao Fan, who had just exchanged blows and fought for his life with Wang Xian by exchanging injuries for injuries. In fact, what they were not clear about was that the Dragon Elephant Overlord body skill that Xiao Fan cultivated at the Forging Realm had tempered his flesh to the extreme, making him confident that even if the other party was at a higher realm than him, his flesh was just as not as tough as his. Wang Xian's brows furrowed. The attack just now was just a test blow. Both sides were indistinguishable and no one was injured. However, his retreat itself was a small loss. You are strong and worthy of drawing my sword. The wariness on Wang Xian's face was even greater than just now as he took out a long sword from within his storage bag, revealing a shooting cold aura. This is White Mist Sword. Some people in the surroundings recognized the name of the sword and sucked in a breath of cold air. What? It's actually the White Mist Sword. The sword of the previous generation of the Linchuan City Wang family's family. Hearing someone's explanation, the people around were surprised. This White Mist Sword was the original magic weapon of the previous generation of the Wang family's family head. It was precious and could be on par with the Dragon family's Linjia blade. I can't imagine that the Wang family would give the White Mist Sword to Wang Xian. Is this Wang family intending to install Wang Xian as the next family head, right? The surrounding chatter naturally reached Xiao Fan's ears, and he did not expect the long sword in the other party's hand to have such an origin. With a weapon? Xiao Fan's face was a bit ugly. If it was a physical battle, he did not fear the opposite side, but the opposite side was holding a magic weapon in their hands. Then he had to be cautious. I'm originally a sword cultivator, so it's not like I'm bullying you if I use a sword. Wang Xian looked like he was looking for an excuse before charging up with the White Mist Sword in his hand. Xiao Fan did not stand still this time and wait for his opponent to attack before counterattacking. He wanted to strike first. He didn't have a suitable weapon on him. He had the Linjiao blade before, but he sold it. But even if he didn't sell it, Xiao Fan didn't dare to take it out and use it in this situation. With the White Mist Sword in hand, Wang Xian's strength had risen a notch, and it was not at all comparable to what he had just seen. Whether it was the speed, or the way of attacking, it was strong and incomparable. Previously, Xiao Fan dared to exchange injuries with him, but he didn't dare to do so now. You punch the other guy, he stabs you, no chance of losing your life. However, Xiao Fan was not a vegetarian. His body was flexible and changeable, very dexterous in dodging the other party's White Mist Sword's attack, and then took the opportunity to attack the other party in close quarters. Wang Xian naturally saw Xiao Fan's intentions, but to him this was nothing. Every time Xiao Fan attacked him close up, the angles were very tricky, making his White Mist Sword attacks unable to hit the other party's vitals. However, Xiao Fan close to the body cannot use full force, after all, but also to guard against the White Mist Sword, afraid of being the other side of a sword results of their own. The White Mist Sword was sharp, and after the two sides exchanged dozens of rounds, 7 or 8 bloodstains had appeared on Xiao Fan's body, and blood dyed his white robe red. Chapter 25, The Might of the Throat-Shattering Lock. This battle was very unfavorable to Xiao Fan. Below the Xian Dan realm in cultivation, injuries to the physical body could be fatal to a cultivator. Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of blood before looking up at Wang Xian. The other party had been hit by a few of his own punches in the exchange, although he had not used his full strength. However, Wang Xian had also suffered some internal injuries, but it was nothing compared to Xiao Fan. This Xiao Fan is very strong, but he doesn't have a proper weapon in his hand. He suffered a big loss. You can't say that. After all, Wang Xian is a sword cultivator, and it's only by using a sword that he can utilize his strength. There were quite a few people who opened their mouths to discuss, and now, many of the people present had changed their views on Xiao Fan. After all, the strength that the latter had shown, and already the talent was enough to make them pay attention. Long Miaolin's face was veiled. so no one could see what her expression was, but one could tell through her eyes that she was very nervous as well as worried. Long Yi was at the side with excitement on his face. He was in a good mood as he watched Xiao Fan get injured. Do it, it's best to kill Xiao Fan. Long Yi thought this in his heart, calculating. Long Xiaotian, on the other hand, had a somewhat complicated face. As the first line of the Long family, the pride of the younger generation of the Long family, he had lost to Xiao Fan, and should have accepted it in a manly way, and find a chance to challenge the other party in the future. But one would actually agree with Long Yi's opinion and provoke Xiao Fan to clash with the others. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Fan and spoke calmly. You're not my opponent. There's no point in fighting any longer. In the end, the one who will be consumed to death will only be you. If Xiao Fan didn't have any killer moves and just continued to consume like this, then he would indeed be unable to support himself first than Wang Xian. Xiao Fan didn't get angry, but smiled faintly. He, who can know unless you try? Wang Xian's brows furrowed, but then they stretched. I appreciate this persistence of yours, so let's continue. Wang Xian rushed forward with the white mist sword in his hand, his breath surging, and white auras flashed wherever the white mist sword was drawn. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and operated his own cultivation to the extreme before catapulting out, not keeping a distance from Wang Xian to dodge the attack, but instead, he directly fought in close quarters. In fact, against the sword cultivator, if you close combat cannot be divided by one move, then the only one who suffers is himself. The most sensible approach should be to keep your distance, dodge your opponent's attacks, and then look for an opportunity to strike. And Xiao Fan fought in close combat every time, making everyone confused. Even Wang Xian in the middle of the battle, he didn't believe that Xiao Fan was a cutie, would not understand this. Wang Xian really couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, don't you know that close combat doesn't mean much? However, Xiao Fan just curled the corner of his mouth and ignored it, still following his own style of play. Wang Xian frowned. He always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't figure it out. Both sides are fighting for a few more moments. Xiao Fan has a few more blood marks on his body, but Wang Xian can't see any fear on the other side's face. Instead he can see some excitement on Xiao Fan's face. Could it be? Wang Xian had a bad thought, but then shook his head in denial, thinking that he must be overthinking it. This battle had dragged on long enough. It wasn't that Wang Xian didn't want it to end, but the opposite side, Xiao Fan, was too tenacious. However many swords he was hit with, he was still standing still. Do you guys ever feel weird? Yes, a normal person who has fought until now, knowing that there is no chance of winning should admit defeat. This Xiao Fan, even the clan elder of the Wang clan spoke up. Wang Xian didn't keep his hand in, and the other party was still able to hold on. This is indeed strange. These clan elders were all experts, so they could naturally tell that something was wrong in this battle, and everyone was a little curious, but none of them had a clue. However, those family descendants didn't think so. They didn't have enough cultivation and their eyesight was far too poor, so they naturally couldn't understand those. However, they were very unhappy to see Xiao Fan as a flunky, and just now being slapped in the face by Xiao Fan had made them very humiliated, and now that there was a Wang Xian who stood out, they were naturally elated. Wang Xian, come on, hurry up and finish off that door-to-door son-in-law across the street. Xiao Fan, you'd better admit defeat and then honestly become a door-to-door son-in-law. Hearing someone nearby say this, the smile on Long Yi's face grew even wider. If it wasn't for his inappropriate status, he would have opened his mouth to taunt just like everyone else at this time. Xiao Fan in the arena heard all of this, and he coldly swept his eyes over these people, and being stared at by the other party's icy gaze, these family descendants were so frightened that each of them didn't dare to continue to open their mouths. Then Xiao Fan looked at Wang Xian. Continue. Also, I want to thank you. Thank you? There were not many people on the scene who could understand what Xiao Fan meant when he said this, especially the family descendants. All of them were wide-eyed and could not figure out what this thank you meant. However, the Long clan's old ancestor in mid-air was slurping. This kid seems to have been underestimated before. I didn't expect the talent to be this strong. Maybe there really isn't much chance in him. It's just his own talent. Wang Xian's heart was filled with bad premonitions, and he was in a very bad mood to be spoken to in such a way by his opponent. Xiao Fan, don't talk tough. I won't show any mercy if you keep fighting. Xiao Fan smiled at his words. To show my gratitude. Don't worry, I will show mercy. Xiao Fan once again got close to Wang Xian, and just like before, he intended to fight his opponent in close combat. However, the difference was that Xiao Fan's speed now seemed to be a bit faster than before. Not good. White robes dyed red by blood floated by in front of his eyes. Wang Xian was alarmed. This time he felt danger from the other party. Extreme danger. He wanted to dodge and fall back, but Xiao Fan was already close. How could he give him this chance? Xiao Fan's figure jumped up violently from below, and the two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other. Wang Xian's face was shocked, while Xiao Fan on the opposite side revealed a hint of a smile. But this smile looks like the devil in the eyes of Wang Xian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Xian cursed. The long sword in his hand swung up and chopped at Xiao Fan. But everything was already too late. Throat-shattering lock. Xiao Fan drank lowly under his breath. His right hand formed a FA seal. The remaining strength of his whole body violently poured into the FA seal. The golden light of the FA seal bloomed. The aura was amazing. And then roared as he fiercely blasted toward Wang Xian's throat in front of him. Wait! The Wang clan chief was shocked and rushed out. Wanting to make a move to stop it was already too late. Everyone in the surroundings had been dumbfounded. The aura displayed by Xiao Fan's move was simply too astonishing. Not knowing whether it was because he heard the old man's words or Xiao Fan's own decision, the right-hand FA seal was changed by Xiao Fan when it was almost at his throat and smashed down on his chest. Wang Xian was smashed by this legal seal. His mind went blank, and he only felt the sound of bones cracking in his chest. However, his entire body flew backwards, and he flew backwards for more than 20 meters and smashed on top of the wall before coming to a stop, spitting a mouthful of blood. The whole person fainted. The surrounding crows are silent. Only the Wang family veterans rush to check whether Wang Xian is dead or alive. Chapter 26 Strong Suppression. Long Kaiwei returns. The Wang clan elder sighed in relief. It was good that Wang Xian wasn't dead. He was only seriously injured. He wanted to get angry, but when he thought that Xiao Fan had just shifted the location of the falling FA seal, he shook his head again and smiled bitterly. If the other party did not show mercy, Wang Xian was afraid that he would die. Xiao Fan actually won. He defeated Wang Xian. The 4th level of the Qi transformation realm? Oh my god. I'm not dreaming. Many people around were in a trance, thinking that all this was unbelievable. A waste son-in-law had defeated the genius Wang Xian? If you're so capable, you'll become a son-in-law? Is this the trash of the Xiao family? If this is trash, then what are we? At this moment, the children of the various families were inwardly complicated. It was hard to accept this reality, and they felt that they had suffered an extremely strong blow within themselves. But they had to admit that they themselves were not as good as this son-in-law. Xiao Fan stood in place and took a deep breath. Using the throat-shattering lock just now had used up most of his remaining strength, but the power did not disappoint him. If that move he aimed at Wang Xian's neck. One of the Long family looked at Xiao Fan with complex faces. Long Anhai couldn't imagine that the flunky he had always looked down on would be so strong. Long Yi's face was stiff. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to win. And this wave of his own maneuver? It had even accomplished the other party's reputation. Long Xiaotian's face was complicated and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Xiao Fan had won, Long Miaoyin was so excited that her tears almost flowed out, and she was heartbroken to see Xiao Fan's body covered in blood. Anyone else want to challenge? And at this moment, Xiao Fan, who was standing still, turned around and calmly looked at those family descendants. At this time, Xiao Fan is full of bloodstains, more than 10 blood marks on his body. Even his right-hand tiger's mouth is cracked due to the use of the broken throat lock. He was covered in injuries. But facing such Xiao Fan they did not have any will to fight. Are you kidding? The other side fought like madmen. Wang Xian was almost killed, and these people of theirs went up to seek death? As these young family descendants were stared at, each one of them conceded and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. At this moment, Xiao Fan completely realized the title of the number 1 person among the young family disciples in the audience. Long Anhai looked around. He knew that it was time for things to end. The combat power that Xiao Fan had shown impressed him as well. Even he estimated that it wouldn't take many years for Xiao Fan to reach his current cultivation level. Gentlemen, I think we can stop this little kid sparring as well. Let's go back to our drinks. When Long Anhai said so, the surrounding clan elders of all the big clans were naturally willing, especially those clan elders whose family sons were too scared to speak. They couldn't wait for it to end. The surrounding people dispersed and walked towards the grand hall, all of them deliberately keeping their distance from Xiao Fan as they walked around, fearing that they would anger this fiend. Long Miaoyin directly pounced up and checked Xiao Fan's body up and down for injuries, confirming that there were no fatal injuries before sighing in relief. Xiao Fan smiled. You don't have to worry, it's fine. Let's go. Let's go back. I'll give you some medicine and change into new clothes, Long Miaoyin said, then pulled Xiao Fan to leave. Xiao Fan didn't move, but shook his head and smiled. It's fine. The injuries on my body don't matter. I can go back and change by myself. Today is your father's birthday. If it's not good for you to leave with me, wait for me here. I'll come back after I'm done changing my clothes. Long Miaoyin was attending her father's birthday banquet for the first time in so many years because of the birthmark, and Xiao Fan didn't want her to leave with him midway. Seeing that the latter was still hesitating, Xiao Fan spoke softly. Don't worry, these are just superficial wounds. I'll be right back. Only then did Long Miaoyin obey, turning around and also entering the great hall. The eyes of the dragon family's oldest ancestor in midair blossomed with a strange color, and he could see it very clearly when others were not aware of it. This kid is actually precipitating and refining himself in the midst of battle. Good guy, gutsy enough. But what exactly was the martial art he used at the end that would be so powerful? Returning to the separate courtyard, Xiaofan's divine sense entered the star-dough diagram and took some of the spirit medicines that were still left to recover from his injuries. There wasn't too much left after the last fight with Long Xiaotian. The good thing was that he had been mastering his position. The injuries weren't serious. They were all just skin wounds. After taking the medicine at the star-dough diagram, Xiaofan opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is true that improving strength in battle is the fastest. In this fight with Wang Xian, he could have just looked for an opportunity to use the throat-shattering lock to defeat his opponent. However, halfway through, Xiaofan changed his mind. He wanted to improve his strength, using Wang Xian as a pedal to the metal to sharpen himself, pushing himself to the limit and thus seeking to increase his strength. Now Xiaofan had the confidence to shut down his cultivation to reach the third great consummation, and then shatter the third star. Above the dragon family's great hall, after the competition just now, the atmosphere was a bit low for a while. Long on high, this table of the various families' old face are a little hung up. After all, their own direct lineage of geniuses have been defeated by a door-to-door son-in-law of others, and Long Xiaotian and their table of geniuses, one and all are embarrassed to say anything. After all, the disgrace was huge. As for Wang Xian, Su Ming, and Geng Yu, they were unconscious, healing their wounds, and were all absent, and Long Miaoyin sat quietly and didn't speak. As for the guests at the other tables, seeing that the two main tables didn't squeak much, they didn't dare to speak up either. Long on high was a little embarrassed. He was definitely in a bad mood when his birthday suddenly became so deadly dull. And at this time there was suddenly an underling outside the door who hurriedly ran in. Master, the fourth young miss is back. Upon hearing this, Long on high rejoiced. Ha ha, where is Kaiwei man? Dad, I'm home. The crowd looked like the doorway. A green fur woman walked in. She had a pink face. Under her eyebrows were watery Danfeng eyes. Not like a traditional woman who was generous and decent, but a lively and lovely feeling. Long Kaiwei hopped and bounced to Long on high's body, and the latter stroked her face favorably. It's been so long since I'd been home, and I didn't know I missed Dad. Long Kai smiled and said, which is not the case. This is not rushing back in time for father's birthday. Long Kaiwei was Long on high's fourth child, usually the most favored by him, and the youngest of all his children. Long on high had a total of 3 wives. The first house gave birth to Long Xiaotian. Long Yi was Long on high's main wife. The second house gave birth to Long Miaoyin, but died not long after Long Miaoyin was born. And the third house was Long Tsaiwei's mother. Women's status in the Long family were all very low. Even Long on high's first wife was the same. Even for an occasion like today, she was not qualified to attend. And Long Tsaiwei's mother is different from other people's situation. His mother's family is strong, and she simply went straight back to her mother's house after quarreling with Long on high. This time, Long Kaiwei also came back from her mother's side. Father, I heard that a house son-in-law has come to the house to marry the third sister. Where is he? Chapter 27, A Flurry of Gifts. By definition, a flunky is a presence that will be looked down upon no matter what time or place. However, when Long Kaiwei said she wanted to see the son-in-law brother-in-law, the surrounding people's faces are a bit odd. Father, did something happen? Long Kaiwei asked. She naturally sensed that the atmosphere around her was a bit off. When she said that she wanted to see Xiaofan, it felt as if the expressions of the people around her froze. Long on high coughed dryly and laughed. It's nothing. Let's not talk about that for now. Kaiwei, you take your seat first. Long Kaiwei obediently nodded. Also no longer ask more questions. Long on high, this table is the main seat. Here seated are all the great families of the clan elders. She obviously cannot sit here. Sit at Long Xiaotian and others at this table is most appropriate. Third sister, you're there too. Long Kaiwei was surprised before she saw Long Miaoyin. In the past, Long Miaoyin wouldn't attend this kind of occasion. She directly sat on the seat beside Long Miaoyin. Before Long Miaoyin could open her mouth, she grabbed the opportunity to speak and asked, Third sister, where is that brother-in-law of mine? I heard that he's from the Xiao family, sent here to join the family in marriage. Is that right? Long Kaiwei asked a lot of questions in one breath. She had only heard that her third sister had gotten married to a flunky. The rest was still unclear. She is someone from the Xiao family. Long Miaoyin was a little embarrassed, not knowing how to explain all this. Long Kaiwei pursued. Then where is my brother-in-law? I guess it'll be back in a little while. I guess. Hearing Long Miaoyin say this, the faces of the people present were all a little ugly. If they could, they were really unwilling to sit with Xiaofan at the same table. Long Kaiwei a sound, then looked to the other people. These other family descendants here she did not recognize. Just see their faces a little ugly. Cannot figure out what is because of? But when he saw Long Yi and Long Xiaotian, found that the two people's faces and other people are generally the same. Then she had questions again. Big brother. Second brother. What's wrong with you guys? Why is your face so red? Long Xiaotian coughed dryly, a little embarrassed, and did not open his mouth. Long Yi laughed dryly. It's nothing. Maybe the house is too stuffy. Long Kaiwei was curious. You're a cultivator and you're still afraid of heat? But didn't pursue it further. Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei have a good relationship. Long Kaiwei, the few people in the Long mansion who do not dislike Long Miaoyin, on the sidelines pulling her hand and asking questions. Sis, is my brother-in-law good looking? Sis, I heard that he has a younger brother named Xiaotian who is a genius, and at first I heard my family say that it seems like they are still planning to marry me to him. Sis, is that brother-in-law of mine really that useless? I've heard people say he's a loser. Long Kaiwei one after another questions. Endless, especially when the surrounding people heard the word waste. Their faces all turned red. In the end, Long Yi just couldn't stand it. This time, in order to count on Xiao Fan, he set up two plans. The first one failed. Then he started to carry out the second one. Father, today is your birthday. I have specially prepared this 100-year-old blood spirit ginseng to give you as a birthday gift. Long Yi stood up and took out a brocade box from his storage bag, which was filled with reddish spirit ginseng when he opened it. Father, this blood spirit ginseng already has a lifespan of 500 years. Taking it will greatly benefit your body and replenish your qi and blood. Long Anhai received the blood spirit ginseng and was in a good mood. This gift was more to his liking. Not bad, not bad. You have a heart. Hearing Long Anhai's praise, Long Yi raised his eyebrows and was in a good mood. His plan just now had failed, but this time he would definitely not fail at it. Xiao Fan was just a flunky. So what if he was surprisingly capable of fighting? He, Xiao Fan, didn't have a penny when he came to the Long family, and Long Miaoyin's monthly allowance was pitifully small, so how could he buy a birthday gift to fight with him? This blood spirit ginseng had cost him 80 spirit stones to purchase. It was so precious that he had spent all of his family's belongings to afford it. Seeing that Long Yi's gift would actually be a blood spirit ginseng, the expression of Long Miaoyin on the side instantly stiffened. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she was covered by a veil, so outsiders couldn't see it. Long Xiaotian also got up and took out a jade bottle from his storage bag. Father, this is the dragon essence and tiger mighty pill. After taking it, it will make you even older and stronger. This time, I fought a fierce tiger while I was out, and I purposely got someone to refine it. Before delivering the gift, Long Yi had already said to Long Xiaotian that he must deliver precious things this time to ruthlessly hit the Xiao Fan's face. Good. Long Anhai was in a good mood and took the dragon essence tiger mighty dan, which was a great tonic for aphrodisiacs and kidneys. Not how expensive it was, but it was hard to buy, and often sold out as soon as it was produced, with supply falling short of demand. Seeing Long Anhai smiling cheerfully, Long Yi turned back and skimmed Long Miaoyin, with some provocation in his eyes, as if to say, come on, let's see what kind of gift you give. What had just happened was humiliating enough. Now giving gifts must not be humiliating. Che, what's the big deal? Long Kaiwei raised her eyebrows, then took out a long red spear from her storage bag. Father, this is for you. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air, and could tell at a glance that this lance was not ordinary. Golden Phoenix gun? Long Anhai froze, then exclaimed, why did you bring the Golden Phoenix gun over? Long Kaiwei bristled and said, the Golden Phoenix gun was given to me by my mother for my defense, and there is nothing good to give you as a gift. The Golden Phoenix gun was Long Kaiwei's mother's magic weapon, a lower Xian grade magic weapon that was expensive. Take this back. Your thoughts are received by father. Long Anhai naturally will not accept this gift. He has always loved his little daughter the most. The other side can have this intention. He is very satisfied. Long Kaiwei cocked her mouth and gave Long Xiaotian and Long Yi a smug look before putting the lance away. The surrounding people look at Long Anhai's eyes are full of envy. Brother Long is so blessed. Each and every one of these children is so filial. It makes people so envious. That's right. If my children can be half as filial as Brother Long's family, then I'll be satisfied. Hearing the flattery of the people around him, Long Anhai smiled very brightly. He was indeed in a good mood. And at this time, Long Yi glanced at Long Miaoyin, who was still motionless in her seat, and opened her mouth with a provocative tone and laughed. Third sister, today is father's 60th birthday, and it's also the first time you're attending, so I don't know what kind of gift you've prepared for father. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Long Miaoyin. Long Miaoyin was stunned. The birthday gift was indeed prepared, but it was on Xiao Fan. Third sister, you didn't prepare a gift, did you? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere around them changed, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Not sending gifts for one's father's birthday is a big deal. Not so much if it's a small family, but in a big family, it's disrespecting the elders. Long Anhai also looked over, his face somewhat gloomy. Who said there was no gift? I have it here. Chapter 28, The Origin of the Blood Spirit Ginseng. At the door of the hall, Xiaofan was dressed in a white robe, spotless, and by the way, he had also freshened up a bit, and he could not see that he had just fought at all. Long Siwei's eyes lit up. Although it was the first time they met, she instinctively guessed the identity of the other party. Xiaofan looked at Long Miaoyin, whose face was reddening, and then skimmed Long Yi, who was about to shrink his head. Under the gaze of the crowd, he took out the 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng from within his storage bag. The blood spirit ginseng is divided into years. The longer the year, the more valuable, and the blood spirit ginseng has a characteristic. That is, the longer the year, the more intense the blood gas released within it. The one Long Yi had sent was also a blood spirit ginseng, but it was only 500 years old, which was obviously a huge difference compared to this 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng. This 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng? This kind of blood odor. It can't be wrong. It's definitely a 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng. I've seen a plant before that sells for a shockingly high price. I didn't expect to see it herein. TSK. This is far more valuable than the 500-year-old blood spirit ginseng just now. Xiaofan brought the blood spirit ginseng directly to Long Anhai, who loved it after getting it. Good. Xiaofan. Miaoyin, I know about your filial piety. For Long Anhai's praise, Xiaofan felt nothing, while Long Miaoyin was different. Although she had never admitted it on her lips, her heart had always longed for her father's approval. How is it possible? Long Yi, who was on the side, turned pale, originally thinking that Long Miaoyin and Xiaofan would not be able to afford any decent birthday gifts. He was planning to make some mocking remarks, although he also knew that mocking Xiaofan and Long Miaoyin right now wouldn't change anything, but he was just not convinced in his heart and wanted to do everything in his power to take revenge. However, he could not have imagined that the 100-year-old blood spirit ginseng that he had painstakingly spent all his savings to buy, and Xiaofan had directly given away a 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng. Although the 100-year blood spirit ginseng was expensive but common, the value of the 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng was definitely many times more expensive than him. Xiaofan skimmed Long Yi and said indifferently, "What do you have to say?" Long Yi stifled the old face red. This ratio is completely to him than down. But suddenly Long Yi eyes bright, fierce head up. "No! You're a door-to-door son-in-law who came here penniless, and Long Miaoyin's little monthly allowance. How did you guys get such an expensive blood spirit ginseng?" Long Yi exclaimed out in shock as he realized the suspicion of the matter, and the gazes of the people around him were focused on Xiaofan. Even Long Anhai, who was reminded by Long Yi's words. That's right, Xiaofan is a flunky. Where does he have so much money to buy this ginseng? This 1,000-year blood spirit ginseng would cost hundreds of spirit stones at least, so how could Xiaofan and Long Miaoyin have the money to buy it? Hearing Long Yi's words, Long Miaoyin's face was ugly, and Xiaofan's heart was also thumped. He had previously just thought about what kind of gift to give, but he hadn't thought about how to explain where this gift-buying spirit stone would come from. "Xiaofan, where exactly did you say this 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng came from?" Long Yi laughed coldly. "Could it be that you went to the mountain and picked it now?" Long Yi's words were aimed at Xiaofan at every turn, although he didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning was already obvious. Long Anhai's gaze was icy cold. He also somewhat believed his second son's words. "Xiaofan, where did you get this 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng from?" "I bought it from Jumbo Court," Xiaofan answered truthfully, and Long Miaoyin, who was on the side, had an ugly face and spoke eagerly. It was really Xiaofan who bought it. "I went with him." She hadn't expected this to happen when she gave a gift, and if she had known this, she wouldn't have come to her father's birthday. Long Anhai's tone instantly turned into a somewhat forced tone. This fact was too suspicious. Although the Dragon family was the #1 family in Jingchuan City, it didn't mean that the Dragon family didn't have enemies. On the contrary, there were many forces that were hostile to the Dragon family. Not only were there clans within Jingchuan City that were eyeing the position of the Long family, but there were also hostile forces from other cities. He was now a bit skeptical of this Xiaofan's identity. "Did you buy it from the treasure pavilion?" Long Anhai asked again. Xiaofan nodded his head without opening his mouth while mentally calculating how to respond next. This matter was a matter of carelessness on his part, and the gift he gave was taken. But he did not think that he should explain the origin of the blood spirit ginseng afterward. After all, where would a flunky like himself have so many spirit stones to buy? Long Anhai was pondering. Long Yi sneered from the side. "You said you bought it at the treasure pavilion? What kind of place is there?" This kind of 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng is estimated to be only available for purchase at the Xianzi Layer Inn. Things there are expensive. How did you have the spirit stones to buy it? What does how I have spirit stones have to do with you? Xiao Fan spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Long Yi was furious and just wanted to take the opportunity to lash out, but he was interrupted by Long Anhai waving his hand from the side. The reputation of the treasure pavilion is guaranteed, and they will have records for every item sold. So let's do this. Second clan elder. You take this blood spirit ginseng and go forward to the treasure pavilion and inquire if it was purchased from their side. Long Anhai handed the blood spirit ginseng to the second clan elder, and the other party nodded, turned around and flew away. Long Yi laughed coldly. Xiao Fan, it's not too late for you to explain yourself clearly, or else when the second clan elder comes back, there are some things that can't be explained. Xiao Fan didn't open his mouth, he just looked at him with an icy gaze, and instantly Long Yi shut up. He almost forgot that this one in front of him was a bogeyman. It was supposed to be a birthday banquet, but now it was cold, and no one spoke up, waiting for things to turn out. The members of the great clans who came to the birthday banquet looked heavy-faced, but their hearts were happy. It was a pleasure for them to see the Long family make a fool of themselves. Long Anhai's face was heavy and he kept his head down in thought. Long Xiaotian was the same. His face was complicated. Since Xiao Fan defeated Wang Xian, he became this way. During this period, Long Yi made eyes at him several times to ask him to open his mouth together to target Xiao Fan, but he didn't say anything. Long Miaolin was very worried, but didn't show it, while Long Kaiwei was the most heartless, with a smiling face waiting for a good show. Xiao Fan's face was very calm, proving that the matter of the blood spirit ginseng being purchased by him was not a problem. The only thing that he had to explain was where he got the spirit stones from. Said he sold the Lincoln knife? It is estimated that everyone in the Long family can flip on the spot. A few moments later, the Dragon family's second clan elder had already rushed back in a flurry of wind and fire. He looked respectful and was followed by an old man. Family master, I'm back and have proven that the 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng was indeed bought by Xiao Fan and Miaoyin. The second clan elder had just stepped into the entrance of the great hall and spoke eagerly. The old man behind him kept his face expressionless. Did he really buy it? How is that possible? Before Long Anhai could open his mouth, Long Yi was the first to disbelieve and hurriedly said, Second clan elder, you can confirm clearly with the treasure pavilion. It can't be a mistake over there. The second clan elder was just about to open his mouth, but the old man beside him spoke coldly. My treasure pavilion. I never make mistakes. Chapter 29, Northern Pavilion Master. Elder Zhou. The old man's words caused eyes to gather on him. A plain gray robe. Nothing special, but that air of superiority surpassed everyone present. Old man, are you from the treasure pavilion? Can you speak on behalf of the Jumbo Pavilion? Long Yi asked drily. He was a bit uptight for a moment. He couldn't accept this fact. He instinctively exited, and he couldn't think about the old man's identity. Shut up. At this moment, the second elder hurriedly opened his mouth to reprimand Long Yi, his eyes turning red as he hurriedly said angrily, Hurry up and apologize to Elder Qiao. Long Yi was stunned. The second clan elder had always been kind to people and had never been so angry with him. What was wrong with him today? The crowd at the scene was also of the same thought. The second elder of the Long clan, but he rarely lost his temper. But he would be so furious because of a single word from Long Yi? The crowd at the scene then wondered what the old man's identity was that would cause the second clan elder of the Long family to lose his temper like that. And this is? Long Anhai asked. He felt that the old man in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall who it was. Ha, old man Xiao Yuanzhou. The old man laughed faintly. Hearing the old man's name, Long Anhai's complexion changed drastically and he hurriedly spoke. Elder Qiao, why have you come over? Then very respectfully, he walked up to the old man. I heard that someone had falsely accused my young friend whom I just befriended, so I came over to see the hustle and bustle. Xiao Yuanzhou laughed lightly before his eyes looked toward Xiao Fan and nodded his head in greeting. Xiao Fan did the same as his gaze looked at the old man and nodded slightly. Xiao Yuanzhou, master of the North Pavilion of Treasures. The people at the scene heard Xiao Yuanzhou say his name, and they all remembered the identity of the old man in front of them. The treasures of the entire state of Wu Huang Pavilion internal extremely mysterious. Very few people know who is the owner. External only 4 deputy owners walk outside, dealing with a variety of things, corresponding to the state of Wu Huang East, West, South, North, 4 regions of the right to mobilize the region's treasures of the pavilion to listen to its orders. The person in front of him, Xiao Yuanzhou, was the Northern Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, the one who manages all the northern regions of the Jumbo Pavilion in the Martial Emperor State. Hello Elder Qiao. I'm from the Wang family of Linchuan City. It's truly a great honor to meet you today. The Wang family elder hurriedly stepped forward to get close to him, with a pandering sarcastic smile on his face. Elder Qiao, I'm from the Su family. Elder Qiao, I'm from the Li family. Knowing the identity of the old man, These elders of the various great clans at the scene couldn't care less about their own identities, and all of them ran over to flatter him, fearing that they would be half a step behind others. This made the surrounding high-minded family sons and daughters look at each one of them with a blank stare. Where was the high and mighty elder in his own original mind? How come you're a bunch of lickspittles now, and licking a bad old man? Of course, even if they knew the identity of Elder Ming, the contrast in their hearts was hard to accept. Long Yi on the side of the face pale. Not a bit of blood, even his eyes were a little festering, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. No, that's not possible. The Xiao Yuanzhou just now, although only said a few words, but the amount of information is too large for him to accept some. Did Xiao Fan really buy that 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng? The North Pavilion Master Xiao Yuanzhou in front of him actually called Xiao Fan his little friend? And one had just loudly questioned the Northern Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? Long Yi, how dare you be rude to Elder Xiao? Get your ass over here and kowtow to Elder Xiao to make amends. And at this time, Long Anhai's angry roar came out, and Long Yi was scared and trembled. He had never seen Long Anhai get so angry at him. Dad, Long Yi still wanted to say something, but Long Anhai directly interrupted him and angrily scolded. You, if Elder Xiao doesn't forgive you today, then you won't be a member of my Long family in the future. Long Yi's heart was shocked. He could hear that Long Anhai wasn't joking with those words, and the survivalist knew what to do at the moment, ask the old man in front of him for forgiveness. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and Xiao Yuanzhou smiled as he watched everything in front of him, nor did he open his mouth to speak. Long Yi used his fastest speed to run to Xiao Yuanzhou's body, then fiercely kneeled down and kowtowed. Elder Xiao, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. You are an adult, so forgive me. Xiao Yuanzhou smiled and looked down at Long Yi, who was trembling in fear, and his gaze skimmed over Xiao Fan, who was in his seat. Little friend, what do you think should be done about this? Xiao Yuanzhou opened his mouth. His words were naturally addressed to Xiao Fan, although his voice was calm, but it changed flavor in the ears of the crowd. Xiao Yuanzhou actually called Xiao Fan his little friend? Xiao Yuanzhou came over today for Xiao Fan. For a time, the gazes of everyone on the scene looking at Xiao Fan all changed. From the very beginning of his contempt, to the later impressiveness after Xiao Fan had shown his own strength, to the present unfathomable. Xiao Fan obviously didn't expect Xiao Yuanzhou to ask himself, but he knew that this was intentional on Xiao Yuanzhou's part in order to highlight his value. Forget it, just think of it as just hearing a dog bark. Xiao Fan called Long Yi a dog. The first time he called Long Yi a dog, Long Yi became furious on the spot. But this time, calling Long Yi a dog, Long Yi actually felt some celebration in his heart. Forget it then. Just listen to, barking is good. Xiao Yuanzhou obviously didn't expect Xiao Fan to say this either, but since the other party had opened his mouth, it was done so well. In itself, he couldn't look at someone like Long Yi. Hearing Xiao Yuanzhou's words, Long Yi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was considered to be fine this time, but he knelt on the ground, not daring to get up, not even daring to raise his head. Long Anhai also relieved, although Long Yi was called a dog. Let him when the old man followed the shame. But good thing Xiao Yuanzhou did not get angry. Others are not clear. He is very clear about the Treasure Pavilion North Pavilion Master in the end, how much power. Saying a single word was enough to overthrow his Long family. Elder Xiao, inside please. Long Anhai once again exchanged pleasantries. Xiao Yuanzhou shook his head and laughed. No, I came here to return my little friend's innocence, and since it's done, it's time for me to leave. The crowd lamented the loss of this opportunity to flatter Xiao Yuanzhou, and just as the crowd was lamenting, Xiao Yuanzhou looked at Xiao Fan and smiled. Little friend, I'll leave first. Remember to come to my treasure pavilion to have a seat if you are free. Xiao Fan nodded and smiled. We'll go. Xiao Yuanzhou haha laughed, turned to leave. The scene of these big families of the clan elders all scrambled to send off. Xiao Fan didn't get up, from beginning to end, partly because he didn't like this kind of socializing, and partly because he was wondering why the other party would help him. Forget it, we will know when we go to the Jumbo Pavilion to ask about it afterward. Xiao Fan thought this in his heart, but the red-skirted girl, Wu Qingyan, who he had met at the Jumbo Pavilion that day, appeared in his mind. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Son-in-Law. This birthday banquet was considered a rarity, starting with a competition cut and a big show of flunkies. However, it is the first line of the Long family to look down on the son-in-law was hit in the face. In the end, it turned out that even the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion was invited over. Even the high and mighty clan elders of all the great clans, who had seen many worlds, had some difficulty digesting it for a while. And after the crowd sent Xiao Yuanzhou back, the atmosphere of the scene seemed to become weird. No one squeaked, while all the family elders of all the great clans, including those of the Long family, seemed to be beaming in their gazes when they looked at Xiao Fan, as if they were admiring some kind of supreme treasure. Xiao Fan was uncomfortable with this gaze, but he couldn't say much. Even Long Anhai looked at him with this kind of gaze, like looking at a national treasure. Long Miaoyin, on the other hand, was relieved to know that the matter had passed, but sitting beside Xiao Fan and being watched by a group of people made her heart uncomfortable as well. Because of the birthmark on her face, she had been withdrawn and had low self-esteem since she was a child, and she was especially afraid of looking at other people's eyes. Ahem. When Long Anhai saw that the atmosphere of the scene was not right, he coughed dryly. Xiao Fan, how did you know Elder Xiao? The surrounding people first looked at Long Anhai and then landed their gazes on Xiao Fan. The people on the scene were very curious about this issue. Xiao Fan said, I met them when I bought the blood spirit ginseng. What a plain and simple answer. However, these old guys at the scene would not believe it. They knew exactly what kind of person Xiao Yuanzhou was. Buying a blood spirit ginseng and getting to know him? What a joke. If you can buy a blood cucumber you can get to know it, and they line up every day to get it. However, no one would ask more questions. After all, Xiao Fan knew Xiao Yuanzhou, which in itself meant that the other party's identity was already extraordinary. At least the other party could talk to Xiao Yuanzhou, and the other party would come for Xiao Fan. Long Anhai let out a dry laugh. He also thought that Xiao Fan was perfunctory, but in front of so many people he didn't pursue the question. He looked towards Long Yi who was still kneeling on the ground and spoke in a cold voice. Long Yi, you almost offended Elder Xiao, and caused a big trouble to the family. You will be punished for 5 years of not having a monthly routine, and beaten with 100 leather whips, and after that, you will be in the family to meditate on your own faults, and will not be allowed to go out privately. When Long Yi heard this, he directly sat on his butt on the ground and looked at Long Anhai pitifully. However, seeing that the latter did not have the slightest tone of negotiation, Long Yi could only agree with a stiff upper lip. 100 lashes. Even if he was a body-forging realm cultivator, he'd still lose half his life if he carried it off. In fact, these people present do not know. Long Anhai did this. There is a large part of the reason is to show Xiao Fan. After all, Long Yi previously targeting at every corner, and now just take Long Yi to Xiao Fan to sell good. Xiao Fan naturally saw through all of this, but didn't say anything. To him beating Long Yi 100 lashes is already considered light. Brother-in-law, how do you know that old man Xiao? Long Kaiwei asked from the side, a pair of big eyes smiling. Just now Long Kaiwei on the sidelines have long looked silly, from Xiao Yuanzhou coming over, and then Long Yi kneeling down to apologize. This series of operations was unheard of for her. In front of other people's mouth waste, her third brother-in-law seems to be not simple, at least better than his two brothers. Met by shopping. Xiao Fan still responded like this. After all, he was telling the truth, but these people around him didn't believe it, so what could he do? Long Kaiwei turned her gaze to Long Miaoyin and complained. Sister, look at my brother-in-law. Long Miaoyin covered her mouth and smiled, then petted her sister's head. The birthday banquet continued, but this time it was different from before. Those old men from various families were more respectful to Long Anhai. There was no way that the Long family had hitched a ride with Xiao Yuanzhou because of Xiao Fan's relationship. As long as Xiao Fan was still in the Long family, then his Long family was bound to prosper several times over. And those clan elders of all the big clans were even more interesting. One by one, they came to Xiao Fan's side with their wine cups to toast, with only one purpose, to befriend Xiao Fan. Instead of coming up with the attitude of elders, they were all pleasant and full of smiles. The Wang clan elder laughed. Xiao Fan, in the future, you must come to Linchuan City to visit when you are free. I will personally receive you then. Xiao Fan, my Mo family is much richer than your Long family. Come when you have time. I'll send you some treasures. There is also a more ruthless clan elder who opened his mouth and laughed. Xiao Fan, I see that you have a face of talent. My family still has 3-year-old daughters. Why don't you turn around and see? Hearing all this, Long Anhai's face changed for a while, especially the last one when he wanted to introduce all 3 daughters to Xiao Fan. He almost dropped his cup in anger, but after all, it was his own birthday banquet, and it was still within his dragon mansion. So in the end, he still endured. In the end, the birthday banquet was done in a hasty manner. Xiao Fan was not willing to stay for a moment longer, and ran away from the scene as if fleeing for his life with Long Miao audio and video. Only a mesmerizing backstory was left behind, unforgettable for a long time in the hearts of the children of these families. And after these families' sons and daughters go back, Long Yi has become the antithesis. And some families after a few hundred years, the story about Long Yi, this antithesis, is still circulating. After Xiao Fan returned to the separate courtyard, he briefly explained a few sentences to Long Miaoyin before entering the secret room to close the door. I've suffered a lot of injuries fighting against Wang Xin today, but it was all worth it. Xiao Fan was cross-legged. His body's aura was strong. Cultivation did not only require the accumulation of resources, but also the precipitation of time as well as accumulation. Cultivating all the time didn't allow cultivation to grow up all the time, and there would always be a bottleneck. By himself, Xiaofan had already reached the third level of the Qi transformation realm, and at this time, he needed time to accumulate and settle in this realm before going on to break through to the fourth level. However, after the battle with Wang Xian, Xiaofan had reduced this time greatly, and he was confident that he could break through to the third level of the Qi transformation realm after adjusting himself to the peak, and then break the third star. After closing his eyes, Xiaofan's divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram and transported the transformation Qi 9 changes technique to cultivate. At the same time, towering in the midst of countless mountain peaks, a cloudy, towering as the cloud end of the Holy Land, it is the misty immortal palace. Xiaotian had just finished attending the newcomer's initiation ceremony. He had undergone a strict initiation selection and finally succeeded in joining the Netherworld Immortal Palace as an outer disciple. And that outer sect elder who had taken a liking to Xiaotian had even personally taken Xiaotian under his tutelage. It can be described as a leap of the Dragon Gate, a star-studded existence. Even some cultivators whose cultivation level was even higher than his were courteous to him, and there were even some who planned to follow Xiaotian. For extremely talented demonic geniuses, it was common for some stronger people to be willing to follow them, just for the chance to soar in the future. At this time, Xiaotian was resting on his knees and exhaling within his cave. He had gained a lot of resources after entering the Immortal Palace, together with the 1,000 spirit stones he had obtained from the dragon family before. His cultivation had increased rapidly and he had almost reached the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Not bad. This misty Immortal Palace is worthy of being a holy land. The aura is many times more dense than the outside world. Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes and was in a very good mood. And at this moment, a sound transmission jade pendant inside Xiaotian's storage bag emitted a bright light. Senior brother Xiao, there are people outside looking for you. Xiaotian frowned before leaving the cave. Chapter 31, The Third Star Shatters. Heaven Mending Pill. Outside the misty Immortal Palace, the Xiao family's butler stood outside with trepidation. The road from Jingchuan City to the misty Immortal Palace was very far, and it took him more than half a month to reach here. Luckily, he was at the 9th level of the body forging realm, and he had finally arrived all the way without any danger. Seeing Xiaotian's figure walk out from inside, the housekeeper sobbed, "Young master, you have finally come out." Xiaotian frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "Why are you here? Did something happen at home?" The housekeeper collected his emotions and spoke. "The thing is, after young master you left." The housekeeper told the story of Xiaofan's surging strength, which had even reached the Qi transformation realm at the moment, as well as the fact that Xiao Yuan had gone forward to claim the opportunity, but the latter didn't give it. "It's a bit interesting, that trash can even reach the Qi transformation realm. It's impossible without chance." Xiaotian coldly laughed, "But even more powerful chance is mine. He Xiaofan this waste does not deserve." The butler hurriedly said, "Then are you planning to make a trip back with me, young master?" With young master's identity as a disciple of the Immortal Palace, that Long family will definitely not dare to stop you. Xiaotian frowned and shook his head. "No, I have just joined the Immortal Palace and my master has arranged a chance to enter the marrow cleansing pool just for the sake of a special arrangement. I cannot waste it." But, the housekeeper still wanted to persuade something, however he was interrupted by Xiaotian. "I will send an outer disciple back with you. Just have him go to the Long family and bring Xiaofan over at that time." Xiaotian spoke indifferently. With his current status in the Immortal Palace, it was easy to send an outer disciple to help himself. Those who flattered him were worried about finding an opportunity to show their loyalty. That Xiaofan has at least joined the Long family. If the one going is not the young master, I'm afraid that the Long family might stop it. The butler voiced his worries. After all, Xiaofan's position in the Long family was rising, and had already reflected his value. The outer disciples I sent out are at least my Immortal Palace's people. I don't believe that the Long family, would dare to block them, and it would be good if they don't send Xiaofan out obediently for me. That Xiaofan's cultivation is only the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm according to you. It's nothing, Xiaotian faintly said, a picture of a know-it-all appearance. The butler did not dare to refute. On the side of the continuous nodding yes, the mouth constantly said complimentary words. On the other hand, Xiaofan at this time in the secret room with eyes closed to cultivate, while its divine sense is in the star bucket map within the battle intent surging, looking at the 3rd star in front of the eyes of the light. My cultivation has reached the 3rd great consummation, and my injuries have long since recovered. So I'll come and break open this 3rd star today and see. Xiaofan muttered. The dragon elephant hegemony body technique. The 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique operated, reaching an unprecedented peak of his own aura. His right hand compared to the FA seal, which was precisely the shattered throat lock. "Break me!" Xiaofan let out a loud shout. and his right hand's FA seal violently blasted out, striking on top of the third star. The star was hit hard and shook as a whole, and cracks also appeared in the parts that were attacked by Xiaofan, and the subcracks were slowly expanding. Not enough power. Keep going. Sensing that the power was not enough, Xiaofan kept pouring his own power into his right hand FA seal. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his body's spiritual power was rapidly depleting. The cracks on the surface of the third star grew larger and larger, and finally exploded with a bang. Xiaofan also sat down on his butt, panting heavily. That strike just now had exhausted his own strength. Do you need to exhaust your full strength to do it every time? Xiaofan muttered to himself. He realized that certain patterns existed every time he blasted open a star, and that was that the previous technique had to be cultivated to the extreme in order to have a chance to break the next star. However, immediately after his face was filled with joy, Xiaofan exhaled and couldn't wait to go forward to check out the treasures within the star. This is... Xiaofan froze as the smoke from the bursting of the star dispersed, and what appeared in front of him was a variety of ancient books, stacked as high as one person, and next to them was a large pile of spiritual herbs and medicines, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Looking at the pages of the ancient book, it seemed to be very old. On the side was also placed a technique as Xiaofan had guessed, the 9 changes of Qi transformation. Xiaofan first picked up the 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique to check it out, and sure enough, it was the same as he had guessed. It was a subsequent cultivation technique, but it was only enough for him to cultivate to the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. It looks like it's getting more difficult the further back you go. Xiaofan was not sure what level of treasure this Xiaotian star dipper diagram was, but it contained the laws of the stars within it, and it seemed to be ordered in a way that wanted him to reach the peak of each stage before he could continue his cultivation. Xiaofan put away the 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique with great satisfaction and then checked these ancient books. Dan Dictionary. Pharmacopoeia. The expression on Xiaofan's face changed, and he directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air behind. Inside this was a variety of ancient books, in which there were introductions about various cherished spirit herbs and spirit medicines, their effects, and various rare single formulas. If these ancient books were to be spread out, it is estimated that the entire martial emperor state would fight to the death. Xiaofan muttered, his face filled with excitement. The profession of alchemist was very popular. Even if it was only a first-grade alchemist, he would be respected and loved everywhere he went. And wanting to become an alchemist was not an easy thing to do. Not only did it depend on talent, but it also required a large amount of spiritual herbs and medicines to pile up in order to be able to do so. After all, one could not become a qualified alchemist with talent alone and no experience. And as big as Jingchuan City was, there was only one first-grade alchemist only, residing in the city lord's mansion, and even the city lord treated him with courtesy. It can't be helped. Who makes people golden? Although Xiaofan hadn't come into contact with an alchemist, he understood how golden an alchemist was. A first-grade alchemist, even the strongest of the Tongtian realm are unwilling to mess with. It can't be helped. After all, in case there is a need for alchemy, you still have to beg for it. And instead of focusing on cultivation, alchemists looked at whether or not they were strong in terms of the divine soul. Without a good divine soul, one cannot control the fire during alchemy, which can easily lead to phenomena such as blowing up the furnace. Xiaofan watched very carefully this time. For alchemy he had been very eager since he was a child, but for his situation that was simply impossible. Now that he had the opportunity, Xiaofan was naturally willing to learn more, and after gaining some understanding of the basics of alchemy, Xiaofan couldn't wait to look amongst the many Dan formulas, wanting to see if there was an elixir that could remove the birthmark from Long Miaoyin's face. This is Heaven Mending Pill. It can eliminate all sorts of stubborn diseases brought about by the innate, and the mud mends the deficiencies of the innate. In the end, Xiaofan saw an elixir called the Heaven Mending Elixir. Long Miaoyin's birthmark is natural. This Heaven Mending Pill is just the right amount of usefulness. Xiaofan's face was filled with a smile, but his face slowly froze in the next moment. Heaven Mending Pill. 3rd grade pill. Chapter 32 Precious Elixir. A 3rd grade elixir, at the very least, required a 3rd grade alchemist to refine it. The 3rd grade alchemists are rare. Even if you can see one, why would the other party help you make pills? And when Xiaofan saw the spirit herbs and spirit medicines required at the back, he almost sat down on his butt on the ground. Even his kind of stamina was a bit unable to withstand it. So precious. What are these heart-entangling leather? 8 divine spirit blood. And red flame dryness. Xiaofan covered his face and felt his head hurt a little. There were many precious main ingredients in there that he had never even heard of. After slowing down and taking a deep breath, Xiaofan picked up those books about spirit herbs and spirit medicines and checked them out. Tangle heart leather is a kind of companion flower. Flowers and flowers between the rhizome connected together. Entangled growth. Grow into a leather-like. grow into the name of the Gu Guanxin leather. Red fire trunk, a branch condensed from the essence of the red fire tree over 1,000 years old. As for the final 8 divine spirit blood, Xiaofan could not find it in the books related to spirit herbs and spirit medicines even after searching all over, which instantly gave him a big headache. In the end, he looked towards the books that could be used in medicine and alchemy and those related to spirit beasts before he found the information about this 8 divine spirit blood. The 8 gods spirit blood was the essence blood of a kind of spirit monkey named 8 gods spirit monkey. This spirit monkey was born to be intelligent and extremely strong in combat. After reading this, Xiaofan felt his head buzzing. Why is this refining of the heaven mending pill so difficult? Xiaofan sighed and felt very helpless. In fact, what he did not know was that this heaven mending pill was one of the most difficult pills to refine in the 3rd grade, and the herbs and treasures it required were extremely expensive, so the selling price was not even lower than those 4th grade pills. Forget it, let's raise our cultivation first and see if there's a way to gather the materials for refining the heaven mending pill afterward. Xiaofan sighed. Refining the heaven mending pill could not be done for a while, and now that he had obtained the technique after the 9 transformations of Qi transformation, it was still most important to raise his strength first. Previously, Xiaofan had already reached the 3rd great perfection of the Qi transformation realm and could break through at any time. 3 days later, inside the secret room, there was a rumbling sound. Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes and showed joy. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Xiaofan got up and left the secret room. Long Miaoyin did not guard the door. This was what Xiaofan had instructed. Now that the Long family was in little danger, there was no point in Long Miaoyin guarding the door, and if an accident did occur, Long Miaoyin's strength would be useless at the door. Before he could walk to the hall, Xiaofan heard a woman's voice coming out. Sis, my brother-in-law person hasn't come out yet? It can't be that you lied to me. The speaker was none other than Long Kaiwei, and Long Miaoyin across from her laughed bitterly. Why would I lie to you? He is indeed in seclusion. So when is my brother-in-law coming out? Just as the 2 women were chatting, Xiaofan had already walked to the door. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Long Kaiwei was the first to open her mouth. Yeah, brother-in-law, you came out. I thought you were hiding and didn't want to see me. Xiaofan's head was full of question marks and he did not know what Long Kaiwei meant by this, and he turned his gaze to Long Miaoyin. Long Miaoyin covered her mouth with a smile and said, this girl came over every day after you closed down, and had a belly full of words she wanted to ask you. Xiaofan understood what was going on and turned his gaze to Long Kaiwei. I've been in seclusion for this period of time. Ha ha, I knew that brother-in-law you can't not see me. Long Kaiwei laughed. Brother-in-law, you haven't told me yet. How did you and the Treasures Pavilion's Northern Pavilion master meet? And, a moment passes. Xiaofan got up. I have something I need to go out for a while. You guys, chat slowly. Brother-in-law, you take me out with you. Long Kaiwei revealed a pitiful expression and looked at Xiaofan in a petulant manner. Xiaofan feels goosebumps all over his body. Just now in a quarter of an hour. Long Kaiwei's mouth did not stop for a moment. Xiaofan was really scared. It just so happened that he was planning to make a trip to the Treasure Pavilion. Firstly to say thank you, and secondly to inquire if there was any news about the heaven mending pill materials. I've got things to do and I can't take you. As soon as the words fell, Xiaofan flew away as if he was running away, and halfway there he heard Long Miaoyin's voice in his ears. My dad said he wants you to come to his place after you get out. Long Miaoyin was shouting out, mainly because Long Kaiwei's mouth hadn't stopped after Xiaofan's exit, making her almost forget about this matter. There was no hurry in going to Long Anhai. He still planned to go to the Treasure Pavilion first, going out on his own without using a carriage. Xiaofan didn't have far to go on foot. He first went to the pharmacy in the city and purchased some of the more common elixirs in the heaven mending pill before heading to the Treasure Pavilion. Jumbo Pavilion is still as usual. The first floor of the yellow layer is full of people, although the price is expensive, but the reputation is guaranteed. Xiaofan did not stay. After arriving, he directly entered the second Xian character layer. The guards at the door Xiaofan had seen, or the 2 from last time. This time, he went straight up without revealing his Qi transformation realm aura. When he reached the second floor, he saw the young girl who had introduced the blood spirit ginseng to him last time. Xiaofan directly walked over and smiled. Hello, I would like to see Elder Qiao. Is he there now? The young girl naturally recognized Xiaofan at a glance and was instantly filled with smiles. Alright, please wait a moment. My lord, I'll go and inform. Xiaofan nodded and sat down in front of a tea table, and there was someone specializing in making tea for him. After a moment, the young girl returned to Xiaofan. My lord, the North Pavilion master invites you over. Xiaofan nodded and followed the young girl away. When Xiaofan left, the reception girls at the Xian character layer as well as the heads of the various places whispered, see, it's this teenager. Elder Qiao thinks very highly of him. How do you guys think this teenager and Elder Joe know each other? Who knows? But who was the woman who appeared next to Elder Joe last time? Don't say some things, not for us to discuss. For the Xian character layers discussion, Xiaofan naturally did not know. At this time, he followed the young girl upwards for 3 consecutive layers, past the Earth character layer, and then past the Heaven character layer, and came to a seemingly very ordinary attic, which was decorated like an ordinary restaurant, not opulent and magnificent, but rather, ordinary and couldn't be any more ordinary. Xiao Yuanzhou sat on the chair and smiled as he surveyed Xiaofan, then opened his mouth and laughed. You're here. Not bad. Your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Xiaofan nodded, then bowed very sincerely. Thanks for your help in the last incident. Ha ha, you don't have to be polite. It's just a small matter to me. Elder Qiao waved his hand and didn't care. It may be a small thing to you, but it's a big thing to me, and I deserve to be thanked. Xiaofan was very serious. What happened last time was indeed a big trouble for him, although that was just a matter of words for Xiao Yuanzhou. But this favor, Xiaofan remembered. Don't thank me. If you really want to thank me, just thank my lady. She is the one who instructed me to help you in any way I can if you have any problems. Chapter 33 Battle for the Spirit Stone Vein. Your family's young lady? Xiaofan froze. The first name that appeared in his mind was Wu Qingyan. What is Xiao Yuanzhou's identity? Jumbo Pavilion's North Pavilion Master, and the lady in the other party's mouth. If it really was Wu Qingyan, then the other party's identity is a bit big and scary. In this blink of an eye, Xiaofan associated a lot of things. Seeing him freeze, Xiao Yuanzhou opened his mouth to explain. You guessed correctly. The Wu Qingyan in your mouth is my young lady. As for what her identity is, this is not convenient for me to tell you. If you have the opportunity you can ask her yourself. Xiaofan nodded and hesitated before opening his mouth to ask. Then why does she want you to help me? This was something Xiaofan couldn't figure out. The other party had helped him when he bought the blood spirit ginseng, and this time he had let Elder Qiao help him. Why exactly? My lady said that because you helped her win 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones? Xiaofan froze again. Last time, Wu Qingyan did say this, but he was completely unclear about what was going on. Last time you fought Long Xiaotian, she bought you to win. Elder Qiao smiled and explained. So that's how it is. Xiaofan understood what was going on, but it didn't seem to make sense. After all, betting on himself was chosen by Wu Qingyan herself and had nothing to do with him? Miss also said that you're interesting and might turn out to be a strong person in the future, which is probably another reason why he's helping you. Elder Qiao smiled and said, when it's a good karma, Miss has always had a good eye for people. Xiaofan nodded his head and silently kept this favor in his heart. He would return it later when he had the chance. Elder Qiao, in fact, apart from thanking you, I also want to purchase a few types of spirit medicines this time. I don't know if you have any here. Xiaofan opened his mouth. Oh, Elder Qiao smiled and said, I have countless treasures in my treasure pavilion, and countless spiritual medicines and elixirs, so just go ahead and say it. Seeing Xiao Lao's look of confidence, Xiaofan's heart was delighted and he continuously spoke the names of the winding heart leather, 8 gods spiritual blood, red fire dried, and some precious spirit medicines. He saw that Elder Qiao's face cloud over little by little, and in the end, it directly turned black. Elder Zhou, these, do you have here in the treasure pavilion? Xiaofan naturally saw that the other party's face did not look good and asked tentatively. Elder Qiao glanced at him and said without any good sense of humor, I say you're a Qi transformation realm brat. What do you want with this heart-wrapping leather? 8 divine spirit blood, and red flame dried, and all these things? Do you know how much these things are worth? They are all precious materials that can only be used to refine 4th grade pills. Xiaofan coughed dryly and said, it's nothing. I just heard that these things have the effect of curing birthmarks, so I wanted to buy them to try. Birthmark? Elder Qiao froze, then his tone calmed down again. Just now he had thought that Xiaofan was taking him for a ride, because he really couldn't come up with everything here. Are you trying to heal that wife of yours? Xiaofan nodded his head and sort of acknowledged it. He couldn't talk nonsense about the heaven mending pill. For one thing, the Dan formula was too precious and would bring danger to him if it was known by someone with an axe to grind. The second was that although Xiao Yuanzhou had helped him, he didn't dare to trust the other party completely. There are some medicinal herbs in here that I have here, but the tangled heart leather and the 8 divine spirit blood, I don't have these 2 here, and the price of the red fire dried in here is not cheap. Elder Qiao looked at Xiaofan and spoke. The price of this red flame dried just a small section costs 5,000 spirit stones. What? Xiaofan was shocked, even if he was prepared before, but he was still shocked after hearing the price. 5,000 spirit stones, still can only buy a small section. This can buy a Xian rank upper grade magic weapon. Xiao Fan estimated that even if he sold the dragon family, he might not be able to come up with these 5,000 spirit stones. Seeing Xiao Fan's surprised expression, Xiao Lao's heart darkened quite a bit, and he spoke faintly. Kid, I didn't blackmail you. I think you've heard of how precious this red flame dried is, and that's what I'm the treasure pavilion. You really can't buy it anywhere else. Xiao Fan nodded his head. He also knew that what the other party said was true. The ancient records about the origin of this red flame dried in the Star Dipper diagram were very clear. I'll just get the others first then. In the end, Xiao Fan endured the pain and purchased all the materials that were still missing from making the heaven mending pill. Finally said goodbye to Elder Qiao with tears. Previously, there were still 900 spirit stones inside his storage bag, but now there were only a few dozen left. But thankfully, the materials for the heaven mending pill had all been assembled except for the 3 types of heart-wrapping leather, 8 divine spirit blood, and red fire dried. And dried red fire can be bought if you have the money. When he returned to the Long family, Xiao Fan saw the Long family's butler walking around at the entrance. And when he saw Xiao Fan return, he hurriedly ran up. Xiao, third master, the master has an invitation. The butler spoke hastily. Xiao Fan nodded and followed the butler to the Dragon Family Hall. Before he left, Xiao Fan had heard Long Miaoyin say that Long Anhai wanted to see him. It was just that he didn't expect it to be so urgent. He had originally wanted to bring Long Miaoyin with him when he returned. In the Long family's main hall, Long Anhai sat high above the main seat. And when he saw Xiao Fan walking, his heart was very complicated. He had already told the Long family's oldest ancestor about Xiao Fan's acquaintance with Xiao Yuanzhou. And even the latter was taken aback and instructed Long Anhai that in the future, the entire Long house should treat Xiao Fan with extreme respect, even better than they would treat the first-line descendants. Long Anhai naturally knew the importance of Xiao Fan, so he arranged to increase the number of maids serving Long Miaoyin's other courtyard from 3 to 10. He even went there a few times during that time. Only Xiao Fan was in seclusion and didn't see it. After Xiao Fan came out of the gate, he was pestered by Long Kaiwei. He was in a hurry to leave and didn't pay attention to the extra subordinates in the other courtyard. And Long Miaoyin didn't have the time to tell him about these things. Xiao Fan, you're back. Long Anhai laughed. How was the retreat this time? Are all the injuries sustained in the last competition with Wang Xian healed? Xiao Fan nodded and said, the injuries have healed. It doesn't matter. That's good. That's good. Xiao Fan, how did you and Elder Qiao meet? How is the relationship? Long Anhai asked with a smile. Knowing each other when buying things, this reason he Long Anhai did not believe at all. Just kidding, there are so many people who go to the treasure pavilion to buy things in a day. How could they recognize you? Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan froze. I met them by buying something. Still the same answer as last time. Long Anhai was speechless. He thought it was because Xiao Fan didn't want to say anything and simply didn't ask. In fact, he didn't know that what Xiao Fan said was really the truth. Xiao Fan 10 days from now our Long family will be competing with a dozen or so neighboring cities for the right to mine a spirit stone mine, as it is stipulated that the competition can only be contested by those under the age of 25 from the younger generation within the family. Long Anhai laughed. So, I want you to fight on behalf of the Long family. Are you willing? Chapter 34, Your Grandfather. Competition for the right to mine spirit rock has been going on for years. There was a spirit stone vein 500 miles away from the east of Jingchuan City, and when the family that discovered him was very weak, it was targeted by all the major top-tier families, and in the end, they were even exterminated because of this vein. After the demise of the small family that held the vein, when it was first involved in the big families to divide, but this vein, although large, is only a substandard spirit stone vein, and the spirit stone produced is also counted. So the great clans decided to fight each other every 3 years in the future, and the winner would get the right to mine the vein for 3 years. Because of various concerns, the final method of competition was set as a mutual sparring match for those under the age of 25, and it was required that they must be members within the family to be allowed. After Long Anhai said this, he laughed again. Originally, the person who participated this time was Long Xiaotian, but he didn't recover from his injuries. Plus his strength is far inferior to yours. Xiao Fan thought about it, so he nodded and agreed. Good, good, good. Xiao Fan, you are worthy of being a good son-in-law of my Long family. Long Anhai was overjoyed. In fact, he knew best in his heart that even if Long Xiaotian participated, there was almost no hope for his Long family. At least Long Xiaotian is by no means Wang Xian's opponent. Not to mention that this time the requirement is under 25 years old. Some of them were all family sons who had already joined the clan to cultivate, and had come here specifically to help their families compete for the spirit stone veins. In the earlier years, the Long family had actually never once gotten the right to use the mineral vein, and the Long family had long since lost all hope. But now it was different. The Long family had Xiao Fan joining them, causing them to rekindle their thoughts about the spirit stone vein. Coming out from Long On Hai, Xiaofan directly returned to the other courtyard. Within the hall, Long Kaiwei had already left and only Long Miaoyin was there. Xiaofan spoke to Long Miaoyin about the spirit stone mine, and incidentally, he also listened to Long Miaoyin talk about the recent events in Jingchuan City as well as the Long family. There's nothing going on in Jingchuan. The Long family is interested in. Our treatment has been raised quite a bit. Even the monthly routine has been increased to 30 spirit stones per month. Long Miaoyin said. 30 spirit stones, this is not a small amount of money. The Long family veterans are only 20 per month. Xiaofan nodded his head. The Long family had changed their views on them, which was naturally a good thing. After saying this, Xiaofan whispered to Long Miaoyin, Miaoyin, remove your veil. I want to take a look at your face. HM? Long Miaoyin froze, not expecting Xiaofan to say that. The two are a nominal couple, but nothing has ever happened. Not even holding hands. What's wrong? I'm ugly. Long Miaoyin's voice was filled with tension. Xiaofan softly laughed. You and I are already married. Even if you're ugly, I'm still your husband. I'm trying to take a look at your birthmark to see if there's any way to remove it. The birthmark on my face. After I was born, my father went to many famous doctors, but nothing could be done. Long Miaoyin's eyes were very lost. I'm afraid it's hard to find a way to remove it. You are my wife and we are married. Xiaofan spoke very seriously. I definitely won't lie to you about this matter. No matter what, I will find a way to remove the birthmark from your face. There are teardrops slipping from the corners of the eyes of Long Miaoyin. In the Long family, he suffered a lot of white eyes. After birth, his mother disappeared because of the birthmark on his face. And then his father did not care about her. Because of her birthmark, she grew up with a sari, which gave her a very low self-esteem and made her feel like her whole world was dark. But Xiaofan's appearance allowed her to see a ray of light in this darkness. At least there's someone who is true to her no matter what she looks like. Long Miaoyin gently removed the face of the veil. One side of the white almond, small face, clear bright eyes, high nose, national color description is not too much, while the other side in the same features above, covered with a layer of bright red birthmark. As outsiders say, half the face is like a ghost. Long Miaoyin was very nervous in her heart, afraid that her appearance would scare Xiaofan. Her hands were shaking, and her attention stayed on Xiaofan without moving. Seemingly seeing her nervousness, Xiaofan took a step forward and grabbed Long Miaoyin's hand, softly saying, "Don't be afraid. It's fine." These words seemed to carry magical power and went into Long Miaoyin's heart as the latter obediently nodded her head. "Don't worry. I'll get you back to your normal appearance no matter what. Trust me." Xiaofan's tone was very sincere, and this was the promise he gave to Long Miaoyin. Long Miaoyin nodded and unconsciously cried out, clinging to Xiaofan's arms, the arms of this nominal husband of his. For the next 7 days, Xiaotian was in the secret room every day, and in addition to cultivating, he also read and studied various ancient books. This also made him a lot of spiritual medicine. Related knowledge increased greatly. Some alchemy-related ancient books he did not read less, learning a lot. In 7 days, with the help of the various resources within the star dough diagram, Xiaofan managed to reach the mid-4th level of the Qi transformation realm. His own strength had increased by another small amount, and although he didn't know how strong he was now, with the support of the 9 changes of Qi transformation technique, he shouldn't have a problem fighting against a cultivator with the 5th strength of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, Xiaofan felt that when he encountered the middle-aged man with the surname Pang who had made things difficult for him on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion last time, he should now have the power to fight even if he was not defeated. At least if the two sides exchanged blows and Xiaofan was bent on running, the other side would definitely not be able to keep him. It's time to leave. Inside the secret room, Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, his breath restrained internally. Today was the day to go and participate in the Spirit Stone Vein Scramble. Xiaofan changed into a clean white robe before leaving from within the secret room, and after greeting Long Miaoyin, he headed directly to the Dragon Family Hall. At this moment, all the clan elders of the Dragon Family were all above the main hall, with Long Anhai standing beside the main seat, which was occupied by the Dragon Family's oldest ancestor. This time he went to fight for the Spirit Stone Vein. He personally led the team forward. Spirit Stone Veins were crucial, and it could even be said that it was related to whether or not a family could rise to power. Compared to the Long family and those families that had competed for the Mind Spirit Stone Veins, they were already a huge step behind. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Long family would become an unranked power compared to the other families. Xiaofan walked in with great strides, and seeing the formation in the Great Hall made him also stare. It seems that I still underestimated the importance of the Spirit Stone Vein to the Dragon family, Xiaofan muttered in his heart, but was very serious on the surface. Xiaofan came in, and all the Long family elders looked at him with very soft gazes, as if they were looking at their own family juniors. Xiaofan, this is my father. Your grandfather. Long Anhai introduced to Xiao Fan about the Long family's old ancestor who was seated on the main seat. Chapter 35, Morong Family. The competition begins. After all, Xiao Fan was now a member of the Long family, and that Long family's oldest ancestor was indeed Xiao Fan's grandfather by status. Just when he heard it introduced this way, Xiao Fan would still feel a little weird in his heart, uncomfortable. After all, a man suddenly came and said, "This is your grandfather. Call him grandpa. It's not going to be good for anyone." However, with such thoughts in his heart, Xiao Fan still gave a respectful salute to the Long family's old ancestor. Xiao Fan has met grandfather. The dragon family's old ancestor smiled and nodded. "Good. You're very good." Then he glanced around and spoke. "Since Xiao Fan is here, let's set off. This time the spirit stone vein, my dragon family is determined to win." The Long clan's old ancestor had reached the heavenly realm in cultivation and could fly through the air, but he wasn't able to take a group of people with him for a long period of time at the same time. 3 days later, 500 miles to the east of Jingchuan City, people from all the neighboring clans had gathered. The Long family, led by the Long family's oldest ancestor, was standing in one of the places. Xiao Fan was also among the crowd, and along with him were Long Anhai, Long Xiaotian, and a group of clan elders from the Long family. Long Xiaotian came here is not to go on the field of competition, but Long Anhai's request to bring him to see the world. Xiao Fan's gaze scanned the surroundings. These were the most powerful clans within the major cities, and from quite a few of them he felt a strong sense of oppression. In the crowd, he also saw people from the Wang family. Wang Xian was among them. The other party's gaze was very complicated once they saw Xiao Fan. There are still people from the Su family, but they don't see Su Ming. Xiao Fan counted. Now there are a total of 9 families present. But on the way here Xiao Fan asked, "A total of 10 families. Still missing one more family?" Xiao Fan muttered. At this moment, a huge demonic beast appeared in the mid-air and came whistling. This demonic beast was hundreds of meters long and covered the sky. The gazes of the people around them all focused over, and even Xiao Fan took a deep breath. The huge demonic beast fell, and dozens of silhouettes fell from the demonic beast. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Fan clearly noticed that the Long clan's old ancestor and the surrounding clan elders' faces had become even more grave than just a moment ago. Not only him, but the faces of the other people from the other great clans were also very heavy. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, I've kept you waiting." Of the dozen or so people who rushed down, a white-haired old man at the head of the group stood out and laughed, clasping his fists in all directions. "Ha ha, brother Morong, you're late." Xiao Fan's eyes looked. The one who opened his mouth should also be an old ancestor of a big family. The aura emanating from his body was not weaker than the old ancestor of the Long family. "Morong, in past years it was your Morong family that got the most mining rights. This year maybe it's time for someone else. This mount of yours, TSK, Thunder Blaze Red Spirit Sparrow, big deal." The ones who opened their mouths were all at the level of the old ancestors of all the great clans, and even the old ancestor of the Long clan in front of Xiao Fan opened his mouth to concur. "Old thief Morong, after many years of not seeing you, you're still the same as a deus ex machina." Morong old man looked around. One by one cupped his fists with a smile, and finally when his eyes looked at the Long family's old ancestor he was surprised. "Long Zz's eye. You actually haven't died yet." "Ha ha ha." The Long clan's old ancestor snorted coldly. "If you old piker didn't die, why should I die?" Xiao Fan's face was puzzled when he saw all of this. What was the relationship between this Morong old man and the Long family's old ancestor? Long Anhai glanced at the sight of Xiao Fan and Long Xiaotian. Look at both of them are exposed to the color of incomprehension. So whispered open mouth to explain, "Father and Morong family ancestor earlier years is a close friend. The relationship between irreversible, but then I don't know what broke up." Xiao Fan came to a realization and sort of understood the relationship between these two. No wonder speech always tastes weird. "But father, why is everyone so polite to that Morong family's old ancestor?" Long Xiaotian opened his mouth to inquire from the side in puzzlement, which was actually something Xiao Fan wanted to know. Long Anhai slowly nodded his head, then whispered, "The Morong family is very strong. It is the strongest within the top 10 families. Half of the time the mining of the spirit stone vein was previously occupied by the Morong family. The Morong family is very strong. After occupying the spirit stone vein for many years, it has widened the gap with the other families." Long Anhai was a bit emotional. After all, the Long family was considered the strongest family in Jingchuan City, but the gap compared to the Morong family was already not half a star. The Long family's old ancestor frowned. The distance was very close. He naturally heard Long Anhai's words. His face was a bit ugly, but he didn't have a fit. Instead he mocked at the Morong old ancestor. "Morong old thief, this mount of yours, Thunder Flame Red Spirit Sparrow, the cultivation is comparable to the late Tong Tian realm. It's not something that your Morong family can take in. Where did you get it from?" This was actually a question that all the old ancestors of the families wanted to know, so they all set their eyes on old ancestor Morong in unison. A demonic beast at the late stage of the Tongtian realm was incomparably strong, and a human cultivator of the same rank was no match for it at all, let alone being taken in as a mount. The Morong elder had a smile on his face. This thunderflame red spirit sparrow is indeed not one that I took in, but one that an elder of the purple cloud cave sky took in and then bestowed upon our Morong family. After hearing the words, the people present looked at each other. There was shock, and there was disbelief. The purple cloud cave heaven is a big sect in the martial emperor state. The strength is only a little worse than the misty immortal palace. The other side will give the Morong family this mount? Morong old ancestor to these people's expression is very satisfied. Then faintly opened his mouth. That's right. Purple cloud cave sky and elder sent. You want to ask why? Then tell you also no harm. Because my Morong family has produced a supreme heavenly pride, has worshipped under this elder and become a shut-in disciple. The elder loves talent and loves the house, so that's why he rewarded this mount to my Morong family. The Morong family's people all looked high and proud. The appearance of a disciple from the Morong family who was valued by the Violet Cloud Cave elder was the pride of their entire family. And the faces of the other families were all ugly. The Morong family was already strong and pressed them. And now with the support of the Purple Cloud Cave sky, the gap between these families of theirs had been completely widened. The Dragon family's old ancestor let out a long sigh and glanced back at the Dragon family's crowd, his heart a little despondent. Other family ancestors are basically a mood. If the Morong family power in the future and then stronger, then certainly will expand his Morong family territory, encroachment of their interests. Well, enough with the extra words. It's time for the contest to begin. Elder Morong smiled faintly. The rule of the Orvain competition was that whoever's family occupied the Orvain last time, then whoever's family would send someone to host the next time a cut was held. The rules are still the same as before. One person from each family. First a one-on-one sparring session. The victorious 5 will then have a one-on-one session. One person will take a turn. And finally the remaining 3 will spar with each other. And the victor will get the right to mine the spirit stone veins for the following 3 years. Chapter 36 Don't Fight. These rules had been told to Xiaofan by Long Anhai before, and they were the same as what he had heard before. Old ancestor Morong glanced around and smiled faintly. The persons sent out by each family stepped forward. In the positions of each of the big families, a young son or daughter stepped forward and walked out in large strides. The Long family's oldest ancestor looked back at Xiaofan and gave him a slight nod. Xiaofan nodded and also walked out with large strides. When Long Xiaotian saw the scene, his emotions were incredibly complicated. This was supposed to be him representing the Dragon family in the battle, but it turned out to be Xiaofan. Xiaofan and the others took large strides to the center of these clans and stood in order. The next thing to do was to draw lots to choose their opponents. 9 of the 10 players in the field were men and only one woman. The woman's face was cold, but an indescribably heroic aura. The person from the Wang family who fought was Wang Xian. If before Wang Xian was still a bit of a threat to Xiaofan, then after Xiaofan had advanced to the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm this threat no longer existed. The representatives of the other clans each looked arrogant. And this temperament was very much like Xiaofan's first time meeting Long Xiaotian's opponent. It's a condescension that radiates from the bones. The representative of the Su family is a young man. This person on the stage after the gaze is always intentionally or unintentionally in the fall on Xiaofan. Does this kid know me? Xiaofan muttered in his heart. He could always experience deep malice from the other party, the other people who went out to fight. Xiaofan didn't care too much, but he always observed that Morong family's son. Only in this person Xiaofan felt the danger. Worthy of being from the Morong family? It's really different from other families. Xiaofan memorized all the competitors in his mind. Okay, everyone give their name and write it on a slip of paper. Elder Morong said indifferently on the stage. And a middle-aged man dressed as an underling of the Morong family took out paper and pen and walked to the 10 contestants. Wang Xian. The first person was Wang Xian, who wrote his name on a piece of paper after calling out his name, holding his head high, though his eyes would always skim towards Xiaofan intentionally or unintentionally. Hang Zishuan. Xiaofan noticed that this was none other than the only woman in each of the big families. Su Aizhou. It was the turn of that Su family's son, and he was the one who had the deepest malice towards Xiaofan among those people on the scene. The Morong family's subordinate finally walked up to Xiaofan and handed him a pen and paper. Xiaofan. Xiaofan spoke faintly, then wrote his name on top of the note. However, after Will Xiaofan said his name, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit strange. Long Zizai. What's wrong with your Long family? What's the point of sending out someone named Xiao? A family ancestor was puzzled and opened his mouth to ask. You won't have forgotten our rules. You can only send out your own children to fight. Could it be that your dragon family has lost all these years and is afraid? So looking for a foreign aid? The scene roared with laughter, and the ancestors of each family opened their mouths to flirt. Long Zizai. Why don't you let your Long family withdraw and just don't participate in this competition in the future? You haven't won once in all these years anyway. Ha ha, that's it. What's the point of looking for someone named Xiao? But old dragon you want to find someone to imposter cannot before string a good confession. Let this kid to change the surname. Do not call Xiao Fan. Called Long Fan is not good. Ha ha ha. Not only did the ancestors of each family cackle, but even the elders and sons of each family scoffed. The same was true for the 9 people standing in Xiao Fan's way, and each of them looked at Xiao Fan with strange gazes. The Long family's old ancestor was furious after hearing this. What are you guys babbling about here? He, Xiao Fan, is a member of my Long family? Isn't the son-in-law of my Long family a member of my Long family? Door-to-door son-in-law? After hearing Long Zizai's words, there was another roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, the Long family really has no one left to send a flunky up here. Is this to seek death? Long Zizai, ha ha ha, finding a flunky to take the stage. Does your Long family have no one? If it's really a generation of heavenly pride, it wouldn't be able to join your Long family. However, of these mocking clans, no one from the Wang clan or the Su clan opened their mouths to mock, as they were well aware of how strong this Xiao Fan dispatched in front of them was. Enough, the rule we said in the beginning was that it is fine if it is someone within our own family. My dragon family's door-to-door son-in-law is naturally someone from my dragon family. Is there a problem with this rule? Dragon family old man angrily drink. Look around. Behind him the dragon family people one by one face green, especially Long Xiaotian. His dragon family this generation of the most outstanding people, but the result can only dry look at others towards the laugh his dragon family. Old thief Morong, tell me about this. Is there anything wrong with my Long family? Long ZZ looked his gaze towards old ancestor Morong. Old ancestor Morong coughed dryly and laughed. Indeed, according to the rules, if one joins your dragon family, this person can indeed represent the dragon family. That's fine, since my Long family didn't break the rules. What are you guys babbling about here? The Long family's old ancestor had an impatient face, and these old ancestors around them didn't care about this. It was just a door-to-door son-in-law. What does it count for? Although Xiao Fan's expression was very flat and he could not see any waves, but he was in a very bad mood after being ridiculed by so many just now. The gazes of these participating family children around him were full of contempt. The son-in-law on the doorstep was shameful, especially the woman with the thickest disdain in her eyes. It was already all but certain that Xiao Fan was a soft eater. Chen Shi, Deng Kai Feng, Murong Fu. Ceremony continues. In the blink of an eye read out the names of 10 people. Morong family underlings will be in their hands to collect the note back to a wooden box. The only person in here that Xiao Fan paid attention to was that Murong Fu. This person was obviously a man, but he had an indescribable feminine aura that was disgusting. Alright, the following is the beginning of the lottery competition. Those whose names are read out come forward. Old ancestor Morong spoke indifferently, reaching his hand into the wooden box and taking out 2 slips of paper. Xiao Fan, Chen Shi. It was Xiao Fan's turn to fight in the first match, and when his opponent, Chen Shi, heard that his opponent was Xiao Fan, his face was full of smiles, and he walked up with big strides. Xiao Fan ignored it and walked forward with steady steps. Okay, the contest begins. After old man Morong saw that both sides had arrived, his figure disappeared from the spot, and the open space where he was the ring. Ha ha ha, what luck! Let me run into this door-to-door son-in-law in the first match. I'm sure to win. Chen Shi laughed out loud. His body's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation level was the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was not even 20 years old and was definitely considered a genius. He completely looked at Xiao Fan as a soft persimmon at this point. Chen Shi's body was like a thunderbolt, and his aura ferociously pushed straight towards Xiao Fan. Many people in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. This Chen Shi is really strong. There were even a number of people who mourned the flunky in front of them. However, the scene immediately before their eyes caused them to stare blankly. Xiao Fan kicked Chen Shi and sent him flying backwards, even faster than the thunderous momentum just now, completely out of control. But what was even more surprising was yet to come. Xiao Fan's body accelerated violently to catch up with Chen Shi. A fierce punch and kick. The moves are ruthless to the core. Splattered blood. Don't fight. Chapter 37, Morong Fu. Gulp. Many people around the throat issued the sound of gulping saliva, simply because the scene in front of them was just too terrifying. Xiao Fan had already beaten Chen Shi's face full of blood, and the sound of bones cracking continuously came out from Chen Shi's body, which made the hearts of the surrounding children of these families jump. Is this Xiao Fan still a human being? I admit defeat. Don't fight. Chen Shi cried out and begged for mercy, beating so much that he didn't even recognize his own mother. Defeated in less than 5 breaths on the court, and the rest of the time was spent getting beat up. The Qin clan's old ancestor's face flushed red, his body trembling with anger, and those Qin clan members behind him did the same. Their faces flushed red. I've seen such a shameful person before, but I've never seen such a shameful person before. Ha ha ha, the Long family's oldest ancestor laughed. Old man Chen, let's see if your Chen family is still convinced. All the people in the Long family also laughed along with them, and all that bad anger just now disappeared in an instant. Very freely, the Chen clan's old ancestor snorted coldly, looking at Chen Shi, who was covered in injuries and walking back with a limp, his stomach full of anger. He forced himself not to explode, not wanting to be humiliated. First match, Xiao Fan wins. Morong old ancestor was also surprised. He had just left for how long? He hadn't even had a cup of tea. Xiao Fan nodded his head. The evil anger in his heart dissipated quite a bit, and he walked down with large strides and stood to where the remaining 8 people were. The faces of these 8 remaining family descendants this time did not have the playful mockery from a moment ago, but turned into gravity. The strength that Xiao Fan had shown was too stunning. It wasn't that Chen Shi was weak, but that his opponent was too strong. Some people from the big clans under the stage also began to discuss in whispers. What the hell was going on just now? That Chen Shi isn't weak. The 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. How could he have lost so quickly? Judging from the aura that Xiao Fan gave off just now, he should also be at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, right? But how could he be so strong? Could it be that the Long family is sending a flunky to fight? It seems that they have prepared for it earlier. Bah! The Long family is insidious. Now all the clans had begun to think that this was a plot by the Dragon family to find a highly powerful heavenly pride to join his dragon family and then seize the spirit stone veins. This kind of thought of Xiao Fan and Long family members do not know what will be the expression. Morong Fu, Deng Kai Feng. Old ancestor Morong continued to read out the names of the following contestants. And this time, it was the time for the Morong family's children to appear. Both sides walked to the ring in the mine. Tung Kaifeng's face was grave. His opponent was a genius from the Morong family. He had to be in high spirits. On the contrary, opposite, Morong floated with a faint smile on his face, which is very gentle, just like a woman. Many people at the scene had a feeling of goosebumps. Even Xiao Fan was like that. But no one dared to underestimate this Morong Fu. The other party was definitely not an ordinary person. Okay, here goes. Old man Morong's figure disappeared, leaving behind the 2 people who were competing. Deng Kai Feng didn't dare to be careless. He was 25 years old this year, the oldest among the representatives of the great clans present, and his own cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Before the 2 sides even exchanged blows, Deng Kai Feng had revolved his cultivation to the extreme. He wanted to strike first. Opposite Morong floats this does not care. Deng Kai Feng came swiftly. Speed than just Qin Shi is much faster. Like a thunder dragon. Blink of an eye to Morong Flow in front of the hand appeared a long knife. To Morong Flow on the chopping down. 3 gold-backed swords. Some people exclaimed in shock. This precious sword was one of the Deng clan's Xian-grade magic artifacts. It was very precious. I didn't expect it to be in Tung Kaifeng's hands. However, before anyone could respond, the machete had already arrived in front of Morong Fu, and in the blink of an eye, it would be able to split Morong Fu in half. This is a direct hit. Xiao Fan even frowned when he saw this scene, not realizing that this cut was so vicious. Deng Kai Feng came up with his own killer weapon. Under the full force of the strike, even if the opposite side of the Morong floats stronger will have to drink hate. However, an unexpected scene appeared, just as the long knife chopped down an inch away from Morong Fu. Morong Fu's complexion changed violently, and an icy breath emanated from outside his body, causing Deng Kai Feng to tremble, and his blade momentum slowed down at once. Taking this opportunity, Morong Fu's body flickered and dodged the attack of the long knife. After Morong Fu dodged, the long sword resumed its original blade momentum, but it was already too late, and a slash landed on top of the ground. No good. Deng Kai Feng was shocked, but before he could react, Morong Fu, who had dodged the strike just now, struck. The 3 golden-backed swords were strong, but they lost their meaning if they couldn't cut the enemy. Morong Fu's aura increased. The 5th cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm erupted, but it was too much stronger than Deng Kai Feng just now. His hands clenched into fists and he attacked Deng Kai Feng violently. Deng Kai Feng wanted to dodge and resist. Both parties were at the 5th level of Qi transformation realm cultivation. Even if Morong Fu was stronger than him, he would not be able to even defend. However, something unexpected happened. Morong Fu's attacks all hit. The opposite side of Deng Kai Feng moved slowly, simply like a target, being hung by Morong Fu. In the end, Deng Kai Feng spat out blood, the whole person passed out, and the battle ended with Morong Fu winning. The faces of the Deng family were all very ugly. They didn't expect Deng Kai Feng to get 3 golden-backed swords and still lose, and the battle just now had left them all full of questions. confused as to what exactly had happened. Only the Tang clan's oldest ancestor was full of sorrow, sighed, and didn't say anything, instead ordering someone to carry Tang Kaifeng down. The gap between the two sides is too big. Morongfu's strength today is afraid that the unusual 6th level of the Qi transformation realm will be his opponent. Genius. Real genius. Morongfu gave a feminine smile and redescended the stage back to where Xiaofan and the others were. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at him, becoming even more grave. Even Xiaofan was the same. The battle between the two just now was full of strangeness, making people unable to defend themselves. Next match, Hang Zishuan. Competition after competition went on, and the strength displayed by all the family descendants was impressive. Even by Xiaofan's estimation, Morongfu's talent was so strong that it could be said that currently, apart from his brother Xiaotian, he was the strongest person Xiaofan had ever seen. After all, there is a more important consideration outside of strength and talent, and that is age. Xiaofan is 19 years old this year, while Xiaotian is 16 years old. The opposite party. Morongfu's age looked a few years older than Xiaofan, so that was where the other party's talent wasn't as good as Xiaotian's, but it's enough to make people stare. In the end, Hang Zishuan cultivated at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm and narrowly defeated her opponent to enter the top 5. Suizhou won overwhelmingly with the 5th cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm. The remaining 3 were Xiaofan, Morongfu, and a Xiexing from the Xie family who entered the top 5. This Xiexing had defeated Wang Xian to enter the top 5, but Xiaofan could tell that the injuries Wang Xian had sustained when he fought against himself earlier had not healed and his strength had not been fully utilized. Chapter 38 Xiaofan vs Suizhou. The first round was only 5 matches, but the strength shown by the children of each family was impressive. At this time, the face of Long Xiaotian below was very ugly. On weekdays, he had always regarded himself as a genius of the dragon family, but he didn't realize that the gap between himself and these people of theirs was so large. His current cultivation level was the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm, and if he had not been injured by Xiaofan in the first place and had taken the aftereffects caused by the purple flame pill, he should have currently reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. However, even the strength of the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm was not enough compared to other family descendants. There was an hour's break in between, and then the next round of draws began. The rules for the second round were that 2 games were played against each other, with one person's turn going straight to the final. Old ancestor Morong stood on the stage and looked around before starting to draw lots. Morongfu, Xiaxing. The first round of the competition didn't get Xiaofan's turn. Instead, the first round went to Morongfu. Xiaxing's face was grave. Morongfu was recognized as the strongest person in this competition. Both sides walked up to the front of the mining ring, and old man Morong's figure disappeared, leaving the 2 behind. The contest begins. Everyone at the scene focused their attention on the 2 men. Morongfu, how strong need not be said, anyone knows. The opposite side of the Xiexing cultivation is the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. From the fight just now, performance is not bad. Just now, Xiexing watched the entire battle of Morongfu, and naturally, Xiexing noticed the strangeness of Morongfu after he exchanged hands. He didn't rush to get closer to the other party. First, he kept a distance from Morongfu. Even if Morongfu wanted to attack him, he would need some time. This Xiexing is very smart. Xiaofan gave a very pertinent opinion. After all, if Xiexing and Deng Kaifeng were like Deng Kaifeng just now, his attacks and actions suddenly slowed down. He was a living target. However, in response, Morongfu seemed to not care, just looking calmly at Xiexing with that feminine smile still showing at the corner of his mouth. Xiexing felt uncomfortable as he was stared at by this smile. He took out a handful of spirit talismans from within his storage bag, and mouthed an incantation to catalyze them. Then he skimmed a handful of spirit talismans all towards Morongfu. It's the Thunder Fire Charm. Someone exclaimed and opened his mouth, and even Xiaofan was startled. This Thunder and Fire Talisman is required to reach at least the cultivation of the Tongtian realm. Above the Talisman Master can be refined. Expensive. The value of a Thunder and Fire Talisman will have to be 10 pieces of spirit stones, and it is a one-time consumption. The Thunder Fire Talisman is the least powerful one, and the damage that can be produced by the outbreak is about the same as the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, activating this Thunder Fire Talisman also required the consumption of one's own spiritual energy. That's why this kind of thing is so cockamamie that very few people will use it. Xiexing threw more than a dozen Thunder Fire Talismans at Morongfu, equivalent to a single strike from more than a dozen 5th level Qi transformation realm cultivators. This was the best way Xiexing could think of to deal with Morongfu at the moment. He had no other way to attack after pulling away, and there were only these Thunder Flame Talismans in his storage bag that he could use. This was something he had intended to use in the duel when his spirit power ran out. However, he hadn't expected to use it this way. Below the Xiandan realm, spell-like feats are unable to show their true power. As for fist winds and airwaves and whatnot, it had a suppressive effect against cultivators with a lower cultivation level than their own, but it was meaningless against cultivators of the same rank. Morongfu's face was calm. Under the attack of more than 10 thunder fire talismans, he didn't see any panic, and took out a turtle shell the size of a palm from within his storage bag. Everyone around them was surprised and confused as to what was going on. Seeing Morongfu muttering lowly words under his breath and reciting spells, this palm-sized turtle shell instantly grew larger and stood in front of him. And at this time, these 10 or so thunder fire talismans had already reached Morongfu's body, but they were all blocked by this turtle shell. Rumble! Thunder and fire talisman exploded on the turtle shell. A wave of air after a wave of air scattered from the stage. The crowd looked at the stage. Morongfu did not move. All the damage of the thunder and fire talisman was blocked by this turtle shell. What kind of treasure is this turtle shell? Everyone was thinking about this question, and the old ancestors of each family were staring at each other with grave expressions. And only old ancestor Morong had a faint smile on his face. The Xia clan's oldest ancestor coldly questioned, "Morong, using a magic treasure of this level is considered a violation." Old ancestor Morong laughed and shook his head. "Don't be angry. It's not like this turtle shell was given by my Morong family." "What? If it's not from your Morong family, who can take out this level of treasure? This is at least a Xian rank mid-grade or above, even up to a top-grade magic treasure." This sentence from the Xia family's oldest ancestor caused everyone around them to be startled. Even Xiaofan, a magic treasure of the middle grade of the Xian rank or above? Even the Dragon family's Linjiao knife as well as the Wang family's White Mist sword have just the lower grade of the Xian rank. Not bad. It is indeed not given by my Morong family. Old ancestor Morong explained with a smile on his face. It was bestowed to Floater by the elder of the Purple Cloud Cave, and even the Thunderflame Red Spirit Bird was given to my Morong family because of Float Air. What? This time, everyone at the scene was surprised. The person that old ancestor Morong said was valued by the Violet Cloud Cave elder earlier was actually Morongfu. At that moment, the faces of the old ancestors of all the families were hard to see, and the Xia family's old ancestor was even more ironic, but he had nothing to say. He dared to rebel against the Morong family, but he didn't even have the courage to rebel against a behemoth like the Purple Cloud Cave Heaven. Morong old ancestor looked around. He was very satisfied with the expressions of these people around him. This was the effect he wanted. To tell everyone that his Morong family was the strongest. Xiaxing on the stage face is also very ugly. He has nothing to use the bottom card, and then fight only close combat away. So with a thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and rushed down to fight Morongfu to the death. However, he thought too much. When he approached Morongfu, the same thing happened as Deng Kaifeng just now. His movements became slow and sluggish. In an instant, the winner was already divided, and Xiaxing was defeated. The scene was in an uproar. Not just because of Morongfu's victory, but also because of the fact that he had joined the Purple Cloud Cave Sky and was valued by its inner elders. Morongfu walked back with a relaxed demeanor, and even smiled and nodded to Xiaofan and the others when he arrived near them. At this time even Xiaofan feels uncomfortable. The strength of the other party is too bizarre. Next match, Xiaofan. Su Eizhou, old ancestor Morong spoke. Hang Zishuan's turn to directly enter the final. This time the competition arrived at Xiaofan, and the opponent was that Su Eizhou who had always been hostile to him. For the latter's hostility, Xiaofan didn't even have to think about it to know that it must be because of Su Ming. The two of them went up to the stage, and as old man Morong left, the two of them looked at each other in all directions. Xiaofan, finally let me meet you. I promised my brother that I would avenge him. Su Eizhou spoke in a cold voice. His aura changed violently and the ground around him trembled. Sure enough, it's because of him. Come on then, let me see if you have the qualifications. Chapter 39, Coiled Dragon Gun. Desperate Blood Battle. Su Eizhou was Su Ming's own brother. Su Ming was so miserably beaten by Xiaofan in the beginning. Su Eizhou was furious when he found out. He hated Xiaofan so much that he originally wanted to wait until he had the chance to take revenge for his brother later. But he didn't realize that Xiaofan was fighting in place of the Dragon family, which gave him the chance to take revenge. Kill. Su Eizhou had an extra spear in his hand. His cultivation of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm erupted, and he directly ran towards Xiaofan and killed him. He wasn't that punk Qinshe. Against Qinshe he was just as confident that he could instantly defeat. It's the Su family's coiled dragon gun. When Su Eizhou took out his lance, the first time someone recognized the artifact, it was the Su family's Xian rank lower grade artifact. The face of the Long family's old ancestor below was ugly, and he felt remorseful inside. After the loss of the Linjiao blade, his Long family still had a Xian ranked magic weapon that he had been using, and he had known that he would have taken his Long family Xian ranked magic weapon out for Xiaofan to use in the competition. In fact, he hadn't thought that Xiaofan would perform so amazingly before. After all, The children sent out by all the big clans were all geniuses of their respective families. But from the strength that Xiao Fan had shown in defeating Chen real-time, it had shocked him, and it was even stronger than when he had diced 10 days ago. Blame it on me. The Long clan's old ancestor muttered with a complicated expression. If Xiao Fan lost because he didn't have a magic weapon, then it was all his fault. I just don't know if the Long family's old ancestor learns that his Long family's Linjiao knife was sold by Xiao Fan for 200 spirit stones in order to buy a birthday gift for Long Anhai. What would be the reaction? Xiao Fan's face was grave as he did not dare to be careless with Suizhou's attack. The lance was based on stabbing, chopping, and picking, especially when the other party's hand was still a lower-grade Shen-ranked magic weapon. Every move was courageous and fierce, and it was difficult for Xiao Fan to get close enough to attack Suizhou. The gun had a longer attack distance than the sword, and he couldn't deal with Suizhou like he did with Wang Xian. Ha ha ha, don't just hide. Punk, you punk! Suizhou laughed. Seeing that Xiao Fan would only escape, he was in a good mood. That day you seriously injured my brother. Today I want your dog's life. Suizhou had practiced the gun since he was a child, and his gunplay was as pure as fire, and his attack was swift and fierce. Xiao Fan did not utter a word. His figure kept retreating as he tried to find an opportunity to attack his opponent, but they were all blocked by his opponent's long spear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Fan cursed in a low voice as his right shoulder was grazed by the lance. Yet before he could dodge, the opponent's lance fell in the air like an iron rod. Xiao Fan violently sidestepped and retreated backwards. After exchanging more than 10 rounds, Xiao Fan had completely fallen into a disadvantage. The people of the Su family under the stage were all showing excitement. Suizhou had completely suppressed the other party, and they were naturally in a good mood. For their part, the Long family's faces were ugly. They didn't expect Xiao Fan to suffer the loss of not having a magic weapon. Long Anhai glanced at the Long family ancestor silent. He had previously proposed whether or not to lend the Long family's Shen-ranked magic weapon to Xiao Fan. In the blink of an eye, it was another 30 rounds, and Xiao Fan suffered a lot of losses. Xiao Fan did not have a suitable magic weapon in his storage bag. With a quick turn of mind, Xiao Fan thought of a ruthless move. It's the only way to put up a fight. Xiao Fan muttered as his figure exploded back hundreds of meters, closing his eyes as his divine sense quickly entered the Star Dipper diagram, picking up spiritual herbs and medicines and stuffing them into his mouth in large quantities. Outside, looking at Xiao Fan closing his eyes, Suizhou sneered. Xiao Fan, you waste, is this fear? Surprisingly close your eyes. Is it to think of ways to deal with me? Tell you waste is waste. As soon as the words fell, Suizhou rushed up with his handheld lance. Xiao Fan closed his eyes. He didn't know what the other party wanted to do, but grasping the time to end the fight was the most important thing. Not only him, everyone around him was not sure what Xiao Fan was doing with his eyes closed. Is that the idea? Suizhou's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he was about to arrive in front of Xiao Fan. The long spear in his hand stabbed at Xiao Fan's chest. This shot was extremely dangerous. However, just when the long spear reached half an inch in front of Xiao Fan's chest, Xiao Fan violently opened his eyes and a cold look appeared in his eyes as he sidestepped and dodged, and the long sword stabbed him on the left side at his shoulder blade. Seeing that he had successfully stabbed Xiao Fan, Suizhou's mouth hung a bright smile. He just wanted to draw his gun and stab again, but he realized that he couldn't draw it out. What? Everyone around us was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Even Suizhou was the same. His smile froze and he was completely confused as to what Xiao Fan was trying to do. Seeing Xiao Fan endure the pain, his left hand reached out to his chest and grabbed the lance that had pierced into his body. Let go! What are you doing? Suizhou shouted, a strong sense of crisis surging within him. Xiao Fan's mouth reveals an icy smile that gives people the creeps. Next, it's my turn to attack. The surrounding people didn't understand what the words meant. When they saw Xiao Fan exerting his force violently and leaning his body forward, allowing the coiled dragon lance to penetrate even deeper. However, this wasn't the end of it. Xiao Fan stepped forward step by step, and he didn't stop until his body reached the nearness of Suizhou. Damn! What are you doing? Suizhou panicked. He tried to draw back the lance, but no matter how much force he exerted, the lance remained slightly unmoving. Xiao Fan held the lance with his left hand and made a fist with his right hand, violently swinging at Suizhou, using all his strength in every punch. Ah! Suizhou was holding the coiled dragon gun with both of his hands at this time, and he was unable to resist it at all, and was struck by Xiao Fan's punches on his body. Punch STH. 5 fists. 10 fists. Suizhou was bleeding profusely. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to use such a ferocious way to deal with himself. During this time, Suizhou kicked at Xiao Fan with his feet, but the latter didn't care as if he couldn't feel any pain. However, he can't let go. The disc dragon gun is his Su family's greatest treasure. Without the disc dragon gun, He simply does not have the confidence to defeat the Xiao Fan in front of him. Everyone around them sucked in a mouthful of cool air, never dreaming that this Xiao Fan would use such a vicious method to attack. Even if a normal person could think of this solution, they certainly wouldn't use it. Only a crazy person would do such a thing. Watching Su Yizhou spitting blood from his mouth, the Su family's people were no longer smiling before, and all of them had ugly faces. Long family's face is also not good. Face worried color. By the Xian class magic weapon inserted into the body of their own damage is not a joke. The complexity on Long Xiaotian's face was even heavier, but this time he was convinced of Xiao Fan. Su Yizhou was hit with a mouthful of blood in the blink of an eye, but he still held back and didn't let go, as he was continuously seeping his own power into the coiled dragon gun. This is a lower grade magic weapon of the Xian rank, stabbed into the body of Xiao Fan at all times to endure inhuman pain. However, at this moment, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth suddenly cracked open, and his right hand pinched and compared a spell seal. Throat-shattering lock. Xiao Fan poured all of his own power into his right hand's magic seal before violently blasting out at Su Yizhou's neck. This aura was courageous and fierce, and his right hand's Dharma seal emitted a piercing golden light. Su Yiming was shocked. He tried to back away and dodge, but he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fan's attack just now wasn't meaningless. He wanted to give Su Yizhou an injury and then use the last chance to have a showdown. Rumble. With a loud bang, Su Yizhou spat blood from his mouth and fell to the ground. Chapter 40, Impressed. Flabby son-in-law wins. No one at the scene had expected that this Xiao Fan would be so ruthless and still have the strength left to use such a terrifying killing move after being stabbed by the coiled dragon gun. Ichiju. Surprised, the Su clan's oldest ancestor didn't care about that much and directly dashed into the ring. The Long family ancestor did the same, reaching the ring with a flash of his figure and standing beside Xiao Fan to check his injuries. At this time, Su Yizhou spat more than blood, the whole a bloody man. All the blood vessels at the neck exploded, and you can even see the white neck bone. The whole person has lost consciousness, not even breathing. Only the weak heartbeat still proves that he is alive. Although Xiao Fan's injuries were heavy, but they were nothing compared to the other party. The dragon family's old ancestor helped him to pull out the coiled dragon gun that was inserted in his body. Xiao Fan grunted in pain. Then the dragon family's old ancestor took out an elixir from his pocket, and with a heartbreaking look on his face, he let Xiao Fan take it. After taking the elixir, Xiao Fan's complexion improved a lot, and although the wound was still bleeding, it was not as serious as before. The Su clan's old ancestor was shocked and hurriedly carried out rescue treatment, feeding pills and pouring spiritual energy into it before barely hanging on to Su Yizhou's life. Su Yizhou was the genius of the Su family. If he died just like that, it would be a heavy blow to his Su family. Although losing Su Yizhou was nothing at the moment. But what about another 10 years? 20 years? The Su family's generation would be finished without Su Yizhou. Xiao Fan. Wolfish, how dare you lay such a cruel hand? The Su clan's old ancestor was furious, rising up and exuding a terrifying aura to oppress Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt this terrifying pressure that caused his chi and blood to tumble, yet it disappeared in the next moment. The Long family ancestor stood in front of Xiao Fan and blocked the pressure. Surname Su, what are you doing? Competing and sparring is a common thing. We all saw the battle just now. What did Xiao Fan do that was wrong? The Long clan's oldest ancestor said angrily. Your family's children are not as skilled as others. So you, the elder, want to step in? The Su family ancestor's face was ugly as he glanced at Su Yizhou on the ground and then at the dragon family ancestor and Xiao Fan. Thinking about the strength of the Long family's old ancestor and the relationship between Xiao Fan and the Jumbo Pavilion's Qiao Lao, he forced himself to hold back his breath. Give me the gun. The Long clan's old ancestor rolled the lance that was stained with Xiao Fan's blood and flew to the other party's hand. The Su family's old ancestor also did not hesitate. After the coiled dragon gun was put into the storage bag, he rolled up Su Yizhou with one hand and left the venue, leading the Su family to leave. Su Yizhou was seriously injured. If he didn't find a way to heal himself, his life might not be guaranteed. No one at the scene expected Xiao Fan to be so ruthless, to strike without mercy, to fight for his life. Is this a son-in-law? If you're so capable, why did you come to the Long family to be their son-in-law? Why don't you come to my house as a son-in-law? The scene atmosphere is quiet, but each person's heart has been shocked. In the eyes that looked at Xiao Fan now, there was no more mockery and contempt. There was only deep awe as well as fear. Are you okay? Still holding up. The dragon family's old ancestor opened his mouth and asked. The surprise within him was no less than anyone else's. On the contrary, his surprise was greater than anyone else's. The blood and flesh of the wound where Xiao Fan had been stabbed by the coiled dragon gun had long since rolled over, and there were traces of burns at the wound that were caused by the spiritual energy that Su Yizhou had poured into the coiled dragon gun. If it was anyone else, they were afraid that they would have already fallen to the ground. But Xiao Fan was still able to stand. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I'm okay. If you can't continue the competition, you don't have to force yourself." The Long family's old ancestors' opinion of Xiao Fan had completely changed at this moment. Originally from looking down on the waste son-in-law, to later show the strength of the Long family after the crowd impressed, and now has a proud posture. The waves within the Long family's old ancestor's heart were no smaller than anyone else's. He was even thinking that if Xiao Fan grew up in the future, it would be a great joy for his Long family. At this moment he was even a little self-deprecating inside. At first, he valued Xiaotian's qualifications and wanted to rely on the marriage to support Xiaotian and flatter the other party, thus changing the Long family's situation. I did not expect to finally be Xiao family counting, sent to the door of a half-dead waste. At that time the entire Long family feel is a shame, but did not think that maybe this Xiao family population of waste is the real heavenly pride. "It's okay, I can." Xiao Fan nodded. He had entered the star dough diagram before and ate spiritual medicines in large quantities for fear that his body wouldn't be able to support it. But fortunately, he was fine now. The dragon family ancestor nodded and without moving, he threw a storage bag to Xiao Fan, who examined it and his face changed, then returned to normal. The dragon family ancestor smiled and left the venue. He also let the people from the Long family bandage Xiao Fan's wounds, and after bandaging them up, Xiao Fan also got up and headed to the place where Morong Fu and Hang Zixuan were. Hang Zixuan's gaze towards Xiao Fan had changed. There was no more ridicule and contempt, only shock remained. Morong Fu also did not have the cloudy, smiling face he had before, but instead looked at Xiao Fan with a face full of gravity. Confronting the madman, anyone can be afraid. Old ancestor Morong returned to the center of the field and looked around at the surprised crowd. He coughed dryly and said, "Xiao Fan wins. The next match will start in an hour." In fact, even he was surprised by the way Xiao Fan fought just now. Xiao Fan showed a ruthlessness that he shouldn't have at his age. If this son grows up, he is bound to be a ruthless character. Old ancestor Morong had already concluded. After an hour of rest, Xiao Fan sat down on his knees and began to recover. Morong Fu and Hang Zixuan on the side were more or less the same. Both of them were closing their eyes to recuperate. After all, both of them had also competed before. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, had his divine sense enter the star dough diagram and was gulping down spiritual herbs and medicines. "I didn't expect that being stabbed by a Xian-ranked magic weapon would injure me so badly," Xiao Fan muttered. Looking back now he was also in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged that shot and been stabbed in the chest, if he hadn't entered the astral dipper diagram in advance to take spiritual herbs and medicines, the results could all have been different. He might pass out from lack of stamina. Now Xiao Fan was able to differentiate the basic medicinal effects and functions of each spirit herb and spirit medicine. After all, what was left behind for him after the third star shattered were various ancient books, which were recorded very clearly. Xiao Fan's current method of eating was already eating spiritual herbs and medicines as if they were rice. His mouth was stuffed to the brim, and the value of these medicinal herbs would be difficult to estimate if they were even in the outside world. It's just a shame you can't get it outside. An hour later, Xiao Fan's eyes slowly opened. The place where he was stabbed by the coiled dragon lance was unharmed and the wound had healed. The white robe he was wearing was dyed red with dyed blood. Plus it was bandaged, so outsiders couldn't see the specifics of his injuries. Hang Zixuan and Morong Fu by their side also opened their eyes. 1 hour is up. Morong Fu, Hang Zixuan, Xiao Fan, come on stage. Old ancestor Morong's voice came, and Xiao Fan's trio got up and walked toward the front. Morong family, Hang family, Long family, everyone from each family was very nervous. This was the last competition. Victory would get the spirit stone vein for 3 years. Even the old ancestors of the various families were the same. And the Long family's old ancestor and the Hang family's old ancestor were in a similar mood. As far as Morong old ancestor was concerned, it was relatively easy. Xiao Fan, who was currently a possible opponent for Morong Fu, had already been seriously injured, and the remaining Hang Zixuan was not enough to be feared. Begin. Chapter 41, Sneak Attack on Morong Fu. In the final showdown, the final victor's clan would get the right to mine the spirit stone vein for 3 years. Although the Long family is the first family in Jingchuan City, but compared to the rest of the several city forces present it is very poor. Getting a spirit stone vein meant that a steady stream of spirit stones could be mined. Although the spirit stones contained in this spirit stone vein were of the lowest grade, it was enough to change a lot of things. The injuries on Xiao Fan's body were already unharmed, but his appearance still looked very serious. Hang Zixuan's face was grave and she kept her distance from Morong Fu. Morong Fu looked at the two with a calm gaze, a feminine smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Fan, Hang Zixuan, I'll give you guys a chance to deal with me together, or else it'll be too boring to fight. Hearing Morong Fu say this, Xiao Fan was okay and didn't have much of a reaction. However, Hang Zixuan was outright furious. Morong Fu, Are you underestimating me? I'm just a suggestion, because in a single combat situation, you are indeed no match for me. Morongfu laughed with a pale expression before looking at Xiaofan. And you, with such a serious injury, how many % of your strength can you utilize? As the shut-in disciple that the elder of the Purple Cloud Cave Sky was interested in, Morongfu was bound to have his self-confidence and pride. No need. I can decapitate you alone. Hang Zishuan bellowed as her cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm erupted, and a long silver-colored whip appeared in her hand. This long whip emitted a terrifying pressure, and it was clearly also a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Xiaofan froze. Is this woman's head bad? The other person, Morongfu, is at the 5th cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm. You're one realm lower than the other, and you want to fight one-on-one? The people of the Hang family on the stage were speechless. Some of them even covered their faces with their hands and couldn't bear to look at them. Even the Hang family's oldest ancestor let out a deep sigh, feeling that his family's child was hopeless. With the long whip in her hand, Hang Zishuan muttered a low word under her breath. The long whip was extended by tens of meters, emitting a silver light that was dazzling. Hang Zishuan casually waved her hand, and the places where the silver long whip was lashed burst apart. What kind of treasure is this long whip? The Hang clan shouldn't have this kind of magic weapon. Indeed not, but it looks like this long whip is not simple. The power of this long whip, so terrifying. The surrounding murmurs continued. Even Xiaofan was surprised. The killing power caused by this long whip swinging out was even greater than he had imagined. A rough estimation was that it already had the strength of a cultivator at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm under an all-out attack. It doesn't look like it's stupid yet, Xiaofan murmured and whispered, reassessing Hang Zishuan's strength. The opponent didn't even use his full strength in the first fight, and Xiaofan did not intend to make a move. Letting these two people wear out would be a good thing for him. And by the way, he could also observe Morongfu's strength, and what was going on with that strange one that could make a person's body become sluggish. At this moment, Xiaofan did not look like a participant, but rather more like a spectator. The long whip in Hang Zishuan's hand drew towards Morongfu. The silver long whip exuded a terrifying pressure and an amazing aura. Morongfu's eyes narrowed slightly. The speed of the long whip was even faster than he had imagined, but he was very athletic and dodged the attack of the long whip with a sidestep. The ground that was blasted by the long whip was broken by inches. A 1 meter long, half-meter deep crater was smashed out. Hang Zishuan didn't hesitate even though she couldn't make it with one strike, and continued to keep swinging the long whip, not caring at all about the depletion of her spiritual energy. Morongfu dodged east and west, and although he seemed to be in a bit of a mess, he nevertheless kept moving closer to Hang Zishuan's direction. Hang Zishuan naturally noticed all this. Her body backed up, always keeping a distance from Morongfu. The other party's technique of making people become sluggish was too terrifying. She had to keep a certain distance. This exchange scene was very magnificent. The destructive power of Hang Zishuan's long whip was extremely strong, and a burst of gray mist rose from the mineland. Why didn't he just use his gongfu to make Hang Zishuan become sluggish? Is it because the distance is not enough? Xiaofan observed the two fighting while being cautious for fear of being injured by mistake. Hang Zishuan kept her distance to attack as afraid of slow movements. By Morongfu a set of take away. However, Morongfu hadn't used this ability until now, and the only explanation was that he couldn't use it because the distance wasn't enough. The guess was the same as Xiaofan's. Morongfu was indeed the reason for this, and his constant desire to get closer to Hang Zishuan was also because of this reason. At the beginning of the exchange, Hang Zishuan had the upper hand, but the use of Xian-ranked magic weapon is very consuming to herself. Her movements began to become sluggish, and the power of swinging the long whip began to significantly reduce. Rumble. Just at this moment, Hang Zishuan a long whip swung down. In this gap, Morongfu eyes a flash of light. The body fiercely accelerated to leap up, running towards Hang Zishuan. Hang Zishuan was shocked. She had just been thinking that she had grasped Morongfu's speed, but she hadn't even thought that the other party had been hiding all along. For this moment, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Morongfu's mouth. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from Hang Zishuan. The latter wanted to dodge away. However, her body suddenly became sluggish. In the blink of an eye, Morongfu arrived 3 meters in front of Hang Zishuan. Hang Zishuan's body, on the other hand, became sluggish, and the movement of trying to retrieve the long whip in her hand was incredibly slow, so she could only let the other party slaughter her next. It's over. This Hang Zishuan is bound to lose. This time it's still the Morong family that won. It can't be helped. This Morongfu is just too strong, worthy of being the one who was valued by the elder of the Purple Cloud Cave Sky to be accepted as a shut-in disciple. How can we still fight this? Everyone thinks this bout is over. A smile appeared at the corner of Morong Fu's mouth as he clenched his hands into fists with the intention of blasting Hang Zixuan, who closed her eyes in despair. She had no other cards left. It's now. However, the Xiaofan in place moved. He had just been hiding his aura so that the two would not notice his presence, but had kept a distance from the two. A distance he could kill close to in an instant burst. Xiaofan's figure was like a running thunder and lightning. The fourth level of strength of the Qi transformation realm fully erupted. His right hand choked with golden light. It was the shattered throat lock. Morong Fu was stunned, and instantly his body trembled with sweat as a strong sense of crisis came from behind him. Not good, but at this time it was already too late. When Morong Fu reacted, Xiaofan had already arrived half a meter behind him, and in his hand the shattered throat lock FA seal had already been aimed at his throat and blasted away. What? The people nearby were stunned. No one had expected this scene to happen. Morong old ancestor was all shocked. This kid had been hiding until now and suddenly attacked? It was so sinister. Throat-shattering lock. Xiaofan shouted. His right hand's magic seal was still 3 inches away from Morong Fu's neck. However, all of a sudden Morong Fu's body emitted a piercingly cold aura, and Xiaofan felt as if his body was wrapped in cold ice, causing his movements to become slowed down at once. Taking this opportunity, Morong Fu intended to dodge and escape. He had seen the killing power of the throat-shattering lock, and Suizhou was almost hung up by this move. However, he still underestimated Xiaofan. The cold ice that had frozen Xiaofan's body was violently shattered by him, and then the magic seal in his hand violently struck at Morong Fu. What? How is that possible? Morong Fu was shocked and couldn't believe this, but he had already dodged out half of his body by taking the time he had just taken, and the spell seal of the shattered throat lock struck his right arm. Chapter 42, The Turtle Shell Appears. Being hit in the right arm by the throat-shattering lock FA seal, Morong Fu instantly had blue veins on his face, but fortunately Xiaofan was slowed down before, and the attack of the FA seal didn't hit the whole thing before he dodged away from it. However, this also made Morong Fu's right arm basically wasted. Blood slid down from the arm drop by drop. The whole right arm could not move, but this instant outburst left the onlookers stunned. My god, it can't be. This Xiaofan is so shady. Isn't he hurt? Morong Fu was actually injured so badly. Even old ancestor Morong's brows were furrowed as he stared deathly at Xiaofan, wanting to see if the other party had any injuries on his body or not. How can you be that fast if you have an injury? The root cause of all of this was caused by Morong Fu's carelessness. From the very beginning, he had taken Xiaofan lightly, believing that the other party was extremely injured and would not be able to exert much effect in this battle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Morong Fu's eyes were red. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The pain in his right arm made him furious. He took out a bottle of elixir from within his storage bag and took it. The wound on his right arm gradually stopped bleeding. It's a shame. Xiaofan sighed. Originally he wanted to rely on this move to get rid of Morong Fu as a formidable enemy, but he had still underestimated his opponent. Why did you interrupt my fight with him? At this time, Hang Zixuan, who was behind Xiaofan, was questioning loudly. Xiaofan was bewildered. Was this woman in front of him really an idiot? If he did not make a move, just now Hang Zixuan 99% would be beaten half to death by Morong Fu, and then fell. I said, why did you interrupt my duel with Morong Fu? Hang Zixuan questioned loudly once again, and this time, not only Xiaofan, but even the people around him heard it clearly. The Hang family's oldest ancestor covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. Most of the Hang clan's people had the same reaction. Just now it was Morong Fu and I who were dueling. What do you mean by suddenly interfering? Hang Zixuan's face was full of anger, and Xiaofan could tell that the other party was really angry and not pretending anymore. The rule of this competition is not to fight alone, but rather the last of the three is considered the victor. So that means that both you and Morong Fu are my opponents, and I'm only striking out to finish off my opponents. Treating this kind of brainless person, Xiaofan decided to explain in the simplest way possible. Hang Zixuan had a serious face and nodded after hearing this, seemingly accepting it. Seeing her appearance, Xiaofan was relieved. Otherwise, looking at Hang Zixuan's reaction just now, the other party would probably still fight with him. Have you said enough? Morong Fu's voice came out coldly. He no longer had the smile he had before. His face was filled with a fierce color. Being sneak attacked by a fourth level of the Qi transformation realm and almost falling in the gutter made him furious. Nosy, look at you. Compared to Xiaofan, Hang Zixuan obviously hated Morong Fu a little bit more and waved the silver whip in her hand and started attacking. Xiaofan sighed. There was only one chance to sneak attack. It would be impossible to sneak attack Morong Fu next time. The ice seal just now. It turns out. However, Xiaofan's eyes also flashed with a brilliant light. What he was most afraid of was losing out without understanding Morong Fu's abilities, but he probably grasped it now. The feat that made the body sluggish was ice seal. and in that instant Xiao Fan felt like his body was wrapped in cold ice, which was why it caused a delay in his movements. However, in the instant of the ice seal, he hurriedly operated the Dragon Elephant Overlord technique as well as the 9 transformations of Qi transformation to shatter the cold ice that wrapped around him. However, doing so was also very consuming for Xiao Fan, at least 10 times as much as usual. What the other party has frozen is not the physical body, but the divine soul. Xiao Fan roughly analyzed the ability of the other party's gong method, and in fact it did match his guess, not freezing the physical body, but affecting the divine soul. At this time, Hang Zixuan had already fought with Morong Fu again. Morong Fu's speed had slowed down quite a bit. After all, although the wound on his right arm had stopped the bleeding, he still couldn't move. Hang Zixuan's silver whip swung. She was already panting. Using a Xian-ranked magic weapon consumed very much. Among them, Morong Fu would look at Xiao Fan with malicious eyes while dealing with Hang Zixuan, itching to rush up and tear Xiao Fan alive. Between the two sides against each other, Morong Fu would always take out a portion of his attention on Xiao Fan, fearing that this kid would suddenly be giving himself a blow. Morong Fu cursed. From the storage bag took out the palm-sized tortoise shell. Mouth read the spell. The tortoise shell instantly became larger to form a layer of tortoise shell light screen against the front of Morong Fu. Think I'm scared just because you take out a king's shell. However, after attacking again and again, Hang Zixuan's face became ugly. Her attack hit the turtle shell. Just issued a pop crunch. The turtle shell formed in front of the light curtain did not break in the slightest phenomenon. Damn! This time it was Hang Zixuan's turn to curse. The long whip in her hand kept swinging and attacking. However, the result was all one. The turtle shell did not show the slightest sign of breaking. To deal with a woman. I originally didn't want to use this turtle shell. This is all because you guys forced me. Morong Fu cursed. As he spoke he also glanced at Xiao Fan. His original intention was to win this fight without using the turtle shell. Hang Zixuan was a woman, while Xiao Fan was half crippled from being stabbed by the coiled dragon lance, and both of the other two were not as good as him in terms of realm. So he felt that it was out of character for him to take out his own treasure against the enemy as a disciple of the Purple Jade Cave Heaven. But now he didn't care about that, especially for Xiao Fan. Up until now Morong Fu did not expect Xiao Fan to be able to instantly break his own gongfu. Xiao Fan frowned. The sturdiness of this turtle shell is harder than imagined. Hang Zixuan swung whip after whip, but all of them smashed on the turtle shell to no avail. Nope. Suddenly Xiao Fan noticed that every time the long whip struck the turtle shell, the aura on Morong Fu's body would fluctuate. Could it be? A thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind before he dashed to Hang Zixuan's side. I will attack with you. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Fan dodged in front of the turtle shell swinging his iron fist to strike the shell with punch after punch. Did I say to cooperate with you? Hang Zixuan frowned, but she didn't refuse and continued to swing the long whip in her hand to smash on the turtle shell light screen. You guys won't be able to break it. To tell you the truth, this Xian Jing turtle shell is a Xian rank upper grade magic treasure. It was refined from the turtle shell of a Yuan Soul Realm Xian Jing turtle. It's impossible to break it with you guys. Morong Fu said with a pale expression. After the Xian Dan is the Yuan Soul Realm, where one can cultivate the Yuan Shun, which is indestructible and will not die even if the physical body is destroyed. The entire Jingchuan city had never seen a Yuan Soul Realm powerhouse in its entire history. Voices of sucking and cool air abounded in the surroundings when they heard Morong Fu's words. However, Xiao Fan snorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. LOL. A tiny crack appeared in the turtle shell light curtain. Chapter 43, Breaking Through the Defenses. Morong Fu frowned, and the cracks on that turtle shell light screen instantly disappeared and returned to its original form. Sure enough, a smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. This turtle shell of yours looks like it consumes quite a bit of your spiritual energy to catalyze it, doesn't it? Morong Fu faintly said. So what? Hang Zixuan naturally noticed the crack just now and opened her mouth to inquire. What's going on? Although this turtle shell is a top-grade Xian rank magic treasure, the spiritual energy consumed to activate it is not to be underestimated. Every time an attack hits the turtle shell on the light screen, the spiritual energy in Morong Fu's body will be lost, and it is thought that it is being used to maintain the operation of this turtle shell. Xiao Fan made a simple explanation and Hang Zixuan nodded her head as if she understood. It was common sense that the higher the grade of the magic treasure, the more spiritual energy it consumed to activate it. But so what? Morong Fu said indifferently. With your strength today you can't do any serious damage to the turtle shell light curtain, so my spiritual energy consumption won't be great. Indeed, as Morong Fu said, if an expert of the Tong Tian realm came and attacked a few times with his hands, it was estimated that Morong Fu wouldn't be able to support himself. But the opposite side was 2 cultivators at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. So what could they do by letting them attack? Then it means that I guessed correctly. Xiao Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth as his aura around his body soared. and he clenched his fists with both hands and ruthlessly slammed them against the turtle shell light screen. Hang Zishuan thought about all of this, took a deep breath, and continued to whip the turtle shell light screen with the long whip in her hand. A cold smile hung from the corner of Morongfu's mouth. Fight! I'll see how long you can fight. In fact, he was forced to do so. He was not good at fighting. While his gong method of letting people be frozen was useless to Xiao Fan, and he was also injured. His right arm could not be moved for the time being. Facing the two people joining forces, he had no good way to do so for a while. When I recover some of my right arm, it will be the time for you two to die. Yeah? Then let's see who can outlast who. Xiao Fan laughed coldly as he fought to attack regardless of spiritual energy consumption, and the strength that erupted from each strike was no weaker than what Hang Zishuan caused with her silver whip. If they continue to consume like this, Xiao Fan and Hang Zishuan will definitely lose. There were quite a few people around who lamented. In fact, everyone had this idea. After all, Morongfu only used spiritual energy to catalyze as well as operate. The consumption was naturally very small. However, a quarter of an hour passed. Hang Zishuan was already panting, and Xiao Fan was still blasting with all his might. Half an hour passed. Hang Zishuan was already going to be exhausted and had no strength. Xiao Fan was still attacking. An hour had passed, and Xiao Fan was still attacking with all his might. Morongfu's face had turned a little green. The Xiao Fan in front of him had actually fought with all his might for an hour? Is this a monster? Not only had his spiritual energy not recovered, it had even been depleted even more. And even though he had taken quite a few elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, it still didn't help. Hang Zishuan was the same, taking quite a few pills to restore her spiritual energy, but none of the effects were obvious. After all, the pills they had taken were all just elementary first-grade pills, and their effects were naturally not obvious. Is this Xiao Fan a monster? Surprisingly, he's been attacking with all his might for an hour now. I'm not dreaming, it's been an hour. An illusion. All this must be an illusion. The surrounding people were astonished. Even the elders of the various clans were the same, unable to figure out where this Xiao Fan had gotten his physical strength from. What they didn't know was that this defensive method of Morongfu isolating himself outside the turtle shell light screen coincidentally fulfilled Xiao Fan, during which his divine soul returned to the Star Dipper diagram many times, and he feasted on spiritual pills that restored his spiritual energy. These spirit medicines were all extremely precious, and although they were not refined into pills with a much reduced effect, they were not comparable to first-grade pills. Damn! Morongfu was a little red-eyed. The turtle shell light screen had already become much weaker than it was initially, shattering several times in the middle, and he was out of pills, so he simply couldn't hold on much longer. Shatter me! Xiao Fan shouted violently. The earth shook, and a deafening ringing sound was emitted between the turtle shell light curtain and his fist. The old group of Morong watched from the sidelines with ugly faces. He didn't expect Morongfu to be pushed to this extent. Morongfu took a deep breath. He put away the turtle shell light screen. It would not do him any good if he continued to spend time like this. Did it work? Hang Zishuan opened her mouth, her gaze looking toward Xiao Fan. She was also surprised, not realizing that Xiao Fan would be so long-lasting. Phew! Xiao Fan panted heavily, attacking with all his might while recovering with spirit medicine on the other side. It would be a lie if he wasn't tired. If it wasn't for the dragon elephant hegemony technique and the 9 changes of chi transformation technique being powerful and creating a sturdy physical body, he might have fallen apart a long time ago. Similarly, Morongfu on the opposite side wasn't doing well either. But luckily, his right arm was already movable. Come on, show me what you're made of. Morong floated out a breath. His figure disappeared and charged straight up. His first target was Hang Zishuan. Hang Zishuan was so shocked that she didn't even have the strength to swing her long whip now. In the blink of an eye, Morongfu killed close to the front. The speed is not much slower than just now. Damn! Xiao Fan let out a curse. Morongfu only consumed spiritual energy, while he and Hang Zishuan consumed spiritual energy and physical strength. Especially him, his physical strength had long been exhausted and he could not perform with just spiritual energy. Before reaching the passage realm, they were all mortal flesh. Boom! Hang Zishuan was sent flying backwards. She tried to resist and fend off, but under Morongfu's feats that could freeze and retard her, she didn't have any power to fight. By the time Xiao Fan arrived close, everything was already too late. Hang Zishuan passed out and was eliminated from the game. Morongfu twisted around to look at Xiao Fan. Now it's just you and me left. Xiao Fan sighed. The reason he wanted to save Hang Zishuan was very simple. Morongfu's ability was weird and his realm was still higher than his own, so it was good to have an extra teammate. Looks like it's you and me head-to-head next. Xiao Fan exhaled and anger flashed in Morongfu's eyes. He wanted to avenge Xiao Fan's sneak attack on him just now. Morongfu's aura changed as his cultivation of the 5th level of the Chi transformation realm erupted and he charged up at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's face was grave as his fourth level of Qi transformation realm cultivation erupted and the two sides collided. Although Xiao Fan's realm was one level lower than Morongfu's, the high grade of the Gongfu he cultivated was enough to fill these gaps. The two sides exchanged dozens of rounds without a win or a loss. Xiao Fan threw a punch towards Morongfu's chest, and his opponent threw a palm towards Xiao Fan's neck. However, Xiao Fan's figure suddenly paused, was frozen. This palm directly hit Xiao Fan's neck, his body tilted, and the bones in his neck emitted a popping cracking sound. However, not even in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan shattered the cold ice that was sealing him and struck Morongfu's chest with his fist as it did. The latter spat out blood and his body fell back a few steps. Chapter 44 Icy Touch. Xiao Fan wins. This battle has lasted until now, making everyone marvel. No one would have thought that this so-called son-in-law of the Long family would be so tough. Damn, I really underestimated you. Morongfu's eyes were cold, and there was still blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The opposite Xiao Fan was also not well, covered in injuries. His body had long been overdrawn, barely relying on the spiritual medicine he had taken before to recover. The bones in his neck that had just been hit broke. A sharp pain came from it and spread all over his body. But it's time for the battle to end. Morongfu's mouth smiled coldly as he took out a purple longsword from his arms. Someone instantly recognized the longsword Morongfu took out. It's the Morong family's magic weapon, the purple specter sword of the middle Xian rank. Sure enough, how could the Morong family not have prepared anything? A top-grade Xian rank turtle shell. A middle-grade Xian rank purple specter sword. This Morongfu was covered in treasures. Envious people abounded. The number of magic weapons on Morongfu's body was so great that even the unusual Tong Tian realm was inferior to it. Let people envy. It's time to end it. Morongfu's eyes were cold. Xiao Fan sighed. That was close. Morongfu was stunned, confused as to what Xiao Fan meant by this. However, the next moment he saw Xiao Fan take out a long knife from within his storage bag, which was clearly also a middle-grade Xian-ranked magic weapon. Three-tasseled ghost head sword. Isn't that the dragon family's magic weapon? Sure enough, the dragon family is also prepared. This fight is getting a little interesting. The dragon family's three-tasseled ghost head blade. That old man Long Zizai has always treated it as a treasure. I can't imagine that it would be given to this teenager to use. Old ancestor Morong muttered, then glanced at the Long family's old ancestor. The Long family's old ancestor noticed Morong old ancestor's gaze, and a smug bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, like a provocation. Both sides were currently in close proximity to each other, with their stamina running low, little spiritual energy left, and both sides still had Xian rank mid-grade magic weapons in their hands. Kill! Both sides exploded with shouts and fought once again. Even Morongfu's voice was much more masculine than before. Swords and knives clash. Each collision produces violent sparks, ringing the sky, causing one's ears to ache. The blood marks on Xiao Fan and Morongfu's bodies grew more and more, and a moment later they were completely two bloody men. Damn! How did you get so strong? The more Morongfu fought, the more he was shocked. He originally thought that his willpower would be strong enough, but he didn't think that Xiao Fan on the opposite side would be so tenacious. The willpower was as solid as a rock, obviously injured heavier than himself, obviously with a lower cultivation level than himself, but he was still able to hold on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A quarter of an hour passed, and Morongfu was covered in blood, and it was still dripping down to the ground. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was even worse for him, and the blood on his body was almost dry. However, he still gritted his teeth and insisted, not allowing himself to pass out. The surrounding people who saw it all held their breath. No one was opening their mouths to discuss anything at this moment, because they were all deeply shocked by these two youths. In the Long family crowd, the Long family's oldest ancestor looked grave, and behind him, Long on high and most of the crowd of clan elders were the same, and Long Xiaotian face in addition to shock. There is a deep admiration. This moment he completely convinced. The faces of the Morong family were all very ugly as well. They could not have imagined that the pride of the family's younger generation, the shut-in disciple who was valued by the Violet Cloud Cave Elder, Morongfu would fight so miserably. Is it Morongfu way? Definitely not. But the youth on the other side was too strong. Old ancestor Morong stared intently at the battle between the two, and kept holding a jade bottle in his hand, which contained pills for healing injuries. Damn it, why are you still holding on? Morongfu roared, but the opposite Xiao Fan silent, only a pair of eyes staring at Morongfu dead, even if it has long been overdrawn. Kill! Morongfu's heart was shocked. He could no longer hold on. His consciousness was no longer clear. He was going to use the last of his strength to separate the winners from the losers. The purple sword in Morongfu's hand slashed down against Xiao Fan's head. This sword had infused all of his strength and spiritual power. He wanted a final blow to split the victory. Kill! seems to have sensed the idea of Morong Fu. This has long been overdrawn Xiao Fan. The hands of the three-tasseled ghost head knife buzzing, seemingly in response to him. Xiao Fan also picked up the long knife and slashed at Morong Fu. The sword was aimed at Xiao Fan's head. The long knife was also aimed at Morong Fu's head. It's all a certain death blow. Anyone who did gave up on defense and intended to use the final blow to split the difference. Both sides were only at the Qi transformation realm cultivation level. And if the head was split in half, it would be dead through and through. And even if there was an elixir it still couldn't be cured. Morong Fu's heart was shocked. He could not imagine that Xiao Fan on the opposite side would be so ferocious, directly giving up his defense to exchange lives with himself. Both sides of the exchange of blows in an instant. Who is half a point weaker on the momentum? Who will fall into a disadvantage? The purple sword flew fast and in the blink of an eye was about to reach Xiao Fan's head, while the opposite side's long blade was the same. Both sides would die if this move went down. However, when the blade was about to touch half an inch above Morong Fu's head, Morong Fu looked slightly hesitant, turning to withdraw his sword to dodge. That's right, he's scared. As a genius of the Morong family and a disciple of the Elder of the Purple Cloud Cave Sky, he had a great future ahead of him. He had a bright future and didn't want to die here. However, when he tried to dodge, Xiao Fan's long knife fell and slashed above Morong Fu's chest. A bone-deep blood scar appeared, sliding down from his chest to cleave directly to his ankle. Although the blade was powerful though, Morong Fu dodged in advance and didn't let the blade split him in half. The blood inside Morong Fu's body gushed out like a fountain. The surrounding peoples all sucked in a breath of cool air. This battle was too wonderful. Morong Old Ancestor's figure instantly disappeared and held Morong Fu before he even hit the ground, opening the jade bottle in his hand and pouring all the pills inside into his mouth. Then again from the storage bag within the take out a variety of jade bottles are also a brain into the Morong floating mouth. The result was already obvious at this moment. When Old Man Morong came on stage, it meant that Xiao Fan had won. The Long family ancestor figure appeared beside Xiao Fan and took out various pills from his storage bag for him to consume. When he touched Xiao Fan's body gave him a fright. A normal person in a violent battle. His body must be hot. Yet Xiao Fan's body was actually cold, giving him the feeling of touching a corpse. If Xiao Fan wasn't still able to move and still had his breath, he would have doubted if Xiao Fan wasn't already dead. Xiao Fan ate the elixir, and the three-tasseled ghost head blade held in his hand was used as a crutch, allowing him to stand above the ring without falling, but didn't say a word, just stood there like this. After Morong Fu took the elixir, although he was severely injured, but his life was indeed saved, which made Morong Old Ancestor relieved. He turned back to look at Xiao Fan. Seeing the other party's expression made him stunned. A moment later he spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Fan wins. The voice spread all around, and the crowd of the Long family was so excited that they were just about to celebrate by chanting. The moment Xiao Fan on the ring heard his victory, his eyes narrowed slightly and his entire body passed out, losing consciousness. Seems to relax when he hears he's winning. Chapter 45, Hand over that punk. Xiao Fan lost consciousness. His body tilted back and fell straight toward the ground, and the Long family ancestor beside him was quick to hold him up. It was at this moment that it dawned on the crowd at the scene that the other party had been using willpower to support, again not letting himself pass out. Maybe he was even more injured than Morong Fu, but his willpower allowed him to overcome his opponent. Xiao Fan, this coma is 3 days and 3 nights. When he hazily opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on the bed at that moment, and the bloody clothes on his body as well had been replaced with a white robe. This is... Xiao Fan muttered and hurriedly touched his chest, realizing that the Xiaotian Star Dipper diagram was still wrapped around his chest and had not been touched. You're awake? Hearing a familiar voice, Xiao Fan twisted his head to look, and it was none other than Long Miaoyin. Great! You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Long Miaoyin voice with a sobbing voice. Still long is the veil to cover the face, but Xiao Fan can see red blood filaments from the other side of the eyes. Has it been 3 days already? Xiao Fan muttered and tried to sit up, but it tore into the many wounds on his body, causing him to grunt in pain. Don't you move around. You need to rest in bed for a month at the very least with this injury. Long Miaoyin immediately spoke, then went forward to assist Xiao Fan to sit up. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and looked down at the bandages wrapped around his body, like a mummy. This battle with Morong Fu was indeed tragic. If the other party hadn't wimped out at the last minute, maybe his body would have gotten cold. Right. The spirit stone vein has been obtained, right? Xiao Fan opened his mouth to inquire. Well, you're number 1. And the spirit stone vein belongs to my dragon family for 3 years. Long Miaoyin said with a serious face. Xiao Fan. Thank you. Thank me for what? Xiao Fan was stunned and did not figure out what Long Miaoyin meant by these words. Thank you. For winning the spirit stone vein for the dragon family. Long Miaoyin opened her mouth to explain. She had already heard about Xiao Fan's battle, although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. It made her heart ache. Especially at the end when Xiao Fan's body had all gone cold and was as good as dead. When she heard about it she was sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "No need to be polite. I hadn't intended to fight so hard, but thanks to you as well. Because of obtaining the Spirit Stone Vein, in the 3 years that followed, each person's monthly allowance in the dragon family increased several times, and the dragon family was given a chance to grow by leaps and bounds." Xiao Fan smiled and did not say anything. In fact, he was willing to participate this time mainly because he wanted to hone his strength. Precipitation is a long process, but in the midst of life and death encounters, it can be much shorter. Cultivation became more and more difficult the later the stage. Xiao Fan was currently at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, although he was not lacking in resources and quite a few techniques. However, if he wanted to reach the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, it would take him at least 3 months to half a year. This is also still the reason why he is gifted and has had his meridians baptized by the Star Dipper diagram. However, after this battle with the children of various families, Xiao Fan felt confident that he could make a cultivation breakthrough once his injuries recovered. At least from the middle of the Qi transformation realm one could reach the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Long Miaoying told Xiao Fan some more things that had happened in the Dragon Mansion recently. Currently, the entire Dragon Mansion was treating Xiao Fan as a hero, and even this matter had spread throughout Jingchuan City. Xiao Fan, the waste son-in-law of the Xiao family who was kicked out of the Xiao family, even helped the Long family to get the Spirit Stone Vein after defeating the first genius of the Long family, Long Xiaotian. Because of this incident, the entire Xiao family was still being laughed at by everyone in the entire Jingchuan, believing that they had eyes but no pearls. Hearing this, Xiao Fan just smiled without commenting. It didn't take long for Long Kaiwei to come over. She came almost every day during the 3 days that Xiao Fan was in a coma and was very curious about this brother-in-law. She was eager to hear for herself what happened when Xiao Fan and Morong Fu exchanged blows. But after seeing Long Kaiwei, Xiao Fan felt a headache, because the other party's mouth never stopped. In the end, Xiao Fan still whisked Long Kaiwei away on the grounds that he was unwell and needed to recuperate. Long Miaoying didn't continue to stay in the room. She also left and went to the next room, telling Xiao Fan to just call out to her if something happened. She could hear. As the crowd left, Xiao Fan laid down on the bed and closed his eyes. Divine Sense entered within the Astral Dipper diagram, and since it was Divine Sense that entered, there weren't any injuries on his body. It's better to eat some recovery spirit medicine first. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief and ate the spirit medicine suitable for healing and recovery when he found it according to the previous categorization. Although the Long family had also given him rescue treatment and had taken various pills, the medicinal effects were far less effective than these within the Star Dipper diagram. After learning that Xiao Fan had awakened, Long Anhai personally made a trip to visit him. Now he is very satisfied with this door-to-door son-in-law, treating him as if he were his own son, and after some hush-hush, he left. The dragon family's oldest ancestor didn't come. His seniority was too high, and he had always been in seclusion in the dragon family, and wouldn't come out without any major events. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, could feel that not long after Long Anhai had left, the aura of the Long family's oldest ancestor had appeared outside and stayed for a while before disappearing. After 3 days, at this time, Xiao Fan was already able to move freely. Although his injuries hadn't completely recovered yet, the gap wasn't too big, which shocked the entire Long family. After another 3 days, Xiao Fan's injuries had basically healed, and he planned to find a time to just close the door. At this time, however, the unexpected happened. There were a bunch of uninvited guests outside the dragon family's gate. Among them were Xiao Yuan, Wei Xia, and the housekeeper as well as a bunch of Xiao family's direct lineage, and a youth wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, standing to the side with a haughty face. Quickly tell Long Anhai to go out and greet him. This is a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. After the butler knocked at the door, he shouted to the boy at the entrance of the Long family. The subordinates of the Long family were very angry at first, but once they heard that it was related to the Netherworld Immortal Palace, they nodded their heads in a hurry and turned around to inform Long Anhai. The Misty Immortal Palace had a supreme status, and even a dog in the Misty Immortal Palace was like a god when ordinary people saw it. Within the main hall of the Dragon Mansion, when he heard the boy come to report, he was also startled and hurriedly brought the Dragon family elders forward to check. When they arrived at the door, they saw the Xiao family's group and the young man in the Misty Immortal Palace disciples' attire. I didn't know that the emissary from the Immortal Palace had arrived, so I'm sorry to have missed the opportunity to welcome you. Long Anhai then filled his face with a fake smile and clasped his fists politely. That Misty Immortal Palace disciple glanced at Long Anhai and spoke indifferently. I was ordered by senior brother Xiaotian to come here to take Xiao Fan away, so bring the person over to me quickly. Oh, Long Anhai frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. I don't know what I'm calling my son-in-law for. Noisy. The immortal palace disciples have come to take an individual. What words are you wasting in the Long family? On the side, Xiaoyuan opened his mouth to curse. His bottom was full. If it was before he wouldn't dare to be like this. But now that Xiaotian was mixing in the immortal palace as if he was in the middle of the day, he was naturally full of bottom when he was a father. That's right. You Long family quickly and obediently hand over that punk for us to take away. Wei Xia opened her mouth to mock. Long Anhai's face was blue, and the clan elders behind him were all the same. Bring out the loser quickly. Do I have to say it twice? Chapter 46 Immortal Palace Disciples Aggressive. The Immortal Palace disciples were aggressive, causing Long Anhai's face to turn blue. The head of the largest family in Jingchuan City was being chided by a youth. How could he gain a foothold in the future if this matter was spread? Xiao Fan is a member of my Long family. It's not your turn to run to my Long family to ask us to hand him over. Long Anhai said coldly. Long Anhai, you don't want to live, right? The Immortal Palace sent someone here and you dare to block them? Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and scoffed. Long Anhai, do you want your Long family to perish? Wei Xia opened her mouth to sneer. That trash son of mine deserves to be so precious to you? What's the matter? Now that we're leaving, you're still reluctant to part with him? The second clan elder behind Long Anhai took a step forward and chided. When is it your turn to say that you come to ask for someone to ask for someone? He, Xiao Fan, is already a son-in-law of my Long family. That is my Long family. It's not good for you, the Xiao family, to come to ask for someone. Old fellow, when is it your turn to speak here? Xiao Yuan cursed, which made the second clan's old face red with anger, and he was just about to return the favor. The misty immortal palace's outer disciple waved his hand, interrupting the crowd, and said in a deep voice, taking Xiao Fan away is something that I came to do under the orders of senior brother Xiaotian, and for you to dare to stop me is a sign of disrespect to senior brother Xiaotian. The faces of the Long family members were ugly, but letting them take away Xiao Fan? If it was in the past, the Long family members would not have any reaction. They might think that it was still a good thing and just hand it over. But now, Xiao Fan was the hero of his Long family, fighting 9 deaths for the Long family to get the spirit stone vein. How could his Long family be so heartless? Long Anhai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and after a moment he replied back in a deep voice, Xiao Fan is the son-in-law of my dragon house, and this has nothing to do with the Xiao family. And even if you are from the misty immortal palace, on what basis would you ask my Long family to hand over someone to you? Long Anhai's words were very tough. He didn't choose to retreat in the face of such a huge force as the Netherworld Immortal Palace. Good. I'll go into your Long family now to take someone. I'll personally break his Xiao Fan's arms and legs to take him away. I'll see who dares to stop me. If your Long family makes a move, I'll go back to report to the Immortal Palace. Your Long family will be finished. This disciple of the misty Immortal Palace laughed coldly and intended to force his way into the dragon family as soon as his words left his mouth. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Long Anhai's strength was the Qi Transformation Realm Grand Circle, and the strength of the clan elders behind him were all at the 6th and 7th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. But they didn't dare to make a move in the face of the Immortal Palace disciples who were walking towards them. Immortal Palace disciples, even if they were just outer disciples, going out and walking that represented the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the Long family's crowd didn't dare to block the way, the butler was the first to step forward and said, Lord Dai, I'll lead the way. The Immortal Palace outer disciple nodded and followed the fawning butler within the dragon mansion. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia skimmed Long Anhai and entered the dragon mansion with a cold snort before strutting in. Long Anhai's fists were clenched tightly, his forehead was full of veins, his body was trembling with anger, and the clan elders behind him one by one were not much worse. The second clan elder asked anxiously, could it be that we really don't care about Xiao Fan? Long Anhai's face was grim as he contemplated for a while before speaking. Second clan elder, head to the treasure pavilion and look for Elder Qiao to come. He has a close relationship with Xiao Fan, so tell the other party about the situation here. Third clan elder, head to the city lord's mansion and find the city lord to come. The 2 clan elders nodded after hearing this, and it was too late for them to babble, so they traveled to these 2 places as fast as they could to look for help. Long Anhai took a deep breath and said, let's go. No matter what, we must stop the other party before Elder Qiao and the city lord arrive. At this time, Xiao Fan was in the hall of the special courtyard, opposite Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei. Recently this girl would come to the special courtyard every day to look for Xiao Fan. Brother-in-law, is that girl called Hang Zishuan pretty? Who's prettier between her and me? Long Kaiwei always had one question after another, giving Xiao Fan a headache. Just as Xiao Fan covered his head, he heard an underling rush to report from the outer door. Third master, it's bad. Someone from the Immortal Palace has arrived. Xiao Fan frowned, and Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei beside him knew that something bad was about to happen. However, before the subordinate could enter, Xiao Fan heard another familiar voice from outside. Little, your father has come and don't get out to greet me. When he heard this voice, the veins on Xiao Fan's face bulged at once. Xiao Yuan. A few moments later, under the butler's fawning smile leading the way, the misty immortal palace disciples, Xiao Yuan, Wei Xia, and a group of people from the Xiao family arrived at the hall. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yuan, Wei Xia, and the butler in front of him, as well as his cousins and cousins of the Xiao family, as well as the subordinates of the Xiao mansion, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Little one, when you see the old mother coming, don't come over and salute. Seeing Xiao Fan standing there, Wei Xia directly opened her mouth to curse. Although she had given birth to 2 children, but she was very well maintained, the type of style that still existed, but at the moment she was like a shrew. What kind of old hag are you to scold my brother-in-law? At this moment, Long Kaiwei, who was behind Xiao Fan, stood out and pointed her nose at Wei Xia. Good you little girl, what do you care if I scold my son? How dare you scold my old lady? Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Wei Xia was insulted by a little girl. She was furious and wanted to directly make a move, but she was stopped by Xiao Yuan who was on the side. Those are all small things. Taking Xiao Fan away is the big thing. Xiao Yuan's words made Wei Xia calm down. For the sake of his son Xiaotian, let's tolerate it for now. The misty immortal palace disciple did not speak, but a pair of eyes looked up and down at Xiao Fan. This is the genius Xiaotian's own brother, the punk in the other party's words. Xiao Yuan took a step forward and said in a commanding tone to Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan, you go with this immortal palace disciple. Your brother wants to see you. Before Xiao Fan could speak, Long Kaiwei snapped to the side. Why should I go with you? She was then pulled aside by Long Miaoyin. Although Long Miaoyin was worried, she knew that the other party was Xiao Fan's parents, and Long Kaiwei's status was inappropriate to speak here. Xiao Fan did not open his mouth in a hurry. Xiao Yuan on the opposite side raised his eyebrows and continued to open his mouth. Xiao Fan, you'd better honestly leave with us. Don't force us to make a move. You're talking to me? Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yuan with the eyes of an idiot. He couldn't figure out what the other guy was thinking. Coming here and saying one thing and trying to get himself to leave with them? And the misty immortal palace disciple on the side opened his mouth. My name is Dai Hanfei. I was ordered by senior brother Xiaotian to bring you back. If you don't listen to senior brother Xiaotian but ordered that he can break your legs and bring you back. That's right. The people of the Long family have already acquiesced to let us take you away. Waste, you'd better obediently leave with us, and you'll still be able to suffer less. Wei Xia coldly spoke. Xiao Fan frowned, but before he could speak, he heard heavy footsteps coming from outside. Xiao Fan is a member of my Long family. It's not enough for you to take him away. Chapter 47, Battle for Life and Death. Long Anhai arrived at the other courtyard with a group of Long clan elders, as well as the Long mansion's guest ministers. Dad. Seeing the visitor, Long Kaiwei directly ran over, aggrieved and wanting to complain. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked viciously at Long Anhai. Surname Long, are you looking for death? This is my Long family. You'd better watch your words. Surname Xiao. Long Anhai's face instantly turned cold as he said in a deep voice. I don't dare to do anything about the Immortal Palace's disciples. But you, Xiao Yuan, the Long family, still dare to kill. Hearing Long Anhai's words, Xiao Yuan was dumbfounded at once. Wei Xia beside him originally wanted to open her mouth to say something, but when she heard Long Anhai's words, she hardened and didn't dare to say anything. Long Anhai didn't have the time to pay attention to Long Kaiwei and walked to Xiao Fan's side with big strides. He was relieved to see that Xiao Fan was alright. Dai Hanfei, a disciple of the Immortal Palace on the opposite side, turned his gaze toward Long Anhai and said in a deep voice, Is your Long family trying to go against the Immortal Palace? Do you know what happens to those who go against the Immortal Palace? Long Anhai's face was ugly as he said stiffly, My Long family naturally does not dare to go against the Immortal Palace. But Xiao Fan is a member of my Long family, so my Long family naturally has to protect him. As I said, Xiao Fan is the person that senior brother Xiaotian wants and must be taken away. Dai Hanfei spoke coldly, saying that a long sword appeared in his hand, intending to strike directly. Long Anhai's face was unsightly. If he really made a move against this Immortal Palace disciple, and this matter reached the ears of the Immortal Palace, then he was afraid that his Long family would be removed from the martial emperor state overnight. However, right at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from above the mid-air that could only be emitted by a Tong Tian realm powerhouse. Dragon family ancestor Long ZZ appeared above the heads of the crowd, his face unsightly as he looked down below. Long Anhai had sent someone to inform him just now. Tong Tian realm? Dai Hanfei frowned. His cultivation was only the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was no match for the Tong Tian realm, and judging by the aura emanating from the other party's body, it was obvious that he was not a weak existence in the Tong Tian realm as well. However, Dai Hanfei didn't have much fear on his face. After all, the identity of a disciple of the Immortal Palace was a gold medal of immunity to him. Old man, you want to make a move? Dai Hanfei skimmed at the mid-air Long Ziji with his longsword in his hand, speaking without a hint of politeness. Junior, don't be arrogant. Long Zizai was furious at his words. He was a strong person of the Tong Tian realm. How had he ever been humiliated like this? You have to think about it. I'm a member of the Immortal Palace. What will be the consequences of striking out at me? Dai Hanfei said in a deep voice. Xiao Yuan husband and wife sighed in relief on the sidelines. Most of the people in the Xiao family were like that. When they saw the Long family's old ancestor emitting his breath, the husband and wife almost pissed themselves in fear. The Long family's old ancestor was furious and his eyes seemed to want to eat people. But thinking of the Long family, he held back and didn't make a move. A mere outer disciple of the Immortal Palace dares to come here to spread wildness? However, at that moment, a faint voice drifted from the distance. Only heard but not seen. Who's talking? Pretending to be a god. As soon as Dai Hanfei's words left his mouth, he felt a murderous aura that wrapped itself around him. But he forced himself to calm down. Ha, you're saying that the old man is pretending to be a god? A silhouette was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the sky above the other courtyard, floating not far from the Long family's old man. Who are you? Dai Hanfei asked as he opened his mouth. The aura on the other party was terrifying. My name is Xiao Yuanzhou, and people like to address me as Elder Xiao. The person coming above the mid-air is none other than Xiao Yuanzhou. Dai Hanfei frowned, feeling that the name was a bit familiar, but Xiao Yuan on the side was thunderstruck by the name, and he hurriedly whispered in Dai Hanfei's ear. He's the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion. What? After hearing this, Dai Hanfei was taken aback. The North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion, one of the 4 great pavilion masters. Although the power of the Netherworld Immortal Palace was above that of the Treasure Pavilion, his comparison between an outer disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace and a North Pavilion master, one of the 4 major pavilion masters of the Treasure Pavilion, did not carry enough weight at all. What? You know who I am? Elder Qiao laughed, but the smile was a bit cold. Dai Hanfei took a deep breath, then cupped his fists and said, Late generation Dai Hanfei, Misty Immortal Palace Outer Sect disciple, pay my respects to Elder Qiao. Just now I didn't know that the visitor was Elder Qiao. Please atone for my sins. This scene caused everyone around them to freeze, even Long Zz. They only knew that the Treasure Pavilion was powerful and had countless treasures, but they didn't expect it to be so influential that even the Immortal Palace disciples had to bow down. Even Xiao Fan was startled. He had originally thought that he had overestimated the influence of the Treasure Pavilion enough, so it seemed that he had still underestimated it. Oh, seeing me here, why don't you get lost? Elder Qiao first laughed coldly, then directly turned into a chorus of curses later. Dai Hanfei lowered his head and forced himself to speak. Elder Qiao, I came here this time because I was ordered by senior brother Xiaotian to bring Xiao Fan over to meet him. Elder Qiao's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, You're using a disciple's name to pressure me? I think you're crazy, right? The late generation naturally wouldn't dare. Dai Hanfei was bitter in his heart. He originally thought it was an easy errand, but ended up messing with the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion. But if we can't bring back Xiao Fan, then how will Xiaotian's side explain? Dai Hanfei lowered his head and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth, but senior still wants to ask for senior's permission. I want to fight a life and death battle with this Xiao Fan. Both sides will sign a life and death contract. If I win then I will take this Xiao Fan and leave. If I lose then I will let Xiao Fan do as he pleases. Elder Qiao was stunned and was just about to open his mouth to rebuff, while at that moment he heard Xiao Fan speak in a deep voice. I agree. The people around them were stunned, and all of them turned their gazes to Xiao Fan, including Elder Qiao. Xiao Fan, you haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Don't be in a hurry. Long On High hurriedly persuaded. Long Zz also spoke up. That's right. His cultivation is the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, which is 2 small realms higher than you, and you're still injured. Even Elder Qiao opened his mouth to persuade. A mere outer disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. You don't need to pay attention to it. And at this moment, another strong wind surged in midair and a silhouette appeared in midair. He first cupped his fists to Elder Qiao after arriving and then stood with Long Zz. The person who came was middle-aged, tall and powerful, and was none other than the city lord of Dingchuan City, Lu Shiming. No, I'm going to respond. Xiao Fan took a step forward and cupped his fists and saluted each of the 3 people in midair. All 3 of them had come here for themselves. This favor he had to keep in mind. The last city lord to arrive, Lu Shiming, he didn't recognize, but he had roughly guessed the identity of the other party. Hearing Xiao Fan's agreement, Dai Hanfei's face was filled with joy so that he could give Xiao Fan a half-death beating in a fair and square manner. and then bring it back to Xiaotian to resume his orders. In order to flatter Xiaotian, Dai Hanfei had put his life on the line, Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia on the side, as well as a group of people from the Xiao family, all sighed in relief. From the appearance of Long Zizhong, to the appearance of Qiao Lao, their hearts have been thumping straight to the heart, do not even dare to breathe a breath. 3 days later, at the city lord's mansion ring, I'll fight you in a life and death battle. Chapter 48, another breakthrough. No one could figure out why Xiao Fan would agree to fight a life and death battle with the other party. It was important to know that Dai Hanfei was a disciple of the Immortal Palace. His cultivation techniques were naturally extraordinary, and his cultivation was still 2 small realms higher than Xiao Fan. This battle was very unfavorable to Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan's heart was set on this, and it was useless for bystanders to continue persuading him. The matter was settled and the crowd left. After Xiao Fan personally sent Elder Qiao and City Lord Lu Jining away, he directly entered the secret room to close his mind. On the other side, Dai Hanfei naturally followed the 2 Xiao Yuan couples to leave. Dai Hanfei was arrogant and domineering when he was in the Long family, but when it came to treating Xiao Tian's parents, Dai Hanfei still didn't dare to be unbridled. Within the secret room, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged and motionless for 2 days in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan's divine consciousness within the star dough diagram, the spiritual energy around him is rich. He first took a large number of spiritual medicine and spiritual grass to restore his injuries, followed by a large number of absorption of spiritual stones to cultivate. Within the star dipper diagram, the space here is isolated from the outside world. The spiritual energy in the air was thin, so it was reasonable that cultivation would be slower than normal people. However, Xiao Fan's speed of absorbing the spirit stones was astonishingly fast, which was related to the high grade of the technique he cultivated. After all, the 9 transformations of Qi transformation that Xiao Fan was currently cultivating was an Earth stage technique, far from being comparable to a Xian stage technique. Break me! Xiao Fan let out a loud shout, his cultivation emanating out, shaking the space within the star dough diagram in all directions, his face rippling with veins as he used all his strength in making a breakthrough. That's right. He had already spent 2 days reaching the peak of the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm and was now attempting to break through to the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Rumble! A loud sound came from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan exuded a terrifying pressure from his circumference. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Not only did the divine sense within the star dipper diagram emanate out, even his physical body in the outside world emanated this pressure at the same time. This time, the sound of the breakthrough was loud, much stronger than when Xiao Fan broke through the 4th weight previously, drawing the attention of many of the dragon family members. Good thing the shaking was only for a moment and then it was gone. This pressure is coming from the 3rd master's side, isn't it? An underling muttered in a low voice and discussed it with the others. The Long family's old ancestor as well as Long On Hai and a group of clan elders naturally noticed it, but after some deliberation, none of them came to disturb Xiao Fan, allowing the latter to cultivate at ease. Finally entering the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, within the star dough diagram, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and felt his current strength, which was far too much stronger than when he was at the 4th level of his own Qi transformation realm. If I fight Morong Fu once more, it's very simple to beat him. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. He was confident that with his own strength now, he was sufficient to finish off Morong Fu. Xiao Fan stood up and a huge star in the starry sky floated to him. Xiao Fan's early stage cultivation of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm erupted in full force. The surrounding area shook, and the huge waves formed by the astral winds collapsed in all directions with Xiao Fan as the center in one circle after another. With his right hand pinched, the golden light of the throat-shattering Lot Dharma seal flourished, and Xiao Fan's body violently leapt, aiming at the 4th star and smashed it over. Break me! Rumble! There was another shocking sound, much louder than the commotion when Xiao Fan made his breakthrough just now. However, after the legal seal bombarded on the 4th star, the star was only a little crumbling on the outside, but it was still far from broken. Xiao Fan withdrew his hand and panted heavily, having just consumed most of his own spiritual energy. The stars that were broken in appearance just now slowly recovered into their original. Sure enough, one needs to at least bring their cultivation to the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm to be able to do so, Xiao Fan muttered. He didn't hold the idea of breaking the star this time. One reason for doing so was to test his current strength. The second point was to see if the difficulty of breaking the star each time was the same as his previous guess. Another day and night passed. During this time Xiao Fan has always consolidated his own cultivation within the star dipper diagram, and for this reason he has also taken quite a few nourishing types of elixirs. Inside the secret room Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and profound, and his aura around him was even more robust than before. Why is there such a mess around? Xiao Fan froze and looked around the room. The furniture, Tables and chairs around him were all shattered beyond recognition. Could it be caused by my breakthrough? Xiaofan touched his head, then got up and opened the door to the secret room. Long Miaoyin was waiting at the door at this time, and she was relieved to see Xiaofan come out safely. Xiaofan, you? She was very worried about the violent noise that came out from within Xiaofan's secret room a day ago, and she had simply been waiting at the door for Xiaofan to come out of the gate. I'm fine. Let's go. To the city lord's mansion. In Jingchuan City, at the ring outside the city lord's mansion, it had long been overcrowded. The matter about Xiaofan, the dragon family's son-in-law, who was going to face off against the misty immortal palace's outer disciples, had long been rumored. The entire Jingchuan city couldn't wait to come over, wanting to see this once-in-a-century dragon fight. Xiaofan, who has been a waste for 19 years, joins the dragon family to become a son-in-law, but ends up defeating the dragon family's genius, Long Xiaotian, and the opposite side of the Daihanfei. Identity is even more noble. Misty Fairy Palace disciple. Cultivation is even the sixth realm of gasification realm. No matter how you looked at this fight, Daihanfei had a better chance of winning. Daihanfei, as well as the Xiao family, arrived in front of the city lord's mansion early in the morning. In these 3 days, Daihanfei at the Xiao family good food and good living, and even Xiaoyuan also from the greenhouse to find 7 or 8 delicate women as a companion. So that Daihanfei happy not happy. One must know that the misty immortal palace was tightly regulated, and this kind of mundane matter was simply not present there, nor was it allowed to exist. Han Fei, it will be up to you later. Just leave a breath for that little one, then bring it back to Xiaotian. Xiaoyuan sneered from the side. That's right. What can that punk be capable of? Letting him not salute me when he meets my mother. Later on you break his legs. I want to see him kneel above the ring and kowtow to me to apologize for his mistake. Wei Xiao was also filled with hatred at the side. Dai Hanfei nodded and said, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. This Xiaofan was only at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm 3 days ago. Not enough to be afraid of. When the time comes, I will definitely teach him a good lesson and break every bone in his body, making him regret that he didn't obediently leave with me at that time. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on the faces of Xiaoyuan and Wei Xia, the husband and wife. Xiaofan is here. Xiaofan is here. At this moment, Xiaofan was surrounded by all the people of the Long family. Striding towards the ring, beside him stood Long Anhai. Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei followed him, and at the back was a group of clan elders as well as Long Xiaotian. The Long family's oldest ancestor didn't show up, but instead appeared inside the city lord's mansion to stand with city lord Lu Jiming. You're saying that this match is winnable? Lu opened his mouth and asked. I don't know. The voice of the Long clan's old ancestor paused and laughed again. However, it seems that Xiaofan hasn't lost yet. When Dai Hanfei saw Xiaofan arrive, he directly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, waste, you finally come. Then he got up and jumped on top of the ring with a leap, his eyes showing a ferocious light as he looked at Xiaofan. Kid, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Off stage, Xiaofan looked at him with the gaze of an idiot and spoke indifferently. These words are actually what I want to say to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaofan jumped into the ring and stood across from Dai Hanfei. Chapter 49, Crushing Momentum. The two of them looked at each other. Dai Hanfei's face was full of treacherous smiles, looking at Xiaofan as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. On the other hand, Xiaofan, who was on the opposite side, was looking at the little cutie. S gaze kept staring at the other party, as if curious, where exactly did the other party get his confidence? Are you that weak? In a life and death battle, first sign a life and death contract. Once signed, life and death is up to each individual. City Lord Lu Jiming flew into midair and threw over a jade slip each into Xiaofan's and Dai Hanfei's hands below. Inscribe the divine sense brand within it, and the certificate of life and death takes effect immediately. Before Xiaofan and Long Xiaotian, although it is said to fight life and death, but the two sides did not sign this life and death. But this time the situation is different. Dai Hanfei was a disciple of the misty immortal palace, and if Xiaofan really beat him to death, there had to be an explanation to the immortal palace for this matter. Xiaofan placed the jade slip on top of his forehead. His divine sense entered it. The content inside was about whether or not to agree to a life and death battle with Dai Hanfei. A small portion of his divine sense was seared into it, and this jade slip emitted a faint blue light. The signing was completed. Dai Hanfei on the opposite side was nimble. When Xiaofan put down the jade brief, the opposite side had already finished branding it first, threw it back to Lu Jiming, and also used a provocative gaze to look at Xiaofan. Want to die just like that? Xiaofan muttered, then threw the jade slip back to Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming got the 2 jade slips and after checking them to make sure they were correct, he gave Xiaofan a deep look before his figure disappeared. Waste, you're no use regretting it now, but don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll only crack all the bones in your body. making you a wastrel and bringing you back like rotten mud to be handed over to senior brother Xiaotian. Dai Hanfei's face was filled with a hideous smile as a long sword appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling essence. It was clearly a Xian-ranked magic weapon. The onlookers, many of them sucked in a breath of cool air. These people were all from Jingchuan City. How had they ever had the chance to see an Xian-ranked magic weapon? It's not bad to be from the misty immortal palace. A disciple has a Xian-ranked magic weapon on him. That's right. We don't have many Xian-ranked magic weapons in Jingchuan City, do we? This Xiao Fan is in danger. No way I'm going to raise my bet and buy the other side to win. Xiao Fan sneered. Don't worry. I won't break the ribs on your body, but I will kill you. After saying that, a Xian product magic weapon also appeared in Xiao Fan's hand, the three-tasseled ghost head blade, and its aura was not weaker than the other party's long sword at all. After the spirit stone vein ended, the Long clan ancestor had already retrieved the three-tasseled ghost head knife, and when he had just arrived, he had asked Long Anhai to transfer the knife to Xiao Fan. This represents the attitude of the Long family. Dai Hanfei froze, his eyes looking towards the three-tasseled ghost head blade, looking it up and down. You punk would even have a Xian-grade magic weapon. It looks like I've really underestimated you. Xiao Fan did not open his mouth and continued to look at the opposite side with the eyes of an idiot. But the onlookers were once again abuzz. 2 Xian-rank magic weapons? It was important to know that the last time Xiao Fan and Long Xiaotian fought, both of them had bare hands and no one used a magic weapon. But that kind of battle was so exciting for them to watch. What's more, what would it be like now that 2 Xian-ranked magic weapons had appeared? You talk too much crap. Xiao Fan let out a cold shout. The ghost head blade in his hand was raised above his head, pouring his own spiritual energy into the long blade, and then swung it out violently. A terrifying pressure emanated from above the blade, forming a fierce hurricane, accompanied by the blade chi, and then attacked Dai Hanfei on the opposite side. Dai Hanfei froze. I didn't expect the other party to make a sudden move, and judging from the power of this move, the other party's strength was by no means simple. However, as a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, he was not much flustered, and with his longsword raised horizontally in his hand, he made a gesture to break up this blade chi. However, when he had just swung his sword at the same time, Xiao Fan's silhouette in place violently rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was above Dai Hanfei's head, and the ghost head knife in his hand violently slashed down against Dai Hanfei's head, with a shocking might that was several times stronger than the knife chi just now. What? Dai Hanfei was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to strike so quickly and so viciously. First, he used the sword chi to attract his attention, waiting for his sword, and then he dodged and attacked himself, forcing him to now have to go and raise his sword to defend against the ghost head blade in Xiao Fan's hand, or else the blade would split him in half. But then, he would have to take the attack of the blade chi in front of him raw and hard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dai Hanfei cursed. If it was an unusual cultivator under this move, 80% will be divided into a winner and a loser, because no matter whether it is slashed by the ghost head knife or injured by the knife chi, it is fatal for less than the Tongtian realm cultivators. However, Dai Hanfei was at least a disciple of the Immortal Palace. He had a lot of treasures on him naturally. He raised his sword with his right hand to fend off the ghost head knife that came in mid-air, and with his left hand he slapped to the storage bag, and took out a silver talisman from within. The left hand choked the talisman to ignite it, then threw it at the nearby blade chi, instantly forming a light shield to ward off the blade chi's attack. The long sword in his right hand also resisted the attack of the ghost-headed blade, but it was shocked by the power coming from the ghost-headed blade in Xiao Fan's hand, which caused his wrist to go numb. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fan raised the ghost-headed knife in his hand once again before slashing more than just at Dai Hanfei. The one who uses the knife nurtures the momentum. The blade must be powerful and have the courage to split the sky and the earth in order to utilize the strongest power of the blade. This was very much in line with Xiao Fan's character. Damn! Damn! Dai Hanfei cursed in a low voice. The long sword in his hand kept waving to block the other party's attack. His right wrist was shocked by the pain. Several times the sword in his hand was almost shaken by the other party's long knife to fly. He had never dreamed that Xiao Fan on the opposite side would be so strong. Is this the trash Xiaotian was talking about? Just as Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia still let themselves beat each other half to death. Leave the breath on the line? What a joke! As for the people around them, they have long been looking dumbfounded. From the first move Xiao Fan made, it dazzled them. My god, this Xiao Fan is too strong, isn't he? He's even pressing the opposite Immortal Palace disciple to fight. Did you see that? Just now Xiao Fan first struck out his blade chi, then his entire body rushed up, surprisingly faster than the blade chi. I didn't even see him move. Who called this Xiao Fan trash first before? The Long family's crowd was in a great mood. Long Anhai and a group of clan elders had an excited look on their faces, so much so that they could clap their hands. On the contrary, The Xiao family's side is dead. Xiao Yuan's hands were clenched tightly in death. His face was full of unbelievable colors, and he muttered under his breath, "Impossible, impossible, he is clearly a waste, clearly a waste." He couldn't figure out why Xiao Fan was so strong. The opposite party, Dai Hanfei, was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, while Xiao Fan could actually press the opposite party to fight. Wei Xia on his side is in a similar situation. Damn, how can this Xiao Fan, this little guy, be so strong? However, Dai Hanfei on the ring has already scolded Xiaotian and Xiao Yuan, Wei Xia's ancestors 1800 times in his heart. Is this what you call trash? He now seriously doubted if Xiaotian had sent him to die. Damn, Dai Hanfei had already forgotten how many times he had cursed. At this rate he would surely die. A ruthless color flashed in his eyes. He patted his storage bag and a handful of extra thunder fire talismans appeared in his hand. After pinching his knob, he threw it out at Xiao Fan. It was only after utilizing the detonation of more than 10 Thunderfire talismans that Xiao Fan was forced back. Chapter 50 Blood Burning Pill. Taking this opportunity, Dai Hanfei's body violently backed up, panting heavily. His right hand was already numb from the shock, and his wrist was visibly red and swollen. If he wasn't a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace and had multiple means to save his life, maybe he would have died in Xiao Fan's hands by now. When he thought of this, his eyes were bloodshot, and the use of the talisman that resisted Xiao Fan's blade chi, as well as the more than a dozen thunder and fire talismans that he had just used, caused him great physical pain as well. But these things were nothing compared to his life. The only thing he had to think about now was how to defeat his opponent. If Dai Hanfei was given a chance again, he would have chosen to leave obediently 3 days ago. There was no chance that he would even choose to give up following Xiaotian. After all, there is only one life. The detonation of a dozen or so thunder fire talismans caused some distress to Xiao Fan, but it only forced him back temporarily, and there were no injuries on his body whatsoever. According to the current hardness of his flesh, even if he strongly suffered from these 10 or so thunder fire talismans, it wouldn't be a big deal. Seeing that Xiao Fan was unharmed and was planning to continue charging over with his sword, Dai Hanfei's eyes became even more vicious. He slapped his storage bag again, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a heartbreaking look on his face, he poured out a red elixir and then took it in one mouthful. After swallowing the elixir, Dai Hanfei's eyeballs turned blood red all of a sudden. His face rippled with veins, and his aura increased greatly. What's going on? Xiao Fan frowned, but having already come close with his sword, there was no reason to retreat. Damn, Xiao Fan, you deserve to die. Dai Hanfei hissed and cursed. The long sword in his hand emitted a buzzing sound, and his aura instantly skyrocketed by a large amount compared to a moment ago. It had almost reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, and it was still increasing. What's going on? What did this Immortal Palace disciple just eat? Why does it feel as if it's even more ruthless than the medicine Long Xiaotian took last time? This Immortal Palace disciple looks so scary. The onlookers were shocked, taken aback by the appearance of Dai Hanfei in front of them. The faces of the Long family members were ugly. The clan elders looked at each other. No one recognized what that pill was. The people of the Xiao family changed their faces, and Xiao Yuan even shouted loudly, "Han Fei, remember to give this little breath. Don't beat him to death." He was worried that Dai Hanfei's head was hot and he had gotten Xiao Fan killed. However, when Dai Hanfei in the ring heard Xiao Yuan's words, he directly cursed loudly. Get lost. He was furious. If it wasn't for his Xiao family, how would he have ended up in this situation? The elixir he took was the blood burning pill, an elixir that forcibly burned essence blood to increase battle power. It was several times more domineering than the effects of the purple flame pill. However, the aftereffects were also several times more severe. Root damage, long-time continuous burning of essence blood, serious cases of life is not guaranteed, light cases of cultivation for a lifetime of stagnation. This roll to Xiao Yuan scolded froze in place. The old face red, did not squeak. Long Zizhong and Lu Jiming, both in the city lord's mansion, both saw the state of Dai Hanfei, also recognized this blood-burning pills. The two face grim, who did not open their mouths to speak, and above the ring void, Elder Qiao is narrowing his eyes slightly. He had come a long time ago, he just didn't show himself. He had watched the entire battle between Xiao Fan and Dai Hanfei just now, and had marveled at the former, not expecting to use 3 days to break through again. However, what was even more surprising was that he didn't expect Dai Hanfei to have an elixir like the blood-burning pill. Blood-burning Dan, Dai Hanfei is not going to want a future in the future. And how do you want to deal with that? Xiao Fan? In the ring, Xiao Fan rushed in with his sword. He also sensed extreme danger from Dai Hanfei. However, what surprised him more was that the other party would open his mouth to scold Xiao Yuan. This made Xiao Fan freeze for a moment. But it felt great. Die for me. The long knife in Xiao Fan's hand slashed down against Dai Hanfei's head. The knife's momentum must be 2 points stronger than it was just now, and he wanted to hurry up and end the fight. Dai Hanfei's current state is just too weird. Die for me. Dai Hanfei also burst out loud, long sword swinging to meet the ghost head knife. His body was covered by the color of blood, and even Xiao Fan smelled a smell of blood. Swords clash. Xiao Fan's wrist felt numb, and his opponent's strength was like a different person from just now. However, he didn't back off and continue to slash violently at Dai Hanfei with his sword, who did the same, waving his long sword in his hand, fighting as if he didn't want to die. Or rather, the moment he took the blood-burning pill, it was tantamount to not wanting to die. In the blink of an eye both sides exchanged more than 10 rounds, and there were blood marks on each other's bodies, although Xiao Fan was obviously more injured. Dai Hanfei's aura completely overpowered him, and Xiao Fan estimated that the other party's cultivation had at least the strength of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Damn! Carelessness! Xiao Fan's face was unsightly. He originally thought that with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, he would be able to secure a victory against Dai Hanfei, but he still underestimated the clan disciples. From the initial use of the silver talisman that resisted his blade Qi, to the later use of more than a dozen thunder and fire talismans at the same time, as well as the final taking of the red elixir, it could be seen how thick these sect disciples' families were. However, the other party was still a long way behind Morong Fu. The other party was after all the shut-in disciple of the Elder of the Purple Cloud Cave Sky. No matter if it was the cultivation technique or the magic weapon, it wasn't something that could be compared to Dai Hanfei. Xiao Fan, you actually forced me to take the blood-burning pill. Damn it, I want you to pay with your life. Dai Hanfei let out a violent cry of rage. At this moment he had already been overwhelmed by anger and completely put Xiaotian's matter behind him. The consequences of taking the blood-burning pill, the foundation was damaged, and if it was serious, the cultivation would not be able to save half a step in the future. Even if he returned to the Netherworld Immortal Palace, he would still only exist as a waste. All of this was caused by the Xiao Fan in front of them. Because of their surname Xiao, Dai Hanfei charged up again with his longsword in his hand in a murderous rage, his body radiating a monstrous bloodlight. Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were cold. However, at this time, a voice suddenly came out of his ears. The blood-burning pill uses his own essence blood as a guide. With his strength he can still support for at most half a quarter of an hour. This is Elder Zhou. Xiao Fan was taken aback. The voice transmission technique required at least a cultivation level of Xian Dan realm to use it. He knew that Elder Qiao had an honorable status and was the Northern Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion, but he didn't think that the other party's cultivation would be so high. However, there is no time now for Xiao Fan to think about those. He carried the ghost head sword in his hand and took a deep breath, intending to fight hard against Dai Hanfei. It's only half an hour. Xiao Fan, held up. There were more and more blood marks on Xiao Fan's body. His white robe was dyed red, and the white bones inside could be seen through the wounds in many parts of his body. The opposite side of Dai Hanfei is different. The effect of the blood-burning elixir makes him almost crazy. He was slashed several times and drenched in blood, himself, but continued to swing his sword as if nothing had happened. This makes Xiao Fan then completely passive. Someone who isn't afraid of pain and doesn't want to die is very scary. If it was someone else, facing such an opponent, they would probably have already lost the desire to fight. However, Xiao Fan would not. He treated others ruthlessly and treated himself even more ruthlessly. Chapter 51 Ask for Forgiveness. I can be a dog. The fierce battle continued. Dai Hanfei body, no matter how many injuries he suffered, he was like nothing. Almost crazy. And the opposite Xiao Fan, after listening to the words of Qiao Lao, did not choose to hide, but chose to fight head-on. This kid, so stubborn. In mid-air, Elder Qiao muttered and whispered. He reminded Xiao Fan just to let him dodge for a while. Don't confront him head-on. But it turned out that Xiao Fan did just the opposite and chose to confront Dai Hanfei head-on. And naturally, Elder Qiao could see his intentions. This was using the battle to bring himself to his limits and thus break through them. But, it seems that every strong person has never been a rebellious person. Time passes as the two sides trade blows. Impossible. How are you still not down? How are you so strong? Dai Hanfei constantly growled. The stimulation of the blood-burning pills made his spirit appear in a trance. All of this was completely different from what he had imagined. Not only was the other party's strength beyond his imagination, the toughness the other party had shown was also greatly out of his expectation. Even the demonic geniuses of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. I'm afraid that it would be nothing more than that. And the opposite Xiao Fan did not say a word. His attention was in the middle of this battle. He was heavily injured. There was not a piece of good meat above his body. Full of blood. However, his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit, staring at his opponent dead on, noting his every move. It seemed that the body refused to fall down no matter how much it was wounded. Such a tenacious opponent. Dai Hanfei, only in the misty immortal palace those demons have seen such a shadow. Damn it, Xiaotian, where the is the waste? Finally Dai Hanfei let out a roar. He was not willing. Originally as a disciple of the immortal palace, the future has a great future. The result is that because of the baiting of Xiaotian ran this place too, fell to such a state. There is not much essence blood left in Dai Hanfei's body. The effect of the blood-burning pill gradually receded. His breath fell again and again, and gradually even the long sword in his hand could no longer hold it and fell to the ground. Xiao Fan didn't rush to kill, but carried his sword step by step towards the other party. Dai Hanfei's face was full of despair, covered in blood, and he knew he was finished. The side effects of the blood-burning pill made him so weak that he didn't even have the strength to support himself to stand up. Don't kill me. I'm an ethereal immortal palace disciple. The immortal palace will definitely not let you off if you kill me. Don't come over. I'm from the immortal palace. Kill me and the immortal palace won't spare you. Even if you sign a life and death contract, the immortal palace won't let you go. You can't kill me. Fear of death was everyone's instinct, and in this desperate situation, Dai Hanfei had begun to speak out of turn. However, when Xiao Fan was getting closer and closer to him, when he saw the gaze of Xiao Fan on the opposite side as if he was looking at a dead man, Dai Hanfei directly bent both knees and knelt on the ground. Lord Xiao, please, spare my life, don't kill me. The Hall of Misty Immortal Palace disciple kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. This scene caused everyone around them to suck in a breath of cold air. This Dai Hanfei is so spineless. He even knelt down and begged for mercy. But this Xiao Fan is too ruthless, isn't he? To be able to defeat a disciple of the Immortal Palace. The Long family crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with joy. They had been so nervous since Dai Hanfei had taken the blood-burning pill that they didn't even dare to take a breath. The faces of all the people in the Xiao family were blue, especially Xiao Yuan. This waste of the Immortal Palace in front of him. Not only did he lose, but he even dared to insult himself in front of the crowd just now. Damn. However, he also thought that the purpose of Dai Hanfei coming here was to help Xiaotian catch Xiao Fan back. And the result? Inside the city lord's mansion, Long Ziji sighed in relief. I didn't expect this kid to be so ruthless. He was inwardly surprised. It had only been a short time since he had returned from the Spirit Stone Vein, but Xiao Fan had reached the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, and was so strong. This kind of cultivation speed was 10 times more terrifying than even Xiaotian. This kid is indeed terrifying. With this kind of cultivation talent, he will have a great future in the future. Lu was also surprised just now. But old dragon, aren't you going to stop him for a bit? If he really killed the Immortal Palace disciples, there will definitely be big trouble afterward. Long Ziji froze. It was indeed as Dai Hanfei had said. Even after signing a life and death contract, killing a netherworld Immortal Palace disciple would indeed be a heavenly trouble. However, just as he wanted to dodge to stop him, he hesitated and spoke after a moment of contemplation. To kill or not to kill, let him decide for himself. Lu gave him a deep look inside, not continuing to speak. The face of old man Xiao above the midair was filled with smiles as he muttered to himself. How should you choose? To kill, or not to kill? Xiao Fan had already taken a step to stand in front of Dai Hanfei with his ghost head sword in hand. Lord Xiao, I can serve you as a servant. No, to you as a dog. Just please don't kill me. I'm at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. I'll be helpful to you. Dai Hanfei hastily kneeled down and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. After the battle just now, he had been scared silly by Xiao Fan. In this moment he just wanted to live. Heads up. Xiao Fan looked at Dai Hanfei with an icy gaze, then said in a cold voice, you answer whatever I ask. Do you hear me? Then, my lord, is it that if I answer truthfully, you will let me go? Dai Hanfei asked in a hurry. You have no choice but to answer or die now. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Dai Hanfei didn't dare to say anything more and nodded his head in agreement. What did Xiaotian ask you to do? And why didn't he come himself? Xiao Fan asked. He is too familiar with this younger brother of his. The other party must know that he may have a chance treasure on his body, so he will send someone over. However, sending someone over was not like Xiaotian's character. The other party would have come in person. Senior brother Xiaotian. No, Xiaotian he has already worshipped Immortal Palace Outer Sect Elder Shou Yuanzhong as his master, and he himself was planning to come over in person. But Elder Shou requested a quota in the marrow cleansing pool for him, so he was unable to come. He sent me over here and didn't instruct anything else. He just told me to take you back. He has something to interrogate you personally. I don't know anything else. Dai Hanfei told everything in his head. Xiao Fan was slightly contemplative and asked a moment later, what cultivation level is that Shou Yuanzhong? All of the Immortal Palace's outer gate elders. The lowest cultivation level is Xian Dan Realm. Elder Shou is one of the top experts in the outer gate. His cultivation level is Xian Dan Realm Great Circle. Xiandan Realm Grand Circle. Xiao Fan was taken aback. An expert of this level. One person was enough to destroy the entire Jingchuan city. What's the purpose of the marrow washing pool? Cleansing the essence and marrow, tapping into one's potential and improving one's qualifications. And the richness of the spiritual energy within it allows cultivation to skyrocket. Does the fairy palace know you're here? The immortal palace is not clear. This outing is not an immortal palace mission, but a favor for Xiaotian. My lord, I've already said everything, so please let me live. Dai Hanfei bowed his head and pleaded, saying everything he knew one by one. Xiao Fan nodded, and with a wave of the long knife in his hand, blood splashed everywhere. Just see Dai Hanfei's head and body separated. Cold breaths abound on the scene. Chapter 52, Taking Stock of the Loot. No one had expected that Xiao Fan would be so painfully quick with his hand and directly cut off Dai Hanfei's head. The other party is a disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace. Xiao Fan, how dare you kill an Immortal Palace disciple? Xiao Yuan directly stood up and cursed loudly. You? Who gave you the guts? Xiao Fan did not reply, but twisted his head to look at him coldly. Being gazed at by these icy cold eyes, Xiao Yuan felt as if he was being stared at by a flooded beast. His back was chilled, and the voice he spoke behind him became smaller. The Long family crowd was also full of surprise. They also did not expect Xiao Fan to be so decisive. Not to mention the surrounding onlookers. This Xiao Fan, who will dare to mess with this fiend in the future? I think this Xiao family is regretting it now. This isn't a waste. It's clearly a real dragon. A disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace kills when he says so. TSK, how ruthless. Inside the city lord's mansion, Long Zizi also couldn't help but cover his face. Lu Jiming aside glanced at him and spoke. You are afraid that he will not kill Dai Hanfei's anger in his heart will be difficult to calm, affecting the future cultivation. But if he kills this, what will you do after the Long family? If the Immortal Palace really sends someone, then what? It's not just because of that. You should know very well that it's not fair to the other guy to stop him from doing it just because of who he is. Long Zizi sighed and said, this time Xiaotian sent an Immortal Palace disciple and dared to come to my Long family to arrest Xiao Fan. My Long family should have stood up to block it, but it turned out that he had to face it by himself, which would have been unfair to him. How can I stop him from killing himself with his own hands? Lu gave him a look and didn't continue speaking. Lu Ximing privately and Long Zizhou both had a good relationship and had known each other for many years. The persuasion was well-intentioned, but what Long Zizi said made sense, making it impossible for him to continue saying anything. Elder Qiao and Madare laughed and said to himself, good boy, decisive in killing, not a bit of procrastination, a good seedling. Then his figure disappeared, and no one realized that he had been here from the beginning to the end. Above the ring, Xiao Fan was dressed in blood as he lowered his head and removed the other party's storage bag from Dai Hanfei's waist, and then took the Xian-ranked magic weapon longsword in the other party's hand into his own storage bag. The other party was a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, so there must be a lot of treasures in his storage bag. Xiao Fan returned to the crowd of the Long family before leaving under the awe-inspiring gazes of the onlookers. Returning to the Long family, Xiao Fan directly returned to the other courtyard, and a specialized bone setter came to bandage and treat the wounds on Xiao Fan's body. Long Anhai and a bunch of clan elders also followed, and after a few brief greetings, they all left. Long Miaolin was relieved to see that Xiao Fan was fine, and instead of guarding Xiao Fan's side, she went inside the next room to let him recuperate at ease. Just now, Xiao Fan had also given the ghost-headed knife to Long Anhai and asked him to pass it on to Long Zizi. The Immortal Palace disciples really aren't simple. They almost turned over in the gutter. Xiao Fan murmured and whispered. The other party took the blood-burning Dan outbreak of strength is too terrible. If Dai Hanfei realm in a little higher, or blood-burning Dan affects sun lasting some, then lying in a pool of blood may be Xiao Fan. But what exactly is Elder Qiao's cultivation level? The treasure pavilion doesn't seem to be as simple as it looks. Xiao Fan remembered what Elder Qiao had reminded him with his voice transmission, and Dai Hanfei's attitude towards Elder Qiao. Forget it, don't want to think about that. Let's just see what's in Dai Hanfei's storage bag. This is the second time Xiao Fan obtained a storage bag. The last time he obtained was Chu He's. The other party is a Long family guest secretary. The storage bag is poor only more than 10 pieces of spirit stones just. Xiao Fan first erased the divine sense on Dai Hanfei's storage bag, making the storage bag become ownerless, and then his own divine sense probed into it to check. Instantly Xiao Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. There were more than 300 spirit stones, 5 jade bottles containing pills, a token engraved with the Misty Immortal Palace's outer disciple, as well as more than a dozen thunder and fire talismans, a silver talisman to resist sword chi, and the rest were some clothes. Checked all these pill bottles roughly. 4 bottles should be filled with healing pills, and the 5th jade bottle was actually filled with blood-burning pills, but there was only 1 capsule. No wonder the saying goes that it's quick to get rich by killing people and grabbing treasures. I've gotten so many things here just by killing a Dai Hanfei. More than a dozen thunder fire talismans were equal to more than 100 spirit stones, and the silver talisman was obviously worth a bit more. Counting the pills in the jade bottle, plus these spirit stones, Xiaofan estimated the value and it was probably close to 1,000 spirit stones. Although the resources within his stardust are huge, those can't be taken out. Now that he could get so many spirit stones for killing a Dai Hanfei, it put him in a good mood. Can't wait to have a few more people looking for trouble. After counting the assets obtained from Dai Hanfei here, Xiaofan closed his eyes and his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram, gulping down the spiritual medicine to recover his body's injuries. On the other hand, Long Anhai gathered all the people of the Long family to the Long family conference room. He sat high on the main seat, looked around in a circle, and opened his mouth. You all saw what happened today when Xiaofan killed the immortal palace disciple. Is there anything you want to say? The clan elders looked at each other, and immediately afterward, they opened their mouths. This Xiaofan could be so strong. That immortal palace disciple was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm and was still hacked to death by him. A clan elder complimented. He killed the immortal palace disciple. Our dragon family might be in big trouble next. He's in big trouble. There are also clan elders who are worried. The other party has come to the door to provoke, and both sides are signing a life and death contract. The immortal palace can't be unreasonable. Some clan elders were unconvinced. The scene was an instant mess, and Long Anhai helplessly covered his head. Just now, after he came back, he was called over by Long ZZ, and the other party said something that caused him a great headache and entanglement. He called these clan elders over to discuss with the people whether this matter is feasible or not. And the result? Alright, Xiaofan has already killed the immortal palace emissary. There is no need to mention this matter anymore. What will happen next? My father, he will have his own arrangements. Hearing Long Anhai say this, these clan elders quieted down. However, the second clan elder seemed to see that Long Anhai had something else on his mind and opened his mouth to ask, do you have something to discuss with us? Speak out and listen. Upon hearing this, Long Anhai's face looked a bit odd, slowed down, organized his words, and said in a deep voice, my father said to me, the talent that Xiaofan has shown today has surpassed most of the demons, and he thinks that my Long family must keep Xiaofan and tie him firmly to our Long family. Hearing Long Anhai's words, all the clan elders pondered a little before nodding their heads, very much agreeing with the Long clan ancestors' opinion. Then, my father said that Xiaofan came to our Long family as a member of the family, and Miaoyin's looks, so he is worried that Xiaofan will change his heart when he grows up in the future. After all, are they all men? The clan elders did not open their mouths. Their gazes were fixed on Long Anhai waiting for him to follow. That's why my father said he wanted to betroth Kaiwei to Xiaofan as well. Chapter 53, Sisters Marry One. The scene these dragon family elder one face also all odd. Promise Kaiwei to Xiaofan as well? Two sisters married to a flunky? Let both your daughters serve one man. On Kai, are you willing to do that? Hearing the words of these clan elders, Long Anhai's face was as ugly as it could be. He only had 2 daughters. Long Miaoyin was born with a birthmark on her face that was so ugly that he paid little attention to it over the years. But Long Kaiwei is different. He loves this little daughter the most, but now he also wants to marry his youngest daughter to Xiaofan as well? It's a wonder he feels good at all. Looking at the crowd's strange gazes, Long Anhai sighed with a face full of helplessness. This is my father's idea. I'm going to talk to Kaiwei first. If she agrees, I have no problem with it. Long Anhai did not set things dead. After all, marrying his daughter is for the sake of the Long family is not false, but he also does not want to aggravate his youngest daughter. The various clan elders looked at each other. No one opened their mouths to say anything. It would be fine to leave this matter to Long Anhai's own decision. After all, it's not like they're marrying off their daughters. That night, Long Anhai knocked on Long Saiwei's room door. Father, what brings you here? Opening the door to his room and seeing that it was his father, Long Kaiwei was curious as to what his father was doing to find her in the middle of the night. Long Anhai coughed dryly and spoke. There are some things I want to talk to you about. To hear your opinion. Father, what's the matter? Why don't we talk about it during the day, and let you run over in the middle of the night? Long Kaiwei was very curious and said so on her lips, but she had already moved aside to let Long Anhai enter the house. Long Anhai didn't rush to open his mouth and sat down at the tea table after entering the house. Dad, what is it? Long Kaiwei also sat beside Long Anhai and opened her mouth to ask. She had never seen her father in this state. You're 17 years old, right? Long Anhai sighed and said, also not too old. After hearing this, Long Kaiwei raised her eyebrows, hearing the meaning in her own father's words. Father, what do you mean? Are you trying to marry me off? You don't want me. Long Kaiwei suddenly felt very aggrieved. Just 17 years old, her father wanted to marry her off. Long Anhai saw his daughter's aggrieved appearance. In the heart, but also thought about the 2 daughters to marry a door-to-door son-in-law? This makes Long Anhai's heart even more unpleasant. If you don't want to get married so early, then forget it. In fact, originally I didn't agree to it either. Dad, who are you marrying me to? Long Kaiwei asked curiously, wanting to know who the Long family was planning to betroth her to, and what was her own father doing asking her since he didn't agree. Long Anhai's face was a bit oddly colored and opened. Your grandfather said that he wanted to betroth you to Xiaofan. He thinks this Xiaofan is good. Long Kaiwei froze. Betrothing her to Xiaofan? Isn't that her brother-in-law? Your own sister would agree? But marrying my brother-in-law doesn't seem so bad. My brother-in-law is also quite good-looking, and he is also so powerful. Many questions came to Long Kaiwei's head in this instant. Never mind. I'll give you a rebuff on this one. It's fine. You don't have to think about it much. Just pretend I wasn't here today. Long Anhai got up, intending to leave, thinking that he had really come for nothing. Letting your 2 daughters steal a man? How is this possible? Seeing her father about to leave, Long Kaiwei froze, immediately opened her mouth to stop. Father, wait, Grandpa definitely has his deeper meaning in saying this. Long Anhai thought that Long Kaiwei was worried about the family, so he opened his mouth and explained, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Your grandfather is just saying that. Your sister's face, you know. Now the talent that Xiaofan has shown is too strong, so your grandfather wants to tie him firmly to our Long family only. But there are other ways to tie Xiaofan. It doesn't have to be facilitated by the 2 of you. Seeing Long Kaiwei's face filled with aggression, Long Anhai took a deep breath and said with a loving face, don't worry, Kaiwei. Father will never let you be aggrieved. No matter what, I will stop your grandfather and won't let you marry Xiaofan. After saying that, Long Anhai was about to leave. He planned to go to Long Zizhou's place in the night, to make this matter clear, to tell his own father that Kaiwei absolutely could not marry Xiaofan. At this moment Long Anhai even a little run to the execution ground to die mood. However, the next moment Long Kaiwei anxious. Father, I will marry. Kaiwei, you don't have to be like this. Don't worry. Father will be fine. The big deal is just getting a scolding from your grandpa. Long Anhai touched Long Kaiwei's head with a face full of love and smiled. You don't need to worry for father. Father, I would really like to marry my brother-in-law. Long Kaiwei was on the verge of crying. How can this father of his own say that he won't listen? However, Long Anhai frowned and said in a deep voice, Kaiwei, don't cry. Don't worry. Father won't let you marry Xiaofan even if he dies. After saying that, Long Anhai pushed the door and was about to leave, but he didn't take a step. He looked down and realized that Long Kaiwei was gripping the neck of his foot in a death grip, not letting him leave. Father, I'd really like to marry my brother-in-law. Really? Long Kaiwei collected her tears and hurriedly said, my brother-in-law is so good-looking, and his strength is also so strong. Marrying him, I think it's quite good. At least it's better than marrying someone else. Long Anhai froze, completely froze, stood frozen in place, half a day without opening his mouth to speak. However, Long Kaiwei chattered on the side and spoke. Father, look at my brother-in-law's talent, right? Even my big brother is no match for him. Such a person we Long family must tie up in our own family. And my brother-in-law is always much better than other stinky men outside. Right, and he is a flunky. Living in our Long family, I don't have to leave you in the future. And Dad, I think Grandpa's right. My brother-in-law is a real genius. I don't think my sister can grasp it, but I can. You believe me, Dad? Long Kaiwei kept persuading one sentence after another, fearing that Long Anhai would object. Knowing a daughter is like a father. Seeing Long Kaiwei in this state, how could Long Anhai, who is her own father, not know his daughter's thoughts? After a long time, Long Anhai sighed. Have you really thought about it? That's right, Father, I've thought it over. I'll never marry anyone but my brother-in-law in this life. Long Kaiwei saw her father promise, and hastened to beat her chest to ensure. At this time, Long Anhai cannot say what flavor in his heart. Marry a daughter, but also have to compensate another daughter. 2 cabbages are gone. In the end, Long Kaiwei gleefully watched Long Anhai leave. When Long Anhai left, she was alone in her room fantasizing about the future with Xiaofan. Xiaofan, who is a party to the incident, is completely unaware of the matter. He was consolidating his cultivation within the Star Dipper diagram and would soon reach the middle stage of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Chapter 54, Don't Thank Me. Xiaofan defeated a disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace, and this matter is known to no one in the entire Jingchuan city. Even 3 days after the incident, there are still a lot of people discussing this matter. However, there was a new rumor in the streets of Jingchuan city that Xiaofan had killed the Immortal Palace disciple, and the Immortal Palace would surely send someone over. And when that happened, it might involve the entire Jingchuan city. Have you heard that the Immortal Palace might send someone over to kill all of us in Jingchuan? I've heard about this too. and I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, we've all been victimized by this Xiao Fan. These discussions went on, and even City Lord Lu Jiming sent his men forward to go around and suppress the various rumors. Otherwise the whole Jingchuan city will be in chaos. The dragon family was naturally very clear about this matter. And what made the crowd wonder was that the rumor seemed to be spread as if it was spread maliciously by someone, with the purpose of targeting Xiao Fan and targeting their dragon family. But there's not much to the investigation at the moment to find the source of the rumors. Xiao Fan was in seclusion in the secret room and hadn't gone out for a single trip in 3 days. So he was naturally completely unaware of all of this. 3 days later, he slowly opened his eyes. His breath was strong, but it was more introverted than before. The gaze was also deeper. Out of the secret room, came to the hall, and saw Long Miaoyin. She is still the same as usual, face with a veil. Long Miaoyin also saw him, but from her eyes Xiao Fan saw some complexity. There is shyness, there is resignation, and helplessness. What's wrong with you? Without waiting for Long Miaoyin to open her mouth, Xiao Fan asked first. Long Miaoyin's face blushed. The matter of wanting to marry Long Kaiwei to Xiao Fan. Lan Nanhai had already personally come over to talk to her. To marry your own sister to your husband as well. This kind of thing is hard to swallow. However, what the family said was also true. Xiao Fan's talent was strong and could be called a demon. So they had to firmly grasp it. No, it's fine. My dad said to meet him when you get out. He has something important to tell you. Xiao Fan nodded. Okay, I'll go now. Long Miaoyin thought for a moment and then spoke again. Xiao Fan, there have been a lot of gossip about you coming out of Jingchuan City recently. Long Miaoyin also told the outside world that the netherworld immortal palace might send people to retaliate and might slaughter the city. Xiao Fan's face was unsightly when he heard this, and he sensed some flavor of intrigue from it. After having a brief conversation with Long Miaoyin, Xiao Fan headed to the dragon family hall to find Lan Nanhai. Lan Nanhai was talking with various clan elders above the main hall at this time, when he heard his subordinates come to report that Xiao Fan had arrived, and asked them to quickly bring Xiao Fan in. Master of the house. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Normally he was the dragon family's son-in-law and it was only right to address Lan Nanhai as his father. However, the two of them had not been in contact before, and by the time Lan Nanhai had changed his opinion of him, Xiao Fan had already had the momentum of a rising heavenly pride. So Lan Nanhai didn't care about this anymore. Xiao Fan is here. I have something I want to talk to you about. Lan Nanhai laughed, but his smile was a bit awkward, and the surrounding clan elders did the same, with strange gazes as they looked at Lan Nanhai and then at Xiao Fan. This kind of thing of marrying both daughters to one man, it would be strange for Lan Nanhai to be comfortable. Family master, but there's no harm in saying so, Xiao Fan said. He looked at Lan Nanhai's face was embarrassed. He inwardly foxed. The other party is not worried that the misty immortal palace looking for trouble will implicate the Long family, and then want to let himself leave. If the Long family really did this, it would make sense. After all, because of a flunky, the whole family would be dragged down. This kind of thing was very unworthy. However, Lan Nanhai's following words made Xiao Fan instantly widen his eyes. In the end it became a face full of shock. Xiao Fan, the family considered it and felt that it wouldn't be fair for you to be with Miaoyin, so we decided to betroth Kaiwei to you as well, and let the two of them sisters serve you together when the time comes. Xiao Fan's eyes were round and dull. His jaw was about to fall to the ground. This kind of expression had never appeared on Xiao Fan before. Even when he had activated the Xiaotian Xingdou diagram, such an exaggerated expression had never appeared. The various clan elders around them were also looking at Xiao Fan with strange eyes one by one. Even Lan Nanhai was the same. Lan Nanhai coughed dryly, causing Xiao Fan to come back to his senses. Xiao Fan, what do you think about the matter of marrying Kaiwei? In fact, Lan Nanhai's heart was dripping blood when he uttered these words, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. Seeing Xiao Fan's dazed expression just now, he thought that Xiao Fan was moved by his heart. After all, Long Kaiwei was superior in both looks and figure, and was also a famous beauty in Jingchuan City. Various clan elders think the same way. How many men dream of such a good thing? House master, this matter cannot be. Xiao Fan's voice was trembling. He finally knew why Long Miaoyin's opponent had that look on her face just now. Lan Nanhai froze. You don't want to? Family head, I'm already married to Miaoyin, so how can I marry Kaiwei? This is unfair to both Miaoyin and Kaiwei, so I still hope that family head will think twice. Xiao Fan immediately opened his mouth to persuade. Not because he wasn't interested in 3 wives and 4 concubines, nor was it because Xiao Fan revered a lifetime of love. Rather, it's because that girl Long Kaiwei's mouth is too wordy. As long as Xiao Fan thought about it, Long Kaiwei was by his side, constantly chanting. In his mouth every day he could feel the creeps. Lan Nanhai couldn't say what he felt in his heart at this time. He had thought that Xiao Fan would definitely be overjoyed when he knew that there was this good thing. and then he would immediately agree to it with thanksgiving. It turned out to be a doozy of an emoji. He really wanted to ask if his daughter was that bad. It's just. Long On Hai waved his hand. This matter will be discussed later. Your grandfather is looking for you for something. Follow me over there. Long On Hai didn't want to babble on about Xiao Fan and marrying his 2 daughters, and directly stated another matter. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded and unintentionally wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his cuff. The Long family. This is not to oust him. This is to tie him to death in the Long family. Before he could even think about what the Long family's oldest ancestor had called him for, he followed Long On Hai and left. It was the first time Xiao Fan had come to the place where the dragon family's oldest ancestor was located. It was a secluded compound, but it was very gorgeously decorated, and there was also a small garden in the alibi, but there was not a single subordinate in sight around it. Arriving at the entrance of the hall of the special courtyard, Long On Hai respectfully knocked on the door of the house. Come in. The voice of the Long family's oldest ancestor came from inside the house. The door to the house opened and Xiao Fan walked in after Long On Hai. At this moment, the Long family's old ancestor was sitting cross-legged on top of the futon at the main seat in the hall and looked up at the two of them. Especially when he looked at Xiao Fan, his gaze was filled with kindness. Xiao Fan, we'll find a time to finalize your marriage with Kai Wei in a while. You don't have to thank me. Chapter 55, The 4 Great Clans. Xiao Fan? Long On Hai? The 2 men never dreamed that as soon as they opened the door the old ancestor of the Long family would say such a sentence. At this moment Xiao Fan also sort of understood that the original person who made himself and Long Kai Wei get married was definitely the Long Zizhou in front of him. The old piker got me into trouble. Long On Hai coughed dryly. He hadn't had time to talk to his father about Xiao Fan's disapproval. Father, let's talk about Xiao Fan and Kai Wei afterward. Let's talk about business first. Long Zizi glanced at the 2 men, feeling that the situation was different from what he had imagined. What he expected was that Xiao Fan should come in and be thankful to himself, kneeling down to thank him in a hurry. How could it be this crying face? Also, the children's business will come later. The dragon family ancestor looked at Xiao Fan and spoke after organizing his words. Xiao Fan, you have now made a grudge against the misty immortal palace. Have you thought about what to do next in this matter? The grudge between you and Xiaotian is too deep, so it's impossible to dissolve it. This time, he found an immortal palace disciple, so you can kill him. If someone else with a higher cultivation level comes later, then the consequences are unimaginable. After hearing this, Xiao Fan lowered his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. I want to join a clan as a backer. In fact, joining a clan. This matter Xiao Fan had long had this idea. Only within a clan could one go higher and see farther. And this matter of Xiaotian sending someone over had undoubtedly accelerated the progress of this matter. The Long family's old ancestor nodded with satisfaction and opened his mouth to smile. Actually, I called you here because I also want to talk to you about this matter. It's not true that my Long family is the #1 family in Jingchuan City, but forces more powerful than my Long family abound in this martial emperor state. Joining the clan is indeed the best choice for you at the moment. Xiao Fan nodded. Long On Hai on the side didn't say anything. The matter of wanting Xiao Fan to join the clan, Long Zizi had discussed with him before. Do you have any ideas in terms of choosing a clan? The Long clan's old ancestor opened his mouth and asked, his gaze looking at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan lowered his head and thought for a moment before shaking his head. There is currently no target. I can make you a couple of suggestions, and you can listen to them. The Long family's old ancestor slowly opened his mouth. The #1 power in the martial emperor state, as its name suggests, is the ethereal immortal palace. Its disciples are strict in their selection, and every year they will also go out and send messengers around to look for geniuses to join and expand their forces, which should have been the best choice. However, Xiaotian is currently highly regarded in the immortal palace, so it is not recommended to consider. Xiao Fan nodded. His thoughts were the same as the Long clan's old ancestor. The netherworld immortal palace was the strongest, however it was not suitable for Xiao Fan. Martial emperor state. The forces that are a little weaker than the misty immortal palace are the Purple Cloud Cave, the Thunder Fire sect, and the Extreme Immortal sect. These 3 big clans, and only these 3 big clans have the strength to shelter you. Even the immortal palace doesn't dare to offend you easily. The Purple Cloud Cave Heaven is the clan where Morong Fu is from, and he has worshipped a clan elder as his teacher, and the turtle shell magic treasure on his body is a gift from that elder, as well as the technique that can make a person's soul instantly frozen. Xiao Fan guessed that it was also from the Purple Cloud Cave Heaven. Thunder Fire sect's power in the martial emperor state is also not weak at all. Its inner disciples have always been domineering. Long Xiaotian went out before was valued by a Thunder Fire sect elder and told Long Xiaotian to go there in the future. Extreme Immortal sect. Rumor has it that this sect has the longest history of existence, and in its heyday it was more powerful than the misty immortal palace, but I don't know why it declined later on. but it also barely managed to retain the position of the top 4 sects. With a deep heritage, the dragon family ancestor next gave Xiao Fan the advantages and disadvantages of these sects. And as for some of the sects that were ranked at the back of the list, the dragon family ancestor's advice was that it would be best not to go. In addition to the lack of heritage, if Xiaotian once gained power in the misty immortal palace, I'm afraid that these small forces would not be able to shelter Xiao Fan. You've been told the general situation of these clans. Do you have any ideas? The Long family's oldest ancestor gazed at Xiao Fan, and Long Anhai did the same. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. I want to go to the extreme immortal sect. First of all, in terms of the Wheel of Heritage, the extreme immortal sect is the longest existing sect, and will never be weaker than other forces. Even if it is the misty immortal palace, the heritage is not necessarily much stronger than the extreme immortal sect. Furthermore, the extreme immortal sect is fully capable of being able to protect him from the other side, even if the other side is the misty immortal palace. The Long clan's oldest ancestor slowly nodded his head and said, not bad, a very good choice. Extreme immortal sect is indeed a good choice. In fact, the idea of the Long family is more inclined to the Thunderfire sect. After all, Long Xiaotian will also go forward after a while. The two of them will still be able to take care of each other in the past. However, since Xiao Fan chose to do so, the Long family would not stop it. Have you heard the rumors about the outside world? The Long family's old ancestor once again opened his mouth to inquire about Xiao Fan, who nodded his head. The Dragon family's oldest ancestor sighed and said, my Dragon family has conducted an investigation into this matter and suspects that it is related to the Xiao family. But besides the Xiao family, it seems that there is also the involvement of the Su family of Ink Cloud City. It was normal for the Xiao family to be involved. But what was the reason for this Mo Yun City Su family to come and discredit themselves? Xiao Fan's brows furrowed at once. The Xiao family spread rumors in order to discredit you and make you a sinner in Jingchuan City. And the words of the Su family, it should be related to the fact that you successively injured Su Ming and Su Yizhou. After all, these two are the hopes of his Su family's generation. And as a result, they were both nearly wasted in your hands. Xiao Fan opened his mouth and asked, however, what is the purpose of them doing this? And is there any point in discrediting me? In fact, this was what Xiao Fan was most puzzled about. What was the point of denigrating him? The Dragon family ancestor sighed and said, after all, you have already joined the Dragon family. Spreading rumors indeed has no effect on you personally. However, it has had a great impact on the status and reputation of the Dragon family in Jingchuan City, as well as most of the Dragon family's industries in Jingchuan. And their business is currently dropping a lot compared to what it was before. It dawned on Xiao Fan that the original purpose of spreading rumors was to target himself at the same time to combat the Long family. After all, he was currently a member of the Dragon family, and when dealing with the Immortal Palace disciples, the attitude of the Dragon family was very obvious, and doing so could also provoke the relationship between him and the Long family. In this instant, Xiao Fan had all these things figured out. Although he had joined the Dragon family, he had not volunteered to do so to begin with. So he had never treated himself genuinely as a member of the Dragon family. However, after these recent events, and Long Miaoyin's kindness to himself, Xiao Fan has changed his mind about his status as a son-in-law. At least the Long family treated him 100 times better than the Xiao family treated him. Seeing Xiao Fan's face gloomy, the Dragon family ancestor opened his mouth and laughed. It's alright, you don't need to worry about all this. It's all just a small matter. Because you have obtained the Spirit Stone veins, even if the industry business is not good, there's nothing to prevent it. There's still a month left should be the time when the Extreme Immortal Sect recruits disciples once every 3 years. So go back and prepare for it, and find a time to depart for it. Chapter 56 Extreme Immortal Sect. Leaving from the Long family ancestor, Xiao Fan and Long Anhai chatted for a few moments and also bid farewell and parted, returning to the other courtyard. At this time, Long Miaoyin was in the hall. Looking at Xiao Fan's return, she blushed, and opposite her sat Long Kaiwei. Xiao Fan entered the hall and was about to open his mouth to say something, but he saw that Long Kaiwei was there and held back the words he intended to say. Brother-in-law, you're back. When Long Kaiwei saw Xiao Fan come back, she directly jumped up from her seat and bounced around to Xiao Fan's side. Xiao Fan coughed dryly and nodded his head without speaking, instead looking a pair of eyes toward Long Miaoyin. Brother-in-law, did my father find you and tell you anything? Long Kaiwei's big eyes blinked at Xiao Fan. Her heart was happy. Talk to your dad about some of the rumors out there. Besides that, what else? About joining the clan. Not these, it's about me. About me. Long Kaiwei was a bit angry. Xiao Fan immediately changed the topic and spoke to Long Miaoyin. Miaoyin, in a few days, I will leave the Dragon family and head to the Extreme Immortal Sect, so help me prepare some clothes. I'll be in seclusion for these few days. When the words fell, Xiao Fan directly flashed away, and disappeared in the same place. Long Miaoyin was just about to open her mouth to ask Xiao Fan what he was doing in the extreme immortal sect, but the latter person had already disappeared. Long Kaiwei was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. However, she left the other courtyard. He's going to ask his dad what's going on. Xiao Fan returned inside the secret room and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He would rather fight someone alive or dead than face Long Kaiwei. Keep on cultivating. At least reach the 5th major consummation of the Qi transformation realm. A glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. The last time he recovered from his injuries it took him 3 days to reach the middle stage of the 5th level, but he himself did not need to settle down at the moment. He could continue to cultivate and break through. He would soon be heading to the extreme immortal sect, and he would need strength even more when he got there. Although Xiao Fan was not sure what it was like within the sect, the competition was definitely very fierce. Long Kaiwei would come to Xiao Fan's special courtyard every day for the next few days, but the latter was closed, and every time she ate the closed door. The entire Longfu recently are not peaceful. Long Kaiwei every day to find Long Nanhai to make a mess. It is said that they also looked for a time Long Zizhong. However, the exact reason for this was only known to the various clan elders within the Dragon Mansion, and none of the underlings were aware of it, and all the clan elders were very emotional about this matter, and each of them couldn't say what they felt in their hearts. A flash of another 5 days passed. Outside of Jingchuan City, all kinds of gossip about Xiao Fan was flying all over the place. At first, they wouldn't bring the Long family with them. After all, they were the #1 family, which made ordinary people fear them and didn't dare to offend them. But in the last few days, the gossip had implicated the Long family, causing the Long family's reputation as the #1 family in Jingchuan City to fall to pieces. This Xiao Fan is really a calamity. I heard that the Immortal Palace side sent a lot of people to come and arrest him. When the time comes, it's unlikely that we'll even be dragged into it. This is all the fault of that Long family. If we had handed Xiao Fan over in the first place, wouldn't it have been fine? Who says it's not? Keep your voice down. Don't let the Long family hear you. What are you afraid of? It's not all because of Xiao Fan that these things can happen, and you still won't let people talk about it. It seems that there was a reason for the Xiao family to kick Xiao Fan out in the first place. The reputation of the Long family had dealt an unprecedented blow, and Xiao Fan also ended his seclusion on this day, and his cultivation had successfully reached the 5th great perfection of the Qi transformation realm. He spoke briefly with Long Miaoyin and planned to make a trip to the treasure pavilion. Elder Qiao had helped him a lot, and this time he was about to go to the extreme immortal sect, so it was only right that he should pay his respects. Originally, Xiao Fan wanted to go alone, but Long Miaoyin had the Dragon Mansion prepare a carriage for him. Xiao Fan couldn't figure out why, but he didn't object. Sitting on the carriage, on this journey, people were opening their mouths to discuss themselves all around the streets and alleys. Xiao Fan's cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm could hear these abusive words clearly even from a distance. Had lived to establish himself as a sinner in Jingchuan City. Originally, without hearing all of this in person, Xiao Fan couldn't feel anything. After all, he is not very concerned about reputation. In the past in the Xiao family, his reputation is bad enough. Everyone called himself waste, but those are nothing compared to the tirades of today. The carriage stopped underneath the jumbo pavilion, and Xiao Fan quickly stepped inside, not lingering on the first floor for a moment, but directly going up to the second floor to find the girl who led the way, and asked him to inform Xiao Lao. The young girl was surprised and nodded her head repeatedly before leaving, and in no time, she brought Xiao Fan up to the topmost floor on the attic. Still in the original plain room, Elder Qiao was making tea, and when he saw Xiao Fan come in, his face was filled with a joyful smile. What brings you to my place? There's been a lot of discussion about you out there lately. Elder Qiao smiled and said, his eyes looking at Xiao Fan and waving his hand to signal him to sit down. Xiao Fan sat down on the chair opposite Xiao Lao and sighed. Xiao Lao, don't laugh at me. Ha ha, little one. Tell me, what is it about coming to my place? Elder Qiao filled a cup of tea for himself and took out a teacup for Xiao Fan and filled it as well. Elder Qiao, I intend to join the Extreme Immortal sect and plan to leave Jingchuan City recently. Xiao Fan spoke directly. Xiao Lao did not feel surprised. Nodded, Extreme Immortal sect? Not bad. Quite suitable for you. The clan's deep heritage. Even if the Netherworld Immortal Palace heritage and its comparison is also slightly insufficient. Just some of the profound techniques crippled awesome. The ancient inheritance is not much left. At the end of his words, Elder Qiao sighed and seemed to sigh a little. However, Xiao Fan could hear that Elder Qiao knew the Extreme Immortal sect very well, at least much deeper than Long Zizhong. But thinking about it, the other party was after all the Northern Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion. It was normal to know more. He was busy pursuing the question. Elder Qiao, do you know much about the Extreme Immortal sect? Elder Qiao smiled and said, this sect, the Extreme Immortal sect, has a long history of inheritance, so long that he existed before the martial emperor dynasty was established. The extreme immortal sect had suffered a devastating blow for some unknown reason, and the sect was nearly removed, and other forces such as the misty immortal palace had risen to prominence only after finding an opportunity during that time. As for what nearly caused the extreme immortal sect's demise, this is something I'm not clear about. Xiaofan nodded his head and gained a new understanding of the extreme immortal sect. The Gongfu was crippled, but it had a deep heritage. This point suited him perfectly. He didn't lack feats or resources. These were all available within the Star Dipper diagram, but something like heritage was very important. Xiaotian joining the marrow cleansing pool was one of the misty immortal palace's underpinnings, which allowed his cultivation to skyrocket, cleansing his essence and improving his talent. Thank you Elder Qiao for informing me, Xiaofan spoke. I have something I want to trouble you with. Oh, but say so. Elder Qiao squinted his eyes, sipped his tea and opened his mouth with a smile. After I leave, if the Netherworld Immortal Palace comes to trouble the Long family, I hope that Elder Qiao can help the Long family. After saying that, Xiaofan got up and bowed to Qiao Lao. The Dragon family was involved because of him. If he just left, the consequences would be unimaginable if the Immortal Palace took the wrath of the Dragon family. I can promise you in this matter, if the Immortal Palace comes looking for trouble, I will intercede. Elder Qiao smiled. But you have to promise me something too. How about it? Chapter 57, Traveling to the Extreme Immortal Sect. Elder Zhou, you? Xiaofan was stunned for a moment by Old Man Xiao's words. He couldn't imagine that Xiao Lao would say this. And what could he do to help Xiao Lao? Seeing Xiaofan's incomprehension, Elder Qiao smiled faintly. There is nothing going on at the moment. I just want you to remember this favor. If you grow up in the future, just remember owing me this favor. Late generation, remember this favor. When Elder Qiao said this, Xiaofan understood and nodded his head in agreement. The Dragon family had Old Man Xiao promising to help, so Xiaofan was considered to have no more worries, and he sought some more advice from Old Man Xiao about the extreme immortal sect. The other party all knew everything, which benefited Xiaofan greatly. Half an hour later, and Xiao Lao said goodbye. Out of the treasure pavilion Xiaofan hurriedly got on the carriage. Again in the surroundings full of abusive voices back to the Dragon House. Dai Hanfei's status in the misty immortal palace was not high, or else he would not have wanted to hug Xiao Tian's thigh. With the certificate of life and death in place, and with Elder Qiao stepping in, I'm sure the Netherworld Immortal Palace wouldn't come to trouble the Dragon family. The only thing that was troublesome was Xiao Tian, and Xiaofan couldn't understand his brother's character better. It certainly wouldn't be a good idea to not get the secret out of yourself. Returning to the Long family, and having dinner with Long Miaoyin. This time Xiaofan did not go to the secret room, but instead asked Long Miaoyin to prepare a room for him to rest in. He and Long Miaoyin had been married for so long, and the two of them had never lived together. Lying on the bed, Xiaofan muttered, ever since I came to the Long family, it seems that apart from being severely injured, it seems that I haven't rested peacefully on the bed. Thinking of this, Xiaofan laughed a little to himself again. Being a member of the Xiao family, it turned out to be unpopular with the Xiao family, and became a son-in-law, which turned out to be the meat and potatoes, and marry both my daughters to me. After arriving at the extreme immortal sect, in addition to getting stronger you also have to find a way to collect the few herbs left over from refining the heaven mending pill, as well as find a way to learn the art of alchemy. Xiaofan lay on the bed and began to calculate his next plan. Within the star and dipper diagram was a lot of books on alchemy, and there were enough various spiritual herbs and medicines, but there is no Dan furnace. Moreover, alchemy is an esoteric discipline, and without a leading master, it is very, very difficult to figure it out on one's own. Time passes and 3 more days pass. In these few days Xiaofan didn't close the door. Most of the time he was by Long Miaoyin's side, and he was grateful from the bottom of his heart for this nominal wife of his. From the time he was beaten half to death and sent into the Long family, the other party took good care of him and did not dislike him at all. Plus all the time spent together. Although the two of them were not husband and wife, Xiaofan had already treated Long Miaoyin as his real wife in his heart. These days Xiaofan has also signaled that he wants to round up with Long Miaoyin. However, it was rejected by the latter because she was afraid that Xiaofan would see her face and would dislike her in his heart later. Although these inner thoughts Long Miaoyin did not open her mouth, Xiaofan could guess them. Long Kaiwei will come over every day, wrapped in the sight of Xiaofan, but Xiaofan look at her, directly to how fast to escape. Each time, he only left Long Kaiwei with a dashing back. Early on the 4th day, just after dawn, Xiaofan had already gotten up and washed up, and he and Long Miaoyin went forward together to pay their respects to Long Zizhou. Today was the day he was going to leave and head to the extreme immortal sect. The route forward had been memorized by him over the past few days, and the Long family had also prepared a map for him. as well as 500 spirit stones and some items needed for the road. This time, Xiaofan's departure was only known to the insiders of the Long family and was not spread out. After all, Xiaofan had just killed someone from the misty immortal palace, so it was better to keep a low profile at the moment. In front of the Dragon House gate, a crowd of Long family members had gathered. Long On High and a bunch of Long family elders were there, as well as Long Kaiwei. As for Long Xiaotian, he had already departed a day earlier and headed to the Thunderfire sect. Come back safe and sound. Long Miaolin's eyes carried unwillingness, the veil covering her face, but Xiaofan could still see the other party's unwillingness from the tears in the corners of her eyes. Xiaofan said very seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back, and I will also find a way to cure your face." After saying that, Xiaofan gently kissed Long Miaolin on her forehead. One by one, Long On High and the elders of the Long family looked away, pretending not to see. Long Kaiwei, on the other hand, bristled. What exactly is wrong with me? No one paid any attention to this little girl. The various clan elders of the Long family opened their mouths, and after some exhortations, then they watched Xiaofan leave, looking at Xiaofan's back walking farther and farther away. All the Long family members are somewhat emotional and despondent. You guys, when did we start accepting this Xiaofan? The second clan elder muttered to himself, and when they heard his words, the others were also slightly puzzled. When did an unpopular son-in-law, the trash in everyone's eyes, really fit into their Long family? I don't know about you guys. Anyway, when I saw him fighting desperately to the death with Morong Fu for the Dragon family, I took him to be a member of the Dragon family at that moment. The three clan elders laughed, remembering that battle had indeed made it unforgettable for them throughout their lives. Long Miaoyin did not open her mouth. Her look at Xiaofan's back disappeared, and stood alone in place for a long time. Even if she could not see the other party's shadow long ago, she still looking at the other party's direction of departure. Xiaofan exited the gates of Jingchuan City and traveled all the way to the east. He didn't ride a horse. He was already at the fifth major consummation of the Qi transformation realm, just one step away from reaching the sixth major level of the Qi transformation realm, and with his own foot power he was much faster than a horse. According to the map, if you go east about 8,000 miles, you will reach the extreme immortal sect sphere of influence. According to the current strength of Xiaofan's feet, he would be able to arrive within 10 days. As the sun set in the west, by the side of a crystal clear stream, Xiaofan leaned over and washed his face. Gotta hurry, or we'll be sleeping out in the wild tonight, Xiaofan murmured and whispered, then ran towards the east again. He had already left Jingchuan City for a day, and passed by a high city at lunchtime, but did not enter it. Instead he just left to catch up on his journey. The Extreme Immortal Sect's annual recruitment of disciples would begin in 20 days. Although there was plenty of time, Xiaofan nonetheless intended to arrive in a hurry in case there were any accidents on the way. The sky was getting dark, but it was good that Xiaofan had already reached the nearest city. This high city was called Nanjiang City, and after paying a spirit stone at the city gate as an entry fee, Xiaofan entered the city. This Nanjiang City was a city about the same size as Jingchuan City. After entering the city, Xiaofan found an inn nearby to rest and ordered a few small dishes for Xiaoer to send to his room. The store assistant was very enthusiastic and welcomed Xiaofan upstairs. After Xiaofan left the first floor of the inn, two unfamiliar figures appeared outside the inn that did not belong to Nanjiang City. Can you identify this man? Definitely he can't be wrong. Chapter 58 Interception. Su family's reward. The next day, Xiaofan left the inn early in the morning and continued to head east. Along the way, the temperature was hot, and from time to time Xiaofan would wipe the sweat from his forehead. Leaving from Nanjiang City has been 2 hours, surrounded by a thick forest path, no one around, and the sound of birds and beasts chirping in all directions. Suddenly, Xiaofan stopped his steps and violently turned backward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Come out. I've been following me since I left Nanjiang City. Aren't you guys tired? Whoosh, whoosh. Two silhouettes appeared in front of Xiaofan, a fat and a thin two black-robed men. Xiaofan had never seen each other before. These two men saw Xiaofan from head to toe. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, and the fatter black-robed man among them opened his mouth and asked, "How did you find us?" Xiaofan didn't answer, but asked in a cold voice, "Who sent you guys? Are you trying to kill me? Or do you have another purpose? Yo, at such a young age, you're quite sophisticated in your speech." Another person also spoke. "Forget it, it's better to cut the crap. Since we've been discovered, we'll just do it directly." A fat one and a thin one looked at each other and nodded with a greedy face. Intending to directly strike to finish off Xiaofan, the two of them exploded with qi around them, and it was clear that both of them were at the 5th cultivation level of the qi transformation realm. "Just you guys?" Xiaofan's eyes flashed with a cold aura as a long sword appeared in his hand and his aura grew steeply. Xian ranked magic weapon. A fat and a thin black-clothed man was surprised, not expecting the opposite kid to have a lot of family money at a young age. His gaze became more greedy as he looked at Xiao Fan. It looks like we are going to be rich today. Not only can we get a reward for killing him, but we can also get a Xian-ranked magic weapon from the other party. The fat man in black had a bad smile on his face. How about whoever of us kills him first? This long sword will be his? The skinny man in black next to him nodded and laughed. That's great. Who gave you the courage to talk like that? Xiao Fan was speechless. Just now these two people on the opposite side seem like idiots. Kid, die. The two black-clothed men seemed to be stimulated by Xiao Fan's words, and each of them rushed forward with a long knife appearing in each of their hands. The long knives in their hands were all yellow-ranked magic weapons, a large realm away from the Xian rank. Xiao Fan laughed coldly. Two of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm dared to come and intercept him? A fat and a thin two men in black have known each other for a long time, have been doing killing and looting, spying on a series of things, and cooperate with each other is also very tacit understanding. The two of them had yet to lose in the same realm when they joined forces against an enemy, and even if they encountered an enemy a small realm above them, they were confident that they could maneuver around. However, they had just exchanged hands with Xiao Fan for less than a moment, were blindsided. How can he be so strong? The fat man in black was surprised. He had just collided the long knife in his hand with the long sword in Xiao Fan's hand and felt that the bones in his hand were going to be shattered. And then he was kicked in the abdomen by Xiao Fan, spitting out blood in his mouth. The other side of the thin man is also shocked. He just took the opportunity to sneak attack Xiao Fan while he was fighting with the fat man. But the result was the other party nimbly dodged, but also almost gave him a sword to chop him to death. Grandma, I've run into a tough guy. The fat man spat out blood, and at this moment, he felt his 5 viscera rolling over. An intense pain was coming from the place where he was kicked by Xiao Fan. Isn't this kid at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm? How could he be so strong? The thin man was also surprised. The young man on the opposite side was simply strong and terrifying in their eyes. Where was this the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm? They would all believe it if they said it was the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Xiao Fan didn't hurry to strike and once again opened his mouth to ask. I'll ask again. Who sent you guys? Damn it! Fight him! The fat man shouted angrily. The long knife in his hand whistled and charged up again, and the thin man followed closely behind. Seek death. Xiao Fan laughed coldly. The long sword in his hand chopped at the two of them, forming two invisible sword chi shooting out in midair. The fat cultivator held his sword across his body, and his figure took a step back before he was able to cancel out the sword chi. The thin man, on the other hand, jumped into midair to dodge the sword chi attack. The two cancelled out the sword chi, and before they could even breathe out, they realized that Xiao Fan's figure had disappeared. Not good, the thin man shouted, sensing a strong murderous aura coming from behind him, and violently turned to look. I saw that Xiao Fan had already stood behind him, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a silver aura flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. The thin man felt that his body instantly had no support and fell down at once. He looked down and saw that his 2 legs had been separated from his body. Ah! The thin man screamed miserably as intense pain spread throughout his body. Penis! Fatty roared at the sight as he wanted to rush over to help. However, before he could take a few steps, Xiao Fan's figure had already appeared in front of him. What? Fatty was shocked. What kind of speed was the other party? Surprisingly, it was so fast. However, he didn't have time to think about that much. At this moment, his teeth clenched. The long knife in his hand was clenched, and he directly slashed at Xiao Fan in front of him. With a flash of the long sword in Xiao Fan's hand, a silver aura pierced his eyes and the fat man's arm holding the sword flew into the air. The long sword still held tightly in his hand. However, before the fat man could scream, there was another cold aura, and the fat man's other arm was also cut off. Less than a moment into the exchange, the 2 black-clothed men all lost their combat power and wailed in place. Xiao Fan did not rush to kill, but threw the 2 together and looked at them with cold eyes. The fat man was missing 2 arms. The thin man was missing a pair of legs. At this time the blood was still flowing. It was good that they were Qi transformation realm cultivators. If they were replaced by ordinary people, even if they were at the forging realm, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to support them for long. At this point, after a fat and a thin black man were thrown together, they stopped shouting. With a face of fear, he looked at Xiao Fan with a pale face. Can we talk properly next? Xiao Fan spoke coldly. If you slow down by half a sentence, you will have no point in living. The 2 black-clothed men were by now emboldened. This Xiao Fan in front of him was the devil. First question. Who sent you here to kill me? My lord, it's the Su family. The Su family sent us. Fatty hurriedly opened his mouth to reply. The Su family of Moruan City? The thin man hurriedly snatched the answer. That's right, it's the Su family. Xiao Fan nodded and said, give me a clear account of the matter as it is. The two didn't dare to hide anything at all at this time. Neither of them dared to bargain with Xiao Fan and explained everything. As soon as Xiao Fan left Jingchuan City, the Su family received the news and then sent out quite a few men with the sole purpose of killing Xiao Fan. The Su family seemed to be aware of Xiao Fan's course of action, so they had sent people within each city to contact some of the local triad forces to help them investigate Xiao Fan's traces. The Su family stated that killing Xiao Fan could give 1,000 spirit stones, and if they provided Xiao Fan's whereabouts they would give 500 spirit stones. This kind of bounty used on a Qi transformation realm cultivator was already considered a heavenly price. The Su family also revealed that Xiao Fan's cultivation was the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, but specifically emphasized that those with cultivation below the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm should not make a move, and to contact their Su family after encountering Xiao Fan. The Su clan gave everyone sound transmission jade slips, so they could contact the Su clan at any time. Chapter 59, Ambush and Kill. Having heard the words of the two, Xiao Fan finally figured out the cause of the incident. These two were motivated by their wealth, which was why they didn't take the Su family's reminders seriously. After all, he is only the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. There was a reward of 1,000 spirit stones for killing himself, and after being discovered by himself, he was momentarily greedy for money, so he thought of doing it. My lord, this is how it is. We have said it all, so please spare us. The fat man quickly begged for mercy. The thin man was also begging for mercy from the side. My lord, please spare us. It's all because the Su family let it happen. Xiao Fan ignored them and instead asked again, have you told the Su family where I am? The two replied not very painfully this time. Seeing this, Xiao Fan made it clear that the other two must have already told the Su family about their whereabouts. In your next life, don't mess with the wrong people. Xiao Fan spoke indifferently, and as soon as his words fell, with a wave of the long sword in his hand, the heads of the two black-clothed men were separated from their bodies, their faces still filled with expressions of horror and disbelief. The Su family, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The feud between Xiao Fan and the Su family began when he crippled Su Ming at Long On-Hai's birthday, and then to the Spirit Stone Vein competition, where he beat Su Yizhou half to death. These are the reasons why the Su family wants to kill him. Late night, the corpses of a fat and a thin man in black were dumped in the wilderness, attracted many wild beasts to feed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly 3 silhouettes appeared next to these two corpses. Their faces were ugly as they looked down at the corpses that had already been eaten by the beasts in tatters. One of them struck out and killed a coyote, and the other beasts, startled, instantly fled in all directions. After a man came forward and checked the identity of the two, he spoke. These two are the people from Nanjiang City who passed Xiao Fan's information to us. I didn't expect to die here. Are these two idiots exposed? A middle-aged man spoke with an ugly face. Damn it, the two losers who have accomplished so much. The last person also spoke. Don't panic. From the location where the message was delivered to the time, Xiao Fan won't have left too far. He's going to the extreme immortal sect. We just need to head east and we'll definitely run into him. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Listening to the tone of his voice, he had the highest status among these 3 people. All 3 of them were clan elders of the Su family. Well, it looks like that's the way it's going to be. The other 2 nodded, and the 3 Su family elders intended to leave. However, at this time, suddenly a silver light flashed. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of the 3 people. The long sword in his hand slashed across the neck of one of them. Blood splattered everywhere, and his throat was sealed by a sword. The other 2 were greatly alarmed and just intended to dodge away. I saw the person who had just made the sneak attack pinch up a legal seal with his right hand. Golden light flashed, and he drank under his breath. Throat-shattering lock. Golden throat-shattering lock spell seals blasted out, violently attacking one of the fleeing men. This person was greatly shocked. The sudden attack took them by surprise. He tried his best to dodge and escape. However, Xiao Fan's speed was too fast, and the throat-shattering locking spell seal struck him in his abdomen. The broken throat lock is full of destructive power. In the moment of touching this person's abdomen, this person is directly intestines through the belly. There was a succession of miserable screams. Instantly striking out, Xiao Fan killed one person and wasted another. He panted and looked at the last person, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. That's right. He didn't leave after killing a fat and a thin duo. He set up an ambush in the same place. He bet that the Su family would send someone over and would spread out their manpower to look for them when they couldn't contact the fat and thin duo. And the other side is sure to find the bodies of these two. How many ambushes were set up by the Su family on the front road and how many people were prepared, these Xiao Fan did not know. Instead of being careful and fearful all the way, Xiao Fan preferred to choose to take the initiative to surprise attack here. First settling a few of the Su family's people and learning from the other party how many people the Su family had sent out this time and how many ambushes there were before preparing for the next step. The remaining man from the Su family recognized Xiao Fan's identity and directly exclaimed, "You, Xiao Fan." He never dreamed that Xiao Fan would ambush them here. And with one strike, he killed one of their companions and wasted the other. To know that the three of them cultivation can have the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and Xiao Fan could actually hide in the shadows and not be noticed by them. Knowing that there were 3 people on the other side and that their cultivation level was higher than his own, Xiao Fan even dared to show his face and make a move. This man is just crazy. Although his cultivation level was one small realm higher than Xiao Fan, at this moment, the Su clan elder did not have the slightest desire to fight. Xiao Fan's strike just now was too stunning. Xiao Fan didn't babble. His hand waved and the long sword on the ground arrived in his hand. His aura suddenly erupted and he directly rushed up. This person was greatly shocked. Xiao Fan's speed is extremely fast, at least much faster than him. He did not have the certainty to escape. With a thought in mind, he took out a jade from within his storage bag and simply picked up and crushed it. This was a signaling jade slip for summoning, and when the jade slip was crushed, the signal would be conveyed, and the Su family would know that he was in danger here. Then a long spear appeared in the man's hand. He was the clan elder of the Su family, and all the members of the Su family loved to use guns as weapons. However, his lance was only a yellow-ranked magic weapon, while the long sword in Xiao Fan's hand was a Xin-ranked, Dai Hanfei's legacy, a magic weapon created by the Netherworld Immortal Palace. There is naturally no comparison between the two. Plus, although this clan elder of the Su family had a higher cultivation level than Xiao Fan was not an ordinary 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was now at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, plus the power of the Earth-ranked technique, the 9 transformations of the Qi transformation realm, which made it almost possible for him to fight the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm today. The Su family elder was being pressed and fell into a disadvantage in less than a moment. Guns and swords engage. There were several times in which Xiao Fan could have easily decapitated this Su clan elder, but he was in no hurry to kill. He would keep the man alive to ask for some useful information. Xiao Fan found a break in his opponent and with a flash of the long sword in his hand, he picked the long spear in his opponent's hand and flew it away. No good. This Su clan elder was startled and tried to go for a dodge, but it was already too late. A silver aura flashed and his hands were chopped down to the ground, instantly losing his ability to fight. Then Xiao Fan kicked again, spitting out blood from this Su clan elder. Without any nagging, Xiao Fan placed the Su clan elder and the two whose abdomens were smashed and already dying together. "Say, how many people did your Su family send out this time?" Xiao Fan asked coldly. "Don't you dare." That Su clan elder who had his hands cut off spoke viciously. "Even if you kill me, I won't say anything." Xiao Fan didn't nag and waved his hand with a sword, which cut directly on top of his legs, and the two legs were also very much separated from his body. Ah! This Su family elder screamed miserably. He did not expect Xiao Fan to be so ruthless. Originally he intended to delay for a while, but the other party's hand did not hesitate at all. In less than a moment's effort, he lost both his hands and feet, and even if he could still live, he would still be no different from an invalid. Xiao Fan turned his gaze to the clan elder whose stomach had been smashed and spoke coldly. "This time, it's your turn to speak." Chapter 60, Hunted. Being gazed at by Xiao Fan's icy gaze, this Su family veteran whose stomach had been smashed trembled wildly inside. He would have liked to be hardened as well, but when he looked sideways, the companion who had his hands and feet cut off was desperately wailing. "As good as dead." Gulp. This clan elder swallowed his saliva and resolutely gave up the idea of being tough, nodding his head repeatedly. I say, we've sent a total of 8 clan elders this time, as well as our family head who came along as well." This person told the entire process of the Su family's action this time one by one, without missing a single thing. After they arrived at Nanjiang City, they couldn't contact the 2 cultivators who were beheaded by Xiao Fan during the day and knew that Xiao Fan was not ordinary, so they acted in groups of 3 and searched for Xiao Fan's traces separately. According to their intelligence, Xiao Fan was at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, while the Su family's clan elders were at least at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm or above. Even if Xiao Fan was as demonic as he was, he wouldn't be a match for them. In fact, the truth was pretty much the same as what they had guessed. If they were to face each other head-on, and have Xiao Fan fight against 3 Su family elders of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm on his own, with his strength today it might not really be enough. However, no one could have imagined that Xiao Fan would use the corpses of those 2 people as bait, and had been ambushing them nearby the whole time, waiting for them to let their guard down and just about to leave when they suddenly made a killer raid, and 1 dead and 1 crippled in 1 shot. "Why do you guys know I'm going to the extreme immortal sect?" Xiao Fan looked down at this Su clan elder and spoke coldly. "Who told you guys about my news?" This Su family elder covered his stomach as his intestines rolled out. Enduring the pain, he spoke. "I really don't know. All these things are being done by the family master." and were acting on his orders. So just let us go. This person's face was pale, and he had lost an unknown amount of blood. Without treatment to stop the bleeding, 80% of him would die here. The other Su family veteran who was chipped into a human stick by Xiaofan was even worse. His blood sprayed clean from all 4 broken limbs. The whole person even lost the strength to howl and was dying. My lord, I've said all that needs to be said, so let us go. This Su family veteran, whose stomach was smashed, covered his stomach and begged for mercy. In your next life, don't mess with the wrong people. The long sword in Xiaofan's hand flashed with silver light, and this clan elder's voice came to an abrupt end. Another Su family elder who had been cut into human sticks did not escape death either, and died with his throat sealed by a long sword. Xiaofan's gaze condensed as he quickly collected the storage bags of these 5 people, as well as the lance, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Sneak attacks can only be done once. What's more, according to the information received, the other party also had 5 clan elders as well as the Su family head present. Just now the other party has sent a signal. It is estimated that the Su family will soon come over. We can't go into the other cities to rest this time. We have to leave straight away to do so. Xiaofan ran within the bushes, muttering and whispering. In the battle just now, he first struck out to kill 1 person, then instantly used the throat-shattering lock to injure 1 person, and finally defeated the last person head-on. It seemed like a short time, but the drain on him was hateful. Previously, he had already taken the elixir that restored his spiritual energy within the Star Dipper diagram, so his spiritual energy was gradually recovering. Xiaofan traveled all the way to the east, and every time he traveled a distance he would stop and check the winds and grasses in the vicinity. See if there's an ambush. If there's a pursuer behind you, it's a waste of time to do so, but these are essential processes if you want to save your life. The place where 3 Su family elders just died. The other 2 teams of Su family elders, all arrived in no time, with the Su family head among them. Damn, it must be that little. The Su family's group of clan elders all had red eyes, furious. This little hit too hard. Damn it, I'm going to thwart him. Based on the scene, it must be this little hand-down sneak attack, or it won't be like this. The Su family had spoken in an evil voice. This little can't run far. Let us split up and chase. Don't spread the distance too far. We must kill him this time. The crowd of Su clan elders were filled with anger. Storing the bodies of these 3 people into their storage bags, they left and headed to the east to pursue them. Regardless of the outcome this time, their Su family had suffered heavy losses, with 3 clan elders of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm dying in battle. Definitely hurtful. Xiaofan was careful along the way and had already traveled 50 miles by running to the east, and the spiritual energy he had consumed had gradually recovered to its peak. In the middle, he passed by a city, but he didn't stop and just left. The current Su family crowd must be as crazy people. They wouldn't care what place it was, and they would definitely make a direct move when they saw him. In fact, the truth was pretty much the same as what Xiaofan had guessed, and the Su family elders who were chasing him behind him were all red-eyed one by one. Each of the surrounding cities and pools the Su family, had arranged eyes and ears, and as soon as Xiaofan showed his face, they would definitely receive the news. When the time came, they wouldn't care so much, and they would just directly make a move to kill Xiaofan. Running all the way, it was a day and a night in the twinkling of an eye. Xiaofan didn't rest for half a moment. He was running all the time. Rather than saying that this was rushing, it would be more appropriate to say that he was running for his life. During this day and night, Xiaofan had solved 2 waves of cultivators who tried to follow him, and these people were all here for the reward from the Su family. This time, the Su family had put in enough blood to kill him, giving 500 spirit stones for providing information on Xiaofan. This was enough to make most casual cultivators go crazy over it. Damn, here comes another one. Xiaofan sensed that another wave of manpower behind him was chasing him, and it was very fast and none of them had a low cultivation level. It's Xiaofan. I finally found him. Inform the family head that they're coming over as well. Little, don't you run. Suffer death. The wave of people who caught up behind them again was none other than the Su family elders. 3 people in a team and a line of people desperately rushing, along with the various intelligence received along the way, finally caught up with Xiaofan. Xiaofan would always be careful when rushing, and after 2 more battles, he naturally moved much slower than the Su family elder. These 3 Su clan elders were murderous and their gazes toward Xiaofan were filled with rage, itching to tear Xiaofan alive. Su Ming had broken an arm and could still recover. However, Suizhou was injured in his foundation, and in the future, his cultivation speed would not even be as good as an ordinary person. In addition to the fact that Xiaofan had killed 3 of their clan elders, this enmity was already a deadly enmity. Die! A Su family elder who was chasing behind him shouted violently, and a flying knife appeared in his hand and shot at Xiaofan. Xiaofan's afterglow always kept an eye on his back, and when he saw the flying knives coming over, the long sword appeared in his hand and he swung it back, sending the flying knives flying. However, utilizing this effort, the other two Su clan elders also dodged and surrounded Xiaofan, cutting off his retreat in all directions. Xiaofan held his long sword in his hand and his face was grave as he looked toward the three Su clan elders who had surrounded him. Little, today is your death. Xiaofan Jr., take your life. Chapter 61, Jade Blade. A long spear magic weapon appeared in the hands of these three clan elders, all of which were Huang rank upper grade, and they launched an attack on Xiaofan. Xiaofan's face was grave. Facing two Su family elders whose cultivation was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm and one at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, he did not dare to be careless at all. These three people struck out at the same time and killed Xiaofan. Xiaofan's aura surged around him. There was no room for carelessness at this moment, and the moment he struck out, it was at full strength. The long sword in Xiaofan's hand collided with the long spear in the hand of one of the Su family veterans across the street, and he infused his spiritual energy to force the Su family veteran back several steps. However, the lances of the next two remaining Su family elders stabbed behind him. Xiaofan turned around violently, swinging his long sword left and right in his hand, parrying the two shots. However, before he could catch his breath, the clan elder that he had just forced back re-killed again, his long spear buzzing as it stabbed at his back heart. It's just too much pressure to face all three at the same time. Xiaofan would definitely not be a match for the trio if he fought hard in place, and would definitely be consumed to death on the spot. His body leapt forward, dodging the shot behind him and passing between the two men in front of him. However, these three Su clan elders were naturally not vegetarians, and they all saw that Xiaofan had the intention of escaping, and they pursued and stabbed with their long spears in their hands. Xiaofan's gaze condensed as his longsword was gripped tightly and he swung his hand back to ward off the two shots. The remaining Su clan elder, however, violently leapt up in his body and leapt out from between the two, stabbing Xiaofan with the long spear in his hand. A weapon like a gun had the longest attack distance, making Xiaofan feel extremely overwhelmed. Facing the lunging shot, Xiaofan was unable to avoid it, and his wrist holding the longsword fiercely exerted itself, turning the direction to resist the shot again. Then Xiaofan's gaze flickered and with a tap of his left hand on his storage bag, a handful of Thunder Flame talismans appeared and he directly pinched and threw the Thunder Flame talismans towards the three people. At this time the three Su family elders are in close proximity. The Thunder and Fire talisman explodes in a flash. These three clan leaders were shocked, not expecting that Xiaofan would still carry this Thunder Fire talisman on his body. The Thunder Fire talisman was a disposable consumable, and the power it could erupt was only the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, so normally cultivators wouldn't use it. More than a dozen Thunder Fire talismans detonating at the same time would mean that more than 100 spirit stones were gone, and the power of these explosions wouldn't be of great use to them. Resisting them would be fine. However, at the moment they resisted, Xiaofan's footsteps, which were intended to escape, paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand was violently thrown out with force. Taking advantage of the opening created by the explosion of the Thunder and Fire talisman, he shot the long sword toward the throat of one of the people. These three people on the scene, none of them could have imagined that this Xiaofan would be so decisive and ruthless. The opportunity created with the Thunder Fire talisman just now was a good time to escape, yet he gave it up and chose to counterattack. With a flash of the long sword, it reached the throat of this Su family elder. This elder was first startled, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. His throat was pierced by the long sword, and he died instantly. The other two Su clan elders exclaimed in shock. However, as soon as they turned around, they saw Xiaofan charging up, his right hand already forming the throat-shattering locking Dharma seal and blasting away at one of them. Little. These two Su clan bosses were startled and hurriedly stabbed Xiaofan with their long guns. However, at this time, Xiaofan had already gotten close. The advantage of the lance was to maintain a distance to attack, and it was difficult for the lance magic weapon to be of great use when one was getting close. However, these two people were worthy of being Su family veterans. Their shooting skills were out of this world, and in this panic both shots were aimed at Xiaofan's vitals. One shot was aimed at the abdomen and the other at Xiaofan's chest. They've all seen this throat-shattering lock. More so, knowing the power of this move, the clan elder who was targeted by Xiaofan was even more alarmed in his heart. He had to force Xiaofan back, otherwise he would be in danger. However, both of them misjudged Xiaofan's determination. Facing the two shots stabbing at his vitals, Xiaofan did not choose to retreat. What? His body was slightly tilted, and both shots all pierced his body, but they dodged the vital parts, enduring the pain, his body not slowing down at all. The right hand shattered throat lock FA seal violently blasted out, and this clan leader was astonished, yet it was already too late. Xiaofan's shattered throat lock blasted into his chest, directly tearing his flesh and blood apart, inch by inch break. Another kill move, instantly killing 2 people. However, the cost of killing this person was also great. At this moment, Xiaofan's body was penetrated by 2 guns, and blood gushed out. Instead, he avoided the vitals, though, with one shot to his stomach and the other to his chest lodged above his left chest, avoiding his lungs. "Little you die for me," this Su clan elder who still survived shouted angrily. He didn't expect this Xiaofan to be so ruthless. Both managed to kill 2 of his companions under these circumstances. His cultivation level was the highest among the 3, being the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, and if he fought head-on and alone, Xiaofan would not even necessarily be his opponent. Not to mention the fact that Xiaofan now had 2 bloody holes penetrated in his body. Xiaofan's body was still plugged into the other party's lance, and when the other party exerted force and the lance moved, the bloody holes in his body were bloody and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Xiaofan stifled a grunt of pain and coughed out a mouthful of blood. If it was someone else who had been attacked like this, he would probably have fainted from the pain directly. However, Xiaofan's willpower was extremely tenacious, and even if he only had 1 breath left, he would not fall. He had no weapon in his hands at this moment at this time. The long sword was used as a flying sword by him currently hanging around the neck of that Su clan elder. This Su clan elder exerted his force violently. His lance was stabbing at Xiaofan's abdomen, picking Xiaofan and slamming him into the ground. Xiaofan's body was picked by the lance and smashed heavily into the ground. Then he coughed out blood, feeling that his ribs broke several times in an instant, and even half of his body was set into the ground. "Die for me." This clan elder's eyes were bloodshot and he intended to draw out his lance and stab at Xiaofan's heart. He could tell that Xiaofan was already powerless to resist. However, Xiaofan's gaze suddenly froze, and the only weapon he had nearby was the lance that was still stuck in his body. As this clan elder stabbed Xiaofan with his gun, the latter got strength from somewhere and instantly leapt up, directly turning his back to him. "What?" This clan elder was surprised, and his first thought was that the other party was trying to escape. Hurriedly drew back the long spear on the ground. However, when he drew out his lance to stab at it, he realized that Xiaofan's figure was even closer to his own. He didn't run. Whoosh! A silver aura shot up from Xiaofan's left chest and directly stabbed at this Su clan elder. This clan leader was shocked. He never dreamed that this Xiaofan would be ruthless to this extent, using his own body as bait and the lance that was stabbing his body as a weapon. This shot ran through Xiaofan's left chest, not slowing down at all, and directly stabbed into the chest of this elder Su clan elder. Put! This old clan leader spat blood from his mouth. This Xiaofan was playing with his life by using the means of jade and stone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This clan elder's lung was pierced, but luckily it didn't hurt his heart. Put! At the same time, Xiaofan was also spitting out blood. The injuries he received were heavier than anyone else's. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. "Ah!" This Su clan elder shouted as he forcefully drew out the lance he had on the ground. He wanted to stab Xiaofan to death with one shot. Chapter 62: The Mysterious Man in Black. This Su family veteran has lived for decades and has never suffered such a big loss. And he had never seen anyone so ruthless in his generation. Just ask who can do what Xiaofan is doing today. Attacking an enemy with a lance impaled on itself as a weapon? Crazy, complete and utter lunacy. However, in the eyes of this Su family elder, even if Xiaofan was crazy, what could he do? It was the same fate of being run through by his own lance and dying next. His lance was already in his hand, forcing himself to endure the pain coming from his body as he tried to stab Xiaofan to death with his lance. However, at this moment, Xiaofan's right hand pinched the seal, and it was clearly the Dharma seal of the throat-shattering lock. But at this time, his back was turned to the Su family elder, and the man wasn't all that intimidated. "Damn it!" This Su clan elder shouted angrily. He couldn't figure out where Xiaofan got his strength from. His lance raised intends to end Xiaofan on this shot. However, what he did not expect is that Xiaofan is the first step to move. "Ah!" Xiaofan exploded with a roar, and having reached his limit long ago, he turned his body hard with a strength that came from nowhere. The action came suddenly and quickly. At the same time he turned around, because the lance stabbed both of them at the same time. The Su clan elder behind him also twisted with it. "What?" Put! The man was greatly shocked. He was also severely injured, and was pulled into a wound in his lungs by this strong force, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood instantly. The lance in his hand did not stab down, and the intense pain made him nearly lose consciousness. Bang! The body of the Su clan elder crashed on top of a large tree behind him, and with this force, Xiaofan clenched his teeth and his body violently retreated with force, and his and the Su clan elder's bodies directly stuck together. Taking the opportunity, the throat-shattering lock Dharma seal in his right hand, flickering with faint golden light struck the abdomen of the Su clan elder. But This Su clan elder never dreamed that he would die like this. This move of throat-shattering lock Xiaofan used all his strength and the power of the hit was far less than before. However, the place where it hit was the abdomen and the defense was fragile. So this clan elder's stomach was still punched out with a bloody hole. Damn! This Su clan elder was unwilling. He wanted to pick up the long spear in his hand to stab Xiaofan to death, but he no longer had any strength left. As a Su family elder, who was usually high and mighty, how had he ever thought that it would be at the hands of such a youngster in front of him? Xiaofan at this time even had no strength to raise his hand. A bloody hole in his abdomen that had been stabbed through was slowly bleeding. The chest was penetrated by the lance and this Su family elder was connected to it. And because of the huge force involved just now, the wound on the left chest was already bloody. His body had long been overdrawn by the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. The forced use of the throat-shattering lock twice, in addition to the strenuous fighting, had brought him to the brink of dying. Xiaofan bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth, and blood dripped out of it, using the pain to keep himself from going unconscious, because he knew that as long as he lost consciousness, then the only thing waiting for him was death. Xiaofan slowly closed his eyes, and his divine sense instantly entered the Star Dipper diagram. This time was different from the past, as he narrowly missed his footing when he entered the Star Dipper diagram and fell on his butt. However, he didn't have time to think about the reason for this, and directly ran towards the place of spiritual herbs and medicines. At this time, he also did not care what the drug effect, directly swallowed a big mouthful of. In a moment of hesitation he might have died. A few moments later, the sky grew rainy. The aura of blood all around attracted many beasts to watch. Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes at this time. He gently clenched his fist, and had regained some of his strength at this time. I have to leave quickly, or else when the Su family arrives, I'm bound to die as well, Xiaofan muttered. A ruthless color flashed in his eyes as he clenched his teeth and gripped the lance that was running through the left side of his chest with both hands. Then he exerted little by little, pulling the lance away from his body. Bang! Bang! First came the sound of the already dead Su family elder behind him falling to the ground, and then the sound of a long spear falling. In this process, Xiaofan did not say a word. The pain, however, was not something that could be tolerated by normal people. The lance left his body, and all the wounds on his body slowly solidified to stop the blood, all of which were due to Xiaofan eating spiritual herbs and medicines within the Star Dipper diagram working. He took a breath. His body could barely move anymore, and he looked down. The three Su family elders' storage bag as well as the magic weapon lance were loaded into their own storage bag, and then flashed away. The surrounding beasts watched Xiaofan leave. Then they turned their eyes to the corpses of the three already dead Su clan elders, and one after another rushed up with fierce glints in their eyes. This battle had gone on for less than half an hour in total, from the exchange of hands to the end. But the grueling nature of its battles is anything but ordinary. For Xiaofan to fight head-on against a Qi Transformation Realm 7th level and 2 6th level, it was clearly a situation of 10 deaths, but he was hardened to kill a way of life. Right after Xiaofan left, a group of wild beasts were feeding. Two black shadows slowly emerged from the void. These two black shadows, one tall and one short, were all dressed in black, with black masks covering their faces. TSK TSK TSK, this kid is really ruthless. I've never seen such a ruthless little guy. A black-clothed man spoke. TSK 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 for Xiaofan, listening to the voice of a man. I also could not have imagined that such a barren land in this martial emperor state would have such a ruthless character. If this son grows up, he is bound to be extraordinary in the future. The other black shadow also replied. Listening to the voice was a woman. The man in black skimmed over her and opened his mouth to laugh. How about taking him away to cultivate him properly? It would be a shame for such a talent to die out there, and his vitality is really amazing enough. Just now it is clear that he is almost out of breath. I did not expect to close his eyes and wake up again, and even managed to escape. After hearing this, the woman in black looked down and pondered for a moment before shaking her head and speaking. Flowers in a greenhouse are always inferior to the wildflowers outside. If he has the life to be able to grow up, it won't be too late to recruit him at that time. After hearing this, the man also stopped talking. The silhouettes of the two slowly disappeared into the void, leaving behind no trace of half of them. From the time Xiaofan met the three Su family elders and exchanged blows to the final end, these two black-clothed men saw the whole thing through to the end. At this moment, Xiaofan was completely unaware of all this. He was desperately trying to escape towards the east. The Su family was chasing them from the west, and the only safe place was the east. No! I need to find a place to rest. Even if I forcefully escape with today's injuries, I won't be able to run far. Xiaofan panted heavily. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, but it was still far from recovery. Chapter 63, The Golden Lion. Robbing the Cave. The place where Xiaofan had just fought a bloody battle with the three Su clan elders. The Su family had led the Su family, still remaining 2 clan elders half a clock later arrived here. Looking at the front of the eyes has been torn, not human body. The 3 people were shaking with anger, and the Su family head was almost fainted from anger. Xiaofan Jr., my Su family will surely set your bones to ashes. This time his Su family is not as simple as breaking bones. Losing 3 clan elders is barely acceptable, but lost 6 clan elders at once. It has a great impact on his Su family. It was important to realize that these clan elders usually had their own affairs within each clan. The industries within the family needed these highly cultivated and respected clan elders to sit in on them. Moreover, these clan elders were also powerful combatants within the family, experts of the Qi transformation realm, which were very important to these small city clans of theirs. Family master, judging from the condition of the scene, this Xiaofan must have been injured quite a bit. Let's hurry up and chase after him. That's right. This revenge must be avenged. The other 2 clan elders were also furious inside. They even wanted to yell at the Su clan head for whatever decision he had made haphazardly, to avenge his son's death. Someone from the police station came after Xiaofan. The result is the situation we have today. However, they also knew that it was meaningless to say this at this time, and the priority was to kill Xiaofan. This son is too scary. If he does not die, he will become a big trouble for his Su family in the future. Let's go after them. The Su family had clenched his teeth and said fiercely. On the other hand, Xiaofan stumbled along the way, enduring his own injuries and rushing with difficulty, having already run away to the east for half an hour. Instead of running for your life like this, it would be better to find a place to hide down and recover first. A hint of determination flashed in Xiaofan's eyes as he turned around to go deeper within the dense forest and find a cave to recuperate and rest. The mountains of the Martial Emperor Prefecture were endless, and generally, no one would easily enter within the dense forest. Countless demonic beasts survived within the dense forest, and these incomparably powerful demonic beasts would generally occupy their own territories. Human cities. These demonic beasts would not easily attack, and the roads developed by humans had very few demonic beasts around them along the way. However, it was different within the dense forest, where all kinds of demonic beasts were present, and the further inward one went, the more likely one was to encounter a strong demonic beast. Humans entered the dense forest, hunted demonic beasts, took their demon pills, and used their bodies as magic weapon materials. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, see humans as food. They have never lived in peace with each other for a long time and are races that hate each other. Xiaofan's move was completely a death sentence. Into the dense forest within the surrounding insects chirping, birds chirping. The surrounding bushes are also dotted with a variety of venomous snakes. However, all of these beasts sensed danger from Xiaofan, so they didn't approach and attack easily. Xiaofan traveled all the way forward, running towards the depths of the dense forest for roughly 20 miles. And was already considered to have entered the edge of the depths of the dense forest. Can't go any deeper, Xiaofan muttered. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, but there was still a bloody odor coming out, attracting the attention of many beasts. Xiaofan placed his gaze on a stone cave under a high mountain, and he could sense a demonic beast of not so weak strength surviving inside. Roar! A roar came from within the stone cave, and a huge 2-meter tall, 6-meter long golden-haired lion jumped out of the cave and roared at Xiaofan. It could sense Xiaofan's power, but it didn't take half a step back. The kilometer around this cave was his territory, and it was the nature of demonic beasts to defend their territory. The strength would be so strong, to have the strength of the Qi transformation realm before opening its spirit. Xiaofan was alarmed. The pressure emanating from this golden-haired lioness in front of him was very strong, at least having the strength of the second level of the Qi transformation realm. The golden-haired lioness leaned down, a pair of eyes staring at Xiaofan in death. Smelling the bloody odor on the other party's body, greed flashed through the golden-haired lioness's eyes. Instinct tells it that the blood on Xiaofan's body is very sweet. Sinner! Xiaofan snorted coldly. Although his body was severely injured, he could still manage to deal with a demonic beast whose cultivation was comparable to the second level of the Qi transformation realm. The long sword in his hand appeared to buzz straight. Xiaofan's body shape stepped forward several steps, directly arrived in front of the golden-haired lion son. With the long sword in his hand began to attack fiercely. Ow! This golden-haired lion cub was worthy of being a demonic beast. Its alertness and reflexes were superb. When Xiaofan had just arrived at its side, it made a move. It made a sideways turn to avoid Xiaofan's sword. At the same time as it avoided it, the right paw of the golden-haired lion cub lifted up and slapped at Xiaofan's head. The strength of this grab, Xiaofan estimated that it had to be at least 5,000 pounds. The strength of demonic beasts far surpassed that of humans, and their defense was amazing. Xiaofan was currently seriously injured. It was impossible to fight hard with this golden-haired lioness. He dodged this claw with a side dodge, and the long sword in his hand shot towards the golden-haired lioness's throat. The long sword flashed brightly and reached the golden-haired lioness in the blink of an eye. while Xiao Fan himself rushed up. The golden-furred lioness was startled. This sword was very terrifying. If it didn't dodge it would probably lose its life. The golden-haired lioness leapt sideways, and the long sword cut through its side, a blood scar appearing. And at this time Xiao Fan has also arrived in front of the golden lion son. Hands clenched fist repeatedly on the golden lion son abdomen open attack. Roar! Xiao Fan's fist speed was extremely fast, and the power of each punch was incomparably strong. And the golden-haired lioness was hit and screamed miserably, spitting out blood. Xiao Fan tapped his right hand on his storage bag, and a long spear appeared in his hand, one of the very ones he had snatched from the Su family elder. Xiao Fan's lance pointed half an inch above the golden-haired lion child's forehead and did not move for a second, his eyes coldly looking at the golden-haired lion child. Although the golden-haired lion child reigned supreme in this neighborhood, it was still just a demonic beast with undeveloped spiritual wisdom, and at this moment, sensing the thick crisis, it was so frightened that it didn't dare to move a muscle. I'm here to nurse my wounds, and don't want to hurt your life, so I'll borrow your cave to hide for a few days, and if you're willing to do so, you can live. For this golden-haired lioness, Xiao Fan did not directly kill him. After all, it was he who took the initiative to rob the other party's cave, and it was normal for this golden-haired lioness to resist. Although the golden-haired lion cub could not spit out human words, it was not an ordinary demonic beast, and probably understood Xiao Fan's meaning and nodded repeatedly. Looking at Xiao Fan's gaze is filled with fear. Almost lost my own lion's life. Seeing that the golden-haired lioness had softened and could not feel any hostility from the other party, Xiao Fan exhaled and withdrew the lance in his hand and beckoned the longsword to return to his hand as well. The golden lioness sat obediently, motionless, like a kitten. I'm going to borrow your cave to rest for a few days. Lately you've been on guard outside and are not allowed to go inside the cave, Xiao Fan said. The golden-furred lioness sniffed and nodded, not at all unhappy, and even wagged its tail. Xiao Fan, where's all that swagger? Chapter 64, Cultivation Breakthrough. Hexagram Chop. Entering within the cave, Xiao Fan took out wood from within his storage bag and lit it up, illuminating the cave. These were all prepared for him by the dragon family, and inside the storage bag, food, water, and a series of living supplies were very complete. Xiao Fan took off the already tattered and torn tunic from his body, and had applied a poultice outside the wound and tied it with gauze. It was possible to recover from injuries by taking spiritual herbs and medicines, but this kind of trauma still needed to treat the wounds for the better. Just now it was all about escaping and didn't have time to do so. After treating his wounds, Xiao Fan changed into a clean white robe and took out food and water from within his storage bag to replenish it in big gulps. He was not yet in a realm where he could dispel the grain, and he needed to replenish his strength with this food. After taking some food, Xiao Fan's face was obviously much rosier. Seeing that there was a huge stone slab in the cave, Xiao Fan took the slab to the entrance of the cave after a brief thought and used it as a stone door to seal the cave. The huge stone slab weighed 1,000 pounds, but it was nothing to the golden-haired lioness outside, and Xiao Fan's intention of doing so was actually not to ward off this golden-haired lioness, but rather, when he was in seclusion, if this golden-haired lioness broke in, shattering these stones while transmitting the sound could wake him up, he was going to close his eyes to recuperate, and his divine sense was going to enter the Star Dipper diagram. He can't put all his hopes on whether a demonic beast will obey. After doing so, Xiao Fan sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and his divine sense entered within the Star Doe diagram. Watching the cave being blocked, the golden-haired lioness at the outer gate froze. It's tempted to ask this human teenager why he's blocking the doorway to the stone bed he sleeps on, but the golden lioness just thinks about it and dares to speak out. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and his divine sense directly entered the Star Doe diagram. In the Star Doe diagram, Xiao Fan once again took a large mouthful of the healing elixir. This multiple battles have been treacherous, but the benefits to me have been tremendous. Thinking of this, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth finally revealed the only smile he had seen in a few days. After much sparring with the best in honing between life and death, he had the mindset that as long as he recovered from his injuries, he would be able to impact the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and it would be the effortless kind. If things went well, Xiao Fan even felt that he could break through to the peak of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Little by little the time passed with eyes closed. The injuries on Xiao Fan's body had recovered and he began to prepare for a breakthrough. Rumble. A day later, a violent sound came from inside the cave, and all the wild beasts in a half-mile radius were frightened and ran in all directions. The golden-haired lion cubs at the entrance were even more frightened and trembled. Even the stone block that sealed the door was almost shattered. At this time, Xiao Fan's cultivation stepped into the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, Xiao Fan did not leave the cave, and he continued to take spiritual medicines that replenished his spiritual energy and promoted his cultivation within the Star Doe diagram. He had to continue to raise his strength, and with his cultivation reaching the 6th level, he would be able to cultivate the second martial skill contained in the Earth rank technique, the 9 transformations of Qi transformation. Hex chop. Outside, the Su family had led 2 clan elders to look around for Xiaofan. They had been running east for a day and a night, but they had not found any trace of Xiaofan. Damn! Where can this little run to? The Su family had cursed. They contacted the people inside the various cities in the east and asked them to guard the entrance of the city, which Xiaofan hadn't entered for such a long time. And as Xiaofan was seriously injured, they searched all the way without seeing Xiaofan's shadow. Family master, do you think this little would not have escaped, but rather hid and secretly healed his wounds? A clan elder beside him thought of something and hurriedly spoke. This person, if Xiaofan was there, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance as the old man who had followed Su Ming inside the treasure pavilion. You mean, this little didn't escape? The Su family head's gaze flickered. Then he said doubtfully, no, with his cultivation, at most he's only in the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he's also injured. It's impossible for him to hide under my nose. The cultivation level of the Su family head was the Qi transformation realm grand circle, much higher than Xiaofan. Xiaofan wanted to hide his own breath. This could not be done at all. As long as he was within half a mile, he would be able to detect it. Do you think it is possible that this little escaped to the dense forest? This clan elder opened his mouth. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have done so. After all, entering within the dense forest, there was always the danger of being attacked by demonic beasts. But Xiaofan is different. This guy is a lunatic. Makes sense. The Su family head's gaze flickered, then said in a deep voice, go, let us go back. This little 80% has entered the dense forest to recuperate. The Su family head and the others spent another day and night killing all the way back, and they were very careful this time. When you reach the perimeter, you carefully check the surrounding area to see if there are any clues left, such as bloodstains. After all, Xiaofan was heavily injured, and even if he was being careful, he would definitely leave some clues behind intentionally or unintentionally. Another day passed, and a Su family elder found some clues on the ground. Family master, there are footprints here. It is possible that this little one went into this dense forest. The Su family head and another clan elder rushed over to check. Go in and search. This little must be around here. However, when they discovered the dense forest where Xiaofan was hiding, 3.5 days had passed. Xiaofan in the cave slowly opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had been recovered under the assistance of a large number of spiritual medicines, and the aura on his body was too much stronger than before. His current cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. As long as he was given some time to reach the late stage of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, it would be effortless. And he had already mastered the second martial skill within the 9 changes of Qi transformation, the hexagram chop. The power of this move was even more astonishing than the throat-shattering lock. Using the palm of his hand to condense his spiritual energy into a handblade, with his current 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, he could instantly reach the killing power of the grand circle of the Qi transformation realm. And what exactly would be the effect of being struck by this handblade? Xiaofan was still unclear and would have to see it with his own eyes to know. I opened my eyes and saw that the surrounding area had been devastated. The stone at the entrance was still there, but it was somewhat broken. Xiaofan sighed. It looks like it was indeed the commotion caused by my breakthrough. I'll have to find a place where no one is around for future breakthroughs. Previously, it was also within the Long family's secret room, but it was obviously not as large as the destruction caused this time. Xiaofan got up and moved the stone slabs blocking the door away as he walked out with large strides. The Su family. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiaofan's eyes. After chasing me for so long, it's time to collect the debt. The golden-haired lion cub on the side saw Xiaofan's expression and was so scared that he didn't move. He was afraid that this bogeyman would split him alive. Chapter 65, Sneak Attack. Bait. In the eyes of the golden-haired lioness, this human teenager was like a devil, more terrifying than the demonic beasts like them. Come on, look ahead. Feeling the aura fluctuation of a Qi transformation realm cultivator ahead. That little 80% is right in front. And at that moment a man's voice came faintly from ahead. Xiaofan frowned. There was no need to guess. It must be the Su family's arrival. Coming over so soon. Are you in a hurry to get to the casting? Ruthlessness flashed in Xiaofan's eyes as he stepped forward, but then he lurched. The other side also has the Su family head, who is a cultivator of the Qi transformation realm grand circle. I'm not an opponent. And there are also 2 Su family elders in the... Thinking of this, Xiaofan paused again. In this situation, a hard fight would not be beneficial to him. He then gazed at the golden-haired lioness to the side. A glint flashed in his eyes. This golden-haired lion cub shivered as Xiaofan's gaze fixed on it. A bad premonition surged to his heart. Within the dense forest, the Su family head and 2 clan elders had been searching for a day and a night. and along the way they had searched to this point based on some scattered footprints. This little can really run. How dare he come here? A clan elder spoke viciously. The Su family head also gritted his teeth and said, "This little is definitely right in front. When we catch him we will definitely torture him to death alive." Xiaofan had killed 6 of their clan elders this time, and when he returned to the Su family this time, the Su family's oldest ancestor would definitely be enraged, and at that time, it would be difficult for him to keep his position as the family head. However, the good thing is that the Su family experts were pretty much killed by Xiaofan, and there aren't many people who are capable of competing with him, so he had to catch Xiaofan, take the blame and ask for forgiveness. Suddenly, the trio headed for the sound of rumbling footsteps, the sound of a huge beast. The 3 of them appeared in their hands with their respective magic weapon lances, gazing at them with staring brows and not rushing to make a move. There were many beasts of high strength hidden in the dense forest, and their random strikes would likely startle the beasts in the depths to appear. Roar! A golden-haired lion scurried out of the bushes in front of them and roared at the 3. So it's a demonic beast with early chi transformation strength. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and the Su family head intended to make a move to kill the lion. However, before he could do so, the lion twisted its head and ran away, running pretty fast. A clan elder said, "Wait." The Su family head raised his eyebrows and spoke. "What do you see hanging from the tail of that golden-haired lion?" The other 2 looked with slightly narrowed eyes and saw a bloodstained cloth hanging from the tail of the golden-haired lioness. "Could this be that little one?" A clan elder hurriedly spoke. "That's right. It must be that little one. But how did it get to this lioness tail?" A clan elder was puzzled. This little must have been seriously injured and then bandaged his wounds nearby, since this golden-haired lioness has this cloth on his body. The Su family head opened his mouth and laughed coldly. "This little must be nearby. Let us hurry up and chase. Could it be some kind of trap? After all, this little has already killed 6 of us." A clan elder opened his mouth. This time they had suffered a big loss on Xiaofan. He thought that he could not underestimate this Xiaofan anymore. "Trap?" The Su family head sneered. "Even if this little wants to set up a trap, can that golden-haired lion cooperate with him? Definitely not. Let's chase and make sure to kill him." At this time, this Su family head had already reddened his eyes. To him Xiaofan must die. Only in this way he has the opportunity to make up for his sins. Otherwise the consequences of returning to the Su family are unpredictable. The other 2 clan elders thought about it and thought that what the family head had said made sense. After all, it was just a demonic beast? Can you still cooperate with this little acting? Cannot? They didn't continue to persuade and followed the family head forward. A line of people is very fast, jumping in one high tree after another. Not a moment to catch up with this golden lion. The golden-haired lioness twisted its head and gave it a fright that almost scared the soul out of it, and continued to run desperately. "I sense it. There is a chi transformation realm cultivator's aura ahead. It is very weak. It must be this little." The Su family head spoke viciously, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Golden lion cubs fight for their lives to escape. Even the strength of his milk was used. Hearing that Xiaofan was right in front of them, the other 2 also showed a ferocious light on their faces, and even the Su family elder who had always emphasized the need to be cautious had also increased his speed. The feeling of wanting to kill Xiaofan was the same for all of them. However, suddenly a cracking sound came from the front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "What? No good. Watch out." The 3 of them were greatly shocked. The Su family head roared angrily, and 4 long spears were suddenly shot in front of him, being used as spears, and they came with ferocious force, and his figure jumped up violently, dodging the spears. Whoosh! The other 2 clan elders were also shocked. One of them dodged and escaped, but the remaining one dodged the first shot, did not dodge the second shot, was inserted into the chest of the lance nailed to the giant tree, dying. "What? This lance belongs to our Su family." This clan elder who survived was shocked. He was the one who accompanied Su Ming to the treasure pavilion. At this time, he also recognized the origin of these 4 lances at first glance. Damn! Damn! This little I will kill you! The Su family head exploded. None of them could have imagined that Xiaofan would hide in the shadows and use their Su family's lance as a spear to assassinate them. What kind of tactic is this? What kind of person thinks like that? The 2 of them ignored the Su clan elder who was already dead and looked up at the place where the lance was shooting from. "Go! Let us chase! This little is just ahead. Be careful," the Su family head said angrily, then rushed up, and this clan elder followed closely behind. Xiaofan had just shot out 4 lances, and when he saw that he had killed 1 person, he immediately turned his head and ran away without stopping for a moment. That's what he just threatened to have the golden lioness do, as bait to lure these guys over. In fact, Xiaofan hadn't thought that this plan would work. After all, the Su family weren't exactly cuties, but he didn't expect the other side to really come with the lion. "I thought I'd have to ambush them for a little while longer," waiting for them to actively look for them. But this is good. There are only 2 of them left, so I have a better chance of winning, Xiao Fan muttered, his eyes filled with viciousness, and he still had 2 lances in his hands. But this sneak attack will hardly work next time. Just now, it was only because the 3 of them were only focusing on chasing after the golden-haired lioness with all their might that they were able to succeed with a sudden strike. With the 2 prepared, such a sneak attack made no sense. One has to be taken care of before there's a chance. Xiao Fan's figure violently rushed down from the tree and hid in a patch of grass. Chapter 66, Battle against the Su family head. Behind them, the Su family head and the only 2 remaining Su family elders were desperately chasing after them. Their Su family and Xiao Fan are already in an undying situation. These 2 people hate not to give Xiao Fan the bones and ashes, captured to light the lanterns of heaven. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan hid in the bushes, and he minimized his own aura, as much as possible, so that he would not be detected by the 2 men. How did this little breath get weaker? The Su family head frowned, and the Su family elders on the side also froze at the words. Family master, this little wouldn't be preparing some poisonous plan again, would he? From the time they had chased Xiao Fan until now, the Su family had already been counted to the death of 7 clan elders before and after, especially since that companion was still killed in front of their eyes just now. The shock was too great for them. The Su family head shook his head and said, "It's not clear. This little is very cunning. Let us be careful. He must be ambushing right up ahead." This Su clan elder nodded, and the 2 of them cautiously moved forward, paying very careful attention to the surrounding wind and grass along the way. Just now, Xiao Fan projecting the lance as a spear was too shocking for them, and now that the 2 of them were a little more careful and mindful of their speed, even if Xiao Fan wanted to project the lance, he wouldn't succeed. Follow me, that little scent is over there. The Su family head was a Qi transformation realm grand circle cultivation, and although Xiao Fan tried his best to hide it, he could still sense it roughly. Discovered? Xiao Fan muttered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The 2 Su family heads took one step forward, their attention focused on the front, constantly worrying about the lances that would be projected from nowhere. Both of them also had their respective weapons appear in their hands, and the one in the Su family head's hand was his Su family's coiled dragon gun, a Xian rank lower grade. The previous Spirit Stone Vein competition was also when he temporarily took the clan's magic weapon to Suizhou to use, while the one in the hands of the Su family elder was a yellow-ranked magic weapon lance. Be careful, this little 80% is nearby. He should only have 6 lances in his hands, and now there are only 2 left. The Su family head barked, and the Su family elders behind him nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words fell, he saw 2 long spears suddenly projected from the grass in front of him with incomparable might. The 2 of them had prepared for this, and the Su family master's high cultivation naturally needed no introduction, so he directly leapt up and dodged away from the original spot. The Su clan elder on the side was always on the lookout as well, and the lance in his hand flicked forward, directly resisting the sudden lance. He just breathed a sigh of relief because Xiao Fan had only killed 6 of their clan elders before, and there should only be 6 lances in his hands, and this was the last one. Whoosh! Watch out! The Su family head shouted. The Su clan elder was also startled as another silver aura shot over from the front. It was a Xian-ranked magic weapon long sword. Su Patriarch hastily sighed to dodge. This long sword is borrowed by him to resist the lance gap projected. The angle is very tricky. Moreover, flying swords were different from lances, and when he spotted the long sword, the flying sword was already very close to him. With his strength, it was simply impossible to dodge it unharmed, so he clenched his teeth and turned his body violently, allowing the long sword to slice into his arm and fly past. At a time like this, using your injuries to save your life is the smartest move. The Su family head was slightly relieved to see. Whoosh! However, before he could finish spitting out this breath, he saw a silhouette in front of him rushing towards the Su clan elder at an extremely fast speed. Watch out! The Su family head shouted as he charged forward with the coiled dragon gun in his hand. Before the Su clan elder's body could stand still, he felt a strong killing aura from behind him. What? As soon as he turned around, he saw that Xiao Fan had already rushed to his side as fast as he could. The golden light of the throat-shattering lock Dharma seal in his right hand flourished as he fiercely blasted at the chest of this Su clan elder. This Su clan elder could not avoid it, and with the addition of the fact that Xiao Fan's strength nowadays had already reached the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, the 2 of them were at a comparable cultivation level. There was no way he could be Xiao Fan's opponent, as his chest was struck and directly burst open, blood gushing out as his internal organs were shattered by the Dharma seal of the throat-shattering lock. This Su clan elder died directly with unwilling eyes. A successful strike. Xiao Fan did not have any stay, directly flashed and leaped up to withdraw first, and at this time, the Su family head had already killed, and the coiled dragon gun in his hand stabbed at Xiao Fan's back heart. This gun could be several times more powerful in his hands than in Suizhou's hands. Once this gun had penetrated Xiaofan's chest, causing him to suffer a lot. Xiaofan currently did not have a suitable magic weapon in his hand and did not want to fight hard with the Su family head, wanting to escape first, but the latter simply did not give him this opportunity. The Su family master's cultivation was the great perfection of Qi transformation realm, and his speed was even 3 times faster than Xiaofan's. Turning the head of the coiled dragon gun was about to reach Xiaofan's near front. Xiaofan dodged the shot with a sideways dodge, and the coiled dragon lance pierced the air with a single strike, directly changing its attack and sweeping across at him. Xiaofan dodged repeatedly, and although he was not stabbed, the astral wind formed by the coiled dragon lance also cut many blood marks on his body. The Xian-ranked magic weapon itself was terrifying and incomparable. Before in Suizhou's hands it just didn't exert its proper strength. It was only now in the hands of the Su family's head that his terror was truly realized. The white robe on Xiaofan's body turned tattered and torn, and was also dyed red by his own blood. Damn you, little! Su family head explodes, moves viciously. Xiaofan can make their Su family lose a lot this time. Wasted 2 Su family geniuses of the younger generation, and killed 8 Su family veterans. He couldn't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood to vent his hatred. Xiaofan retreated back and forth, and the position he retreated to was the position where the flying swords had just been shot at. Without a proper weapon in his hand, it was simply impossible to clash with the coiled dragon gun with his physical body. Little think, the Su family head naturally saw the other party's intentions and leaped into mid-air, stopping Xiaofan's retreat. Being entangled by a Qi transformation realm great circle cultivator, Xiaofan was simply unable to avoid. Go to hell! Finding a break in Xiaofan's turn, the Su family head stabbed at Xiaofan's chest with a single shot. Xiaofan's gaze turned cold, and with a vicious clench of his teeth, his left hand tapped his storage bag, and a silver-colored talisman appeared in his hand. It is the remaining one in Dai Hanfei's storage bag. This silver-colored talisman resisted Xiaofan's blade chi very easily last time. He wasn't sure if the silver talisman would be able to withstand the shot, but rather wanted to delay the lance attack slightly, to be able to give him a chance to dodge the vitals. Seeing Xiaofan take out the silver talisman, the Su family head was also surprised, but he didn't hesitate for a second, and his lance still stabbed at Xiaofan's chest. The silver-colored talisman ignited and emitted an invisible curtain of light that resisted in front of Xiaofan. The disc dragon gun touched, yet it was only blocked for a moment before the light curtain began to break by inches. And taking advantage of this gap, Xiaofan bent down without backing up, avoiding the coiled dragon gun and rushing towards the Su family head. The right hand flashed with golden light, yet it was not the Dharma seal of the throat-shattering lock. Hexagram chop. Chapter 67 Mount Golden Hair Lioness. Xiaofan's hand was filled with golden light as he transformed his palm into a sword and stabbed up at the Su family head's chest. The power of the throat-shattering lock was strong, but it was still a step behind this hexagonal chop. There is only this one chance to create one using the silver charm. The other party's cultivation was 4 small realms higher than him, so if he couldn't take this opportunity to kill or seriously injure the other party, then Xiaofan would be in danger. The Su family head is alarmed. From the beginning, he had underestimated Xiaofan, although his talent was very strong, disregarding the fact that the other party was, after all, only a small cultivator of the 5th level of Qi transformation who had not yet grown up. Although it made his Su family suffer a big loss, when he beheaded his Su family veterans one after another, he only thought that it was because these Su family veterans were weak in their own strength and were brainless that they died in the hands of a late bloomer. He believed that he could easily stab Xiaofan to death with one shot. The aura displayed by Xiaofan just now proved that the other party's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. This surprised him, but he didn't care too much. After all, the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm was nothing in his opinion. However, what he could not have imagined was that Xiaofan would use that silver-colored talisman to block the moment of his attack, and instead of choosing to escape, he rushed over, and the golden light of the other party's palm, it made him feel that his own life was threatened. It was too late to draw back the Pan Long gun to resist. The Su family head's right hand loosened the Pan Long gun and crossed it across his chest to try to resist Xiaofan's handful of knives. Die! Xiaofan let out a furious cry as the hexagonal slash attacked the arm that was resisting in front of him. Bang! A breaking sound came out, and the Su family head's right forearm directly broke and shattered, and the bone crumbs crumbled out. What? The Su family head was shocked. He hadn't underestimated his opponent's move, yet he realized that he had still underestimated his opponent. At this moment he didn't have any hesitation. Letting go of the coiled dragon gun with his left hand, he directly stepped back to avoid it. The attack of the hexagram chop didn't stop after shattering the opponent's forearm, and continued to remove toward the Su family head's heart. However, under the opposite side's desperate escape, in the end, only a blood scar was rubbed on the chest of the Su family head. The hexagonal chopping golden light slowly disperses. Xiaofan panted and looked up at the Su family head. The latter had already backed up to 30 meters away from himself. His right forearm was no longer there, and a bloody scar appeared on his chest. He was looking at himself with a grimace on his face. Damn you, little! You deserve to die. The Su family head roared in anger. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss. If he hadn't used his right arm to block it, I'm afraid he would have died. He was angry, and at the same time he was surprised that the opposite party was only a brat at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. But he knew such a powerful martial skill. It made him, a Qi transformation realm Grand Circle, suffer such a great loss. He had a premonition that he had to kill Xiaofan today no matter what, or else his Su family would be in big trouble in the future. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the injuries on his arms and chest and charged straight up. He could tell that Xiaofan didn't have much stamina left. After all, after using a martial skill that was enough to threaten him, the exertion must have been very alarming. In fact, it was true that the hexagram chop consumed even more spiritual energy than he had imagined. After using the throat-shattering lock once before and adding another hexagonal slash, Xiaofan only had a little bit of spiritual energy left in his body. Now that the Su family head was in front of him, it was impossible for Xiaofan to enter the Star-Do diagram and swallow the spirit medicine. Although the swallowing was done before, the recovery speed was still too slow. He took out a few jade bottles from within his storage bag. These were all left behind by Dai Hanfei. He had already gotten someone to examine them, and they were indeed pills for healing and recovery. At this moment, he took it in a brain, and the spiritual energy in his body was quickly replenished somewhat. He twisted his head to the coiled dragon gun at his side and grabbed it as he drew it up from the ground. There was no such thing as recognizing the owner of a Xin-ranked magic weapon, so whoever got it was the one who owned it. Seeing Xiaofan draw up his Su family's ancestral magic weapon, the Su family head became even more furious as blood rolled out of his body. The Su family head arrived close. He now only had one arm left, but his cultivation was here after all, in addition to the fact that he hadn't consumed too much of his spiritual energy just now. On the contrary, Xiaofan had very little spiritual energy left, and although he was holding the coiled dragon lance in his hand, he could not utilize the power of this lance at all, and could only manage to resist it. At this moment, the Su family head was already holding the determination to burn with a jade stone. He had to kill Xiaofan here, or else his Su family would be doomed. Die! The Su family head's left arm punched Xiaofan in the chest, causing him to stagger a few steps and spill blood from his mouth. However, the coiled dragon gun held with both hands was still tight. This weapon would be dangerous for him if it came into the hands of the other party. Damn! Xiaofan cursed in a low voice. Although his spiritual energy had recovered, the gap between him and the other party was still too great. For now all he can do is spend. The other party was more heavily injured than him, and as long as he held on, the other party would definitely not be able to support him first. When one's cultivation level was not at the Tong Tian realm, there was no possibility of a severed limb being reborn and not dying from serious injuries. So all Xiaofan had to do was consume and hold on. Small, the Su family had danced his left arm and charged up once again. Losing an arm had too much of an impact on his fighting strength, and with the blood dripping from his body made his strength and aura continue to decline. But he didn't have time to treat it, not even to take a potion, because he was afraid that Xiaofan would use this opportunity to escape. His Su family has already died 8 clan elders. How can he let Xiaofan escape again? So even if he died himself, Xiaofan must be killed. Xiaofan spat out blood from his mouth. He himself had reached his limit a long time ago. The gap between the two side strengths was too great. He felt his internal organs rolling over with every attack he received. However, at this time Xiaofan suddenly noticed that in the distant bushes, a golden demonic beast was watching. It was that golden-haired lioness. Xiaofan had asked it to be the bait, and it hadn't left since it ran here, with Xiaofan's blood-stained, torn clothes hanging from its tail. Being stared at by Xiaofan's gaze, that golden-haired lion cub shivered, and it saw Xiaofan's meaning to let it go over, but it wouldn't dare. The one-armed middle-aged man on the opposite side looked even more ruthless. Come here, or else I'll skin you and make wine with your lion whip. Xiaofan spat out blood as he was beaten, viciously opening his mouth to threaten, his eyes staring at the golden-haired lioness. Gulp! The golden-haired lioness itself gulped. Although it had not yet opened its spiritual intelligence, it could nevertheless understand Xiaofan's meaning, and was immediately taken aback. Moreover, it thought out of instinctive intuition that Xiaofan would definitely not die, so with a clench of his teeth, he charged. The Su family head froze. He had just now been also noticed that the golden-haired lion cub was hiding on the side, but didn't care. He wasn't afraid of dozens of demonic beasts of the second level of the Qi transformation realm, but the next scene made him freeze. The golden-haired lioness just arrived at Xiaofan's side. and the latter directly rolled over and jumped onto the back of the golden-haired lioness, holding the disc dragon gun in his hand. Charge! Xiaofan let out a cold cry, and the golden-haired lioness didn't dare to disobey, its 6-meter-long body swinging, much more massive than a warhorse. Xiaofan did not have enough spiritual energy, and with the fact that the coiled dragon gun was a Xian-ranked magic weapon, he was unable to utilize his strength. But with the golden lioness as a foot soldier, that made all the difference. Chapter 68 Death of the Su family head. The golden-haired lion cub was bitter in its heart, but it could only obey obediently because it was absolutely convinced that Xiaofan dared to directly stab it to death with a single shot. The situation was reversed in an instant. Just now, the Su family head had the absolute upper hand, although he was seriously injured, but with his strength, beating his spiritually exhausted Xiaofan. As long as he seized the opportunity, the other party would be dead. However, after Xiaofan mounted this golden-furred lioness, not only did he not run away, he also rode it as a warhorse. Not only did he save the stamina to move, but he could also focus on stabbing him with his discordant dragon lance. Damn, little you deserve to die. The Su family head was suffering in his heart. Xiaofan got close enough to find an opportunity, and between the flashes of the coiled dragon gun, he stabbed his opponent at his left chest. The Su family head was just about to attack when the golden-haired lioness saw this and immediately turned and ran. It is afraid of death to death. Simply do not need Xiaofan command. Encountered danger, hastily run. The Su family head was too heavily injured, and with his speed today, he was simply unable to catch up with the golden-haired lioness. Under round after round of consumption, the Su family head knelt down on one knee as he took out pills from within his storage bag and wanted to take them. He could feel his life draining away, and if he didn't take his medication, he wouldn't last long. However, Xiaofan would not give him this chance at all, and riding the golden-furred lion child, he charged up again, stabbing the head of the Su family head with a spear. The latter gritted his teeth and dodged to avoid it, spilling the pills all over the place. The Su family head was now filled with anger, unwillingness, and despair. He never dreamed that he, a grand round cultivator of the Qi transformation realm, would have to be consumed to death here by a brat of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. After another half hour of fighting, the blood had long since drained from the Su family head's body, and he was unable to support himself as he ended up kneeling on the ground. Xiaofan could see that the other party was at the end of his strength, but he didn't rush to kill. Instead, he coldly opened his mouth and asked, "Who told you about my whereabouts? Tell me and I can give you a pain in the ass." The Su family head raised his head with difficulty to look at Xiaofan, and his indignant eyes seemed to be burning. "Damn you, little," Xiaofan said coldly. "I deserve to die? Your Su family sent someone to kill me and it still becomes I deserve to die? You nearly killed my son Suizhou. You are ruthless to the extreme." The Su family head roared with unwillingness. "You also killed a bunch of my Su family's clan elders. You executioner. He, I was in a ring match with your son Suizhou. I won him fair and square. So why would I say that my hands were vicious? He stabbed me in the chest with his lance. So that's not considered vicious?" Xiaofan coldly said. "Your Su family sent someone to kill me, and I made a move to kill back. Shouldn't I? Do I have to obediently wait for you guys to kill me?" Hearing Xiaofan's words, the Su family head only looked at the other party viciously and did not continue to speak. The truth is also true. From beginning to end, it is the Su family is actively provoking, sent people to assassinate in the first place, was killed also are to blame. "Tell me who leaked my information out?" Xiaofan once again asked coldly. Hesitation flashed in the eyes of the Su family head, and after a moment he spoke in a deep voice. "It's fine to tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't report the recovery family in the future." He's scared this time, and a man's mind is clearest when he's dying. Xiaofan, this son's talent is described as a demon, and he is ruthless. Joining the extreme immortal sect has become inevitable, and in the future, when Xiaofan grows up, he is afraid that the other party will exterminate the entire door of his Su family. At this moment he deeply regretted, not knowing why he had come to provoke this madman. Xiaofan bowed his head and contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Yes, but only if your Su clan's people don't take the initiative to seek death." After hearing this, the Su family head nodded in despair. This was all he could do now. The only thing he hoped for was that in the future, the Su family's people would not go looking for Xiaofan's trouble. It's Long Yi. There's always been a connection between him and Su Ming. The two of them got in touch when you and Izhou's match ended. They originally planned to set up an ambush near Jingchuan City to kill you, but it turned out that you actually wanted to go to the extreme immortal sect, so we changed our plans. The head of the Su family slowly told everything that had happened. After Long Yi was imprisoned in the Long family, he was bent on getting revenge on Xiaofan. Previously dispatched assassin Chu He mysteriously disappeared. The Long family people, although curious, but also did not investigate a result, thinks Chuan may have left. However, Only Long Yi knew clearly that Chu He was definitely dead, and that he had died at the hands of Xiao Fan. He was afraid that Xiao Fan would liquidate with him later, so he secretly betrayed Xiao Fan's information and allowed the Su family to set up an ambush. Sure enough, it's him, Xiao Fan muttered. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes. In fact, he had suspicions before. He just wasn't sure. I've already said everything I know. I hope you can keep your promise. The Su family had slowly closed his eyes. The blood in his body had dried up and his face was pale. Xiao Fan nodded. I will. However, the coiled dragon gun in his hand violently stabbed out. Su family had died of gas. He never dreamed that he, the head of the Su family of Moyan City, would one day be killed by a junior, a waste in other people's mouths, and that he would die under his Su family's most precious treasure, the Pan Long gun. After killing the Su family head, Xiao Fan relaxed and coughed out a lot of blood from his mouth. Luckily, it went much smoother than I thought it would, Xiao Fan muttered. He didn't expect that the hexagonal chop would consume so much, and afterward, taking the elixir left behind by Dai Hanfei had a mediocre effect and poor recovery, but it's good that it all worked out. Xiao Fan's body was aching immensely and he needed to heal his wounds. He jumped down from the golden-haired lioness and collected the other party's storage bag, as well as the long spears scattered around as well as the Xianrank longsword. Xiao Fan rode the golden-furred lion child again to reach the golden-furred lion child's cave. The golden-haired lion cub was full of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. Who made him afraid of this bogeyman? And he could only obediently listen. Even Xiao Fan finds it strange. By all rights, demonic beasts that could understand human speech should all be able to spit out human words. And this golden-haired lioness, who could understand him, nevertheless could not speak. He didn't think much of it though. The lion had done him a great favor today. After arriving at the cave, Xiao Fan walked a little staggered. He thought for a moment and took out a large piece of dried meat from within his storage bag and threw it over to the golden-haired lion cub. The golden-haired lioness froze, directly leapt up and swallowed it in one bite, eating a large piece of dried meat cleanly in 3 strokes. After eating, his eyes revealed a refined light and his mouth drooled as he looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is speechless. Most of the dried meat within the storage bag was thrown out to this golden-haired lioness, which was more than 200 pounds. These were all prepared by the Long family for Xiao Fan to eat on the road, and they all turned out to be cheaper for this golden-haired lion cub. The golden lion cub ate with great satisfaction. He had never eaten such delicious delicacies, much better than raw meat. Not just timid, but gluttonous. Xiao Fan was speechless and turned around to enter the cave to recuperate his body. Give these jerky to the golden-haired lioness as a way to repay this golden-haired lioness for saving his life. Chapter 69, A Good Harvest. After all, today's battle was thrilling and dangerous. Without this golden-haired lioness luring in 3 people first, allowing him to kill 1 person first under a surprise attack. Then again, there's no golden lioness at the end of the day as a mount to act as a foot soldier. Then the end result is all unpredictable. Entering within the cave, Xiao Fan didn't rush to check what was inside the storage bag, and after blocking the cave door with a stone slab, his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram, straight up gulping down the elixir. A moment later, Xiao Fan burped. It had been like this for a while. Every time he was seriously injured and needed to come within the Star Dipper diagram to take spiritual pills, he ate them like a meal. When the body recovers, the cultivation should be able to go up another level. It should be almost ready to break the next star, Xiao Fan muttered. Lately, he had been so focused on escaping, as well as thinking about how to deal with the Su family, that there were a lot of issues that he didn't have time to think about. In the past, when I entered the Star Dipper diagram, even if my body was injured, but here I'm fine. Whereas after the last battle, I entered the Star Dipper diagram but I'm not even stable enough to walk. Xiao Fan muttered and after a few moments had some clarity. Could it be because entering within the Star Dipper diagram was my divine sense, and my consciousness was a bit blurred from the last battle, so that's why it was like that? After figuring out the reason, Xiao Fan did not think about it and rested on his knees. He had spent the past few days running for his life and fighting for his life, and his previous injuries were only hastily recovered by taking medicine. So he very much needed time to get his body in shape, so as not to leave any disease behind and ruin the foundation. 4 days, Xiao Fan didn't go out a step inside the cave. The injuries on his body had already recovered. His cultivation is rising by the day. Early stage of the 6th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Qi Transformation Realm 6th level early stage great perfection. The 6th intermediate level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Qi Transformation Realm 6th intermediate great circle. Late 6th level of Qi Transformation Realm. The breath was still climbing, but in the end, Xiao Fan's cultivation stopped at the late 6th stage of the Qi Transformation Realm. He slowly opened his eyes. There's no need to rush things. It's the steady step-by-step approach that counts. In fact, Xiao Fan had every chance that he could use this opportunity to break through his cultivation to the sixth major completion of the Qi transformation realm, but he still gave up. The forging realm is the foundation for cultivating the power of the physical body. The Qi transformation realm, on the other hand, was a realm where one's Qi was flexibly mastered to the point where it was transformed into a spiritual Qi. In preparation for the Tong Tian realm, the stronger the foundation, the stronger he would become when he grew into the Tong Tian realm, or even the Xian Dan realm and beyond. This time, fighting with the Su family's crowd was a very good sharpening for Xiao Fan himself. Although his cultivation had only gone from the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, no matter whether it was his strength, or his combat experience, or even his willpower, it had been greatly improved. The previous Xiao Fan had never had the luxury of wishing that he could become an expert someday, and in the past he had dreamed that he would be satisfied as long as he could reach the Qi transformation realm. At least when they reached the Qi transformation realm, the Xiao family's people would not be underestimating themselves. However, all of this was different from the moment he was expelled from the Xiao family and activated the perpetual star dipper diagram. Xiao Fan sat down on his knees and took out the storage bags of the Su family head as well as a group of Su family elders. He had been fleeing for his life and healing his wounds before. He didn't even have time to look at what was in his storage bag. He just collected all those spears and used them as spears. Wow! 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 A bunch of storage bags were opened, and piles and mountains of things inside appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan categorized these items one by one. It's a long process, but the smile on Xiao Fan's face is growing, especially when he saw that within the Su family head storage bag, there were more than 600 pieces of spirit stones. It was simply all happy. Ha ha, it's true that killing for treasure is the fastest way to get rich. At this moment Xiao Fan had no more resentment towards the Su family. Instead he was somewhat grateful to them. This is the money-giving boy. These Su family elder 8 people's storage bags together have a full 2,000 spirit stones. I got 300 from Dai Hanfei before. The Long family gave me 500. 600 from the Su family head, and with these 2,000, I actually have 3,400 spirit stones now. Knowing that he had 3,400 spirit stones, Xiao Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He startled himself. The spirit stones within the star dipper diagram could not be taken out and could only be used for his cultivation. What's the concept of 400 spirit stones? When Xiaotian sent him, his big brother, as a flunky for 1,000 spirit stones? Counting all of the Xiao family's family funds, it is estimated that there are less than 1,000 spirit stones. Even the Long family, it is estimated that they would have to sell most of their family assets in order to come up with these more than 3,000 pieces of spirit stones. It could be said that the current Xiao Fan was definitely counted as a rich man, and those who could be richer than him in the Qi transformation realm. Xiao Fan believed that he could definitely not find a few. These things can probably be sold for some money, but these lances are good. Even though they're only yellow rank, it's not bad to keep them as spears. And this coiled dragon lance, which is a treasure, is also kept for now. Xiao Fan had also found quite a few spirit medicines, pills, and materials from these storage bags. He did not intend to dispose of them in a hurry. He did not lack spirit stones for his own cultivation, and it was enough to have more than 3,000 spare on him. As for the Su family elder's spear, he planned to keep it and turn around to be able to use it as a spear to assassinate people. The disc dragon gun is good. Even Xiao Fan felt a little smoother using it than the long sword he had snatched. It can be said that this time, the various belongings Xiao Fan obtained from the Su family head and the 8 elders together were worth close to tens of thousands of spirit stones. After all, the Su family was a large family that had mined spirit stone mines for a while before, so they were naturally rich. Moreover, the 8 were of noble status, and the cultivators usually kept their possessions in their own storage bags, and would rarely have a small vault in private. After taking stock of these, Xiao Fan moved away from the stone slab with a smile on his face and walked out of the cave. The golden lioness is basking in the sun at the moment. The 200 pounds of jerky it had kept earlier had long since been eaten. Seeing Xiao Fan come out, the golden-haired lion cub gave a low roar and ran to Xiao Fan in front of his body, wagging a tail, growing his mouth and sticking out his tongue. Xiao Fan was speechless. He naturally saw what this golden-haired lioness meant, so he took out all the 20 pounds of jerky he still had left in his storage bag. This golden-furred lion cub's eyes glistened at the sight of the jerky, and directly rushed up to eat it with a big mouthful, very satisfied, and in no time it was all gone. Xiao Fan sighed. The cave is returned to you. I'm leaving. The golden-furred lion had finished eating the jerky at this time, and it seemed to have understood Xiao Fan's meaning, and it froze. A pair of slippery round and rolling big lion eyes turned around, not knowing what it was pondering. Thanks to you this time. I'll bring you some jerky if I pass by here again in the future. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Just look at that golden-haired lioness bending down and lying next to Xiao Fan, smiling fawningly at him. Are you trying to go with me? However, at this time, the golden-haired lioness rushed directly next to Xiao Fan, causing the latter to freeze. Xiao Fan opened his mouth in doubt. The golden-haired lioness nodded repeatedly, his mouth still drooling. Chapter 70, Little Fatty. Seeing Xiao Fan freeze, the golden-haired lioness whimpered twice and crouched herself even lower. I am going to the extreme immortal sect. It's far away and might be dangerous. Are you sure you want to leave with me? Xiao Fan opened his mouth to inquire. This golden-haired lioness had helped him, and it was not good for him to leave directly. The golden-furred lion's son hastily nodded, a fawning smile, sticking out a tongue like a licking dog. Xiao Fan was speechless and pondered for a moment before he finally sighed and mounted on the back of the golden-haired lioness. Let's go! Get out of this dense forest and head east. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's order, the golden-haired lion cub let out a low roar and then ran away. Because of the Su family's assassination, Xiao Fan's travel to the extreme immortal sect had been delayed for many days, and he could not afford any delays on the way. He had to move forward quickly. The golden-haired lioness was really good when used as footwork, and its speed was much faster than Xiao Fan's normal rush. The huge body carried Xiao Fan all the way toward the east and ran wildly. The cultivators who saw Xiao Fan along the way all revealed envy and greed. Anyone could tell that this golden-haired lioness was not ordinary, at least it sells well. One of them met two Chi Transformation Realm 7th level cultivators and tried to rob them, but they ended up losing their lives because of it. Golden-haired lion Xiao Fan didn't know what breed he was, but at least the appearance did look bluffing. Hey, let's just buy a spirit beast bag when we go to the city in front of us later. Xiao Fan glanced at the two corpses on the ground inside. This was already the third wave of people he had killed. However, he also handily found the storage bag on the two corpses and very naturally put it into his arms. Everything is natural and not half out of place, as if it deserved it. Every time the golden-haired lioness saw Xiao Fan kill someone with a light touch, its huge body would tremble slightly, but then it forced itself to stay calm. It seems like he doesn't want to lose his face in front of Xiao Fan. After running another 100 miles to the east, he reached a city called Xiling City. Because of the reason of bringing the golden-furred lioness, this time the entry fee has become more, and it costs 3 spirit stones? Xiao Fan felt very speechless at this and skimmed the golden-haired lioness with a disgusted look. Sensing Xiao Fan's dislike, the golden-haired lion cub was even more speechless. After entering the city, gazes that paid attention to Xiao Fan abounded. After all, this huge golden-haired lioness was very noticeable no matter where it was. However, Xiao Fan's cultivation level was the 6th level of the Chi Transformation Realm, which was not considered low in terms of these small surrounding cities, not to mention that it was within the city, so naturally no one dared to hit him. After slightly inquiring with someone, Xiao Fan knew the location of this treasure pavilion in Xiling City. Where to sell things reliably in other cities Xiao Fan is not clear, but the reputation of the treasure pavilion is still guaranteed. As long as it is in the martial emperor state, it is the same to go to any house. Xiao Fan led the golden-haired lioness to reach the door of the treasures pavilion in Xiling City under the envious gazes of the crowd. You wait for me at the door and don't wander off, Xiao Fan instructed and entered this treasure pavilion. Like the treasure pavilion in Jingchuan City, it was divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. I wonder if the treasure pavilion in this place is also under Elder Xiao's control, Xiao Fan muttered. This time, he didn't come to buy any treasures, just a spirit beast bag, and directly found the counter selling spirit beast bags to ask for the price. When he heard that the price of the most ordinary spirit beast bag was 50 spirit stones, Xiao Fan's heart thumped. Although he was now a big player, though his mindset was not converted for a while, the price of the storage bag was very cheap and could be bought for a few spirit stones. However, the spirit animal bag is different. The inside needs to provide a piece of space for the spirit animal to live. The refining process is dozens of times more complicated than the storage bag. Enduring his heartache, Xiao Fan paid 50 spirit stones and under the attention of the people around him, he left the treasure pavilion. Nope, I already have over 3,000 spirit stones. Only spending this much seems like nothing. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's mood immediately improved a lot. He had forgotten that he had recently made a fortune. The Su family are really good people. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, there was a little fat man who was circling around the golden-haired lion. His mouth tisk-tisk in wonder. What a great spirit beast, imposing and so huge. Not bad, not bad. This little fat man looks to be about 20 years old. Looks oily, but is not tall, shorter than Xiao Fan by a head. Look at the dress, is definitely a rich kid. The golden-furred lion son by the little fat man looked uncomfortable. But the little fat man cultivation has the 5th level of the Chi Transformation Realm. The golden-furred lion son feel out that he is not a rival, so there is no resistance. Ow. Seeing Xiao Fan come out, The golden-haired lion cub let out a low roar and looked at Xiao Fan with an aggrieved expression. Xiao Fan is speechless. This golden-haired lion cub's strength was not good, but this selling appearance was really attention-grabbing. Little Fatty also followed the golden-haired lion's gaze and saw Xiao Fan walking over with a helpless face. This brother, is this lion yours? The little fatty opened his mouth and laughed, the fat on his face still shaking. Xiao Fan ignored it and walked over to the golden-haired lion child and put it inside the spirit beast pouch. When the little fatty saw that the other party was completely ignoring him, he hurriedly spoke. How about this? I'll give you 200 spirit stones and you sell the spirit beast to me? Xiao Fan turned back and skimmed him without answering, taking a step to leave. 300. What's 300? The little fat man raised the price once again. Not for sale. Xiao Fan's voice came out coldly, and the person left without turning around. The little fat man farted and chased up. Big brother, you don't go ah. The price is negotiable. Big brother, just sell it to me. My name is Zhu Gang. I'm going to the extreme immortal sect to pay homage to the master. Big brother, you give face, just sell me. Big brother, you are a talented man. I don't know your name. Xiao Fan went to the street stores in Xiling City and bought quite a lot of dried meat as well as other food, so he found an inn and rested. Along the way, this little fatty has been following behind Xiao Fan, from buying jerky, to staying at the store, and the chatter never stops. From this little fatty, Xiao Fan saw a long sideways figure. It feels like these two are so much alike. Xiao Fan resisted his urge to make a move several times. However, what surprised him was that the other party was also planning to go to the extreme immortal sect to pay homage. The next day, early morning, Xiao Fan washed up and then intended to depart, but as soon as he left the door of the inn, he saw Zhu Gang, the little fat man. Big brother. Zhu Gang had a fat smile on his face as soon as he saw Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Ignoring it, he turned around and walked away. Invariably, Xiao Fan even quickened his pace. After exiting the city gates, Xiao Fan let out the golden-haired lion child without saying a word and ran eastward. However, the little fat man behind him did not let Xiao Fan go. He released a horse-headed spirit beast from his spirit beast pouch, and his speed was not slower than that of the golden-haired lioness. Big brother, you wait for me. Chapter 71. Zhu Gang. This little fat guy called Zhu Gang doesn't seem to be half embarrassed. Directly following Xiao Fan's ass, he rode the horse-headed demonic beast and desperately chased after him. Xiao Fan is speechless. He was even considering not to go down and loot this little fatty. After all, the other party looked rich, but it was just a thought, and he gave up his thoughts. After all, the other party had no grudge against him, and it was unethical to do so. At this time, the distance from the extreme immortal sect Xiao Fan had already passed half the distance. He estimated that in a few days he would be able to reach the extreme immortal sect's sphere of influence. Previously, he had rushed by himself, although instantly bursting his speed was extremely fast. However, when he was rushing by his own ability, he was adjusting his ability to a moderate speed to maintain his stamina. And at this time, with the golden-haired lioness, this rush time was greatly shortened. Little fatty Zhu Gang followed closely behind, keeping a distance of less than 10 meters from Xiao Fan. Suddenly Xiao Fan frowned and patted the golden-furred lioness under his butt, signaling it to stop. Seeing Xiao Fan stop, Zhu Gang behind him also hurriedly stopped and opened his mouth to ask, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Fan ignored him and instead gazed to the back and said coldly, "Come out. Aren't you tired after following all the way?" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly 4 people appeared in front of the 2 of them, blocking the way forward, each with a fierce expression as they looked at Xiao Fan and the 2 of them. He, kid, good alertness. I'm surprised you found it. The big man at the head of them opened his mouth, emitting an aura that looked to be the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. The remaining 3 revealed an aura that had the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Big brother, kill this kid together. This lion mount looks good. He, kid, originally this matter has nothing to do with you. We only want to kill this little fatty, but since you found out, it can only send you on the road with him, just to be a companion. The leader of the big man coldly laughed. Each of the 4 appeared their own magic weapon in their hands and surrounded the 2 Xiao Fan. Little fatty Zhu Gang took 2 steps back slightly. Are you guys sent by my stepmother? Ha, not quite stupid, the man at the head sneered. Xiao Fan turned back and skimmed a glance at this Zhu Gang, then looked at the 4 people in front of him and sighed. Are you guys sure you don't want to let me go? Kid, where did all this nonsense come from? Go to hell. One of them took the lead. His cultivation was the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and the long knife in his hand was aimed at Xiao Fan's neck. The aura fluctuation on Xiao Fan's body was the same as his, an existence at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. They were specialized in this kind of killing and looting trade, each with blood on their hands and extremely experienced in combat. It wasn't that their own strength was so strong among their class, but they were ruthless and poisonous enough. In the blink of an eye the long knife reached an inch in front of Xiao Fan. Just when the man thought that he had gotten his hands on him, and the next moment he could see Xiao Fan's blood splattered on the spot. Xiao Fan moved, his figure dodging the blade with a flash. The pupils of the big man who attacked with a sword shrank. He had not seen Xiao Fan's movements just now clearly at all. However, the next moment, his expression was completely frozen. Just look at Xiao Fan kicked at his abdomen, making him unavoidable. In an instant, he flew dozens of meters backwards, spitting out blood. What for? Damn it, guys, go! Although the remaining three were surprised that the youth in front of them was ruthless, they didn't hesitate and each picked up their magic weapon and rushed up. Among them, that big man in the lead had a cultivation of the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm and rushed the fastest, arriving close in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan slapped his storage bag and a long spear appeared in his hand. Coiled dragon gun. The three joined hands to attack. Although their realm was comparable to Xiao Fan, however, their strength was not at all in the same level compared to Xiao Fan. Only that big man at the head of the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm could barely support. Put. In less than half a moment's time, Xiao Fan killed two big men of the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm with consecutive strikes. And at this point, the leading big man of the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm was left alone, barely supporting himself. Asterisk. This big man in charge cursed in a low voice. Who would have thought that a cultivator at the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm would be so ruthless? He knew he was outmatched and turned to run. However, the lance in Xiao Fan's hand did not spare him and he ended up in a pool of blood. After killing this person, Xiao Fan used the coiled dragon gun in his hand as a spear to throw it at the person he had kicked away earlier. Stabbed by the disc dragon gun, this man directly died. 4 men. None of them survived. On the side of the little fat Shu ganger looking stupid. He had thought he was finished and all he could think about was how to stay alive. He never dreamed that this person would be so ruthless, killing 3 Chi transformation realm 6th levels and 1 Chi transformation realm 7th level in an instant by himself. And the cultivation emanating from the other party is only the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm. On the side of the golden-haired lion son is expressionless. Xiao Fan, this bogeyman, all the way to kill this kind of cultivator are several waves of. Xiao Fan collected a few people's storage bags and glanced back at Zhu Gang. I suppose you know you're in danger. That's why you're following me. Is it for the bogeyman? Or what? This little fatty was strange from the start, chasing after himself when he saw the golden-haired lioness, and his mouth was grating along the way. However, after what happened just now, Xiao Fan thought that this person was very smart. At least it's not as naive as it looks. Shu Gang, having his intentions revealed, coughed dryly and laughed. Big brother, since you found out, I'll be honest. This Shu Gang was originally the first son of a large family. The family is very powerful, at least much larger than the Long family. His father is the Xiandan realm cultivation. His mother died more than 10 years ago. Father gets a stepmother, then has a son. His father's attitude toward him changed, and all his favor was focused on his younger brother. And his stepmother was all kinds of difficult, trying to get rid of him. It's usually inconvenient to do it within the family, so take this opportunity to send someone to do the assassination. And Shu Gang had encountered danger once before, but the person who did it was not of high cultivation and was dodged by Zhu Gang. Fleeing to Xiling City, little fatty was at the entrance of the city when he saw that the lion Xiao Fan was riding was not simple, and looking at Xiao Fan's dress, he was not a local. Moreover, Xiao Fan was still so young. He guessed that Xiao Fan must be going to the extreme immortal sect to worship his master, so he found a reason to pester Xiao Fan. Big brother, I also didn't know that they would even send this kind of expert to. Following you around is also just to make them jealous and not dare to strike easily. Shu Gang's face full of fat meat was trembling. Opening his mouth, he explained, Big brother, I really didn't mean to involve you in this. This was true what he said. The person who attacked him before only had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Chi transformation realm. Who would have thought that this time, 3 Chi transformation realm 6th levels and 1 Chi transformation realm 7th level would pop up? If it wasn't for Xiao Fan's strength, the two of them would have definitely planted themselves here. Seemingly seeing his own shadow from the other party, Xiao Fan thought for a moment before speaking. It just so happens to be on the way. Then you can follow me. Chapter 72, Entering the Extreme Immortal Sect. After hearing this, Shu Gang was overjoyed. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to agree to take him forward with him. Big brother, you're a good man. Shu Gang gave a thumbs up to Xiao Fan with a happy face, and Xiao Fan was nagging at his side. At least he didn't have to be afraid under the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm. What's your name? Big brother? Xiao Fan. What a good name. Big brother, you are so talented. You must have charmed a lot of women. Xiao Fan, drawing out the disc dragon gun, mounted on the golden-furred lion son, ran toward the east. Shu Gang all the way in the back, mouth like a river patting Xiaofan's ass. Finally, under Xiaofan's vicious threat to shut up, Chu Gang finally subsided a little. The extreme immortal sect's sphere of influence was so vast that hundreds of miles around the center of the sect were the extreme immortal sect's sphere of influence. The two of them, Xiaofan and Chu Gang, had already rushed for 3 days and arrived at a city called Xiliang City. Big brother, Xiliang City is the power territory of the extreme immortal sect. After entering here it is under the jurisdiction of the extreme immortal sect. Looking at the tall city in front of him, Xiaofan nodded his head and did not open his mouth. Chu Gang opened his mouth and laughed. Big brother, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. I'm still thankful to you for taking care of me this way. The two of them, Xiaofan and Chu Gang, entered Xiliang City, and after the journey, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. He also knew a lot more about this Chu Gang. The other party's life was very similar to his own, only that it was better than his own life in the Xiao family. Entering Xiliang City, the surrounding scene immediately made Xiaofan pour out a breath of cold air. On weekdays, although most of the cities would have cultivators riding around on demonic beasts, but compared to the Xiliang City it was nothing compared to this. The prices of demonic beast mounts were all extremely expensive, and this was especially true of mounts that sold well and were fast on their feet. And all the way in, not only did he see people riding demonic beasts abound, he also saw quite a few cultivators flying in midair. This proves that the other party has at least the cultivation of the Tongtian realm. This extreme immortal sect is really extraordinary. Xiaofan muttered to himself. This was only the first outlying city within the power of the extreme immortal sect to enter the extreme immortal sect. It was surprising that it was of such a scale. What would the real extreme immortal sect be like? Chu Gang heard Xiaofan's voice muttering to himself from the side, and he picked up the conversation and laughed. That's true. The extreme immortal sect is a top-ranking sect power in the martial emperor state, and it has a certain amount of power of speech in the martial emperor state. And I've heard that. Having said this, Chu Gang leaned close to Xiaofan's ear and whispered, I have heard that the martial emperor state is actually in the hands of these major sectarian forces, and the martial emperor dynasty is actually just a puppet. Hearing Chu Gang's words, Xiaofan's expression changed for a moment. He looked sideways. How do you know? These are also just what I overheard my father and other close friends say when they were gossiping. I'm not sure if they're true or not. Xiaofan nodded. If this news was true, then this martial emperor state was much more complicated than he had imagined. There were a lot of foreign cultivators entering Xiliang City recently, and these were all here to participate in the extreme immortal sect's entrance selection. So the guards of Xiliang City also probably just confirmed their identities before they all gave them a free pass. Xiaofan and Chu Gang found a restaurant where the prices of the dishes were many times more expensive than in other cities. Even Chu Gang bared his teeth when he saw the price of vegetables. However, the dishes did taste good, and there were many rare spirit beasts meat, which would help one's cultivation when eaten. The two of them left after having a full meal. This place was still 100 miles away from the extreme immortal sect, and they intended to reach the extreme immortal sect today. Running along again, the two of them, Xiaofan and Chu Gang, arrived at the extreme immortal sect's outer gate before evening. Extreme immortal sect's outer door is very spectacular. From the outside can't see the inside. Seems to have a ray barrier. More than 100 feet high door towers into the clouds, imposing as a rainbow, revealing supreme hegemony. Above the written extreme immortal sect 3 big words, revealing a sense of transcendence. However, the rest was different from what Xiaofan had imagined. There was no imagined tightly guarded appearance, and there were only a dozen or so disciples wearing the blue robes of the extreme immortal sect guarding the outer entrance. Seeing Xiaofan and Chu Gang arriving, 2 people walked over. Their cultivation level was probably around the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm judging from the aura on their bodies. You are the ones who came to participate in this year's outer disciple selection? One of the gatekeeper disciples spoke. Chu Gang nodded his head repeatedly and arched his hand with a sarcastic smile. Yes, the 2 senior brothers are courteous. Both of us. My name is Chu Gang and his name is Xiaofan. Well, follow me. This disciple nodded and glanced at Chu Gang and then skimmed Xiaofan before turning around to lead the way forward. The two of them, Xiaofan and Chu Gang, made a simple registration at the entrance and reported their names before following the blue-robed disciple who had just spoken into the gate of the extreme immortal sect. When he passed through the 100-foot gate, Xiaofan felt as if he had passed inside a curtain of light, as if the inside and the outside were 2 different worlds. And the moment he entered the gate, there were several channels of divine sense swept through, and in less than a few breaths his whole body was checked up and down several times. After sweeping through the light curtain and entering the interior of the extreme immortal sect, Xiaofan and Chu Gang both sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The inside looked completely different from the outside, and from the outside the inside looked like a blurry patch of woods. And enter the gate inside. There are a lot of blue-robed disciples walking around each busy with their own business, all around the grand and magnificent. The soles of the feet are made of marble ground. The surrounding buildings are even taller than the outside world by several times. Brilliant. Surprised, aren't you? It's all like this when you see it for the first time. I thought I was the same back then. This blue-robed disciple leading the way smiled. My name is Shinan. You can call me Senior Brother Shen. Xiaofan nodded and did not speak, while the little fatty Zhu Gang said with a fawning smile, so it's Senior Brother Shen. Really a talented person, said the little fat man, took out a storage bag from his bosom and sneakily handed it to Shinan. Senior Brother Shen. The junior brother too are new here. In the future in this extreme immortal sect we'll have to ask Senior Brother Shen to take care of more. Senior Brother Shen smiled and surveyed Zhu Gang. Then again his hand gently turned the storage bag upside down. After probing that there were 100 spirit stones inside, he was immediately happy. Good to say. Good to say. They are all his own people. The two senior brothers follow me. Then I'll be grateful to Senior Brother Shen, Zhu Gang said smilingly. Xiaofan looked speechless behind him. That's okay? However, he didn't say anything, and together with Zhu Gang, they followed Shinan away, and after walking for about half an hour, they arrived at an area that was specialized in receiving disciples who participated in the initiation selection. There are more than a dozen small, single-family homes standing side by side, and a loft building that can accommodate thousands of people. Don't say that elder brother doesn't take care of you. You two just go ahead and rest in the night small courtyard, but it's up to you whether or not you can stay there all the way. Shinan smiled and said, outer disciple selection, there are still 10 days. During this period of time every day at lunchtime someone will come to send food. Nothing, don't run around, said Shinan laughed, and responsible for this side of the stewardship of the deacon whispered a few words, smoothly stuffed the other side of a storage bag. The deacon nodded with satisfaction, smiled and glanced at Xiaofan and Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang had a fawning smile on his face as he spoke to Xiaofan. Let's go, big brother, let's go to the night small courtyard. Xiaofan nodded and asked with some curiosity, is there any difference between these small courtyards and that attic? Participating in the extreme immortal sect's outer disciple selection all have to wait in this place. However, there are only these 10 or so small courtyards in this area that can give people a separate rest, and all other disciples have to rest in the attic, where the environment is dirty and messy. Thousands of people are crammed into one place, and there isn't enough spiritual energy to share. There's simply no comparison to this small courtyard. Hearing this, Xiaofan also understood the benefits of this small courtyard. Cultivation, naturally the denser the spiritual energy the better. But a dense treasure land, a group of people using it, that is like a group of people sharing a piece of cake. These are common sense. Xiaofan naturally understands. And according to what Zhu Gang said, there are only a dozen or so rooms in this small courtyard, and the rest of the people need to be crammed in the attic. But what did he mean just now about being able to hold it? Xiaofan was curious, because these more than 10 small courtyards are for the elites who participate in the outer disciple selection to live in, and whether or not they can keep it is to see whether or not their own strength and background is strong enough. At this moment Xiaofan had to admire this little fatty a little. It's so well prepared to know everything. Chapter 73 Lidong, Huayang City, robbing a small courtyard. Entering the small courtyard of number 9, it had a grungy simplicity, a 20 square meter courtyard, a 30 square meter hut with 2 wooden beds, a wooden table and a few stools. Seeing this, Xiaofan opened his mouth and asked, how many spirit stones did you just give? $100. Zhu Gang also sighed, and the smiling look he had just had was gone in a flash. Xiaofan patted his shoulder and went to a wooden bed to lie down and rest by himself. All this time he had been rushing, even going to the inn to rest in the middle of the journey was a rush, and he had never had a good rest. Once the noon hour arrived, there would be dozens of great-robed extreme immortal sect disciples in this area to deliver food, and for the small courtyard they lived in these great-robed disciples also delivered a separate portion. The taste of the food was quite good. It was all various kinds of spirit beast meat, which was good for oneself after consuming it. 3 days passed in a flash. Xiaofan hadn't gone out much and had always cultivated within the small courtyard. This place was rich in spiritual energy. Although it wasn't as fast as absorbing spirit stones within the Star Dipper diagram, it wasn't bad either. He didn't enter the Star Dipper diagram to cultivate within these few days. One reason was because this place was the extreme immortal sect. He was afraid that he would be easily detected and discover the secret of the Star Dipper diagram after entering. After all, there were a lot of masters here, and he planned to be safer afterwards. Secondly, it was because he was not in a hurry to break through in cultivation right now, but was polishing himself. Xiaofan's current cultivation was at the late 6th level, and every time he was about to reach the critical point of breaking through to the 6th level of major consummation, he would forcefully compress it back, and then slowly gather his spiritual energy to cultivate. Although his cultivation still appeared to be in the late 6th stage of the Qi transformation realm, His own strength was a few points stronger than before under such compression. This method wasn't a secret. It could be said that all cultivators knew about it. However, very few people would go through with it. For one thing, it was extremely difficult to break through when one's cultivation level could be broken through, and it was hard for anyone to resist this temptation. Secondly, because this way also only applies to those with demonic talent, and ordinary people who are so honed and compressed will probably be treated like cuties. To see, and Zhu Gang is different. These days he will always be nothing to run outside, prying some news at the same time also and know a lot of people. Based on the past few days together, Xiaofan found that this Zhu Gang is very smooth, and knowing how to deal with people. He became close friends with many people in just 3 days, and this area these days to participate in the outer door selection of people are also more and more people. Currently is about to reach 1,000 people. It is estimated to reach the selection of the day to participate in the people must be even more. In this regard, the value of this small courtyard, which Zhu Gang had spent 100 spirit stones in exchange for, was fully reflected. I don't know how many times better than the attic. Another 2 days have passed. Xiaofan cultivated on his knees within the small courtyard as usual. Zhu Gang, on the other hand, didn't come back until late afternoon, with a smiling look on his face. I say, big brother, you're trying too hard. I haven't seen you take a break. Zhu Gang held a spirit fruit in his hand and bit into it and added, if I could work as hard as you do, I guess I could almost be in the same strength as you. Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes from his closed eyes and skimmed at Zhu Gang. Who gave you this confidence? Big brother, are you underestimating me that much? Let me tell you, I'm 20 years old this year and my cultivation level is at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, and I really haven't cultivated much seriously all these years before. The little fatty was a bit unconvinced. Xiaofan nodded his head and spoke with a serious face. I am 19 years old. Zhu Gang froze at this moment. Xiaofan was even a year younger than him? I cultivate at the late 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Zhu Gang froze again and just tried to speak. I was only in the forging realm 3 months ago. The first 2 points left Zhu Gang somewhat dumbfounded, but this last one, which was still at the forging realm 3 months ago, could make Zhu Gang startled. Big brother, you're not kidding me, right? 3 months ago was the body forging realm? Then you're at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm now. Even if you were at the great circle of the body forging realm 3 months ago, it's impossible. Zhu Gang obviously didn't believe what Xiaofan said. Reaching the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm from the body forging realm in 3 months? Are you kidding me? How could there be such a person except for those absolute demons? Xiaofan stroked his chin, then spoke. Indeed, 3 months ago I was not a great circle of the forging body realm. Zhu Gang sighed in relief as he thought Xiaofan must be joking with him. Seeing this expression on Zhu Gang's face, Xiaofan also decided not to tell the matter that he was only in the 2nd level of the body forging realm 3 months ago. It's a bit of a bruise to the ego, after all. And Chu Kong wouldn't necessarily believe it if he said it. Knock, knock, knock. And at that moment, the door to the small courtyard was suddenly knocked on, interrupting the conversation between the two people inside the house. Who is it? Zhu Gang froze and rushed over to open the door. No one had knocked on the door at all during this time, except at lunchtime when food would be brought in. You are? After opening the door, Zhu Gang saw that outside the door were 5 youths, and in the middle stood the man dressed in splendor. A group of people who vaguely took him as their honor. We are from the Huayan Li family, and this is our family's 3rd son, Li Dong. The young man who spoke with a haughty demeanor continued to speak. Our 3rd duke has his eye on this small courtyard of yours. Consider it as making a friend. Let out the small courtyard for our 3rd duke to live in. And in the future, after joining the extreme immortal sect, when you run into trouble, you can report our 3rd duke's name. The youth called Li Dong was the one who was in the lead. He had a condescending face, and from beginning to end, he only skimmed a glance at Zhu Gang without opening his mouth to say anything. Huayang City was a large and famous city in the Martial Emperor Prefecture, and its Li family was also a well-known big family. Zhu Gang's face instantly grimaced. Although he was a smooth person, it was hard for him to endure being bullied like this. What's more, this small courtyard wasn't inhabited by him alone. There was also Xiaofan present. When he had spent 100 spirit stones to bribe the Chen and to get this number 9 small courtyard, a large part of it was actually to be grateful to Xiaofan. If the other party hadn't stepped in, 80% of him might have died on the way here. Sorry about that, guys. Zhu Gang slowed down his breath, with a fake smile on his face, and opened his mouth. This small courtyard is shared by my subordinate and a close friend, who is currently in seclusion. So, also please go elsewhere to take a look. In the first to make amends to all of you. After saying that, Zhu Gang arched his hand. Upon hearing this, that 3rd son of the Li clan, Li Dong, frowned and his face instantly became gloomy. The surrounding 4 people also have ugly faces. At that moment, One of them was furious. "Kid, I think you don't know how to live. My family's third son is in love with this courtyard. Is your good fortune. How dare you not know how to be good? I don't care if you're closed or not. We've got our eye on this small courtyard. Don't force us to make a move." Zhu Gang's face was unsightly. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when even a voice came from within the small courtyard. "If you want to die, then you can try your hand." Chapter 74, Suppressing the Evil Slaves. Li Dong makes a move. Xiao Fan could hear the noise outside clearly just now. The few people on the other side were clearly here to look for trouble. And seeing that Zhu Gang had been bullied into that state, he just walked out. Xiao Fan's words were arrogant and incomparable. And the faces of several Li family members outside were instantly gloomy, as was that Li Dong. "Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Damn it, kid, I'm going to get you killed today. Kid, I think you're tired of living." Several youths opened their mouths to curse, and one by one, they intended to push the door to enter. And Li Dong did not stop them. You can't enter." Zhu Gang was still standing at the door at this time, but he was very clear about Xiao Fan's strength. But when he first came here, and the other party is still the Huayang Li family, he did not want to cause trouble. "Fat ass, get out of here." 4 youths directly rushed up. 3 of them were all at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and the remaining one was at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. As for Zhu Gang, who was only at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, he was kicked by one of them, and he fell back 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling out of his mouth, his face pale. "Seek death." Xiao Fan's eyes were cold when he saw this, and his body's aura exploded as his cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm was also displayed. The Li Dong behind him revealed a hint of surprise out of the corner of his eye when he saw it. Participating in the Extreme Immortal Sect's outer door selection of disciples, in which the assessment is divided into age, cultivation, strength. All 3 are extremely important assessment items. The younger the age, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the strength, the higher the rating given. The Xiao Fan in front of him was only about 20 years old, but he actually had a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, which could prove that the other party's talent was indeed not bad. However, Li Dong was only slightly surprised, but he was only at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he was an expert at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, or that the people who came to participate in the Extreme Immortal Sect's selection were all talented people from all sides. The 4 of them rushed inside the small courtyard in the blink of an eye, instantly surrounding Xiao Fan in the center. "Go to hell." One of them took the lead and his hands condensed into a terrifying fist momentum that attacked Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not move a muscle and waited until the man killed close to him in the blink of an eye before his figure tilted slightly, avoiding the punch with great dexterity. The man who threw the punch froze. He didn't expect his opponent to dodge his attack with such agility. However, just as he was still wondering how the other party dodged away, he felt a huge force hit his abdomen, and his body involuntarily flew backwards into mid-air, coughing up blood in his mouth. What? This instantaneous outburst drew several people around them to a standstill. One move. Xiao Fan had just defeated a cultivator at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm with just one move. Even that Li Dong was shocked by Xiao Fan's strike, striking swiftly, acting without any unnecessary movements, and striking viciously. Damn it, we're all in this together. The 3 people around them exchanged glances and rushed up together. Anyone could tell that Xiao Fan was not a good person, so they had to attack together. The 3 of them joined forces, 2 at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm and 1 at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. If it was any other Qi transformation 6th level cultivator, he might have panicked, but none of this could be seen on Xiao Fan's face. The 3 instantly killed close to the front. The attack is like lightning. However, no one took out their respective magic weapons. After all, this was the Extreme Immortal Sect, and if things got out of hand, they would definitely be punished by the sect as well. Li Dong smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, after offending my Li family, I wonder how many lives are enough for you." Just now, Xiao Fan's strike was stunning, but there was also an element of carelessness on the part of that youth in that Xiao Fan was only at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Facing so many people and at the same realm, he did not think that Xiao Fan had any chance of winning. However, next, his face became more and more ugly. Put. Just by watching Xiao Fan strike, he had beaten these servants he had brought with him one by one, spitting blood and collapsing on the ground, while the other party did not even have half an injury on his body. "Wastes, a bunch of wastes," Li Dong shouted, his eyes looking towards the 4 people sprawled on the ground, his face furious. These people were all young geniuses that the Li family had handpicked for him, and were specifically sent to work as servants within this Extreme Immortal Sect. This sort of thing is very common within large families. However, he could not have imagined that the so-called elites selected by these families would be so unbearable. By a Chi transformation realm 6th level instantly all knocked down. Third young master, Wei. The several people lying on the ground wanted to open their mouths to explain, but they were coldly interrupted by Li Dong's voice. Wastes are wastes. There's no use saying anything. Then Li Dong turned his gaze to Xiao Fan, whose gaze was also looking at him. Zhu Gang was kicked, but his injuries weren't serious, and the man didn't use his full strength as he hurriedly walked to Xiao Fan's side. Big brother, are you okay? Xiao Fan glanced at him with a look that was like asking, do I look like I'm up to something? Zhu Gang gave a dry laugh and stopped talking. The commotion of the exchange of blows over here was so loud that it had already attracted quite a few people from the surrounding area, all of whom were participating in this outer sect disciple selection. There's a fight going on over at the 9th. Holy, that hit hard. This person seems to be Li Dong. I've seen him before. The third son of Huayang City. Those people on the ground. Holy, they're all from the Li family. Some people in the surroundings recognize Li Dong's identity, as well as the identities of the several people sprawled on the ground, and were immediately shocked. The onlookers are getting more and more. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the small courtyard was surrounded by a crowd of people, each scrambling to rush forward. Li Dong's face became more and more ugly. He felt that this group of people were just like watching him laugh. In fact it did, just to see as Li Dong's joke. Kid, I see that you have good strength. I'll give you a chance to follow me in the future, and this matter will be settled today, or else I'll have to personally take action and break your legs to make amends to me. Li Dong gazed at Xiao Fan and spoke in a cold voice. He had never thought that he would not be able to beat the other party. In his opinion, the other party's cultivation was a small realm lower than his. It was impossible that he would be his opponent. Even in the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm, he, Li Dong, was among the top group in terms of strength. Xiao Fan looked at him with the gaze of an idiot and said indifferently, if you want to be on the ground like them, then don't nag and let go. After the surrounding people heard Xiao Fan's words, one by one they clamored again. Too bossy? The opposite side is the Huayang Li family. How dare you respond in such a domineering manner? For a while everyone was curious about Xiao Fan's identity. Some pretty-looking female cultivators even looked at Xiao Fan with adoration on their faces, thinking that this was what a man should look like. Kid, you seek death. Li Dong was furious. He did not expect the other party to be so ungrateful. His body aura skyrocketed. The 7th cultivation level of the Chi transformation realm shocked the surrounding ground have shaken. Chapter 75, Human Sandbag. Violently beating Li Dong. The aura emitted by Li Dong had the fluctuations of the late 7th stage of the Chi transformation realm, causing these surrounding onlookers to take several steps backwards. Fear of being hurt by the fallout from the engagement later, and many people looked at Xiao Fan with sympathetic gazes, being able to sense that this youth's cultivation level was only the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm. There was a small realm difference between the two, and since Li Dong was the third son of the Li family of Huayang, the gongfu he had practiced since his childhood must have been incomparably strong. This man is dangerous. Many people had this thought in mind. Zhu Gang also had a worried look on his face, but when he saw the calm look on Xiao Fan's face, he shrunk his neck and thought that he was worrying for nothing. Xiao Fan, what is the strength of this monster? He is clear. It is not like he has never killed a person at the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, or else. Li Dong still wanted to issue a vicious threat, but he was coldly interrupted by Xiao Fan. Are you deaf? Did I not speak clearly enough just now? Do you need to ask me to repeat it again? You seek death. At this moment Li Dong did not have any hesitation. Directly rushed up. His figure was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed formed a burst of strong wind. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Xiao Fan. His right hand formed a palm and slapped at Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan did not move in the slightest, just like he had dealt with the previous few people, and waited until Li Dong arrived close by before his figure flashed violently. The speed is even faster than Li Dong. His left hand easily blocked this palm of Li Dong. The latter's pupils contracted, because the strength of Xiao Fan resisting his palm was so great that he couldn't even move forward in the slightest. This instant he knew he had met a tough guy. Li Dong clenched his teeth and without half a moment's hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked at Xiao Fan's chest. The kick was high, and coldness flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as his body took a step back to avoid the kick. Li Dong did not retreat but advanced. His palm turned into a knife and chopped up at Xiao Fan's neck. He was ruthless to the extreme, aiming at Xiao Fan's vitals everywhere. And Xiao Fan suddenly at this moment, his aura around his body a surge, although he was still at the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm, but the aura he emitted was 3 times stronger by Li Dong. What realm is this kid in? Isn't he at the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm? How come the aura is even more terrifying than Li Dong's? My mother what is this youth who lives with Zhu Gang? Seeing Xiao Fan's breath skyrocketed, the people around the discussion have And many are Zhu Gang's recently made good friends. Li Dong was also startled. The other party's realm was clearly lower than his own, but the aura fluctuations emitted exceeded his own. Doesn't this mean that the other party is even stronger than him? Go to hell! Li Dong bellowed. He was weaker than others? How could it be accepted? His hand blade was less than 3 inches away from Xiao Fan. As long as this hand blade slashed down, Li Dong believed that the other party would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, Xiao Fan moved and did not bother to dodge, but instead violently stretched out his right hand to grab this arm that Li Dong was attacking. In an instant, Li Dong's arm did not move at all. He felt as if he was bitten by a flooded beast and was simply powerless to break free. A bad feeling wells up. Li Dong was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he saw a bright smile appearing at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth on the opposite side. He felt his body suddenly turn upside down. Xiao Fan grabbed Li Dong's arm with his right hand and slammed him towards the ground like a sandbag. Bang! A loud bang resounded all around. When Li Dong was smashed by this, his entire body was in a state of disarray. However, before he could react, the whole thing was turned upside down again. Bang! Again was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The whole person embedded, not to mention the marble floor tiles, were smashed out of a half-meter deep pit. Bang! 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 Less than 10 breaths. Xiao Fan hard dragged Li Dong's arm. Smashed, there are more than 20 back and forth. The sound of people around them sucking in cold air abounds. One face was filled with shock. No one has ever seen this kind of attack with a big fall on a living person. Moreover, the other party's cultivation level was clearly even higher than his, and yet he ended up being restrained so easily? Is Li Dong weak? Huayan Li family's third son, the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. It would be strange if he could be weak. It just proved that this Xiao Fan was too strong. I have seen a lot today. This man is ruthless enough. Li Dong won't be killed by his fall, right? It feels like Li Dong's entire body is motionless. This man is a fatalist. I won't mess with him even if I die in this life. This Li Dong is losing adults today. This time, Xiao Fan's person had not yet gone out, but he had already made his name known thoroughly. The 4 attendants following Li Dong have all looked dumbfounded. Their family's third young master would actually be thrown around like a sandbag without the slightest resistance? It's a shame. Zhu Gang, on the other hand, has a look that says it's true. He also looked at the disfigured Li Dong, who had been dropped, with a somewhat sympathetic gaze. He really wanted to say to Li Dong, "Stopping you is afraid that you will get killed. Why are you so disobedient? Don't fall. If you fall any further, you will fall to your death." One of Li Dong's attendants spoke stiffly, and a few others also opened their mouths to persuade him. "My lord, don't fall. We were wrong. Your excellency, be merciful." These Li family people at this time all goaded. Do not recognize the goat cannot. The opposite side of this person is too ruthless. Simply a bogeyman. There was no hint of politeness in the hand, and it was vicious to the core. They were really afraid that Li Dong would be killed by the fall. However, Xiao Fan just coldly glanced at them and wrestled with himself, without the slightest intention of listening to them. How can the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm be dropped to death so easily? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Zhu Gang spoke. "Big brother, forget it, spare him. After all, this is the extreme immortal sect. Don't kill anyone." Li Dong's words are very measured, begging for forgiveness, but also do not forget to build a persona for Xiao Fan. Hearing Li Dong's words, the people around him were even more shocked. This Xiao Fan really dares to kill? Xiao Fan glanced at Zhu Gang after hearing this and nodded, casually throwing Li Dong out with a flick of his hand. Bang! Li Dong again fell heavily on the ground. The whole person has been unconscious. The whole body ribs do not know how many broken. 3 breaths to get out. Xiao Fan said coldly and turned back to glance at the crowd of people who were gathered around the entrance of the small courtyard. These people trembled at Xiao Fan's gaze, but Xiao Fan didn't say anything and turned around to enter the hut. The crowd of onlookers at the doorway breathed a sigh of relief, and again very consciously made a pathway for the 4 people who were carrying Li Dong's retreat. "Gentlemen, my side of the yard is a bit of a mess, so I won't invite you in for a drink." Zhu Gang clasped his fists at the crowd at the door with a smiling look on his face. These people naturally understand Zhu Gang's meaning. One by one, they are very polite to return the salute, and in the twinkling of an eye, they are all gone. Chapter 76, Shan Wei. A conflict over small yard ownership ends. It ended with Xiao Fan easily defeating Li Dong, and all the young sons who watched the entire process had already labeled Xiao Fan as a bogeyman, for no other reason than it's so hard. Zhu Gang closed the gate inside as he glanced at the small courtyard that had been destroyed beyond recognition. Expecting Xiao Fan to clean that up is impossible. He's the only one who has to clean up after himself. Above the small courtyard, 2 silhouettes were floating in the air, and everyone failed to notice the 2 of them. TSK. This kid is really ruthless. He doesn't hold back at all. An old man with a full white head said in wonder. The other one was a middle-aged man with a majestic look. He also opened his mouth to respond. This kid is ruthless enough, but his strength is also good. The 6th level of the Chi transformation realm can easily defeat the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm. At the very least, he has the strength of the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm. Indeed, a good seedling. It seems that this outer disciple selection is somewhat interesting. Well, let's go too. The fun is over, said the two silhouettes disappeared. From the beginning to the end of the neighborhood no one has half a notice. These two had a very high status in the extreme immortal sect's outer gate, while their evaluation of Xiao Fan was even higher. However, if they knew that Xiao Fan had killed a Chi transformation realm great circle cultivator, they wouldn't know how they would look. On the other side, Li Dong was beaten half to death by Xiao Fan. His bones were broken in many places, and he was fed a lot of pills by his attendants before slowly showing signs of awakening. Third young master, are you alright? Third young master. Seeing Li Dong awakening, the attendants around him one by one hurriedly opened their mouths. It's not that the relationship with Li Dong is so good, but if something happens to Li Dong they can't live. Li Dong slowly opened his eyes and felt the injuries on his body. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn, where's that guy? Where is he? He fainted within a few falls by Xiao Fan, and he was completely unaware of what happened next. The people around him told the story of what happened after he passed out. Hearing that he was carried out in the end, Li Dong was directly infuriated and spat out a large mouthful of blood again. This time the others are disgraced. Damn it, I want him dead. I'll kill him. Li Dong had never been so humiliated in his life. Third young master, should we notify second young master so that he can come and help you take revenge? A servant at the side opened his mouth and asked. Li Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, but then slowly shook his head. There is no need to inform my second brother. He is now an inner disciple of the extreme immortal sect, and it is inconvenient to go in and out of the sect. It is just that there is no need to look for him to deal with such a loser. Li Dong's second brother, Li Qishuei, was an inner disciple of the extreme immortal sect with an extremely high cultivation level, having long since reached the Tong Tian realm. These truly great families would arrange their own direct lineage into the various great clan forces, which would be of great use in stabilizing their family status. Then what should we do? Third young master, this brat isn't simple. Although he's only at the 6th level of the Chi transformation realm, he's frighteningly strong. The servant spoke from the sidelines with an ugly face. Li Dong contemplated for a while. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Shan Yanghui is also here. Tomorrow morning I will go to him and promise some benefits for him to help me out. This time I don't believe that this brat is still alive. Upon hearing this, all 4 servants were shocked. Turning to gloat, they all thought that this Xiao Fan was dead. Shan Yanghui is Ruin City's #1 family. Shan family's people, from a young age with amazing talent, age less than 20 years old, has the 8th cultivation level of the Chi transformation realm, and all the battle strength is amazing, can cross the level of the challenge. The Li family and the Shan family have known each other for many years, and the two families often use comparisons between Li Dong and Shan Yanghui. Every time, Li Dong would be crushed head over heels by Shan Jihui, which made him very unconvinced, and this time, both of them also chose the extreme immortal sect. It was a rival relationship, but in order to get back at Xiao Fan, Li Dong didn't care that much. The next day, early morning, with the numerous pills taken and the night's conditioning, Li Dong could already walk on his own, leading the 4 servants to the second of the dozen or so small courtyards. The Li family subordinate slowly knocked on the courtyard door. Not a moment later, the courtyard door was opened. Mr. Li? The one who opened the door was the servant who had followed Shan Yanghui, and had been in the Shan family since he was small. So he recognized Li Dong at a glance. Li Dong nodded with an expressionless face, but there were still many scars on his face, and a glance could tell that he had been injured. Is Shan Yanghui in there? The Shan family's subordinate nodded and said, yes, wait here. Mr. Li, I'll inform. Saying this, the subordinate hurriedly ran back. Within moments, footsteps could be heard coming from inside. Ha ha, Li Dong, why did you come over? I also heard that you were beaten half to death yesterday. I still wanted to visit you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Before the person reached the door, Shan Yanghui's voice came out. Hearing this, the face of the Li family is gloomy and incomparable. This matter is a disgrace. In no time, Shan Yanghui walked out, tall and handsome, dressed in a black robe. Ha ha, just kidding, Brother Li needn't mind. Shan Yanghui was all smiles as he asked, I don't know what Brother Li came to see me about. If you don't have a place to stay, then move over. There's an extra empty bed in the house anyway. Li Dong was practically furious when he heard this. Because they were rivals to each other, they often trolled and mocked each other. I came here to talk to you about something, Li Dong coldly said. Aren't you going to let me in to talk? Shan Yanghui covered his head and laughed. I forgot. Come on in. Li Dong led the four into Shan Yanghui's special courtyard. Shan Yanghui only let the Shan family arrange for an attendant to come over this time, and this person's hands and feet were very nimble before he went to make tea. I wonder what Brother Li is looking for me for. Shan Yanghui picked up a cup of tea and took a sip of it and laughed lightly. Could it be that Brother Li is planning to let me go and take revenge for you? That kid's cultivation isn't weak. Li Dong's face hadn't looked good since he came in, and he glanced at Shan Yanghui. If he was weak, I would still need to come to you. And you don't need to speak so cynically. I came to you because I want you to help me out to teach him a lesson. Li Dong coldly said. As a reward for making a move, I will give you a gold-quenching fruit. Really? Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Shan Yanghui's eyes glistened at once, and each of the four people following Li Donglai's face changed greatly. The gold-quenching fruit is a rare heavenly treasure, and the Li family has had a gold-quenching spirit tree for generations, which can produce this gold-quenching fruit every 10 years. Its value was very expensive, and when taken by cultivators under the Tong Tian realm, it could greatly benefit the strength of the physical body, and could build the foundation more firmly. Seeing that Li Dong did not speak, Shan Yanghui laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Brother Li is magnificent. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge this for you. Shan Yanghui has long wanted to get this gold-quenching fruit. He did not think that Li Dong would be willing to take it out in exchange for his hand. In fact, Li Dong's own heart was dripping blood. He only had one of these gold-quenching fruits, but in order to save face and get Xiaofan killed, even at the cost of more, he was willing. Chapter 77, She Transformation 8th Level Genius. Li Dong and Shan Yanghui too will go out after the payoff talk. The group then left the small courtyard, with Li Dong leading the way, taking Shan Yanghui to find Xiaofan in trouble. Li Dong looked hideous. He also instructed Shan Yanghui, waiting for the hand does not have to be merciful. If you do not dare to kill him, leave the breath to me. It was a felony to kill indiscriminately in the extreme immortal sect, but Li Dong believed that with his second brother's status as an inner disciple, coupled with the fact that he was a member of the Li clan, this punishment would be minimized. And the extreme immortal sect won't bite him for a dead man who hasn't even joined the sect yet. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door came in, waking up Zhu Gang, who was asleep. On the side, Xiaofan was still meditating and cultivating with his eyes closed, with no intention of getting up. Zhu Gang sighed, not even having to think about it. It was 80% that Li Dong had come to look for trouble. Yesterday night he said to Xiaofan that Li Dong would definitely not be willing to. However, Xiaofan looked very calm and didn't put Li Dong in his eyes at all. Always had a bad feeling. Zhu Gang chanted as he walked. According to his experience, Li Dong must have found helpers. Thinking about it, Zhu Gang shivered. The kick he was kicked yesterday still hurts in his stomach to this day. He subconsciously looked back and saw that Xiaofan did not have the slightest intention of getting up. In the end he could only sigh and stiffen the door. The moment the door opens, as Zhu had just guessed, Li Dong was indeed standing right outside the door, and there were two more people beside him in addition to the four from yesterday. You guys are? Zhu Gang had a fake smile on his face. He could naturally tell that the other party was looking for trouble. Where's that kid from yesterday? Tell him to come out and die. Li Dong directly bellowed, but he did not make a direct move against Zhu Gang. Yesterday, Li Dong's entourage said that in the end, it was this Zhu Gang in front of him who helped persuade Xiaofan away. Otherwise he would have been dropped for a while longer. Zhu just wanted to open his mouth to say something more, but the other party didn't even give him a chance. Cut the crappin' off. Li Dong and the others directly pushed Zhu Gang away and rushed in. Behind them Shan Yanghui smiled faintly and followed. Zhu Gang tried to block it, but unfortunately it was with a heart of gold. Xiaofan inside the room had slowly opened his eyes. Will Leiden be willing to do that? Definitely not. After all, this kind of worldly disciple dude has this habit. Xiaofan walked out of the house, and apart from seeing the 5 Li Dongs who still had injuries on their faces, there were also 2 more men, one of whom was dressed in a black robe with a graceful demeanor. There was no need to think about it to know that this person must be the one that Li Dong had found to avenge him. Boy, you finally come out. Li Dong bared his teeth, anger written all over his face. What? Xiaofan looked at him with a bland gaze and said indifferently, you haven't gotten enough of the beating you received yesterday, and your skin is itching again today? Hearing Xiaofan's words, Li Dong's eyes turned red. Damn it, kid, you know that I'm a member of the Li family and you dare to treat me like this. I'm afraid you don't even know how to write the word death. Shan Yanghui watched the scene in front of him with interest. Helping Li Dong out was also only for the gold-quenching fruit, and if he went into detail, he also wanted to thank Xiaofan, otherwise he wouldn't have had this opportunity. Shan Yanghui, this person is all yours. Li Dong wants to do it himself, but he simply can't beat Xiaofan. Shan Yanghui nodded and took a step forward with a smile on his face. I'm Shan Yanghui. I'm here to help Li Dong waste you. Shan Yanghui laughed lightly, his face filled with a smile, a scene that made everyone around him feel surprised. Even Xiao Fan. Are you the helper this punk hired? Xiao Fan pointed at Li Dong and casually asked. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't even call him by his name, Li Dong was furious. Shan Yanghui, hurry up and do it and waste him for me. Just leave your breath. I want to kill him myself. Shan Yanghui sighed. That's right. It's him, although you and I have no enmity, but he gave me enough favors, so, you have to die. Said. Single Yanghui body momentum suddenly increased, with him as the center of the formation of a strong wind, shocked the surrounding violent vibration. Not to mention Xiao Fan, even Zhu Gang felt the pressure from this man. Shan Yanghui's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, but his combat power could be compared to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was also one of the favorites to participate in the outer disciple selection this time. Awful. When Zhu Gang heard Li Dong call this person's name as Shan Yanghui, as well as the terrifying pressure emanating from the other party, he instantly remembered who this was. He hurriedly ran to Xiao Fan's side and whispered in his ear. Xiao Fan, this guy isn't simple. Shan Yanghui is said to be the second strongest among the disciples of this outer sect selection, at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he can also cross the level of challenge. Xiao Fan sniffed and nodded without opening his mouth. Zhu Gang was worried. After all, Xiao Fan hadn't beheaded anyone at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm in front of him, but seeing this expression on Xiao Fan's face he felt a little more at ease. Xiao Fan took a step forward, and his aura increased around him, the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. But the pressure emitted was terrifying. There was a difference of 2 small realms between the two of them, and Shan Yanghui was still a genius who could cross the level of challenge. With the strength of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, it was equivalent to Xiao Fan being in a battle against someone at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. But from Xiao Fan's face all cannot see fear. Look carefully. Seems to be from his eyes can also faintly see a trace of excitement. Shan Yanghui's brows were also furrowed. The other party's cultivation was clearly only at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, the aura that the other party exuded was far from being comparable to the 6th level. It's a bit interesting. Shan Yanghui also came to war. Kid, I'll let you have 3 moves. Start. That's what you said. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Fan's silhouette was as ghostly as a ghost to the front of Shan Yanghui, and his right and left hands clenched their fists in a fierce attack on Shan Yanghui. So fast. Shan Yanghui was a bit surprised by Xiao Fan's speed. But he was not a vegetarian either, and facing the rain of punches, he would return the favor in the same way. The fists clashed, and each gave up on defense. The two sides exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye, and were indistinguishable. Rumble, boom. The sound of the exchange of hands over here made a lot of noise, and since there was yesterday's incident first, another group of people instantly came to surround the small courtyard wanting to see what was going on. This is Shan Yanghui? I go. That fierce man yesterday even fought with Shan Yanghui. It looks like he wants to take revenge for Li Dong. But who is a bit more powerful between these two? This ruthless man is called Xiao Fan, right? It's too fierce, isn't it, to be able to fight against Shan Yanghui? Shan Yanghui was definitely the favorite in this outer disciple selection. Almost no one knew about it. However, Xiao Fan hadn't gone out since he arrived here, so he just didn't know about these things. Chapter 78, Soft Eating Trash. Xiao Fan struck out viciously without any mercy. The same was true for Shan Yanghui, although his realm was higher than Xiao Fan's. However, his offense was never able to cause any substantial damage to Xiao Fan. Looks like you really do have some skills to beat up Li Dong like that. Shan Yanghui slowly opened his mouth after his figure fell back. Xiao Fan's face was always very calm as usual, but at the same time he was surprised inside. Just now exchanged hands, although it seems that the two are evenly matched, but he has already used all his strength. The remaining only broken throat lock and 6-chop 2 killer weapon useless. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the other party, Shan Yanghui, was by no means ordinary, only weaker than the Su family head. Just by participating in the outer sect selection, it was surprising that there would be such a strong person, and the other party was about the same age as himself. Kid, you're pretty good for forcing me to use my full power. At the words Xiao Fan frowned. Ah, at that moment, Shan Yanghui's aura increased abruptly again. His eyes were red, veins emerged on his forehead, and the air around him became distorted. It had even reached a level of strength similar to that of the Su family's head. At this moment Xiao Fan also did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and the technique of transforming Qi into 9 changes operated to the extreme. The crowd watching the fight were stunned. They were following the entrance of the small courtyard to see the fight inside. The distance itself was relatively far. At this moment, Feeling Shan Yanghui's aura, he instinctively wanted to take many steps back, fearing to be implicated. Kid, you can force me to use my full power. You deserve to be proud. Shan Yanghui eyes cold and stern, the whole person like a beam of light blinking to Xiao Fan near the front. So fast. Xiao Fan was taken aback, and when he reacted, Shan Yanghui's fist had already arrived close to him. He hastily stretched out his arms in defense. As his fist touched his arm, Xiao Fan's figure moved back 2 steps, and his opponent's strength had increased by at least 30% from before. And at this time, Xiao Fan simply couldn't be surprised. Shan Yanghui kicked at Xiao Fan's abdomen again. It wasn't good to go hard at this point, and Xiao Fan moved his body to avoid the kick. Shan Yanghui had completely gained the upper hand at this point, completely pressing Xiao Fan to fight, and Xiao Fan can only barely defend. This fight could be far more intense than the fight between Xiao Fan and Li Dong. The ground and walls around them were smashed to pieces, and the two men hated to tear down the small courtyard. It's over. It's over. Zhu Gang was on the sidelines with a look of despair. Cleaned up last night for nothing. One must know that the sturdiness of all the buildings in the extreme immortal sect far exceeded that of the outside world. Even this small courtyard was the same. The materials used were exceptionally strong. However, it was still damaged by the two fighting. Rumble. 2 of the walls around the small courtyard have been destroyed, and even the gates are down. However, Xiao Fan didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. He always avoided the hut and didn't approach it, so the hut was still intact, without the surrounding walls and gates in the way. It was even easier for people watching outside. Holy, that was fierce. This Shan Yanghui is in the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, right? How come it feels as strong as a Qi transformation realm grand circle? No, that Xiao Fan seems like his realm is only the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. It's amazing that he can still hold on. Surprised voices abounded. Zhu Gang as well as Li Dong and the others had long since retreated from the small courtyard. Li Dong's face was filled with a hideous expression. Step it up. Hurry up and waste this kid. The walls of the small courtyard of the 9th were torn apart, and the place where the two fought was naturally much wider. Shan Yanghui's strength was above Xiao Fan's, and he wasn't afraid to get tough with his opponent as he began to pummel his opponent one after another. Kid, are you just going to run away? Shan Yanghui opened his mouth viciously, having struck true fire. It was a disgrace for him, the genius of the Shan family, to be in a stalemate with the other party when his cultivation was 2 small realms higher. Xiao Fan did not open his mouth. Both sides were engaged at this point in time. He had to give the other side a fatal blow at the critical moment. Otherwise, there's no way he can win. Even the fighting between the two had reached the other small yards in the neighborhood. Immediately after that, the wall of the 8th small courtyard was also destroyed by Xiao Fan and Shan Yanghui as they exchanged hands. Number 8 small courtyard inhabited by a party of heavenly pride also. However, on their own courtyard wall was destroyed but did not even dare to breathe a breath. The two people who exchanged blows were too ruthless. At least he concluded that he was no match. At this time, the sounds of the exchange had already attracted the steward deacon, and seeing that the 9th small courtyard had been destroyed, and even the two men's exchange had spread to the 8th small courtyard, his face instantly became gloomy. Stop. The aura of a Tongtian realm powerhouse erupted out, and a strong astral wind formed in the middle of Xiao Fan and Shan Yanghui, separating the two of them, and each of them retreated more than 10 steps backward before they could barely stabilize their stance. The steward deacon huffed and puffed his way to the middle of the two, his face grim as he opened his mouth and asked, "Did you guys destroy this place?" Xiao Fan and Shan Yanghui, both of whom did not speak, but that already represents acquiescence. Good, good, good. Before you even become disciples of the extreme immortal sect, you dare to take action within the sect privately. You guys are really bold as well. This outer sect steward deacon was infuriated. This person Xiao Fan had seen before. It was the same deacon who had collected Shinan's storage bag and looked at himself with a smile when he brought him and Zhu Gang in. Do you guys know that fighting privately and destroying buildings in the extreme immortal sect is punishable by having your hand broken? The steward deacon spoke coldly. Shan Yanghui hurriedly spoke. This lord, I'm from the Shan family of Ruin City. Please be accommodating. Shan Yanghui of the Shan family. So it's you. This steward deacon obviously also knew about the Shan family and had heard of Shan Yanghui. That's right, my lord. Brother Shan is mainly here to help me. I am a member of the Huayan Li family. Li Dong also walked up at this time and opened his mouth to explain. Shan Yanghui was there to help him, and that's when he had to step forward. After the steward deacon heard about the Shan family and the Li family, his expression obviously eased towards the two of them. Then he turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan and said indifferently, "What is your name and whose family are you from?" Xiao Fan. I'm from the Long family of Jingchuan City. Xiao Fan finally gave this answer. Jingchuan City? The steward deacon muttered, not having heard of this city before asking. The dragon family? Your name is Xiao Fan, and how are you a member of the dragon family? He's not the only one who's curious. Everyone around him is. Xiao Fan's face was ugly, but he still spoke. I joined the Long family. Going to a family? A son-in-law? In an instant the minds of those around us conjured up many. You're a door-to-door son-in-law? The steward deacon on the side looked odd all of a sudden. Li Dong even hilariously laughed. Ha ha ha, so you're a soft-eating punk. Shan Yanghui also looks odd. Shu Gang was also stunned, obviously not expecting it. Others around them even roared with laughter. Chapter 79, Break Both Your Arms. None of these people on the scene could have guessed that the ruthless man who just fought with Shan Yanghui in a scoreless battle, a house son-in-law? Hearing the playful laughter of the crowd around him, Xiao Fan's face quipped. He twisted his head and looked coldly, and the people who had just loudly jeered shut their mouths. They almost forgot. This is a ruthless man in front of them. The man who dropped Li Dong half dead. Even if he was a flunky, it was not something they could mess with. But just because they weren't laughing didn't mean that Li Dong would shut up. Kid, I really didn't expect you to be a door-to-door son-in-law. What are you doing here if you're not at home serving your wife? The four people behind Li Dong also wanted to speak together. However, after seeing Xiao Fan's eyes, each of them became honest. Li Dong dared to mock, but they didn't dare. The steward deacon laughed coldly. So you are a door son-in-law. Eating soft rice is even more punishable. Break one of your arms, so that you can gain a lesson and be careful in the extreme immortal sect in the future. He had heard that Xiao Fan was a flunky, and Jingchuan City was an inconspicuous little city in his impression. So when it came to treating Xiao Fan, he would not be half polite. After hearing this, Xiao Fan's face became even more gloomy as he spoke in a deep voice. Why am I the only one being punished? The two of them came to look for trouble. Are they not punished? Boy, are you questioning me? The steward deacon's voice instantly increased by a few points. A ball of anger rose in Xiao Fan's heart, and he just wanted to snap. But Zhu Gang, who was on the side, walked up. My lord, calm your anger. I'm from the Zhu family of Pingwan City. Please, my lord, please forgive this brother of mine this time. In light of his ignorance, Zhu Gang had a fawning smile on his face, then took out a storage bag from his bosom and stuffed it into the arms of the steward deacon. The Zhu family of Pingwan City. No wonder this little fatty of yours is so smooth. The steward deacon smiled and glanced at Zhu Gang, then squinted at Xiao Fan, remembering that you are a first offender. The punishment of breaking one of your arms is a bit heavy, so let's be lenient and punish you with 100 lashes as a warning to others. Zhu Gang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't break an arm. Slow down. However, at this time, Li Dong's voice came out, and then he whispered in the deacon's ear. My lord, I have a deadly grudge against this Xiao Fan, so I hope that your lordship can punish him severely. My second brother is inner disciple Li Qishuwei, so I hope that your excellency can do me this small favor for the sake of my family brother. After saying that, Li Dong took out a storage bag from his bosom with a heartbreaking look on his face and handed it to the steward deacon. Li Qishuwei was famous in the extreme immortal sect and was an outstanding existence among the inner disciples. The cultivation level was of the Tong Tian realm just like this steward deacon. This steward deacon checked the storage bag given by Li Dong. Even he was a bit shocked. There were 1,000 spirit stones inside. This is a large sum of money. Just now Zhu Gang only gave $200. Don't worry, they are all family members. The steward deacon nodded to Li Dong with a smile on his face. Then he turned his head and immediately changed his face, threw back the storage bag that Zhu Gang had just given him, and spoke seriously. Zhu Gang, what do you take this deacon for? How dare you openly bribe me? Remember, it's your first time. Just let it go, and then next time you will be severely punished. At this time, this steward deacon has already forgotten what he just said. A look of official business. Zhu Gang froze as he glanced at the smiling Li Dong and directly figured out why. These Xiao Fan naturally also see in the eyes. Do not even need to think must be received Li Dong's benefits. Damn! Xiao Fan cursed in his heart. His entire body did not move, but he silently operated the 9 transformations of Qi transformation. If this deacon really wanted to make a move against him, even if he knew he wouldn't be able to beat him, he still had to fight back. This deacon's gaze looked toward Xiao Fan and spoke coldly. Xiao Fan, wantonly causing trouble, destroying the clan's buildings, and contradicting the division head, he is punished by having both of his arms severed, to be executed immediately. His voice was so loud that everyone around him could hear him clearly. These youths who came to the selection on the sidelines, one by one, their faces have also changed. Although they did not see what happened, they could guess that it must have been Li Dong and the others who went looking for trouble first. It turned out that the one to be punished would be Xiao Fan. However, no one opened their mouths. Who would offend an outer sect deacon because of a person they didn't know? My lord, please still have mercy. You didn't say that just now. Zhu Gang panicked and hurriedly opened his mouth to try to defend Xiao Fan. However, This deacon didn't even look at him. Li Dong's face was filled with a smug smile as he looked at Xiao Fan as if to say to him, "See, so what if you are strong?" Shan Yanghui did not open his mouth. What happened after that has nothing to do with him. Just looking at Xiao Fan's gaze with some pity. Obviously the other party had good talent. However, he did not have a good origin and was destined to be a fish and meat. Xiao Fan's eyes were cold and stern. He did not open his mouth to speak. He was already prepared for the fish to die. "Xiao Fan, why don't you come over and accept your punishment?" The steward deacon spoke coldly as his figure took a step forward and a wave of pressure enveloped Xiao Fan. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man's mighty voice came out from mid-air. "Considering that this is Xiao Fan's first offense, a warning is given and the matter is dropped." A plain sentence, without half a word. The people present were stunned, and they all looked towards the mid-air in unison, but they saw nothing. However, the steward deacon's complexion changed violently, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. "Lead the way." There was no half-reaction in mid-air, and the voice did not reappear. Li Dong and Shan Yanghui also froze, but after hearing that Xiao Fan was unharmed, Li Dong's expression became hideous. "Lord Deacon, just now you had clearly announced the punishment for Xiao Fan. How can you just change it?" Li Dong did not notice the expression on this steward deacon's face just now. His head was filled with anger. "Shut up!" The steward deacon hurriedly bellowed, and by this bellowing of his, he caused Li Dong to regain some sobriety. The other person can pass the voiceover before showing his face, and the steward deacon is so fearful. The opponent was at the very least an expert of the Xiandan realm. This matter is dismissed. Xiao Fan is not guilty. The steward deacon left this sentence and hurriedly turned around and left, not willing to stay for a moment longer. Xiao Fan froze. He was fine? Xu Gang didn't react either, but it was good that Xiao Fan was fine. The crowd at the scene dispersed, and many people were whispering about who the person who had just opened his mouth was. However, but no one guessed, but can be sure of one thing is that the other party must be the extreme immortal sect's outer door of the big man. Damn! Li Dong gave Xiao Fan a vicious look before turning around and leaving. Shan Yanghui looked a little odd as he looked deeply at Xiao Fan and turned to leave as well. "Big brother, is everything alright? I was scared to death just now." Xu Gang patted his chest and gasped for air. "It's okay, let's go." Xiao Fan opened his mouth, although inwardly he wondered why the person who had just opened his mouth had helped him. But since the other party didn't show up, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. He had to know the other party's identity, and it was good to remember this favor. Chapter 80 Breakthrough shocks the four directions. The small courtyard of number 9 was ruined beyond recognition, but the hut was still there. Xiao Fan went into the hut, leaving Xu Gang alone outside with a gloomy face to clean up the sanitation. But fortunately, in no time at all, many grey-robed disciples of the extreme immortal sect came to help clean up together. These disciples Xiao Fan had asked Xu Gang were the lowest class of odd job disciples of the extreme immortal sect, because they had failed in the selection and were unwilling to leave the extreme immortal sect, so they stayed behind to do odd jobs in the hope that one day they could become outer disciples. Wearing a blue robe was an inner disciple, just like Shinan who guarded the outer gate. His status was one step higher than a grey-robed disciple. Within the hut, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, his face somber. This extreme immortal sect wants to think that it's not peaceful either, so I must make sure to grab a boost in my strength. After entering the extreme immortal sect, Xiao Fan hadn't entered the star dough diagram because he was afraid that he would divulge the secret of having a supreme treasure in his hands. However, after experiencing the duel with Shan Yanghui he knew that his own strength was insufficient. And all of this aside, if someone like the outer sect deacon came looking for trouble, with his current strength he would not be able to defeat them. It's been suppressed to the extreme. It's ready to break through. Xiao Fan muttered and closed his eyes. Recently he had been suppressing his cultivation, keeping it polished at the late 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. As long as he wanted to any time now, he could break through his cultivation to the 6th great consummation of the Qi transformation realm, and could even impact to the 7th great consummation of the Qi transformation realm. Half an hour later, the 6th great perfection of the Qi transformation realm. However, Xiao Fan's own aura did not stop and was still in the midst of climbing section by section. The benefits of its own constant polishing had already manifested before, and in addition to the battle between Shan Yanghui just now, it was all extremely beneficial to itself. Divine sense into the stardust map within the food consumed a lot of spiritual medicine. 1 hour later, rumble. A loud sound came out from the 9th small courtyard, causing the surrounding earth to vibrate with it, and a wave of air followed by a wave of air avalanched outward with the 9th small courtyard as the center. What's going on? Does the extreme immortal sect also have earthquakes? No. Why does it seem like a sound caused by someone breaking through? The sound is coming from the 9th house. Go, let's go check it out. Xu Gang, who was nearby, felt it the most strongly. He was just tidying up the small courtyard with a few grey-robed disciples. but the sudden surge of huge waves almost lifted him off the ground. He barely managed to stabilize his body, and then he and a few of the great-robed disciples retreated several hundred meters backward. The crowd of onlookers grew. Li Dong came, Shan Yanghui also came, and there were a host of heavenly prides, all of which were the talented sons and daughters of various clans. This time, even the deacon who had just opened his mouth to break Xiao Fan's arms rushed over. This guy is making a breakthrough? How come he has such a great aura? My goodness. The Chi Transformation Realm Grand Circle breakthrough is not as big a commotion as he is. It seems like this Xiao Fan was only at the 6th level of the Chi Transformation Realm just now, and he broke through after a fight? Among the onlookers, Li Dong's face was the most ugly. Damn. Li Dong kept cursing in his heart, not expecting Xiao Fan to break through at this time. The greater the commotion at the time of breakthrough, the stronger the proof of strength. And now the commotion made nowadays had already caught up with the sound of a breakthrough at the grand circle of the Chi Transformation Realm. Above the midair, two figures floated in the void, still the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man with an imposing figure was the very person who opened his mouth to speak for Xiao Fan. This little guy isn't simple. Breaking through to the 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm is just enough to make such a big commotion. The white-robed old man smiled and said, but there was an exquisite light flashing in his eyes. Beside the middle-aged man is also open, is not simple. The strength of the 6th weight of Chi transformation has already reached the point of the 9th weight of the transformation. After waiting for the 7th level of Chi transformation, such a genius has not appeared in the extreme immortal sect for a long time. The white-haired old man smiled. The stronger the challenge at the next level, the stronger the talent proved to be. These two people naturally looked at it more thoroughly than anyone else. Xiao Fan can challenge over the level now. He can battle the 9th level at the 6th level of the Chi Transformation Realm. When he is at the 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm, won't he be able to battle the Great Circle of the Chi Transformation Realm? If he reached the 8th level of Chi Transformation, wouldn't it mean that there was no enemy within the Chi Transformation territory? This is a talent that only true demons have. Rumble. Another huge wave emanated from the small courtyard of the 9th. And then the vibration of the ground as well as the rolling waves of air all dissipated as if they had never come. Xiao Fan inside the hut slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and incomparable, and his aura was even more robust than before. 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm. It's really extraordinary. If I were to fight with Shan Yanghui now, I wouldn't be under pressure. Xiao Fan's face flashed with joy. In fact, breaking through to the 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm was very easy. Even he could have impacted to the mid-7th level. However, he still gave up. He had to build steadily and firmly, and he could only go farther later if he had a strong foundation. And what was even more fortunate was that Xiao Fan could be sure that no one in the surrounding area could sense the existence of the star dough diagram when he entered it. The commotion he just made was so big that it must have attracted a lot of big names from the outer door. At least that person who helped him speak must have come. But since there was nothing out of the ordinary, that meant nothing. The Star Dipper diagram was his biggest secret, and he would surely die if it leaked out. This kind of supreme treasure, Xiao Fan believed that even the sect leader of the extreme immortal sect would want to obtain it. The divine soul enters within the Star Dipper diagram, and it looks like the physical body is not in the presence of the divine sense, though outsiders are unable to detect it. Xiao Fan murmured in his heart, after he activated the Star Dough diagram, although he had mastered the method of using it, but it didn't completely activate the full function of the Stardust chart at all. Or maybe he simply wasn't strong enough, and could only master it later when he became stronger and broke more stars. Xiao Fan slowly got up and walked out of the hut. Outside at this time has been surrounded by thousands of people. It was a shock to him. Although he had thought about the commotion, he hadn't thought that it would attract so many people. Guys, I'm sorry, the breakthrough movement just now seemed a bit too loud. Xiao Fan arched his hand, his face somewhat embarrassed. However, the people in the surrounding area didn't think so. The commotion just now was simply too great, leaving them astonished. See, I told you he had a real breakthrough. Breaking through to the 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm has that kind of movement? It can't be. Is he really a flunky? Why don't I believe it? That this kind of talent would go to be a door-to-door son-in-law? Void, keep your voice down. Don't let the bogeyman hear you. Discussions abounded, but they dispersed after a short while. After all, the breakthrough was over, and there was nothing to see if they stayed. Li Dong's face was full of unwillingness, and he could only think of other ways to retaliate. Shan Yanghui face heavy. Xiao Fan had a very strong strength before. Now the breakthrough must be even stronger. Glancing at the back of Li Dong left, Shan Yanghui followed up. Although the matter did not succeed, but collect some benefits is not excessive, right? Chapter 81, The Outer Sect Selection begins. Blink of an eye. Another 3 days had passed, and there were only 2 days left before the extreme immortal sect selected their outer disciples. The number of people arriving at this point had already reached more than 5,000, and among them, there was no lack of heavenly pride. However, the attic can only accommodate 3,000 people. More than 10 small courtyards are not counted. There are more than 2,000 people have no place to rest. There were frequent conflicts in the neighborhood of the attic because of this incident, but the steward deacon never showed up, as if he had acquiesced. In fact, in these people who had not yet joined the extreme immortal sect, as long as they did not go too far here, the extreme immortal sect would not normally intervene. As for the time between Xiaofan and Shan Yanghui, it was because the commotion was so great that they even tore down the small courtyard, which led to the intervention of the deacon. The neighborhood was very lively with a contest and sparring session. At night, there were even quite a few female monks who slept out in the open, with no roof tiles to cover their heads. Many of them were newcomers, and all of them knew that these 10 or so small courtyards were of various celestial pride. But the only one that is very unique and eye-catching is the night small house, because there are no walls or gates except for the hut. Quite a few people have hit on the cabin. However, when they heard that there was a bogeyman living inside, and after hearing about this bogeyman's battle record, they sucked in cold air, although there was no background. But to be able to fight with Shan Yanghui without losing proof that it was by no means simple, all have dismissed the idea. They were not sure what Xiaofan was, but they had heard of Shan Yanghui's name, the genius of Ruin City, the strength of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, a complete ruthless person, a stable outer disciple. They don't have the confidence to mess with it. After 2 more days, it was the day of the outer disciple selection. Early in the morning, the sky was just dawning. All the people who participated in the outer disciple selection were assembled outside and waiting. Xiaofan looked over and saw a dense crowd of almost 10,000 people. These 10,000 people were all the sons and daughters of families from all sides of the martial emperor state, or else they were scattered cultivators with good cultivation. Among them, Xiaofan also noticed Li Dong, noting that the other party's face was darker than before. When Li Dong discovered Xiaofan, those eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Damn it, Xiaofan, you wait for me, I will make you pay. Although the gold-quenching fruit was not given to Shan Yanghui, but in the end it was given 1,000 spirit stones as a bid fee. This is going to piss him off and cost him a lot of money. Shan Yanghui was also there, and around him, other than his entourage, everyone else consciously kept a distance from him. It was the same near Li Dong and the others. Among them Xiaofan also noticed that quite a few people were in the same situation. Even he was the same. There was no one around him except Zhu Gang. After a little thought, I figured out why. These people must have not approached out of fear. In the crowd, Xiaofan also noticed a woman, and there was no one in her periphery, dressed in white, with an expressionless face, giving a sense of ice coldness that rejected people, but her features were extremely beautiful, as if she was a fairy. Moreover, Xiaofan could sense that this woman was strong, very strong. Curious, Xiaofan asked Zhu Gang, "What is that woman?" Zhu Gang followed the direction of Xiaofan's gaze and then whispered, "This woman is called Nangong Lingxian. Her cultivation level is the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, the young lady of the Nangong clan, and her strength is said to be the strongest amongst these people present." The Nangong family. Xiaofan froze. He had heard of this family before. It was a big family that was famous at the top of the martial emperor state, and even some small clans did not dare to mess with them easily. It didn't belong to any city, but rather their family had already formed a city of their own within their family, and they also held multiple spirit stone veins, making them one of the top families in the martial emperor state. Nangong Lingxian seemed to have noticed that Xiaofan's gaze had been staring at her, and she looked away coldly, and that icy, disgusted look made Xiaofan freeze. Turning away, he withdrew his gaze and did not continue to watch. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, in Nangong Lingxian's mind, she had already labeled Xiaofan as a womanizer, and a bold and horny one at that. After that, Xiaofan also noticed a few other people, all of whom were favorites to participate in the selection, and he asked Zhu Gang about them one by one. Zhu Gang was like an encyclopedia, very familiar with the identities of all these people, and gave Xiaofan answers one by one. He hadn't been busy with anything else during this time, and he had done a good job investigating the intelligence. An hour passed. The sun has risen. At this moment, more than 100 outer disciples wearing blue robes walked in, as well as 4 deacons, and a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. The 4 deacons walked behind this middle-aged man, each with a respectful expression. Xiaofan saw that of the 4 deacons. The one who wanted to break his arm was also there, and the middle-aged man with the majestic look. His gaze lingered on the other for a long time. He instinctively felt that this middle-aged man should be the one who helped him open his mouth that day. More than 100 blue-robed outer disciples scattered in all directions, each standing side by side, with the lowest cultivation level having the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Upon seeing the people from the extreme immortal sect, the scene instantly fell silent. Even Nangang Lingxian, Shan Yanghui, and other celestials were like this. The middle-aged man looked around and swept his gaze over the crowd, seemingly lingering on Xiao Fan for a moment longer before he said in a deep voice, "I am He Yutong, one of the outer sect elders, in charge of this outer sect disciple selection." He Yutong's voice is loud and resounding. Hearing the other party's voice, Xiao Fan confirmed that this person was the one who opened his mouth to help him that day. The extreme immortal sect conducts a selection every year. There are many people who come, but each time the quota to enter the sect to become an outer disciple is only 500 people. Those who fail to be selected can choose to become a miscellaneous disciple, cultivate within the sect, and feel at ease to cultivate and wait for a chance to become an outer disciple in the future. He Yutong's voice wasn't loud, but it allowed all 10,000 people present to hear it clearly. These things were already known to Xiao Fan before, but to become an odd job disciple, that was to exist like an inferior. Resources will not be provided free of charge within the sect, and will only be given out for the completion of the corresponding work. The status of the miscellaneous disciples was very low, and they were also the most numerous, rumored to be hundreds of thousands of them, spread out in all parts of the extreme immortal sect. Although the handyman disciples were very poor, however, most of them would rather be handymen than leave the extreme immortal sect. The extreme immortal sect is a precious place. The spiritual chi is too rich than the outside world. One day of cultivation within the extreme immortal sect caught up with 3 days in the outside world. The extreme immortal sect's outer gate test has 3 items. The first one tests bone age. He Yutong paused to explain and spoke. The younger the bone age and the higher the cultivation, the higher the rating. It dawned on everyone that every year, the items in the extreme immortal sect's outer gate test were like this. Or most clan powers are pretty much the same. Bone age is a test of age. The younger the age, the more potential and room for growth is demonstrated. Cultivation, on the other hand, represents strength and realm. Okay, in groups of 4, the test begins. Chapter 82, Bone Age Test. The 4 deacon elders glanced at each other before separating from each other, each standing towards one spot. Detecting bone age is very simple. Each of the 4 deacons has a golden compass appearing in front of them, and the compass is activated, and a golden mist emerges from it. Unless one's cultivation reaches above the Xiandan realm, or one has a supreme treasure, no one has the means to change one's bone age. Line up in the back and go up in order. More than 100 outer disciples began to organize themselves, speaking loudly, but only for the ordinary youths. When treating people like Nangang Lingxian, Shan Yanghui, and also Xiao Fan, their attitudes would be very polite. In the crowd, Xiao Fan also saw Shinan. This person had charged Zhu Gang 100 spirit stones to give them the small courtyard number 9 that they had arranged at that time. In fact, now that I think about it, not many people came to that meeting, and many of the Heaven's Pride generation didn't come over. Those who arrive also know that it's easy to get into the small courtyard, but hard to keep it afterward. And they might even get beaten. That's why no one goes there if they don't have some strength. Otherwise the other side couldn't have arranged for the duo to go there. Shinan also seemed to have noticed Xiao Fan's gaze, somewhat ashamed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to meet her eyes. Although Xiao Fan had not yet joined the extreme immortal sect, he was already somewhat famous in the waiting area. Just based on the fact that He Yutong spoke for Xiao Fan, it was enough to prove Xiao Fan's worth. Not to mention the movement when the cultivation breakthrough, as well as the battle with Shan Yanghui that crosses the level. None of them revealed that Xiao Fan was different. Even Shinan was wondering if he should find an opportunity to return the spirit stones for fear of Xiao Fan's retaliation in the future. In fact, Xiao Fan did not care about these, but instead felt that 100 spirit stones to live in a small courtyard is not bad. One individual toward front testing. When the figures stood in front of the golden compass, the golden mist on top of that compass would change and finally condense into a row of numbers, which represented the age of the person's bones. That is, the age of the person. The extreme immortal sect did not have a high age requirement for disciples, and anyone who wanted to join before the age of 30 could do so. Xiao Fan and Zhu Gang stood together, and there were at least 500 people in front of him. As for Nangang Lingxian and Shan Yanghui, Li Dong did not stand in a long line with him. From time to time, Li Dong also turned back to look at Xiao Fan. His age was 20 years old this year. He could reach the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Definitely a rare genius. Even Shan Yanghui is 21 years old this year. This is also the place where he can currently find some confidence for himself in front of Xiao Fan. At least in his opinion, Xiao Fan should be in his 20s, not because of looks, but because Xiao Fan's character was too old-fashioned. In his opinion, he could surpass his opponent just as well in a few years, although it was a few hundred meters away from the place where the test was being conducted in front of him. But to a cultivator at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, this distance was nothing and he could see very clearly. When one reaches the Chi transformation realm, although they are unable to fly in the sky and regenerate their broken limbs, nevertheless, all of their own sensory functions transcend the mundane. Vision, hearing, strength, etc. are far beyond normal. Soon the team's turn came for Shan Yanghui. The man walked forward with great strides. Being the proud son of heaven, he naturally attracted the attention of the others. The golden compass glowed, and a faint golden aura floated above it, finally condensing into two numbers, 2-1. There were quite a few surprised voices coming out from the surroundings. After all, being able to reach the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm at the age of 21 was definitely a genius. Even He Yutong's eyes glanced at Shan Yanghui for a moment longer. Shan Yanghui's face was flat. It wasn't the first time he had been noticed by this kind of gaze. After Shan Yanghui ended, it wasn't long before it was Nangon Lingxuan's turn, and she was dressed in white. Coupled with her ice-colored and moving face, she naturally attracted the attention of everyone around her. Normally there were few people who dared to stare at her openly and honestly, and currently this was a great opportunity to do so openly and honestly. Nangon Lingxian walked to the golden compass and stood expressionless, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Golden light emerged and slowly condensed into two words, 18. When they saw this number, there was an uproar around them. 18 years old at the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm? And the strength was still said to be the strongest of all the people present. My god, Nangon Lingxian is too demonic. She's actually only 18 years old. 18 years old. Surprisingly, he's at the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm. This is a demon, isn't it? It seems that the number 1 in this outer gate selection is not Nangon Lingxian. Even He Yutong's gaze towards Nangon Lingxian carried a few moments of praise, which represented recognition of her. Xiao Fan was also surprised. He knew that the other party was strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. 18 years old, the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm, and Xiao Fan detected that the other party seems to have reached the 8th level of great perfection, and can break through to the 9th level. If it goes well, it may be possible to advance to the Tongtian realm before the age of 20. A 20-year-old Tongtian realm powerhouse was terrifying to think about. Xu Gang's jaw was even more stunned at the side. Li Dong bristled, although he was surprised in his heart, but on the surface, he expressed his disbelief. Soon, it was Li Dong's turn in the queue, and he purposely turned his head to look at Xiao Fan before the test. Xiao Fan also noticed Li Dong, and he also wanted to know how old Li Dong was. Not curious about Li Dong's talent, just think the other side of the brain is not very good. Let's see if they're young and therefore don't know any better. As a member of the Li family, Li Dong was himself in existence at the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm, and there were quite a few people who paid attention to him. The golden compass glowed, and the golden mist on it slowly condensed, finally turning into two big words, 20. The surrounding surprised people were again quite a few. At the age of 21 could reach the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm. Although it was not as stunning as Nangon Lingxian who amazed the entire audience, but it's also definitely a genius without a doubt. Li Dong was very satisfied with the surprised looks of the people around him, and while he was secretly happy inside, he didn't forget to provoke Xiao Fan with his vicious gaze. It seems to say, I'm still young. You'll see in a few years. Xiao Fan naturally will not guess the other party's meaning. Just out of curiosity, the other guy is 20 years old? Why are you still so clueless? Xiao Fan and Li Dong met a number of times but, counting this time it was only the third time. However, from what Li Dong said in the first meeting with him, the second time he questioned it out loud knowing that there was a high-ranking person there. Through these 2 points, Xiao Fan concluded that this Li Dong's brain is definitely not smart. The group continued forward and after half an hour, it was Xiao Fan's turn. Xiao Fan was also a center of attention in this outer disciple selection crowd. It's not for nothing that they're called the Furies. Moreover, his battle record was quite impressive. Undefeated in single combat against Shan Yanghui. The sound triggered by the cultivation breakthrough was even more spectacular. Xiao Fan walked step by step in front of the golden compass under the attention of everyone. Li Dong, who had a cold smile on his face, Shan Yanghui, who had a grave expression, and Nangon Lingxian, who was as cold as ice. All of their gazes were also gathered on Xiao Fan. The deacon in charge of using the compass began to urge it, and the golden light on it emerged. Xiao Fan felt a stream of divine sense instantly wandering around itself for a moment before exiting. The golden mist slowly condensed into two big golden words, 19. Chapter 83, End of Cultivation Test. What? This bogeyman is only 19? My god. I can't imagine that this bogeyman is only 19 years old, but he's so strong. He just broke through the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm a few days ago, right? With that kind of talent, no wonder Li Dong is no match for him. The people discussing around them opened their mouths. It was indeed amazing that Xiao Fan had tested a 19-year-old talent. In terms of age alone as well as cultivation realm, He was the only person who was a step behind Nangon Lingxian. This is impossible. Li Dong's face was filled with disbelief. He did not expect that Xiao Fan would be younger than him, and as a result, his own hallowed third young master of the Li family would be inferior to the other party. How could he accept such a thing? But even if you don't accept it, there's nothing else you can do. Xiao Fan glanced back at Li Dong, confused as to what the other party was doing with this dying expression. Does it matter to him how old he is? Xiaotian look at Xiao Fan's eyes are also full of praise. The age of less than 20 can have today's strength and realm. This son will have a great future in the future. The procession continued and another 3 hours passed before everyone was done with the first round of tests. Xiaotian stood at a high place, looked around the crowd, and slowly opened his mouth. The first test of bone age is over. So let's start the second test of cultivation. The test of cultivation was similar to the one just now, and was also lined up in order. The detected magic weapon is not a golden compass this time, but replaced with a turquoise and clear treasure bead, the size of a human head. The detector placed his hand on top of the turquoise pearl in turn, much like before, only this time it condensed into a turquoise mist character. Characters slowly emerged, and every green gas that emerged and condensed out represented the strength of the first level of the Qi transformation realm. The line was still as long as ever, but Li Dong was much more honest than he had been just a moment ago. He knew Xiao Fan's realm better than anyone else. Has reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. In fact, most people know each other about the same. Some high-strength family children, their realm cultivation many people know. Originally, they all thought that this round of cultivation test would not have any storm. At least it would not be as surprising as before. But everyone was wrong. Nangon Lingxian slowly walked forward and stretched out her slender 5 fingers to place them on the turquoise pearl. A green water mist condensed before the precious pearl. Together, both ways. Sando. The 8 ways. When everyone thought that her cultivation level was the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, it turned out that the green mist on top of the treasure pearl had increased by another. The 9 ways. Sounds of cold breaths being sucked back abounded around them, and in an instant they were in a clamor. Nangon Lingxian is actually at the 9th level of Qi transformation. My goodness, wasn't she at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm before? When did she break through? It's too terrifying, isn't it? The number 1 outer disciple in this term is not her. Even Shan Yanghui as well as the crowd of big family prides had their brows furrowed. They hadn't seen the exact strength of Nangon Lingxian. They had only heard that this woman was not to be messed with. Before, if the other party had cultivated to the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, the majority of the people hadn't felt anything. But becoming the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm was different. This meant that the other party was already infinitely close to the passage realm. Among them, even Xiao Fan was surprised. This woman was really extraordinary. She had reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. The next test, Xiao Fan's test result was the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. No one around was surprised and there was no clamor from earlier. Shan Yanghui, Li Dong and their test results were all at the same cultivation level as before. One at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm and one at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Xu Gang's cultivation test result was also at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Although this was the case, however, his cultivation was considered to be at the top of the list amongst those who participated in the selection this time. After all, they weren't all demons like Xiao Fan and the others. However, the surprising thing is not the only one Nangon Lingxian. In the test after that, a genius of the Chen family from the martial emperor state, Chen Feixing, whose previous cultivation had been declared to the public as the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, had surprisingly reached the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm in this test as well, caused a clamor around. The most ugly face belongs to Shan Yanghui, originally recognized as second to him. But then there was another person who appeared at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. The Chen family that Chen Feixing was a part of was very powerful, half as strong as the Shan family and the Li family. For this person, Xiao Fan paid attention for a long time because he saw an old acquaintance beside him, Chen Shi. He also made it a point to ask Xu Gang if he knew any information about this person. However, Xu Gang knew very little, only knowing that after this man came, he stayed in the 4th small courtyard and never went out, and his attendant only brought one with him. In the test afterward, there were quite a few previously silent and nameless people who showed a high realm of strength in the cultivation level, but they were all a bit on the older side. There were also some family descendants who had hidden their cultivation, but there were only 2 whose cultivation exceeded the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, while most of the other cultivation levels were around the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. In Xiao Fan's eyes, of those present, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were Nangon Lingxian and Chen Feixing. The 8th level of Qi transformation? He's not afraid at all. Time rushed by, and by the time everyone had finished testing, it was afternoon. He Yutan looked at the test results and nodded slightly, then said aloud to the surroundings, "Today's test is over. The next step will be to give a rating based on each person's age and cultivation. And tomorrow the actual combat test will begin." After saying that, He Yutong turned around and left, leaving a crowd of wide-eyed. Most people didn't have no idea what this field test was all about. What was the point of the bone age and cultivation tests that were conducted before, the ratings given, and then the multiple real-world tests afterward? Xiao Fan was also curious and asked Zhu Gang, "Do you know what the practical test means?" Zhu Gang nodded. "I guess it's the same as previous years, giving each person a score based on cultivation and bone age. The higher the score means the higher the chance of that person becoming an outer disciple. The third test of strength, however, involves grouping everyone together and then having everyone challenge. Those with low cultivation and large bone age, their scores are very low, but success in this challenge can give them extra points. And if they can win consecutively, even if they don't have enough cultivation and have large bone age, they still have a chance to become outer disciples." Little fatty Zhu Gang gave Xiao Fan a brief explanation. Hearing and understanding all of this, Xiao Fan nodded his head, sort of understanding what was going on with this practical test. Cultivation realm and bone age could only determine how talented the person was, unless the talent was particularly demonic, which could be directly enough to be promoted to outer disciple with these two scores. Others not enough to challenge on their own merits. Certainly those with high cultivation realm and bone age ratings are certainly much easier than those with low ratings. Low ratings require multiple wins to have a chance, and a high rating may require a win. What may seem like an injustice has actually given those with less talent a heavenly opportunity. Chapter 84, Old Acquaintance Chen Shi. In this cultivation world, talent itself was part of strength. Some people cultivate a lifetime cannot catch up with others. The reason is not other, but their own talent is not enough. Talent and age determines the potential and upper limit of the cultivator. Unless it is a truly great talent late generation. Otherwise there is no talent, can only be a grain of mud in the long river of cultivation. And Xiao Fan felt this the most deeply. If there was no Zhou Xingdou diagram to help him cleanse his essence and improve his qualifications, it is estimated that he is still at the second level of the body forging realm. The trash in other people's mouths. The next day, early morning, when it came to the last test of the actual combat selection, all of them left the rest area under the leadership of the outer door deacons and outer door disciples. Arriving at the ring area of the outer sect, hundreds of outer sect disciples wearing blue robes stood around them, and the cultivation emanating from each of them was above the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. This was not a traditional ring area, turning everyone's perceptions upside down, and the sound of backward gasps abounded upon arrival. Xiao Fan looked around. At this moment, there were dozens of huge rings in front of him, all of which were paved with gray stone tiles. And at the center of the many rings, there was an even more huge and grandiose main ring. The crowd looked around, even the first families of the great families. Just as the crowd marveled, He Yutang appeared at some point and floated in midair. It's at this place that the third strength test will begin. The scoring of each person's realm and bone age will be communicated next. Then 500 people will be divided into one ring for the competition. And the 20 people with the highest final scores within each area will be able to become outer sect disciples. Each person can only challenge and be challenged 10 times, with 5 ratings given as a reward for each successful challenge. No points deducted for the loser, and the challenged person may voluntarily admit defeat. The third session lasts for 3 days. Those who have not used up their final challenge privileges are considered to have given up. There will be 10 outer disciples co-presiding at each ring. Those whose names are read out will each go to their respective rings to gather. After saying that, He Yutang's figure transformed into a stream of light and left from the void. The rest of them looked at each other. And just then 200 outer disciples walked out, each with jade slips in their hands, on which each person's name was recorded. These 200 disciples read their names at the same time. Their voices were noisy in the ears, but all of those present were cultivators, with hearing far superior to normal people, and could still hear their names clearly in this environment. Li Dong, bone age and cultivation score of 8. Ring number 6. Shan Yanghui, bone age and cultivation score of 9. Ring number 3. Chen Feixing, bone age and cultivation score of 9. Ring number 2. Nangong Lingxian, bone age and cultivation rating of 10 points. Ring number 1. Xiao Fan, bone age and cultivation score of 9. Ring number 4. In less than a moment, an outer disciple read Xiao Fan's name. The order in which the names are read is randomized and not based on high or low ratings. The ring he was assigned to was ring number 4, while Zhu Gang was not with him and was assigned to ring number 16. The scores for the bone age and cultivation test. Xiao Fan had just noticed that most of them were around 5 points, while Li Dong scored 8 points. Shan Yanghui, Chen Feixing and him the same 9 points. The only person who had given 10 points so far was Nangong Lingxian. Xiao Fan arrived at this fourth ring where 500 people stood together with 10 outer disciples standing in front of them. Xiao Fan also discovered that Chen Shi was actually assigned to ring number 4 just like himself. Seemingly noticing Xiao Fan's gaze, Chen Shi kept his head down and didn't dare to meet his eyes. The people around Xiao Fan consciously kept their distance from him. An innate fear of the strong. Xiao Fan paid attention to the circle. There was no one he recognized among the 500 people except Chen Shi. And the strongest strength among these people is only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. I see, Xiao Fan murmured and whispered, and was able to figure out the rules for the extreme immortal sex allocation of rings. Talented, well-qualified geniuses, they will not be arranged together, will be separate in each ring evenly distributed. The purpose is to not let these talented seedlings in the actual combat this item to lose. Moreover, his own rating itself was higher than others, even if he met an undefeated opponent and conceded defeat. Winning a few less matches, his final score could still reach the top 20. Right at this moment, one person stood out from the 10 outer disciples in front of them, and judging from his breath, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. It looked like a captain in a squad of 10. Senior brothers, the next step is the last test to enter the outer disciples. I think some of you may feel that it's unfair because each person's current rating is different, but this is the reality. Just now Elder He has already said that the top 20 people with the highest final scores in each ring will become outer disciples, and then each person together will have a total of 10 times the right to challenge and the right to be challenged. Okay, everyone, who's going to come first? This blue-robed outer disciple. His voice was high, and he had a lofty posture. It's like a brother teaching a brother. Xiao Fan didn't say anything and looked around. His rating was the highest among those present, and he had an innate advantage, and no one of those people would be his match. I'll do it. Immediately, there was a person who responded. He cupped his fists at this blue-robed outer disciple, and then leaped to the ring. Lang Shang said, I am at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Any brother or sister will come to give a lesson. The 6th level of the Qi transformation realm wasn't low among the people who participated in this selection. It was considered medium. I'll do it. Hearing this person's words, one person rushed up, and his cultivation level was clearly also in existence at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. The two sides held each other's fists and went at it. A duel began in this manner, and in less than half an hour's work more than 20 matches had already been fought. For this level of fighting, Xiao Fan had little interest, and he didn't go down to challenge anyone, and of course no one dared to challenge him. Right at this moment, Chen Shi came off the stage. His cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, much stronger than the previous mining vein cut. The opponent was also a cultivator of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Both sides fought and in the end, Chen Shi narrowly won. He sighed in relief and looked around. When he realized that Xiao Fan was staring at him, he violently lowered his head. Not daring to meet Xiao Fan's gaze, had been intentionally avoiding it. Xiao Fan smiled. He was very curious as to how he met Chen Shi here. Chen Shi's fight had just ended, and before he could get off the stage, Xiao Fan leapt up in one step with a flash. Seeing that it was Xiao Fan who came onto the stage, the 500 people in the 4th ring didn't even dare to breathe. How strong this siren was, even if they had never seen it, they had all heard of it. And with a rating of 1 of 3 out of 9, it's a wonder it could be weak. Seeing Xiao Fan on stage, Chen Shi intended to scatter his legs and run, but it was still too late. I want to challenge. Chen Shi. Chapter 85, Challenging the Outer Disciples. Hearing that Xiao Fan wanted to challenge himself, Chen Shi, who was about to get off the stage, stumbled and almost knelt on the ground, hiding and dodging or being found by this bogeyman. Chen Shi cried and twisted his head around, revealing a smile that was even worse than crying, and opened his mouth to Xiao Fan. Xiao, brother Xiao, long time no see. Now that the matter has been discovered by the other side, it would be unreasonable to hide and not recognize each other, and he has a deep understanding of how hard Xiao Fan's hands are. I thought that in the spirit stone vein, beat him holding his head and begging for mercy. Xiao Fan held his bladder and smiled as he looked at Chen Shi and did not open his mouth to speak. Chen Shi cried and walked back to Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao, so you're here too? What a coincidence. Brother Xiao, I just fought a battle and I don't have enough stamina. Can't I just abstain? Chen Shi was about to cry. Facing Xiao Fan he didn't have half a chance of winning, and even planned to directly abstain from the game, or else there was no need to fight in the later contest. Xiao Fan could give him a half-death. You dare to abstain? Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, Come here, I'm just curious as to how you came here. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Chen Shi was bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey and honestly walked over. The surrounding people see this look also understand what is going on. These two people must have known each other before. Why did you come here? And what is your relationship with that Chen Feisheng? Xiao Fan was curious. Both of them were surnamed Chen. Were they a family? But it's not like that. It's rumored that this Chen Feisheng's Chen family is powerful and is one of the few big families in the martial emperor state. While Chen Shi's Chen family, it was also a small and insignificant family. Chen Shi shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, our Chen family is a branch of the Chen clan, and we are not treated by the main vein on weekdays. And the main vein has not been in contact for many years. Chen Shi recounted his matter. His Chen family is a branch of the Chen clan's lineage. This year it just so happened that Chen Feisheng was going to join the extreme immortal sect, and the Chen family wanted to find a follower of the right age to follow along with them, whereas the people from the direct line were either not willing to come with their noble status, or their cultivation was insufficient and their age was not enough. So in the end, they could only look for them from their branch lines, and the final choice was none other than Chen Shi. Hearing all of this, Xiao Fan nodded his head, sort of understanding the causes and consequences. Talking about this, Chen Shi's face became even more ugly. Originally he was high up in the hierarchy, he used to flaunt his arms and act as a bully in the Chen family, but at this moment, he was actually sent over as a servant. It would be strange if his mood could be good. These two are catching up in the ring, drawing the displeasure of most of the people around them, with only 3 days to go, especially those with lower scores. Every moment is quite important to them at this point. However, it was Xiao Fan in the ring, so they could only dare to be angry. And they all turned their gazes to the 10 outer disciples who were abiding in the discipline. The faces of the 10 outer disciples on the scene were not good either, especially the one in the lead. Feeling that Xiao Fan was provoking his majesty at the moment, he spoke in a deep voice. A ring competition is not a place for you and others to catch up. If you are not going to fight yet, then roll down. At those words, Xiao Fan's brows wrinkled, and he also felt that it was indeed wrong of him to do so, delaying other people's time. He didn't say anything. Instead he was going to forget it with Chen Shi. Chen Shi, on the other hand, was filled with a bitter smile as he clasped his fists. Alright, senior brother. Fighting Xiao Fan? He's got a death wish. Seeing that Xiao Fan was still ignoring him, the outer disciple in the lead directly said in a cold voice, "Did you not hear what I just said?" He felt that Xiao Fan had humiliated him by not saluting him or opening his mouth to respond to him. This leading outer disciple once again spoke in a cold voice. Kid, senior brother is asking you, are you deaf? Xiao Fan slowly turned around, his eyes cold as he locked gazes with the other party. A moment later, he spoke faintly. Are you talking to me? So it's not deaf. I thought you didn't hear it. This outer disciple sneered. Since you're not deaf, then hurry up and compete. Then get out of the ring. This leading outer disciple had an arrogant attitude and did not place Xiao Fan in his eyes at all. Even if he knew that Xiao Fan's rating was a 9, the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. But so what? Being able to become the leader of a group of 10 people in itself proved that he was extraordinary, and his own strength was the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, which was 2 small realms higher than Xiao Fan. This is the ignorance of the strong for the weak. So the deaf man in your mouth just now was talking about me? Xiao Fan asked coldly. His voice did not contain any emotion, making it impossible to hear whether he was joking or angry. This head outer disciple frowned. No uninitiated disciple had ever dared to speak to him like this. That's right. It's you I'm talking about. The atmosphere around them was weird all of a sudden, filled with the smell of gunpowder. 500 young people who participated in the selection of one face-to-face. Not even a breath of air dare not breathe a bit. Chen felt in a very awkward situation, especially after revealing that he knew Xiao Fan just now, and was worried about being retaliated against. Very well, you just said you were a senior brother, right? Xiao Fan smiled and said, then I admit defeat in this match. The surrounding people were stunned. Xiao Fan admitted defeat? The strongest person in Ring 4 had actually conceded defeat. Everyone knew that Chen Shi would never be Xiao Fan's opponent, and the other party had even admitted defeat? Xiao Fan, you've admitted defeat, so I won? Chen Shi stuttered. He didn't expect that he had won again. 5 points, which was nothing to Xiao Fan, was incredibly important to him, determining whether or not he would be able to join the extreme immortal sect. Since you've admitted defeat, get your ass down here. The head outer disciple frowned as he felt that Xiao Fan was slapping his face by admitting defeat. He just told his opponent to hurry up and compete, but then he conceded. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan laughed again. Senior brother, it's true that I've admitted defeat in this match, but I'm going to challenge the next person. Challenge the next one? The 500 people all froze, secretly deciding in their hearts that if they were chosen by this bogeyman, then they would definitely abstain. The head outer disciple looked around for a moment, then said indifferently, since the others have no opinions, then you should hurry up and choose your next opponent. Whoever is present. Choose anyone? Xiao Fan asked. That's right, Anyone present? Pick anyone. Very good. Xiaofan smiled, his eyes looking towards this leading outer disciple and said, then I will choose you as my next opponent. Senior brother, come up here. What? Xiaofan was actually going to challenge this 9th level Qi transformation realm outer disciple? At this time, not to mention the 500 youths who participated in the selection. Even the remaining 9 outer disciples were all frozen. Is this man out of his mind? What are you talking about? Say it again if you dare. The face of this leading outer disciple immediately turned gloomy as he coldly spoke. Kid, I think you're looking for death. I just said that I'm going to challenge you. As for whether or not I'm looking for death, then I don't need you to remind me. Xiaofan opened his mouth with a disinterested expression. Seek death. This head outer disciple directly jumped onto the ring with a single leap. Chapter 86 Strong Suppression. Kid, I've been in the extreme immortal sect for 5 years, and I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. This outer disciple was furious that he would be so provoked by a youth who had not yet been initiated, making him intolerable. Cultivation less than the Tong Tian realm. Life expectancy is just over 100 years, so within the extreme immortal sect, even if one becomes an outer disciple, if there is no progress in cultivation for a long period of time, one cannot be promoted to inner disciple. It was also the case that they would be assigned by the sect to go out and take care of some of the extreme immortal sect's outside properties and so on, or to leave the sect. That's why outer disciples are usually not very old. Wasn't it you who said just now that I could challenge anyone present? Did I mishear you? Xiaofan's words were calm, and there was no sense that he was nervous at all. Before he came to the extreme immortal sect, he had thought about whether or not to keep a low profile, but as soon as he arrived, he violently beat Li Dong and fought with Shan Yanghui, immediately following the breakthrough that triggered a great commotion. This series of events had already reflected his extraordinary nature, so there was no point in hiding any longer. And since this was the case, it would be better to show one's own value, so that the sect would value oneself even more. After all, this was one of the purposes of his coming to the extreme immortal sect, to reflect his value. Let the extreme immortal sect shelter themselves. At least if the netherworld immortal palace came, the extreme immortal sect would not hand themselves over. Kid, since that's the case, then let senior brother teach you the truth of being a human being. This leading outer disciple coldly said. His figure was like running thunder. A flash rushed up towards Xiaofan, his body's aura skyrocketed, and his 9th level cultivation of the Qi transformation realm caused the surrounding ground to vibrate. Good coming. Xiaofan laughed coldly, and his aura around him also soared, as if a tiger had come out of its cage, and the aura displayed was not weaker than the other parties in the slightest. One must know that his cultivation level was only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. The other party was 2 whole minor realms higher than him. This outer disciple was naturally not stupid. And when he arrived close to Xiaofan he naturally sensed that the other party was not weak. Without the slightest bit of carelessness, he immediately struck out with all his might. The two sides engaged in a battle. Watching the crowd dazzled, these 500 youths around who participated in the selection were dumbfounded, knowing that Xiaofan was a fierce man, with the name of a fatalist, but he did not expect to be so ferocious, directly fighting with the organization's disciplined outer disciples on, and not in the least bit. As for the remaining 9 outer disciples, each one of them was even more surprised. They were all familiar with each other, and even how strong this Zhao Ming was who had gone on the field to fight with Xiaofan, they knew very well. The other party did not show the slightest bit of mercy at this time, while Xiaofan on the other side did not even have the slightest intention of losing the wind, and even vaguely suppressed Zhao Ming. There was a lot of commotion in Ring 4, startling many people around. Holy, that's Xiaofan, the person he fought with, the blue robe? It's an outer disciple. Holy, how did he fight with the outer disciples? And it looks like the other party is pretty powerful. This bogeyman, crazy. Those who noticed this scene had their jaws dropped in shock. At this moment, the only outer sect disciples present were these disciples who were organizing discipline and no one else. How Xiaofan clashed with them was not something they were curious about. Curious that Xiaofan would be so powerful. My good boy big brother is just raw. In the distance, Zhu Gang also sighed from his heart when he saw Xiaofan dueling with his opponent. Li Dong, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and secretly cursed. Quickly, kill him, kill Xiaofan. The location of the fight was ring number 4, the closest to number 1, 2, and 3, and Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing, Shan Yanghui, and other celestial pride could see it clearly. Shan Yanghui's face changed slightly. The strength that Xiaofan had displayed was even stronger, and looking at the other party's relaxed demeanor, it was obvious that he still had some strength left. Nangong Lingxuan's beautiful eyes had a hint of color in them, but there was not the slightest change on her icy, pretty face, and no one noticed it. Chen Feixing's gaze was refined as he silently watched. Zhao Ming, who was fighting with Xiao Fan at this time, became more and more alarmed the more he fought. The other party was obviously only at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, but his strength was not weaker than him at all, and even above him. He tries various ways to attack, but none of them work for the opponent. Damn! This outer disciple ice cold. The figure backward. A pat storage bag hand appeared, a Xian rank magic weapon, long sword. Red peak sword. Senior brother Zhao actually took out his own magic weapon. Some outer disciples exclaimed in shock. They had long since looked dumbfounded. Although Xian ranked magic weapons were precious, they could be exchanged by virtue of merit by entering the extreme immortal sect. And this red peak sword was exactly what this Zhao Ming had saved up a few years of merit in exchange for. From this, it could be seen how far Zhao Ming had been pushed by Xiao Fan. Kid, you made me do it, Zhao Ming shouted, his eyes showing a ferocious light. Dealing with a disciple who hadn't even been initiated yet had actually forced him to take out a Xian-ranked magic weapon. He had already lost his face, and he must not lose this battle. Seeing this, the people in the other ring areas around them who were still engaged in battle all looked sideways, even those who were farther away. Xian-rank magic weapon. That's a Xian-rank magic weapon. Right. My goodness, this bogeyman has met his match. Being an outer sect disciple with a cultivation 2 weights higher and still using a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Despicable. To use an Xian-ranked magic weapon against the enemy. It's too shameless, isn't it? Discussions rose up in all directions. Speaking up for Xiao Fan. On the one hand, it was because the same uninitiated disciple, and also because the other party was using a Xian-ranked magic weapon. It was unfair on behalf of Xiao Fan. The other party's cultivation was clearly 2 small realms higher, and they still took out a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Everyone knew how important a Xian-ranked magic weapon was. Xiao Fan's face did not change in the slightest as the Zhao outer disciple opposite him rushed up with his red peak sword, and at this moment, Xiao Fan sighed lightly and tapped inside his storage bag, and an incomparably sharp lance appeared in his hand. Coiled dragon gun. It was the same Xian-ranked magic weapon. Bang! 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 Gun and sword collided together. A huge sound came out, shaking the surrounding ground a little shaking. Xian-ranked magic weapon. That lance is also a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Some people recognized the coiled dragon gun in Xiao Fan's hand at a glance, and it was clear that it was also a Xian-ranked magic weapon. What? You even have a Xian-ranked magic weapon as well? It's impossible. It's impossible. Who the hell are you? Zhao Ming's face was filled with shock. He surprisingly didn't expect a disciple who hadn't yet joined the extreme immortal sect to have a Xian-ranked magic weapon on him. Since when does anyone have a Xian-ranked magic weapon? In fact, everyone would not have thought that Xiao Fan had a Xian-rank longsword on him in addition to this coiled dragon gun. However, it was a Misty Immortal Palace's magic weapon, so he wasn't going to take it out easily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Ming used all his strength. The red peak sword in his hand whistled and attacked continuously. However, all the attacks were dissolved by Xiao Fan and did not injure the other party in the slightest. Senior, you're a bit weak. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. The words fell. His eyes violently changed as sharp as an eagle's eye. His body or a sword. Stronger than just now 3 points. The hands of the disc dragon gun flashing silver buzz whistling in the air, a stab, shooting out a strong wind, directly forced to Zhao Ming. What? The astral wind arrived close in the twinkling of an eye. Zhao Ming grabbed his red peak sword to resist it. He did not expect Xiao Fan to be so powerful. Boom! The red peak sword blocked the astral wind horizontally, and Zhao Ming's figure fell back dozens of meters before slowly coming to a stop. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, Xiao Fan had already stood in front of him with the coiled dragon gun in his hand, and fell violently against him. Chapter 87 Outer Disciples. Ranking match. The coiled dragon gun stabbed in the air, aiming precisely at Zhao Ming's neck. At this time the latter has completely no strength to fight. This gun stabbed down. Zhao Ming must die. Stop. Then at that moment a loud voice came out, majestic and incomparable. It was none other than He Yutong. Xiao Fan stood in front of Zhao Ming with his pan-long gun in one hand, and at this time the tip of the gun was less than half an inch from Zhao Ming's neck. Zhao Ming's face was pale, not a bit of blood. At this time was scared and covered in cold sweat. He did not even dare to move a bit. Xiao Fan slowly put back the coiled dragon gun in his hand, and only then did Zhao Ming let out a sigh of relief as a sense of aftershock surged through his body, causing him to sit on his butt on the ground. At that moment just now he clearly felt that death was very close to him, only half an inch off. However, after sitting on the ground Zhao Ming regretted it. He just remembered that at this moment he was in ring 4. Finished. When Zhao Ming saw the various mocking and ridiculing eyes around him, he jumped up with a jolt and looked viciously at Xiao Fan. In his heart, he hated Xiao Fan, but he didn't dare to speak out to provoke him now. After all, strength doesn't allow it. Zhao Ming was furious and wanted to leave some threatening harsh words, but in the end he didn't dare to export them. Instead he spoke viciously. I am the one who received orders to manage the order of the scene. How dare you take a shot at me? You have violated the rules of the sect. You will be punished by breaking one of your hands and one of your feet, beating you into a cripple and then expelling you from the site. Xiaofan looked at Zhao Ming with a calm gaze and a calm face, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. And at this moment, He Yutong's voice came out from the void again. This competition is to select the entry disciples, and the outer disciples are not allowed to participate. The contest continues. One flippant remark and it's over? Zhao Ming was baffled. He was bitter in his heart, but He Yutong had said so. What could he do? The surrounding people froze. No one expected Xiaofan to be so strong. Zhao Ming was a solid 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he won just like that? As for the 10,000 selected disciples present, most of them were surprised only because of the strength that Xiaofan had shown. Those outer disciples, on the other hand, were surprised at He Yutong's attitude. Those of them who were outer disciples were sent here to organize discipline. That is, to lead orders. Although he didn't know why the two had gotten into the ring, but to just reveal it with such a light sentence was something extremely rare. Zhao Ming was unconvinced, but He Yutong had said so. He was a small outer disciple, not even a deacon, and didn't dare to resist, turning around and getting out of the ring. Xiaofan cupped his fists into the void and saluted before leaving the ring in a flash. The people in the 4th ring are looking at Xiaofan in the same way as they are looking at monsters, and they were also more determined about one thing. That is, if Xiaofan challenged one of them, they would definitely abstain. Shenshi saw the exchange just now as even more stupefied. The distance from the spirit stone vein is only how long? Xiaofan actually can defeat the 9th level of Qi transformation cultivator. It's horrible. At least it already had the strength of a small family head level. Zhao Ming was defeated by a disciple who hadn't even been initiated yet. His face was on fire and he felt ashamed. So he found an excuse and left the 4th ring, leaving all the matters on this side to the other outer disciples. The brief exchange on this side ended, and the various venues began to slice and dice and compete again. Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing, Shan Yanghui, and other celestial pride all displayed extraordinary strength, and just by striking out they were crushing their opponents. At the same time, within a peach blossom garden a few miles away from the ring of the outer sex martial arts arena, He Yutong and an old man were playing chess. The old man had snow-white hair and an amiable look on his face as he looked at the board with a smile. This one calls Xiaofan. Not bad. Very strong talent. The old man laughed lightly, and even picked up a cup of tea on the side and took a sip. He Yutong nodded non-committally and said, on the road to cultivation, talent is only one aspect. Saying this was also a disguised way of recognizing Xiaofan's talent. The white-haired old man smiled and said, why? Are you interested in accepting him under your tutelage? After hearing this, He Yutong did not open his mouth immediately, and after contemplating for a moment, he slowly said, it's still being examined. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. I can't imagine this little doll will even get into your eyes. TSK. It's just right to send someone to investigate his background for a bit. Don't make any mess. I heard earlier that he was a flunky, and I'm a little curious as to how such a good seedling could go on to become a house son-in-law. He Yutong didn't open his mouth and agreed with what the white-haired old man said. The day passed quickly, but there was no rest at all the rings, and the 3 days He Yutong spoke of were 3 days and 3 nights. Handyman disciples in gray robes had come twice today and prepared food for everyone. Xiaofan wasn't in a hurry to get into the ring. There was no hurry for him. If he didn't count the number of times he challenged Zhao Ming, then he still had 9 more chances to get into the ring. The results of the wins and losses in the other arenas were the same as previously predicted. The pride of each ring never lost, and no one would take the initiative to challenge them. For the extreme immortal sect, this selection method, Xiaofan felt it was very brilliant. The gifted ones stay, and the ones with high strength and potential will also stay. Time flew by and it was the last day. On the last day Xiaofan took the field, and he randomly picked 9 people to spar with. However, the result was that all of the people who received Xiaofan's challenge, all of them conceded defeat. This is a real bogeyman that no one dares to offend. And Shenshi didn't know if it was because of Xiaofan, but no one challenged him for 3 days, and he specialized in challenging some people who were weaker than him, and finally promoted to the outer disciple with a ranking of 18. The third test is over. All those who had been promoted to become outer disciples were all assembled in the main ring. 500 in total. The remaining 500 people could choose to become miscellaneous disciples and wait for the miscellaneous disciple selection afterward, or leave the sect. He Yutong also showed up on the last day. He stood on the ring with a majestic look and nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the 500 disciples who had been promoted to become outer sect disciples, and especially looked at Xiaofan's gaze, which deliberately lingered for a little longer. Among them, Nangong Lingxian, Shan Yanghui, Chen Feixing, Li Dong, and a host of the family's direct lineages were all promoted without exception. Among them, Xu Gang was also successfully promoted to outer disciple by virtue of his own shrewdness. According to him, he went up first and directly challenged someone weaker than him, without any semblance of embarrassment, and swiped his points first. You guys did a good job. Congratulations to all of you for becoming outer disciples. Next there will be a ranking match specifically for becoming an outer disciple this time. In the end it will be based on each person's ranking. The clan will give different rewards, including 10 contribution points for entering the top 100. For the top 50, reward contribution points, 20. Top 20, rewarded contribution points, 30. Top 10, reward, 1 Xian rank technique from the book depository, 30 contribution points. The top 3, reward, 1 Xian rank technique from the book depository, 30 contribution points, and a separate cultivation cave. First place, reward, one of the book depository's lower grade earth rank techniques, 50 contribution points, and a separate cultivation cave. He Yutong's words made everyone around him suck in cold air. 500 people each with a glint in their eye. Earth-ranked techniques? Cultivation cave? Chapter 88, Shattering the Fourth Star. There was no need to say how precious earth-ranked techniques were. There were only a handful of them in the entire Martial Emperor state. And the cave where one cultivates and resides alone is even more precious. Especially in a treasure land like the extreme immortal sect where aura is abundant. At that moment, the eyes of each of the 500 people shone brightly. And even Nangong Lingxian, a heavenly beauty who was as cold as ice like a fairy, had a longing color in her eyes. The selection ranking competition will begin in 3 days, so you guys can have a good rest lately. After explaining all this, He Yutong's figure was like a stream of light, disappearing in front of the crowd. These people, like Xiaofan, Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing and other celestial pride within 3 days of the competition, completely crushed the momentum of the advancement, so on their own and did not have to consume. However, most of the remaining outer disciples who had just been promoted, these 3 days had consumed them greatly, and some of them had suffered serious injuries that needed to be recuperated. The 3-day competition ended, and the 500 people on stage looked at Xiaofan and the other successfully promoted outer disciples with complicated gazes. These stares are envious, jealous, and resentful. These people were finally led away by a group of blue-robed outer disciples. Those who were willing to stay would be arranged to do odd jobs in various parts of the extreme immortal sect. Those who do not wish to stay will leave the extreme immortal sect, although Xiaofan and the others had already been initiated. However, they hadn't been given a place to stay yet, and for these 3 days they were temporarily staying at the place where they had lived before. Back in the 9th small courtyard, Xu Gang had an exuberant look on his face as he boasted to Xiaofan. Big brother, you don't know. There's a heavenly pride in our part of the ring that's very strong. He didn't see eye to eye and challenged me. At that time I didn't say a word, directly surrendered, drawing a laugh of shame from all around. But how could they know that I was taking advantage of the weaker people? And then I took the opportunity to go on stage and challenge all sorts of people who were weaker than me, and finally made it into the top 20. Listening to the little fatty's words, Xiaofan was speechless, knowing that this guy was shameless. He did not expect to be so shameless. Big brother, you must enter the top 3 this time. The cave given by the extreme immortal sect can be of great use. Little fatty said to Xiaofan. Every selection will give various rewards. And it goes without saying that the first place earth rank technique is precious, and that cave is of great use for future cultivation. The spiritual energy within it is several times higher than other places. After entering the extreme immortal sect, if you don't have a suitable cave to cultivate in, your progress afterward will surely be pulled apart by others. Xiaofan listened attentively to what the little fat man Zhu Gang said to him. Like the extreme immortal sect, such a big sect, the place chosen to open the sect must be a blessed place with rich spiritual chi. There will be various spiritually rich caves opened up in them, and these caves will have a long and strong spirit within them. It is greatly beneficial to one's own cultivation. According to Zhu Gang's introduction, even if one doesn't cultivate in it, just sleeping one's own cultivation will rise by leaps and bounds. Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, it showed the importance of a good cave. Big brother, there aren't really many caves within the extreme immortal sect. Even most of the deacons don't have this kind of treatment. And the extreme immortal sect's purpose for doing this is to cultivate outstanding heirs. So, all need to be in the top 3 at least this time. After hearing this, Xiaofan nodded seriously. I will try my best. Xu Gang recounted all of this. In fact, just to remind Xiaofan of the importance of the cave. He was afraid that Xiaofan would not be clear about it and would lose this opportunity by not exerting his full strength during the competition. It was not too much to say that Xiaofan had saved his life to him. The next day, Xiaofan was cross-legged inside the 9th small courtyard. Divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram. Having reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, my cultivation has been consolidated, Xiao Fan murmured and whispered, his eyes revealing a brilliant light as a large star floated in front of him. He had already finished cultivating the first 2 parts of the 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique, and at today's strength he could attempt to blast open the 4th star. Xiao Fan surrounded his body with a terrifying pressure, his own aura climbing upward, and the ground within the Star Dipper diagram shook with it. Ah! Xiao Fan shouted. His right-hand hexagram chop flashed with golden light as he leapt forward and struck his own current strongest strike. Golden palm stabs at 4th star. Rumble! The golden light of the right hand flourished, touching the star in less than 3 breaths of time. The 4th star then crumbled. The treasure inside emitted dazzling golden light and presented itself. Xiao Fan panted heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was filled with joy as he rushed up with large strides, unable to wait to check out the magic treasure contained within the 4th star. The remaining techniques of the 9 changes of Qi transformation are sufficient to cultivate to the great circle of the Qi transformation realm. Piles of spirit stones. A cursory glance at least hundreds of thousands of pieces, and these spirit stones within the aura than the outside world is too rich. Simply cannot be compared. There were also countless piles of spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Although Xiao Fan was prepared before, he still sucked in a breath of cold air with excitement. Every star smashed gives such a rich treasure. I don't know if I'll get a heavenly ranked technique in the future. Thinking about this, Xiao Fan was excited. What was a heavenly ranked technique? It's not certain whether the entire Wu Huangzhou has it or not. For most of the people in the martial emperor state, heavenly ranked techniques were only legendary existences that no one had ever seen with their own eyes. The 9 states were vast and boundless, and the martial emperor state was too poor compared to the other legendary continents. After obtaining the remaining 9 transformations of Qi transformation technique, Xiao Fan did not nag and directly checked it out. The 9 transformations of Qi transformation was an earth stage technique. Although it was inferior, it was nonetheless precious. Although Xiao Fan didn't know how big the entire Kyushu was, but a Qi transformation realm's earth stage technique, he believed that even in those continents, it would definitely be the top of the line. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Fan grabbed a spirit stone in each of his right and left hands within the Star Dipper diagram and began to cultivate. He had also taken quite a few spirit herbs and spirit medicines that enhanced his spiritual power before. Cultivation speed can be said to be strangely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of selection and ranking. Xiao Fan, Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing, Shan Yanghui, and other celestials, as well as the remaining 500 people stood on top of the main ring in the outer gate ring area. Although this audition was voluntary, most people chose to participate, and only a very few did not come. Even if you know you're not strong enough, you still plan to give it a try. Even Zhu Gang, Chen Shi and those who were not as strong as them came to participate to try their luck. He Yutong stood in front of the crowd, and this time he wasn't the only one. Beside him also stood 3 elders with strong breath. There are old men with full black hair, and there are also middle-aged looking women with delicate postures. At the head of the group standing at the front was a white-haired old man with an amiable smile on his face as he looked around at Xiao Fan and the others with a satisfied look in his eyes. Very good. All good. I am the sect leader of the extreme immortal sect's outer sect. Su Yongnian. Chapter 89, Shenshi vs. Zhugang. The white-haired old man looked around smilingly, and all of them, including Xiao Fan, were surprised. This amiable old man in front of him would actually be the sect leader of the extreme immortal sect's outer sect. The extreme immortal sect was divided into 2 parts, the inner gate and the outer gate, and the old man in front of him was the most powerful person within the outer gate. As for how the cultivation was, Xiao Fan and the others naturally could not detect it, and in their opinion, the old man in front of them looked more like an ordinary old man than a cultivator, because they simply could not feel any spiritual power fluctuation from the old man. Alright, the self-introductions are done. These outer sects teaching elders behind you. You guys come and get to know them as well. The old man had a kind face. Behind him these elders stood out in turn. The first one to speak was He Yutong. He looked mighty and tall. His voice was low as he spoke. I am He Yutong. You all know me these days, the master of power transmission. After He Yutong, it was the black-haired old man who stepped out with a serious face and spoke in a cold voice. Jiang Yushan, master of the Dan Dao. His expression was very condescending from start to finish, and his head was raised so high that you could even see his nostrils. Seems to be more patriarchal faction than the outer sect patriarch Su Yongnian. However, after hearing that the other party was in charge of the alchemy lineage, it dawned on the crowd that alchemists were in this posture no matter where they were, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. People were all based on their real skills. After that, it was the turn of the dainty woman. With a smiling look on her face, she opened her mouth and laughed. My name is Shi Ji, and I am in charge of the array. Formation lineage in alchemy is as awe-inspiring. Formation mastery is flexible. In addition to arranging some powerful and incomparable defense arrays, it can also arrange offensive spell formations, spirit gathering spell formations, maze formations, and many other spell formations. Most cultivators had some understanding of formations, but most of them were only at the introductory level. A truly powerful array master, with their hands, can set up a powerful and incomparable array. Crossing the border against the enemy does not matter. After these two, a middle-aged man with a withered figure walked out. His presence was very low and his appearance was very ordinary. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Chao Mu, in charge of the weapon refining lineage." The lineage of artifact refiners had a long history, and their status was the same as that of alchemists, and they were very much respected no matter where they were. The magic weapons in Xiao Fan's hands now were all finished products, although they were not bad, but in the end, they were not purposely built specifically for him. Tailor-made magic weapons were too important for cultivators. After these four people introduced themselves, Patriarch Su Yongnian said smilingly, "These four are the teaching elders in charge of the outer gate, and in the future, they will hold regular classes, so you can go over to learn if you are interested. Later on your competition, these several chiefs will also watch. If you are fortunate enough to be valued by them and enrolled under their door, you will have a great future in the future. Alright, let the competition begin. This time it is different from before. It is conducted entirely by drawing lots, divided into 3 venues at the same time, and those who lose once will lose their qualification to fall out of the competition." Patriarch Su Yongnian laughed, then turned back to Yi Yutong, who nodded and walked forward in 2 steps. "I will still conduct the next contest. Everyone will write their names on slips of paper, and those whose names are read will come to the stage." Yi Yutong's voice was loud and clear, and he patted the storage bag on his waist, and 500 sets of paper and pens appeared in it, and flew to each person's hand respectively. After Xiao Fan and the others had finished writing their names, the outer disciples in blue robes came and collected the slips of paper, and they were all finally placed inside a wooden box. Yi Yutong casually pointed his hand. A beam of light was shot at the wooden box, and suddenly there was a bang and bang sound of impact inside the wooden box. Instantly 6 slips of paper flew out of the wooden box and floated into Yi Yutong's hands. Jin Yuan Kai, Yang Hong, Lu Huan, Fong Mengzhu. With a casual gesture, the 6 men for the first showdown were chosen. Each of the 6 men made their way to the ring and began to square off. Half of the people are eliminated every time a game ends, and in the coming game, the number will barely be left at 100. Xiao Fan muttered, "Such a contest is actually very fast, completely elimination based, and it gets faster the further back you go." A competition began, and after half a quarter of an hour had passed, Xiao Fan's name was read. With a leap of his body, he jumped into the ring, and Xiao Fan's opponent was a youth of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. His own cultivation was not weak at his age, and his bone age and realm rating was a 7. However, when he saw that his opponent was Xiao Fan, his face was ugly and indescribable, as if he had eaten a dead rat. But since he was chosen, he could only grit his teeth and fight Xiao Fan. The result was obvious, and after exchanging less than 3 moves, he was defeated and was kicked out by Xiao Fan. No one was surprised by this result. After all, although Xiao Fan was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, he had previously defeated Zhao Ming, an outer disciple at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. The first round of bouts unfolded one scene at a time. Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing, and Shan Yanghui didn't meet each other, and the opponents who met them all lost miserably. They didn't meet, yet there were other heavenly descendants from other great clans that met, each other being geniuses from various great clans, doing their best for each other to rank higher and get better rewards. The battle was also fierce. Zhu Gang is also in the ring, and his opponent makes even Xiao Fan stare. It wasn't the geniuses of the great clans that had stumbled upon Chen Shi. Both of them have similar cultivation levels. Both are at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. For the two sides to fight, Xiao Fan watched with great interest, even more so than watching Nangong Lingxian and the others strike. The two men were cold with each other's faces, both treating each other as formidable enemies, and if they were to face a cultivator whose strength far exceeded theirs, Xiao Fan believed that by virtue of the character of the two men, 80% of them would directly admit defeat. Chen Shi, Chu Kong. The two men clasped their fists and introduced each other, and as soon as the words fell, the two men rushed up like lightning, striking with all their might. All those who saw it were shocked, thinking that although these two were not very strong, their battle intent was nevertheless very high. However, under the stage Xiao Fan is very clear. These two people 80% are an idea. Take advantage of each other, do not pay attention to. First hit the assassination of the other. Chen Shi punches Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang kicks Chen Shi. The two sides exchanged very scorching blows, and there were very few people watching. although there wasn't a great deal of noise, but Xiao Fan had a great time watching. Other than him, there was another heavenly pride watching the two compete, and this person was none other than Chen Feixing. In the end, Shu Gang relied on a foot sneak attack on Chen Shi's lower body at the critical moment. Coupled with the fact that he is in a higher realm than Chen Shi, he defeated his opponent. Chen Shi was full of reluctance. His hands covered his crotch, and his eyes were in tears. Not many people paid attention to the two men exchanging blows, and even fewer took in the scene. However, Xiao Fan and Chen Feixing both looked at Zhu Gang with somewhat odd eyes. I said to myself that this fat man is too sinister. 2 hours later, the first competition elimination match ended, leaving only 200 people left. The wooden box flickers and begins to pick the second engagement opponent. Xiao Fan, Li Dong. Chapter 90, Poor Li Dong. Xiao Fan, Li Dong. The voice came out and Xiao Fan froze, not expecting that his next opponent would be Li Dong. Li Dong heart thumped. Let him fight Xiao Fan? He hadn't fought when his opponent was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, and now that his opponent had reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, what else was he going to fight for? Xiao Fan looked towards Li Dong and smiled at the corner of his mouth as he leapt up and jumped into the ring. It would be good to teach Liden a lesson here and there. Li Dong's face was blue. He wanted to refuse not to go on stage. However, he was a genius of the Li family, and he also had the strength of the top 10 in this selection of disciples. If you avoid a fight and just surrender, then he'd be disgraced by his Li family. In the end, Li Dong clenched his teeth and rushed into the ring as well, but he had already made up his mind in his mind that if he was not an opponent, he would immediately surrender. All around the stage, seeing that it was Xiao Fan and Li Dong exchanging blows, it caused a lot of heated discussions. Look, it's Li Dong and Xiao Fan. Before, in the 9th small courtyard, Li Dong was beaten up by Xiao Fan. Yes, I saw it too, when Li Dong was beaten like a dead dog. Holy, is this a predestined showdown? Hearing the words of these people, Li Dong's face turned a shade of white and a shade of red. How could he be Xiao Fan's opponent? Finally, he clenched his teeth fiercely and spoke to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, I am a member of the Li family. My second brother Li Qishui's cultivation is at the Tong Tian realm, and he is an inner disciple of the extreme immortal sect. Xiao Fan froze and said suspiciously, what do you mean by that? He couldn't figure out if Li Dong thought that he would scare him by announcing himself. I'd say save me some face later. Don't hit too hard. Li Dong's voice was small, as if it was squeezed out of the crack of his throat, and no one could hear it except for Xiao Fan around. Xiao Fan froze. He never dreamed that Li Dong would say such words. Let yourself be merciful? Go easy on the hands. Xiao Fan laughed coldly and looked at Li Dong with the gaze of an idiot. With your words, I'll leave you alive. What? Li Dong felt that he had even stooped low enough, reporting the name of the Li family and his second brother, just to make the other party go easy on him. Instead, Xiao Fan on the opposite side said something about leaving him alive. However, before he, Li Dong, could continue to open his mouth to say anything, Xiao Fan's figure had already flashed to his near front. Both of them were at the same realm, both at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, but Li Dong and Xiao Fan's strength was far different. Before Li Dong could prepare, his abdomen was instantly struck by Xiao Fan with 2 punches, and immediately he spat out blood from his mouth. His face flushed red, completely defenseless. Xiao Fan is still going to make a move. Li Dong also reacted at this time, hurriedly raised his arm to resist. However, when his small arm and Xiao Fan's fist collided together, he heard a gabba sound. The small arm in front of his body was directly broken by Xiao Fan. Li Dong sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Intense pain as well as intense fear surged to his heart. Cold sweat instantly spread all over his body. I vote for. Li Dong intended to open his mouth and admit defeat. Jokingly, now that the two were not in the same realm, what else would he fight for? If the fight continued, he suspected that Xiao Fan could dismantle him. However, before he could say the last word, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a cold aura and his right hand swiftly greeted Li Dong with a slap on his face. Pop! Li Dong was blinded by the slap, and 2 of his back teeth were slapped out of his mouth. What I want to say is hard to say. However, this slap was only just the beginning, and in less than half a breath, Li Dong felt another slap on the other side of his face with the same huge force. 2 more teeth flew out of the other half of the face. Li Dong at this time the heart is full of regret. Early to know this result, he messed with this bogeyman to do what? He was now desperately trying to scream surrender and admit defeat. However, Xiao Fan did not give him this chance at all, and every time Li Dong was just about to open his mouth, Xiao Fan would either slap him over or smash his fists over. The target is still all over Li Dong's mouth. At this time Li Dong's mouth is bloody. Only one incisor is still. All the other teeth were knocked out by Xiao Fan. Hiss, hiss. The sounds of cold breaths being sucked in around them were constant, and everyone was paying attention to this battle. After all, Xiao Fan and Li Dong were both powerful, not to mention that they had old grudges against each other. Originally, they all thought that even if Li Dong was not Xiao Fan's opponent, he could at least support him for a moment. But who would have thought it would be such a situation? Li Dong is simply being abused. I swear, from now on I'd rather die than mess with this bogeyman. In the crowd, a heavenly pride who participated in the selection opened his mouth. And that statement speaks for everyone. The outer disciples wearing blue robes also sucked in cold air when they saw the match between the two. They had never seen such a ferocious new entry disciple before. The hand is ruthless, not to mention. Here is the patriarch and a group of outer sect elders in awe. As for Patriarch Su Yongyan, as well as He Yutong, Jiang Yushan, Shi Ji and others, each of their faces were also quite odd. At this moment, Li Dong's entire body was almost unconscious. He couldn't even stand steadily. He wanted to fall to the ground and admit defeat, but Xiao Fan simply didn't give him this opportunity. One hand grabbed Li Dong's neck, and the other hand viciously smacked Li Dong's face. The latter screamed miserably. Moments later, the exchange continued, only that Li Dong was the one who had been passively beaten. Ahem, will this doll hit a little too hard? Su Yongyan coughed dryly as he gazed at He Yutong. He Yutong nodded. It's a bit ruthless. He also thought that Xiao Fan's hand was too hard. The opposite side of Li Dong at this time, that there was still half a person. Then why don't you stop it? It was then that He Yutong realized that this was what the patriarch meant. He also thought to let him pay attention to Xiao Fan's character. After all, he had previously revealed that he wanted to take the other party as his disciple. He almost forgot that he was the one presiding over this competition. Stop. Hearing He Yutong's voice, Xiao Fan stopped and Li Dong fell to the ground like a mess. He Yutong glanced at Xiao Fan and spoke. This match, Xiao Fan wins. Then his gaze went to Li Dong, who was already unrecognizable, lying on the ground like a mess. There's some guilt in the eyes. Upon hearing the end of the contest, a person under the stage hurriedly rushed onto the ring and assisted Li Dong, who was like a dead dog. Down. This man was one of Li Dong's 4 attendants. All 4 of them also participated in the selection of outer disciples, but only one of them became an outer disciple, while the remaining 3 all became miscellaneous disciples. Xiao Fan spread his hands, although Li Dong sprayed out quite a lot of blood just now, but it didn't splash him halfway. An immaculate white robe. After getting out of the ring, everyone looked at Xiao Fan as if they were looking at a monster. Although it was known before that this person could not be easily messed with, but I can't imagine that he would hold such a grudge. Cough. The contest continues. He Yutong coughed dryly and continued to read the names of the following appearances. Chapter 91, Fighting Shan Yanghui again. The contest continues. After that, Nangong Lingxian, Chen Feixing and the others came out one after another. They were so strong in their own right that they had no power to fight against their disciples. And in the end, they chose to surrender. So much for not being in the middle of something like Xiao Fan and Li Dong just now. It wasn't long before it was also Zhugan's turn to go to the ring. This time, he didn't have the luck he had before. The opposite side was a Heaven's Pride disciple with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. The two exchanged blows for less than a moment before Zhu Gang was defeated. There wasn't much frustration on Zhu Gang's face about the result. After all, he was happy to win the first fight. 1 hour later, all the competitions in the second round ended. At this point there are over 100 people left. Outer sect Patriarch Su Yongyan looked around and smiled. There are still 106 people left. Since this is the case, I'll be the master of the house. All of you people will be rewarded with entry into the top 100. So whether or not to continue with the competition next, feel free to do as you please. Hearing Su Yongyan's words, most of the surrounding disciples showed joyful faces. Xiao Fan also secretly nodded, thinking that this white-haired old man was very good at buying people's hearts. He Yutong took a step forward. Next, the people for the third match will be drawn. Whether they participate or not is all up to their own volition. For many, there was no point in continuing when they had already been rewarded with the first 100. After all, there are a lot of people who are weak and don't think they'll get any better placements even if they continue. In the end, there were still 84 people left who were still willing to continue playing in the ranked matches. The draw continues. The usual rules apply. Those whose names are read out go up to the stage one by one to face each other. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan's name was read. I don't know if it's destiny. Xiao Fan's opponent turned out to be Shan Yanghui. Xiao Fan. Shan Yanghui. He Yutong's voice was low, causing both of them to freeze. Especially Xiao Fan. He even felt if there was an inside job in this lottery. His own last fight was against Li Dong. And this fight is against Shan Yanghui. Both have a history with him. After just thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan took a step onto the ring. His opponent was Shan Yanghui, and there was no need for him to keep his hand. After all, the other party had helped Li Dong out against himself. For whatever reason, both sides have an unfinished fight. Hearing that his opponent was Xiao Fan, Shan Yanghui's face was cold and grim. And after Xiao Fan, he also took a step to leap away and onto the ring. Previously, when Xiao Fan's strength was the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, he was barely able to suppress Xiao Fan head-on. And now that the other party had broken through, he wasn't confident if he could defeat them. However, Shan Yanghui was, after all, a teenage genius who had cultivated to the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, and his battle power was comparable to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. I really didn't expect to run into you so soon. Shan Yanghui opened his mouth first, his eyes all wary, his breath enveloping the surroundings, ready to strike at any time. Yeah, Xiao Fan smiled faintly. I also didn't expect to meet you so soon. After all, the last time you went to trouble me, there was still a victory or defeat yet to be decided between you and me. Shan Yanghui didn't open his mouth to explain anything because there was no point. A strike is a strike, and he did help Li Dong out against Xiao Fan. Then let me see how strong you are now that you've reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Shan Yanghui shouted, an even more surging aura surging out from himself, instantly reaching the peak of his strength. People all around were watching the showdown. All knew that Shan Yanghui, like Li Dong, had fought with Xiao Fan once and had a past. The difference was that Li Dong was beaten up last time. However, Shan Yanghui was neck and neck with Xiao Fan. Who's going to win this contest? It's hard to say. If Xiao Fan is still at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, then Shan Yanghui should have a better chance of winning. Though, it's okay if we lose. We just don't know if Xiao Fan will smoke Shan Yanghui like he did against Li Dong. Discussions continued. This competition had attracted the attention of almost everyone, even the crowd of elders. Su Yongnian glanced at Xiaotian, while others were unclear. He could be very clear. When drawing lots, Xiaotian's did do the trick. Xiao Fan drew Li Dong and Shan Yanghui, both of which he did on purpose. As for the intention, on one hand, he wanted to see Xiao Fan's strength, and on the other hand, he wanted to let Xiao Fan have a chance to take revenge in a righteous manner. Ah! On the ring, Shan Yanghui let out an explosive cry. His figure was like a scaly dragon. His speed was extremely fast and incomparable. However, he didn't rush towards Xiao Fan. Instead, he circled around the ring. What's this for? Someone on stage was puzzled and spoke up suspiciously. Or maybe most of the people in the room weren't sure what Shan Yanghui was trying to do by running around the ring. Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feixing also paid attention to the battle between the two. Previously, Shan Yanghui was known as the number 2 person in the selection of disciples, and the two of them had always treated Shan Yanghui as an imaginary enemy. And with Xiao Fan's sudden appearance, they had one more imaginary enemy, and it was rated higher and more dangerous in their hearts than Shan Yanghui. Is it trying to sneak up on me? Xiao Fan looked at Shan Yanghui, who was circling around, and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. I advise you to put that idea to rest. However, Xiao Fan's words did not make Shan Yanghui stop. A few breaths later, Shan Yanghui instantly projected 5 flying daggers as he quickly ran. Separately, they come from different directions. Because it was so fast, it shot out at the same time almost instantly. These flying daggers were extremely fast. The sound of breaking air came, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived close to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan laughed coldly, tapped his storage bag, and the coiled dragon gun appeared in his hand, and without any haste, he knocked these 5 flying daggers to the ground. However, right at this moment, Shan Yanghui's figure disappeared, no longer running around, but fiercely accelerating to rush above Xiao Fan's head, and in his hand, he did not know when a mighty and regal long knife appeared. Die! Shan Yanghui bellowed as his long blade aimed at Xiao Fan's head and chopped down. It's a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Someone around the room opened his mouth in alarm when he recognized 7 Treasures Tsojin sword, Xian rank middle grade magic weapon. It was even a small rank higher than the coiled dragon gun. Shan Yanghui first ran around violently and wildly. On the one hand, in order to distract Xiao Fan's attention and facilitate his sudden strike, he threw out 5 flying daggers, backstabbing on the one hand, and on the other hand to distract Xiao Fan, and then strike when Xiao Fan had a break. He didn't intend to fight a protracted battle with Xiao Fan. The other party was very strong, and in a head-to-head confrontation Shan Yanghui knew that it would be difficult to win. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed coldly, and he did not turn around because it was already too late. He let go with his left hand and clenched his right in a backhanded move. In this instant, he kept pouring spiritual energy into the coiled dragon lance, and as if the lance had come to life, it let out a dragon-like roar. This stab was aimed at Shan Yanghui's heart. Asterisk. Shan Yanghui cursed in a low voice and gave up the idea of chopping Xiao Fan, drawing his sword and dodging. The lance stabbed farther than the knife attack, and before his knife landed on Xiao Fan's head, his heart would be pierced by the other party first. In just an instant, Xiao Fan cracked his opponent's attack, and in the simplest and most direct way possible. Chapter 92, The 3 Strongest, versus Chen Feixing. Although the exchange of hands was only for a split second, everyone in the vicinity had their hearts pounding. Hiss, hiss, cold breaths abounded. This Shan Yanghui grasps the timing very well and strikes hard, although he is only at the 8th level of Qi transformation. However, he is afraid that the 9th level of the general Qi transformation realm is not his opponent. Chao Mu, the elder of the withered refining lineage, spoke indifferently. He had a high opinion of Shan Yanghui. Oh, then wouldn't Xiaofan on the opposite side be very powerful? Just the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. This Shan Yanghui wouldn't dare to touch him hard. Sure, Ji, a delicate woman from the formation vein, covered her mouth and smiled. Chao Mu didn't open his mouth to refute anything because what the other party said was the truth. Both of them are good. But unfortunately, this Xiaofan is clearly better in terms of talent. Patriarch Su Yongnian laughed as he spoke highly of Xiaofan. Shan Yanghui could challenge him over the level, but Xiaofan's realm was lower than his, yet he could easily battle him. Here's the proof. Jiang Yushan, who was in charge of the pill lineage, never opened his mouth, looking cold and proud as he stood with his arms folded. He Yutong was the same. He usually had such an unsmiling personality. After Xiaofan repelled Shan Yanghui, his figure did not stop and his coiled dragon gun was held tightly. This time it was his turn to take the initiative. Shan Yanghui's strength is not weak. There is the 9th level of the Qi realm, and since childhood to learn our high-level techniques, the same level in the rare enemy. However, facing Xiaofan, whose cultivation was one realm lower than his, he was not able to fight at all and could only barely defend. In Xiaofan's hands, the coiled dragon gun was like a true dragon, and the power it displayed was strong and incomparable, far exceeding the power it had previously displayed in the hands of the Su family's head. Although the rank of the coiled dragon gun was one rank lower than the opponent's long sword, the aura displayed was even more ferocious. Damn! Shan Yanghui's hand holding the long sword was trembling. His face was blue, although he had judged Xiaofan to be strong before the encounter. But at this moment, the other party's display of battle power had shocked him. Ridiculously strong. Where is this the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? If he said that Xiaofan was a Qi transformation realm grand circle, he would believe it. It's horrible. After a short exchange of dozens of moves, Shan Yanghui was getting more and more exhausted, with more than 10 blood marks on his body, while Xiaofan on the opposite side was completely unharmed. Doesn't look like you're that strong either. Xiaofan looked calm and struck out as he spoke. The coiled dragon gun emitted a dragon's roar as it stabbed again, hitting Shan Yanghui's right arm. Shan Yanghui's face was unsightly. He had done his best, but he was still no match for Xiaofan. I surrender. In the end, Shan Yanghui admitted defeat with a face full of unwillingness, knowing that even if he continued to exchange blows, the one who would lose in the end would definitely be him. Xiaofan put away the coiled dragon gun in his hand and did not deal with Shan Yanghui as he had abused Li Dong. One reason was because the other party was very strong and he could not manage to abuse him easily. Even if Li Dong and Shan Yanghui were both in the same realm, Li Dong was by no means a match for Shan Yanghui. The second is because the two don't have that deep of a grudge. There's no need. Shan Yanghui leaves the ring covered in bruises and the crowd sighs at the sight. Ben was the favorite for this selection, claiming to be the #1 person under Nangong Lingxian, and it ended up looking like this. Xiaofan also stepped down from the ring. This battle was nothing to him. With his current strength, his cultivation did not have the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. He did not possess any threat at all. Seeing Xiaofan get out of the ring, Xu Gang directly rushed up and spoke with a flattering smile on his face. Big brother, you're also too ruthless, defeating Shan Yanghui. This is firmly into the top 3. Zhu Gang was excited. He knew that Xiaofan was strong in battle, but he could not have imagined that he would be this strong. And even Shan Yanghui was not his opponent. Entering the top 3 that meant having their own separate cultivation cave. Xiaofan smiled and had a new assessment of his current strength. In the eyes of the many disciples, Xiaofan was a strong and very vindictive fiend. People who should never be messed with. Instead, in the eyes of the outer sect patriarch, and a few elders, they were staring at Xiaofan as if he was looking at a treasure. All of them, the elders, except for He Yutong, were seeing Xiaofan strike for the first time. Everyone was amazed by this late bloomer's performance. Challenging at a higher level was a qualification that only geniuses could possess. Yet judging from the battle power that Xiaofan had just displayed, he already possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi transformation at the very least. It was too terrifying, thus showing that Xiaofan's talent was by no means ordinary. This son is good. And at this moment, the elder who opened his mouth was actually Jiang Yushan, with a full head of black hair and a very serious expression. The few surrounding elders looked over in surprise. They had all known each other for many years, and they were well aware of how high Jiang Yushan's eyes were. There were only a handful of people he could look at in a favorable light, and those who could get a word of praise from him were as rare as a phoenix. The competition continued, one elimination after another, and in the end, less than 50 people were left. At this time, the strongest person had already been recognized, that is, Nangon Lingxian, Xiao Fan, and Chen Feixing. Even all of them had already silently made a decision in their hearts that if they bumped into these three, they could just choose to surrender directly. 3 more hours passed in a flash, and it was already evening. After layers of elimination, the top 20, top 10, and finally the top 3 were decided. Unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, they were Nangon Lingxian, Xiao Fan, and Chen Feixing. He Yutan's voice was loud and clear as he opened his mouth to the three. For the final match, the 3 of you will each face each other for 1 match, and the one who wins both matches will be the first. Game 1, Xiao Fan, Chen Feixing. Xiao Fan glanced at Chen Feixing and without hesitation directly leapt onto the ring. The rules of this final competition for first place are very clear. The one who defeats 2 people respectively is the first. As for second, it doesn't really make sense. Except for first, the rewards for second and third are the same. When Chen Feixing saw that Xiao Fan had already gotten into the ring, he didn't hesitate and jumped into the ring right after him. The two stood at opposite ends of the ring looking at each other, neither making the first move, both sizing each other up. You're very strong. And even though my realm is higher than yours, the chances of winning aren't great. A moment later, Chen Feixing spoke first, and this was the first time he spoke to Xiao Fan. I can feel it. You're strong too. Xiao Fan also opened his mouth. Chen Feixing. This person gave him a very mysterious and low-key feeling. This person's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm without anyone noticing, and although the fluctuation of spiritual energy outside of himself was average, Xiao Fan could feel that he was more dangerous than Shan Yangwei. Chen Feixing shook his head non-committally and smiled bitterly. The earth rank technique is very appealing, so I will fight with all my might. Me too. At that moment, Chen Feixing's aura changed. Before, the feeling he gave off was always a very gentle, low-presence type of person. However, at this moment, the aura on his body was unusually furious. It was almost like he had changed into a different person. Xiao Fan gazed at him. He did not dare to be careless in the face of such an opponent. The coiled dragon gun appeared in his hand. You're strong, so I'm going to use my full strength from the start. Chen Feixing's face was livid, as if he were a wild beast in a frenzy. Chapter 93 Blood Refining Technique, Earth-Grade Medium Magical Weapon. Xiao Fan frowned. Opposite Chen Feixing's state is very strange. Not only is the breath become berserk, at this time Chen Feixing appearance also has a great change. Originally white face, at this time has become flushed, forehead all over the veins, eye pupils also slightly contracted, turned scarlet red. It is? Everyone was shocked. Anyone can see that Chen Feixing's current state is very wrong. What's going on here? From the aura, how does this little guy look like a different person? Elder Shiji was puzzled. The few surrounding elders were silent. They were also curious as to what was going on with Chen Feixing in this state. Patriarch Su Yongyan's brow furrowed as he sighed somewhat. This little guy. Someone from the Chen family. I can't imagine. The Chen family? He Yuton, Shiji, and Zhang Yushan all revealed puzzled looks. But Chao Mu was the only one with a calm expression, his eyes always on Chen Feixing. Su Yongyan glanced at a few people and explained. The Chen clan had gotten someone to build an earth-ranked magic weapon many years ago, and in order to make this earth-ranked divine soldier serve the Chen clan for eternity. So in the beginning, it was used as a guide with the Chen clan's first lineage as a guide to incorporate into the magic weapon, so that it would serve the Chen clan for all eternity. What? Could it be the method of blood refining? Several people were taken aback, their gazes looking at Su Yongyan in unison. Su Yongyan nodded. The faces of several people around him changed. The method of blood refining was a very vicious means of refining weapons. There were some great clans that used extreme means in order to keep their refined magic weapons loyal for eternity, as well as to prevent outsiders from thinking about them. Using the essence blood of a large number of full-blooded clansmen to incorporate during the refining process. This blood is fed to the artifact so that it becomes familiar with the flavor of the essence blood, and from then on it can only be used by those who possess this bloodline. However, the reason why blood refining called it an outlawed way of refining weapons was because of the reason why the magic weapon swallowed essence blood at the initial formation. So later on, when the magic weapon was conceived, it needed a person of this direct bloodline to become the host of the magic weapon himself to nourish it. It was only when a magic weapon reached above the earth rank that it could be incorporated into the body, which was also the reason why the magic weapons refined by the blood refining method were all at the lowest earth rank. Raise the Dharma in a human body. Several elders glanced at the grim-faced Chen Feixing in the ring, and then turned their gazes to the calm-faced Chao Mu. They all feel that this Chao Mu nowadays lighten up out of shape. Not surprised at all. It seems that He. Xiaomu looked around at the crowd for a second before smiling bitterly. There's no need to guess. Back then, this Earth-ranked magic weapon was refined by me. Although the crowd had made some guesses just now, it was another matter to hear Xiaomu admit it in person now. The sinister part of the blood refining method, after choosing the host, this first family needs to use their own blood to constantly feed the magic weapon. Each time for the host is a great harm. So as a rule, the host doesn't live past 30. However, the host will also be nourished by the magecraft within his body, and he himself can mobilize a portion of its power, allowing his strength to increase greatly. However, the cost of using it was also extremely high, as the spells would require even more essence blood at that point. If the host does not have enough cultivation, or does not have enough essence blood to feed it, it will eventually be turned into a dry corpse and die by the backlash of the magic weapon. This is why this method is called a forbidden technique by the refiners, and it is against the heavenly harmony. Xiaomu usually spoke little, but they had both known each other for many years, and they both agreed that the other did not look like this kind of person. Xiaomu explained, "Back then, I owed the Chen family a huge favor, which is why I agreed when they requested me to refine this magic weapon in the first place. This magic weapon is the middle grade of the Earth rank. It was common sense that the stronger the magic weapon, the more terrifying the backlash." Hearing Xiaomu say that, no one opened their mouths to ask anything else, and they all focused their attention on the ring. On the ring, Xiaofan's brows were furrowed as the aura that Chen Feixing had erupted was terrifying, as if it was like a wild beast. This at least has the strength of the great circle of the Qi transformation realm. Xiaofan muttered to himself. Facing such an opponent he did not dare to be careless at all. Holding the coiled dragon gun in his hand, he looked at the opposite side vigilantly. At this time Chen Feixing's breath was still increasing. A terrifying energy fluctuation formed around him, and a bloody odor emanated from outside his body. Thick and pungent. "Xiaofan, come on!" Chen Feixing suddenly bellowed, and the blood qi floating outside his body coalesced towards his right hand, slowly transforming into the silhouette of a blood-red longsword. The disciples surrounding the onlookers were all surprised. The strength Chen Feixing showed was too terrifying. "I'll go. What exactly is this Chen Feixing's cultivation level? Is this still the Qi transformation realm? It feels like how all of them have Tong Tian realm cultivation. Horrible, terrible." Nangon Lingxian, as the strongest person of this term, at this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with gravity. So strong. She didn't expect that in the extreme immortal sex outer gate selection, there would be such a strong existence, and she herself wasn't confident that she could defeat Chen Feixing in this state. Everyone silently wiped a cold sweat for Xiaofan, the bogeyman. In fact, they are not the only ones who are surprised. Even Su Yangyan as well as He Yutong and other elders are equally surprised. In previous years, the highest cultivation level of the outer disciples who came to the extreme immortal sect was only the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, whereas this year, there was an additional Nangon Lingxian who was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. There was also Chen Feixing and Shan Yanghui who were at the 8th level, plus Xiaofan, an alternative who had crossed over to the next level. Therefore, this year's outer disciple selection was a rare one. Chen Feixing's figure catapulted out, as fast as lightning, with bright red blood qi floating outside his body. Flashing the ground he passed through with a red light. Xiaofan also met up with the pan dragon gun in his hand. He did not dare to be careless in the face of such an enemy. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two sides engaged in battle, and although the longsword in Chen Feixing's hand was transformed into a shadow, it was nevertheless as if it possessed substance. Clashing with the disc dragon gun, it didn't lose out in the slightest, and even vaguely suppressed the disc dragon gun. So strong, Xiaofan was surprised. Currently Chen Feixing's strength was the strongest among all the people he had crossed paths with. Even the Su family head was far inferior to Chen Feixing at this time. "Kill!" Chen Feixing shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot as the long sword shadow chopped down in the air. Xiaofan frowned tightly. The disc dragon gun surrounded to resist this sword in the air. Felt that his wrist was shaken a little numb. "I can't believe it's so strong." In Xiaofan's opinion, the current state of Chen Feixing was somewhat like the state of a netherworld immortal palace disciple who had taken the blood-burning pill. But it's even crazier than the blood-burning pills. Stronger too. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chen Feixing let out a sharp hiss. His face was hideous, and he attacked Xiaofan like a madman. Xiaofan clearly felt that Chen Feixing's own will was very weak at this moment, or rather from the time he became this state. His will began to be gradually suppressed by the mysterious power of the MO species. Chen Feixing was like a wild beast in a frenzy, holding a blood-red shadow longsword, not knowing how to retreat or dodge at all, and attacking desperately all the time. It wasn't even thinking. It was completely following the instinct to fight. Chapter 94, War of Attrition. This battle can be said to be the most intense bout in the ring area in so many days. Xiaofan's dreadfulness was obvious to all. the bogeyman in the mouths of the people. As for Chen Feixing, he is very low profile on weekdays, and only knows that he has a very high cultivation level, but he cannot imagine that he will be so strong. Even Xiao Fan, the bogeyman in their eyes at this time, could only barely resist. Chen Shi under the ring had an ugly face. Another task he had when he came here was to keep an eye on Chen Feixing, and if there was any abnormality in his body, immediately report it back to the Chen family. Kill. Chen Feixing was like a wild beast, and his void long sword had already cut several bloody marks on Xiao Fan's body. Seemingly smelling the smell of blood on Xiao Fan's body, Chen Feixing's face became even more hideous, completely different from a wild beast. All you know is killing? Xiao Fan stared. The coiled dragon gun could only barely resist the void shadow long sword. According to Xiao Fan's speculation, Chen Feixing must have utilized some sort of secret method to forcefully raise his strength. Otherwise it couldn't have been in such a state. This state of affairs will never last. Fighting a protracted war. A smile gradually appeared on Xiao Fan's stony face. I have never been afraid yet. Although Xiao Fan was smiling. However, this smile made those who saw it feel very frightening. This Xiao Fan isn't crazy. How can he still laugh at a time like this? I think it's possible that he's crazy. That Chen Feixing on the opposite side is too strong. He might have been given a fright. No way. This Xiao Fan is a fatalist. He'll be scared? From the beginning to the end of this bout, the chatter never stopped. Zhu Gang's face was also very ugly in the crowd. Before he was very confident in Xiao Fan's strength, but when he saw Chen Feixing's state at this moment, he couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Xiao Fan. Patriarch Su Yongyan and the four elders didn't open their mouths to anyone. Their attention above the ring. They could tell that Xiao Fan was in a poor state at this time, and was only barely able to resist against Chen Feixing who was in such a state. However, Chen Feixing's state is equally bad, although it cannot be seen on the surface, but with the cultivation of a few of them can see that Chen Feixing's body's essence blood is burning dramatically. When there was a lack of essence and blood, Chen Feixing would fall from this state. In a flash, half a quarter of an hour passed. The white robe on Xiao Fan's body had long been torn and tattered, and the tiger's mouth that held the coiled dragon lance had been torn, with blood dripping down the edge of his palm to the ground continuously. On the other hand, Chen Feixing, although his body surface had suffered some injuries, but they were not serious, and his face looked even more hideous compared to before. Kill. From the time of the battle until now, Chen Feixing had not said anything else, his mouth constantly spitting out the word kill. It's totally about pursuing the instinct to kill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Fan cursed as he carried his pan-dragon gun and engaged Chen Feixing once again. He didn't use the two killing moves, the throat-shattering lock and the hexagonal chop. One was because the exertion was too great, and if he got it wrong and ran out of spiritual energy, he would be the one to lose against such a bizarre Chen Feixing. On the other hand was that the two were only competing, not in a life and death battle, and he didn't want to slip up and kill the other. Bang! 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 The longsword shadow in Chen Feixing's hand chopped several cracks out of even the body of the coiled dragon gun. This scene caused all those who saw it to suck in cold air. The coiled dragon gun was a Xian-ranked magic weapon, and it was surprising that it would be cut with cracks. It was important to realize that Chen Feixing did not have a magic weapon in his hands, but rather, he relied on his blood chi to condense a virtual shadow only. The battle between these two caused a sense of powerlessness to arise in the onlooker disciples. They were the same age? How could the difference be so big? Kill. Chen Feixing charged up once again, his scarlet eyes filled with nothing but killing, his head thinking all about how to tear this person across the street apart. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and gripped the coiled dragon gun tighter with both hands. Facing Chen Feixing in this state, the method of exchanging injuries for injuries and fighting for one's life was simply useless, because the other side is out of their minds. Not even thinking, trading wounds with someone like that? That's a death wish. Each of the four elders under the stage as well as Patriarch Su Yongyan looked grave, shocked by the strength of these two newly initiated disciples. This Xiao Fan is not simple. It's only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, but it's so strong. The one who opened his mouth was Zhang Yushan, who always had a high eye level, and he had evaluated Xiao Fan once before. However, it was the first time that the few surrounding elders had heard someone who could be praised by Zhang Yushan in such a tone. Is not simple. If it drags on, the one who loses must be Chen Feixing. Pity. Shiji shook her head and smiled bitterly. Both of these two people have consumed too much in this competition. No matter who wins. Facing Nangon Lingxian, it is estimated that they don't have much of a chance of winning. No one is arguing against it, because it's true. In fact, Chen Feixing himself could not have imagined that Xiao Fan would be so strong and be able to last for so long in his state. His initial thought was to use his strongest state to defeat Xiao Fan, then conserve his spirit power and then use that state to take on Nangon Lingxian. But he had misjudged Xiao Fan's strength, and Xiao Fan was just as surprised. At the same time, the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, and Chen Feixing is way stronger than Shan Yanghui. He Yutong's face is ugly. Nothing was said. Su Yongnian glanced at him, sighed, and didn't say anything. Only he knows for sure that He Yutong cheated again. Let Xiao Fan be the first to appear against Chen Feixing. Regarding He Yutong's selfishness, Su Yongnian knew very well that he just wanted to see how strong Xiao Fan really was. He crushed Li Dong, who was of the same rank, and defeated Shan Yanghui, who was one realm above him. So he wanted to see how Xiao Fan would behave when he fought both Chen Feixing and Nangong Lingxian. As it turned out, even He Yutong himself could not have imagined that Chen Feixing would be so ruthless when playing with his life. It was amazing how someone who was usually too low-key and had no presence at all could be so ruthless. If Xiao Fan in the ring knew about this, he didn't know what his mood would be. At this moment, he felt his internal organs rolling over. Chen Feixing was too strong, always at his peak, and as he was fighting non-stop, his spiritual energy was consumed drastically. He also didn't have time to enter the Star Dipper diagram to replenish it, so he could only tough it out. This protracted battle continues non-stop. After another nearly half a quarter of an hour, the blood mist outside Chen Feixing's body gradually became thinner, and his attacks began to be less harsh. His pupils gradually grew larger and began to return little by little to their original appearance. It's over. Under the ring, Su Yongnian sighed. A few of the surrounding elders did the same. Chen Feixing had reached his limit. In the ring, Xiao Fan naturally noticed all of this. At this time, he was covered in blood and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Chen Feixing figure still wants to continue fighting, but the figure stops in place. The silhouette of the long sword in his hand dissipated, and the bright red berserk aura around him dissipated. Is it over? Xiao Fan muttered. His opposite Chen Feixing bang a moment, kneeling on the ground. The face of the flush is also dissipated into the initial white appearance, but at this time there is no half-blood. The pupils are collapsed, like a dead body. Chapter 95, 3rd Grade Pill. Final Battle. Anyone could see that the fight was over. The final victor was Xiao Fan. He Yutong's figure was like a stream of light, and he reached the center of the ring in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Xiao Fan, who was covered in blood, and then skimmed over Chen Feixing, who was as if he was a dead body. Finally, it was announced. First match, Xiao Fan wins. The onlooker disciples were surprised that Xiao Fan would win, and the battle was just a little too grueling. When Chen Shi heard that the contest was over, he hurriedly rushed up to check on Chen Feixing's status. If something happened to Chen Feixing, he wouldn't have to live. Su Yongnian gaze skimmed to Zhang Yushan, smilingly said, "This Chen Feixing is estimated to be not dead but also without half a life. Hey, heaven envies the talented." Zhang Yushan was uncomfortable by his look and threw out a bottle of elixir from his arms with a disgusted look on his face. It's still good to know how to make pills. Su Yongnian smiled and was just about to flash to the ring. Slow. At this time, Zhang Yushan spoke again, then took out another bottle of pills from his arms and threw it to Su Yongnian. "This bottle is for Xiao Fan." Su Yongnian glanced at him in surprise before nodding his head and appearing in the ring as a stream of light. He threw the first jade bottle to Chen Shi. "Give it to him." "Thank you, Sovereign." Chen Shi took the jade bottle and without asking what kind of elixir it was, he hurriedly took out the elixir inside and fed it to Chen Feixing to take. After taking the elixir, Chen Feixing's face gradually gained a hint of blood color, and he could hazily flutter his eyelids a few times. Seeing that Chen Feixing was fine, Su Yongnian threw another bottle of pills to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan froze after catching the elixir. "I didn't realize that even he had it." Su Yongnian smiled. "It's from Elder Jiang. Take it." "Elder Jiang? I don't need to think about it to know that it must be Zhang Yushan." Xiao Fan froze. Then his gaze looked towards the stage. At this moment, Zhang Yushan was expressionless with a serious look on his face. Noticing Xiao Fan's gaze towards himself, Zhang Yushan nodded slightly in greeting. Although Xiao Fan did not know why Zhang Yushan had given him the elixir, he nevertheless clasped his fist in the air and bowed. Opening the jade bottle, which contained 3 black pills, Xiao Fan opened his mouth and swallowed one. He could feel the elixir entering his body along his throat, like a warm current entering, and dissipating right after it reached his stomach, which quickly traveled throughout his body. It made him feel warm and very comfortable all over. Is this a high-grade elixir? Xiao Fan was taken aback. In just a few moments he felt that his body's spiritual energy had recovered by a small amount. Originally, he was still planning to enter the Star Dipper diagram to seize the time to take spiritual herbs and medicines. Look at it this way, there's no rush for a while. He Yutong had been beside him and glanced at the pill Xiao Fan had just swallowed. His eyes flashed with surprise. 3rd grade elixir. Returning pills. The fact that the grade could reach the 3rd grade was enough to prove that the elixir was extraordinary. He Yutong's eyes gradually became odd as he glanced at Su Yongnian. The latter was also very surprised that the pill he had just given Chen Feixing was a 2nd grade pill. However, He didn't expect that the vial that this Jiang Yushan fellow had asked him to give to Xiao Fan was actually a third-grade elixir. And seeing as Xiao Fan only took one, he put the jade bottle away. This proves that the other side still has how did this old man give up so much? Could it be? Patriarch Su Yangyan's eyes lit up as he had a bold guess. Jiang Yushan also liked Xiao Fan and wanted to take him under his tutelage. If this is really the case, it will be interesting. Su Yangyan looked at He Yutang with a smirk on his face and didn't say anything. This left He Yutang speechless. After looking around, He Yutang spoke. 1 hour later, the second match will begin. Xiao Fan vs Nangon Lingxian. A boisterous discussion resounded all around. Nangon Lingxian, the recognized number 1 in this selection contest, with a strength of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Xiao Fan, the fatal star in the mouths of all people, is incredibly ruthless, and he was extremely vindictive. Have you guys noticed that none of the people who fought Xiao Fan seemed to be able to get off the stage properly? Suddenly someone in the crowd whispered, although his voice was very small, but those present were all Qi transformation realm cultivators with hearing that far exceeded that of normal people, and his voice was heard by most of them. This quote certainly resonated with everyone. It seemed that none of Xiao Fan's opponents were still well. Chen Feixing's face gradually gained blood color. Chen Shi assisted him to get off the stage and leave. However, regarding Xiao Fan's strength, he was again convinced that the other party was strong. Very strong. Even if he used the power of the sealed magic weapon inside his body, he was no match. A few moments after taking the rejuvenation pill, Xiao Fan exhaled. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding and his spiritual energy had recovered a lot. He dodged out of the ring, intending to find a quiet corner to enter the stardust. Nangon Lingxian always frowned and remained silent because whether it was Xiao Fan or Chen Feixing, both of them were very strong. Regardless of who was at the top of their game, she wasn't confident that she would win for sure. Although the next bout was very favorable to her, she wasn't happy about it though. Can't fight these two at full strength. Nangon Lingxuan's eyes flashed with despair. Chen Feixing, needless to say, was now physically overdrawn, and would need at least a few months of conditioning to recover. And Xiao Fan was all injured. After such a violent battle, how much qi could he recover in an hour? For winning just like that, Nangon Lingxian had very complicated feelings. After getting out of the ring, Xiao Fan went to a secluded corner alone, and Xu Gang followed him in stride, asking how Xiao Fan's injuries were. I need to get some shut-eye, so keep an eye on the perimeter for me. Xiao Fan instructed Xu Gang and then closed his eyes as his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram. After the last test, he was able to ascertain that even if he entered the Star Dipper diagram, outsiders wouldn't be able to detect any difference in him. Entering the Star Dough diagram, Xiao Fan took a large mouthful of spirit medicine without saying a word. These spirit medicines began to slowly nourish his body, allowing his injuries to begin to gradually recover. It's true, even if a spiritual medicine is more precious, it's not as fast-acting as taking an elixir. Xiao Fan muttered. He had taken pills a few times before, but none of them had such a strong contrast as this one. The elixir that Jiang Yushan had given him just now, although he didn't know the grade, but whether it was the recovery effect or the medicinal power, it was much stronger than simply nibbling on an elixir. It seems like we'll have to get on good terms with Jiang Yushan in the future, Xiao Fan muttered. For one convenience, he was the one who did have an interest in the alchemy course. The other side of the coin was that he still had to refine the heaven mending pill, and he believed that with Jiang Yushan's attainments in refining pills, he must have already reached the 3rd grade of Dan Master. However, he did not intend to seek help from others. He wanted to refine the heaven mending pill himself. Time passed and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan also slowly opened his eyes. The breath on his body was smooth and his spiritual energy had recovered 90%. The injuries on the surface of his body had all stopped bleeding and he could fight. Nangon Lingxian was already standing in the ring, her expression cold as she waited for Xiao Fan to enter the ring. Chapter 96. Xiao Fan got up and jumped onto the ring in one jump, opposite Nangon Lingxuan's icy cold pretty face without any expression. He Yutang also arrived at the ring with a flash of his figure, and after glancing at Nangon Lingxian, he placed his gaze on Xiao Fan. He Yutang let out a light eek. Feeling a little surprised, he could feel that Xiao Fan's blood qi was vigorous at this time, and the injuries on his body had already recovered to a certain extent. Originally, he had felt a bit guilty. After all, it was because he had messed up that Xiao Fan was the first to appear against Chen Feixing. Otherwise, with a normal draw, Xiao Fan would have a high possibility of becoming number 1. But looking at it this way, it seems that the little bit of guilt in your own heart, no more. Scene 3, start. As He Yutang's words fell, his entire body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the ring, flying to the side of Su Yangyan and the others on the stage. Xiao Fan spat out a breath and looked at the woman in front of him whose face was as cold as winter. but whose appearance was absolutely beautiful. Opposite her, Nandong Lingxuan's face was very calm as she looked at the wounds on Xiaofan's body and frowned slightly. You're badly injured. It's unfair to just beat you like that. I'll only use 50% of my strength to compete with you. Her voice was cold, but unusually melodious. Xiaofan was stunned. It was unexpected that this cold woman would say this the first time she spoke to herself. To water yourself down? Xiaofan coughed dryly before speaking. No need. The injuries on my body are fine. Just play normally. He was beginning to wonder a bit if the woman wasn't quite right in the head. The battle between the two of them was basically a fight for first place. Although all three of them already had a cave, the first could still have the reward of choosing an earth-rank technique. Have to say, for Nandong Lingxuan's brain circuit, Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. That's what you said yourself. Lecture. Suffer. A silver-white longsword appeared in Nandong Lingxuan's hand. Its light flickering, and one could tell at a glance that it was not a mortal object. Succubus? Xiaofan froze, completely baffled. This was the first time he spoke to Nandong Lingxian. How did he become a lecher? And by the looks of this woman, is she here to fight him? Xiaofan did not have any carelessness as the coiled dragon gun appeared in his hand and resisted Nandong Lingxuan's sword. Bang! Nandong Lingxian frowned as she continued to swing the long sword in her hand after the sword fell short. Her swordsmanship was very skillful and fast, and the sound of hissing and hissing could be heard in the air with every stroke of the sword. However, all of her attacks were also parried by Xiaofan. Are you really okay with your injuries? After exchanging more than 10 moves, Nandong Lingxian coldly asked. The opponent's movements were flexible. His breath was not in the least bit unruly, and the force of each strike was so strong that he didn't feel injured at all. Didn't I just say my injury was fine? Xiaofan was speechless. He had clearly said it just now. Liar. Looking for death. A rare expression of anger surfaced on Nandong Lingxuan's face, and the force of the long sword in her hand increased by 3 points. Xiaofan was practically furious. He had just said that his injuries were fine. How is that making him a liar again? And what's the deal with the succubus? Anger surfaced on Nandong Lingxuan's cold and clear face as her long sword continued to swing, each strike attacking Xiaofan's vitals. In her mind, Xiaofan had stared at her unseeingly during the Bone Age test, and had been labeled as a lecher by the other party from that moment on. And this time when the two of them fought, Nandong Lingxian was all ready to not use her full strength and fight a fair battle. Turns out the other guy didn't give a. The more Nandong Lingxian thought about it, the angrier she became, and her offense became more and more violent. Xiaofan was also shocked. He knew that this woman was a ruthless character, but he didn't expect that she would be so ruthless. The strength of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm exploded. Nandong Lingxian was already a genius among geniuses, and it was even less of a challenge to cross the level. She definitely had the strength of a Qi transformation realm Grand Circle, and an ordinary Qi transformation realm Grand Circle would not be her opponent. So mean. Xiaofan felt the power coming from his opponent's long sword, which was only one step weaker than Chen Feixing just now. And the other team is still just attacking in their normal state at the moment. It seemed that the other party wasn't talking big when they said that they only used 50% of their strength just now. Xiaofan was certain at this moment that Nandong Lingxian had indeed let her hands go in the beginning of the exchange. Below the stage, Patriarch Su Yongyan and a group of elders watched the match with great interest. Unlike the last game, it wasn't as grueling a fight, but instead was very watchable. On the one hand, it was because of Nandong Lingxuan's stunningly beautiful looks, coupled with her posture with the sword. Every move was beautiful and moving, and although Xiaofan looked pathetic on his body, his white robe had become tattered red, but in reality, there was no big deal. Who do you think is gonna win this one? Su Yongyan laughed, his gaze looking towards the 4 elders to hear their opinions. I'm not sure who will win, but the injuries on Xiaofan's body are healing really fast. Brother Jiang, this elixir of yours is really effective. Shiji covered her mouth and smiled. Everyone else also turned their gazes to Jiang Yushan. The injuries on Xiaofan's body healed too quickly. Even if he was amazingly talented, he couldn't have gotten better so quickly. The only explanation was the reason for eating Kong Yushan's elixir. Jiang Yushan puffed out his chest and raised his head with a haughty expression, not opening his mouth to explain anything. Alchemists should have this kind of haughty attitude. In fact, he was also a bit puzzled in his own heart. What he had given was clearly just a 3rd grade returning to Origin Dan, although it had a miraculous effect on spiritual energy and injuries, but it was also impossible to fully recover in an hour. But naturally he won't talk about this kind of thing. He Yutong skimmed Jiang Yushan and glanced at the smiling Su Yongyan. Does this old man also fancy Xiaofan? A sense of crisis arose in He Yutong's heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. There was no bombastic, swashbuckling exchange between these two. Nandong Lingxian was a woman and didn't like to fight in a rude manner. All of her attacks had the force in the right place. It seemed to be of average power, but that was all due to the breath being restrained. Xiao Fan felt it the most truly, although the aura looked flat. However, the force of each strike of this woman was very strong. Moreover, the other party's sword skill attainment was particularly deep, coupled with the extremely fast speed, making the lance in his hand not be able to exert any advantage at all, and could only barely resist it. What an underestimate of him! Xiao Fan felt very stifled by the fight, with a feeling of having no place to use his power. Using a lance has no advantage at all once you get close. In particular, the long sword in Nangon Lingxuan's hand wasn't a mortal product either. The grade was at the very least above the middle Xian rank. Pan Long gun just now in Chen Fei Xing battle on the body of the gun on the body has been damaged in many places. At this time in Nangon Lingxian fight for a few moments, the body of the gun and more a number of cut marks. Nangon Lingxian is too strong, worthy of being the number one. This siren is bad enough. It looks like he can't beat Fairy Nangon. It can't be said that way. After all, the last battle Xiao Fan fought so gruesomely, there are still injuries on his body. No, you guys, look, how did that Xiao Fan put his lance away? All around the heated discussion. But at this time the focus of their discussion Xiao Fan, but the disc dragon gun into the storage bag. Instead, he had a long sword in his hand. Chapter 97 Weird Green Flame. What? Xiao Fan is actually planning to use a sword as well? This is also a Xian-ranked magic weapon? Holy, this Xiao Fan actually has two Xian-ranked magic weapons? Seeing Xiao Fan take out a Xian-ranked magic weapon long sword in his hand, the surrounding heated voices resounded again. They could not have imagined that Xiao Fan would also use a sword. What was even more detestable was that he would have two Xian-ranked magic weapons. Are Xian-ranked magic weapons so worthless? And isn't he a son-in-law? Where did he get so many Xian-ranked magic weapons? Ha! This sword. Elder Chaomu frowned as he scrutinized the long sword in Xiao Fan's hand. What happened to the sword? Su Yongnian asked. The remaining few people also looked towards Chaomu. Even Jian Yushan. After all, Chaomu was the expert when it came to refining weapons. This sword should be a magic weapon refined by the Netherworld Immortal Palace. How could it be in his hands? Chaomu opened his mouth to explain. He had a sharp eye and recognized the longsword's origin at a glance. A sword from the misty Immortal Palace? The few people around them were also stunned. They did not doubt Xiaomu's words. It was impossible for the other party to misread this small matter. But how could Xiao Fan have a misty Immortal Palace's magic weapon on him? This whole thing makes it a little suspicious. Could this Xiao Fan be someone who escaped from the Netherworld Immortal Palace's side? Or a spy sent over from there? Shiji coldly spoke. From her tone, it could be heard that she didn't have any favorable feelings towards the Netherworld Immortal Palace. No. Patriarch Su Yongnian directly dismissed this speculation and spoke. If it's someone sent by the Netherworld Immortal Palace, how could they not even do this minimal bit of hiding? Hearing this, no one opened their mouths to refute anything. A moment later, Su Yongnian spoke again. Forget it, I've already sent people to investigate this Xiao Fan's background before, so I guess it won't take long for the people to come back. And, instead of us speculating about all this, why don't we just wait until he's done with the competition and ask him ourselves? The ring. Nangon Lingxuan's pretty face was even more furious than before as she once again spoke coldly. How dare you insult me? Xiao Fan was baffled. This time he was completely baffled. Wait, you said I insulted you. What did I insult you for? Tell me clearly this time. Succubus he hasn't figured out yet. So much for being a liar. But what was the point of insulting her? He didn't do anything. Just took out a sword. How is it an insult to her? You're still insulting me by using a sword in front of me? Nangon Lingxuan's face was ugly as she coldly said, Denizen, suffer death. As soon as the words fell, she once again charged forward with her longsword in hand. Xiao Fan wanted to jump into the sea at this moment. What did he do? The disc dragon gun is not good. He just changed a sword. How is that an insult? If you weren't too strong, how did you force yourself to use the sword again? Isn't it still too much of a disadvantage to use a gun? Nope. Even if I use my sword it doesn't seem to bother you, does it? Xiao Fan thought about all of this and coldly opened his mouth to mock. Are you not allowed to allow others to use swords as well besides you? You. Nangon Lingxian was choked by Xiao Fan's words. She was arrogant in nature. Her looks were stunning and her icy cold personality would always invariably create a sense of oppression and awe. Such a fairy-like being has always been revered by men. Has she ever been ridiculed by a man who opened his mouth like that? Damn you! Nangon Lingxuan's icy cold pretty face was almost black at this moment. She brought up the long sword in her hand, recited the spell under her breath, and shouted, By Ling sword, burn! A green-colored spectral fire emanated from outside the long sword in her hand, and in an instant, the proper long sword was enveloped in green flames, becoming a sword of fire. What? Xiao Fan's brows furrowed as he sensed an intense danger from this green-colored ghostly fire. What? What kind of trick is this? The magic weapon will even catch fire. This Nangong fairy is worthy of being recognized as the strongest this year. Why is this flame green? The onlooker disciples were surprised. Their cultivation level was less than the Tong Tian realm, even if they could use spells to attack. However, their power was generally ordinary. That was why most Qi transformation realms chose either a magic weapon or a physical body to attack. However, Nangong Lingxian was actually able to make the magic weapon emit a green-colored flame. Su Yongyan sighed. This little girl isn't simple. I can't imagine that she's already learned the first level of the Nangong family's ancestral technique so quickly. Could this be the Nangong clan's secret technique? Shiji opened her mouth to inquire. Not bad. This is, but it's just a beginner. Not even close. But to be able to use it at the Qi transformation realm, this girl doll is not simple. Su Yongyan's evaluation of Nangong Lingxian was also very high, and the Nangong family's ancestral technique was something that he had naturally seen with his experience. The Gong method was incomparably powerful, but to be able to use it at the Qi transformation realm would reflect Nangong Lingxian's extraordinary natural talent. Denizen. Die. Chapter 98, Cutting Yourself. Nangong Lingxian waved the longsword in her hand, and the green flames fluttered with it, beautifully moving. Xiaofan speechless. And where did this denizen name of his own come from? 1 minute he's a lecher. 1 minute he's a liar. 1 minute he's a denizen. Bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows once again. The longsword in Xiaofan's hand was a Xian-ranked magic weapon from the Misty Immortal Palace, although it was also of lower grade. It was however a bit stronger than the coiled dragon gun. However, at this time, when facing the long sword in Nangong Lingxian's hand, he clearly felt very overwhelmed, especially the green flames on the other party's long sword, which he realized only after getting closer, had no temperature. On the contrary, the green flames fluttered from which a cold and icy feeling was emitted. Ice-cold flames. Xiaofan had never seen anything so bizarre before. The flames would actually feel cold, and every time the green flame touches the long sword in his hand, there will be a cold and piercing feeling coming from the other side of the long sword. Or maybe it's coming from cyanide. His wrist holding the long sword felt like it was in the middle of an icy, bone-chilling cold. This Qingyan. Xiaofan frowned as he fought, recalling the battle with Morongfu and the fight for the spirit stone vein. The opponent had a trick that could slow down the body's movements by freezing the soul. However, unlike this green flame, Morongfu's gong method targeted the divine soul and did not substantially harm it. On the other hand, the green flames on Nangong Lingxian's long sword were like substance. This bone-chilling cold sensation coming from the palm of your hand is definitely real. What the hell is going on here? Xiaofan was a little puzzled. Denizens, go to hell. The aura on Nangong Lingxian's body was a bit disorganized, and mobilizing Qingyan was also very consuming for her. Xiaofan managed to resist, but his movements had also become much slower, and the wrist holding the long sword was already numb, even on the verge of losing consciousness. Whoosh! Nangong Lingxian slashed her sword and stabbed Xiaofan's left arm. There was no imagined appearance of blood marks, and after being scratched by the green flames on the longsword, Xiaofan's left arm did not react in any way other than his clothes being scratched. Not even a little blood spilled. However, at this moment, Xiaofan's face turned blue as his figure retreated at great speed. Only he knows that he can no longer move his left arm. It's not quite apt to say immobilized, it's accurately described as frozen. Damn! Xiaofan let out a low curse and glanced at the wound on his left arm. A green flame was burning. There was no blood in the wound, but this burning green flames emitted a piercing coldness that swiftly traveled throughout his body. Not from the divine soul, but from the flesh. A real cold. This Nangong family's secret technique is truly extraordinary. The several elders under the stage looked really good and all gave this evaluation. They could see Xiaofan's current state very clearly. His left arm was slashed by Qingyan, and the blood qi on his body was instantly greatly reduced. What great is this secret technique of the Nangong family? The one who opened his mouth to inquire was Xiaotian, whose personality also belonged to the category of people who were condescending and spoke little, and would rarely open his mouth to inquire. Su Yongyan smiled bitterly as he shook his head. I don't know. It is said that there is no grade. It is just a secret technique. But this technique is not simple. Xiaotian wasn't asking, and the other elders didn't say anything either. This bizarre attack was chilling. The disciples watching the battle didn't notice anything. Unlike them, when both sides engage, unless they have crushing strength, they are inevitably injured. And if you become an opponent with someone who has mastered this kind of green flame, that means that when you are injured, your whole body will be frozen and pierced as if you were poisoned, and your battle power will be greatly reduced. This is horrible. Although several of them were above the Xiandan realm, even if their physical bodies were destroyed, as long as their Jindan was still there, they could take over and be reborn. But if they are facing an enemy of the same class, attacked by such a bizarre means, poor time if the Jindan is also destroyed. The green flame was like corrosive. lingering on Xiao Fan's left arm wound for a long time. He was afraid to touch it easily with his hands for fear that it might get on other parts of his body. And if he doesn't extinguish this green flame, his blood all over his body is like it's mixed with cold ice. With each breath, as the blood flowed throughout his body, a sharp stabbing pain came from everywhere on his body. Terrible. Very scary. Asterisk. Xiao Fan frowned. This Qing Yan was much more terrifying than Morong Fu attacking the divine soul. He hurriedly took out various items from within his storage bag, trying to extinguish the flame. However, all are useless. Clothing type touched after the green flame directly ignored. Water touched the green flame. The flame did not change, while Xiao Fan's arm is more painful. Nangong Lingxian coldly said, "Succubus, the green flame will not be extinguished. Don't you dream." The green flames were implicated with her spiritual energy. Only if she still had spiritual energy and was still instilling it into the green flames, then the green flames that she had created would not go out. Asterisk. Xiao Fan cursed in a low voice. Tried all sorts of methods. The green flames on the left arm could not be extinguished. Intense pain momentarily swam all over the body cold and incomparable. Finished. Look at this Xiao Fan is finished. Fairy Nangong is too strong. This Xiao Fan is not an opponent at all. It's no wonder. Fairy Nangong's cultivation is at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, while Xiao Fan is only at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. How can we fight? Everyone thought that Xiao Fan was bound to lose. Even Patriarch Su Yongyan and a group of elders had the same opinion. After all, the Nangong family's Qingyan is too terrifying. How should a cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm respond? They asked themselves that if they themselves were at the Qi transformation realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything if they were attacked by this kind of green flames. They think they can't do anything about it, and they likewise think Xiao Fan can't do anything about it. However, at this point in the ring, a trace of viciousness flashed within Xiao Fan's eyes as he raised his right hand high and swung his long sword to directly slash at the Qingyan on his left arm. Chapter 99, Black Giant Sword. The surrounding people all stared their eyes round. Who could not believe the scene they saw in front of them? Xiao Fan actually cut himself with a sword? Bang! A chunk of flesh stained with green flames on Xiao Fan's left arm fell to the ground. The entire left arm was cut in half. In an instant, blood spurted out of Xiao Fan's left arm. The green flames disappeared, and the coldness he felt as the blood flowed through his body disappeared. At the same time, his left arm was suffering from intense pain. He had just chopped off all the flesh and blood of half of his arm with that sword before all the flesh that was stained with the green flames was chopped off. Gulp! Gulps abound all around. Will this Xiao Fan be too ruthless? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This was everyone's common opinion of Xiao Fan. The ruthless man who could cut himself with a sword. Who isn't scared? Nangong Lingshuan's pupils also contracted violently. She never dreamed that the other party would use such a ruthless method to remove the green flames from her body. This little guy is ruthless enough. Elder Shiji gave such a comment. The few surrounding elders also strongly agreed with this statement. Tough enough indeed. Chao Mu said. If you can be so hard on yourself by comparing and cutting, this kind of person will be even more hard on others? It was also true that Xiao Fan was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to his enemies, as evidenced by what happened to Don Li. Xiao Fan's left arm spurted blood. He didn't have time to treat the wound and took out a bleeding-stopping elixir from within his storage bag and hurriedly took it. In fact, if it wasn't under the passage realm, severed limbs couldn't be reborn. Just now he thought about chopping off his entire left arm. After treating the wound, Xiao Fan exhaled and clenched his left fist. His left arm had returned to normal and could move. Succubus, suffer death. Although Nangong Lingxian was surprised, she was not someone who had never seen blood before. Using cyanitis also consumed her a lot, so she had to fight quickly. Xiao Fan exhaled. Going head-to-head with someone like Nangong Lingxian was even more dangerous than going head-to-head with the Madan Chen Feishing. This Qin Yan is too terrifying. After all, it hurts to cut yourself. Xiao Fan's figure retreated sharply, and this time, he did not intend to fight hard with Nangong Lingxian. His speed was so fast that Nangong Lingxian couldn't catch up for a moment, and the two of them chased each other around the huge ring. Xiao Fan turned back and gazed at Nangong Lingxian behind him with a staring brow, his eyes flashing a hint of ruthlessness. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear ran out, sneaking towards Nangong Lingxian with extreme speed. What? Nangong Lingxian was surprised and her figure stopped to hastily parry with her longsword. Whoosh! 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 However, at that moment, 3 more spears were projected out, aiming at Nangong Lingxian. The surrounding people did not expect that Xiao Fan would use a concealed weapon, and shouldn't concealed weapons be flying knives, flying swords, and the like? How could this be a spear for him? And when one looked closely, these projected spears were each a yellow-ranked magic weapon lance. Succubus, damn it! Nangong Lingxian cursed, thinking that this Xiao Fan was too despicable to sneak attack her. But likewise, she thought that Xiao Fan was too naive, thinking that she could defeat her by projecting a few lances. Nangon Lingxuan's figure leapt up, dodging the 3 spears that shot after her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And at this time, there are 3 more lances, shooting at Nangon Lingxian from a dead angle. Xiao Fan himself also did not know when he reached the top of Nangon Lingxuan's head and slashed down with his longsword. The angle at which Xiao Fan sneak attacked the projectile lance was very tricky. He had predicted in advance that Nangon Lingxian would definitely jump up to dodge, so the lance was aimed in advance at various dead ends in midair. Nangon Lingxuan's brows were furrowed. She was dressed in white clothes as white as snow. She hadn't been injured since the engagement. The pressure on her, however, was extreme. Using Qing Yan had consumed her greatly, and as much as 70% of her spiritual energy had been used up. She didn't attack with Qing Yan in a hot-headed manner, but because she knew that with her current strength, she simply couldn't defeat Xiao Fan without using Qing Yan. She watched the battle between Xiao Fan and Chen Feixing. There had been an estimation of the strength of Xiao Fan in his heyday, yet the hothead just now, the man who fought Chen Feixing to the death, I can't believe he would choose to sneak up on a woman? Nangon Lingxian couldn't believe it. However, she was known as the first person of this selection strong, a direct descendant of the Nangon clan, so naturally she wouldn't be defeated so simply. With a slap of her storage bag, a giant sword over a meter long appeared in her left hand. The body was black, giving a heavy, indestructible feeling. What? Xiao Fan frowned. The black giant sword was very strange. However, he had already arrived close. There was no reason to retreat. Nangon Lingxian was holding a huge sword in her left hand and a long sword in her right hand, floating in mid-air. A very bizarre sight. The moment the huge sword appeared in her left hand, she hurriedly swung it towards those 3 lances, and her other right hand was also raised horizontally in mid-air to block Xiao Fan's strike. The 3 long spears were easily blocked by the giant sword, and the blow that Xiao Fan chopped down in the air with his long sword in hand also fell short. However, after Nangon Lingxian resisted these 3 lances with her left hand, she did not stop for a moment and waved her huge sword to chop Xiao Fan in mid-air. Xiao Fan hurriedly retracted his longsword to parry this blow from the giant sword. Bang! Long sword in Xiao Fan's hand and Nangon Lingxuan's huge sword collide. An acidic numbness came from his wrist. The power of this huge black sword chopping out far exceeded that of a long sword. It was even a few points greater than the force of Chen Feixing's strike just now. However, at this moment, the long sword burning with green flames in Nangon Lingxuan's hand swung towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan frowned. In an instant he withdrew his wrist and relaxed. Using the huge force coming from the black giant sword, his body inertially retreated backwards and avoided the sword. At the same time, the extreme speed back flashes, blinking, and Nangon Lingxian pulled away a distance of several hundred meters. Chapter 100 Huge K Sword. Last sword. He breathed heavily. The exchange just now was close. The black giant sword's defense was amazing, and although the speed of the attack was slow, it was surprisingly powerful, and the weird green flames were even more of a headache. Nangon Lingxian didn't pursue. Her body's breath disordered even more, from which it could be seen that using the black giant sword had consumed her even more. Damn it, even using the giant K sword. This giant K sword was her biggest killer weapon, which she had originally kept to save her life, but she did not expect that it would be forced out by Xiao Fan in this place. In fact, from the very beginning, Nangon Lingxian had no intention of using the giant K sword. After all, using this sword consumed more than Cheng Yan. I'll go. What level magic weapon is this black sword? It feels so powerful. What a big sword. It must feel heavy. Fairy Nangon even has a killer weapon. Murmurs continued to emanate. Yet at that moment there was one more person outside the arena paying attention. He was covered in injuries and was in extremely poor condition. His face was incredibly pale, and he could barely even stand up. This person was none other than Chen Feixing. After battling with Xiao Fan, he was assisted by Chen Shi to a corner near the ring to recuperate, and had just woken up when he saw the battle between Xiao Fan and Nangon Lingxian. Both of them were very strong, and he was certain that if he didn't use the power of the earth-ranked magic weapon in his body, he would never be an opponent. The faces of the group of elders were all a little shaken one by one, and they were also very surprised by the brief exchange of blows just now. On the one hand, it was Xiao Fan, such a hard-nosed person, who would choose to sneak attack. On the other hand was the giant K sword that Nangon Lingxian had taken out. With their eyesight, they naturally all saw the extraordinary nature of this sword. What level of magic weapon is this? He Yutong opened his mouth to inquire, his gaze looking towards Chao Mu. Chao Mu said, upper Xian rank. He Yutong nodded and did not continue to inquire. In fact, he had a guess in his heart. From the might displayed by the long sword, as well as the fact that Nangon Lingxuan's spiritual energy was disorganized in an instant, It was evident that this sword had consumed a great deal. This female doll is not simple. I can't imagine that the Nangon clan would value her so highly. Patriarch Su Yongyan opened his mouth. 18 years old, 9th level genius of the Qi transformation realm, can use Qingyan, and has a Xian rank upper grade magic weapon on his body. After hearing this, all the elders didn't say anything. They could also sense that Nangon Lingxuan's status in the Nangon family seemed to be very high. It was impossible for a normal first-line descendant to be equipped with a Xian rank upper grade magic weapon. On the ring, Xiaofan spat out a breath. Originally he was not in an intact state for this battle, and with such a long period of exertion, the depletion of his spiritual energy was also very serious for him. Nangon Lingxian consumed even more than him. Just using the giant K sword for a few moments, she had consumed 10% of her spiritual energy. Currently only 20% of spiritual energy left. A moment later, Nangon Lingxuan's icy voice came out. Xiao Fan, you are very strong. If you can receive my next sword, then this match will be considered a win for you. She wasn't going to continue to consume it. It wouldn't do her any good. She intended to use her strongest strike with the giant K sword. One move separates the winners from the losers. Xiao Fan's face did not change the slightest bit when he heard this, and he did not respond, but his breath around him skyrocketed. He also didn't want to spend time with Nangon Lingxian, though he could sense that the other party was more severely depleted than he was. Everyone around them was concentrating, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the two men in the ring. Everyone heard what Nangon Lingxian said just now, afraid to miss the best of it. The crowd of elders did the same, and did not gossip, focusing their attention on the ring. Nangon Lingxian sucked in her breath, and the silver longsword in her right hand retracted into her storage bag. She held the giant K sword in both hands and raised it high above her head, dressed in white like snow, her black hair floating in midair. Her face was cold. The breath around her body climbed dramatically, to her body around the formation of a channel of violent wind blowing around. Nangon Lingxian feet under the lapis lazuli plate in crack. Anyone can feel her next blow is terrible. Very scary. Facing Nangon Lingxian in such a state, Xiaofan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. As he slapped his storage bag and the coiled dragon gun also appeared in his hand. In his left hand, he held a disc dragon spear, and in his right hand, he held a magic weapon long sword. His brow furrowed, and his own aura climbed in knots. He could go and dodge the blow and win about easily, but Xiaofan isn't going to do that. Nangon Lingxuan's aura stopped after reaching a peak, and the giant K sword radiated an ebony glow with a monstrous aura. Chop! With a clear and cold drink, Nangon Lingxian held the giant K sword in both hands and chopped down, and a black sword chi shot out. It pushed straight towards Xiaofan, who was 100 meters away. This black sword chi is terrifying. The gray stone slabs on the ground where they passed were shattered, and the power was compelling. Ah! At the same time, Xiaofan also shouted. The gun and sword in his hand hummed as he mobilized his entire body to meet them. Chapter 101, The First. In the face of such a strong black sword chi, Xiaofan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He mobilized all of his remaining spiritual energy, and his aura boiled and exploded around him. The coiled dragon gun and the magic weapon longsword emitted eye-catching and dazzling light as he poured his own power into the two magic weapons in a continuous stream before fiercely blasting out a supreme strike. Boom! Rumble! The black sword chi collided with the strike struck by the disc dragon gun and the magic weapon longsword. The scene was suddenly filled with flying sand and smoke, and deafening sounds came from the scene, making people's eardrums hurt. The shockwave from the explosion was so strong that a huge wave of air splashed out of the ring in all directions. Many of the onlooker disciples were struck by the pounding waves of air, and their bodies fell back several steps before they could barely stabilize themselves, and everyone's eyes were focused on the field. At this time on the ring, the collision of two huge forces, producing a strong gray fog, blocking the line of sight, so that people cannot see what happened in the ring. How did it turn out? Then Xiaofan won't die, right? This attack is a bit too terrifying. Couldn't even stand up just now. My God. It can be affected from such a distance. Numerous disciples discussed and focused their eyes on the ring, being attacked by such a strong sword chi. Many disciples thought that Xiaofan might have been chopped to death. Patriarch Su Yongyan and several elders gazed like a torch. Although the ring is full of gray fog, but for them it is nothing. Victory and defeat have been decided. This little guy is not simple. Su Yongyan sighed, and the few elders around him nodded their heads. Above the ring, after more than 10 breaths the gray mist slowly dissipated, and the onlooker disciples were able to see the situation in the ring. At this time Nangon Lingxian, a white dress has been full of dust, cuffs at the tattered, huge sword inserted above the ground. She held the huge sword with one hand, a large mouth gasping for breath. This kind of expression is rare on her cold and frosty face, and the opposite Xiaofan looks much more miserable than her. The already tattered robe, At this time there are only a few rags still hanging on him. He knelt down on one knee, and there is blood constantly flowing out of his mouth, because the clothes are tattered, showing off his muscles like finely sculpted jade to the fullest. And if you look closely, you can still see a ragged strip of cloth tied around his chest, stained with blood as well as dust. It's me who won. Xiaofan barely stood up, although he seemed to be heavily injured, but he had a bright smile on his face. Nangong Lingxuan's beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness, but she also had to admit that she was not Xiaofan's opponent. She slowed down, took a deep breath, and put the huge sword stuck on the ground into her storage bag. Because she didn't have the support of the giant sword, she leaned forward and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. However, he immediately stabilized his stance again, looked deeply at Xiaofan, turned around and left, and got out of the ring. Xiaofan in the ring uttered a word and sat on his but with a smile on his face, panting heavily. That strike just now was indeed very dangerous. The supreme strike of the Xian rank upper grade magic weapon, nearly knocking him into flying ashes. How did Fairy Nangong get off the stage? Is this the same as her admitting defeat? No way. Is it over? Most of the disciples surrounding the onlookers didn't understand what was going on. He Yutong's figure flashed to the ring and looked at Xiaofan sitting on the ground before speaking in a deep voice. For this outer disciple selection competition, the first place winner is Xiaofan. His voice was loud and mighty, resounding all around, so that everyone could hear him clearly. Chen Feixing's face on stage is complicated. I didn't expect you to win. He and Xiaofan had fought bitterly between them, and the other party had only rested for an hour after fighting so violently with himself to surprisingly fight against Nangong Lingxian again. And in the end, he even won. At this moment he was convinced. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Most of them did not think that the final victor would be Xiaofan. It's not true that he is very strong, but his realm is only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, and it was clear that he had fought a hard battle before, and he could still win in this situation. It was enough to prove Xiaofan's toughness. Winning, really won. Xu Gang's face was full of excitement. He couldn't imagine that Xiaofan had really won. Chen Shi standing next to Chen Feixing is also full of indistinct. That teenager who was in the Spirit Stone vein a few months ago had unexpectedly become the first person in this session of the Extreme Immortal Sex Outer Sex Selection. Several elders are also sighing. Chao Mu said, at the early 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, it's amazing that he can block that kind of attack. I'm afraid that it's already hard for anyone at the Qi transformation realm to be his opponent. Several of the surrounding elders nodded. Even the highly eyed Jiang Yushan, if this little guy grows up in the future, he will be absolutely terrifying to the extreme. The 7th level of the Qi transformation realm is surprisingly this strong. Anyway, I didn't have this strength when I was in the Qi transformation realm. Shi Ji covered her mouth and smiled. Everyone squinted at her and said, you're a woman who plays with formations, and your own strength hasn't been great. You're still comparing yourself to others? Ha, you guys don't praise him either. Patriarch Su Yongyan laughed. Geniuses need time to grow, and I'm quite curious as to how far this youngster will grow in the future. A good seedling needs to weather the storm to become a big tree, but until it takes shape, the seedling is fragile. Chapter 102, Above the Great Hall. The last thing this world lacks is genius, and only the genius that grows up in the end makes sense. Xiaofan recovered and got out of the ring. He was already in first place. The next competition had nothing to do with him. He directly found a quiet corner and started to recover. 2 in a row is also very draining on him. Xu Gang guarded Xiaofan's side with a serious face, his fat face looking around as he was protecting Xiaofan. An hour later, Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes. Entering the Star Dipper diagram and taking a large amount of spirit medicine allowed his body to recover quite a bit. Next up was the fight for second place, between Chen Feixing and Nangong Lingxian. However, when He Yutong came on stage and read the names of the two, it's amazing that both of these men coincidentally chose to forfeit. This caused everyone around them to be shocked as well, but they were all relieved to receive it. The second and third rewards are the same. There is no difference, just a better reputation. Moreover, both of them were currently in a very poor state. Chen Feixing's face was pale, his body's essence blood was almost depleted, and he could exert less than 20% of his strength. The same was true for Nangong Lingxian, although she wasn't injured, but her spiritual energy was severely depleted and she couldn't continue fighting. The outer sect selection competition is over. First place Xiaofan, second Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feixing, tied. He Yutong's voice is loud and clear, and finally discussed with Su Yongyan and other elders, gave this final ranking. Anyway, the rewards are the same. Su Yongyan's figure mounted the ring and looked around. Xiaofan, Nangong Lingxian, and Chen Feixing stayed behind. The rest of the disciples, all of them leave with the steward deacon to arrange for the next entry into the clan. The 500 outer disciples who had entered this session had already been finalized. and the strength rankings of these people had already been decided. Joining the clan is the next thing to do. The many disciples were led away by the outer door deacons, and the next step was to arrange for them to stay in the apartments, distribute the blue robes that were the symbol of the extreme immortal sect's outer door disciples, the ranking rewards, and to teach them about some of the matters that would come next after they joined the sect. While becoming the top 3 of this term, Xiao Fan, Nangong Lingxian, and Shen Feixing were left behind. The 500 outer disciples who had entered this session had already been finalized, and the strength rankings of these people had already been decided. Joining the clan is the next thing to do. The 3 of them reached where Su Yongyan and a few other elders were, respectfully clasping their fists and saluting. Su Yongyan smiled. Let's go to the Great Hall. With a wave of his hand, a green aura shot out and enveloped the 3 Xiaofan before his figure disappeared as a stream of light. The 4 elders, He Yutong, Shi Ji, Jiang Yushan, and Chao Mu, looked at each other, and their figures disappeared like streams of light. Xiaofan felt a bit dazzled at this moment, mainly because Su Yongyan's speed was too fast, and in just a few breaths of time, the 3 of them arrived on top of the extreme immortal sect's outer gate hall. It is majestic and solemn, with a huge hall more than 100 meters high, opulent and magnificent, and I don't know how many people can be accommodated. Not only Xiao Fan, even Nangong Lingxian and Shen Feixing, the 2 sons of the big families, were a bit blurry-eyed, stunned by the majesty of the great hall. Su Yongyan looked at the 3 smilingly from the front. Then his figure flashed to the main seat in the center of the hall and sat down. Looking down, after a few more breaths of effort, the 4 elders also arrived at the grand hall, each sitting on top of the golden seats surrounding the interior of the hall. Xiao Fan's gaze swept over. Besides the main seat of the grand hall, there were a total of 10 golden seats, and at this moment, 6 of them were still empty. This meant that there were still 6 elders from the extreme immortal sect's outer gate who hadn't shown up. You 3 little guys are not bad. You're all very strong. Su Yongyan smiled and opened his mouth. With a kind face, like an amiable old man in the neighborhood, the 3 bowed and saluted again, this time much more seriously than just now after seeing the majesty of the great hall. Alright, there's nothing to call you all here. It's just that you'll be assigned cave dwellings and some rewards later on. The top 3 could obtain a cultivation cave, which was something that only deacons and above could possibly have within the extreme immortal sect, except for the Heaven's Pride disciples. And the top 10 could also go to the extreme immortal sect's book pavilion and pick a Xian rank technique. And Xiao Fan, the first one, could also obtain a lower grade earth rank technique. After hearing this, all 3 of them had joyful expressions on their faces. But Nangong Lingxian and Shen Feixing turned a little lost after seeing Xiao Fan in their afterglow. After all, the ground level technique is rare. Such a wonderful opportunity and they lost. The next time and the opportunity to wait until when? Well, you 2 don't have to be discouraged. Seemingly seeing Nangong Lingxian and Shen Feixing's thoughts, Su Yongyan laughed. Becoming a disciple of the extreme immortal sect, as long as you keep completing tasks to gain contribution points, when you gain a sufficient amount you can also exchange them for earth rank techniques. Of course the contribution points needed will be a lot. Alright, in the future, cultivate well within the sect. All of you have strong talents, and becoming an inner disciple in the future is just around the corner. Later on, we will have a few elders take the 3 of you to select the cave respectively. Nangong Lingxian and Shen Feixing, the 2 of you will go and wait outside the main hall first, while Xiao Fan stays behind. Yes. Nangong Lingxian and Shen Feixing cupped their fists and saluted before turning around and exiting the hall. The 2 of them had little curiosity because Xiao Fan was the first in this selection and it was normal for them to be treated differently. At this moment, Xiao Fan and the 4 elders as well as Patriarch Su Yongyan were left in the main hall. Xiao Fan's face was calm, but in his heart, he was already secretly guessing the various possibilities of these few people leaving him behind. Xiao Fan, do you know what we are asking you to stay for? Chapter 103. The one who opened his mouth was He Yutong, his voice heavy and majestic, always with a sense of unruffled authority. The disciple does not know. Xiao Fan cupped his fists and saluted. Where did that Xian-ranked magic weapon longsword on you come from? He Yutong directly asked a question, and the eyes of several people around him stared straight at Xiao Fan. Extreme Immortal Sect and Misty Immortal Palace. The 2 sects have always been at odds with each other. Each other is a competitive relationship, and once they have the opportunity to each other, they will surely find a way to annex each other. The matter of sending disciples to lurk and spy for information has been very common, just that no one has picked it out. Back to the elder. This magic weapon was obtained by a disciple who beheaded an outer disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. Xiao Fan replied loudly without being humble. Beheaded an outer disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace? Patriarch Su Yongyan and the 4 elders were stunned. Nice guy. You actually killed an outer disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Palace? How can he still come to the sect of the extreme immortals? Clear this matter from the beginning. He Yutang spoke in a deep voice. The several surrounding elders and patriarch Su Yongyan were all interested, wanting to hear what Xiaofan had to say. Here's the deal. Xiaofan slowly recounted about his own brother Xiaotian joining the Misty Immortal Palace and then sending his outer disciple Dai Hanfei to Jingchuan City to capture him. He recounted it very clearly, including his previous situation in the Xiao family, and how he became a dragon family flunky. The only thing he didn't say was about the Zhou Tian Xingdo diagram, but instead attributed it to the fact that his qualifications had inexplicably been improved since he had awakened. These several elders here have high cultivation. Xiandan realm cultivation. They can rely on the tone of Xiaofan's voice when he speaks and his heartbeat to determine whether Xiaofan is lying at this time. Here's the thing. After Xiaofan finished speaking, he saluted and cupped his fists again. Several elders exchanged glances before they all set their eyes on Patriarch Su Yongyan. The latter slowly nodded his head, proving that he didn't see any difference either. And several people could tell that Xiaofan hadn't spoken half a word of falsehood. Xiaofan, you exit the hall first. We have something to discuss. Patriarch Su Yongyan opened his mouth. Xiaofan nodded his head and turned around to leave the grand hall. When Xiaofan's silhouette exited, several elders and Patriarch Su Yongyan each had odd faces. This little guy actually signed a life and death contract with a Misty Immortal Palace disciple and then slaughtered him in the ring fair and square? Shiji opened her mouth, her face full of disbelief, but a hint of excitement could be seen in the bottom of her eyes. It seemed that Xiaofan had killed the Misty Immortal Palace disciple and she was in a great mood, being beaten half to death by his own brother and sent as a door-to-door son-in-law for a mere 1,000 spirit stones. This little guy's life is tragic enough. You all scoped it out just now, didn't you? He didn't lie. Same thing on my side of the probe. He really wasn't lying. Several elders and Patriarch Su Yongyan discussed it, all of them claiming wonder at Xiaofan's encounters. Beaten half to death by his own brother, then sent as a house son-in-law. As a result, after his own awakening, his qualifications have changed dramatically, and his cultivation speed is strangely fast. How credible do you guys think what he said is? Su Yongyan asked. At least the front should be all true, and the Immortal Palace is more than just okay. There is also hatred, but this cultivation speed. Several elders were curious about the beginning, changing their talents when they were severely injured and near death. They naturally didn't believe it, and their first reaction was also to wonder if Xiaofan had obtained a supreme treasure, thus allowing his cultivation to skyrocket. Never mind. I know you're curious, but everyone has their own chance. Su Yongyan said. The chance belongs to the individual. You all must not forget the rules of the extreme immortal sect, and this little guy is not simple. I think it won't be long before he may catch up with us. Regarding Xiaofan's matter, several elders are still discussing, and the end result was to treat the matter of whether or not there was any chance on Xiaofan as unknown. Chance is good, but it needs to be determined. If you are bent on grabbing it, you might get it wrong and thus lose your life. Su Yongyan's words just now were actually, intentionally or unintentionally, reminding the crowd of this matter. When he reached the entrance of the hall, Xiaofan saw Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feishing, both of whom were standing at one of the gates each. The two didn't talk, each looking into the distance, and I don't know what I'm looking at. Hearing footsteps coming from behind them, the two looked back in unison. After seeing that the visitor was Xiaofan, the two men's gazes were somewhat complicated. A moment later, Chen Feishing spoke. Xiaofan, you're very strong. I'm glad to know you. Xiaofan laughed. You are also very strong. At least at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you. This was indeed the truth. Chen Feishing was indeed very strong. However, his words were a bit embarrassing for Chen Feishing to hear, and he said, still, I'm the strongest at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. I can't even beat you at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, Chen Feishing only coughed dryly and did not say what was on his mind. On the side, Nangong Lingxuan's brows slightly furrowed as she coldly snorted without speaking. However, seeing this woman with such an expression, Xiaofan couldn't help but open his mouth. Nangong Lingxian, I want to ask you, why did you call me a lecher? Xiaofan's face darkened a bit. Did I invite you to mess with you? This matter he puzzled for a long time. Cannot think of a reason to come? What did he do? The other party has been calling himself a lecher. Nangong Lingxian looked at Xiaofan coldly. Her pretty face looked like a layer of frost had formed as she spoke coldly. Don't you know what you've done yourself? Still opening your mouth to ask me? Lecherous thief. Shameless. Xiaofan was really speechless. Couldn't this woman understand human language? Chen Feishing on the side was also stunned by what he saw. He also did not expect that there would be such a thing between Nangong Lingxian and Xiaofan. The two fought in the ring far enough away from the bottom that not many people could hear them. As for Chen Feishing, he was still unconscious at first, and it was only when the two exchanged blows midway through that he awoke. Chapter 104, Women. What a trouble. Xiao Fan is simply about to vomit blood from anger. Women. What a pain in the ass. In the end, Xiao Fan only said this sentence. He suddenly remembered Long Kai Wei, who had been chattering in his ear all day long. There is also a brain that is not very good, and it is similar to Nangong Lingshuan's brain, Hang Zixuan, who met in the spirit stone vein. At this moment even Xiao Fan felt that many things the ancients had said were very reasonable. A woman's talent is her virtue. Only a woman and a small man are hard to raise. Big boobs and no brain. Not a moment later, 3 elders came out of the main hall, namely He Yutong, Shi Ji, and Chao Mu. The 3 of them had come to lead Xiao Fan's few people to claim the cave. Jian Yushan had always been arrogant, never bothering to do such things, and certainly no one would ever ask him to do it. After all, an alchemist's status is honored. In fact, Chao Mu was equally golden as an alchemist, but compared to an alchemist, his status as an alchemist was a bit lower. Moreover, Chao Mu's character was not as arrogant as Jian Yushan's. Xiao Fan, you come with me. He Yutong opened his mouth, his gaze looking towards Xiao Fan. Nangong Lingxian, you come with me. Shi Ji opened her mouth and laughed. Chen Feixing, follow me. Chao Mu also spoke. The 3 of them nodded and very respectfully followed behind the 3 elders as they left. In fact, the 3 of them were heading in the same direction, to the outer sect's internal affairs pavilion, where they could receive their initiation clothes, identity tokens, and so on. When the 3 arrived, since they were accompanied by elders, there was no queue at all, and they were directly received by the deacon of the internal affairs pavilion who came out to receive them. The internal affairs pavilion was very large. The first floor alone had no problem accommodating thousands of people at the same time, and there were gray-robed miscellaneous disciples and blue-robed outer disciples busy in all directions. Without a moment's effort, Xiao Fan's 3 people each received a storage bag. The divine sense probed into. In the storage bag there were 3 sets of blue robes of the outer disciples, a jade token with the words Extreme Immortal Sect engraved on it, and a few jade slips. Take out the identity jade tags inside your storage bags. These jade tags have already been marked, branding your divine sense onto them, and from now on it will be the token of your Extreme Immortal Sect disciples. Hearing the words of the deacon of the internal affairs pavilion, the 3 Xiao Fan did as they were told. After the branding of divine sense, a faint blue light is emitted on the jade plate, which represents that the jade plate has been activated, and after the branding, Xiao Fan could feel that in this jade tablet, and a string of numbers, 50, there is also a line underneath it, the lower grade of the Earth Order. After branding and recognizing the owner, this jade tag records your contribution points in the Extreme Immortal Sect, which can be viewed and exchanged for anything needed within the sect for these contribution points. The deacon of the Internal Affairs Pavilion explained. There are also a few jade slips within the storage bag. After that you can check them out on your own. They are all things that you need to know within the Extreme Immortal Sect. The 3 Xiao Fan nodded their thanks. After doing so, the 3 of them began to select their cave. By the Internal Affairs Pavilion deacon took out a map of the distribution of the outer door cave, respectively located in the Extreme Immortal Sect's outer door in various places, near and far, each with its own benefits. The order of selection was to start with Xiao Fan. After all, you don't get first place for nothing. Xiao Fan looked for a few moments and picked a relatively remote cave that was rich in spiritual qi. Then it was Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feixing's turn to pick again. The cave dwellings picked by the 3 were all in one area, not too far away from each other. After doing so, the deacon of the Internal Affairs Pavilion gave each of the 3 a golden token. Inject essence blood, after which the cave will recognize its own owner. The 3 nodded and did as they were told. And after the series of events were over, He Yutong and the other 3 elders took a few people to leave separately, heading to the cave dwellings that they had each selected. He Yutong led Xiao Fan through the air at a fast speed, and it didn't take long to reach the cave he had chosen. This place was different from the compound, surrounded by rich aura, mountains, forests, grasses and trees, with a huge stone gate sealing a cave. It seemed to be due to the fact that he had already dripped blood to recognize his master. As Xiao Fan's mind thought together, the huge stone door slowly rose, as if welcoming Xiao Fan to enter. Well, this cave is already yours, He Yutong said, his voice quite a bit gentler than usual. Thank you, Elder He. Xiao Fan cupped his fists and saluted the latter with great respect. The other party's high cultivation was one aspect. There was also a more important aspect. When he clashed with the 2 of them, Shan Yanghui, and that deacon wanted to break his arm. It was He Yutang who stood up and spoke for him. You're very good and talented. Cultivate here at ease. And in the future if you have any problems you can come to me. He Yutang had a high opinion of Xiao Fan and even had the idea of taking him under his tutelage. But he didn't say so outright, intending to observe Xiao Fan for a while before making a decision. Xiao Fan once again saluted and thanked him. A few rare smiles appeared on He Yutang's face, and his entire body turned into streams of light and left. Xiaofan turned around and looked at the stone door of the cave, feeling the vigorous spiritual qi around him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and he took a big step inside the cave. However, the sight after entering shocked Xiaofan. Chapter 105, The Cave. The cave mansion is vast and gorgeous, with carvings everywhere, revealing a wave of age, and the walls are inlaid with colorful milky stones, irradiating all colors of haze. Xiaofan inhaled a breath. The aura within it was several times denser than the outside world. This mouthful of it felt refreshing, and his body was soothed. No wonder everyone wants to compete for this cave. Xiaofan sighed. The cave was just something he had heard about for the previous him and had never seen it with his own eyes. I realized today that it is true to its name. Xiaofan walked around inside the cave as if he was visiting. The place was cleaned very neatly and there wasn't a bit of dust around. Within it is a bedroom dedicated to rest, a secret room for meditation and cultivation, a study full of bookcases, a tea room with tea seats, and even a room for spirit animals. Spirit animals. Xiaofan fiercely remembered that the golden-furred lion cub was still in his spirit beast pouch. After entering the extreme immortal sex sphere of influence, for fear of attracting attention, Xiaofan had put the golden-haired lion cub into his spirit beast pouch and had never taken it out, but also threw over 100 pounds of jerky in there when they put it in. Later, when he entered the extreme immortal sect, he also never had the chance to release the golden lioness, and then he gave it a miss. The golden-furred lion son was released, full of shocked expressions, looking east and west, then looking at Xiaofan in front of him. A pitiful look. The whole body has lost a circle. Don't look at me like that. I've been too busy to let you out lately, Xiaofan explained, then took out a large amount of food from within his storage bag and piled it in front of the golden-haired lioness. The golden-furred lioness's eyes lit up at once, and without saying a word he rushed up and wolfed it down in one big gulp. Xiaofan sighed, feeling a bit unorthodox indeed. After all, it seems like they starved each other for more than half a month before and after. The golden-haired lioness had a full meal, and in no time at all ate all the food in front of her, her stomach slipping round. Xiaofan looked at it and spoke after a long time. Do you have a name of your own? The golden-haired lioness shook his head, then winked at Xiaofan and stuck out a tongue, becoming a licking dog look. Are you asking me to fetch you one? The golden-haired lioness shook her huge lion head and nodded repeatedly. Well, Xiaofan pondered. He really wasn't very good at naming this. After looking at the golden-haired lioness appearance, with golden yellow hair all over his body, he then opened his mouth and said, let's call you Little Gold then? What do you think? Little Kim. Upon hearing this name, the golden-haired lioness hesitated for a moment, as if thinking, and then violently wagged its tail with a wood to express its satisfaction. Very well, Little Gold. From now on you will live in this spirit beast room. Xiaofan simply instructed a few sentences and took out a large amount of food from his storage bag before leaving. Xiaofan was very satisfied with this cave residence of his and was in a good mood as he directly entered inside the secret room. Closing the door of the secret room, Xiaofan took out the various jade slips within his storage bag and probed his divine sense in to check out some things about what was going on within the extreme immortal sect. It records the various door rules within the extreme immortal sect, which are still relatively loose overall. It also recorded some things about the outer gate of the extreme immortal sect, such as the one to receive the sect's tasks was called the task pavilion, and contribution points would be given upon completion. The place where contribution points are exchanged for all kinds of elixirs, pills and magic weapons is called Wanbaolu, and one could also sell one's own valuable things to the House of 10,000 Treasures, thus exchanging them for contribution points. The place where the outer gate of the extreme immortal sect received its techniques, as well as exchanging contribution points for techniques, was called the Book Pavilion, and it was recorded that every new person who became an outer disciple could go to the extreme immortal sect's book depository to receive the most basic cultivation techniques and correspond to their own realm. The Jade Brief also specifically indicated that the techniques received were the most basic ones, and that those who wanted more powerful techniques would need to be exchanged for contribution points. There is also a specialized jade slip above marked, about the transmission of the Elder He Yutong, Array Elder Shi Ji, Alchemy Elder Jian Yushan, Refining Weapons Elder Chao Mu. The time when classes start after a few of them. During the period all outer disciples can go to listen to the practice. So this is how it is within the sect, Xiaofan muttered. Reading the jade slip for a while, he finally understood why within the sect the discipline was very strict, yet so many people were very eager to be there. The richness of aura was only one aspect. There were so many benefits that could be provided within the sect. Cultivation techniques not to mention. On a regular basis, you can hear the Xiandan realm above the elders' technique lectures, which most families in the outside world simply cannot do. The Long family of Jingchuan City was naturally the same. Long ZZ was at the highest cultivation level. but it was only at the Tong Tian realm. And here, Tong Tian realms abound. And there are quest criteria. So if you want to get something, you go ahead and complete the quest and then redeem it. This extreme immortal sect is very interesting. Xiaofan muttered, his eyes revealing a refined aura as he continued to check the contents of the remaining jade slips. Chapter 106, Xiaotian's anger. At the same time, an unknown number of thousands of miles away from the extreme immortal sect, ethereal immortal palace. Xiaotian was cold at this moment as he sat on the stone seat of his cave and looked at the Xiao mansion housekeeper standing in front of him. Damn it! Xiao weather was not light. His eyes were crimson. An intense killing intent emanated from his body. He had just come out from the marrow cleansing pool, and originally thought that after he came out, he would be able to see Xiao Fan being brought in front of him, and then force out the so-called chants from the other party. As a result, as soon as he came out, he heard that the butler was at the Netherworld Immortal Palace and had been waiting for himself. After the two met, the housekeeper recounted to Xiaotian what had happened after Dai Hanfei had gone. Xiaotian never dreamed that the trash he spoke of had defeated the outer disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace. Although Dai Hanfei's strength is very weak, but at least it is also a disciple of the Immortal Palace. And what happened afterward was even more infuriating to Xiaotian. Although Dai Hanfei's status was lowly, he was at least considered a member of the Immortal Palace. When the Immortal Palace's outer gate elders found out about it, they sent their outer gate deacons to Jingchuan City to ask for punishment. However, before the outer door deacon could enter Jingchuan City, he unexpectedly encountered the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion. The other party took out Xiao Fan and Dai Hanfei's life and death certificate and said that he was the notary at that time. Both sides fought absolutely fair and it was all caused by Dai Hanfei. In the end, the Immortal Palace deacon could only come back to report this matter. And the Immortal Palace elders didn't want a clash with the Treasure Pavilion because of a dead outer disciple. So they put the matter to rest. Xiao Fan, you deserve to die. Xiao Weather cannot himself and waste to ask for the opportunity. The other party even did not give him, and killed the men he sent out. To him, it was a strange shame. Young master, calm your anger. The butler opened his mouth to persuade from the side. At this time, Xiaotian's cultivation had already reached the Qi Transformation Realm Grand Circle, and entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool his cultivation had broken through several levels in a row. Damn it, why would this trash be related to the Northern Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? Xiao Weather was not light. He could not think of how Xiao Fan, this waste, had befriended the North Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. And he could not understand. This, I'm not sure. I just heard that I met Long On High when I bought him a birthday gift. The butler stuttered. The aura emanating from Xiaotian's body was too terrifying, causing him to chill. Damn it. Is it possible to let him off just like that? Unwillingness was written all over Xiaotian's face. Young master, I have an idea. Xiaofan now had the shelter of the Northern Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, and it was much more difficult for Xiaotian to continue looking for trouble. What's your idea? Come on. The butler nodded. Young master, although the matter of Xiao Fan killing the Immortal Palace disciple has been uncovered, but you mustn't forget that the Immortal Palace didn't say that it couldn't lay hands on Xiao Fan. But he's backed up by the Treasure Pavilion now. Me, Xiaotian's brows furrowed. Young master, this Jumbo Pavilion has only stepped in to shelter Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan is the one who loses in the ring, what do you mean? Xiaotian's eyes lit up. Young master, although Xiao Fan has a good relationship with the North Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, this North Pavilion Master can't stay in Jingchuan City all the time. At that time, when he leaves, young master, you can go over and challenge Xiao Fan in public, and at that time, the Jumbo Pavilion won't step in to stop him. You just need to defeat him in the ring. Whatever you want. A treacherous smile appeared on the butler's face. Young master, when the Northern Pavilion Master is not present, and you defeat Xiao Fan in public, borrowing his long family's great guts, he would not dare to take action against you. Good idea. A hideous smile appeared on Xiaotian's face, and he couldn't wait to immediately skin his waist big brother. Then, young master, when do we move? The butler opened his mouth to inquire. There's no rush, Xiaotian coldly said. I have to close my eyes for a few days recently. I gained many benefits from entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool this time. I have to close my eyes for half a month, and I will be able to raise my cultivation to the Tongtian realm. When the time comes, young master, you're going to reach the Tongtian realm. The butler was filled with shock. How old is Shaw Genius? At just 16 years old, he was able to reach the Tongtian realm. What can this punt do even if his cultivation speed is even faster? He'll still be stepped on by me just the same when the time comes. Xiaotian coldly said. When I go back, then it will be his time to die. The butler was on the sidelines and hastened to compliment. In fact, what the two did not know was that Xiao Fan had now joined the Extreme Immortal sect and had become an outer disciple. Moreover, In the extreme immortal sect, he was also highly respected by all the outer sect elders and became the first person to be selected. The butler came early. When he came over after Dai Hanfei was killed, so he didn't know what happened afterward. Chapter 107 Yang Qi, Ran Hao, Zhao Ming. Inside the city of Jingchuan, it was peaceful, and more than a month had passed since Xiao Fan had beheaded the immortal palace disciples. The wind and waves were calm. Nothing happened, and the previous rumors in the city gradually dispersed. The masses in the city had stopped abusing Xiao Fan and rebelling against the Long family series of things. Half a month ago, another piece of news came out that Xiao Fan, the dragon family's son-in-law, left Jingchuan city and went to the extreme immortal sect to pay homage to his teacher. Instantly the entire Jingchuan city was sensationalized. Fury in the mouth of man. The waste that the Xiao family swept away. The son-in-law of the Long family even left. For a while recently, Xiao Fan had done too many great things in Jingchuan. First defeating Long Xiaotian, a genius of the dragon family's direct lineage, and then beheading a disciple of the immortal palace. So his reputation had grown. And on the contrary, the matter of Long Xiaotian leaving and heading to the Thunderfire sect was something that only very few people would occasionally mention. The light from his body was all buried by Xiao Fan alone. The Long family has recently returned to business as usual. The Dragon Mansion was a happy place. However, at this moment, Lan Nanhai was discussing certain major events with various clan elders in the Great Hall. Is the news accurate? Is it true that the Su family head and a bunch of clan elders are all dead? Lan Nanhai asked. 1,000 times true. It is said that they contacted numerous killers some time ago. It is not clear who exactly they want to harm. But in the end, the Su family head as well as numerous clan elders did not go back. The third clan elder of the Long family opened his mouth. A month ago, Lan Anhai muttered. Isn't that exactly when Xiao Fan left? It dawned on the surrounding clan elders to correspond to the time. Could it be that they are going to assassinate Xiao Fan? It's very possible. But why would a person not come back? And how exactly is Xiao Fan nowadays? The Long family has been talking about. In the end, it was decided that they would keep this matter a secret for the time being, and then send someone to find out about Xiao Fan. Long Miaoyin this month, and turned into the same old. Every day in the other courtyard does not come out. Only from time to time the eyes will look to the east today's. Long Kaiwei would come over when there was nothing else to do, and chat with the two of them. Long Miaoyin, Long Xiaotian left, and Xiao Fan also left. Long Yi was also released by the Long family, but at this time Long Yi's state is very strange, always a picture of fear, like he's done something wrong. On the other hand, Xiao Fan had spent a day and a night inside the cave at this time. He had already read all of the jade slips and had a rough understanding of the extreme immortal sect. There was no rush to cultivate. As he rested for the night within the cave, the vigorous spiritual energy surging into his entire body, making him extremely comfortable all over. It's really like what Zhu Gang said, sleeping alone can enhance spiritual energy and promote cultivation. Xiao Fan's face was filled with a smile. The injuries on his body had basically healed and his spiritual energy had completely recovered. The spiritual medicines and herbs within the Star Dipper diagram were one aspect. The rest was all thanks to the rich spiritual qi within this cave. And at this moment, the golden token inside Xiao Fan's storage bag emitted a faint bright light. This means that someone has arrived outside the cave. Who's coming? Xiao Fan muttered. He was a little curious. He did not know a few people in the extreme immortal sect, and the cave he had just moved in. In addition to He Yutong, no one should know that he was here, right? The door to the cave opened and Xiao Fan stepped out with great strides. In front of him were three outer disciples wearing blue robes. One of them, Xiao Fan, he still recognized, was none other than the outer disciple, Zhao Ming, who was being taught a lesson by him. Although it is not clear what Zhao Ming and these few people came for, but without much thought, it must be nothing good. Xiao Fan, when you see your senior brothers, why don't you come over and pay your respects? Seeing Xiao Fan appear, Zhao Ming directly opened his mouth and sneered coldly. The gazes of the two blue-robed disciples behind him fell on Xiao Fan. Looking up and down, what are you doing here? Xiao Fan frowned, but he was not yet angry on the spot. Ha! Zhao Ming didn't get angry when he saw Xiao Fan's appearance and opened his mouth to introduce the two outer disciples in blue robes beside him. This is senior brother Yang Qi Yang of the outer sect, and this other one is senior brother Ren Hao Run of the outer sect. To be direct with you, senior brother Yang has his eye on your cave. Does senior brother Ren valued the qualification of being able to pick an earth rank technique in your hands? Xiao Fan frowned and looked at the crowd with cold eyes, anger welling up in his heart. Zhao Ming smiled coldly and opened his mouth. Xiao Fan, clean up the cave and then let it go to senior brother Yang, and give senior brother Ren the exchange of the earth stage technique he wants and send it over. Or else, oh. The two people called Yang Qi and Ren Hao also had a playful look on their faces as they dropped their gazes on Xiao Fan, waiting for his next words. So, What happens if I don't give it? Xiaofan spoke coldly, his eyes icy cold, revealing a creepy cold aura. Chapter 108, Seizing the Cave and Handing Over the Technique. Ha! Zhao Ming was full of cold smiles. If you don't give it, then I'll break both your hands and feet first. Even though this is the extreme immortal sect can't kill you openly. But in the future, you have to be careful. There's no chance that you'll lose your life at some point. Yang Qi and Ren Hao also had cold smiles on their faces. Both of their cultivation had long since reached the great circle of the Qi transformation realm, and half of their feet had already stepped into the Tong Tian realm. Both are joining the extreme immortal sect for many years of pride, when the ranking is also very forward. But there is no chance to enter the top 3. Just the day before, Zhao Ming found them and said that the first place winner of this outer gate selection contest, with a cultivation level of only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, and without any background, was said to be a door-to-door son-in-law. At that time, Zhao Ming boasted and reduced Xiaofan to nothing. Said 2 people are extremely moved, without any background, backing the first selection of the outer door. It was a big piece of fat meat in their eyes. No matter if it was a cave or an earth-ranked technique, it was all too tempting. The 2 were then compelled by Zhao Ming to come over directly to find trouble with Xiaofan and force the other party to hand over the cave. As for inquiring about where Xiaofan's cave is located, it's too easy for them. By you? Xiaofan laughed coldly. It seems like it's not enough to be defeated. You. Zhao Ming's face instantly reddened. He was indeed not Xiaofan's opponent. These words poked straight into his heart. Zhao Ming himself had some face among the outer sect disciples, but after being defeated by Xiaofan, it caused him to be instantly discredited. Being defeated by a disciple who had not yet joined the sect. It's a shame. So in the last few days of the outer disciple selection, he didn't show up until the end of the competition when he heard that Xiaofan had surprisingly won the first place. It was only then that he thought of this brilliant plan to get someone else to step in and deal with Xiaofan. Xiaofan, it's fine for you to underestimate me, but if you dare to underestimate the 2 senior brothers Yang Qi and Ren Hao, I think you don't want to live. Zhao Ming coldly opened his mouth. The 2 of you, Yang Qi and senior Ren Hao, have already half stepped into the heavenly realm, so if you're still sensible, you'll obediently let go of the cave, or else. Xiaofan skimmed his cold eyes towards the 2 people behind Zhao Ming. Judging from the aura emanating from the other party, his cultivation had already exceeded the Qi transformation realm grand circle, half stepping into the Tong Tian realm, and he thought that it wouldn't be long before he could break through. But so what? Roll. Xiaofan coldly opened his mouth, this time only saying one word as he looked at the 3 people across from him with icy cold eyes. What? You? I said. The 3 of you together get the hell out of here. Xiaofan's voice was a few points louder than earlier. Hearing Xiaofan's words, the faces of Yang Qi and Ren Hao, who were behind Zhao Ming, also collapsed. The other party actually said to tell the 3 of them to get lost? Kid, I'll re-give you a chance to take back what you just said, or else I'll not only break your arms and legs today, I might even miss and kill you. Yang Qi took a step forward. His eyes were cold and full of killing intent. He was tall, nearly 2 meters, a picture of a ferocious god. Behind him, Ren Hao also opened his mouth coldly. Kid, now we give you a chance. Hand over the cave and the technique. We can treat your words just now as if you hadn't said them. And in the future, if something happens in the extreme immortal sect, you can report the name of the 2 of us. Or else, we will have to take your life today. Are you 3 deaf? In the face of the duo's threat, Xiaofan was unmoved and coldly said, I said for you 3 to roll and leave the range of my cave. Kid, you seek death. At this moment Yang Qi was enraged. This freshly initiated disciple in front of him dared to open his mouth and scold him for rolling? He was at least a heavenly pride, an existence with half a foot in the heavenly realm. When had he ever been so humiliated? An aura that surpassed the great circle of the Qi transformation realm erupted, and the muscles on Yang Qi's body bulged, holding up the blue robe on his body for a circle, his entire body filled with a sense of power. Zhao Ming was overjoyed in his heart. Yang Qi specialized in refining the body, and his physical strength far exceeded that of normal people. Even for cultivators at the early stage of the Tong Tian realm, most of them were inferior to him in terms of physical strength. Seeing this, Zhao Ming backed up, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Ren Hao didn't have much of a reaction and just looked at Xiaofan with cold eyes. 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? It wasn't even on the radar of the 2 of them. The time was too short for things to spread about this outer sect selection, so they naturally didn't know just how ferocious Xiaofan was in front of them. Yang Qi fiercely took a few steps. He and Xiaofan were less than 100 meters away, and in the blink of an eye, his body swelled. Xiaofan was simply like a child in front of him. Kid, let me break your arms and legs first, then I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me and apologize. Yang Qi threw a punch at Xiaofan's head. This punch is powerful. The sound of air breaking buzzing, Shocked, the surrounding grass and trees shook violently. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. The other party's strength was very strong. However, he did not have any fear on his face. With a single step of his feet, his figure violently took 2 steps backward, and he very deftly avoided Yang Qi's powerful punch. What? Yang Qi was surprised. He didn't expect this youth opposite him at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to dodge his punch. However, something even more surprising was still behind. After 2 steps to the ground, Xiao Fan stabilized his stance, and his right hand was suddenly filled with golden light. The shattered throat lock FA seal was formed, and he fiercely blasted away at Yang Qi in front of him. This move was even more powerful, even more terrifying than Yang Qi's supreme punch just now. Yang Qi was shocked. A sense of crisis surged. Intuition told him that if he was hit by this move, he might die. Chapter 109, Killing Half-Step Ton Tian in Seconds. He was a cultivator who had taken half a step into the heavenly realm and specialized in cultivating the physical body, giving him an advantage in close combat. He hastily brought his arms together to his chest to ward off the sudden and terrifying blow from the opposite side. Boom! With a loud bang, the shattered throat lock FA seal smashed into Yang Qi's arms, making a loud bursting sound. This was followed by the sound of cracking and snapping. Yang Qi's face was filled with astonishment. His arm had just collided with the throat-shattering lock FA seal and was directly shattered by a strip, while the golden light of the other party's right hand hadn't dissipated yet. He bit the bullet and his figure retreated backward sharply. The figure retreated backwards for more than 10 meters before stopping. He didn't expect his opponent to instantly erupt with such a terrifying strike. At this time Yang Qi's arms are full of blood, especially the left arm. You can clearly see the inside has broken the white bone. What? Yochi? Behind them, Zhao Ming and Ren Hao were taken aback. The two of them changed their faces drastically. They couldn't have dreamed that in just an instant of exchanging blows, Yang Qi, who had taken half a step into the heavenly realm, would be beaten into this state. Damn! Tearing pain came from both of Yang Qi's arms, and as he looked down at his arm injuries, a strong fear arose in his heart. If he hadn't blocked the move just now and been hit in his. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's face turned pale and his back was filled with cold sweat. Ren Hao and Zhao Ming also rushed to Yang Qi's side. Seeing Yang Qi's injuries up close, the two of them had shocked expressions on their faces. How is this possible? Zhao Ming couldn't believe it. He never dreamed that the youth in front of him at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm would be this strong. Damn it! Ren Hao cursed in a low voice. He and Yang Qi had been friends for many years. At the same time, he was also shocked at the strength displayed by the other party. He turned his head to look at Xiao Fan and spoke coldly. Kid, I think you want to die. A Xian rank middle grade magic weapon long knife appeared in Ren Hao's hand. His eyes were icy cold, and his half-step Tongtian realm strength erupted as he directly killed Xiao Fan. In his opinion, Yang Qi must have suffered a big loss because of carelessness, and he's going to use his full strength right out of the gate. Blast the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm in front of him. If the two of them, he and Yang Qi, were also defeated by the Qi transformation's 7th reinstatement disciple in front of them, then wouldn't they be as shameless as Zhao Ming in the future? Ren Hao was different from Yang Qi, specializing in sword techniques. Xian ranked magic weapon long knife in hand, his body aura sword, emitting a horrible pressure. Ren Hao's face was hideous, and he ran forward, and as each step landed, the aura on his body was a cut stronger, and the vibration of the ground around him was even more violent. When he strikes, he goes all out. Just now, Yang Qi was defeated by Xiao Fan with a single strike, and carelessness and lightheartedness was the key to the defeat. And he won't. Xiao Fan stared with a frown. The other party was a half-step heavenly realm cultivator and he did not dare to be careless. He tapped his storage bag and the coiled dragon gun appeared in his hand. The long knife whistled and the blade was ferocious, like a wild beast hissing in the sky as it slashed up at Xiao Fan. The coiled dragon gun is like a real dragon, and a gunshot shakes, a thrust into midair. The pan dragon gun easily dissolved Ren Hao's attack, and the latter frowned. He had used his full strength in that strike just now, yet he didn't expect the other party to resist it so easily. Without any hesitation, he drew his sword and continued his onslaught. His attack was ferocious and his fighting style was somewhat like Chen Feixing's, but compared to Chen Feixing, who had mobilized the power of the earth-ranked artifacts in his body, he was a far cry from him. This offense was fierce, but it was not enough in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's own aura instantly skyrocketed as he began to counterattack with the pan-dragon gun in his hand, and his speed was even faster than Ren Hao's. What? Ren Hao was surprised. Just now when they exchanged hands he still had the upper hand, and in the blink of an eye he fell into the lower hand? He couldn't believe that what was in front of him was real. However, what he absolutely could not guess was that the few moves that both sides exchanged just now were actually Xiao Fan testing the waters, not using his full strength at all. A few of his recent battles had been with Chen Feixing and Nangong Lingxian, both of whom were geniuses with the ability to cross levels. Against the two of them, Xiao Fan was not able to have a correct assessment of his current battle power. However, Ren Hao did help him. A half-step through the sky? Xiao Fan muttered. His current strength should be a half-step Tong Tian, and an ordinary half-step Tong Tian would not be his opponent. The buzzing sound of the coiled dragon gun sounded, and Xiao Fan's force increased by 3 more points, breaking through the defense of the long sword in front of him, and stabbing Ren Hao in the chest. The disc dragon gun was a Xian-ranked magic weapon, and when he was stabbed by this gun, Ren Hao sprayed blood from his mouth, and his aura around him was suddenly weak. Go to hell! With the long knife in his hand, he violently slashed at the top of Xiao Fan's head. Seek death! Xiao Fan coldly shouted and instantly drew out his pan-dragon gun before sweeping across and hitting Ren Hao in the abdomen. Struck by this sweeping shot, Ren Hao was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards and falling heavily to the ground. Coughing up blood, his face was pale. Ren Hao! Yang Qi, who had broken his arm, exclaimed in shock, and regardless of his own injuries, he dragged his severely injured arm and rushed over. Zhao Ming had completely panicked at this point, and he looked at Xiao Fan with fearful eyes. The body couldn't stop trembling and almost sat on its butt in fear. The opponent was too terrifying, defeating 2 half-step Heavenly Realm powerhouses one after another without a single injury on his body. And the most critical thing is that his cultivation is only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Ah, what's this? Genius? Absolutely not. It's demonic. Absolutely terrifying demon. Zhao Ming's heart was filled with regret at this moment. Why did he offend this bogeyman? And you brought someone here to get back at this bogeyman? Chapter 110, Money to Buy Your Life. Yang Qi arrived at Ren Hao's side. Looking at the latter's injury, his face was unsightly. At this time he only had one arm that was okay to use. The other was temporarily unable to move. But the wounds had already stopped the blood. I'm fine. Ren Hao opened his mouth breathlessly. His voice was small, and he was even more injured than Yang Qi. He was pierced with a shot in the chest and struck in the abdomen, and his internal organs rolled violently. If not for his half-step Heavenly Realm strength, I'm afraid that he would have passed out long ago. It's good that it's alright, Yang Qi sighed in relief. However, at this time, an icy voice came out from behind the duo. Are you guys sure you're okay? Xiao Fan laughed coldly. It seems like this battle isn't over yet. Xiao Fan had a mocking smile on his face, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his hand holding the coiled dragon gun as he approached the duo step by step. Ren Hao was breathless and tried to speak, but he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The face of Yang Qi beside him also changed greatly, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. This matter is all a misunderstanding. It's because we gullibly believed Zhao Ming's bull *******. That's why we came here. Please let us go and pretend that nothing happened today, and we definitely won't come back to trouble you in the future. 2 people listened to Zhao Ming's ghost words to rob the cave and Gongfu, but it turned out to be this. Put everything on Zhao Ming. Misunderstanding? Xiao Fan laughed coldly as his figure did not stop and continued to move forward one step at a time. To come to rob my cave, seize my Gongfu, directly struck out trying to injure me, and as a result of being less skillful became the misunderstanding in your mouths? Watching Xiao Fan approach step by step, the pressure on Yang Qi and Ren Hao increased. Fear constantly welled up in his heart. This youth with a clear brow in front of him was as terrifying as the devil in the eyes of the 2 of them. It's a misunderstanding. It's all Zhao Ming's fault. He tricked us into coming. Ren Hao hurriedly explained as he wiped a handful of blood from the side of his mouth with his cuff. Both of them were now heavily injured and were simply incapable of fighting again. Hearing the 2 of them put all the blame on him, Zhao Ming was so scared that his feet went limp and sat directly on the ground. Yet he rose violently and turned to escape. Xiao Fan, the bogeyman, was too scary. Staying here he felt like he would die. Zhao Ming was so fast that the soles of his feet were like grease, using the fastest speed in his life to try to escape from here. However, when he had just run more than 10 meters, a silver lance whistled and a terrifying pressure followed. The disc dragon gun straightly stabbed Zhao Ming's right leg, and the huge penetrating force nailed Zhao Ming to the ground. What? Zhao Ming's face was so pale that he couldn't see half of his blood, and the blood from his right leg that had been stabbed by the coiled dragon gun rolled out, staining the lower half of his body. At this moment, his heart was filled with remorse. Why did he actively provoke this bogeyman? Try to run again and the next shot will stab you in the heart. Xiao Fan spoke coldly and did not even look at Zhao Ming. For someone of Zhao Ming's strength, Xiao Fan did not care at all. Zhao Ming was too frightened to move, his eyes filled with panic. Watching Xiao Fan nail Zhao Ming with a light touch, Yang Qi and Ren Hao were shocked. Zhao Ming was at least at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, and while it wasn't true that the 2 of them were half steps through the heavens, they definitely couldn't do anything to nail Zhao Ming to the ground so lightly. This teenager. It's horrible. Lord Xiao, please forgive us. We know we are wrong and are willing to be punished. Lord Xiao, Please forgive us on the basis that we were compelled by Xiao Ming. We are willing to pay any price. Yang Qi and Ren Hao hurriedly begged for forgiveness and called Xiao Fan Lord. The previous condescending stance was all but gone. Yang Qi and Ren Hao had already been scared out of their wits, and in their eyes there wasn't much difference between Xiao Fan and the devil. Fear spread in their bodies. Already pale face at this time all over the cold sweat. At this moment the two of them cannot even rise a little resistance mind. Yet the devil-like teenager across the street. Obviously only the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Punishment? Xiao Fan froze. In fact, he was also thinking about this issue. This was the extreme immortal sect. If he killed 2 people just like that, he would violate the rules of the sect. Otherwise, with his decisive character, he would have struck long ago. Where would have waited until now? And walk over slowly? My lord, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. My lord, we are willing to follow you as your attendants and subordinates. It's all Xiao Ming's fault. It has nothing to do with us. My lord, we are willing to pay any price. Just ask you to forgive us this time. The two of them begged for forgiveness with a word from you and a word from me. Half without the appearance of a half-step heavenly passage cultivator. Xiao Fan stroked his chin and walked forward step by step. He pondered what the 2 men had said. Taking on an entourage, he wasn't interested. He didn't need to be taken care of after so many years of living. And he has a stardust chart and doesn't really want anyone around. After walking to the front of the 2 people and thinking about it, Xiao Fan faintly spoke. Take out all your storage bags. Yang Qi and Ren Hao didn't dare to have any hesitation and immediately took out the storage bags on their bodies and handed them to Xiao Fan. Most of a cultivator's stature was placed on his body, and the 2 of them were no exception. Moreover, they were all sons of large families, and their family backgrounds were much thicker than the average cultivator. Receiving the 2 men's storage bags, Xiao Fan probed into a trace of divine sense to investigate. A happy color appeared on his face, and he lightly tilted the storage bag twice, very satisfied with the things inside. This storage bag is even your life buying money. Is there any problem? Xiao Fan said indifferently. Chapter 111, The Miserable Xiao Ming. No problem. No problem. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Where are the 2 men half unwilling? It is good to get back alive. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and received the 2 storage bags into his arms. And at this time he looked like an ordinary clean-cut young man, without the slightest trace of his ferocious appearance just now. The 2 of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, looked up with tense faces. They were afraid that this bogeyman would flip out. Still not rolling. Do you want to stay for dinner? Xiao Fan said indifferently. Hearing the other party's words, the 2 of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, were like amnesties. Yang Qi was fine. Only his arm injury allowed him to walk around freely. And Ren Hao endured the severe pain in his chest, gritted his teeth and climbed up, turned around and ran, afraid of this bogeyman backtracking. As he watched the 2 leave, Xiao Fan suddenly thought of something again and twisted his head to look at Xiao Ming, who he had pinned to the ground. Xiao Ming was a little hairy by this look in Xiao Fan's eyes. Can't stop shaking in my body. You, stay back. Xiao Ming panicked because Xiao Fan on the opposite side was walking towards him step by step with a playful face. The extreme immortal sect does not allow fellow disciples to fight each other. You can't kill me. Don't come over. I'm from the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family won't let you go. Xiao Ming was already mouthing off and yelling nervously. Having just seen Xiao Fan defeat 2 people with half-step heavenly strength so lightly, he could not even give birth to the slightest thought of resistance. It seems that your brain is far inferior to those 2 people just now. Xiao Fan laughed faintly. When Yang Qi and Ren Hao were defeated by Xiao Fan, they would only beg for mercy and would not threaten Xiao Fan with their families, because they could sense that Xiao Fan was not the type of person who would be threatened in the face of such a person. The more threats, the quicker you die. Xiao Ming was already chilled. He sensed the murderous aura radiating from Xiao Fan. It was so thick that it was suffocating. At this moment he understood that the other party had moved to kill him. I was wrong. Xiao Fan. No, my lord. Please forgive me. Xiao Ming cried miserably. He wanted to kneel down for Xiao Fan, but unfortunately, his thighs were nailed by the coiled dragon gun, so he couldn't even get up. My lord, I am just a dog. You forgive me. Forgive me. Xiao Ming regretted even dying at this point. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Ming coldly. In fact, he did move to kill at that moment just now. He hates it when people threaten him. That's all. If this isn't the extreme immortal sect, then you will definitely die today. Xiao Fan looked at him with a calm gaze, and his tone was also calm. However, the death penalty can be spared. As the voice fell, Xiao Fan's body moved and appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was filled with horror, uncertain of what Xiao Fan was going to do. He wanted to scream for mercy, but before he could do so, he then had bruises on his face and screams of misery resounded all around. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Fan stepped on Xiao Ming's limbs alive with his feet. crushing the bones of his limbs into smithereens. Cracking bone cracking sounds continued to come out along with Zhao Ming's miserable screams. Creepy to hear. Not far away, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, who had just jumped out of Xiao Fan's clutches, heard the miserable screams coming from behind them. Pale on the spot, they looked back in unison. This voice is too familiar to them. It's Zhao Ming. The two men's hearts were filled with resentment towards Zhao Ming. If it wasn't for the other party they wouldn't have landed in this situation. But after hearing this scream from the other side, another flicker of sympathy grew in the hearts of the two. A moment later, Xiao Fan stopped and calmly looked at Zhao Ming, who was trembling on the ground like a pile of mud, his face full of fear and all his features had been distorted. He slowly withdrew the disc gun that was stuck in the other's thigh. He leaned down again and took away the storage pouch from Zhao Ming's body and put it into his arms. You have to cherish the opportunity to live, and I hope that in the future you don't make a mistake for yourself. After saying that, Xiao Fan turned around and left, returning to the cave. A villain like Zhao Ming was no threat to him. If this wasn't the extreme immortal sect, Zhao Ming would already be a corpse at this point. Zhao Ming's face is full of fear. In addition to the blood in his lower body there was also a fishy odor. This moment he felt, it's good to be alive. All of his limbs have been shattered, and his storage bag was taken away by Xiao Fan. There was no one around, and the instinct to survive made Zhao Ming grit his teeth, his body crawling and writhing like a snake. The flesh of a cultivator was far beyond normal. Such writhing was only slower, but not much else. As for the shattered bones on the body, after taking some elixirs, they can also gradually recover. But the shadow in his heart, I'm afraid, will never be dispersed for the rest of his life. For Zhao Ming, who was lying outside the cave, Xiao Fan was in no mood to care about him. He returned to the secret room and opened the 3 storage bags. In a good mood. Yang Qi and Ren Hao's family is very thick. The 2 storage bags together inside loaded with 2,000 spiritual stones. There are a bunch of magic weapons, pills and the like. Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was a bit poorer, but he also had 500 spirit stones and some miscellaneous items. After finishing organizing his things, Xiao Fan took stock of his belongings. He already had over 6,000 spirit stones on him. Moreover, the disciple jade tags of Yang Qi's 3 people are also here, and the contribution points inside are also transferable. Chapter 112 Extreme Immortal Sect's 10,000 Treasures Building. Xiao Fan was in a good mood. He had gotten a large amount of spirit stones from killing a group of Su family members earlier. Along the way, he killed many more people who tried to beat him up, and had killed some more after catching up with little fatty Zhu Gang. Before and after he had already robbed more than 20 storage bags, which was equivalent to more than 20 people's family properties falling on him alone. Did I just hit you too hard? Damn it! I should have let Zhao Ming go peacefully just now. At this moment Xiao Fan regretted it and clenched his fists fiercely. If he was given a chance again, he definitely wouldn't treat Zhao Ming like this. How nice to let the other side bring in the trouble. You can get rich. Even at this moment, Xiao Fan wanted to leave the cave to see if Zhao Ming was alright and to comfort the other party. Tell him not to be afraid. Don't be a wimp. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Xiao Fan sighed and did not think about this as he probed his divine sense into the identity jade tags of the 3 people and checked them separately. Yochi, 90. Ranhao, 100. Zhao Ming, 40. Xiao Fan didn't hesitate and chanted the spell to transfer the contribution points from these 3 people's identity tokens to his jade token. Regarding the transfer of contribution points, it was all recorded in the jade slip given to him by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Xiao Fan's disciple jade medallion emitted a faint blue light, and the numbers inside changed at once. Xiao Fan, 280. Not bad. I guess I should be considered a big family in the outer sect now. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. He was in a good mood for this sudden surprise. Not only were the spirit stones rich, even the contribution points were rich. Although he didn't know exactly how much the 280 contribution points were worth. However, all the family funds of the 2 half-step heavenly realm passing realms together was just under 200. So it must be a large sum of money just right. Stretching his waist, at this time, an hour had passed since he had finished teaching the 3. Xiao Fan planned to go out and take a look. I wonder what happened to Zhu Gang, Nangon Lingxian, Chen Feixing. Would those 2 be missed in the cave as well? Xiao Fan muttered and got up to leave. It wasn't that he cared about Nangon Lingxian and Chen Feixing, but if someone went to rob the cave, Xiao Fan wants to volunteer to help. The free kind. After leaving the cave, Xiao Fan followed the map recorded in the jade slip and he went directly to the 10,000 Treasures Building. He wanted to go and see if there were any of the 2 remaining ingredients for refining the heaven mending pill here, the winding heart leather and the 8 divine spirit blood. He already had enough spirit stones on him, so if he wanted red flame dried, he could go to the treasure pavilion to purchase it. The extreme immortal sect's outer gate was huge. Exactly how big Xiao Fan was not sure. The place where the House of 10,000 Treasures was located was the central area of the outer sect. in the same area as the Task Pavilion and the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Arriving here, Xiaofan looked at the people coming and going on the wide Rishi Street. Most of them were outer disciples wearing blue robes, and grey-robed miscellaneous disciples. It was like a city in which there were many restaurants, tea houses, gambling houses and so on. There are even more miscellaneous disciples who set up stalls. It was the first time Xiaofan had come over, and the scene here caught his eye. He had originally thought that cultivating in the sect would be boring. Apart from completing tasks it would be cultivation, but it turned out that he could not imagine that there was no difference between this place and the outside world. There was no record of this on the jade slip given to him by the Internal Affairs Pavilion, so he thought that these businesses should have nothing to do with the extreme immortal sect. Without staying for a long time, after finding the 10,000 treasures building, Xiaofan entered with great strides. There were a lot of people inside. The first floor alone had a few thousand people, and more than 500 of them were outer disciples wearing blue robes. There are roughly 2,000 people left, all outer disciples in grey robes, more than 2,000 odd job disciples, 80% of whom are women. Many of the miscellaneous disciples are in front of each outer disciple, some respectfully leading the way, and some are boasting about what they are introducing. Upon seeing Xiaofan enter, a woman in a grey robe immediately walked over with a smiling look on her face. Hello, this senior, may I ask what you need? I can introduce you. Chapter 113. Xiaofan turned around and sized up the woman. Judging from her breath, she was probably around the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Her looks were considered medium to high and her skin was white. Hello, I would like the winding heart leather and Yagami spirit blood. Xiaofan was also very polite. Other than treating his enemies, he was still relatively easygoing in character. The blood of the 8 spirits, tangled heart leather, the grey-robed woman muttered. And seeing her in this state, Xiaofan understood. The other party must not have heard of these 2 items. In fact, it was no wonder that these 2 things were extremely precious and were not really accessible to the general public. This senior brother, come with me. These 2 item names should be in the spirit medicine category. I'll take you over to take a look. The woman laughed. Her voice was sweet. Xiaofan nodded and agreed to come down. Seeing Xiaofan agree, the woman was very pleased. Senior brother, this way, follow me. The woman led the way, taking Xiaofan through the dense crowd in front of her. I've only just started. You don't need to call me senior brother. This senior brother, you've just been initiated, don't know. In the extreme immortal sect, no matter how long you've been initiated, grey-robed disciples who see blue-robed or above disciples are to be called senior brother. The woman smiled as she opened her mouth to explain, leading Xiaofan through the crowd. Xiaofan nodded slightly before asking, why are there so many grey-robed disciples here? And most of them are women. It's for contribution points. The woman's eyes were a bit lost as she opened her mouth to explain. Miscellaneous disciples are different from outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples and above don't need to do quests to obtain contribution points, and they can also obtain the most basic cultivation techniques. However, handyman disciples don't have this kind of qualification. Within the extreme immortal sect, only a handful of handyman disciples are assigned designated jobs, and most of the rest of the handyman disciples figure out their own ways to obtain contribution points. Being a miscellaneous disciple, in itself represents a low cultivation level. So dangerous tasks we can't do. Hosting outer disciples in the Wanbao building. Whether they buy or sell something, the Wanbao building will give us a commission. Hearing the woman's words, Xiaofan could be considered to understand the rules within the extreme immortal sect. It was not true that it was a holy place for cultivation, but without talent and strength, if you wanted to cultivate, you could only do it by your own efforts. Like this woman leading the way in front of her, she could reach the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm at a young age. In terms of small cities in the outside world, it was definitely considered an expert, teenage genius-like figure. However, when he arrived within the extreme immortal sect, he couldn't even be an outer disciple, and could only be a handyman disciple. The young girl saw that Xiaofan was a nice person and a new disciple, so she told him many more things about the extreme immortal sect's outer gate. Xiaofan listened carefully. There were many very useful things that were not recorded in the jade slip. There were a lot of people in the Wanbao building, and it wasn't close to the place where the spirit medicines were sold, so it took the 2 of them half a quarter of an hour before they finally arrived at the spirit medicine area. There were quite a few people lined up in front of them, so the young girl had to lead Xiaofan to wait patiently. Along the way, the grey-robed girl felt that Xiaofan was a nice person, so she opened her mouth and introduced herself. Senior brother, my name is Guanlinger. I don't know what your name is. Xiaofan. Xiaofan. Hearing this name, the grey-robed girl murmured, feeling that it was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a while. After another half a quarter of an hour, it was finally Xiaofan's turn, and he spoke to the shopkeeper in the spirit medicine area. Is there any 8 divine spirit blood and winding heart leather here? The blood of the 8 spirits and the winding of the heart. The shopkeeper of the spirit medicine area glanced at Xiaofan with an odd gaze. Seeing that the other party looked new. 90% of them were new disciples. There's no 8 divine spirit blood, but there's winding heart leather. But it requires a lot of contribution points, and I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. How much? The spirit medicine shopkeeper had a smiling look on his face. It takes 200 contribution points to exchange for a small piece. The winding heart leather was extremely precious, and he did not think that Xiaofan had enough contribution points. Could be. Chapter 114, The Mysterious Newly Entered Disciple. The shopkeeper of the spirit medicine area froze. Guanlinger on the side also froze. When she first heard the shopkeeper say 200 contribution points, she was shocked and was just about to suck in cold air. Yet before she could start sucking it in, she was surprised to hear the teenager beside her readily agree. What is the concept of 200 contribution points? If converted into spirit stones, 1 contribution point was equal to 50 spirit stones. 200 contribution points were equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. Didn't this clean-cut youth just join the extreme immortal sect? Where to get 200 contribution points? In this instant, Guanlinger's mind thought of many things. Kid, you're not kidding me. You have 200 contribution points? The shopkeeper in charge of the spirit medicine area was filled with suspicion. 200 contribution points. Only a handful of disciples in the entire outer gate can take it out. And this strange new face in front of him, he actually said he had 200 contribution points? How dare he believe it? Xiaofan nodded with a calm expression. He only knew that 200 contribution points was a lot, but he was not sure exactly how much it was worth. The first in the outer door selection tournament gave 50 points, and when he came in and robbed the Yang Qi trio, he robbed more than 200 at once. Came too easy. Seeing that Xiaofan did not look like he was joking, the spirit medicine area shopkeeper was puzzled, but he still nodded and left to fetch the winding heart leather. It didn't take long to see the shopkeeper holding a wooden box in his hands and carefully walking back. This entangled heart leather is precious and incomparable, and it is also considered a rare and precious medicinal herb in the Wanbao building. In here is the winding heart leather. Kid, are you sure you want to buy it? The shopkeeper spoke once again. He still didn't believe that Xiaofan could take out 200 contribution points. Okay. Xiaofan nodded. As long as it's winding heart leather, I'll definitely buy it. The shopkeeper didn't hesitate and opened the wooden box. Inside was a purple flower made of 2 leather-like vines entwined together. The reason why it was called entangled heart leather was because apart from the flower at the topmost end, all other parts were no different from leather, and the purple flower at the uppermost end was beautifully colored. Although there was no soil, however, this purple flower did not wither at all and still bloomed its beauty. So beautiful. On the side, Guanlinger's eyes sparkled when she saw it. Xiaofan carefully examined it and a happy color appeared on his face. He could be sure that this was the winding heart leather, one of the 3 main medicines used to make the heaven mending pill. Okay, I'll take it. Xiaofan smiled faintly and took out his identity jade token from his storage bag. Regardless of whether it was the spirit pill area boss or Guanlinger by her side, both of them were a bit bewildered. Spending 200 contribution points on something with no hesitation at all? However, the shopkeeper didn't say anything and took out his own jade card. And the jade card in Xiaofan's hand drew a blue light that shot into the other party's jade card. The number on his jade tablet, from 280, 280. The shopkeeper checked and Xiaofan had indeed crossed over 200 contribution points to him just now. At this time he looked at Xiaofan's gaze even more oddly. Who the hell is this young man? The people in the queue behind them were all filled with shock when they saw that Xiaofan had spent 200 contribution points in a like manner. When Xiaofan said he wanted to buy it just now, he basically thought he was joking. But I didn't expect to actually buy it. The transaction was completed and Xiaofan was in a good mood, sort of solving a small matter of heart. The next step was to simply obtain the 8 divine spirit blood, which was considered to have gathered all the ingredients for the heaven mending pill. The transaction is completed. Guanlinger face are a little excited. Every time she finished receiving a guest, Manpower House would give her 10% of that person's total spending as a commission. Just now, Xiaofan had spent 200 contribution points, and she had earned 20 contribution points at once. With these contribution points, one could exchange them for an ordinary Xian rank lower grade magic weapon. After getting the winding heart leather, Xiaofan turned around and left. Guanlinger was very enthusiastic to see her off, her face smiling like a flower. She never dreamed that this disciple, who had just entered, would be able to take out so many contribution points. Xiaofan left the 10,000 treasures building under the astonished gazes of a group of people. Guanlinger also very enthusiastically stuffed Xiaofan with a transmission jade slip and very passionately told him that if he came back to the 10,000 treasures building next time, he must contact her. Xiaofan accepted this transmission jade slip. For Guanlinger, A woman who took the initiative to solve her own problems. Xiaofan still had a few good feelings. The summoning jade slips were expensive, and the price varied depending on the distance that could be summoned. The worst ones cost hundreds of spirit stones. It could be seen that Guanlinger had also put in a lot of effort to get Xiaofan to come to her. Leaving the Wanbao building, Xiaofan planned to buy some dried meat as well as food. The extreme immortal sect's outer gate was a place that specialized in providing free food, but Xiaofan didn't want to waste time going there every day. Plus there's a golden lioness in the house with a big appetite. There were many vendors selling jerky, and these people were all miscellaneous disciples wearing gray robes. Just now, I learned from Guanlinger that these odd job disciples usually worked very hard to earn contribution points. At that time, Xiaofan hadn't experienced much, but after seeing this scene, Xiaofan sort of understood. Cultivators of the 4th and 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Selling jerky at stalls. Chapter 115, Little Fatty's Analysis. In an outside city, these are the things that only ordinary local residents do. For this reason, Xiaofan can only sigh. The road of cultivation is not easy. Xiaofan walked back and forth to 3 or 4 jerky stalls, and all of these meats were ordinary beast meats that hadn't opened their spirit. Handyman disciples went into the mountains and forests to capture and return, making jerky to sell. Purchasing jerky could be traded with contribution points or using spirit stones. After all, this was not a clan operation. A spirit stone could purchase 10 pounds of jerky of good quality, a price that was 10 times more expensive than the outside city. But thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, this was the extreme immortal sect, and it was only natural that prices would rise. And when Xiaofan heard that 1 contribution point could purchase 500 pounds of jerky, he sucked in a cold breath. It was also the first time that he clearly recognized how valuable contribution points really were. He estimated that the tangled heart leather he had just bought cost 200 contribution points, and that was the equivalent of 10,000 spirit stones. Knowing this, Xiaofan felt his heart dripping blood. Without continuing to spend the contribution points, Xiaofan used the spirit stones to buy a few thousand pounds of dried meat and left. He had a lot of spirit stones on him now, and his mentality had gradually shifted from being poor, and wasn't as heartbroken as before. In the extreme immortal sect, spirit stones could be exchanged for contribution points at the Internal Affairs Pavilion. The ratio is also a price of 1 to 50. After buying the jerky, Xiaofan intended to leave, and at that moment a vaguely familiar voice came to his ears. I'll talk to you guys. This session of the outer door selection first. Xiaofan is my big brother. I have a good relationship with him. We came all the way here. We have a great relationship. Didn't you see that we were living together in the 9th small house at that time? You guys don't worry. In the future, if someone bullies you guys, just talk to me. I'll find my big brother. Xiaofan's little fatty Zhu Gang was boasting with a group of new blue-robed disciples, patting his chest and promising to take care of them in the future. He has a mellow personality and is quick to mingle with people wherever he goes. The crowd around him was convinced of his words, each one looking at Zhu Gang with reverence. And among them, there were quite a few young female disciples. They were all the new outer disciples of this batch. They all lived in the same area, and in less than a day, Zhu Gang became familiar with them. Fatty, what are you talking about here? Hearing a familiar voice, Zhu Gang and the others turned their heads to look, and the visitor was none other than Xiaofan. Big brother, Zhu Gang exclaimed. Seeing Xiaofan, he was so excited that he directly rushed over and hugged him. Xiaofan was speechless, but he did have a fairly good relationship with Zhu Gang and didn't say anything, just gave him a little push away in disgust. What did you just say here? Xiaofan asked. He had only listened vaguely just now and hadn't heard all of what Zhu Gang had said. Ahem, nothing. Little Fatty's face was a little red. After all, he hadn't fooled many people recently with Xiaofan's name. Big brother, are you having your own cave now? Zhu Gang's eyes were glowing. Xiaofan nodded. Then take me on a tour. I haven't seen what a cave looks like. The little fatty's face was trembling with excitement. Okay, follow me. Xiaofan was speechless, but he didn't refuse. Zhu Gang briefly said a few words to the group of blue-robed disciples around him and left after following behind Xiaofan's ass. Under the envious gazes of the many newly promoted disciples, he went further and further away. In fact, they also want to see what the extreme immortal sect inner cave is really like. It's a shame it's not familiar with Xiaofan. Furthermore, that was a fatal star. They had all seen with their own eyes how ferocious Xiaofan was. In front of the other party they didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Xiaofan led Zhu Gang, and the two of them returned directly to the cave. Along the way Zhu Gang boasted and told Xiaofan about what had happened in the day or so. After they were taken away by the outer sect deacon, each of them were given blue robes, identity tokens, jade samplices, and other items, and then each of them was also given a small family home. It was much stronger than the small courtyard number 9 that he and Xiaofan had lived in before. and the spiritual chi inside was also very dense. Since they were all disciples who had been initiated together, Xu Gang got along well with everyone. Shan Yanghui and Li Dong also lived in the same area as Xu Gang and the others. Big brother, is this your cave? Arriving at the gate of the cave, Xu Gang looked around. The aura here was so rich that he felt refreshed with every breath. Exactly. Xiaofan nodded and with a thought. The door to the cave was then opened. After entering the cave, little Fatty's jaw dropped to the ground. The inside was simply too luxurious, and the aura was many times denser than where he lived. Seeing the little Fatty's almost drooling appearance, Xiaofan thought for a moment and spoke. If you want to live here, you can move over and live with me. Xu Gang's eyes lit up after hearing this, but then he shook his head. No, I still prefer a more lively place. It's more comfortable to live with more people. Liking to be lively was one aspect. The main reason was that he and Xiaofan were just friends, and too much reliance would tarnish the relationship. Xiaofan nodded and didn't say anything. Little Fatty visits around and gets more and more excited. Xiaofan released Xiao Jin and threw a large amount of jerky to it. When the golden-haired lioness saw the jerky, her eyes glistened and she rushed up and took a big bite. Big brother, what kind of spirit beast is this little gold? Little Fatty asked. Xiaofan shook his head. Not sure. Strange. Normal spirit beasts can understand human language. That is to open the spirit of wisdom. But that time has been able to mouth human speech is right and this little gold can understand human language, but can't speak. And it looks so mighty and scary. But the strength is so weak. It shouldn't be. Little Fatty analyzed it from the sidelines. Xiao Jin, who was eating jerky, had his ears twitching and heard little Fatty bad-mouthing him, twisting around and baring his teeth at Xu Gang. Ooh-hoo, came the howl, as if rebelling against the discontent in its mind. Chapter 116, The Book Depository. Xu Gang was speechless. This lion is really psychic. It can understand even bad words. In fact, what Xu Gang said was all common sense, and Xiaofan knew it. However, he wasn't really sure what kind of demonic beast Little Gold was, and he didn't know much about spirit beasts. Forget it, find a few books about spirit beasts to read when you have time. Maybe you'll be able to find them. After staying in Xiaofan's cave for an hour, Xu Gang left a sound transmission jade slip for Xiaofan and informed him of the place he was staying, and left, and said he'd come by often if he was okay. The entire extreme immortal sect was large, and it was also relatively lenient and unencumbered for outer disciples. No one will supervise the practice either. Xiaofan threw out all the dried meat inside his storage bag. He planned to go into the secret room for a few days of seclusion. With the recent spate of battles, he felt that he could break through the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm and reach the 8th level at any time. However, he wasn't in a hurry and planned to hone himself a bit more at the 7th level, and he still had one more chance to pick an Earth-ranked martial art. Intend to redeem it at the book depository after this retreat. It is written in the Jade Brief that there will be an alchemy lecture from Jiang Yushan in 5 days, so I will have to go and take a look at it then. Regarding formation and refining words, as long as these elders teach, they can't be missed either. Xiaofan had very carefully memorized all the information within the jade slip about the teaching times of the several elders before he closed the door. There was no need to mention alchemy. Alchemists had a noble status and could refine all sorts of elixirs. The heaven-mending pill that he needed right now would require a minimum of a 3rd-grade Dan Master to be able to do so. Weapon smithing, all sorts of magic weapon forging, and the summoning jade slips and so on were also manufactured by the smiths. As for formations, a truly profound formation master, even if his strength was weak, nevertheless still had the strength to challenge those whose cultivation was higher than his, and could even use powerful killing formations to kill them. For all of these, Xiaofan wanted to learn. Entering the secret room, Xiaofan closed his eyes and his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram. After taking a large number of spirit pills and spirit grasses, he took a spirit stone in each hand and began to cultivate. Early 7th level of Qi Transformation Realm. Qi Transformation Realm 7th level early major round. Qi Transformation Realm. Mid 7th level. Qi Transformation Realm 7th intermediate great circle. Late 7th level of Qi Transformation Realm. Qi Transformation Realm late 7th level great perfection. 3 days later, Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had already consolidated at the point of the 7th major consummation of the Qi Transformation Realm. If he was willing, he could even directly break through to the 8th level, but that wouldn't be much of a battle boost. He would polish himself and continue to refine himself at the 7th weight. It's time to get out there, Xiaofan muttered as he planned to go to the book depository today to pick an Earth-rank technique. The Misty Immortal Palace's book pavilion had a long history and was divided into the inner and outer pavilions. The outer pavilion referred to the Extreme Immortal Sect's Outer Gates Book Collection Pavilion. But even so, it contained countless precious tomes, and there were no longer a handful of Earth-rank lower-grade techniques. And it was said that at the inner gate of the Extreme Immortal Sect, the inner cabinet of the book depository. In addition to a large number of Earth-ranked techniques, there were even the legendary Heaven-ranked techniques. Of course these are just legends. Xiaofan arrived at the entrance of the outer sect book depository according to the directions recorded on the jade slip. This place is not as crowded as the interior court or the marble house. Instead it's a bit of a gated community. There were two white-haired old men at the entrance, sitting in front of the book depository, drinking tea and playing games. A look of old age. Senior, I would like to enter the book depository to pick out a technique. The two old men twisted their heads and glanced at Xiaofan. One of the old men spoke indifferently. Is it a matter of exchanging contribution points for a technique? Or a reward for a technique? Reward. Xiaofan took out his jade token and submitted it to the old man in front of him. The old man received the jade token. His eyes were a little surprised, and he remeasured Xiaofan once more. Earth stage feats. So you're that freak from this session? A freak? Xiaofan froze. How did he become a freak in the other side's mouth? But he didn't say much. The other party's cultivation is unfathomable, and he couldn't feel any malice from the other party. The other old man also raised his head and scrutinized Xiaofan with a curious gaze for a few moments. Xiaofan was a bit embarrassed by the look and coughed dryly. Senior, can I go in and pick? Go in. Earth-ranked feats go straight up to the third floor to pick. Just go in with a jade token in hand. The old man threw the jade tablet into Xiaofan's hands, and his expression returned to its initial appearance. The other old man did the same, and the two of them continued to look at the chessboard on the stone table as they resumed their game. Xiaofan was speechless. With a salute to the two people he turned around and headed inside the book depository. When Xiaofan left, the two old men began to transmit their voices in gossip. This little guy is the first in this year's Outer Gate selection. TSK, 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 it's still at the 7th level of Qi Transformation Realm cultivation. That's not right. I remember that old guy Su Youngyan said that this kid's cultivation is clearly at the early 7th level of Qi Transformation, but just now I saw that the other party is clearly at the late 7th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Could it be another breakthrough? It's really a freak if that's the case. The female doll he went in with before was not bad either. 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm, but I guess the average half-step Tong Tian is no match for her. Xiaofan was naturally unaware of the idle chatter of the two old men outside, as he had already entered the book collection pavilion. From the outside, the cache is plain and unimpressive. However, after entering, there is something inside. The first floor of the attic, surrounded by bookshelves full of ancient carvings with dragon patterns. These ancient carvings look lifelike, and the patterns on them are as if they were real dragons. Each bookshelf held only one gongfu. Xiaofan saw that there was a yellow character above each bookshelf. I guess this layer is all yellow-ranked feats, Xiaofan muttered, and there were quite a few people around who were walking back and forth near the bookshelves, surveying the bookshelves very carefully, as if they were picking out feats. Xiaofan surveyed the surroundings for a moment before running straight for the stairs. His target was the third floor. Chapter 117, Encountering Nangong Lingxian. Entered the second level. The arrangement inside was roughly the same as that of the first floor, except that there were relatively fewer bookshelves, and the word yellow on top of each bookshelf had changed to the word Xian. This was the same as what Xiaofan had speculated. The second level was indeed all Xian techniques, yet something seemed different between this second level and the first. This was because quite a few outer disciples wearing blue robes were watching in one direction and whispering about something. One also looked very odd, some with glowing eyes, others seemed to be in admiration, others are wondering what rarities to see. It is? Xiaofan was curious. Although the earth rank technique was good for him, it was not yet a compelling attraction that he could not wait for. After all, he had the Star Dipper diagram in place, and the 9 transformations of Qi transformation that he was currently cultivating was an earth rank technique. Xiaofan wanted to see what these outer disciples were looking at. Walking over to a few people, he followed their gazes and instantly caused Xiaofan to freeze. In front of him was a woman wearing a white robe, with a concave and convex body that was nearly perfect, and delicate features that were as if they had been carefully carved by the heavens, while there seemed to be a layer of ice-cold frost on that face, exuding a coldness that refused to let people in. Nangong Lingxian. Xiaofan was stunned. He did not expect to see the other party here, but thinking about it, Nangong Lingxian also had the right to enter the book depository to choose a Xian rank technique. Nangong Lingxian seemed to have noticed something as well, her eyebrows frowning slightly as he turned his head to look. It happened to look right at Xiaofan. Xiaofan. When Nangong Lingxian saw that Xiaofan was even on the sidelines and peeking at herself with a group of colorful wolves, her eyes immediately turned murderous. Xiaofan seemed to understand where the word lecture came from at this moment. The many outer disciples who were spying on Nangong Lingxian and the surroundings all turned their gazes towards Xiaofan. The eyes were variously curious, envious, jealous, and puzzled, seemingly confused. How did you? A 7th level chi transformer. No such a good-looking woman? However, these gazes were only instantaneous, and then they all disappeared. After these outer disciples were discovered, one by one, they immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Let's just pretend nothing happened and there was no peeking at this at all. Xiaofan was speechless, and the people around him scattered with a bang. Leaving him alone? Would you believe me if I said I just got here? Nangong Lingxian smiled coldly at his words. Succubus, last time you were still sophomoric. This time let's see what else you have to say. What's all this about? Xiaofan felt his head hurt a little. Nangong Lingxian's voice was so loud that everyone on the second floor turned their gazes toward Xiaofan. Even the person who had spied on Nangong Lingxian just now. Now everyone's eyes have changed to the same look of contempt. Even the female cultivators in the second layer did the same, looking at Xiaofan with disgust and loathing. When Xiaofan saw the gazes of the people around him, he felt like he wanted to die. The feeling of being wronged was very hard. He really wanted to shout out, "I'm not a lecher. Really, young and good looking, but he can be a colorful man. It's no wonder. That new senior sister is so pretty. It's normal for his heart to be moved at a young age." A woman whispered. Shameless, staring at other girls when they see how beautiful they are. My generation is ashamed to be with them. Look at this person's unfamiliar appearance. It looks like a new disciple. I'm afraid that it's only because he hasn't seen such a fairy-like figure outside that he would be like this. If this isn't the book depository, I'm going to make a move to teach him a lesson. That's right, me too. There were also quite a few male disciples who verbally attacked Xiaofan, and there were even a few who threatened to plan to teach him a lesson. Xiaofan hates this moment. Why did he come over to make a scene? What was he curious about? Also, among the male disciples who opened their mouths to taunt him, there were clearly several who were standing next to him just now peeping. Nangong Lingxian didn't open her mouth at this moment as she looked at those few people who said that they were going to make a move to teach Xiaofan a lesson with eyes that looked at idiots. Cultivation is only at the 7th or 8th level of the chi transformation realm. Where did the confidence come from? She couldn't even beat it. Or she would have done it already. Xiaofan skimmed the few people who said they would open their mouths to teach him a lesson with an indignant gaze. Those who are not afraid of death. You can try your hands. These few people were a bit creeped out by Xiaofan's gaze. However, no one was an idiot. They were just talking and didn't dare to really make a move. If this isn't the book depository, you wait. A few people are just saying mean things. Xiaofan helplessly glanced at Nangong Lingxian. This was the moment he confirmed that the other man's brain really wasn't working very well. I didn't peek at you. Leaving these words, Xiaofan turned around and left. The second level is too humiliating. He's going up to the third level. Seeing Xiaofan heading in the direction of the third floor, the few cultivators who had just been glared at continued to open their mouths in mockery. Going up to the third floor? This guy is not dreaming right. Without 500 points of merit exchange, how can he go up to the third floor? It's all ground there. However, his words stopped short, because Xiaofan strides up to the third floor without being stopped by any prohibitions, leaving the second level all dumbfounded. Chapter 118 Horue. They couldn't have imagined that this lecherous thief they were talking about just now had actually gone up to the third floor? Every floor inside the bookstore is forbidden. These spells to break the prohibitions were only available to the two elders at the entrance. Every time they came, they would set a decree to break the prohibition on their jade tags. And the conditions for entering the book depository are extremely strict. The first layer of the yellow layer, want to exchange skills, 20 contribution points can be, is the most basic. On the second level, the word Xian. If you want to exchange for a lower grade Xian rank technique, you need 100 contribution points. Xian rank middle grade, 105 contribution points. Upper Xian rank, 300 contribution points. And the third level, the ground level, the lowest grade of the ground level technique exchange, all need 500 points of contribution points. Not to mention afterward, they couldn't imagine that the guy would just go up there. That guy really went up just now. I didn't see my eyes blink. I think he went up there too. What is this guy? I don't know. Haven't seen it before. Is it this year's new entry disciple? The second layer of the Xian character layer has been discussed again. Nangong Lingxian skimmed the surrounding surprised people. She picked out her feats again as if nothing had happened. But the eyes are full of resignation. Obviously this opportunity is very close to her. Unfortunately, the few male disciples who had just opened their mouths to mock Xiaofan were a bit wide-eyed. They also dared to open their mouths to mock Xiaofan only after seeing that the breath on his body was only at the 7th level of the chi transformation realm. And they originally wanted to win the favor of the beauty. Results. At this moment, several people have chosen to run. Let's talk about choosing a Xian class technique later. Anyone who could go up to the third level, the earth level, would know with their asses that they couldn't afford to mess with them. After entering the third level, The surrounding scene was completely different from the first 2 levels. There were very few bookshelves, at least a few hundred shelves on each floor before, but only 20 or so on this floor. But thinking about it, it was right. Earth rank techniques were so rare. Even if the extreme immortal sect's power was strong, it was unlikely that there would be too many of them. As for the people on the 3rd level, counting Xiaofan, there were only 3 people in total. The rest were a man and a woman, and the 2 of them looked over in unison as they sensed the arrival of someone. There was curiosity in his eyes, as if he had never seen the man who had just come up the stairs. In the entire extreme immortal sect's outer gate, there are only a handful of people who can go up to the 3rd floor, and the contribution points alone require 500 at least. One needs to complete countless difficult quests in order to scrape together a chance to enter the 3rd floor. Xiaofan also sized up this man and woman for a couple of moments. The male disciple is handsome and quite dignified, a blue robe. The woman was also very delicate looking, with a perfectly curved body, giving off a hot and delicate feeling. These 2 people had a strong aura, but then again, they couldn't feel the 2 people's cultivation, and there was also an aura of danger. Passage to the realm of heaven, Xiaofan murmured. At this moment he could be sure that these 2 must be Tong Tian realm cultivators. The 2 of them looked at Xiaofan 2 more times, and seemed to have figured out something, and each of them withdrew their gazes and continued to survey the gongfa on the surrounding bookshelves. Xiaofan walked over and didn't talk to the 2 men as he also began to survey the gongfa on the surrounding bookshelves. Before he even touched it, just by being close, he felt a very powerful prohibition on every ancient carved bookshelf. This formation is so strong, Xiaofan muttered. He could sense that all the bookshelves were being set up by very strong formations. If there is no secret order or magic trick to break the prohibition, there is simply no way to will not be able to take out the gongfu inside, but will instead lead to the forced destruction of these gongfu. This extreme immortal sect is really extraordinary, Xiaofan muttered in his heart. Now that I think about it, there should be the same ban on all the shelves on the first 2 floors at. Xiaofan carefully surveyed the bookshelves in front of him, which clearly recorded the names of the feats on each shelf and so on, with an extremely detailed introduction. Divine Illumination Scripture, Earth Order Lower Grade, Heavenly Feather Strange Sword, Earth Order Lower Grade, Xiaofan muttered, sort of roughly understanding the mode of the book depository. However, he was still unclear on how to take this gongfu out. If you have identified the feats you want, just take out your own jade directly and place it on the concave hole on the bookshelf. A woman's voice came from beside her. Xiaofan twisted his head to look, and the one who spoke was none other than the hot and delicate woman. Thanks, sister. Xiaofan cupped his fists and thanked him. The fiery woman smiled, feeling nothing restrained from her. A bit of a big personality. Junior brother, you're the first in this year's selection contest? Xiaofan nodded and acknowledged it. Not bad. I heard that the first in this year's outer sect selection competition is a little guy who was at the 7th level of chi transformation. I didn't expect it to be you. The fiery woman smiled. My name is Hurue. Junior brother, what is your name? Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded in response. Not bad. Good name. Hurue praised. Then laughed. Alright, pick a technique. The opportunity to obtain an earth rank technique is rare. You must pick carefully, or else I don't know when you'll be able to come back next time. Xiaofan nodded his head and thanked him. Hurue left smilingly and continued to pick her own gongfu, while the handsome and extraordinary male disciple only glanced at Xiaofan from beginning to end. Xiaofan knew that the other party was kindly reminding him. As a son of a small family who grew up in a small family, he was well aware of how precious earth rank techniques were. Chapter 119 Ground Level Technique, Bucket Turning Star Movement. However, the current him didn't care about those. He only wanted to choose a technique that would be most useful to him. I don't need the basic techniques corresponding to my cultivation level, Xiaofan murmured in a low voice. He naturally did not lack cultivation techniques, as long as he continued to break the stars within the Star Dipper diagram. The Earth rank's 9 transformations of Chi transformation was enough for his cultivation to reach the heavenly realm, and when that time came, he only needed to shatter the stars after that, and there would definitely be a more profound technique waiting for him. Martial arts class feats, body technique class technique, or secret techniques. With a goal in mind, Xiaofan focused his attention on these kinds. He first looked at some martial arts techniques. 5 Cloud Hands, lower grade of the Earth Order. Change of Momentum Poem, lower grade of the Earth Order. White Camel Madness Staff, lower grade of the Earth Order. These Earth-ranked martial arts were not of a type that suited him. However, he set his sights on other feats. Xiaofan's gaze noticed a body technique feat. The Battle of the Stars, the lower grade of the Earth Order. Scrapbook. Body technique class Earth level technique, can increase one's speed, cultivating the advanced stage, can instantly move oneself to achieve the effect of instantaneous movement. Xiaofan's eyes lit up, yet there was another paragraph underneath the gongfu. However, The technique is crippled and extremely difficult to cultivate, and no one has ever cultivated it to completion, so it is classified as an earth stage technique. So it is, Xiao Fan muttered. This should be the ancient technique that old man Xiao had spoken of earlier, but it was tattered and incomplete. It's going to be him. Xiao Fan decided that he wanted this bucket-turning star shift. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this technique. If it was not crippled, he estimated that it was at least an upper grade of the earth rank. Xiao Fan took out his identity jade token and placed it on the top hole. The carved dragons on the mountain of bookshelves emitted a faint bright light that seemed to be confirming something, and after a few moments, the bright light stopped. The ban on bookshelves is lifted. Xiao Fan took out the doo-wop on the bookshelf. Junior brother, you chose this technique? Both Hu Rui and the handsome young man sensed the movement of the bookcase prohibition being broken just now. In unison, they turned their gazes to each other, yet surprise flashed in both of their eyes. Xiao Fan actually chose the technique, bucket-turning star shift? Yes, I feel that this going method is good, so I want to learn it. Xiao Fan opened his mouth and replied very seriously. Hu Rui can't help but cover her head. The corner of the handsome young man's mouth rose slightly as he skimmed Xiao Fan with a look at an idiot, and without saying anything, he turned around and continued to pick the technique he wanted. Didn't I just say for you to make a good selection? How rare is the opportunity to come to this third floor to choose an earth-ranked technique? Do you know that? Hu Rui couldn't help but open her mouth. And you even chose a crippled gong method. This feat has never been practiced by anyone. You know? No one has ever practiced? Xiao Fan was stunned. Opening his mouth, he asked, Senior sister, is this technique so difficult to practice? Of course. Hu Rui spoke without any good humor. This gongfu is said to be a heavenly rank gongfu, but because it's too badly mutilated and missing the core content, it's very difficult for anyone to be able to comprehend the mysteries of it. You actually wasted a chance to choose an earth-ranked technique for nothing. Hey! Xiao Fan is speechless. He saw the description on it that it was difficult to practice, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. However, he didn't have any regrets. It wasn't like he lacked core techniques anyway, and the body technique class was currently exactly what he needed. Thanks for the guidance, senior sister. Xiao Fan cupped his fists again and thanked him. He could feel that the other party was kindly reminding him. That's just it. You finished choosing anyway. There's no use talking about that. I hope you'll accumulate some more contribution points before coming back here to choose. Hu Rui waved her hand. She's just a little sorry for Xiao Fan. How many outer disciples wanted to come to the third floor to choose a merit law once but couldn't do so, while Xiao Fan actually chose a merit law that was basically impossible to cultivate? It made her feel all achy. Xiao Fan thanked him again and turned around to leave the third floor. Got to the second level. The second level, which had been quiet, turned its gaze to the stairway in unison. Seeing that the person who came down was Xiao Fan, most people's faces were filled with surprise. The people who went up to the third floor on weekdays to pick out the earth-ranked techniques were all patient in their selection, and they could not wait to scrutinize all of the techniques before they finally settled on them. And this Xiao Fan went up. Before and after less than half an hour, the person came down. Xiao Fan skimmed the second level when he saw that Nangon Lingxian was also there, and when he realized that the other party's gaze was looking at him. Without saying a word, he turned and left downstairs. The heart also silently spat out a sentence. Only women and small people are difficult to raise also. He didn't want to be called a lecher in public anymore. I'm not sure. Nangon Lingxian saw Xiao Fan leave like he was running for his life after seeing her. Her face became even more ugly. A pretty face that was already icy cold was even more frosty at this time. Am I that scary? Run away when you see me. Hateful. Hateful thief. Chapter 120, The Star Dipper Diagram's Strange Movements. Xiao Fan didn't dawdle, and when he reached the first floor, he directly took a big step out of the door of the book depository. The two old men who were drinking tea and playing games at the door froze, although they did not turn around. But with their cultivation, they did not need to look to know who came out. The two men turned their heads in unison, landing their eyes on Xiao Fan. I can't believe this little guy would come out so quickly. Is it so quick to pick an earth rank technique? One of the old men couldn't help but speak. Have you finished choosing your technique? Xiao Fan nodded with a smile. Finished choosing. What technique did you choose? The other old man couldn't help but speak out. Battle of the Stars. Xiao Fan had nothing to hide and directly opened his mouth to inform. Fighting the stars? Both of the two old men were dumbfounded. Even with their fixation, they were somewhat unable to hold back. Is it such a waste to pick an earth rank technique for the first time? That merit law difficulty others are not clear, but the two of them are more than clear. The content inside was so badly mutilated that no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it for many years. One of the old men had some helplessness on his face and said, "This technique is very difficult. It's almost impossible to cultivate into it. I can make an exception for you once and let you a reselected technique." In his opinion, Xiao Fan must have been unaware of the preciousness of the third layer and the difficulty of practicing this technique to cultivate it, so he decided to give Xiao Fan a fresh chance. This kind of thing is a rare occurrence at the book depository. This was also a backdoor that he had purposely opened for Xiao Fan once when he sought his young age and extraordinary talent. No need. Xiao Fan smiled and cupped his fists to the two old men and saluted. Thank you, seniors. I just want to try practicing this bucket shift. The two old men didn't say much when they saw this, since this was the other party's own choice. They couldn't continue to persuade anything. Another old man spoke. The time limit for practicing each merit law is 1 month. It cannot be copied. There is a forbidden system on it. Once it is copied, the merit law will be destroyed on its own, and you need to return this merit law after 1 month. This is the rule of the book depository. All the feats lent out are original ancient books, extremely precious. These were recorded on the jade slip given to Xiao Fan by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Yes, Xiao Fan bowed again. These he naturally knew well. That's just it. There are very few candidates for this feat anyway, so it's fine for you to watch it for a while longer. The other old man waved his hand again and opened another back door for Xiao Fan. The old man on the opposite side froze and laughed. Old He, you hold this kid in high regard. Then this old man gazed at Xiao Fan and opened his mouth to laugh. Kid, not bad. Since old man he has said so, then you don't need to be in a hurry to return it. Xiao Fan was stunned. It can still be like this? Thanks to the two seniors. He hastily clasped his fists and thanked him again. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you're successful in your studies. Old man he waved his hand, signaling Xiao Fan to leave. Xiao Fan nodded his head. He had a great deal of inner respect for the two old men. The other party was not related to him, but gave him the boot. He didn't need to think about it to know how much of a favor it was to defer the surrender of the earth-ranked feats that were lent out of the book depository. Sean Van leaves. The two old men passed on their voices again and chatted idly. Old He, it's not like you to be able to give someone a small cooking stove, and it's still an earth-ranked technique, so you're not afraid of being discovered. What can you do to me if you find out? And this kid is so good. I have a feeling he'll learn. Alright, as you wish. No one practiced that earth-ranked technique anyway. Putting the third level has been unchosen for I don't know how long. Xiao Fan bought some dried meat and then went straight back to his cave. He couldn't wait to see how great this technique was. As for the jerky, it was naturally bought for Xiao Jin. When the golden-haired lion cub saw the jerky, its eyes glistened and it directly rushed up to chew on it. Xiao Fan ignored it and directly entered the secret room. Tomorrow is the day that Jian Yushan will teach the alchemy class. Xiao Fan muttered, reminding himself that he couldn't miss this day tomorrow. As for today, it's time to work on this bucket list first. The bucket turns to the stars, currently judging the grade to be the lower grade of the Earth Order. Xiao Fan began to study this gong method. From the outside, this ancient book did not look incomplete, while inside it was old yellow paper pages, and you can smell a faintly rotting damp odor. Xiao Fan reads carefully, turning page after page. Before the ancient times, when there were no jade slips, most of the ancient feats were passed down in the form of written paper books or stone tablet seal engravings. Xiao Fan was watching very carefully, but as he did, his brows got tighter and tighter, and his face grew heavy. 1 hour later, Xiao Fan puts down this battle of the stars technique. This gongfu is also crippled too much. Right, the complete content is not even 70%, as soon as it reaches the key place. It's not there. Xiao Fan was speechless, and he was beginning to somewhat regret choosing this technique, even thinking about whether or not to go to the book depository now. Looking for the old man he at the door. The other guy said he could give him a second chance in the... Never mind, better keep working on it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Fan still gave up his intention of changing his feats again. After all, it's the road you've chosen for yourself, and even if you're on your knees, you have to finish it. Another hour. Xiao Fan once again studied this gongfu once more and had some clarity, but it was far from the point where he could cultivate it. After reading this, all the emotions dissolved into a sigh. Forget it. Just when Xiao Fan was planning to give up, the Star Dipper diagram on his chest suddenly reacted. Chapter 121, Mysterious Star. Extreme Immortal Sex Vibration. Xiao Fan was stunned. It was the first time that the Star Do diagram actively reacted. This magic treasure is extraordinary, although he is currently activated, but it is only a preliminary mastery. Divine Sense entered inside the Star Dipper diagram, wanting to see what was going on. Stardust inside. Xiao Fan looked up as the starry sky issued a mournful buzz. It's like the stars are screaming in the sky. The feeling was hard to describe. Extremely depressing. And an urge to cry welled up in Xiao Fan's heart, resonating with his divine soul. An invisible ball of rage appeared in his heart. This anger seems to know no bounds. It seemed to burn the 3 realms and destroy everything in the world before it could be extinguished. And at this time, the starry sky within the stardust map, the ground shook violently, rootless and without edge. I don't know if it's because of the anger in Xiao Fan's heart, or because of the buzzing of the stars in the sky, echoing each other. From within the Star Dipper diagram, in the middle of the endless starry sky, a large, fiery star leapt and flew. This star was very huge, far surpassing all the stars that Xiao Fan had shattered before. From its appearance alone, Xiao Fan could feel its extraordinary. This is, for me to shatter him? Boundless anger burned in Xiao Fan's heart. It was as if he had the power to destroy everything in this moment. If it was a normal situation, Xiao Fan's first reaction would definitely be that he could not shatter the star with his current strength. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan had a surge of anger that he wanted to release from his chest. Ah! Xiao Fan violently shouted loudly. His body's strength surged. His body emitted a dazzling firelight. His aura was monstrous, like a god or a demon, while his right hand, at this time, but the golden light. The six chopping issued a golden light and dazzling fire echoed. The scene is eerie and unpredictable. It was as if there was a boundless fire of anger burning in Xiao Fan's eyes, as if he wanted to burn down everything in the world. His body leapt forward, pouring all of his strength within the golden light of his right hand. The hexagonal chop emitted an unprecedented golden light. This strike was the strongest attack Xiao Fan had ever made in his life. Shatter! Xiao Fan shouted angrily. At this moment he didn't know where the power came from. He felt as if he could destroy everything. The right-hand hexagram/palm seal struck this huge and boundless fiery red star. The star, however, was not moved at all, and only crumbled a little on the outside. The damage was too weak for it to seem to be of much use. However, just at this time, there seemed to be a MO kind of change within the huge star, and a mysterious force emerged. This force was very strong, and in conjunction with the golden light palm seal in Xiao Fan's hand, both of them powered up together. Xiao Fan also felt this surging power, and the two echoed each other. At this moment he worked even harder. His eyes were bloodshot, and he even used his milk strength. Click, click, click. Under the cooperation of Xiao Fan and the internal forces of the fiery red star, the star seemed to be strongly impacted and began to collapse, inch by inch break. Finally, there was a loud bang. The entire fiery red star shattered, and huge pieces of the star drifted around, then slowly disappeared within the Star Dipper diagram. And at this moment, the anger in Xiao Fan's heart dissipated. He felt like his body was being emptied, all of his spiritual energy depleted. Even the power of his divine soul seemed to be the same. At this point he wouldn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Heavily fell toward the ground. However, at this time the star and dipper figure within the emitted a soft light. His divine soul lifted up, so that he slowly landed on the ground. Did it work? Xiao Fan murmured. His voice was low, because his physical strength was exhausted. His eyes could hardly open, but the words were full of delight. Meanwhile, outside, with the extreme immortal sect as the center, within 1,000 miles around, earthquake, mountains and rivers whistling, heaven and earth change color, thunder rolls, a scene as if it were the end of days presented itself. All of the disciples within the extreme immortal sect each had horrified faces, not knowing what had happened at all. Deacons and elders whose cultivation is above the Tongtian realm and can control the air have flown up and looked around, each as if they were facing a great enemy. Outer sect patriarch Su Yongnian, elders He Yutong, Jian Yushan, Shiji and other teaching elders, as well as the two old men outside the outer sect book depository, as well as more than one outer sect elder with a powerful aura have taken to the air. Even the inner gate is the same. The entire extreme immortal sect has shaken within. The inner sect patriarchs, elders one by one with high cultivation levels also appeared in mid-air. The extreme immortal sect was located on top of the dragon vein. It was impossible for such a change to occur for nothing. There's only one thing that can happen, and that's an enemy coming. However, just as the many elders had taken out their magic weapons, preparing to deal with the sudden situation, all changes in heaven and earth ceased again. It was restored as if nothing had happened. The dark clouds dispersed and colored light reappeared in heaven and earth. The earth has regained its peace. The mountains and rivers flow quietly. And at that moment, an old voice came out of nowhere. Nothing, everyone go back. Hearing this voice, all the figures above the level of elders bowed in unison and saluted in one direction towards the inner gate of the extreme immortal sect. It was because the person who spoke was none other than the person with the highest status in the extreme immortal sect, Polar Immortal Sect Ancestor. However, Xiao Fan was completely unaware of what had just happened in the outside world. By now he had barely gotten up and couldn't wait to see what treasures the fiery red star contained. Chapter 122 Extreme Spirit Stone. Complete Technique. Xiao Fan was very strained, but fortunately this time he was only exhausted and not injured. So it's not a big deal, and you can recover with some rest. It's just a bad overdraft. Xiao Fan slowly got up and walked up step by step. The fiery red star has completely disappeared. and the gray mist left behind when it burst into pieces is slowly dissipating. The treasure inside was emitting a bright light, and a little bit of it was presented in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had already reached the near front, and when he saw the treasures within it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The first thing that caught his eyes was a pile of huge, crystalline spirit stones glittering with various colors of light. Before even touching it, he felt various different kinds of spiritual energy emanating from these spirit stones in a steady stream. Each different kind of spirit stone, the spiritual power emitted seems to be accompanied by different attributes. These spirit stones were piled up like a 100-meter mountain, causing Xiao Fan's mind to be shaken. Xiao Fan reached out and touched it and began to survey the spirit stones. The size of a normal spirit stone was only the size of a few measures of broken silver. Yet these spirit stones in front of him were surprisingly a circle larger than his palm. The red spirit stone has the feeling of flames burning in the palm when touched. Blue spirit stones as soft as water. The green one has a strong life force. The golden spirit stone exuded a sharp tingle. The brown ones, on the other hand, are several times heavier than any other spirit stones. The light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes, and these spirit stones contained various attribute forces within them respectively. Could this be the legendary extreme spirit stone? Xiao Fan was shocked and couldn't believe it as he looked at the high mountain made of spirit stones in front of him. Spirit stones are divided into grades, and the value of the spirit stone's mined from a spirit stone vein is judged based on how long ago it was formed. The longer the time, the denser the aura, the higher the quality of the spirit stone's mind will be. And throughout the martial emperor state, the most common spirit stone was the lower grade spirit stone. The martial emperor prefecture was located in a remote area with insufficient spiritual power, and there were rare spirit stone mines that could produce high-level veins. Even if there were, they were all held in the hands of major powers, and the spirit stones they mined would not be released outside. You simply don't see it on the market. And that's just medium-grade spirit stones, only in legend. Reaching the very best spirit stone may contain the power of attributes. Getting rich, getting rich. Xiao Fan's eyes are shining. This pile of uncountable superb spirit stones is of unimaginable value. These could be divine aids to cultivating various attribute techniques. All feats had attributes one way or the other. Absorbing ordinary spirit stones to cultivate was slow. So after reaching the Tong Tian realm, having resources was only one aspect of it. It's different with this extreme spirit stone. At this moment Xiao Fan was beaming with joy and smiling like a flower. The state that had been atrophied by physical exhaustion was swept away. Yet he turned his gaze to something else. A worn, ancient book. Battle of the Stars. Xiao Fan hurriedly picked it up and carefully sized it up. The more you look, the more the glint in your eye grows. Complete gongfu. Complete bucket turning technique. Grade, heavenly rank lower grade. Xiao Fan's face was filled with excitement. He could not have imagined that there would be a complete version of the Do-Do-Do diagram within the diagram. And he had also accidentally obtained so many extreme spirit stones. Can't get to the outside world. But that's enough. Originally, the speed of cultivation using ordinary spirit stones had already decreased a lot. And this time, with an extremely high-quality spirit stone, the speed of cultivation can have a qualitative change again. And surprisingly, there is also the complete technique of the battle transmigration. At this moment Xiao Fan was so excited that the hand that held the bucket-turning star-shifting technique was trembling slightly. Could it be because of the existence of this gong method within the Star Dipper diagram that it resonates with the stars within it? After the excitement, Xiao Fan muttered and whispered that he still knew too little about this supreme treasure. Thinking about it, he couldn't think of a reason why. Just now, how in the world did he induce the red stars within the Star Dipper diagram to resonate? And where did the anger in his body just now come from? That state is scary. Even Xiao Fan felt fearful when he thought about it now. At that moment, he felt that no one in the world could resist him. And that red star that has just been broken, if it goes on according to the normal ordering within the star bucket diagram, I don't know how long it will take for him to break. Forget it, don't want to. Xiao Fan's face was filled with joy. It was useless to think about those. When his strength increased in the future, he would naturally know those secrets. After eating some spirit medicine that replenished his spiritual energy, Xiao Fan's divine sense withdrew from within the Star Dipper diagram. Chapter 123, Shocking the Extreme Immortal Sect. However, after coming out Xiao Fan realized that the furnishings inside the secret room were in disarray, seemingly due to a strong vibration. Could it be because of the commotion that was triggered when the star was broken just now? Xiao Fan muttered, guessing the reason as he walked out of the cave. At this time is to see the golden hair lion son hiding in the corner of the cave. Shivering, the huge body keeps trembling, fearful. Seeing Xiao Fan out at whoop, directly ran to Xiao Fan's side, where it kept howling. Xiao Fan felt like he was missing something. After exiting the cave, he saw a number of deacons and elders in midair who were busy flying in all directions. Outside the cave, grass and trees were broken in all directions. Rubble was all over the ground, and even the mountain was somewhat tilted and changed. Xiaofan felt that he had still underestimated the movement this time. At the same time, he also has a little bit of weakness, feeling that this time and he 80% also has something to do with. He wasn't sure just how much of a fuss he'd made this time, but he certainly couldn't admit it, so he silently retreated back into the cave again. Meanwhile, the deepest part of the extreme immortal sect, inside a cave that is rich in spiritual chi, surrounded by lava and suffocatingly intense temperatures, the white-haired extreme immortal sect's oldest ancestor pinched his hand and kept counting. The expression was very serious, and you could even tell that a cold sweat was breaking out on his face bit by bit. His back was wet with sweat. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned red. Heaven's chance must not be divulged. Was it backfired? Fear flashed in his eyes, a look that was extremely rare on the face of this heaven-sentient ancestor. What on earth could have triggered such a change of heart? It's just, the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor muttered. A jade bottle appeared out of thin air in his hand, poured out 2 golden light-flashing pills, and opened his mouth to take them. His face began to recover, closed his eyes and tuned up. He finally gave up on evolving and projecting, because he knew that with his strength today it was far from enough, and from the glimmer of heavenly chances that leaked out just now, he also sensed that the suffocating danger had disappeared. No one could know about the thoughts of the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor, and the root of all the culprits. Xiaofan is practicing with his eyes closed, studying this heaven stage technique. Bucket turning star shift, worthy of being a heaven rank technique. It is indeed profound, and it even contains such a terrifying martial skill. Xiaofan opened his eyes as he murmured. Time had passed overnight. He didn't have a moment's rest, and after recovering slightly he couldn't wait to study this gong method. Body technique type techniques are extremely rare, especially if they are also heavenly order techniques. They are even more precious. The higher the grade of a normal technique, the higher the limitations on one's own cultivation if one wants to cultivate it. And this body type of fighting is different. As long as one's cultivation level was at the chi transformation realm, one could study it, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. However, Xiaofan's talent nowadays could be said to be earth-shattering and unparalleled, and now that he had obtained this complete technique, it was only a matter of time before he learned it thoroughly. Xiaofan slowly got up and operated the martial arts skill contained in the Battle of the Stars, and his body instantly moved to a place 10 meters away. Sure enough, body can move instantaneously, Xiaofan muttered, his eyes shining brightly. The doo-wop would not only have an increase in speed, the key was still that it also contained a terrifying body technique, shifting shape. Use extreme speed to move in an instant. However, nowadays, Xiaofan had only just begun, plus his current cultivation level. This bucket of stars currently he can only move out 10 meters, and every time he moves, the consumption of his own spiritual energy is very huge. Surprisingly, it's no less than using a throat-shattering choke once. Xiaofan took a deep breath. The throat-shattering lock was a killing move he had learned when he was at the 3rd level of the chi transformation realm. It had consumed him greatly at that time, but with his current cultivation level, that little consumption was nothing and could be used multiple times. At the critical moment, by virtue of the shifting shape in the Battle of the Stars, and then in conjunction with the hexagonal chop, under the opponent's lack of defense, below the Tong Tian realm, one must die, Xiaofan muttered, his eyes filled with a brilliant light. After Xiaofan simply washed himself and changed into a clean blue robe, he left the cave. Today was the day of Elder Jiang Yushan's lecture. Xiaofan had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He has wanted to learn alchemy for not a day or two. Inside the Star Dipper diagram were all kinds of precious spirit medicines and spirit herbs, and he looked greedy, although there is no alchemy furnace inside. But none of that matters. After shattering the star before, it contained quite a few books on alchemy, spirit herbs, and spirit medicine. He always had the feeling that all this was intentional on the part of Stardust. It seemed to be organizing and planning something. Extreme Immortal Sect. There were many outer disciples, especially on this day. It was the day when the lessons were passed down by the Extreme Immortal Sect's alchemy elder. On top of a large hall that could hold tens of thousands of people, the surrounding area was already filled with outer disciples in blue robes and miscellaneous disciples in gray robes. There were far more miscellaneous disciples than blue-robed disciples. This is the special hall for public lectures by the elders of the outer sect. It was free for all disciples, whether they were outer disciples or miscellaneous disciples. And every time a class was held, the sect also had a separate contribution point reward for the teaching elders. For most of the elders as well, each had their own way of obtaining contribution points. According to the description of the map on the jade slip, Xiaofan arrived at the top of the large hall, which immediately surprised him. He knew that there would be a lot of people coming to the elders' public lectures, but he didn't expect it to be so many. Chapter 124 Alchemy Class. The surroundings are densely packed with people. A cursory glance at least 10,000 people, and grey-robed disciples accounted for more than 80%. It looks like, I still underestimated alchemists. Xiao Fan muttered. He realized that people who want to become alchemists are really quite a lot in this world. All of them stood very close to the front, of which Xiao Fan could tell that the blue-robed disciples almost all stood at the front, while the grey-robed disciples were at the back. Is this caused by a difference in status? Xiao Fan hesitated whether he wanted to squeeze through as well. After all, leaning forward would allow him to hear more clearly. Still, he gave up on the idea and planned to be good on the back end first, and came all the way. And here, he heard a lot of talk. Are talking about yesterday's extreme immortal sect shaking thing. That vibration yesterday was so scary. Yeah, it freaked me out then too. I heard that yesterday. The deacons and elders were busy all around, checking out the various formations and prohibitions. Xiao Fan faced calm, all as if this matter and he all. And at this point, a stream of light crossed in midair, and Zhang Yushan's figure appeared on top of the podium at the front of the Great Hall. He looked serious with condescension written all over his face as he looked down on the many disciples below. No matter which angle you look at it from, you can clearly see Zhang Yushan's nostrils. This is the condescension that belongs exclusively to alchemists. Xiao Fan naturally also noticed these. At the same time in his heart there was some slander. Alchemist really bullish ah. It wasn't that he looked at Zhang Yushan in a bad light, while on the contrary, he was filled with good feelings towards him. The bottle of elixir that the other party had given him at first was so effective that he still had 2 left on him. Zhang Yushan looked around at the crowd below, seemingly searching for something, and a moment later his eyes lit up and his high voice came out from the podium. Xiao Fan, what are you doing standing at the back? Come to the front. All tens of thousands of disciples are in a daze. One thought has risen in the mind. Who is Xiao Fan? Among them were quite a number of disciples who participated in this session of the outer gate selection, whether they were wearing blue robes or grey robes, and all of them followed Zhang Yushan's gaze and looked out. It seemed to be trying to find the figure of Xiao Fan, the bogeyman. As for many of the old disciples, there were some who seemed to have heard of Xiao Fan's name and began to talk about it. Xiao Fan should be the disciple who participated in the outer gate selection this year. Right, that first. So it's him. No wonder. That's the one who was first in the outer gate auditions. No wonder it's so valued by Elder Jiang. Discussions came out one after another, and the crowd of people looked towards the direction that Zhang Yushan's gaze was looking at, all wanting to see what this Xiao Fan looked like. It would make Elder Jiang so valued. Xiao Fan was speechless. This is the first time he's come to listen to an alchemy class. So how did he end up in the limelight? Don't come over yet. Zhang Yushan spoke once again, his tone intensifying a few points. Here it comes. Xiao Fan was speechless and walked up stiffly. He couldn't imagine how he could have been discovered by Zhang Yushan with so many people. And what was the other party doing telling him to go to the front? In fact, what Xiao Fan didn't know was that Zhang Yushan was completely doing it for his own good, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hear it at the back. As far as being able to learn any talent in alchemy, then it's all up to Xiao Fan himself. As for the nature of Xiao Fan's son, Zhang Yushan is very satisfied. Killing, not dragging, just a little too hard. The people in front of him gave way, and Xiao Fan took a big step forward, and all eyes fell on him. Many of these youths who participated in this session of the outer disciple selection silently retreated a few steps after seeing Xiao Fan's figure. That's a buzzkill. No one who messes with him ends up good. In the crowd, after Li Dong saw Xiao Fan, he was so angry that his eyes flared with rage. He never dreamed that he would run into Xiao Fan here. He ground his teeth in anger. When he reached the very front of the hall, Xiao Fan's eyes looked toward Zhang Yushan and he cupped his fists and bowed to him. Zhang Yushan nodded with a smile and a wink. Alright, this alchemy class will begin. Everyone listen attentively. Zhang Yushan spoke in a deep voice. All around the crowd had withdrawn their gaze and listened with full attention. Chapter 125, The Star Dipper Diagram That Moved Again. Zhang Yushan had a high status within the entire extreme immortal sect, although he is only an outer door elder. But the general inner door elders also have to be polite after seeing him. Do not dare to be the slightest bit slow. His attainments in alchemy were even more amazing, and he was the extreme immortal sect's second greatest Dan Master, fourth great alchemist. Among the disciples present, most of them hoped to receive another look from Zhang Yushan. In the future, instruct them a little more, even if it's just to become a titular disciple, to be able to make a mark in the lineage of alchemy, regardless of one's cultivation. One would have a great future in the future. Zhang Yushan's eyes were so high that ordinary people could not even enter his eyes, and he had never formally accepted a disciple for many years. This time, I will talk to you about the fire in alchemy. Zhang Yushan's voice was so loud that it was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Originally, Xiao Fan thought that the people at the back might not be able to hear. But looking at it this way, there's no such concern at all. Then what's he doing up front? Xiao Fan had some abdominal slander in his heart. But it was just a thought. And he still waited very attentively for Jiang Yushan's next words. When refining pills, mastering the fire is extremely important. I think even those who have never touched pills should be clear about it. The mastery of the fire determines whether or not an elixir can be refined, as well as how effective the elixir will be when it is refined and what grade it will be. And there is also a crucial point. That is, the fire determines whether or not a scene like blowing up the furnace will happen during the alchemy process. Jiang Yushan is on stage telling the story step by step. The look is very condescending. Xiao Fan could tell that Jiang Yushan's mastery of the Dan Dao was indeed very deep. Pills are divided into grades, with the first grade being the worst and the ninth grade being the highest. However, in the same grade of elixir, it also depends on the quality and efficacy. They correspond to, respectively, the four qualities: lower, middle, upper, and perfect. The same elixir, with different qualities, has a huge difference in its efficacy. However, what we are going to talk to you about now is the fire that needs to be mastered when putting in spiritual herbs and medicines at each stage, depending on the potency of the elixir to be refined. Some complex elixirs even require hundreds or thousands of ingredients to be refined, and each material has a different level of heat resistance. Everyone listened attentively, and it was actually quite understandable. Materials vary. It's like paper igniting on fire. Steel, on the other hand, requires a blazing fire to forge it. Therefore, in all refining processes, the addition of materials must be based on different attributes and different degrees of tolerance to scrutinize the time and master the fire at the time. Half an hour has passed in the twinkling of an eye. It had to be said that Jiang Yushan spoke very seriously, allowing Xiao Fan to learn a lot while listening. Although he had read the many ancient books on alchemy left behind within the Star Dipper diagram, however, what was recorded on it was all higher-end alchemy knowledge, and for what Jiang Yushan was talking about, he had not been exposed to it. And at the same time, many of the knowledge in alchemy that Jiang Yushan spoke about, there were also differences between it and the ancient books he had read. For example, Jiang Yushan's point that alchemy required a flexible grasp of the fire depending on the herbs was indeed correct, and in the ancient books he read, it was recorded that in the case of encountering more difficult to refine spiritual herbs and medicines, and in the case of not being able to confirm whether he could master the fire, it is possible to use a technique called the spirit protection technique, the secret method to protect the spirit medicine and spirit grass. To put it simply, it was to split two strands of divine sense, one side to refine the pills and control the fire, and the other side to use spiritual power to protect the materials inside from being destroyed and keep them in the best condition. And after the stars shattered earlier, the secret alchemy method of this spirit protecting skill was inside the many books. And although this spirit protection technique is a secret technique, however, it requires a strong divine sense to use it. At that time Xiao Fan was still thinking about why this spirit protection technique was created. Now that he had heard Jiang Yushan recount all of this, he sort of understood. And at this time, the Star Dipper diagram within Xiao Fan's chest once again vibrated. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. A change happened yesterday and again today? Originally, it was Jiang Yushan who was teaching here, and he wanted to listen carefully. But it was still more important to get inside the Stardust map in comparison. Moreover, Xiao Fan only needed to close his eyes and let his divine sense enter when he entered the Star Do diagram, and did not need anything else. Not that anyone else would notice anything about it. Eyes slowly closing, Xiao Fan's divine sense entered within the Star Dipper diagram. At this time the Stardust chart shines in the sky, and among the many stars, there is a star that radiates a faint blue light that is flickering at great speed. This is Chapter 126 Sleeping in Class. The blue star that was in the starry sky, the blue light emanating from its exterior was becoming more and more prevalent. It was like a star in the night sky, gradually turning from a faint starlight into a hot blazing sun. Suddenly a divine thought surged into Xiao Fan's mind. Stardust chart. Stage 2. Activation. Suddenly, a majestic memory surged into Xiao Fan's mind. This is. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with shock. The memories that had just flooded in were not other things, but things about the second stage of the Star Dipper diagram. After the opening of the second stage, one obtains the inheritance of the Dan Dao lineage, after which one can obtain more rewards as one's Dan Dao attainments improve. Xiao Fan looked shocked. He could not have imagined that the Star Dipper diagram even contained a Dan Dao path within it. He did wonder before if the stars within the Star Dipper diagram would have something related to the Dan Dao lineage. As a result, I didn't expect that the original Dan Dao lineage would be so valued by this Star Dipper diagram that it would become a lineage of its own. The stars associated with cultivation are separate, Xiao Fan muttered, his face filled with excitement. This means that he will reach a certain level of his own cultivation. Blasted open the stars and the Dandao lineage is not related to, and when the alchemy attainment reaches a certain level, it will trigger the stars associated with the Dandao lineage. And at this moment, the star in the starry sky that shone with dazzling bright light slowly floated down, arrived in front of Xiao Fan. First time activating a star of the Dandao lineage, only need to be opened with essence blood. Xiao Fan looked excited. This was the same condition as when he activated the first star. Only his essence blood was needed to open it. Xiao Fan clenched his right hand hard, and his fingertips were inserted into his palm, and blood immediately dripped to the ground. Rumble. With a loud bang, the blue star in front of him shattered. The treasures inside were reflected in Xiao Fan's eyes. This is... Xiao Fan was surprised because at that moment he saw that the treasure contained inside this blue star after it was shattered was a large bronze danbarator, a one-person high-aged antique book, and a seed that glows blue. Xiao Fan took a step forward, his eyes filled with astonishment. Bronze Dan furnace. Needless to say, the obsolete ancient books are definitely related to alchemy, and this seed attracted Xiao Fan's full attention. He reaches out to touch, and before he can touch, this seed, however, turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into Xiao Fan's dantian. Xiao Fan froze, yet suddenly his eyes blinked. It felt like the sky was turning over. The blue seed enters the body. Xiao Fan felt his brain go blank. The whole person entered a state of empty meditation. His own divine soul that had already entered the Star Dipper diagram felt separated once again. A few moments later, he had a new physical sense. That's what seems to be growing inside. It's very slow, like a seed is breaking through the ground. It's an amazing feeling. It was as if time around him had stopped moving, or he himself had been held still. And at this point, the outside world. Jiang Yushan was talking about his alchemy heart virtues over the years on the podium. The many disciples below are listening with great interest, and many of them are even taking serious notes. A fourth-grade alchemist recounting the heart virtues of alchemy was a very rare and valuable experience. When Jiang Yushan used to hold classes, he wouldn't even talk about these things. Half a quarter of an hour has passed. Outside Xiao Fan's body stood straight up at the very front, his eyes closed without the slightest expression. This scene, it was seen by many people around, and even Jiang Yushan noticed it, but didn't say anything. Becoming a fourth-grade alchemist requires refining a fourth-grade elixir to be able to do so. The old man was... Jiang Yushan was boasting about his words when an abrupt voice from below interrupted him. Elder Jiang, Xiao Fan is sleeping. He's not taking what you said seriously. The crowd looked in unison. And the person who spoke was none other than Li Dong. He was not far away from Xiao Fan. After all, he was also a blue-robed disciple, so the position he stood in was still relatively forward. During this time he also intentionally or unintentionally locked his eyes on Xiao Fan. After the crowd's eyes finished gazing at Li Dong, they all landed on Xiao Fan in unison again. The people in the back couldn't really see it, but those blue-robed disciples around Xiao Fan could see it clearly. Xiao Fan was indeed closing his eyes at this time. And he didn't have the slightest reaction to such a big commotion, because Jiang Yushan had just started naming him. Xiao Fan was a celebrity and everyone knew him. Jiang Yushan also frowned. He had originally thought that Xiao Fan was thinking about what he had said with his eyes closed, but it turned out that he had made such a big commotion, and he still hadn't reacted half-heartedly? Who in their right mind would dare to sleep in an alchemy class? Jiang Yushan has not seen a single one in all these years, and it was also Xiao Fan, whom he highly valued, who dared to do so. For a time Jiang Yushan's heart produced disgust. He belongs to the type of straight, love and hate. Xiao Fan. Chapter 127, What Seed? Jiang Yushan opened his mouth in a deep voice. His commotion was so loud that even the many disciples in the back were shocked by the sound and their eardrums were raw. And Xiao Fan didn't react at all. Seeing that Xiao Fan did not respond, Jiang Yushan frowned even more. At this moment he even regretted a little. Why did he give such a person an elixir? Xiao Fan. Jiang Yushan opened his mouth once again, this time with anger clearly accompanying his voice. Li Dong was overjoyed at the sight of this. He just wanted to disgust Xiao Fan just now. After all, to still close his eyes during Jiang Yushan's class was disrespectful to Elder Jiang. At that time, even if it was a misunderstanding, it would be enough to make Xiao Fan lose face. Xiao Fan, Elder Jiang only teaches once a month, so it's just as well that you don't treasure it, and you even dare to nap and sleep in Elder Jiang's class? And also how to call cannot wake up. Li Dong opened his mouth viciously. His voice was loud. What is your crime? The eyes of the crowd all looked away, and there was a whispered discussion. This Xiao Fan is so bold that he dares to sleep in front of the elders. Who says it isn't? Elder Jiang thinks so highly of this person. He would even sleep in front of Elder Jiang. He really deserves to die. Not right. Have you guys noticed that this Xiao Fan is a bit strange? I feel the same way. Some of the sharp-eyed people and the surrounding people had noticed that something was wrong. In fact, this point, Jian Yushan also perceived. Just now a moment of anger, a little dizzy. It was not uncommon for a cultivator, at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, to stand and rest with his eyes closed. The rare thing was that in such a noisy environment, all calling his name so many times, he still managed not to react half-heartedly. This is very strange. Xiao Fan, are you still waking up? You are not putting Elder Jiang in your eyes at all. Li Dong continued to speak, fanning the flames. He also wondered in his heart. This Xiao Fan had his eyes closed. Why didn't he react halfway? In fact, he had it all figured out that if Xiao Fan was awake, he had other words prepared to target Xiao Fan. But how come the other side didn't react halfway? An ordinary person would be awake even if they were being shouted at and called names like that, wouldn't they? Jian Yushan's brows furrowed as he sensed something was wrong. Jian Yushan sensed a bit of clarity, and shock slowly began to surface on his face. Xiao Fan, you. Li Dong was still about to open his mouth, but then he heard Jian Yushan let out a bellowing cry. Shut up! Li Dong was so frightened that he did not dare to continue speaking. Those surrounding people who were whispering about it shut up at this point. They couldn't figure out why Elder Jiang was angry, but at this time they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe a bit. At this time, within the star dough diagram, Xiao Fan's divine sense was slowly recovering. He heard the sounds of the outside world clearly, and they reached his ears. Yet he tried to awaken, but his body couldn't move. It's like a ghost is pressing down on your bed. The mind is awake, but the body is not under control, and he could feel the blue seed in his body sprouting and changing. What the hell is going on? Xiao Fan muttered, completely confused as to what was going on. However, since it was a seed within the Star Dipper diagram, there was certainly no harm to him at all. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Fan's ears did not continue to hear any movement from the outside world. He felt a warm current coming from his abdomen that was flowing through his entire body, making him feel warm. And at this moment, in the Great Hall, there wasn't even a loud gasp. Everyone had their eyes on Xiao Fan. After that voice of Jian Yushan, no one dared to continue speaking. And on the podium, Jian Yushan's face grew more and more surprised and shocked. His expression, all the disciples in the Great Hall were watching. They couldn't figure out what was going on, but it had to be something big to make it so. Also more shocked was Li Dong. A bad feeling is spreading in his heart. He even felt wet behind him. Rumble. A loud bang came from the front of the podium. It was loud enough to bring the eyes of everyone in the room together. And at the same time as the loud noise came out, a blue light rose up to the sky. The light column was the size of a water tank, crystal clear, as if it was immortal light. And the location from which this blue light was emitted was exactly where Xiao Fan was standing. Chapter 128, 4 Surprises Within the Sect. That's right. Sure enough. Jian Yushan was in the ring, his two old eyes staring round, his mouth wide open. He even rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure what he was seeing was real. And at this moment, this blue light that collapsed from within Xiao Fan's body enveloped his entire torso. Blue light rushed to the sky, directly through the roof of the Great Hall, shining out. At once everyone in the entire Extreme Immortal sect saw this blue light. Surprising people, what is this pillar of light? That direction seems to be the lecture hall. Did something happen? It's Elder Jian Yushan lecturing today, isn't it? The outer disciples were discussing it, and even the group of elders were doing the same. No one could figure out what had happened. Outer sect patriarch Su Yongnian frowned as he seemed to think of something, and with a shocked expression, he ran straight to the hall of instruction. Is something happening in the direction of the outer gate? Why does that blue light look a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen it in some ancient book. Did something happen at the outer gate? This blue light had even shaken the inner sect of the Extreme Immortal sect, and quite a few inner sect disciples and elders had opened their mouths to discuss one another, shocked by this blue light. And at that moment, the inner gate, on top of a large hall with a strong fragrance of pills, an old man wearing a red robe with kind brows was refining pills. Behind him stood over 100 youths in purple robes who were listening intently. Wearing a purple robe was the symbol of an inner disciple of the Extreme Immortal sect. When refining pills, you should avoid being impatient. Even if the mountain collapses in front of you, you must not change your face and feel at ease refining pills. Do you understand? The kind-eyed red-robed old man opened his mouth to teach. Yes, disciple understands. The surrounding 100 or so inner disciples in purple robes respectfully saluted. All of them were listening very attentively to the old man's teachings. This old man's identity was none other than the number 1 Dan Master within the Extreme Immortal sect, 5th grade alchemist, Kong Ping. The old man was very satisfied with the attitude of the disciples around him. Within the entire Extreme Immortal sect, his alchemy attainments were number 1. Even within the entire martial emperor state, His alchemy attainments could rank in the top 5. He is loved wherever he goes. Even the inner sect patriarch of the extreme immortal sect had to be polite and courteous when they saw him, not daring to be half-assed. And at this time, Kong Ping suddenly frowned. He violently twisted his head to look, and he saw the sight of that blue light rushing to the sky. This is... The disciples were astonished, and all of these 100 or so disciples listened to the lesson with great attention and without any half-hearted distraction. So naturally no one noticed anything going on outside. Yet Kong Ping had found it, and had a face of shock that was rare in the world. Even Kong Ping's body shivered slightly. Whoosh! Kong Ping disappeared into a stream of light. The speed is extremely fast and incomparable, leaving more than 100 disciples dumbfounded in place. Master is gone? The master seems to be gone. What about this furnace of pills? My god, this furnace is a 4th grade elixir. These surrounding more than 100 disciples wearing purple robes were blinded. Completely blinded. Didn't you just say that you don't change your face when a mountain is crashing in front of you? How come people run away all of a sudden? And as fast as that? At this time to the blue light pillar of the people not only the outer sect patriarch Xiaotian, the 5th grade chief alchemist Kong Ping, even the inner sect patriarch, as well as the many elders who recognized the blue pillar of light, rushed there. Some of them are shocked, some are puzzled, and some can't believe it. And at this time, the culprit who caused all this, Xiao Fan. His divine sense has been able to gradually recover within the Star Dipper diagram. His hands and feet had begun to be able to move slowly, and the blue seed that had been in his dantian seemed to have taken root and sprouted, motionless in his dantian. It's like a seedling of a small tree. Xiao Fan looked inside his dantian and was shocked. What's up with the multiple saplings in my dantian? Xiao Fan feels a nodding head. People's dantian are strong and powerful. The place where the gas is, when the cultivation level reaches Tongtian absorbing aura to nourish the dantian. It is also by the dantian absorbing aura to a certain extent that it will be metamorphosed into Jindan. Dantian transforms into golden elixir. And at this time he dantian more sapling. Xiao Fan is speechless. And at this time, he didn't half move outside his flesh. He had to go out to see what the outside world was like. I wonder what it's like out there. Xiao Fan muttered. He had just heard the voices of Li Dong and Zhang Yushan earlier, and there were no other voices after that. So what happened outside after that he doesn't know. Outside, the blue column of light on Xiao Fan's flesh is slowly becoming thinner. The tens of thousands of disciples in the Great Hall have all stood far away. It wasn't that they voluntarily stood far away for fear of affecting Xiao Fan. Rather, just now, Zhang Yushan directly exploded his Xiandan realm cultivation and shook them more than 10 meters away. Zhang Yushan was shocked and guarded Xiao Fan's side. They could be sure that if any of them tried to get close to Xiao Fan, there was no chance that he would be directly subdued by Zhang Yushan. Direct kill. Chapter 129, The Great Elders. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Several streams of light streaked by, and they were all clearly the various elders within the extreme immortal sect, among which the inner sect patriarch and the outer sect patriarch Su Yangyan were also present. This is, after the spot, the crowd was shocked. Although the pillar of blue light had thinned out, however they felt it very clearly. The was indeed as they expected. Seeds of Gnosis. Kong Ping's face was filled with shocked incredulity, and his 2 eyeballs were more than ready to fall to the ground. Shut up! Zhang Yushan cursed in a low voice, not giving any face at all. Let each of these shocked out loud elders shut their mouths. Su Yangyan, the outer sect patriarch, waved his hand and set up a boundary to envelop the main hall, making it impossible for the disciples within it to leave. Quiet down. Enlightened seed, a rare divine species in the world. This divine seed has no roots or destiny, nor is there any way to obtain it. Everything is only for the fated. It doesn't matter how much you pay for it. Wudao seed ancient records. Want to obtain the Wudao seed need to be in the state of human enlightenment, sense of all things in the world, and the rules of the world's avenues recognize you, rewarded directly by the laws of the avenues. In the entire martial emperor state, only one person had awakened 10,000 years ago. That person's talent has since then shaken the ancient world, and the biggest benefit of this enlightenment seed is to learn alchemy, spell formation, refining weapons, etc. Learn so quickly that often a day can top the number of months others have spent. The rushing blue light slowly dissipated, and Xiao Fan, who was enveloped by the blue light, gradually opened his eyes, and within his dantian is a seedling that has taken root and sprouted. It's like a baby and moved the green leaves on a seedling. Xiao Fan was speechless, completely confused as to what was going on with this seedling. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, the sight around him immediately startled him. This is, Xiao Fan suddenly realized that he was actually surrounded by a group of people. Moreover, these people are all flying in the air, judging from their breath and attire. They don't look like the Tongtian realm either. That's proof that the worst of these people are at the Xiandan realm, and the eyes of these people are even more odd. Some are like looking at a monster. Some are full of shock. And some are like surveying a rare treasure. Among them, He Yutong, Shi Ji, and several other ordained elders that Xiao Fan recognized were also present. And outer sect patriarch Su Yongnian was also here. Even the two old men outside the hideout are here. What happened? Xiao Fan felt a little chill at his back. Being watched by such a group of people. His first reaction was nervousness. Doubt if the secret of the Stardust charts has been discovered. After all, the place where he had just closed his eyes was in the Great Hall of Instruction. And in front of so many people. Careless, this was Xiao Fan's heartbeat at this moment. Yet the surface could not show the slightest bit. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he bowed to the crowd in front of him and performed a salute. Greetings elders, patriarch. At this point he can't even think of what to call his name. And there's a bunch of unrecognizable. Xiao Fan skimmed his remaining light to Zhang Yushan on the side. This old guy's eyes were glowing with gold. And Xiao Fan felt that he was close to drooling. You, what did you do just now? Among them, a middle-aged man from the top opened his mouth and asked. He looked majestic. In his 50s, with a beard and a pair of sword eyebrows. From this person, Xiao Fan felt a strong danger. He's strong. At the very least, it surpassed the Xiandan realm. The people around them didn't say anything, so you could tell that this person's status was the highest among these people. Xiao Fan forced shock on the surface. His heart is rapidly calculating. How to explain? He didn't know about the blue light emanating from outside his body, because that would be his divine sense in the Stardust chart. Ghosted in bed. My entire body was unconscious. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. He was telling the truth. It was true that he was unconscious at the time. In front of these old guys, he couldn't lie and had to answer by skirting around the topic of their inquiries. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be easily detected by the other side. The many surrounding elders all frowned, and no one refuted. For one, the Enlightenment seed was extremely rare, and it was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Secondly, according to the ancient texts, it is true that there is no consciousness after falling into the state of enlightened empty meditation. And do you feel any changes in your body now? The one who spoke this time was Kong Ping. As a 5th grade alchemist of the extreme immortal sect, he was qualified to speak. Xiao Fan's face was a bit embarrassed. He wanted to say no, but he was sure that with the cultivation of these old guys he could definitely sense it. Finally he nodded. All these elders around him could see that his face was red, and they were curious about what had happened. Obtaining the seed of enlightenment is a great thing. Why are you blushing? Come on. What happened? Chapter 130, Robbing a Disciple. This time the opening is Zhang Yushan. He is anxious. Xiao Fan is listening to him teach the awakening of the enlightenment species. Along with excitement and envy, there was a strong sense of pride in his heart. Lao Tzu's class awakens his own compatible students to the seed of enlightenment. Xiao Fan stammered a bit before finally deciding to speak about the Dantian changes. A sapling grew on my Dantian. A sapling? Everyone around them was stunned. And the 10,000 or so disciples behind them had all been dumbfounded. Have they ever seen such a big show? Normally, the extreme immortal sect's outer and inner sects had no dealings with each other, and they had never met the extreme immortal sect's inner sect elders as well as the sect leader. At this point, he had long been dumbfounded, and after hearing Xiao Fan say that he had an extra sapling in his Dantian, the surrounding disciples were all baffled, completely unaware of what was going on. On the other hand, those elders one by one changed their complexion greatly, and many of them revealed expressions of sudden realization and true realization. Ha, that's right, it's indeed the enlightenment seed. Zhang Yushan was so excited that his body was trembling. The many surrounding elders were also surprised. Each and every one of them looked at Xiao Fan with their eyes glowing. Carrying the seed of enlightenment proves that this son has a great future ahead of him. Outer door patriarch Su Yongnian face is full of smiling look. Their own outer door for many years have not been out of such a demon. The inner disciples of the extreme immortal sect were either promoted from the outer disciples or joined by geniuses directly selected and absorbed by the inner elders who went out. Rarely would there be an outer disciple who was so outstanding. And this year, not only were there geniuses like Nangon Lingxian and Chen Feixing, there was even more Xiao Fan, who was able to cross the level of the challenge, not to mention awakening the enlightenment seed. He Yutong's face, on the other hand, is a little dark. A bad feeling surged to his heart. Just then a red-haired old man, stout, wearing a red robe, but the cuffs were rolled up, clearly visible arms, sturdy muscles. The red-haired old man directly dashed to Xiao Fan's body and laughed openly. Good, little fellow, you're very good. The old man, Moi, would like to accept you as a shut-in disciple. What do you think? This red-haired old man named Baiming was ecstatic, carrying the seed of enlightenment, no matter if it was alchemy or weaponry. It was a first-rate and superb material. By accepting this Xiao Fan, he will be able to honor his ancestors. Slow. At this time 2 voices sounded at the same time. The people who opened their mouths. One was Jiang Yushan, and the other was Kong Ping. The 2 exchanged glances, and Jiang Yushan glared at Kong Ping, who smiled awkwardly. Then Jiang Yushan spoke in a deep voice. This son has extraordinary talent. If it's a waste to learn weapon refining, come and learn alchemy. You'll have a great future in the future. That's right, my alchemy lineage. Take him in. Kong Ping helped from the side. He was afraid that Jiang Yushan alone wasn't tough enough. Manhwa was furious. The fingers pointing out to go were trembling. He was the head of the refining lineage. 5th grade alchemist. One of the few top-tier refiners in the martial emperor state. This son is the one I valued first and asked to receive first. And you guys are even trying to rob him at this time? Manhwa opened his mouth in exasperation. Chao Mu, who was on the side, also flew to Manhwa's side and spoke in a low voice. That's right. Xiaofan is indeed the one we valued first. Both sides argued directly. The outer sect patriarch Su Yongyan was a little embarrassed at the situation and did not open his mouth. Neither side could afford to be offended. The inner sect patriarch's majestic middle-aged man also did the same, without opening his mouth to speak. Wait, on what grounds does it say that he has to join your alchemy lineage, or the artifact refining lineage? Could it be that my array formation lineage can't? And at that moment, a woman's figure rushed over, with a stunningly beautiful and touching look, and a sense of turning the world upside down as she raised her hands and threw her feet. Sure, concubine, head of the formation lineage. That's right, I have been attracted to the son when he was just introduced, but I have never had the chance to open my mouth. Xiaofan, would you like to join our formation lineage? Sure Ji laughed on the side. She and Sure concubine are sisters. Xiaofan is speechless, although he hadn't come to recognize their identities yet. But looking at the racks, each one of them was not to be messed with. If he had come to him alone, he would have been overjoyed and could have agreed without saying a word. But, now what? Is it his turn to make decisions? He was afraid that after agreeing casually, he would not have the life to leave this place. He Yutan's face was ironclad, and in his heart he cursed himself for being stupid ##### countless times. He was the first to see Xiaofan, the first to fall in love with the other party, and the first to have the intention of taking on a disciple. But what was he hesitating about? What's the test? Observe. My ass? This is good. A group of old guys are staring. He wants to take the other as a disciple. Basically fizzled. Among them, the head of the martial arts lineage had also come and was beside He Yutang. The man was tall and strong, a head taller than He Yutang. Wearing a red robe, however, one could still see his muscles swelling. He Yutang transmitted his voice to him. Senior brother, be sure to accept this son. The taller head of the martial Dao lineage slightly twisted his head to look at He Yutang and transmitted. Can't afford to mess with it? I also want to take it in. But those 3 veins of others, we can't afford to offend them. He Yutang is speechless. Indeed, regardless of whether it was alchemy, weaponry, or formation, these 3 vein heads were extremely important in the extreme immortal sect, and could not be easily offended. Even the head of the martial arts lineage was the same, but He Yutang is not willing to. Senior brother, this son has excessive talent. The 7th level of the Qi transformation realm can battle a half-step Tong Tian. Upon hearing the rumors, the tall head of the martial Dao lineage was stunned. Genius? No, this is a ing demon. Even if he personally went out to select the talented disciples to enter the inner sect, he didn't have this kind of strength, right? At this moment, the taller head of the martial Dao lineage also joined the fray. This is a must-have. Slow down. The head of the martial Dao lineage took a step through the air and stepped away, directly arriving in front of Xiaofan and the others. Chapter 131, each offering a magic treasure. Robbing a disciple. What? Strong Feng, you're also coming to steal our disciple from us? Kong Ping, the head of the pill lineage, spoke directly. Feng Zhuangshi was the real name of the head of the martial arts lineage, but very few people would call him that directly. Not because of anything else, just because it's so hard to hear. Every time you call Feng Zhuangshi, you get a sharp look in your eye. Feng Zhuangshi's old face is a little red, but he doesn't dare to get angry directly. After all, the alchemist can't afford to mess with. However, he couldn't back down. Being able to battle a half-step Tong Tian at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? It's wizardry. What's the point of the 3 of you grabbing around here? You're such adults. Don't you know what's in your hearts? Don't you know how to ask other children's opinions? Von Strong spoke up, and though he was muscular, he wasn't simple-minded. Mostly, I can't afford to offend these few around here. Kong Ping and Jiang Yushan of the alchemy lineage. Manhwa, Chao Mu of the alchemy lineage. Sure concubine of the formation lineage. Sure Ji. All 3 parties felt that there was some truth in what the stout man had said. Then altogether they looked at Xiaofan. Xiaotian. This moment he greeted Feng Zhuangshi's whole family. Let him choose? How dare he choose? Even Xiaotian decided that he would not go to the martial Dao lineage even if he died. It wasn't like he lacked merit techniques anyway. Seniors, Xiaotian felt like he was on the verge of crying, and under the gazes of the many powerful people pressing him, he hardened his head and said, I'm still young, and I think I need to stay in the outer sect for a while longer, experiencing and practicing. This was the only thing Xiaotian could think of to say nowadays. No one is offended or agrees with. However, once these words were said, the more than 10,000 disciples who had long been dumbfounded, each and every one of them was inwardly shocked. I can't wait to rush up now. Push Xiaotian away, then roar loudly. I do. Even Li Dong was in the same mood now. No one could have imagined that things would come to this. Su Yongyan and the intersect patriarch glanced at each other, and the two of them smiled helplessly. In fact, the two of them also had the idea of taking on disciples, but going for it with such a crowd dropped the rack, and they didn't specialize in factions, so they gave up on the idea for now. Although the extreme immortal sects outer and inner sects did not interact with each other, they were still inextricably linked. Outer sect He Yutang taught the martial Dao lineage, while his status was in addition to being an outer sect elder. He was also the inner sect's martial Dao peak, the second in command of the martial Dao lineage. The other few people are also in a situation. Jiang Yushan Dan Pil's lineage, Danding peak, second in command. Shi Ji and Shi Concubine are sisters, and Shi Ji is also the second in command of the formation lineage. Chao Mu, the second in command of the refining lineage. While they taught in the outer sect, they also selected talents for the peaks of the inner sect, and if there were suitable disciples, they could join the peaks directly after being promoted to the inner sect. Yet this is the first time a situation like today has occurred. The entire extreme immortal sect's first and second in command had come out to snatch people, and were as crazy as each other. Kid, how about this? Feng Zhuangshi smiled faintly and spoke. If you choose my lineage of martial arts, in addition to the fact that I can take you in as a personal disciple right now, how about I also directly teach you an earth rank upper grade technique? Feng Zhuangshi first makes peace, and then directly amplifies the move. The upper grade of the earth rank Gongfu, the crushing treasure of his martial arts lineage. He Yutang heard the words and immediately dodged to Xiaotian's body and spoke. That's right, the upper grade of the earth rank Gongfu. Xiaotian, come to my lineage of martial arts. Xiaotian. He didn't realize that even this guy He Yutang was involved. Isn't this guy usually so cool? More than 10,000 disciples in the surrounding area are silly. The upper grade of the earth rank Gongfu was given away at the start? You're shameless. Feng Zhuangshi, you are despicable. Don't look for me to refine pills in the future. Feng Zhuangshi, don't beg me to refine weapons in the future. The head of the three parties was infuriated, not thinking that this Feng Zhuangshi even played this idea. But they weren't stupid. What Feng Zhuangshi could take out, would they not be able to take out? Xiaotian, come to my weapon refining lineage and I'll personally build you an earth-ranked magic weapon. Manhwa spoke directly. This time, the disciples around them all froze, didn't even know what they were thinking. Even the two patriarchs are the same. Earth-ranked magic weapon? Definitely a big deal. If you are willing to work hard for a couple of decades, I might even be able to exchange it for it if I gather all the contribution points. But how rare must it be to find an earth-ranked magic weapon handcrafted by this 5th grade refiner? This time, not to mention other people, Xiaotian's eyes were glowing green. He only has 2 broken magic weapons of the lower Xian rank in his hand yet. The robbed long sword, the Su family's coiled dragon gun. At this moment, Xiaotian had already addressed them as broken spells in his heart. Compared to the Earth Order, it was completely unimpressive. You two old thieves are shameless. Do you really think that my formation lineage can't take anything? Chapter 132, the 8th Killing Formation. Shi Concubine and Shi Ji were instantly displeased. The disciples taken in the lineage of formation are more valued for their qualifications, which are far more difficult than weapon and alchemy. However, it was so hard to come across a demonic disciple who had awakened the Gnosis seed. They couldn't give up even if they were killed. Shi Concubine gritted her teeth before speaking. If you come to my formation lineage, I will bestow the 8th Killing Formation upon you. The 8th Killing Formation? The many disciples didn't react. Yet the group of elders who knew about this 8th Killing Formation were shocked. Even the 2 patriarchs were the same. They couldn't remain calm at this moment. The mighty-looking inner sect patriarch hurriedly spoke. Shi Concubine, don't fool around. How can the 8th Killing Formation be handed over to a disciple? Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, and Bei He were also filled with shock. Women are scary when they're crazy, and Xiaotian had absolutely no idea what this 8th Killing Formation was, but by the sound of the name, it seems pretty dang good. Otherwise these people wouldn't have reacted the way they did. Even at this moment, Xiaotian was a little moved. He was very curious as to what this 8th killing array was, so he opened his mouth in a small voice and asked, "That, seniors, can I ask what the 8th killing formation is?" His voice was small and a little embarrassed, scratching his head as he asked the question. It left the elders speechless, but they were relieved when they thought about it. Seeing this, the two sisters, Chu He and Chu Concubine, guffawed, fearing that this little guy would not be moved. Chu He faintly smiled. "The 8th killing array is the second largest array that my mother refined out back then. This array is activated. With your cultivation nowadays you can probably blast to kill the early Xian Dan realm cultivators. As your own cultivation improves, this array can even kill the Yuan Soul realm, and even seriously injure the strongest person in the Pioneer Sea realm." After hearing the words, Xiaofan froze. The surrounding disciples who hadn't heard of the 8th killing array before also froze when they heard it. What's the Sea of Penetration realm? That is the realm after the Yuan Soul realm. The entire martial emperor state is also extremely rare and strong. Each one of them was a great person who was famous for town, and this formation, surprisingly, could seriously injure a strong person of the Sea Pioneer realm. Even with enough cultivation, one could kill the Yuan Soul realm. The horror is indescribable. Xiaofan was also shocked on the spot at this moment. He knew that the lineage of formations was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Can seriously injure the Sea Rescue realm and kill a Yuan Soul realm powerhouse. Gulp. Xiaofan swallowed his saliva and felt his body get a little parched as he intended to move. Ground-level artifacts, Earth-rank superior grade technique, the 8th killing formation that could blast away the Yuan Soul realm. Xiaofan hesitated. At this moment he really wanted to choose one to join. Of course the most heartwarming thing was this 8th killing formation. The two men of the alchemy lineage on the sidelines stomped their feet anxiously. They can come up with quite a few precious elixirs nice, but compared to these things, the uses are not that great. The elixir can save your life at critical moments and turn a bad situation into a miraculous one. But, not much use in this competitive situation. Xiaofan, you come to the alchemy vein, and in the future, any pills you need, the old man will personally refine them for you. Kong Ping was anxious. How could such a good seedling be lost? Going to smithing as a blacksmith? Go to the formation and study those spells every day. He felt that it was all a waste, and that the only way to have a future was to join the alchemy lineage. Hearing Kong Ping's words, Xiaofan remembered the heaven mending pill. The material was only missing the 8 divine spirit blood, and he didn't know when he would be able to wait for his alchemy realm to rise. However, Kong Ping's words were urgently attractive. He believed that if he said that what he wanted to refine was a heaven mending pill, with Kong Ping's ability he could be able to refine it. As for the 8 divine spirit blood, he believed that with the extreme immortal sect or with Kong Ping's influence, he would definitely be able to get his hands on it as well. At that time, it would be possible to cure Long Miaoyin's face. He owed so much to this woman. The other was just too good for him. This favor, he had to repay. Even Kong Ping himself could not have imagined that his unintentional words would lead Xiaofan to change his mind, even willingly giving up that earth-ranked magic weapon, and the 8th killing formation. However, just as Xiaofan was about to open his mouth to agree down, the intersect patriarch in midair spoke. This matter will be discussed later. Xiaofan's awakening of the Enlightenment Seed is a major event for the extreme immortal sect. It cannot be sloppy, so we have to report to the old ancestor first, and ask his old man to make a decision. His voice was so loud that it traveled all around, and everyone could hear him clearly. Xiaofan is baffled, dumbfounded. He looked at the stout middle-aged man with a beard in midair. Mustache. Spoiled my big event. At this moment Xiaofan's heart rises out of the complaint. Just now the 4 people gave the conditions. No matter which one to choose is a heavenly benefit. However, yet all of this would surprisingly be denied by a single sentence from this mustache guy. Xiaowan hates but people's status was there. So what could he do? Beimua's face is ugly, while Feng Zhuangshi is a little embarrassed. The two sisters, Chu Concubine and Chu He, had indignation in their eyes, and in their opinion, Xiaofan had the greatest chance of entering the formation vein. Kong Ping, on the other hand, was relieved. He really didn't have much confidence in the offer he was making. However, what he absolutely could not have imagined was that what Xiaofan wanted to join just now was the alchemy lineage. If Kong Ping knew about it, there was no chance that he would be so enraged that he would vomit blood on the spot and directly rush mid-air to fight the intersect patriarch. Su Yongyan also breathed a sigh of relief and silently wiped a cold sweat. He was really worried that Xiaofan would join the formation lineage. The 8th killing formation was not trivial. It was one of the extreme immortal sect's underpinnings. Nothing can go wrong. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. Xiaofan, this son will awaken the Enlightenment Seed. Even now he feels a little dreamy. At the same time, he gave He Yutong a sympathetic look. He knew all about this fellow's desire to take Xiao Fan as his disciple. With this happening, I guess this is a lost cause. Completely cool. Chapter 133 Intimidation. The inner sect patriarch was also relieved. As long as a few people didn't continue bickering. I'll leave things here to you. I'll take them to the old ancestor. The majestic-looking inner sect patriarch transmitted his voice to Su Yongyan. Su Yongyan nodded. There was indeed something else that needed to be dealt with after all the commotion this place had caused. At the very least, he had to shut up these 10,000 years of disciples. And the fact that Xiao Fan had the enlightenment seed had to be kept secret. Otherwise, if other forces knew about it, Xiao Fan would be in great trouble. Follow me. The inner sect patriarch opened his mouth to the crowd. And then he turned his body around and was the first to vanish in a stream of light. Kongping nodded at Su Yongyan, showing a picture of you, don't worry about it. Then looked at Xiao Fan with an appreciative gaze. He rose into the air and followed in hot pursuit. Unwillingness flashed in Sure Concubine's eyes. Obviously Xiao Fan's heart was moved by the 8th killing array. She smiled softly at Xiao Fan. Little fellow, as long as you come to the formation vein, the 8th killing formation will be given to you sooner or later. After saying that, he nodded to Shi Ji and rose into the air as well. Chen Zhuanshi sighed helplessly, having offended 3 families, and as a result, the person had not yet been snatched. By the time he got to the old man, 80% of him was out of luck. He looked at Xiao Fan and then skimmed Xiaotian with a grudging gaze. There was some grumbling in his heart, but he didn't say anything and just left. Manhwa stomped his feet in anger. Xiao Mu's body was withered and thin. Compared to the strong-built head of the refining lineage, it was just like a child. Little fellow, in the future, if you want to refine weapons, come directly to the weapon refining vein to look for me. It's fine to look for Xiao Mu. Leaving these words behind, Manhwa also flew up in one. The crowd was murderous, intending to split the difference at the extreme immortal sect's ancestor. That's the end of a farce for now. Exactly what happened afterward was unknown to all the disciples. However, this scene was unforgettable to the many outer disciples for the rest of their lives. Even if years later, some of them have become the dominant party, but will still sigh every time I think of the scene. And when the day comes, Xiao Fan, however, had long since ceased to be the Xiao Fan of today. Su Yongyan gave a dry cough and looked around at the crowd below. Hearing this dry cough caused the many disciples to snap out of their trance and look into the midair in unison. Today's matter, no one is allowed to leak out half a sentence. Even among yourselves, you are not allowed to communicate this matter privately. Just treat it as if it has never happened. Su Yongyan looked around at the people present, while his body exuded a terrifying pressure, causing everyone on the scene to tremble. Xiao Fan also felt this pressure he was radiating. It feels as if the whole body is placed in a 10,000-year cold ice cave, surrounded by bone-chilling cold. At this moment Xiao Fan's first feeling was that the other party was by no means in the Xiandan realm. At the very least, it was the Yuan Soul realm. What Xiao Fan did not know was that the pressure released by Su Yongyan had intentionally avoided him. His intention was to warn the 10,000 or so disciples around him, afraid that they would leak out today's events and cause trouble for Xiao Fan. These 10,000 disciples felt this horrible pressure. Many people even directly sat on their asses on the ground, pale and breathing heavily. There was even incontinence. This kind of pressure was too terrifying, and there was no way to resist it with their strength today. This was absolute suppression in the realm. The usually kind and benevolent outer sect patriarch Su Yongyan. They couldn't have imagined that there would be such a terrifying aspect in the other party as well. Su Yongyan took in all the expressions of the 10,000 or so disciples, and was very satisfied with how he had intimidated and established himself this time, because he knew that if he didn't, after these people left, someone inside would immediately summon his own family. Even some of these people could be scouts sent by other sects. If the other clans found out, this matter would be a big deal. Remember, what happened today, about Xiao Fan, must not be leaked out by half, or else, extermination. On the word extermination, Su Yongyan increased the volume, causing the surrounding people to tremble. No one would suspect that Su Yongyan would make such a joke, because the extreme immortal sect did have this strength, even if you have a heavenly background backing you up in the martial emperor state. However, the extreme immortal sect can definitely overthrow you if they don't spare any expense. In the entire martial emperor prefecture, other than the misty immortal palace, the purple cloud cave sky, and the thunder fire sect, no one could resist. And at this moment, they realized more clearly, what a remarkable thing Xiao Fan has awakened. Chapter 134, Temporary Closure. It was a moment of mixed thoughts. I don't know whether to be envious or jealous, whether to be afraid or fearful. One of the most complicated people is Li Dong, who never dreamed of. Not long ago, he had opened his mouth to taunt, hoping that he could provoke the relationship between Xiao Fan and Jiang Yushan. Even wanted to make Xiaofan a laughingstock among all the people. How ridiculous the idea is. People closed their eyes for a while. Where did it end up being a joke? Become the biggest meat and potatoes ever in Wu Huangzhou. Okay, all stand down. Su Yongyan spoke in a deep voice, casually waving his hand and lifting the light curtain outside the great hall. The crowd led the way, then clasped their fists and saluted. One by one, their faces turned pale and they walked staggering away. Xiaofan did not realize how much fear and torture they had just endured under Su Yongyan's warning. Xiaofan didn't go, or he didn't dare to go. This was because the gazes of Su Yongyan, He Yutong, and Jiang Yushan had been on him. Even the two old men outside the book depository didn't leave, and their gazes were on him. These two old men have not opened their mouths since they came before, have been silently watching the fun. After all, the book depository was different from the others and did not accept disciple heirs, and even if they wanted to collect, couldn't rob the gang either. One of them, Elder He, was full of sighs and looked at the other outer sect book depository elder beside him with a somewhat smug look. The look seemed to say, "See, I said this kid is not simple. I gave him a back door, right?" A genius who had awakened the Gnosis seed was bound to grow up to be a great person who resounded on one side. Even the entire martial emperor state will be shaken. Perhaps the opportunity for the extreme immortal sect to surpass the misty immortal palace and become the #1 power in the martial emperor state again has also come. Xiaofan, you go back first. This matter today. You don't talk about it to the public. Su Yongyan paused and reverted back to his previous look of kindness, smiling. This is also for your own good. The one you awakened is the Gnosis seed. Maybe you don't know how precious he is, but, if it leaks out, you'll be in danger. Su Yongyan emphasized the word dangerous. Xiaofan nodded his head. From the expressions and state of the group of people just now, he understood just how precious this enlightenment seed was. Disciple understands. Xiaofan respectfully cupped his fists and saluted. Then he bowed respectfully to Jiang Yushan, He Yutong, Shi Ji, Chao Mu, and the two old men from Wan Baolu. Only then did he turn and leave the great hall. He never dreamed he'd make so much noise. It's good that it's not the secret of the star dough diagram being leaked out. Xiaofan muttered silently in his heart and sighed in relief. If the secret of the star dipper diagram was leaked, he would be 80% finished. Gnosis seed, Xiaofan muttered, not sure what this enlightenment seed was. He planned to look for ancient books afterward to research what this enlightenment seed was. In the great hall, there was a moment of tranquility. The many disciples left the field, and Xiaofan also left. At this moment, there was a group of outer sect elders left, as well as Patriarch Su Yongyan. No one could have imagined that a genius disciple who had awakened the enlightenment seed would appear in the outer sect. The appearance of this kind of disciple was destined to shake the martial emperor state. Jiang Yushan's face was a bit ugly at this point, and he looked at He Yutong, Chao Mu, and Shi Ji with a vicious gaze. Xiaofan was awakened to the enlightenment seed only after listening to my lessons. You people are really shameless as well. Even this is something to snatch. He's clearly the wizard of my alchemy lineage. This matter Jiang Yushan is very angry. When Xiaofan was there just now, he was still in control, but now that the person was gone, he didn't care that much. Taking your class awakening is yours. You have a big face. Shi Ji skimmed at him and said without a trace of anger, then flashed into streams of light and left as well. He Yutong didn't open his mouth, and his expression was filled with regret. Chao would face complex, cannot say what taste. Su Yongyan sighed and wanted to persuade something, but thought better of it. The two old men of the book depository looked at each other and smiled faintly. Ha, let's go. The matter is now closed for the time being. On the other hand, the retreat of the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect. Chapter 135 Angry Extreme Immortal Sect Ancestor. Inner sect Patriarch Wu Xinjue led a group of murderous peak chiefs over. At this moment, the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect was in seclusion within his cave. He suffered a backlash from his divining and pinching yesterday, so he was completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. Old ancestor, we have something important to report. Inner sect Patriarch Wu Xinjue bowed and saluted outside the cave. The rest of the four peak chiefs did the same, clasping their fists and saluting outside the cave. A moment later, a low and strong voice came from within the cave. What is it? Here's the thing. The inner sect Patriarch Wu Xinjue and the others did not go inside the cave, and he recounted the matter of Xiaofan awakening the enlightenment seed outside. The various other head seats did not open their mouths during the period, thinking about how they would request the old ancestor later on to take Xiaofan under their door. Normally, when there were talented disciples joining, there was often a scramble for the first seats of the peaks, but it was the first time ever that it was as intense as this time. Inside the cave, the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect was silent, silently listening to Wu Xinjue's words. Disciples of the Gnosis seed. The old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect suddenly clenched his fists with both hands. anger flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Damn! Can awaken the enlightenment seed, proving to be a once-in-a-century wunderkind. He didn't pay attention to the outside world because he was in seclusion within his cave to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, this kind of disciple he must personally under the door, outside the cave. For the thoughts of the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect, the inner sect patriarch Wu Xinjue as well as the heads of the peaks are completely unaware. This is how things are. Please ask the old ancestor to judge which peak this Xiao Fan will enter. Wu Xinjue dumped this decision directly to the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor. Anyway, he's not taking the blame for this. He can't afford to offend anyone. Old ancestor, the person only awakened the enlightenment seed by listening to my alchemy lineage's Jiang Yushan's lectures. This person has a destiny with my Danding Peak. Kong Ping was the first to open his mouth. As the only 5th grade alchemist within the entire extreme immortal sect, he had the backbone to do so. However, as soon as his words fell, before the extreme immortal sect ancestor in the cave could respond, Bei Moi, who was on the side, hurriedly spoke. Old ancestor, I North He conscientious for the clan refining iron for so many years. No merit also have hard work. This Xiao Fan is obviously I first look at. Is also I first open my mouth to be accepted as a disciple. As a result, this group of people are going to rob. Old ancestor do it for me. His cuffs were rolled up. A muscular, massive man. At this time, the sound of tears, the scene is very discordant. Old ancestor, this son Xiao Fan clearly has his heart set on my formation lineage. A group of them men bullied me. A weak woman, Sure concubine spoke up in complaint. She remembered how Xiao Fan looked when he saw the 8th killing array. It was clear that his heart had been moved. Results, Feng Zhuanshi on the sidelines speechless. He also wanted to open his mouth, but it was a pity that the status of the martial Dao lineage was several notches lower compared to these people. There was no need to mention alchemy and artifact refining, and the array formation lineage concerned the entire extreme immortal sect's defensive and forbidden arrays, which were extremely useful. After thinking about it, though, he stepped forward with a stiff upper lip, having to fight as hard as he could. Old ancestor, this Xiao Fan, and my martial arts lineage are also destined to be together. He can battle a half-step Tontian at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Inside the cave, the pale and unsightly old ancestor of the Wuji sect's face changed again after hearing the words. The 7th level of the Qi transformation realm fighting a half-step Tontian? What kind of talent does it take to do that? He couldn't do it to this extent back then. This is demonic. Old ancestor, it is only right for Xiao Fan to join my alchemy lineage. No, old ancestor, my weapon refining lineage is Xiao Fan's home. Old ancestor, the formation lineage is where this son belongs. If my mother knows in her grave, she must also be thinking this. Old ancestor, at this moment, the heads of the peaks were crying and roaring one by one, and even Sure concubine took out his dead mother to say something. On the side of the inner sect patriarch Wu Xinjue face a little black. He feels like he's in trouble. I thought that when they got to the old man, these guys could tighten up a little bit, but it turned out, especially inside the cave, the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor was surprisingly silent for a long time. He guessed that 80% of them were angry. However, what he didn't know was that the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor was indeed infuriated at this time within his cave. However, it wasn't because he was exasperated by these few people, but because he had surprisingly failed to notice that a disciple with the seed of enlightenment had actually come out from within the extreme immortal sect. Damn! At this moment even the cultivation of the extreme immortal sect's oldest ancestor was somewhat unable to control it. Damn backlash! If there was no backlash against divination yesterday, he wouldn't have failed to notice the vision that appeared outside. At this point, however, it was too late. It would have been fine if these few guys hadn't opened their mouths and said that they wanted to take Xiao Fan as their disciple, but these few people had already exited first and had all begged to come to themselves. How could he have the nerve to go and steal a disciple from these guys? Accepting a demonic disciple who had also awakened the enlightenment seed. This kind of disciple would definitely give him a long face once he grew up. This moment he hated yesterday's vision, but he couldn't do anything about it. The great power that could make that vision was too terrifying. He couldn't fight it. Don't even dare to open your mouth to curse for fear of being perceived by the other side. Chapter 136 Alchemy. If he knew that Xiao Fan, whom he moved to take as a disciple at this moment, was the culprit who caused his backlash, I don't know what mood this extreme immortal sect's old ancestor would be in. There was a lot of arguing outside, and for a long time, no movement could be heard from inside the cave. A moment later, the low voice of the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect within the cave came out. Xiao Fan, this son can't join any lineage for the time being. Continue to cultivate in the outer gate and hone his heart. The crowd was puzzled, and then they heard the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect speak. The heart is the most important thing. You guys are so scrambling to take him as a disciple. Do you know that you've already made a big mistake? The crowd was baffled. No one continued to speak at this moment. The voice inside the cave continued to come out. Cultivators have to rise to the challenge. Talent is important, but hard work is also an essential part. You guys are treating him like this. If he is bullying and neglects his cultivation in the future, won't it be a waste of a good seedling? Hearing the words of the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect, the faces of the people outside the cave reddened. On the side of the inner sect patriarch Wu Xinjue sighed in his heart, the old ancestor wise. Therefore, this son Xiaofan will remain in the outer sect for the time being. All treatment will be the same as before. When he is young, he needs to polish his heart properly, and he must not neglect the matter of cultivation. Understand? The crowd did not refute the words of the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor, nor did they have any reason to do so. Indeed, talent is important, but if you have talent but neglect to practice, you are not destined to go far in the future. Alright, if it's alright then all of you should step back. Xinju stays, the extreme immortal sect's old ancestor said indifferently. The crowd looked at each other, ignoring no one, and left, intending to fight for this Xiaofan later. They were all determined to win this Xiaofan. Old ancestor, what do you call me for? Keep an eye on this Xiaofan and send someone to secretly protect him. Never let anything happen to him. Wu Xinjue was stunned. He didn't expect his old ancestor to leave him to say this. However, he was also frozen for a moment before he hurriedly and respectfully returned. Understood, old ancestor. Turn around and bring me a copy of that Xiaofan's portrait. Stand down. The voice of the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect within the cave came out. Patriarch Wu Xinjue nodded, saluted and left. Although he was the extreme immortal sect leader, he still had to be respectful when he saw the old ancestor. He said that he was the inner sect patriarch, but the extreme immortal sect had a group of old men from the house of elders above him, and on top of that was the extreme immortal sect ancestor. It's just that most of these people spend most of their time in seclusion. On the other hand, Xiaofan returned within his cave. He closed his eyes and looked inward at his dantian. A turquoise seedling is hovering in the middle, constantly absorbing the aura near the dantian. This little guy, is he sucking my spiritual energy to grow? Xiaofan felt a bit speechless, feeling a bit like a milkmaid. Although I don't know exactly what this so-called enlightenment seed is useful for, but since those elders attach such importance to it, I think it must be an extraordinary treasure. Xiaofan muttered, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The treasures contained in each star within the Star Dipper diagram were truly amazing, especially this time. He just used his essence blood to open the first star of the second stage, but he gained such a chance. I'm afraid that how many cultivators could not even dream of obtaining it, and as a result, he obtained it just by opening the first star. Xiaofan closed his eyes and entered the Star Dough diagram. At this time, there was already an alchemy furnace within the Star Dipper diagram, and he wanted to try what the effect of alchemy was within the Star Dipper diagram. Go inside the Stardust chart, surveying the large bronze Dan furnace in front of him, and the one-man tall ancient book of alchemy. Xiaofan studied it directly, very seriously. Bronze Dan furnace is what level of magic weapon he is not clear, but the things within the Star Dipper diagram certainly will not be bad on the right. As for these ancient books, they were all currently needed by Xiaofan. Xiaofan, who was studying the ancient books, was surprised to find that this time, when reading these ancient books, some of the previous esoteric and difficult to understand contents, this time he had a surprisingly instantaneous wave of realization. Could this be the effect of the Gnosis seed? Xiaofan was elated. This meant that in the future, no matter if he was reading ancient books or comprehending techniques, his speed would be faster than before. After studying for an hour, Xiaofan raised his head and looked at the furnace in front of him, wanting to alchemize, but he's suddenly a bit dumbfounded. How does this Dan furnace burn? At this moment Xiaofan was blinded, completely baffled. Alchemy requires fire. This is something that even ordinary people know. Therefore, most of the alchemists, who knew fire attribute techniques, or whose cultivation had reached the Xian Dan realm or above, use Dan fire to refine pills. And if you don't have either of those, you'll have to use the most basic wood to ignite. While this method is old and dumb, Chapter 137 Extreme Spirit Stones lead to fire, but there really is no other way at the moment. But where is this Stardust map going to get wood? Xiaofan was speechless. Where to find wood? He was a divine soul entering the astrological map. The storage bag could not be brought in at all, and there's no wood in the Stardust chart. It's over. Xiaofan felt that he was happy for nothing. If he wanted to refine pills within the Star Dough diagram, as it stood, he would need to at least reach the Xian Dan realm before he could do so. If you can't, just cultivate. Xiaofan was speechless and planned to cultivate first to improve his strength for good. After all, he had obtained a large amount of extremely high-quality spirit stones within the Star Dipper diagram. He wanted to try to see how effective cultivation with an extremely high-quality spirit stone would be, and whether it would be better. However, he suddenly had a double take. He slammed his thighs and looked delighted. Right, the extreme spirit stone. Xiaofan stood up and ran towards the mountain-like extreme-grade spirit stone in large strides. From the pile of extreme spirit stones, he identified several dozen fire attribute extreme spirit stones. There was a burning sensation when held in the hand. These spirit stones were filled with fire attribute elements. Xiaofan took these dozens of fire attribute spirit stones to the side of the bronze Dan furnace. Picking up a fiery red, extremely high-grade spirit stone in his hand, he began to pour his own spiritual energy into the stone. This time it wasn't absorbed. It was infused. This spirit stone seems to be stimulated by MO kind of stimulation. The surface of the fiery red spirit stone began to emit a faint red light. At this moment the temperature of the spirit stone began to rise sharply. Even Xiaofan's palms were burned. Xiaofan, on the other hand, had a happy face. Ha ha ha, great. Let's just use this extremely high-grade spirit stone as a fire starter. Xiaofan endured the severe pain and continued to pour in spiritual energy, and the fiery red extreme spirit stone continued to turn redder and redder, finally acting like a red-hot iron block. Xiaofan could no longer hold back this searing pain and he loosened his hand. The fiery red spirit stone landed on the ground. Then Xiaofan didn't stop and continued to infuse it with spirit power. Holding it in his hand and directly pouring it in was more direct and fast. This kind of spaced-out pouring in consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. The spirit stone became redder and redder, hotter and hotter, and finally, with a bang, it ignited. Seeing this, Xiaofan revealed a joyful expression and his forehead was already filled with sweat. Great! It's just as I guessed. A fire attribute extreme grade spirit stone. The elemental power within it can be used alone. Extremely high quality spirit stones, which contain the power of various elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Among these 5 elements, cultivators could absorb the elements within them for their own use, which could improve the progress of their 5 elemental feats as well as their strength. So just now, Xiaofan had guessed that the fire element inside this fiery red extreme spirit stone should be able to ignite if it was stimulated by his spiritual energy. It worked after so many attempts. A palm-sized fire attribute superb spirit stone blazing. Xiaofan didn't feel half heartbroken as he brought a few more fire attribute spirit stones. This time, he didn't put them in his palm to ignite them. Instead, he directly piled them next to this already ignited spirit stone. The fire is building up. The temperature emanating from this blaze far exceeded that emanating from the ignition of charcoal. I'm afraid an ordinary fire attribute technique can't emit such strong flames. Xiaofan muttered that he didn't have any understanding of the Xian Dan realm's Dan fire, so he couldn't compare. However, the temperature currently emanating from this fire made him not even dare to get too close for an extended period of time. Not bad for an extreme spirit stone. It's really extraordinary. Xiaofan sighed and was in a good mood. If anyone else knows, he is here to take the extremely high-quality spirit stone to start the fire. It's just to try alchemy. I wonder how many people will call him a loser. How many years the entire Wu Huangzhou have not seen a piece of extremely high-quality spirit stone. This guy even used to light the fire. It wasn't even half heartbreaking. For Xiaofan, it wasn't like the things within the star dough diagram could be taken to the outside world. And that pile of spirit stones, it would be a waste to leave it there. And he couldn't use it all. So he might as well make the best use of it. Alright, it's time to try alchemy. Xiaofan hurriedly ran to the site of spirit medicine and elixir and took out various needed materials from the previously categorized ones. Let's try to refine a first-grade elixir for the first time. The beneficial chi pill seems just fine. So he's it. Xiaofan muttered and put together the dozens of herbs for refining the chi benefiting pill. He then ran to the fire. The bronze Dan furnace is large and heavy. It is supported by 3 furnace feet underneath. It's far from what it looks like. With Xiaofan's strength nowadays, he wasted a lot of effort to move the bronze Dan furnace. A rough estimate puts the weight at least at 8,000 pounds or more. Xiaofan was panting, but his eyes revealed a refined light. The first time I made pills, I felt very excited. The bronze Dan furnace was pushed under the burning fire and began to slowly heat up. Xiaofan unhurriedly followed the formula for the beneficial Qi Dan in the ancient book, placing the herbs one by one within the furnace. Chapter 138, 5 Elements Spirit Stone Alchemy Method. This is Xiaofan's first time refining pills. For him, it had been just a few months or less since he had first looked at the ancient books. The most crucial thing was that Xiaofan had never seen anyone else refining pills. Trying alchemy on your own for the first time. Normally, for an apprentice alchemist to reach the point where he could come to alchemy with his own hands, it would take a few years of light at the shortest. From the very beginning of recognizing herbs and elixirs, to the later familiarize with fire control, understand the high and low temperatures in the Dan furnace, and then finally observe the predecessor's alchemy. It was a complex and tedious series of knowledge, And the first time you made an elixir you usually didn't make a first-rate elixir straight away. Instead, they were refining some ordinary ones that couldn't be ordinary. Those elixirs that didn't have any grade. Want to become an alchemist? Talent alone is only one aspect. More important is the resources. Only a constant consumption of resources could produce a qualified alchemist. So it was not an overstatement to say that alchemists were piled up with spirit stones. And at this point, Xiaofan was sweating profusely as he looked at the smoking bronze Dan furnace in front of him that was being burned by the scorching spirit fire, and was busy placing all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines into it. I'm exhausted. How come this smoke is still a little big? Xiaofan murmured. An hour had passed, and this was the third furnace of pills he had refined. As for the previous two furnaces, the first furnace was directly destroyed because of the poor timing of the herbs being lowered into it. The second furnace because the fire is more and more big and is directly within the medicinal herbs refined into slag. It won't work. This flame can't be controlled by just using a fire attribute extreme spirit stone, Xiaofan muttered, his face a little blackened from the smoke. It was possible to ignite using fire attribute spirit stones alone, and the temperature of the flame was perfectly adequate. But this fire, he can't control it at all. The flames kept getting bigger, the temperature kept rising, and he just couldn't get a handle on it. Suddenly Xiaofan's eyes lit up as he left in large strides and resumed in front of the mountain-like extreme spirit stone. A number of blue and cyan-colored extremely high-grade spirit stones were identified from within it. The blue color is an excellent spirit stone with the water attribute. The green color was an extreme spirit stone of the wood attribute. Xiaofan took the two types of spirit stones to the bronze Dan furnace. At this moment, the fire was monstrous and the temperature was rising, and the spirit stones within it were continuously radiating heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Xiaofan took out a blue water attribute extreme spirit stone in his hand and began to inject spiritual energy into it. Instantly he felt a cool sensation in his hand, very clear and soft. The palms, which had been burned and sore before, were much better. Feeling that the infused spiritual energy was almost ready, Xiaofan's eyes lit up and threw this blue water attribute spirit stone into the raging flames. His-sla! With a loud bang, a huge water vapor rose up from the flames, and Xiaofan jerked back a few steps. The flames that were burning below at that moment had indeed become much smaller. Xiaofan's face was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, sure enough, water overcomes fire. Just use the water element within it to douse the flames. Xiaofan's face showed excitement, which meant that he had mastered the way he could control fire. Water overcomes fire. It had ignited almost 5 fire spirit stones before, and that one water spirit stone going down just now doused the amount of almost 2 more fire spirit stones. Xiaofan carefully observed. The 5 elements are known to the world. However, it is a difficult degree to grasp to what extent. For example, at this point, a water spirit stone can extinguish 2 fire spirit stones, but it can't extinguish more. Watching the flames get smaller and the black smoke rising from the Dan furnace fade, Xiaofan was in a good mood. This proved that he could continue refining. Try putting in some wood attribute spirit stones to see what effect it will have. Anyway, he had plenty of spirit stones, so even if he wasted them like this, Xiaofan didn't feel any heartache. Fire is born of wood. Xiaofan placed the green wood attribute spirit stone in the palm of his hand and poured in spiritual energy. A rich and exuberant vitality came from his hands. The feeling was strange and indescribable. It just felt like his body had become lighter and seemed to be getting younger. And at the same time, the enlightenment seed in his body, I don't know if it was because of the green-colored wood attribute spirit stone, gently trembled inside Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan was stunned as he felt that the enlightenment seed in his body seemed to like the wood attribute spirit stone, and he poured his palm into the spirit stone, while its own dantian actively absorbed the wood element within the spirit stone in its hand. The wood element was like a steady stream of green light pouring into Xiaofan's body. These wood elements that were absorbed into his body directly entered Xiaofan's dantian and turned into dots of green light floating on the enlightenment seedling. Little by little it dissipated and was absorbed into it. The seedling seemed very pleased. Xiaofan sensed a trace of its emotions and looked inward into his dantian. Noticed that a few of the green leaves on this seedling seemed more turquoise. Xiaofan didn't skimp. He had a lot of extreme spirit stones anyway. Even if more were absorbed extremely fast, he didn't care. This time, Xiaofan was not in a hurry to refine the pills. Compared to this, he was more curious about what this enlightenment seed would become. Time passes little by little. After half a quarter of an hour, the green-colored extreme-grade spirit stone in Xiaofan's hand gradually became lusterless, and the wood element within it was depleted. And just at this moment, the enlightenment seed in his body gradually also stopped absorbing. A gentle tremor in the dantian. It seemed like a burp. The enlightenment seed stopped absorbing, and the wood element stopped entering and surging into Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan was suspicious and picked up another wood attribute spirit stone again, but this time, There was no response from the enlightenment seed in his body. This is supposed to be full, Xiao Fan murmured, feeling that this little guy inside his body was quite interesting. Chapter 139, Realizing the Way of the Five Elements. The enlightenment seed was only a legendary existence in the martial emperor state. In all ancient records, it only appeared once 10,000 years ago, and 10,000 years have passed, and all that remains about that man are rumors. Therefore, no one knew what this enlightenment seed could do other than greatly benefiting alchemy, artifacts, formations, and so on. I only know that the ancient records describe that obtaining the seed of enlightenment is all based on one's own chance, and others cannot take it by force. Never mind. Let's just ignore it for now. The enlightenment seed at this time in Xiao Fan's body reverted back to what it was before, not moving at all and not reacting in any way. Xiao Fan placed his eyes on the Dan furnace. He wanted to continue refining, re-picking up a wood attribute spirit stone and pouring in spiritual energy. This time there was no absorption from the enlightenment seeds in the body, and the whole process was very smooth. The wood element within the spirit stone was activated, emitting a greenish-colored glow. Xiao Fan threw the wood attribute spirit stone into the fire. Xiao Fan observed carefully. This time the flames are different from the previous two. When fire meets fire, it burns more fiercely. When water meets fire, the fire will be extinguished. And this wood meets fire. The fire is surprisingly in a gradual and soft way gradually strengthened. It's not an instantaneous enhancement in a frenzied way. It's a very soft, slow way of gradual enhancement a little at a time, and it lasts a long time. Is this wood making fire? Xiao Fan muttered, and the enlightenment seed in his body unconsciously trembled lightly. Xiao Fan felt his head become clearer all of a sudden. The five elements are mutually exclusive, but only in the same realm of mutual restraint, and the five elements are mutually reinforcing. Not 1 plus 1, but a soft, extended way to continue. Without realizing it, Xiao Fan himself made the truth contained within the law of five elements clear. This kind of clarity was simple, though it was something that most cultivators would have difficulty understanding in a lifetime. Unlike oral preaching and studying ancient texts, it is a true realization of its deeper meaning. Everything in the world is within the five elements. A blade of grass, a blade of sand, a starburst, a morning dew and a fine rain. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan even realized the supreme truth that even those whose cultivation was several major realms higher than his would find it difficult to understand throughout their lives. And this enlightenment played a vital importance to his growth later on. Alchemy continues. Fire is not enough. Add fire attribute extreme spirit stone. If you want to make the fire smooth, add wood attribute extreme spirit stones. When you feel the fire is intense, add water attribute spirit stones. This kind of extravagant alchemy. It was estimated that he was the only one in the continent of the 9 states who could do it. During the period when he used various extremely high-quality spirit stones to control the size of the fire, he needed to continuously pour spirit power into the spirit stones to activate the attribute elements within them. It was also a very good practice for himself, and in this use of extremely high-quality spirit stones to ignite the fire, for the mastery of the fire. Unconsciously, Xiao Fan is improving by leaps and bounds. The night passed, and within the Star Dipper diagram, Xiao Fan was sweating profusely, and he felt that he was a bit overwhelmed. A steady stream of spiritual energy was poured into his body. It's no different than a big fight. It's already failed more than 50 furnaces. I don't believe it will fail this time. There was resignation in Xiao Fan's tone. He had refined more than 50 furnaces this night, but none of them were successful. If it were any other alchemy apprentice like this, I'm afraid that they would have had their legs broken and swept away long ago. More than 50 furnaces of medicinal herbs. What a large amount of spirit stones that must be. Even if it was the herbs needed to refine a first-grade elixir, that would be a large amount of spirit stones. But these Xiao Fan didn't care at all. Extreme spirit stones for fire. Unlimited supply of top-quality herbs. If he didn't know that alchemy needs to be gradual, he would even want to directly refine a third-grade elixir to try it out. This time, Xiao Fan was very careful and kept the fire under control. Not too big, not too small, not too hasty. Then the herbs for refining the beneficial Qi Dan were put in, one by one. After a night of non-stop refining, he was already familiar with these. It has to work this time. Xiao Fan murmured and whispered. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Concentrate and meticulously refine this furnace of elixir. Green smoke rolled out from the bronze Dan furnace. Xiao Fan was not in a hurry and continued to add spirit herbs and control the fire. Rumble. A loud bang emanated from the bronze Dan furnace. And this time, Xiao Fan's face was ecstatic that it was green smoke that had been coming out, not black smoke. That would prove that the pill refining process had been successful. And this last loud sound came out to represent that the pill had been refined. Xiao Fan couldn't wait to open it. A furnace of pills didn't blow up in the middle of the furnace or emit black smoke to prove that he had failed to refine it. Everything is fine. But when the final refining is done and the furnace is opened, there are often failures as well. Put. Xiao Fan's heartbeat accelerated. Even when he took the first place in the outer sect selection competition, he was not as excited as he was now. These are two different sensations. Another area of his progress. From a clueless little white man, to whether or not he could refine a first-grade elixir. The bronze Dan furnace opens. Inside lay 5 pills quietly and flatly, 4 of which were cracked and full of cracks. The remaining one, on the other hand, emitted a burst of medicinal fragrance. It's done. Chapter 140, The First Formation of a First-Grade Pill. 2 Patriarchs Visits. Xiao Fan was overjoyed at this moment. It was his first time to refine pills, and although only one was made in this furnace, but this was already enough to make him happy. Playing this first-grade chi benefiting pill back and forth in his hand, he nodded his head in satisfaction every now and then. Although this was the lowest grade first-grade elixir, but for him who had only been in contact with alchemy for a few days, this was already enough. You know that Xiao Fan this is the first time to alchemize, although tossing and turning all night, but it worked once, and that was enough. It was important to realize that other people in the lineage of alchemy who did not have solid basic skills and a certain understanding of pharmacology could flexibly control the fire. Even if they were given countless spirit herbs, they would definitely not be able to succeed. Xiao Fan took the chi benefiting elixir in one gulp. This kind of elixir was for restoring spiritual energy. However, it was because it was a first-grade lower-grade elixir, so the effect was average. Outside, the sky is cloudy. Xiao Fan, who was in seclusion within the secret room, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of fatigue, but there was an undisguised joy on his face. To be able to concoct a first-grade elixir, even though it only succeeded once, but it's still barely a success. I wonder if this counts as reaching the qualifications of a first-grade alchemist. Xiao Fan muttered to himself with some excitement. It was important to realize that all grades of alchemists measured their own alchemy attainments by how many grades of pills they could make. Successfully refining an elixir of each grade meant that he had reached the qualifications of an alchemist of that grade. In the Martial Emperor Prefecture, there was a holy place for alchemists called Sacred Dan City. This place did not belong to any power, but its position in the Martial Emperor state was untouchable. There were also never any forces that came to mess with Sacred Dan City, even the extreme immortal sect and the Netherworld Immortal Palace. This entire city was a mecca for alchemists, and it was rumored that many years ago, the profession of alchemists was not as large and united as it is now. Alchemists, usually themselves are not good, often will be bullied. And even from time to time there will be alchemists who are kidnapped, threatened, forcing them to alchemy. This kind of thing happened. So after that, it caused the dissatisfaction of all the alchemists in the Martial Emperor state, and a number of powerful alchemists among them took the lead in forming this Sacred Dan City. One of its intentions is to provide a place of refuge for alchemists throughout the Martial Emperor state. Over time, the status group of alchemists gradually increased, and this holy city of alchemists has been passed down to this day. Nowadays, it has even grown extremely large, and all the ranked alchemists in the entire Martial Emperor state are registered here. Just like high-level alchemists like Zhang Yushan and Kong Ping, they all had a certain status in Sacred Dan City. Xiao Fan's expression was filled with excitement. Even he was thinking that afterward, when he had the opportunity, he would like to go to the Sacred Dan City to take an examination and get a qualification for the alchemist grade. And at this moment, the golden token inside Xiao Fan's storage bag suddenly trembled. Someone's coming. Xiao Fan muttered and exited the secret room to the outside of the cave. He wasn't surprised that someone would come. Rather, it would be odd if no one came. You know, yesterday, because of the Enlightenment Seed made such a big commotion, it would be strange if the clan didn't react at all. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the visitors were 2 people, one of whom looked majestic and unruffled. The other man had a full head of white hair, a smiling look on his face. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, seniors. Xiao Fan respectfully cupped his fists and saluted when he saw the 2. One of them was Outer Sect Patriarch Su Yongyan, while the other was Inner Sect Patriarch Wu Xinjue. Xiao Fan did not know Wu Xinjue's identity, so he addressed his senior. The 2 nodded, both showing a satisfied smile to Xiao Fan. This was a talented disciple with a promising future, and had to be cultivated with focus. Xiao Fan, this is the Inner Sect Patriarch. Su Yongyan smilingly introduced Xiao Fan. Inner Sect Patriarch? Xiao Fan was taken aback. He knew that this person's identity would be very high. However, he did not expect it to be this high. He bowed again and spoke. Greetings, Patriarch. Addressing the duo both as patriarchs always feels a bit strange. Wu Xinjue nodded, but his gaze was much kinder when he regarded Xiao Fan, who was usually very serious. My name is Wuxinjio. Yes, Martial Sovereign, Xiao Fan addressed once again. Xiao Fan, aren't you going to invite us 2 old guys into your cave to sit for a while? Su Youngnian smiled and said, with a kind face. It was as if he wasn't the same person as the one who gave that 10,000 disciples a frightening ass yesterday. Patriarch Su. Patriarch Wu. Inside please, Xiaofan politely said, this time adding a surname before addressing both of them so that they wouldn't pronounce it confusingly. Within the extreme immortal sect, the two had different divisions of labor, with one managing the outer gate and the other in charge of the inner gate. Rarely would two people appear to see a disciple at the same time. The two nodded and followed Xiaofan into the cave. After entering the cave, the two sat in front of the stone table. Xiaofan made tea for the two of them and stood respectfully to the side. With these two patriarchs present, he was indeed not qualified to be seated. No need to be so formal. You sit down too, Su Yangnian said smilingly, and on the side, Wu Xinjue also nodded with a smile. The two were very satisfied that Xiaofan could be so respectful. Xiaofan nodded and sat down opposite the two with an extremely respectful attitude. Xiaofan, do you know what the two of us are looking for you for? Su Yongnian took a sip of tea and spoke with a smile. His eyes narrowed into a slit, but a refined light was revealed within. Wu Xinjue also landed his gaze on Xiaofan, and he did not open his mouth. Is it because of the Gnosis seed? Xiaofan didn't beat around the bush and said it very directly. That's right, the Gnosis seed is a matter of great importance, and I think you might not have been aware of it before. Chapter 141, The Outer Sect and the Inner Sect. Su Yongnian smiled and opened his mouth, explaining, in the entire history of the martial emperor state, there was only one person who awakened the enlightenment seed 10,000 years ago, and this person is extremely gifted, and it is said that no matter if it's alchemy or weaponry refining, he has exceptional talent, and the conditions for the awakening of the Gnosis seed are not humanly possible. It takes someone who has been chosen by the will of this world. There are very few records in the ancient books about the Gnosis seed, and we don't know exactly what the reason is. However, this time I came, what I want to say to you is that it's good that you're carrying the seed of enlightenment, but it must be kept a secret, even from your closest relatives, otherwise, you're liable to get yourself into serious trouble. Su Yongnian emphasized the word disaster at the end. From the other party's tone, Xiaofan could hear that it was not a joke, and he knows that a piker is a piker. Understood. The two patriarchs don't worry. I will keep this matter a secret. Xiaofan nodded his head in a very serious manner before getting up and paying another bow to the two of them. Thank you, two patriarchs, for coming to remind me. Xiaofan could naturally hear that the other party was being kind. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone since he had obtained the Xiaotian Xingdou diagram. It was the fear of leaking out and being targeted. With his ability it would be impossible to guard this supreme treasure in front of a strong person. The two of them nodded. Seeing that Xiaofan was so serious, they were relieved. The two of them were actually genuinely worried that Xiaofan was young and youthful, and that he would go around talking nonsense about the fact that he was carrying the enlightenment seed, thus attracting other people's thoughts. It's good that you understand. This world is dangerous. Even if you are within the extreme immortal sect, you are not necessarily safe. Do you understand? This time it was Wu Xinjue who spoke up, with a loud voice and a very serious look. Understood. Xiaofan nodded. He grew up in a different environment than the others. The Xiao family had never treated him as their own family. Even his parents only had his brother in their hearts. Even sent him half dead as a flunky for resources. So there are very few people in this world that he can trust. In fact, I originally wanted to directly accept you into the inner sect. After all, whether it is your talent, or harboring the enlightenment seed, there is nothing wrong with directly joining the inner sect. It's just that. Wu Xinjue opened his mouth, then paused. On the side, Su Yongnian laughed. It's better if I say it. He turned his gaze to Xiaofan and spoke. The inner sect has an examination every year that is specifically for outer disciples. You are clear about all of this, aren't you? Xiaofan nodded. These were clearly recorded in the jade slip given to him by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Inner disciples and outer disciples. Although they are both disciples of the extreme immortal sect, they are nevertheless fundamentally different, because inner disciples are, to put it bluntly, the true core of the sect, but the extreme immortal sect is not a piece of iron plate, in which there is also the possibility of mixing in traitors from other sects. Saying this, Su Yongnian's face became serious as he continued to speak. For so many years, the martial emperor dynasty has nominally been the ruler of the martial emperor state, but in fact, it hasn't acted at all. Our several powers compete with each other, with the misty immortal palace currently having the greatest power and many talented disciples under its doors. And because the extreme immortal sect is very special, the remaining several powers have always treated the extreme immortal sect as a piece of fat meat, and have always wanted to come and annex a bite of it. Fatty? Xiaofan froze and then thought of what Elder Qiao had said to him back in Jingchuan City. Although the extreme immortal sect wasn't the strongest, it was nevertheless the deepest, Even the netherworld immortal palace was inferior. You may be curious as to why, but there are some things I can't tell you right now. I can only tell you that the extreme immortal sex depths are unfathomable. Su Yongyan resumed his smiling demeanor and continued to speak. And those underlying outer disciples are not qualified to participate. Only becoming an inner disciple is allowed. We originally wanted you to become an inner disciple directly. But you obtained the seed of enlightenment. You were born with a vision. And with that blue light in midair, it's possible that it's already been noticed by other major powers. So if you were to be directly promoted to inner sect disciple at this time, it would undoubtedly be exposing your identity. Su Yongyan sighed. In fact, this was only one aspect. There were simply too many people who knew that Xiaofan had awakened the enlightened Tao seed that day. These 10,000 or so disciples. They didn't dare to guarantee that there were no spies from other forces among them. But there was nothing else that could be done. And although threats were made, they were only for ordinary disciples. In order to keep this matter a secret, internal deliberations were made afterward, and the extreme immortal sex interception spell formation was directly opened. Any information trying to be transmitted will be intercepted and censored. It was also only a large formation that would only be activated in times of war, consuming a staggering amount of resources, and all of this was to protect Xiaofan. Neither he nor Wu Xinjue had told Xiaofan about any of this. Xiaofan nodded as he understood the two men's intention of coming here. I understand. After that, I will go and participate in the selection of inner disciples. So very good. Su Yongyan smiled. Wu Xinjue also nodded with satisfaction before taking out a jade bottle from his pocket and throwing it to Xiaofan. Xiaofan was stunned as he caught the jade bottle and held it in his hands, curiously surveying it. In here are 3 drops of Yinglong essence blood. Absorbing it while meditating will have an increase in your own strength. Wu Xinjue laughed. This is a little support for you. Chapter 142, 3 drops of Yinglong essence blood. Yinglong essence blood? Xiaofan froze and looked at the other party with a face full of surprise. He didn't expect Wu Xinjue to be so generous as to directly give him this kind of treasure. What's an Yinglong? Legend has it that one of the 10 ancient dragons, the most powerful demonic beast clan, adult Yinglong, is said to be 10,000 feet long and has the strength to destroy the sky and the earth. Of course those were just legends, only existing within the ancient books, and Xiaofan had only seen them before. He couldn't figure out where Wu Xinjue had gotten this essence blood from. Wu Xinjue smiled and explained. This Yinglong essence blood is only refined from the corpse of a juvenile Yinglong. You can also understand that this is one of the extreme immortal sex underpinnings. Su Yongyan stood on the side with a smiling look on his face, as if both of them were very satisfied with this reaction from Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded his head, and in his heart, he had a fresh assessment of the extreme immortal sex underpinnings. You can take out something like Yinglong essence blood? What kind of underbelly does that have to be? This is Yinglong, legendary ancient dragon. The two stayed here for another half an hour, and instead of chatting about anything else, they next told Xiaofan about the role of the enlightenment seed. Once again, Xiaofan was instructed to be careful before the two left. Xiaofan respectfully escorted the two of them, then couldn't wait to return to the secret room. Yinglong essence blood. What a treasure. I wonder how much this thing can be sold for if taken up for auction. Xiaofan looked excited, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that he was still naive. A treasure like Yinglong essence blood was definitely priceless and could not be measured in spirit stones at all. Regardless of all that, let's absorb it first. Xiaofan's face showed joy. His current realm was the late 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, and this was still the result of being compressed by him all the time. If he gave up his suppression and went for a breakthrough, it would be easy for him to directly become the 7th great perfection. Now that he has obtained this Yinglong essence blood, he can try to continue his breakthrough. Opening the jade bottle, a majestic and terrifying spiritual power surged out, and the entire secret room was instantly enveloped by this terrifying spiritual power. Xiaofan looked excited. He couldn't wait to take these 3 drops of essence blood immediately. However, he didn't let the joy go to his head. If he did that, he would probably burst his flesh directly. He took out a drop and swallowed it into his mouth. Feeling a ferocious and majestic spiritual energy enter his stomach, he capped the jade bottle, then hurriedly transported the transformation of the 9 changes of Qi Gong method to start cultivating. Self-spiritual power began to climb at a terrifying speed. Not long after, 7th great perfection of the Qi transformation realm, Xiaofan made a direct breakthrough to the 7th great consummation, and his spiritual energy continued to increase. It was about to reach the critical point of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, and as long as he put in a little more effort, he could break through. But at this time, Xiaofan gave up this intention of breaking through. On the contrary, he also tried his best to suppress the mammoth increase in spiritual power in his body, and compressed the spiritual power that he had increased constantly. Outside, miles away from Xiaofan's cave, In mid-air, Wu Xinjue and Su Yangyan were floating in the void, their gazes deep in the direction of Xiao Fan's cave. With the duo's current cultivation level, they could clearly perceive everything that Xiao Fan was doing within the cave even from a great distance. Although he couldn't see what was inside, he could tell a lot through the aura that Xiao Fan displayed. Did you purposely not tell him just now that the Yinglong essence blood must not be taken all at once, just to test this son's heart? Su Yangyan opened his mouth to ask, this time without the usual smile on his face. You obviously knew that, too, didn't you fail to warn me? Wu Xinjue opened his mouth, a few smiles appearing on his face. Not telling him is just to see how this son's heart is in the end, whether he can withstand temptation or not. You should know that he is now carrying the seed of enlightenment. There are some things that you and I both know very well. Although the seed of enlightenment cannot be taken by force according to ancient texts, but, if this matter leaks out, he's bound to be targeted. He's still too weak. There are plenty of people who want to try and see if they can strip away the enlightenment seed from his body. Moreover, those hostile forces would never let a genius grow if they knew about it. Su Yangyan didn't say anything, and his lack of reminder actually had the meaning of testing Xiao Fan. The young geniuses of a sect determined whether or not that sect would be strong in the future. Xiao Fan was carrying the enlightenment seed, and if the other sects learned of this, there would only be two outcomes, one being to pull Xiao Fan to join them. The second was to get rid of Xiao Fan so that the extreme immortal sect would lose a genius. So it seems that he still has a good heart and has not been swept away by the sudden opportunity he has received. Wu Xinjue nodded in satisfaction, and Su Yangyan didn't open his mouth. In order to conceal Xiao Fan's awakening of the Dao enlightenment seed, they had even all turned on their spell formations, consuming unimaginably huge resources every day. If Xiao Fan wasn't the kind of person who was worth spending so much to protect them, these two will have to think about how to settle Xiao Fan next. It will also protect him, but he certainly won't be free after that. Chapter 143, Another Breakthrough. This son acts cautiously and is someone who can keep secrets. Get 3 drops of the legendary only in the Yinglong essence blood. No excitement of a mouth to serve. And still polishing their own realm. These actions were enough to see how cautious Xiao Fan's character was. Wu Xinjue spoke up and asked, has his background been investigated clearly? Su Yangyan nodded. Before this matter was sent to investigate, the person who investigated just came back last night. His life is very clean. Just, what's wrong? Wu Xinjue was a little curious as to why Su Yangyan's face had become strange. Hey, Su Yangyan sighed, then opened his mouth to explain. Before he said he was a son-in-law, I didn't believe all of it, but as a result of an investigation, I found out that it was really a door-to-door son-in-law, and it was still the kind that had been sent over half-dead from a beating. Door-to-door son-in-law? This time it was Wu Xinju who froze. Yesterday was the first time he had met Xiao Fan, and he was not clear about this son's background. Or perhaps everyone present yesterday was unclear about Xiao Fan's background. That's right, it's the door-to-door son-in-law. He was originally from the Xiao family in Jingchuan City. He had a younger brother with amazing talent who was selected to enter the Misty Immortal Palace, and this son was a wolf, and together with his parents, he beat Xiao Fan to death, and sent him to be the door-to-door son-in-law. Because of this incident, it also demanded a lot of resources from the other family, and the object of the marriage was an ugly woman with a birthmark on her face. Said here, Su Yangyan lookersome sighing, beaten half to death by your own brother? Sent by her biological parents to marry an ugly woman. Wu Xinjue's complexion is also odd. The heart can't say what it thinks. Yeah, the point is, the entire Jingchuan city knows that this Xiao Fan used to be a waste. He even had no semblance of status in this family, and was subjected to a lot of bullying and insults. Even the subordinates looked down on him, or else he wouldn't have been given up. Waste? Wu Xinjue shook his head and smiled bitterly. At such an age, with such talent, and having awakened the enlightenment seed, it's surprising that one would be called a waste. He felt that this matter was a bit ridiculous. Such a genius being called a waste? Is there still genius in this world? After learning about this, I also found it very strange that a genius would be treated as a waste. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Su Yangyan continued to tell the story of what happened to Xiao Fan after he was in Jingchuan City. This included defeating Long Xiaotian in battle, killing an outer disciple of the Immortal Palace in public, and having a close relationship with Elder Qiao of the Treasure Pavilion. Hearing this, Wu Xinjue nodded with satisfaction. They could rest assured about Xiao Fan's background. The only thing suspicious was why the other party had suddenly gotten stronger. You say, how did he get from the second level of the body forging realm to where he is now in 3 months? Wu Xinjue opened his mouth suspiciously. They were all people who had practiced cultivation, so they were naturally clear that cultivation was difficult. Su Yangyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not sure. However, everyone has everyone's chance, and for this son to be able to awaken the seed of enlightenment, that proves that this life is destined to be extraordinary. doesn't it? Wu Xinju nodded without retorting. Wu Xinju smiled. It looks like we can go. It's good that this kid didn't take it in one gulp. I'm looking forward to his performance when he participates in the inner sect selection afterward. On the side, Su Yangnian also smiled bitterly. Yes, we have other things to do next. The two men looked at each other, disappearing as a stream of light. The reason they didn't leave was because they were afraid that Xiao Fan would swallow 3 drops of Yinglong essence blood in one breath, causing his body's spiritual energy to expand and he wouldn't be able to refine it, finally bursting into flames. And since Xiao Fan was very cautious, they were relieved and naturally had no reason to remain. They next had to gather all the elders who knew that Xiao Fan was carrying the enlightenment seed, and this matter had to be kept secret. For two people's thoughts, Xiao Fan naturally did not know that his forehead was covered in sweat at this moment. The spiritual power brought by a single drop of Yinglong essence blood was far beyond his imagination. He was trying to suppress it, compressing his spiritual energy over and over again, not letting myself break through to the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. 1 hour later, Xiao Fan exhaled, his face full of exhaustion as he finally finished refining the first drop of Yinglong essence blood. So close, almost broke through. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, with my strength nowadays, cultivators in the Qi transformation realm, unless they are demons, no one should be my opponent. At this moment, Xiao Fan even had the urge to find a cultivator of the first level of the Tongtian realm to fight. Wanted to see how strong I really was. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged as his body's spiritual energy had recovered and reached an unprecedented peak. The spiritual power contained within the Yinglong's essence blood is too violent. It's also unknown how strong this creature would be when it was still alive. Xiao Fan murmured and whispered, recalling the terrifying spiritual energy when he had just absorbed it. He couldn't help but imagine how terrifying a creature like Yinglong was. There are still 2 drops of Yinglong essence blood. Relying on these 2 drops to reach the middle stage of the 8th gravity will be enough. Xiao Fan's eyes revealed a brilliant light. He wanted to continue refining the remaining 2 drops of Yinglong essence blood. Another drop was swallowed into his body. The ferocious and majestic spiritual energy circled inside Xiao Fan and swam into all the veins around his body. This time, he wasn't in control. Rumble. A loud bang came from inside his chamber. He broke through. Early 8th level of Qi transformation realm. It was a loud noise that resounded all around, much louder than the commotion during his last breakthrough. However, it was because of the fact that he was in the secret room of the cave this time, coupled with the remoteness of the cave. So only a small number of people noticed the signs of his breakthrough. Chapter 144, Successive Breakthroughs. Xiaotian emerges from customs. The 2 of them, Su Yangnian and Wu Xinju, headed directly to a secret room in the inner sect. The place looked ordinary, without majestic and luxurious decorations, but more like an ordinary family's mansion. But there are many formations laid out all around, operating all the time. The 2 of them took out their voice transmission jade slips and notified He Yutong, Shi Ji, Chao Mu, Jian Yushan, and other outer sect elders, as well as Kong Ping, Bei He, Shi Concubine, Feng Zhuangshi, and other inner sect elders. Not a moment later, several streams of light flew in all directions, and all of these elders had arrived. Their meeting this time was simple. It was to make everyone keep it a secret and never leak out the fact that Xiao Fan was carrying the enlightenment seed. This kind of disciple is important to the sect. No one knew what they all talked about within the secret room. This place was blocked by a formation, so even the extreme immortal sect's oldest ancestor couldn't probe in. The discussion lasted for an hour. All of them left as streams of light again. Each person has a different expression. On the other side, Xiao Fan within the secret room was continuously compressing his spiritual energy. At the peak of the early stage of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, the second drop of Yinglong essence blood was finally refined by him. At this time the breath in the body is strong. Then when he was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, I do not know how much stronger. It's such a mess again, but it's good that it's a cave, so it shouldn't have alarmed too many people. Looking at the messy surroundings, Xiao Fan sighed. Recently every time he broke through the realm the commotion was getting louder and louder. After recovering for a few moments, consolidating his realm, and resuppressing his strength, he swallowed the last drop of Yinglong essence blood. This kind of thing was a supreme treasure, but Xiao Fan took it without half a heartache. Only treasures that are used on themselves have value. His psychic powers are increasing. A few moments later, Qi transformation realm 8th intermediate level. His spiritual power was still rising, and he was desperately trying to suppress. The spiritual power contained within the Yinglong essence blood is too ferocious and violent, as if there is a wild beast within the body that is desperately tearing and biting, wanting to tear Xiao Fan apart. Qi transformation realm 8th intermediate great perfection. Xiao Fan desperately tried to suppress. In the end, though, he didn't suppress it. Late 8th level of Qi transformation realm. The Yinglong essence blood in his body began to gradually stabilize as the spiritual energy was absorbed. I didn't think it would be this strong, Xiao Fan muttered and whispered. He still wanted to control at the middle stage of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm to polish it for a while. The result is that the spiritual power is too huge to make him break through directly. He clenched his fist and felt his own strength. Compared to the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, he was simply two people. Now even if Nangon Lingxian and Qin Feishing are added together, I can easily suppress. Xiao Fan smiled. At this moment he had this confidence to fight against two people at the same time. And although the realm had directly broken through to the late 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, it didn't affect him much though. He had compressed enough in the middle of the 8th weight. And the reason for the breakthrough was because there was too much remaining spiritual energy for him to control. Xiao Fan was satisfied with his current strength. After all, he was only 19 years old this year. At the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, at this age, it was definitely a genius among geniuses. After resting for a few moments, he closed his eyes and his divine sense entered the Stardust chart. He's going to make pills and keep on making pills. It's already succeeded once, and the success rate after that will certainly be much higher. Xiao Fan entered inside the Stardo diagram, and without saying anything, he began to skillfully take the Extreme Fire Spirit Stone to make fire. Extreme Wood Spirit Stone is wood. Shui Ling Shi Dang Shui. The luxury of refining it. This refining is overnight. At the same time, the ethereal immortal palace countless thousands of miles away. Xiaotian's figure walked out from within the closed chamber. His eyes were deep, and the spiritual energy around him was wild and terrifying. As soon as he appeared, the butler, who had been waiting outside the secret room, felt like he was facing a flooded beast, and was instantly scared and almost sat on his butt. Young master, you? The butler's face was full of shock. The aura on Xiaotian at this moment was too amazing. Let him face alone. All feel the whole body wild shock. I've broken through and reached the passage realm, Xiaotian said indifferently, and the berserk aura on his body began to converge. 16 years old in the Tongtian realm, a demon among demons, even within the netherworld immortal palace, he was a ranked genius. Excellent, young master, butler is thrilled. Then shall we return to Jingchuan City now? The housekeeper spoke hastily. The two of them had already discussed before to return to Jingchuan City first, wait for the northern pavilion master of the treasure pavilion to leave, and then challenge Xiao Fan in the ring. Take the other side fair and square. There's no rush. Xiaotian waved his hand and laughed, just to be on the safe side. I'm going to look for my master and ask him to come with us to Jingchuan City as well, and then I'll see who dares to stop me from taking away that loser. Xiaotian's face was livid. He couldn't wait to see his waist big brother kneeling in front of him. Instead, he would break all the bones in his opponent's body, one by one, and drag them away as if they were a dead dog. Let the other know what happens when you disobey him. The chance that he Xiaotian wanted. How dare he, Xiao Fan, not give it? Great, young master. Hearing Xiaotian's words, the butler was thrilled. He was even already fantasizing about the scene where Xiao Fan knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Chapter 145 Zhu Gang seeks help. The extreme immortal sect, with its rich aura, was surrounded by peace. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes at this moment within the cave chamber. There was weariness in his eyes, but his face was beaming with joy. This night of hard training has not been in vain. Xiao Fan laughed out loud. This night he had refined more than 60 furnaces of pills, all of which were first-grade pills. At first it would only succeed occasionally, but later on the success rate slowly increased, and eventually it was already possible to reach the point where 1 out of 3 stoves succeeded. Currently within the star dough diagram, there were still more than 30 pills stored that Xiao Fan had personally refined, and the rate of pills formed after opening the furnace also increased from 1 pill per furnace at the beginning to between 2 and 3 pills per furnace at the back. For someone who had just started alchemy, this kind of talent was called rare in the world. Xiao Fan stretched his waist. The spiritual energy in his body was consumed tremendously, but because his cultivation had been raised to the late 8th level of Qi transformation, it was quite a bit stronger than his previous state. Rest for a while, before going in to continue refining. The matter of cultivation was not urgent for the current Xiao Fan. He had recently raised his cultivation too quickly and needed to calm himself down. And just now, when his divine soul left the astral dipper diagram, he had taken a few pills of the Qi benefiting pills that he had personally refined. Xiao Fan left from within the secret room and headed to the spirit beast room, and the door just opened. The golden-haired lioness came straight out with a fawning smile. The huge body, wagging its tail, saw Xiao Fan coming and let out a woo cry from its mouth, sticking out a tongue. Xiao Fan smiled and took out a large amount of jerky from within his storage bag and threw it over to Xiao Jin. The golden-haired lioness was delighted at the sight and rushed up to wolf down the food. Why, I feel like I have a dog. The golden-furred lioness could be said to not have half the look of a lion-type demonic beast. It was more like a dog, and it was still the kind that was particularly timid. And at this moment, Xiaofan's golden token suddenly trembled. Xiaofan was stunned. Who would come over to find himself? When he reached the outside of the cave, he was seeing a very short little fat man pacing back and forth in front of the door. Chu Kong, what are you doing here? Xiaofan laughed, not expecting the visitor to be the little fatty Zhu Gang. Big brother. When Zhu Gang saw Xiaofan come out, he hurriedly spoke with an anxious face. What's wrong? Xiaofan frowned. Zhu Gang's expression was urgent, like something big had happened. Big brother, help! Zhu Gang was in a hurry. This expression was also the first time Xiaofan had seen it. Don't worry, you tell me what happened first. The thing is this, I, along with a few new disciples, wanted to earn some contribution points, and since going out on a mission was too dangerous, we planned to set up a few stalls within the outer gate to do some small business. Small business? Xiaofan was stunned and turned around and figured out that it was in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, near the 10,000 Treasures building. Those small stalls that sold all sorts of things. Most of them were opened by miscellaneous disciples. We've chosen a vacant lot near the interior court, and we've discussed before that we intend to go up into the mountains and hunt some wild animals first, and then make jerky to sell. And by the way, we can also sell the furs separately. Hearing this, Xiaofan even felt that Zhu Gang's idea was good. But I didn't expect a group of people to come a few days ago. They were the outer disciples from the last few sessions, much stronger than us, and when they came, they made us pay 30 contribution points as a stall fee. We naturally refused to do so. We just joined the sect and don't have many contribution points on us at all. They didn't dare to make a direct strike because they were in the way of the door rules, but they blocked in front of our booth and didn't leave. And they kept on humiliating us with their words and challenged us to go to the ring area and fight against them. At first we kept holding back, but then someone couldn't hold back and agreed to the other's challenge. And we went to the ring area together. And when I came here, one of us had already been seriously injured and is still fighting. Zhu Gang was on the verge of crying with anxiety. He had bragged with those outer disciples before, saying that he had a close relationship with Xiaofan. If someone in business was looking for trouble, he came to Xiaofan to help. But in fact, he hadn't even mentioned this matter to Xiaofan. Now that something has happened, he has no choice but to harden his heart and come to beg Xiaofan. Zhu Gang looked at Xiaofan with an eager face. Big brother, Xiaofan sighed. Lead the way. I'll go take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gang was overjoyed and immediately led the way ahead. Xiaofan had already been informed of what had happened, and it was indeed the gang that had found fault in the first place. He and Zhu Gang had known each other for a while and were considered friends. He had very few friends, and since the other party had begged him, he would naturally help if he could. Outer Gate Ring Area. This was the place where Xiaofan conducted the third examination when they were initiated. Then there was no one here when they came. At this moment, however, there were quite a few outer disciples standing around. It would be because of the outer sect tryouts. So the clan rules for those days, the ring area would be temporarily closed. This place started out as a place for the outer sect of the extreme immortal sect to give its disciples a place to spar and compete. And in time, it became a place for fair and private fights, because here, both sides agreed to engage on stage. No matter how hard you hit the other person, there is no liability. If both sides have signed a life and death contract, then you just kill each other and nothing will happen. Here, there were two outer sect deacons sitting in charge of the ring area. Each time the two sides that went up to the stage to engage in battle, they needed to pay a little contribution point. The deacon of the outer gate will act as the referee. At this moment, a ring was surrounded by outer sect disciples who were watching, and on the ring, there was a freshly initiated disciple who was being beaten and covered in blood, already lying on his back on the ring, not even having the strength to stand up. And on the right side of the lower part of the ring, there are already 3 beaten, bloodied and bruised new entry outer disciples, lying on the ground. Rubbish. Let you pay contribution points. Honestly, handed over will not be alright. Chapter 146 Outer Sect Duel. On the ring, a tall outer disciple was looking down with cold eyes at this new entry disciple on the ground who he had just knocked down. When big brother Xiaofan comes later, he won't let you go. The youth lying on the ground had a mouth full of blood. His clothes were torn and tattered, and he was so badly injured that even his speech movements were a few points smaller. He, along with a few others on the right side of the ring, were the newly initiated disciples who had set up stalls with Zhu Gang. I'm not strong enough to join the extreme immortal sect, so I want to earn a little money by setting up a stall. As a result, he was severely beaten by the other side to this state. Xiaofan? The opposite side laughed coldly. What can a mere freshly initiated disciple be capable of? You wait for big brother Xiaofan to come. The youth lying on the ground was not convinced. However, before he could say all his words, he was kicked in the abdomen again. and on the spot he spat out another large mouthful of blood. The whole thing almost fainted. Waste. This tall outer disciple skimmed a glance at the fainted dead man, then looked up at the other few new entry disciples. Next, whose turn is it for any of you to come? At this point, 3 people had already been seriously injured. Counting the man who had just been knocked out of the ring, there were a total of 4 people. There were a total of 7 people standing on their side. 4 of them were men and 3 of them were women. The ones who were on the field just now were all men, and there were only 3 women left who were still able to fight at the moment. These 3 new female disciples were all good looking and had good figures. I'll do it. A soft voice came out from the right side, and a very delicate looking woman stood out. But her cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the Chi transformation realm. On the other hand, this tall outer disciple on the opposite side had a cultivation level of the Chi transformation realm grand circle. Oh, are all the men dead? Letting a little girl like you go to war. The taller man had a bad smile on his face as he teased. I see that you don't look too bad. Why don't you follow me in the future? How about it? Guarantee you'll be able to eat and drink spicy food in the future. This tall man. He was so loud that everyone around him could hear him clearly. Onlookers have different expressions. Some sighing, some intolerance, and others open their mouths to laugh. This kind of thing is very common in the outer door. The people who opened their mouths and laughed were all people who were in the same group as the tall cultivator in the ring. There were 5 of them in total. All of them had been initiated for many years as outer disciples, and the worst strength among them was the 9th level of the Chi transformation realm. On weekdays, they seldom performed missions, and relying on their high strength, they often bullied the miscellaneous disciples and forcibly seized the contribution points. However, they didn't expect that there would be an outer disciple going to set up a stall for business this term as well, and the cultivation are so weak. And so the next thing that happened was that they picked a fight, provoked it, and ended up in a ring duel. You guys, this woman across the street, dressed in a blue robe, heard the disgusting words of this person across the street, and she was furious and trembling. She was also a family child. Where had she been so humiliated in her normal life? Being infuriated on the spot, he slapped his storage bag, and a Shen-ranked magic weapon longsword appeared in his hand, rushing up to fight with this person. The deacon, who was on the sidelines, looked on coldly, with a look of watching the show. You still don't like to listen when I say something to you? The tall man snorted coldly, even if the one in the other party's hand was a Shen-ranked magic weapon. So what? His cultivation was the great perfection of the Chi transformation realm, and he had absolute suppression in his realm. His aura instantly skyrocketed, a terrifying pressure emanating out as he vigorously waved his right hand. The woman was struck in the wrist where she held her sword, and her body was tilted on the spot, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground as she barely managed to stabilize herself. And before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the man had reached her and punched the woman in the stomach. The woman stifled a grunt of pain, and her entire body fell to the ground, incapacitated. The gap between the two sides was too great, and she was no match at all. The strongly built disciple did not continue to strike, but instead placed his gaze on the longsword still held in the woman's hand. This is a Shen-ranked magic weapon. Good stuff. Not all outer disciples possess them, and even if they did, who would mind having too many magic weapons? The tall disciple walked over to the woman with a bad smile on his face and leaned down to snatch the magic weapon longsword from the woman's hands. Not knowing whether she was angry or hurt, the woman spat out a mouthful of blood as she braced her hands on the ground and tried to stand up. This magic weapon is not bad. I'll take it as your protection fee for this month. The tall man revealed a bad smile. Give me back my sword. The woman had barely managed to stand up, her eyes so red that they were practically cannibalistic. The man on the other side coldly said, not knowing how to behave. Then he kicked the woman in the stomach. The woman was barely even standing up at this point, so how could she withstand such a strong kick from him? He was kicked more than 10 meters away on the spot, and blood flowed from his mouth. However, the woman gritted her teeth and had not fainted yet, lying on the ground, her angry eyes staring deathly at the man across the room who was playing with his long sword. The deacon on the side squinted at this tall disciple. The other party would smile. Deacon's son, don't worry, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The man took out a storage bag from his arms and surreptitiously slipped it into Deacon's son's arms. Deacon's son checked it out and nodded with satisfaction, turning a blind eye to the grabbing of the magic weapon just now. The rules of the ring area state that you can engage in combat. However, you cannot grab each other's magic weapons. You guys, damn it, return Hai Jiao's magic weapon. Damn it, why hasn't Brother Zhu come back yet? A few of the newly initiated disciples, indignant and angry. 2 women rushed to the ring to check the injuries of the woman named Hai Jiao. Oh, that kid isn't running scared, is he? Leaving you guys behind? The tall man played with the long sword in his hands, very satisfied, and also revealed a bad smile to sneer. Let me tell you, even if he invites the new disciple called Xiao Fan, what can he do? A new disciple. I'll beat him with one hand and call him grandpa. Now take that back. You might still be alive. Chapter 147, One is not enough. And at that moment, the man's booming voice came from the distance. As the crowd gazed over, little fatty Zhu Gang, who had just left, and a white-robed cultivator were striding over. Xiao Fan. It's big brother Xiao Fan coming. On the ring, one of the female disciples exclaimed. It's Xiao. Big brother is here. Big brother Zhu invited big brother Xiao here. The few male disciples who were injured were also excited. One of them, the one who had just been knocked out, also hazily opened his eyes when he heard the shout. That female disciple in the ring, who had been seriously injured, seemed to see some kind of hope in her unwilling eyes when she heard that Xiao Fan had come. Xiao Fan's footsteps were steady, each step revealing a strong aura, and although it seemed slow, his speed was not slow at all. Zhu Gang was at the side, with an eager face, as he hurriedly ran to check the injuries of several people. Xiao Fan followed along as he saw that at this moment, the four male disciples were covered in blood and were extremely injured. On the ring, two female disciples were helping the injured woman, who was still bleeding continuously from the corner of her mouth, to walk down the ring. Big brother, Zhu Gang looked at Xiao Fan with a face of indignation. Xiao Fan nodded, frowned a bit, and spoke, leave it to me. Thanks. Zhu Gang didn't open his mouth to say anything else. He and Xiao Fan were considered to have spent some time together and had a certain understanding of the latter's character. Xiao Fan wasn't too smiley himself on weekdays, and his character was on the cold side, not expressing himself, but when he promises something, he does it. When the two met, if Xiao Fan didn't care about himself, then he might have died in the hands of the people sent by his stepmother. Xiao Fan took another look at the injured few. They had heavy injuries on their bodies and would need to recuperate for several months at least before they could get well. Brother Xiao, thank you for standing up for us. Brother Xiao, you must be careful. Brother Xiao. These few injured male disciples opened their mouths, their eyes filled with unwillingness. There were two people Xiao Fan was a bit impressed with, having seen them when they participated in the introductory examination, and he did not expect to be beaten into such a miserable state in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Brother Xiao, you have to be careful. Brother Xiao. The two newly initiated, pretty-looking female disciples were also excited. Xiao Fan's appearance was like a hero with 7 colored auspicious clouds on his feet. Xiao. Brother Xiao, he took my sword. At this time, the female disciple who was being assisted and seriously injured, she opened her mouth in aggravation. Her eyes were red, and tears were still flowing from the corners of her eyes, so she could tell that the sword was very important to her. Xiao Fan gave her a deep look and nodded. I'll go get it back for you. As the words fell, Xiao Fan got up and walked towards the ring with large strides. His face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or sad, but those who knew him would know that he was moved to anger. The gazes of all the people around were focused on Xiao Fan. Most of them had heard of his name recently even if they had never met him. This year's Outer Sex Selection number 1, who defeated Zhao Ming, who was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, was extremely strong. He's Xiao Fan, the number 1 in this audition? It feels like a good strength. Li Feng on the opposite side, but he is at the strength of the Qi transformation realm Grand Circle. Can he be an opponent? This Xiao Fan is not bad looking. Discussions continued to emanate from all around. However, there were a few disciples among them whose faces changed wildly upon seeing Xiao Fan. Some people around them were curious and asked why, while they stammered and said nothing. These people were naturally one of the many disciples who had witnessed that unforgettable scene in their lifetimes in the Great Hall of Instruction. You're Xiao Fan? The strong-built Li Feng in the ring sneered. The strength is not bad. The 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, but I advise you to mind your own business. This matter has nothing to do with you. This person obviously didn't want to be an enemy of Xiao Fan either. And the first in every selection contest had never been a generalized one. This kind of person will become an inner disciple sooner or later in the future. Even if he can beat his opponent today, what about later? So as a last resort, he didn't want to cross swords with the other side, and Xiao Fan's previous incident outside the cave, injuring Yang Qi and Ren Hao, was not seen by outsiders, and naturally, Yang Qi, Ren Hao, and Zhao Ming wouldn't talk about this to the outside world. So recently, Xiao Fan didn't have any public war records. Their impressions of Xiao Fan were all stuck on when he was participating in the outer sex selection. In fact, there is nothing wrong when you think about it. From the time Xiao Fan joined the outer gate, full count just more than 10 days, Xiao Fan shook his head expressionlessly. I was entrusted by a friend to come here to help. I can't go. The cultivation world, itself, is the weak and the strong, and with strength comes the right to speak. So what you did before, I can let it go. Opposite Li Feng spoke. So, What do you mean? He didn't understand what Xiao Fan meant by those words. I mean, return the magic weapon and promise not to go after them in the future. Then kneel down and apologize, Xiao Fan said expressionlessly, his tone serious. Making me return my magic weapon? And make me kneel down and apologize and promise not to trouble them in the future? Li Feng froze and turned to curse. I think you are crazy. Laozi gave you a few points of face and was not willing to mess with you. Give back your face. See if Laozi doesn't beat you to death alive. He was infuriated and had never seen such an arrogant person. He was enraged on the spot and wanted to rush up to fight Xiao Fan. On the left side of the ring, a few outer disciples who were in his group. Each of them were also furious. Humiliating Li Feng like this in public was no different from insulting them. Damn it, Li Feng, get him. What selection first? Get him, Li Feng. Li Feng was murderous and was about to charge up with the longsword he had just snatched in his hand. Slow down. And at this time, he heard Xiao Fan on the opposite side coldly say, you alone are not enough to fight. It's better for you guys to go together. Chapter 148, Public Slapping. Xiao Fan's words were calm, and his gaze looked toward the people who had just opened their mouths. The faces of these people changed on the spot, and one of them was furious. Damn. Li Feng, you kill him quickly. This kid should be damned. The first in the selection tournament only. Is he so rampant? Li Feng, get him. Several people roared madly, and even Deacon Sun, who was on the side, gave Xiao Fan a look with an odd gaze. Never seen such arrogance. Kid, you've managed to provoke me. I'm going to crack the bones in your body, one by one, and turn you into a wreck. Li Feng on the opposite side opened his mouth viciously, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. He wanted to test his current strength, but there was just one Qi transformation realm great circle on the opposite side. It's not even enough for him to fight. Li Feng rushed up with a Xian-ranked magic weapon in his hand. His speed was fast, and he was very strong at the great circle of Qi transformation realm, almost about to reach the point of half-step through the sky. On the other hand, Xiao Fan on the opposite side didn't react half-heartedly, and didn't even take a magic weapon, just stood dryly. Look out! Zhu Gang yelled, reminding Xiao Fan that he was not aware of Xiao Fan's strength nowadays and was afraid that he would suffer a loss in his carelessness. Go to hell! Killing intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and his long sword had reached 3 inches in front of Xiao Fan's throat, while the other party didn't have the slightest reaction. With this sword he was certain that he could just cut the other party's neck. Li Feng's several companions were also of the same thought. They all thought that under this sword, Xiao Fan would definitely die. Missing a shot and killing someone in the ring is punished, but it's not a big deal. Most of the nearby onlookers were thinking the same thing. A sword at such close range. If he hasn't dodged it yet, this Xiao Fan is 80% cool. However, right at this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly moved. His figure did not retreat, did not hold a magic weapon to fend it off, but instead took a violent step out. Although there is only one step, while he is directly in front of Li Feng half an inch. What? Li Feng froze. However, before he could react, he felt that his right hand, which was holding the sword, did not move. It was gripped by a huge force, and before he could react to what was going on, his wrists made the sound of cracking bones as they were gripped. Pain instantly spread throughout his body, and he tried to open his mouth to hiss while desperately trying to jerk the arm away, only to realize however that it was useless. Damn it! Li Feng panicked. There was no time for him to think at this moment. He raised his left hand and blasted at Xiao Fan, trying to give his opponent a flying start. However, as soon as he raised his left hand, he felt a strong attack on his abdomen. Put! He spat a mouthful of blood. This huge force nearly gave Will knocked out. From the strength alone, the other party had already surpassed the level of the Qi transformation realm. Li Feng was hit by this huge force and his entire body went limp on the ground. While he did not fall down because his right hand was still held by Xiao Fan, although the bones in the wrist are crushed, Xiao Fan's other hand slowly retrieved the longsword from Li Feng's hand before throwing it to the back without looking back. The longsword flew straight for hundreds of meters and stuck straight into the ground. And in front of the long sword stood a woman. Right in front of the injured woman named Hai Jiao. Thank you. The injured woman sobbed uncontrollably, forcing herself to endure the pain of her injuries and withdrawing her longsword. In the ring, Xiao Fan just pinched Li Feng's already shattered wrist with one hand without opening his mouth and coldly looked down at his opponent. Li Feng barely raised his head, his eyes full of panic. This person's strength was too terrifying. So terrifying that he couldn't raise the slightest thought of resistance. Noisy. And at this moment, Xiao Fan coldly opened his mouth and slapped out, hitting Li Feng on the cheek. Pop! Several teeth accompanied by blood flew out of Li Feng's mouth. The whole person was slapped in the face. A Qi transformation realm grand circle cultivator was actually slapped in public in the ring? Everyone around us is feeling a little dreamy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. Li Feng was dumbfounded. However, before he could continue to speak, Xiaofan backhanded him and slapped him again, followed by a slap. Pop, 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 continuous whipping. Li Feng's head was instantly beaten like a pig's head, and Xiaofan didn't dare to use his full strength to slap. He was afraid of being careless. Busted Li Feng's head like a watermelon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sounds of cold air being sucked in backwards abounded around them. Shugang several people have long looked silly, especially the 4 male disciples. That's the difference? The powerful man that they had just defeated with all their efforts and lost to in less than 3 moves of exchanging blows, would be so easily beaten by Xiaofan in this manner. And that and Li Feng's gang of several people are also dumbfounded. I've seen tough, but not this tough. An open and shut mouth in the ring? Pa pa. The thrashing continued, and Deacon Sun on the side couldn't look away. He had known Li Feng for many years and the other party had just given him a favor. Stop. You have already won. There is no need to lay such a poisonous hand. Deacon Sun coldly opened his mouth. His breath erupted and pressed towards Xiaofan. Hearing his words and feeling the pressure that came to his face, Xiaofan stopped his hand and paused. The few people who were with Li Feng sighed in relief. They were really afraid that Li Feng would be smoked alive. I had a fair match with him. Just a few slaps. What's this talk of poisonous hands? Xiaofan turned his head to look at Deacon Sun with a calm gaze and said coldly, why didn't you care when a few people were severely injured just now? You. Deacon Sun wanted to open his mouth to say something, while Xiaofan on the opposite side simply ignored it. Xiaofan continued to wave his hand and whip Li Feng, and it was even harder than before. Pop, pop, pop. You, as an outer disciple, how dare you disobey me? Deacon Sun burst into a rage. As a deacon, the identity of the natural in the district above an outer disciple, when was it just entered the door does not save the outer disciple so disobedient. Chapter 149 Battle against Deacon Sun. You, Xiaofan coldly said, what kind of a thing are you to deserve the word disobedient? Hearing Xiaofan's words, the surroundings boiled over. Deacon Sun was infuriated. To be so humiliated by a freshly initiated outer disciple in front of a group of people. Holy, fierce man, this Xiaofan dares to directly open his mouth to scold Deacon Sun. Oh my god. Outer gate, this is the first one right. The onlookers suddenly clamored. Many people have also taken out the sound transmission jade slip. Notify their friends to come over to watch the fun. Xiaofan, the number 1 in this year's outer disciple selection competition, had directly opened his mouth to insult Deacon Sun. Compared to this incident, Li Feng was slapped in public. Seems to be a lead-in. It doesn't make a ripple. One must know that to be able to become an outer sect deacon, the minimum cultivation requirement was the Tong Tian realm. Arrogant and bossy at a young age. I think you want to die. Steward Sun was furious. His aura skyrocketed, with him as the center emitting strong winds that splashed in all directions. An aura belonging to a Tongtian realm powerhouse emanated. Terrifying as it was, Xiaofan looked at the other party coldly with a grave expression. He could sense that this Deacon Sun's cultivation level was not very high and should be within the first 3 levels of the Tongtian realm. Although he hadn't fought Tongtian, it didn't mean that he didn't have the strength to fight Tongtian nowadays. And with his current status, he believed that even if he was not able to defeat the other party, he himself would be fine. Behind him, Zhu Gang and others are dumbfounded. Just now, when Xiaofan whipped Li Feng, they felt pain and pleasure. However, they could not have imagined that Xiaofan would directly clash with Deacon Sun. Big brother, Zhu Gang was a bit worried as he wanted to open his mouth to stop Xiaofan. Several people around them also spoke in a hurry. Brother Zhu, don't you stop brother Xiao. Big brother Xiao came over for us. We can't let him be impulsive. The deacon's cultivation level is at least Tong Tian realm ah. Zhu Gang clenched his fists and his face was unsightly. But in the end, he didn't open his mouth. He believed that Xiaofan was not a reckless person and must have a grasp of the situation. Moreover, opening his mouth now would easily distract Xiaofan. After all, Deacon Sun was extremely strong, and looking at the current situation he could make a move at any time. I'm arrogant and bossy? Xiaofan coldly said. I speak on my own merit. Is there anything wrong with that? If you're just, why didn't you care when this man struck out to injure someone just now? And why didn't you care when he grabbed the magic weapon? Xiaofan was not stupid. The Internal Affairs Pavilion had given him jade slips that he had read. In a ring contest, the spells belong to you and cannot be used as trophies. And this deacon stood here from beginning to end, and saw the exchange of blows very clearly. And the few people around Zhu Gang were beaten so badly. This person did not open his mouth. The magic weapon was snatched and this deacon turned a blind eye. That in itself says something. Kid, you seek death. Deacon Sun was furious and wanted to make a direct move. Xiaofan's voice was very loud, allowing the surrounding disciples to hear it clearly. In his anger, he chose to strike on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Deacon Sun killed in front of Xiaofan, and his right hand became an eagle claw, aiming at the top of Xiaofan's head and grabbing it. So fast, Xiaofan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The arm holding Li Feng's wrist violently exerted force and threw Li Feng towards Deacon Sun, who was charging over. Deacon Sun, eyes cold and stern, the other hand swung up, directly to the oncoming Li Feng, slap flying out. Poor Li Feng. First he was severely beaten and wildly whipped by Xiaofan. Having received another slap from Deacon Sun, the entire person had long lost consciousness and passed out. Li Feng, who was in front of him, was slapped away as his vision returned and he looked ahead while Xiaofan, who was in the same place, was gone. What? Deacon Sun's pupils contracted violently as a strong sense of crisis came from above his head. Die! Xiaofan's right hand shattering throat lock fa seal had a great golden light, and now that his strength had reached the late stage of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, the shattering throat lock was even more ferocious than before. Deacon Sun froze, yet he was at the 2nd level of the Tong Tian realm. There was an essential gap between Tong Tian and Qi transformation. Deacon Sun's eyes stared, and his figure retreated backwards at extreme speed while flying into midair. He didn't dare to be careless at this moment. The idea of underestimating each other in the slightest. He almost suffered a big loss in that moment just now. Just as the throat-shattering lock fa seal was less than 3 inches away from Deacon Sun, it was dodged by the other party. The surrounding people looked frozen. Most of their strength was just at the Qi transformation realm. They simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Seeing that he dodged Xiaofan's attack, Deacon Sun sighed with relief. His eyes collapsed with an unprecedented cold aura. At this moment he secretly swore in his heart that he must personally kill this little man in front of him. Little, I'm going to kill you. Deacon Sun slapped his storage bag, and a Xian rank middle grade magic weapon long knife appeared in his hand. As an outer door deacon, can you not have some underhanded tactics? However, just as he was about to charge up with a scowl, Xiaofan, who had just landed a blow, but his figure suddenly disappeared in place. What? Deacon Sun was shocked. He completely failed to see how Xiaofan had disappeared, and at that moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Icy cold and piercing, killing intent. Die! Xiaofan instantly used the move Shifting Shape in the Battle of the Stars to instantly move within 10 meters. The right hand shattered throat lock Dharma seal violently blasted into the back of Deacon Sun's heart. Deacon Sun tried to escape, tried to block, but it's too late. Chapter 150. Boom! A loud sound came out as the shattered throat lock spell seal struck. Deacon Sun's back blood immediately gushed. Vertebrae were broken on the spot. However, the golden light has not dissipated, and continues to flash golden. However, Deacon Sun was a strong person of the Tongtian realm, and the moment he realized that Xiaofan had appeared behind him, he had already fled forward. Whoosh! Bang! Above the ring, Xiaofan's right hand was covered in blood as his figure slowly landed on the ground. Deacon Sun, however, was 30 meters away in front of him, lying on the ground, his back covered in blood, and was glaring at Xiaofan, who had landed on the ground. With a vicious gaze, there was anger, fear and afterthought in his gaze. He couldn't even dream of how that young man had instantly moved behind him just now. And surprisingly, he would also use such a powerful martial art. He could tell that the other party's strength was the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, but he is the 2nd level of the Tongtian realm. As a deacon, he was just defeated in public by a freshly initiated outer disciple? And everyone around has looked dumbfounded. Even a Tongtian realm powerhouse like Deacon Sun mostly didn't have the speed to react. With their strength they couldn't even detect it. In just a few breaths of effort, Deacon Sun had already had his back blown up and was lying on the ground. The winner is already decided. This Xiaofan, what exactly is his cultivation level? I didn't blink just now, did I? Deacon Sun was defeated. And so miserably. I seem to have just seen Xiaofan's figure disappear into thin air. Discussions continued to emanate from the surroundings. No one could have imagined that Xiaofan would be so terrifyingly strong. Shugang, several people or even more big eyes staring round. Xiaofan won? It was so easy to defeat the outer sect deacon. One must know that they were the same group of disciples who joined the extreme immortal sect, and it hadn't been more than a few days before and after. It turned out that someone who was in the same phase as them was already strong enough to defeat the outer sect deacon. Xiaofan coldly looked at Deacon Sun as he exhaled. The consumption of shifting shadows was greater than he had imagined, but the attacking means of suddenly dodging and attacking was indeed as terrifying as he had imagined. A godly skill for assassination and sneak attack. Little, you dare to hurt me. I am an outer door deacon. Deacon Sun evil voice. Angry low roar. In front of so many people, he lost to an outer disciple who had just been initiated. It is light to say that his face was lost, and it can be said that in the future he will no longer have half a face. Little? Xiaofan laughed coldly before taking a step towards Deacon Sun. Deacon Sun froze. he felt a thick killing aura from Xiaofan. At this time he was seriously injured and could not fly in the air. 1 strength, 10 less than 1. Little, Xiaofan, I am an outer sect deacon. How dare you kill me? At this moment Deacon's son was afraid, and he braced himself hard to stand up, especially when he saw Xiaofan walking step by step. His body began to tremble violently. Kill you? Xiaofan shook his head and smiled coldly, not giving a response, but his footsteps did not stop as he continued forward. The disciples on the sidelines have looked dumbfounded. This is a total buzzkill, defeating the outer sect deacon not to mention, and looking at this situation now, he was still planning to kill? You. Deacon's son was trembling. He had barely stood up, and at this moment, suddenly a silhouette flew in, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in the middle of Xiaofan and Deacon's son. This person looks more than 40 years old, middle-aged, with an 8-character beard. From the breath, it is a lot stronger than Deacon's son. Seeing the arrival, Deacon's son exhaled and a heart dropped. Then he spoke viciously. Brother Ming, kill this person. He dared to commit a crime from below and attack me out of hand. He said sneak attacked, not defeated. It's Deacon Ming. Deacon Ming has actually come. Some of the onlooker disciples exclaimed in shock that this Deacon Ming was none other than one of the 2 deacons of the outer sect's ring area. Deacon Ming's gaze was surprised as he looked deeply at the wound on Deacon's son's back and nodded before looking at Xiaofan. Did you move this? Xiaofan stared at him and nodded. That's right. Deacon Ming froze for a moment, then spoke coldly. Do you know that a disciple who makes a move against a deacon is disrespecting his teacher and committing a crime below? Disrespecting your teachers? The following? Xiaofan smiled. From the time he came to the ring area, this was the first time he had ever smiled. But this smile gave off an icy cold and bone-piercing feeling. What kind of division commander is he? Hurting him is a violation of his superiority? Where's the sense in that? Xiaofan's eyes locked with the middle-aged man, and even if his cultivation was not equal to him, he did not retreat in the slightest. Well, the middle-aged man with the surname Ming was infuriated, never having seen a disciple dare to contradict him like this. Kid, I think you don't want to live. As one of the outer sect deacons, I'll kill you today for the crime of bumping into the division head, and the sect won't say half a word against me. The aura of the middle-aged man surnamed Ming erupted from his body, and his cultivation of the 3rd great consummation of the Tong Tian realm pressed down on Xiaofan. Xiaofan at this time he and the distance is less than 10 meters, instantly felt a powerful sense of oppression sweeping through his body. He had just used the throat-shattering lock and shift shadow, plus alchemizing pills for a night, and his spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered before. His opponent was another strong person of the 3rd great consummation of the Tong Tian realm, so he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Just as Deacon Ming was about to strike, a strong wind splits down on the lapis lazuli board between the two. The wind was so powerful that the stone slabs on the ring crumbled into a huge pit tens of feet long, separating the two. This power made Xiaofan unable to rise the slightest bit of resistance. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Xiaofan retreated more than 10 steps before he could stand still. On the other hand, Deacon Ming on the opposite side took 5 steps back to stabilize himself. Xiaofan, as a disciple, struck out at the deacon. He should be punished. Chapter 151, A Good Disciple Respecting His Teacher. The majestic voice came out from mid-air, and the crowd looked over. Just look at outer sect patriarch Su Yangyan appearing above the void at an unknown time. Hearing Su Yangyan's words, the severely injured deacon's son was overjoyed as he looked at Xiaofan with a vicious gaze. It seemed that he couldn't wait to see the scene where Xiaofan received his punishment and then died in front of him. One must know that it is a felony for an outer disciple to strike at a deacon. Xiaofan gazed at him with a frown, and after seeing that it was Su Yangyan, he secretly sighed in relief. Su Yangyan will punish him? Dream on. Opposite Deacon Ming's face was expressionless, coldly standing in place without moving. Shu Gang's several faces were filled with worry, their faces one more than the other ironic. The woman named Hai Jiao, her eyes are even flashing tears. It's not Brother Zhao's fault, it's them who are bullying people too much. Hearing Hai Jiao's words, a few people around Zhu Gang couldn't hold back any longer and opened their mouths. Patriarch, this matter shouldn't be Big Brother Xiaofan. It's all Li Feng's fault. Patriarch, punish us if you wanna punish us. It has nothing to do with Big Brother Xiaofan. Several people from Zhu Gang spoke up. All the surrounding onlookers, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe a bit. Su Yangyan as the outer sect leader, although usually smiling, a kind look, but when he gets angry, no one dares to ignore it. Su Yangyan looked around at the surrounding crowd and didn't rush to open his mouth as he skimmed his eyes over Li Feng who had fainted to death. The corner of his mouth twitched. With his cultivation nowadays, he doesn't need to get close. He can judge the injury from his breath alone. This Li Feng, without a panacea, can't get out of bed without half a year. Xiaofan's ruthlessness was only one aspect. There was also the slap that was slapped by Deacon's son that was also important. Li Feng sighed. He has fallen. At this time there are still 4 people left. One face green. Stay standing in place and lowered their heads. Do not dare to pit sound. The patriarch was alarmed. This matter was not trivial. Everyone thinks that Xiao Fan is definitely finished. Because even if Li Feng and the others are guilty, Xiao Fan has indeed violated the door rules by striking Deacon's son in such a manner. And a very serious one at that. In midair, Su Yangnian secretly sighed. He felt some headaches. After thinking about it, he finally spoke in a deep voice. I have seen this matter from beginning to end. It was a fair competition between Xiao Fan and Li Feng, while Deacon's son interfered first and took unauthorized action before Xiao Fan struck. It's just for self-preservation. What? The crowd of onlookers was stunned. For self-preservation? Even Xiao Fan looked deeply at Su Yangnian in midair. He said, this is worthy of being a patriarch. Speaking with a level of sophistication. Deacon's son also froze, staring blankly into midair. The other party was defending himself? You make the first move, then the other guy beats you half to death to save himself? Seems reasonable. However, in this case, the opposite side of the small will not be alright? Self-preservation my ass. Patriarch, I'm not convinced. I'm not. Deacon's son shouted loudly. Then before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yangnian in midair. What do you have against it? As a Tong Tian realm deacon, he actually lost to a freshly initiated disciple. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be a deacon. Su Yangnian's voice was loud and accompanied by anger. After hearing this, Deacon's son trembled and did not dare to continue speaking. Deacon Ming also did not open his mouth. From Su Yangnian's tone, it is clear that he wants to make a big deal out of it. Seeing that Deacon's son shut up, Su Yangnian looked at Xiao Fan and spoke indifferently. Of course, since Xiao Fan took a shot at the deacon, it's just not right. So this punishes Xiao Fan for cleaning the book collection pavilion for March. The period is under the arrangement of Elder He and Eldarin. 3 months of cleaning the bookstore? Xiao Fan was stunned. This was considered a punishment? Who Eldarin was Xiao Fan did not know. But Elder He should be the old man at the entrance of the book depository. In an instant, Xiao Fan roughly guessed the identity of this Eldarin as well. The onlooker disciples were also stunned, having never heard of such a punishment before. But this was Patriarch Su Yangnian himself speaking. So who dared to question anything? Shu Gang was alright. His expression was a bit odd, while the few disciples around him were a bit pale. They just joined the extreme immortal sect, so they don't know anything. And now, the big brother Xiao in their hearts was going to be punished for cleaning the book depository for 3 months because of them, especially that injured female disciple called Hai Jiao. She was just about to continue opening her mouth, debating on behalf of Xiao Fan, willing to go and clean the book depository pavilion for Xiao Fan herself. Zhu on the side just realized that she was not right. Quick as a flash, he stopped her, afraid of getting into trouble. Xiao Fan, do you have any complaints? Su Yangnian's voice came out. The disciple leads the way and is willing to be punished. Xiao Fan bowed and saluted respectfully, the opposite of his previous attitude toward the 2 deacons. This is clearly a good disciple who honors his teacher in front of him. Su Yangnian nodded with satisfaction, and his figure disappeared into streams of light. Xiao Fan is not stupid. Punish him for cleaning the stash? What's there to clean in that place? The surrounding people were all looking odd, and there were quite a few outer disciples who were rushing over. They had all been summoned by their friends to see the fun. Turned out to be nothing. Xiao Fan skimmed a glance at the red-faced Deacon's son, did not say anything, and left in large strides. Deacon's son's face turns blue. The face of Deacon Ming beside him did not look good either. But the patriarch had already spoken, so what could they say? The 2 of them are no cuties. They were beaten up by a deacon in public and punished with 3 months of cleaning? A bookstore? What a joke. But if they knew that Xiao Fan had awakened the enlightenment seed. Moreover, because of him, the 4 peaks of the inner sect were each taking treasures from each other and rushing to accept Xiao Fan as a disciple. The duo reckoned they might piss themselves on the spot. Chapter 152 Cleaning the Book Depository. Big brother, are you okay? When Xiao Fan got out of the ring, he walked in front of a few people, including little fatty Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang's face was filled with worry, as were several people around him. Brother Xiao Fan. Many thanks, thanks a lot. The woman beside Zhu Gang, Hai Jiao, had a voice accompanied by a crying tone to give thanks to Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao, thank you for this time. Brother Xiao, thank you. The other few people around them also hurriedly thanked him, and the 4 outer disciples had heavy injuries on their bodies, but they were now able to barely stand up and respectfully cup their fists at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked at them for a moment, then smiled. It's fine. No need to worry about it. After saying a few words to a few people, Xiao Fan left. However, the whole ring area really came alive at this point. A large number of people have arrived. All of them had heard that Xiao Fan a freshly entered disciple of this term, had faced off against Deacon Sun of the ring area, and they were all running towards this. As a result, when I arrived at the scene to see, where there is still Xiao Fan's figure, and Deacon Sun, because it was too humiliating, ran away early. Yet the story has spread by word of mouth, and naturally many people don't believe it. Xiao Fan is just a freshly initiated disciple in terms of cultivation of the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. To have defeated a deacon of the 2nd level of the Tong Tian realm? However, after a small portion of them heard that this matter was related to Xiao Fan, one by one, they did not make any remarks. In fact, there were quite a few people within the sect who had discussed the matter of the blue light appearing in midair in the past few days. However, in the end, the sect spoke to explain the situation and covered it up with a vision caused by Elder Jiang Yushan's personal alchemy when he was teaching. For this reason, no matter if it was the outer disciples, even the inner disciples didn't doubt it. After all, it was not at all surprising that any visions or movements were made during alchemy. Xiao Fan didn't return to his cave but went directly to the book depository. After all, a nominal punishment, he still has to do it. What kind of hygiene can there be in a bookstore? When Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the book depository, he saw two old men playing against each other at the entrance as before, with a pot of tea on the side. The two old men did not turn around. Outsiders look like they are still concentrating on the game. Xiao Fan respectfully walked over to the two before bending down and cupping his fists. Disciple Xiao Fan has met Elder He, Elderan. For these two old men, he respected them from the bottom of his heart. The first time he had come to the book depository, the duo had kindly reminded him of this, and had also allowed him to choose his feats once more. At that time, he had not yet awakened the seed of enlightenment, and the other party was able to treat him like this at a time when he was at the end of his rope, so he remembered this favor. Oh, not bad, that old guy Su Youngyan came just now. Elder He smiled and said, and Lao, who was on the side, turned around to take a look at Xiao Fan and was a bit surprised. It's still true that he's reached the 8th level of Qi transformation, TSK. Awesome, to be able to defeat a Tong Tian realm 2nd level. These two didn't go over there, but they also learned about it from Su Youngyan. Just a fluke. Xiao Fan cupped his fists and was very humble. Fluke or not, it proves your potential and, Elder He twisted his head and gave him a deep look. The move you used was, Fighting Star Shift? Xiao Fan paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. What he was using was indeed the shifting shape from the Battle of the Stars. Unfortunately, no one within the extreme immortal sect had practiced this technique for an unknown number of years, so naturally no one would remember the name of this move. Not bad, this enlightenment seed, it's really powerful. Elder He sighed and sighed a little, as did Elderin across the table. The two of them had been in the book depository for so long, and it was the first time they had seen someone who had actually practiced the Battle of the Stars. They did not ask more questions. In their impression, this gongfu was broken and incomplete. In the 9 states above, there may not even be a complete gongfu, and when Xiao Fan was able to practice it, they completely attributed it to the Gnosis seed. After all, one of the functions of the seed of enlightenment let one have an epiphany. In fact, they didn't even know that before obtaining the seed of enlightenment, Xiao Fan had practiced the bucket turning star shift to the point of minor accomplishment. Xiao Fan didn't answer. It was best not to squeak on this question. That guy Su Youngyan said that he punished you to clean the book depository. Elderin smiled and said, since this is the case, it's not good for us two old guys not to carry it out. The cleaning of the book depository is different from the rest of the world. It all starts at midnight every night, and you can't go in to clean it until after it's closed. So you can come back at midnight tonight. Xiao Fan nodded and gave the two of them another hug before leaving the book depository. Come here every night at midnight? Is it really necessary to clean? At this moment, Xiao Fan's heart is somewhat speechless. He originally thought Su Youngyan was just talking, but as a result of looking at this situation, it seems like he really cleaned up. When Xiao Fan left, both He Laoan and Lao put down the chess pieces in their hands. In fact, when Xiao Fan came over, the two of them didn't continue to go down, but surreptitiously surveyed Xiao Fan behind them, but in the way of face, so both of them pretended to look bashful. I go, did you see that? Old He, this little guy actually really transformed Qi Realm 8th level. I saw it, and Su Youngyan said that he actually defeated that guy Xiao Sun. That's a Tong Tian 2nd level. That little son in the ring area. I've been watching him for a long time. Good fight. However, this kid came to the book depository. Su Youngyan said that we should give him some benefits. How do I give it? Xiao Fan was naturally completely unaware of the words of the two. He returned to the cave directly into the Stardust map within the alchemy, planning on going to the stash in the evening. Cleaning. Chapter 153, finally on the right track. The night, the hour of midnight. Dark midnight. Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the book depository. The place was closed at the moment, but a bright light emanated from inside the attic. "Come in." From within the book depository, Elder He's voice came out. Xiaofan directly entered inside the book depository with large strides. It was very neat all around, and by all accounts there wasn't much to clean. At this moment, on the first floor within the book pavilion, Elder He and Lao were sitting on stone tables and chairs. The two were playing against each other, with a pot of tea still sitting beside them. Xiaofan was stunned. The last time he came, he remembered that this stone table and chairs were clearly not here. "He Lao, Lao." Xiaofan cupped his fists and made a bow before asking, "This book depository, how should it be cleaned?" He indeed didn't understand. This book depository looked very clean. Where did it look like it needed to be cleaned? One must know that the book depository was a holy place within the extreme immortal sect, regardless of whether it was the outer sect or the inner sect. And with two elders sitting at the entrance at the same time, all the disciples who came here were honest. Who dares to be reckless? Don't even dare to get dirty. Ha! Elder He twisted his head, and at some point a jade medal appeared in his hand, which was exquisitely crafted. He threw the jade token to Xiaofan and then laughed. "Take the jade token. Go to all the bookshelves and place it in the concave area to break the prohibition on the formation. And then of course, wipe it clean with a rag." After saying that, he pointed to a rag on a table. Xiaofan froze as he carefully examined the jade tablet in his hand. It was carved with a dragon pattern that was so lifelike that when you looked closely, it matched the dragon pattern carved on all the bookcases. "What are you waiting for? Don't go yet." An old man off to the side spoke impatiently. Oh. Xiaofan did not hesitate, took the jade plate and fetched the rag and went to work hand and foot. The two old men looked at each other and smiled faintly. Whether or not Xiaofan could grasp this opportunity depended on him. Xiaofan followed what Elder He said and placed the token at the concave hole on the bookshelf. Formation bans on bookshelves. Gone in an instant. Immediately afterward, Xiaofan picked up the rag and wiped it very seriously. He had done every dirty job in the Xiao family since he was a child, and had never had an underling to serve him. He was naturally very skillful at little things like wiping down bookcases. During that time even the two of them, Elder He and Elderin, used their divine sense to check it out, and both of them were very surprised. When Xiaofan did his work, he was no worse than those handyman disciples who had been stranded in the extreme immortal sect for many years, even a little more numb. The two of them only knew about Xiaofan's life in general, and hadn't understood it in detail, otherwise they naturally wouldn't have had such doubts. Xiaofan wiped very carefully, and he wiped each bookshelf more than 3 times. The two men, He Lao and Lao, who were playing games and drinking tea on the first floor, were a bit unable to sit still. Both of them gave Xiaofan the elder token of the book depository. Isn't that obvious? Bookshelf bans are gone. Aren't you curious to see the feats inside? When Su Yangyan came during the day, he purposely told the two of them that he would try to allow Xiaofan to take this opportunity to learn more martial arts skills within the book depository. The two of them thought about it and came up with this idea. Results: is this a wooden lump? How it doesn't feel like it either. The two of them glanced at each other, and He Lao transmitted his voice. What should we do? Or should we both remind him? No way. It's okay to sneak up on this kind of thing. Surely you can't break the rules by reminding them in the open. So what's the problem? This little guy doesn't get on. Could it be that we're embarrassing him? Why don't we find a reason to leave? Good idea. The two old guys ended their transmission, looked at each other and nodded. Xiaofan, the two of us are leaving. You yourself clean well in the book collection pavilion. Remember that each bookshelf must be cleaned and cleaned carefully. Understand? Elder He spoke to Xiaofan, who was wiping down the bookshelf, and purposely emphasized on carefully. Then the two of them dashed away and left the book depository. The two of them thought that it was probably because they were there that Xiaofan was too embarrassed to peek at those feats. Xiaofan just wanted to give a response, but then he turned around and realized that the two old guys had already disappeared. Hey! Xiaofan sighed and continued wiping it off. The first layer is the yellow layer. For this layer of Gongfu, he actually does not have much interest. The worst feats in martial arts he had learned were all of the Xian rank. After an hour of cleaning, the bookshelves of the first yellow layer were wiped clean by Xiaofan. Then he got up and headed to the second level, Xian layer. There are fewer bookshelves here than on the first level, but there are still more. This elder jade medallion in his hand could open all the bookshelves in the entire book depository. Xiaofan carefully cleaned up at the Xian layer. During this time, he saw a few good martial arts techniques, and purposely also surveyed the bookshelf's introduction about feats. This gong method is not bad, Xiaofan murmured and whispered. He had a sudden surge of doubt. Am I allowed to peek? Elder He and Lao are not here. The entire book depository by myself? And sending me to do this meaningless job. Could it be? After this aura appeared, Xiaofan's eyes lit up and he sneakily looked around and realized that no one was indeed there. then carefully picked up the gongfu on the bookshelf and began to flip through the pages. Tai Gun. Xian rank middle grade spear technique. What Xiao Fan did not know was that outside the book depository, in the void, the two old men, He Lao and Lao, were relieved at this time. The little guy is finally getting on the bandwagon. Chapter 154. The two of them had just said they were leaving, but in fact, they hadn't left at all, and had been right outside the book depository. Want to remind Xiao Fan but not good to say it explicitly, which makes the two very speechless, especially when he saw that Xiao Fan had seriously finished cleaning the first floor, and as a result, he didn't even do a sneak peek at the gongfu on the bookshelf. Two old guys just about spit blood in anger outside. Hey, this little guy, what a headache. Elder inside and covered his forehead with his hand. The two of them, he and old He, had been in the book depository for so many years. First time I've ever given a back door, and such a big one at that. This is what it turned out to be. Both of them really wanted to ask Xiao Fan, why don't you look at those techniques when they are in front of you? The kid doesn't look stupid. In fact, what they don't know is that Xiao Fan is at the first level, and he just can't look at the yellow order techniques. Didn't even think about it until I got to the second level, the second layer of the book depository, the Xian character layer. Xiao Fan has been taigun this technique in front of the bookshelf, stood for half an hour. One hand was holding a gongfu and flipping through it, while the other was still holding a rag. If someone had rushed in at this time, he would have put down the gongfu with one hand and immediately wiped around the bookshelf with a rag in the other. Finally he put the feet back on the shelf and he exhaled, a gleam in his eye. Could this be a back door for me? After Xiao Fan had gone through this set of processes, even if he was stupid, he could sense that these were all licensed by He Lao and Lao. Half an hour. Finish reading a Xian rank middle grade martial art. Although he had only finished flipping through it and did not have a flexible grasp of it, but this was already enough for Xiao Fan. Spend the evening poring over it and practicing during the day. If you don't understand something in between, come back to it that night. Xiao Fan began to get a little excited when he thought about this. This was equivalent to the entire outer sex book depository. Wouldn't he be able to read all of the techniques within it? He almost howled with excitement at this moment. To know, the third layer of the ground layer. There are dozens of ground level techniques the clan really treats me well. Seeing that Xiao Fan was already on the path, the two people outside the book depository, and Lao and He Lao, nodded their heads in satisfaction before each of them laughed bitterly and left in a stream of light. They'll both be back just before dawn. In fact, the reason why Su Yongyan had signaled the duo to open this back door for Xiao Fan, one of the very important reasons was that he hoped Xiao Fan could become stronger quickly, as the inner sex selection examination was about to start in a month's time. If you miss this one, you'll have to wait a year. They did have a way to take many back doors to allow Xiao Fan to enter the inner gate, but then there was the possibility of exposing that Xiao Fan was carrying the enlightenment seed. In fact, between clans and sects, after there would be talented disciples falling, it was the big powers that sent people to assassinate each other. Moreover, it was impossible for the extreme immortal sect to keep opening the spell formation, whether it was giving him the Ying Long essence blood or the book depository opening the back door to Xiao Fan. It was all for this reason. 1 month later, if Xiao Fan was unable to join the inner sect on his own merit, then they would have to think of other ways to protect Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan naturally did not know about these good intentions of the sect. For the rest of the days, he arrived at the Dharamshala every night before midnight. Serious labor. During the day in the cave, one begins to cultivate what one learns at night, joyfully, though his cultivation hadn't improved much. But in just a few days, he had learned multiple martial arts, and on the third day of entering the book depository, he finally set his eyes on the third tier of Earth-ranked feats. However, when he reached the third Earth level, he realized that most of the Earth level techniques were basic techniques for cultivation. There were no suitable ones for Xiao Fan, and there were very few martial arts techniques of the same type, and there were many requirements that needed to reach the Tong Tian realm before they could be cultivated. This makes Xiao Fan somewhat speechless. During this period, Shu Gang had brought 7 outer disciples who had been helped by Xiao Fan and came together to visit Xiao Fan in his cave. Several people had wanted to come a few days before, but because they were so badly injured they couldn't walk, and they waited until they could move freely, because Xiao Fan had helped them out, and as a result, they were still being punished by the patriarch, making these few people very upset in their hearts. Even the 3 female disciples, with tearful eyes, expressed their apologies. Xiao Fan was speechless at this, but he couldn't say it explicitly, just telling a few people not to worry. He's fine now, really good. Remember to call him if something like this comes up in the future. This touched a few people badly, and after they left the cave, they spread the word around, saying that Xiao Fan was a great person, not the bogeyman others say it is. To whitewash Xiao Fan, just under such an environment, Xiaofan continuously and happily went to the book depository for 7 nights in a row. During the day, he was practicing the techniques he had learned during the night inside his cave. In these 7 days, he had already flexibly mastered 2 types of gun techniques, 1 type of sword technique, and 1 type of sword technique. Although they were all middle-grade Xian rank martial arts, they were still a great enhancement for himself. He knew exactly what he lacked, and cultivation techniques were the last thing he lacked, and these martial arts skills were what he lacked the most. And at that moment, his golden token lit up. Someone came to the cave looking for him. When he reached the outside of the cave to take a look, he saw someone that Xiaofan could not even dream of guessing. Nangon Lingxian. Chapter 155, is this the reason? Why would this woman come to herself? This was Xiaofan's first reaction after he exited the cave and saw Nangon Lingxian. Seeing the cave's stone door open, Nangon Lingxian gazed at Xiaofan, not saying anything, just standing there. Xiaofan, you come to my place? Without saying anything at all. In the end, it was Xiaofan who broke the silence with a dry cough and asked, Nangong, what is your business here? Succubus. Xiaofan almost stormed out at this moment. Is there such a thing? He came to his cave and opened the door, and the first thing he said was to call himself a lecher. He resisted his own urge to slash the other man with his sword and exhaled. And that's when he heard Nangon Lingxian coldly say, I came here to ask you to team up with me and go on a mission together. Mission? What mission? Xiaofan froze. He had no concept of this matter of missions at all, because he hadn't been to the task pavilion since he joined the Extreme Immortal sect. There is a city under the jurisdiction of the Extreme Immortal sect's perimeter where a large number of disappearances of cultivators have occurred recently, and when the bodies were found, they had all turned into dry corpses, and it is suspected that some people are practicing evil kung fu. This quest gives high contribution points, but it is also dangerously difficult, and requires a minimum of 3 or more people to act in a team. 3 people? That's not enough even if you called me. Xiaofan was speechless. He really didn't have much interest in such things as carrying out missions. Doesn't it smell good to have that kind of time to clean up in the library? I called Chen Feixing earlier, and he's already agreed. Nangon Lingxian had gone to find Chen Feixing before coming. In the Extreme Immortal sect's outer gate, she didn't know many people, and the only 2 that she could look at were Chen Feixing and Xiaofan. Oh, not interested. Xiaofan directly wanted to reject it. What was the benefit of going out to complete the mission? With that kind of effort he would rather cultivate and become stronger. Not to mention he doesn't need those contribution points. You. Nangon Lingxian froze. She had never dreamed that Xiaofan would directly reject her with a single bite. Succubus. Damn it. Tell me why you keep calling me a. You give me a reason. Xiaofan really couldn't stand it a little bit, and it was fine when it came to the ring. The first time to go to the bookstore to see each other. That mouthful of lechery to him called the embarrassment. He just couldn't figure out where he had lusted after the other guy. You're not just a now. Nangon Lingxuan's icy cold pretty face looked at Xiaofan with some anger, still a coward and a wimp. Xiaofan wanted to jump into the river. He just couldn't figure out where he had offended the other party. To call himself a lecherous thief in one breath? After saying that, Nangon Lingxian turned around and was about to leave. Slow down. And at that moment, Xiaofan called out to her. Succubus, what did you call me for? I mean, can you stop being a? What the hell did I do to you? Xiaofan was speechless. Tell you what. Tell me why you call me a succubus and I will accompany you on this mission. Is that true? Seriously. Okay, it's a deal. Joy also surfaced on Nangon Lingxuan's cold and pretty face. She was very short of contribution points as she had her eye on an earth-rank technique within the book depository, one used by the Tong Tian realm. Her cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he would soon be able to attempt to break through to the Tong Tian realm. She had exchanged all her own spirit stones for contribution points, but it was simply not enough. Although the Nangong family is powerful, but it is not possible to casually give her such a huge sum of spirit stones. So during this period of time, she was frantically doing quests, accumulating contribution points. And this time, the quest gave much more contribution points than usual. Xiaofan stared at Nangon Lingxian, wanting to hear the other parties following. I saw Nangon Lingxian lower her head in thought for a moment, then said very seriously, "It's because you spied on me without looking at me." Spying on you? Xiaofan froze. When did he spy on the other party? Exactly. When? Before the first test of Bone Age. That's when you kept your eyes on me. What? Hearing this, Xiaofan froze. He froze in place, trying very hard to recall the scene during the first test. That time, he did seem to be looking at Nangon Lingxian all the time. Just because I look at you? That makes me the lecher you say I am? Xiaofan thought back, and it seemed that there was indeed this matter. Nangon Lingxian nodded her head very seriously. That's right. At that time I observed very carefully. and you were the only one whose gaze was always on me without slanting up and down, so you are the lecher. What kind of logic is that? Xiaofan had a bit of a headache, and at this point, he had figured it out. Because of Nangong Lingxuan's high strength, it was rumored at the time that she was the strongest person in this term. That's why he was curious, and thus took a few more glances at the other party, and others who don't watch. It doesn't mean they don't want to see it, but they don't dare to see it, right? Can you tell me who told you this logic of judging a lecher? Xiaofan had already given up arguing with the other party. My mother, ever since I was a little girl, she told me that if a man keeps looking over you, he's a lecher. At this moment, Xiaofan looked up to the sky and sighed. I can't tell you what the heart feels like. After a moment, he asked, what time is the mission? Tomorrow, at noon. The three of us will meet at the mission court. After saying that, Nangong Lingxuan's figure disappeared in a flash. Chapter 156. Xiaofan always had a sense of powerlessness when dealing with this woman. Nangong Lingxian. I can't tell you what the heart feels like. That night, Xiaofan went to the book depository and asked for a leave of absence from He Lao and Lao. The reason was to go out on a clan mission. For Xiaofan to go out, it made the two old men very speechless. Doesn't it smell good to clean in the stash? And you have to go out and fight to the death? But the two just thought about it and agreed to come down. They had discussed once before about how to arrange Xiaofan afterward. Su Yongnian. That time, everyone thought that protection would be given, but as much as possible, Xiaofan would be allowed to be the same as a normal disciple, and not be able to embody anything overly special. It was also for Xiaofan's benefit. After Xiaofan took his leave, he cleaned up in the book depository for the night before going back to rest in the early morning. The agreed time with Nangong Lingxian was noon, and he didn't practice his feats during the day this time. Instead, the divine soul entered within the Star Dipper diagram and began to refine pills in large quantities. In the last few days, although he had to go to the book depository every day, he still set aside 2 hours during the daytime on top of refining pills. Currently, his progress had been so great that he had even been able to occasionally concoct first-grade top-grade pills, and occasionally when the gnosis seed in his body wanted would attribute extreme spirit stones, he would hold them in the palm of his hand and give them to the gnosis seed to absorb. And he didn't tell anyone about these things, because the existence of the Stardust chart is at stake. If Kong Ping and Jiang Yushan knew that Xiaofan had been able to refine first-grade top-grade pills, might have brought all the disciples of Danding Peak to beg the old ancestor of the extreme immortal sect to once again be willing to beg to take Xiaofan. Time flew by and it was noon. The location of the mission pavilion was near the Wanbao building. Xiaofan arrived at the task pavilion half a moment before noon. When he arrived, thinking he was on time, he realized that the other two had already arrived and were standing together waiting for him. Chen Feixing smiled when he saw Xiaofan and cupped his fists. Brother Xiao, long time no see. Brother Chen. Xiaofan also politely returned his greeting, during which he secretly surveyed Chen Feixing's physical condition. The last time they fought so fiercely, the other party should be seriously injured. How do they feel like nothing? And to go out on missions? This matter was actually something he wanted to ask Nangong Lingxian yesterday, but got confused and forgot by her god theory. Seemingly seeing through Xiaofan's thoughts, Chen Feixing opened his mouth and explained, my injuries are fine. There are many pills within the extreme immortal sect. I used my contribution points to buy some, and some were prepared within the family before I came. Xiaofan nodded. Well, that's enough of the catching up. Let's go ahead and take the quest. Nangong Lingxian skimmed the two. This time she did not open her mouth to call Xiaofan a lecher. She wasn't stupid. What if she called Xiaofan and ran away? She still wants contribution points. The two nodded and the three of them entered the task pavilion. Nangong Lingxian went directly to collect the quest, while Chen Feixing and Xiaofan stood together. This was the first time Xiaofan had come to the task pavilion, which was very large and surrounded by a large number of outer disciples wearing blue robes, with relatively few disciples in miscellaneous service attire. On the surrounding walls were bamboo slips with various tasks recorded on them. Xiaofan looked around and roughly read the contents of the bamboo slip. Hunting demonic beasts, access to elixirs, spiritual herbs, escorting and protecting certain characters. There are even assassinations, investigations, and the like. With regards to the extreme immortal sect's task pavilion, Xiaofan had a renewed understanding. It was so different from what he had imagined. Brother Xiao has no idea. In fact, the tasks in the task pavilion. There are many outsiders who spend a large amount of spirit stones to seek the help of the clan, and the clan sends the rewards down to the task in the form of contribution points. In fact, if you have enough contribution points, Brother Xiao, you can actually come here and post a mission yourself. Chen Feixing explained to Xiaofan on the side. Hearing Chen Feixing's words, Xiaofan also understood the operating principle of the task pavilion. In fact, He had been a bit curious before about where the task pavilion had gotten so many tasks to send down. Many thanks, Brother Chen, Xiaofan said politely. Where? In fact, the mission we are carrying out this time was issued by the nearby Shilua city. Because of the large number of missing and dead cultivators in the city, the city lord was in a great hurry and spent a large price to issue a mission to our extreme immortal sect. Just as the two of them were chatting, Nangong Lingxian had already finished collecting her quest and walked back, holding a jade slip in her hand. Brand your divine consciousness in this. She threw the jade slip to Xiaofan. Xiaofan's divine sense entered and checked the contents, which were some mission-related introductions. Mission: investigate the disappearance of monks from Shilua City. Goal: find relevant clues and reward 100 contribution points. 300 contribution points for resolving the incident. The mission requires that at least 3 or more of the outer disciples travel together. 300 points? That's equivalent to 15,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air. He could tell that Shilua City had really spent a lot of money. Without hesitation, branding his divine sense into it, he gave the jade slip back to Chen Feixing. The same is true of the latter. Nangong Lingxian resubmitted the jade slip to the two deacons in front of the task pavilion, who examined it and nodded to each other. Proof that this task is in effect. The three of them left the task pavilion in great strides and set off directly to Shilua City. This was also the first time Xiaofan had left the extreme immortal sect since he came here. Chapter 157, Silo City. Dry corpses. After Xiaofan's trio stepped out of the sect, the outer sect patriarch Su Yongyan knew about this matter the first time. In fact, the day before, when Xiaofan had approached Elder Hian and Lao, he had already known about it. He didn't block it because there was no point. A seedling growing under shelter can grow healthily, though it is doomed to die once it loses its shelter. However, he was not careless and made other arrangements. After Xiaofan's trio left, not far behind them, there were two black shadows that silently followed. Misty Immortal Palace. Xiaotian had already gone to invite his master and informed Xiaofan of the matter. Xiaotian's master Shou Yuanzhong is an outer door elder of the Misty Immortal Palace, with a cultivation level of Xian Dan Realm Great Circle. The status in the Misty Immortal Palace's outer gate was high. He was very fond of Xiaotian, his disciple, and the other party's natural talent was amazing. A demonic genius who could reach the Tong Tian realm at the age of 16. He had even applied for Xiaotian to directly join the inner sect of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. After Shou Yuanzhong heard Xiaotian recount what had happened, he did not stop him. Instead he agreed in one breath, promising Xiaotian to go to Jingchuan City to help him plunder the formation. Although the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion had a very high status, he was an elder of the Misty Immortal Palace. So naturally, he was not afraid, and Xiaotian was planning to defeat his opponent in the ring fair and square. Just make sure that when Xiaotian beat Xiaofan half to death, no one would stop and mess up. Master, then when do we depart? Xiaotian was so excited that he couldn't wait to step on Xiaofan immediately. Tomorrow at noon. We leave. Shou Yuanzhong laughed and looked at Xiaotian with a very satisfied gaze. Although Jingchuan City was far away from the Netherworld Immortal Palace, with his Xian Dan Realm Grand Circle cultivation, it wouldn't take long to arrive with the two of them flying. On the other hand, it had been a day since Xiaofan's trio left the Extreme Immortal Sect. Shilua City was a city located 800 miles to the north of the Extreme Immortal Sect. According to their footwork, it would take 2 days to get there. The three of them do not have mounts demonic beasts on foot to catch up. At this moment Xiaofan heart some remorse. Cave to raise a golden lion son. Every day just no to eat. It turned out that when I needed to use it, I forgot to bring it myself. Xiaofan guarantees that when he goes out in the future, he will definitely take this lion with him. Evening. 10 more miles ahead is Shilua City. Nangong Lingxuan's pretty face was as cold as frost, and after going out for a day, Xiaofan only had the occasional chat with Chen Feixing. Nangong Lingxian basically didn't squeak. A look of a stranger. The two nodded without speaking. In fact, Xiaofan had come out this time and the contribution points were not important to him. The reason why he had agreed to Nangong Lingxian so easily, it was because he wanted to go out for a walk. His cultivation had reached the late 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he hadn't been attempting to break through. Instead he was sharpening himself. The book depository is enjoyable to watch martial arts though, but it's nice to take the opportunity of the mission to get out and about. After all, after arriving at the Extreme Immortal Sect, Xiaofan had never gone out before. The three continued on their way, and half an hour later, the three of them paused in their footsteps at the same time, each taking out a magic weapon in their hands and standing by, because at this time they saw, more than 30 meters away from the front, there is a dry body lying there. Careful, Xiaofan reminded the two. Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feixing nodded, and the three of them cautiously moved forward. Here, they could be attacked suddenly at any time. and the dryad could be bait. The three of them were careful and reached the dryad. Xiaofan lowered his head to check and realized that the dry body was already lifeless and the body had not cooled down yet, was just dead, about 2 hours ago. Before even waiting for Silo City, they came across the dryads recorded in the quest, leaving the trio with a heavy heart. There are no obvious traces of exchanges, and it looks like the other party's cultivation level is very high. Everything is gone from this man's storage bag. In the body, there wasn't even a drop of blood left. A few people observed the dryad for a while, but in the end, they didn't find anything. The only thing that could be learned was that the person who had laid hands on him was very strong. At the very least, he had to be in existence of the Tong Tian realm. And I don't know what technique was used to suck the blood out of this man's body. The three of them observed for a few moments before finally deciding to head to Shilua City first. The dryads they didn't move, intending to inform the Shilua City Lord when they arrived at Shilua City, so that they could send someone to deal with it. The three were not rotten people, and death was the norm in the cultivation world. Even Nangon Lingxian didn't have the womanly idea that she must bring the corpse and settle the other party down. The three of them continued on their way and reached Shilua City not long after. This city was due to the recent frequent disappearances and deaths of cultivators. Therefore, the guards are strict. The three people showed their identity, the doorway cultivators, before giving release. Inside the city of Silo, the streets are cold and these are related to the disappearances. The three of them exchanged glances and headed directly to the Shilua City Lord's mansion. They were from the extreme immortal sect and had accepted the mission to come here. Arrive at the city lord's residence and identify yourself. Very politely, someone ushered the three inside. Chapter 158, Lord Zhao Chunyang of Shilua City. Inside the city lord's mansion, it was spacious and luxurious, surrounded by servants and subordinates busy with their work. This was Xiao Fan's first time entering the city lord's mansion, and he looked back and forth several more times. The surrounding decorations were not comparable to the extreme immortal sect, but they were much more luxurious than the Long family. In addition to walking along the way and judging the scale within the city, this Shilua City was much larger than Jingchuan City. Compared to these cities, Jingchuan City could only be considered a remote and small city. As for Nangon Lingxian and Chen Feishing, these two obviously won't look east and west. No matter if it was the Chen family or the Nangon family, they all had a pivotal position in the martial emperor state. The three of them were brought to the great hall of the city lord's mansion by an underling, and each of them sat down. Not a moment later, Shilua City's city lord rushed over. Middle-aged look, tall, but can see that his face but some pale. Welcome to a few young friends who have traveled a long way. When the man arrived, he hastily clasped his fists and exchanged pleasantries and politeness. The three men rose and returned the salute. City Lord, you're welcome. The other party's cultivation level was very high. Judging from their breath, they should at the very least be in the Xiandan realm. Old me, Zhao Chunyang. Thank you for coming to my Shilua City to help a few young friends. Zhao Chunyang clasped his fists once again. Very polite. Xiao Fan and Chen Feishing were just about to open their mouths to be polite. As a result, he heard Nangon Lingxian coldly speak from the side. There's no need to be polite. We're here for the mission. The conversation died all of a sudden. Zhao Chunyang was also stunned and looked at Nangon Lingxian a few more times. He had to say that this woman was cold and beautiful. Definitely considered a good beauty. But the mouth is so bad at talking. Cough. Senior Zhao doesn't have to mind. This senior sister of mine is just like that. Xiao Fan dryly coughed to clear the air, not wanting to embarrass everyone. Chen Feishing, who was on the side, also cast an admiring look at Xiao Fan. A smile surfaced on Zhao Chunyang's frozen face, and he was just about to speak. As a result, I heard Nangon Lingxian on one side say, "Who is your senior sister? You lecherous thief." At once, the scene was awkward again, and this time, not only City Lord Zhao Chunyang, but even Xiao Fan's face froze. Chen Feishing's admiring gaze turned to sympathy. He wanted to pick up the conversation, but after glancing at Nangon Lingxian, he gave up the idea. Xiao Fan turned back to look at Nangon Lingxian. He was furious. Coming all this way, Nangon Lingxian didn't call him a lecherous thief. And you've just arrived at the city lord's mansion and you're directly addressed as such? Heh, a few young friends really love to joke. All are young talents of the extreme immortal sect, how could they be lecherous thieves? Zhao Chunyang was no less than a city lord. And at this moment, he stepped forward to round off the conversation. Xiao Fan also held his breath. Cold humph. Did not continue to speak. The heart has already cursed Nangon Lingxian 800 times. It's okay to call him a lecher in no one's place. But he dares to talk nonsense in front of so many people. You're a yellow blossom girl or shameless. If I get mad, I don't want me either. Several young friends. This is also tired after a day of rushing. I have ordered people to prepare a banquet. Let's eat and chat. Zhao Chunyang made a gesture of invitation. The three followed him out and reached the side hall where the meal was served. The four of them were seated, and in no time at all a table full of sumptuous food was laid out. The delicacies made of various kinds of spirit beast meat exuded a mouth-watering aroma. None of the three moved first, and Chen Feixing spoke up. Senior Zhao, we ran into a dried corpse on our way here. Chen Feixing first told the story of encountering the dryad on the road. Zhao Chunyang nodded and responded, his face a bit ugly. Several little friends. Let's dine first. Zhao Chunyang was polite. The three nodded and began to move their chopsticks. It was true that they hadn't eaten properly during the day's rush. Chen Feixing ate politely, and during the meal, he also chatted with Zhao Chunyang about many things related to the dry corpse incident. Nangong Lingxian didn't say much, but she listened carefully, and she didn't have a large meal. Only Xiao Fan, eating without half a bit of politeness, full of grease. Although Xiao Fan was eating, he was nonetheless dividing some of his energy to listen to Chen Feixing and Zhao Chunyang talk. Zhao Chunyang was very strong, but he said that he didn't have any clue about this matter, and the various great clans within the entire Shilua city hadn't investigated anything either. And the people who disappeared the most in this incident were those from the major families in the city. The status of the great families within Shilua city was not too high. The reason for this was due to the fact that there was no supreme combatant within the family, and it was similar to Jingchuan city, where the highest of the oldest ancestors were all in the Tongtian realm. And unlike Jingchuan city master's cultivation is also not high. Behind the meal, Zhao Chunyang sighed, this matter gives me a headache. I have a special identity, so I can't leave Shilua city in a chaotic manner, for fear of accidents within the city. And during this time, it has caused the entire city to be on edge, and the people are not happy. According to Zhao Chunyang, only cases of disappearance have occurred within the city of Shilua, but no one has been able to confirm that people have disappeared within the city, and all the dry bodies, they were found outside the city. He couldn't leave Shilua city, and many people had already died within the great clans, and they were unwilling to send people to investigate. So all the big clans and the city's main government together, put together a large sum of spirit stones, requesting the nearest extreme immortal sect to help out. Xiaofan had little doubt that Zhao Chunyang could not just leave Shilua city. Chapter 159 Plans. Through this meal, Xiaofan learned a lot from Zhao Chunyang, yet he thought of another problem. City Lord Zhao, your Shilua city's great clans and their people have suffered heavy losses, so I would like to ask, how about your city lord's mansion side? How many people are missing? The three people at the dinner table all looked at Zhao Chunyang. Nangong Lingxian frowned and didn't say anything, not knowing what to think. A glint flashed in Chen Feixing's eyes as he curiously sized up Zhao Chunyang. Zhao Chunyang's face was gloomy for a moment, but then returned to normal and said with a faint smile, my city lord's mansion's people don't go out of the city on weekdays, and spend most of their time within Shilua city, so no one has disappeared. Xiaofan nodded his head and did not continue to inquire about anything. Just now, from Zhao Chunyang's words, he heard something wrong. Shilua city within the big families lost a lot, resulting in the big families are willing to work together, to put together a huge amount of spirit stones to ask extreme immortal sect to send people to investigate. And just after entering the city lord's mansion, he realized that there were a lot of people coming and going within the city lord's mansion, and Zhao Chunyang didn't want to look anxious. The four of them continued to chat, and after having dinner, Zhao Chunyang ordered someone to prepare guest rooms for Xiaofan's three to rest in. Xiaofan's trio cupped their fists and thanked him, following the underlings as they left for the guest rooms. The three of them had guest rooms close to each other. After being sent to the guest room, the subordinates were sent away by the three of them. Xiaofan and the three of them went to their respective rooms. There was no more movement. 2 hours later, the void outside the guest room of the three Xiaofan people was in the middle of the void. A silhouette slowly emerged. He muttered and whispered under his breath, not much of a reaction. Looks like I was overthinking it. Then the silhouette disappeared in a flash. And this person was none other than Zhao Chunyang, the city lord of Shilua city. However, when his figure disappeared not a moment later, both Xiaofan and Chen Feixing carefully walked out from the guest room. The two men bumped into each other in the hallway and looked at each other. Then together they went to Nangong Lingxian's guest room and knocked on the door. Nangong Lingxian didn't sleep, and after opening the door to her room, she was curious, but she didn't say anything. The three entered the room and did not light the lamp. Inside the darkened guest room, there was only a glimmer of light from the faint moon shining through the window. Have you guys noticed that this place is suspicious? Xiaofan was the first to speak. His voice lowered. The other two both nodded, and Chen Feixing spoke. Zhao Chunyang, the city lord, just left, and after the three of us entered the guest room, he has been outside. Since then, the two of them looked at him in unison, curious as to how Chen Feixing had discovered it. Don't look at me like that. Chen Feixing was a bit embarrassed before explaining. I'd been sensitive to the smell of blood since I was a child, and Zhao Chunyang has a bloody odor on his body. and although normal people can't smell it, I can sniff it out. At that the two did not continue to ask. Chen Feixing was in that state. Xiaofan had experienced it personally, and at that time, his body was wrapped in blood qi, so he must have his own secrets. Then, what about you, brother Xiao? I only came out when I felt that the smell of blood outside was gone. You? Chen Feixing looked at Xiaofan with a curious gaze. Xiaofan nodded his head and said, although I didn't smell blood, but he felt a very strong killing aura outside that appeared and disappeared, and I only came out when the killing aura was gone. You sensed his killing aura? Nangong Lingxian and Chen Feixing both turned their gazes towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded. He did feel a very strong killing aura outside. The other party's cultivation level was high, and although it wasn't obvious, he still felt the faint fluctuation of his breath. Nangong Lingxian skimmed Xiaofan and said without any good humor, showing off. Chen Feixing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaofan, what does it have to do with you if I perceive it with my strength? However, the three of them also knew that the matter was now urgent and did not continue to argue. What do you guys think about this matter? Chen Feixing turned his gaze toward Xiaofan and Nangong Lingxian. Nangong Lingxian's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her icy cold pretty face lifted her gaze towards Xiaofan. Chen Feixing also joined Nangong Lingxian and dropped his gaze on Xiaofan. Among the three, Xiaofan's strength was undoubtedly the strongest, and the two of them were no match at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now that he has reached the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, a while ago, he even defeated a deacon at the 2nd level of Tong Tian. Being looked at somewhat unnaturally by the gazes of the two, Xiaofan thought for a moment and spoke. First of all, there is definitely something wrong with this city lord. His strength is Xiandan realm at the worst, but from the looks of it, not only is there no semblance of blood on his face, but the amplitude of the fluctuation of his breath is very messy and unstable. Xiaofan opened his mouth and spoke out his analysis. Although it is impossible to determine that these dead people were killed by him, he must know some inside information. The Xiandan realm was 2 large realms higher than Xiaofan, and under normal circumstances, even if Xiaofan was strong, he would not be able to detect the fluctuation of the other party's breath. I suspect that Zhao Chunyang seems to have injuries on his body. The two nodded their heads in unison, their gazes staying locked on Xiaofan, making the latter uncomfortable. So what's next in this case? Succubus, what do you say next in this matter? The two of them opened their mouths in unison again, once again putting everything on Xiaofan. Xiaofan is speechless. You guys are the ones who called me to do the mission. How did you make him look like the captain? But it's just a matter of complaining in the heart and saying on the mouth. First of all, we can't stay in this city lord's mansion, and continuing here won't lead to any clues. So why don't we? Chapter 160, Scary Looks. Next day, Xiaofan's trio left early in the morning after eating the breakfast prepared for them by the city lord's mansion. The three traveled around Silo City under the guise of an investigation, asking for information about the disappearances and the dryads in the meantime. During this time, Zhao Chunyang sent 3 city lord's servants to act as guides for a few people. The 3 didn't refuse. First day of nothing. In the next 2 days, the 3 of them not only investigated in many ways within Shilua City, they even went to the outskirts of Shilua City to investigate, but they all came up empty, and in the last few days there have been no disappearances of people from the city of Salome. In the past, a few people would go missing in Shilua City in 3 days or 2 during this time, but the most recent time a dry body was found was the one found on the way here by the 3. Finally, on the 4th day, the 3 of them arrived at the city lord's mansion and expressed their intention to leave with Zhao Chunyang. There were no clues to be investigated here, so they planned to leave and return to the sect to hand in their mission, and maybe someone else would come. A few little friends, this is about to leave it, not in more time to stay, so that in the next more to do some landlord friendship. Zhao Chunyang politely exchanged pleasantries, a disappointed look on his face. Nangong Lingxian didn't say anything, while Xiaofan and Chen Feixing clasped their fists and expressed their great regret. In the end, Zhao Chunyang gave each of the 3 a storage bag containing 500 spirit stones each, as a hard-earned fee. The 3 of them were polite and finally took it without refusing. Zhao Chunyang sent someone to send the 3 away. When Xiaofan's trio left the city lord's mansion hall, Zhao Chunyang had a hideous and sinister smile on his face before he coughed out a mouthful of blood. A few little guys, finally gone. Ah, if I wasn't afraid of being discovered, how could I have agreed to your extreme immortal sect coming? If you guys don't leave again, I can't help but kill you all. Zhao Chunyang's smile was grim as he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood he had just coughed up from the corner of his mouth back into his mouth. On the other hand, Xiaofan's trio left Shilua City. Under the gaze of the subordinates of the city lord's residence, the figure gradually disappeared. This subordinate immediately returned to the city lord's mansion to report this news to Zhao Chunyang. At night, inside the city of Silo, on the dark streets, the moonlight poured out. Not seeing half a person, All the stores closed early to proof. A dark figure roams the streets like a ghost. He looked around and finally saw two youths in fancy dress at the corner of an alley, hurrying forward with nervous expressions. Damn! It's Lier's fault that we left so late. There have been a lot fewer disappearances in the city lately. It should be safe. Let's not scare ourselves. Two youths walking and talking, the appearance of more than 20 years old, just opened the mouth to persuade the youth. Although the mouth so say, but the face is not half a bit of blood. Judging from their breath, the duo had the appearance of being at the 4th or 5th level of the forging realm. This is the normal strength of most people at this age. Just as the two men cautiously moved forward, a dark shadow ghostly appeared behind the two. However, with the cultivation of the two men, they didn't notice anything, they just felt a cold wind blowing behind them. When they turned back to look, it was already too late, and the two felt the back of their heads being hit by a huge force, and the whole group fainted. The dark shadow grabbed the two men and leapt into the air, disappearing into the silent streets. From the beginning to the end, not a single sound was heard. It was dark, and the gates of Shilua City were heavily guarded day and night. There was a Chi Transformation Realm Great Perfection cultivator leading the guard at the entrance. However, when the pitch-black silhouette swept a youth away from mid-air, and they didn't even notice, the difference in strength between them was so vast that they only felt a gale blowing by, and when they lifted their heads they couldn't see anything. The full moon is in the sky. The silhouette swept across the sky and stopped at a barren land 20 miles outside of Shilua City. His face slowly revealed itself in the moonlight, ghastly white and without any semblance of blood. The silhouette coughed dryly, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn! 4 days without blood sucking and you can't hold it together already? The figure murmured, his face pale. He was none other than Zhao Chunyang. Zhao Chunyang put down the youth in his hand, and his face gradually changed, slowly growing red hair, and his two tiger teeth turned into sharp fangs. Yet instead of using his fangs to bite into the youth, he pressed one hand against the youth's head. The youth emitted a blood light on his body, and his muscles began to dry up, and his originally red skin lost its luster, turning into a miserable white appearance. Zhao Chunyang revealed a picture of great enjoyment, his expression intoxicated, and at this moment, just 500 meters away from Zhao Chunyang and the youth, in the woods, 3 figures have been hiding in the shadows. It really is him. Nangong Lingxuan's face was ugly as she exited in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Fan and Chen Feishing secretly said something bad at the same time. Sure enough, Zhao Chunyang, who was grabbing the youth with one hand, looked back violently, and the red hairs on his face gradually faded and returned to normal. He let go of his hand. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he directly appeared near a local dense forest 300 meters away. It was only less than 300 meters away from Xiao Fan's trio. 3 little friends, why don't you come out and get together? I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Zhao Chunyang revealed an evil smile as he swept his gaze around. Nangong Lingxuan's eyebrows were furrowed, and she knew she was in trouble. Chapter 161 Raiding the Xiandan Realm. Xiao Fan's 3 faces were ugly. Originally their plan was to secretly ambush near the dense forest outside the city. According to the investigation of several people in the past few days, it was found that most of the dry corpses were found in this wasteland. When found, most had been exposed to the sun and were uninjured, and could only be viewed with all the blood gone from their bodies. That's why it was suspected to be the work of people practicing evil kung fu. So according to a few people's analysis, Zhao Chunyang, the city lord of Shilua City, was the most likely. However, a few people knew very well that the 3 of them together were by no means opponents, so the 3 of them intended to hide in the shadows, not leaking their voices and silently lurking to investigate. If you find out it's the other side, you can't beat the bushes and quietly go back to the extreme immortal sect to ask for help. After all, this mission of theirs didn't require them to have decapitated the culprit. As long as they found clues it was considered complete. The 3 were careful, with their strength today, to hold their breath while having the intention to hide. In the absence of a deliberate search, an injured Xiandan realm cultivator would most likely not be able to find out either. Moreover, Xiao Fan had an assessment of Zhao Chunyang's cultivation. Even in the event that the other party was unharmed, he was only at the early Xiandan realm. Otherwise, with him being at the 8th level of the Chi transformation realm, even if the other party had injuries, he wouldn't be able to detect the fluctuations in his breath. However, all of this plan was ruined by Nangong Lingxuan's broken mouth. A few of you, I know you're here, come on out, I think we can talk. Zhao Chunyang revealed an easygoing smile, a far cry from his bloodthirsty appearance just now. A few little friends, you guys do this is not right. Come to my city lord's mansion, I entertained you well, and I even sent each of you spirit stones as a reward when you left. But what about you guys? Not only did you not leave obediently, but you are still squatting here secretly. Are you not trusting me? Zhao Chunyang's voice began to become cold and somewhat harsh. Nangang Lingxian was no longer stupid enough to know that she couldn't show her head at this time. Xiao Fan and Chen Feixing both needed even less to say. If there was no Nangang Lingxian to talk that much, it was impossible for the two to be discovered. Okay. Since you guys don't want to show yourselves, don't blame me. Zhao Chunyang's eyes were cold. His aura rubbed up. His face was hideous and ugly. His emitted aura was wild and violent. Simply not like what a human cultivator should look like. He rose up in the air. 2 fireballs appeared in each of his left and right hands, then slammed them in all directions. The places that were hit by the fireballs immediately sent out violent explosions with amazing destructive power. The spells used above the Xiandan realm were all terrifyingly powerful. Chen Feixing's face was ugly. He wanted to run for his life. But how could he run away in front of a Xiandan realm cultivator? Nangang Lingxuan's pretty face was icy cold. She didn't fear death, but felt somewhat sorry for the other two. At this moment, Xiao Fan was motionless. His eyes were cold, and he was staring at Zhao Chunyang, who was attacking indiscriminately. Zhao Chunyang's figure was floating in midair, and the darkness of the sky, coupled with his serious injuries, made it impossible for him to probe the surrounding situation. But the fireball in his hand had an illumination effect in addition to smashing out horrifying destructive power. In his opinion, the 3 cultivators who were not yet at the passage realm were all just ants, an existence that could be extinguished with the lift of a hand. Zhao Chunyang threw down fireballs one after another in his hands, and in no time, the surroundings were illuminated by firelight. At this time a figure, vaguely floating in the bushes. Ha ha, found you, little. In midair, Zhao Chunyang revealed a hideous maniacal smile before charging directly at this silhouette. This silhouette is none other than Xiao Fan. Nangang Lingxian and Chen Feixing both secretly said something bad in unison, yet they panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. Can the 3 of them together defeat a Xiandan realm? Apparently not. It was the same even if the opponent was seriously injured. It was an essential difference. Zhao Chunyang was as fast as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes were cold and stern, staring at the other party dead on. His right hand kept behind his back. The golden light flashed and was blocked by his body as Xiao Fan was pouring a steady stream of spiritual energy within the hexagram chopping palm seal. Go to hell, little. When Zhao Chunyang arrived close to Xiao Fan, he raised his right hand and swung it violently at the top of Xiao Fan's head. Though aiming for the top of the head, you could tell he wasn't using his full strength, and the resulting aura wasn't that great. He wanted to knock Xiao Fan out and then drain the blood from the other party. And just as his palm was about to land half an inch from Xiao Fan's head, Xiao Fan's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? Zhao Chunyang was stunned. A Qi transformation realm cultivator was able to disappear right under his nose? However, before he could finish thinking about all this, Xiao Fan's figure appeared behind him, and his right hand's golden light flourished as the 6 harmonies chopping palm seal plunged straight into Zhao Chunyang's middle of his chest. Die! Xiao Fan shouted furiously. This strike infused most of his spiritual energy, shifting shape to match the hexagonal chop. It was his strongest means of attack at the moment. In order to create this opportunity, he would rather take the initiative to expose himself and let the other party be the first to discover him. The reason for this was to be able to seriously injure the other party with a single blow, so that they could hope to escape. The opponent was an injured Xiandan realm, and he didn't believe that the opponent would be unharmed if he was hit by a move of hexagram chop. Boom! Put! Xiao Fan's golden palm print plunged straight into his opponent's heart. Zhao Yangchuan's face changed wildly as he spat out blood from his mouth, and he turned back hideously to see Xiao Fan's palm stuck in his chest. Ah! He let out a violent cry of rage and slapped Xiao Fan with all his strength. The surrounding void was distorted and shook. However, at this moment, just as the palm was about to land on top of Xiao Fan's head, Xiao Fan's figure disappeared once again. Once again, he appeared 10 meters away in the middle of a dense forest, breathing heavily. The remaining spiritual power is all used on this shifting of shape and shadow. Chapter 162, Nangang Lingxuan's Helping Hand. Chen Feixing and Nangang Lingxian both looked dumbfounded in the shadows. The two of them could not have dreamed that Xiao Fan would be so fierce as to directly face the enemy head-on and harden himself against a Xiandan realm powerhouse. After Xiao Fan's figure retreated backward 10 meters away, his footsteps did not stop and he continued to retreat backward. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag and a jade bottle appeared in his hand, and he hurriedly took out a pill from it and took it. This elixir was exactly what Jiang Yushan had given him, a third-grade elixir that restored his spiritual energy extremely quickly. Zhao Chunyang's face was hideous. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and his eyes were scarlet. Damn! Damn! Little you damn! Zhao Chunyang roared. His heart was penetrated, yet the man didn't die. Above the Xiandan realm had already exceeded the limitations of a mundane physical body. Not only was there an increase in longevity, there was also a change in nature. After reaching the Xiandan realm and condensing the Jindan, unless the Jindan was destroyed, they would not die even if their physical body collapsed. Xiaofan did not stop for half a moment and fled at great speed while recovering his spiritual energy, and he shouted under his breath at the same time, "Escape!" It was only when they heard Xiaofan's voice that Chen Feixing and Nangon Lingxian, who were hiding in the shadows, reacted. The two of them were completely shocked by the scene just now, and as a result, they even forgot about the matter of running for their lives. "Little, take your life." Zhao Chunyang went berserk, and his appearance once again turned into what he looked like when he sucked in his essence blood just now. The face was shaggy with red hair, the eyes were scarlet, and sharp fangs emerged from the mouth. However, after he turned into this state, the bloody hole in his chest stopped bleeding. He rushed up in an arrow step, with great speed. Xiaofan felt a strong astral wind surging behind him. He turned his head to look and realized that Zhao Chunyang was about to arrive at his side at an extremely fast speed. He had still underestimated the dreadfulness of the Xiandan realm. Even an injured Xiandan realm was very terrifying. Xiaofan could be certain that with the sudden strike he had made just now, if it had been a Tongtian realm powerhouse, even a Tongtian realm Great Circle powerhouse would have definitely suffered a heavy blow. Zhao Chunyang's heart was pierced and he's still fine? Then Xiaofan didn't have time to think much at this time. Zhao Chunyang's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close. His body was filled with a murderous aura, and bloodlight was entwined. He wanted to slap Xiaofan to death and smash him to pieces. Xiaofan clenched his teeth, and just as Zhao Chunyang reached his nearness, he once again used Shifting Shadow to dodge Zhao Chunyang's attack. Zhao Chunyang's pupils shrunk. This time he was on guard, afraid that Xiaofan would suddenly sneak attack him in the same way as earlier. At this moment, Xiaofan wanted to sneak attack, but he simply didn't have the extra strength. Xiaofan's figure once again appeared 10 meters away before violently continuing to accelerate and flee without half a moment's delay. He didn't have much spiritual energy left in his body and couldn't use shifting shape once more. If Zhao Chunyang caught up with him at this time, he would definitely die. When Zhao Chunyang saw Xiaofan show up, his figure accelerated again and he hurriedly rushed up. It was almost impossible for a Qi Transformation Realm cultivator to escape from a Xiandan Realm powerhouse. Die! Zhao Chunyang's eyes were bloodshot, and he could sense that Xiaofan didn't have much spiritual energy left in his body. Xiaofan was almost out of strength to even escape at this point. He slapped his storage bag and 2 jade bottles appeared in his hand. He opened the first jade bottle and poured the elixir into his mouth, which was the last third-grade elixir given by Jiang Yushan. The other jade bottle Xiaofan held tightly. With a clench of his teeth, he was going to open and take it. This was the elixir obtained from killing Dai Hanfei, an outer disciple of the Misty Immortal Palace, the blood-burning elixir. When Dai Hanfei took this stand and was near epileptic, the entire person stormed out and his strength increased greatly. If he could, Xiaofan was not willing to take this pill because looking at Dai Hanfei's state at that time, he knew that the side effects of this pill must be shocking, yet he had to take it in a life-and-death situation. Little Dai, Zhao Chunyang was about to kill again, stretching out his hand full of red hair to grab Xiaofan. Just in the nick of time, an aura suddenly erupted violently in the distance, and a pitch-black sword aura swept over. What? Zhao Chunyang was surprised. This sword chi was quick and sudden, and in the darkness of the night, this pitch-black sword chi was well covered. Even he, a Xiandan realm powerhouse, didn't notice in advance. Although Zhao Chunyang was at the Xiandan realm, but he had serious injuries on his body before, and with the sneak attack by Xiaofan just now, he was unwilling to endure this strongly. His figure instantly retreated backwards, giving up the idea of attacking Xiaofan, and Xiaofan didn't swallow the blood-burning elixir. Stay looked into the distance, in the direction where the sword chi was coming from. Nangon Lingxian was panting heavily, holding the huge black sword in both hands, her icy face covered in cold sweat. Succubus, why don't you run? Nangon Lingxian was furious. She attacked with all her strength just to create an opportunity for Xiaofan to escape, and as a result he froze. Stupid man. Oh, Xiaofan was called back to his senses and hurriedly turned to run frantically. Nangon Lingxian too turned and ran. Zhao Chunyang's figure retreated 10 feet, dodging the terrifying black sword chi. The ground that was bombarded by the black sword chi broke inch by inch, and the ground crumbled into a crack that was more than 10 feet long, and was bubbling up with rolling gray mist. This sword chi attack was strong though. However, with his cultivation, he wouldn't die even if he was hit, but it would make his own injuries worse. He was angry at this point, beyond angry. Griffins, I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. Zhao Chunyang roared, and his figure accelerated once again to attack violently. Chapter 163, Demon Cultivator. A Shendan realm powerhouse was first seriously injured when Xiao Fan ran his palm through his chest. Again, he was forced back by a Qi transformation realm female doll with her sword Qi. This was a great shame for him. He's several times more maniacal than before. Even where his figure swept, it set off a terrifying shockwave, breaking the grass and trees on the ground under his figure beyond recognition. Asterisk. Xiao Fan cursed. He had just used Zhao Chunyang's effort of being forced back to use all his strength to escape more than 100 meters, but it turned out that the other person was there again in the blink of an eye, and Nangon Lingxian unintentionally skimmed to Xiao Fan's side. Her face was very weak and ugly, and the black giant's sword was still in her hand. She gritted her teeth and instantly raised her own aura once again, raising her giant K sword with both hands, intending to attack Zhao Chunyang once again. However, at this moment, Zhao Chunyang suddenly turned his head and looked at Nangon Lingxian with a scarlet and gloomy gaze, sends a shiver down the latter's spine. Being watched by an angry Xiandan realm powerhouse made her instantly feel a terrifying pressure. Die! A ball of fire appeared in Zhao Chunyang's right hand and was thrown directly at Nangon Lingxian. Nangon Lingxian's sword Qi could not be condensed, and the speed of the fireball was extremely fast. In a breath, the fireball arrived a few feet in front of her, so close that it was too late for her to dodge. With a clench of her teeth, the huge black sword fell and blocked the ball of fire. However, she still underestimated the attack of a Xiandan realm powerhouse, and the fire mass exploded violently the instant it touched the black sword. This terrifying explosion centered on Nangon Lingxian. The surrounding tens of meters of grass and trees were destroyed, and all the grass and trees within hundreds of meters were affected by the strong impact waves, and Nangon Lingxian's figure was also blown up and flew backwards, covered in injuries, and the blue robes of the outer disciples on her body were still burning with flames in several places. Zhao Chunyang didn't have time to care about her. He wanted to kill Xiao Fan first. Nangon. When Xiao Fan saw Nangon Lingxian's appearance, his heart suddenly trembled. His left hand kept holding the jade bottle containing the blood-burning pill. At this moment he had no choice. He had to take it. Otherwise he would die. And so would Nangon Lingxian. In fact, Xiao Fan himself knew clearly that even if he took the blood-burning pill, he could not be a match for Zhao Chunyang. It would just allow him to hold on for a few more moments and increase his hopes of escape. And now, he was going to take it to increase the hope of escape for Nangon Lingxian. Die! Zhao Chunyang shouted and grabbed Xiao Fan with one hand. At this instant, an invisible sword Qi instantly swept through, run through between Xiao Fan and Zhao Chunyang. Xiao Fan stared. Zhao Chunyang was also stunned, but then a pained expression appeared on his face. The arm he stretched out to grab at Xiao Fan directly snapped and flew up. What? Zhao Chunyang's figure retreated back at extreme speeds, and he didn't even think about turning around to escape. Someone who could chop off his arm so easily and still not be discovered by him was definitely strong. However, his figure turned back violently, and he had just flown a few dozen meters when he hit an invisible curtain of light that blocked him. Formations. Zhao Chunyang's face was ugly as a sense of crisis surged through his heart. Xiao Fan also froze. This all came too fast for him to react. Little man, are you okay? And at this moment, Xiao Fan heard a woman's flirtatious and playful laughter coming from the air, which was very familiar. Xiao Fan looked violently, and two silhouettes appeared in midair at some point. The delicate woman with a shapely body and beautiful appearance was covering her mouth with a smile, and it was none other than the outer door elder Shi. The other figure, with a mighty, unruffled look, He Yutong of the first lineage of transmission. Seeing these two people, Xiao Fan exhaled and his entire body relaxed, knowing that he was fine. As for why these two are here, I'm afraid it's always been around. Damn it, you are. Zhao Chunyang looked at the two silhouettes in midair, and his figure retreated back and forth. He wanted to escape, yet all around him were blocked by formations that he could not break through with today's him. He Yutong's eyes were icy cold as he swung the long sword in his hand. An invisible sword Qi chopped down, seeing no terrifying might, yet in the blink of an eye, he saw Zhao Chunyang's other arm also chopped away. Dare to touch my extreme immortal sex people. Who gave you the guts? He Yutong's voice was mighty as he opened his mouth and shouted angrily. Extreme immortality sect. Hearing He Yutong's words, Zhao Chunyang's face turned blue, and at this moment he knew he was finished. The peak state of his cultivation was only the second level of the Xiandan realm, and he couldn't tell the depth of this man and woman opposite him at all. The cultivation level was at least above the 8th level of the Xiandan realm. Even in his heyday he couldn't have beaten it. Demon cultivator? Shi gazed at her eyebrows and saw Zhao Chunyang's current state, covered in red hair, the pupils of his eyes as well as the changes in his features, and she made a judgment. It was also the first time Xiao Fan had heard the word demon cultivator and was not sure what it was. Demon cultivator or not, all must die. He Yutong spoke coldly again, the long sword in his hand casually glowing. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chunyang's legs were chopped off by this sword, and his form planted itself on the ground. Shiji's figure disappeared and landed in front of Xiao Fan, checking up on his injuries. Xiao Fan is the apple of her eye. Nothing must go wrong. It's a good hang. It's just a serious depletion of spiritual energy. Shiji sighed in relief. Then she gazed at the jade bottle that had been opened in Xiao Fan's hand and gazed with a frown. Blood-burning pill. How did you kid get this place should? Shiji's tone went cold for a moment. The netherworld immortal palace disciple I killed before. He left it in his storage bag. Xiao Fan hurriedly explained. He felt that Shiji's appearance at this moment was going to be cannibalistic. Hearing this, Shiji's face eased up and spoke. It's a good thing you didn't eat it, or else you would have been ruined. Chapter 164, The End of the Battle. Ruined? Xiao Fan was stunned, not understanding what Shiji meant by this statement. Shiji smiled and explained. This blood-burning dan can briefly increase strength is not true, but the aftermath is very large. After serving is to burn their own essence blood overdraft for the origin to stimulate their own potential. This means that after taking this elixir, it will be difficult to advance in cultivation for the rest of one's life if it's light, and if it's heavy, one's essence and blood will burn out and die. That's serious? Xiao Fan froze. The consequences of the blood-burning pill were more serious than he had imagined. Doesn't that mean that if he took the blood-burning elixir just now, even if he escaped, in the end, he might still die? Shiji nodded, very satisfied with this expression on Xiao Fan's face, and spoke. Every disciple of the ethereal immortal palace will have this elixir. It is given to them to save their lives when they are on the verge of death. Hearing Shiji's words, Xiao Fan also sort of figured it out. When he was in the Jingchuan ring, he and Dai Hanfei were fighting a life and death battle, which is why he forced the other party to take the stand. So it is. Xiao Fan nodded his head with a look of I get it. Then he suddenly jerked his head up and hurriedly said, by the way, Nangon Lingxian is over there, and she's heavily injured. Shiji's brows also frowned as her figure disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the direction Xiao Fan had pointed out and found Nangon Lingxian. At this moment, the blue robe on Nangon Lingxian's body was damaged by the aftermath of the explosion in tatters, but she herself was unharmed, and was sitting on the ground panting heavily, although she had only been doing it for a moment. However, her spiritual energy consumption was extremely severe. Shiji stared and scowled, and finally sighed in relief. It's good that it's okay. Then she took out a jade bottle from her storage bag and threw it to Nangon Lingxian. Take it. The latter nodded and very obediently took the pills inside, and Xiao Fan followed at this time. He was relieved to see that Nangon Lingxian was fine. In fact, just now, Xiao Fan was still very touched that the other party had stepped in twice to help him, otherwise he might have already hung up. Seeing that Xiao Fan had been staring at himself, Nangon Lingxian coldly said, Sexy thief, what are you looking at? Xiao Fan. Shiji covered her mouth with a smile and turned her head to look at Xiao Fan twice more. Xiao Fan's face was blue, but he still endured. Nangon Lingxian was able to stand up after taking the elixir, and the three of them headed to where He Yutong and Zhao Chunyang were. At this moment, He Yutong was standing in front of Zhao Chunyang, looking down at the other party and coldly saying, Say, how did you become a demon cultivator? Zhao Chunyang was cut into a human stick at this point. His arms and legs were all gone, his face was unsightly and full of red hair, and his sharp fangs hadn't faded. I don't know. Zhao Chunyang was very mouthy, and at those words, He Yutong frowned and swung the long sword in his hand again. A cold aura flashed, and one of Zhao Chunyang's ears was chopped off. Say, Zhao Chunyang continued to remain silent and his other ear was cut off. Say, He Yutong's hands were extremely ruthless, and in no time, Zhao Chunyang was covered in bloody holes, except for his mouth. The three people who came along saw this scene, and each of their faces were different from each other. Nangon Lingxian directly twisted her head to not look. After all, she was just a woman. Shiji frowned and didn't say anything. Xiao Fan looked at it with cold eyes, and he couldn't wait to cut it with his own hands. Almost got myself killed by this old bastard. Still won't say anything? Shiji looked to He Yutang. He Yutong nodded. Bring it back to the clan and ask again. The emergence of a demonic cultivator is a big deal, especially since this place is the closest to the extreme immortal sect. Demon cultivators refer to human cultivators who changed their bloodline and transformed their gene dan into a demonic dan. From then on it became an inhuman and demonic existence. There are many benefits to becoming a demon cultivator, with a greatly enhanced physical body, a longer lifespan, etc. However, wanting to become a demon cultivator is not a simple matter. It requires a powerful demon beast to baptize it with its own essence blood, and can transform a Xian Dan realm powerhouse into a demon cultivator. The demonic beast behind this person, just how strong it was, they couldn't know. Shiji's figure took a step forward. A golden compass appeared out of thin air in her hand. and as she recited the spell under her breath, a golden light shot out from within the compass. This golden light shot to Zhao Chunyang Dantian, and the latter's mouth issued a sharp hiss. Not a human scream, more like the roar of a wild beast. A blood-red golden Dan emerged from Zhao Chunyang's Dantian, different from the legendary golden Dan. His Jin Dan was the same color as blood. The golden light will be blood-red gold Dan retracted to collect within the compass. The golden light outside the golden compass gradually dissipated and finally disappeared. And with a wave of Shiji's hand, the compass disappeared. And lying on the ground, Zhao Chunyang didn't move a muscle. The golden elixir has left the body and the physical body has died. Well, let's go back. Shiji laughed, and with a wave of her hand, she withdrew the formation, and the curtain of light that wrapped more than 1,000 meters around the neighborhood dissipated. Xiaofan looks at the eye. Is this the legendary formation master? It's two. Shiji saw Xiaofan's expression and covered her mouth with a smile. Little fellow, it's not too late for you to come to my formation lineage. How about I personally teach you when you come? Xiaofan hemmed and hawed without responding. Xiaotian glanced at her and didn't say anything. Nangon Lingxian, on the other hand, frowned a little, feeling that Elder Shiji was too immodest to talk to a male disciple like that, like the vixen her mother said she was. She didn't dare say so explicitly, though, after all, you can't beat. Why do I feel like something is missing? Xiaofan muttered. Right, where's Chen Feishing? Chapter 165 Underground of Shilua City. Mysterious demonic beasts. Leaving from the light screen, Xiaofan only reacted to the fact that Chen Feishing had disappeared. When the three were attacked by Zhao Chunyang just now and Xiaofan shouted for the two to escape, he hadn't paid any attention to the other party. Nangon Lingxian was halfway to see Xiaofan in danger and came back to help. And Chen Feishing, Xiaotian and Shiji both stared at each other with furrowed brows. Xiaotian spoke. Just now, there was a breath that ran from here to the west. The two of them, he and Shiji, were ordered to secretly protect Xiaofan, and for fear of being discovered, the two of them stayed far away. Noticing that Xiaofan was in danger, the two of them also rushed over immediately. In fact, both of them did not expect Xiaofan to be able to support himself for so long from a Xiandan realm powerhouse. Coward. Nangon Lingxian coldly commented. Xiaofan smiled and didn't open his mouth. When Xiaofan was in danger, Chen Feishing chose to escape directly without turning back. In this matter, Xiaofan didn't know how to judge it. Well, go find him first, then return to the clan quickly. Xiaotian opened his mouth, his face unsightly, the appearance of a demonic cultivator near the extreme immortal sect. This kind of thing was very serious. Within Shilua City, inside the huge secret room under the city lord's mansion, damn the extreme immortal sect, a monster covered in red fur roared low. His eyes were scarlet, his mouth had sharp fangs, and a smell of blood always emanated from outside the corpse, thick and pungent. This secret room was large enough to hold 1,000 people, and the surrounding area was blocked by formations, so that no one in the outside world would be able to detect this place unless there was a strong person. Yet half of the chamber was littered with human corpses. These human corpses are dried and piled up in a small mountain. Men, women and children. There was no semblance of blood on their bodies, and they both had two creepy bloody holes in their necks. All of them were killed by this monster sucking out their essence blood. There was also a youth on the ground who had just been drained of blood and died not long ago, and it was one of the two people who had been captured by Zhao Chunyang. And on the other side of the ground lay a living youth. The person had passed out. The monster's ferocious voice kept coming out from its mouth. It's so hard to hide here, but I've been discovered. Damn it. If my current state is discovered by the extreme immortal sect, I will surely die. The monster's scarlet gaze twisted towards Chen Feishing. He was the very demonic beast that converted Zhao Chunyang's bloodline, and just now he sensed that Zhao Chunyang was in danger. He was worried that if something happened to Zhao Chunyang, it would reveal his presence. So he left from the secret room to go forward for support. As a result, before the person was even halfway there, he felt two terrifying auras. The monster was injured and needed human blood to recover, and currently he had no confidence in defeating the duo of Xiaotian and Shiji, so they retreated back, only to find Chen Feishing on the way. He was knocked out and brought back. In fact, a large portion of the missing people that appeared in Shilua City had been captured by Zhao Chunyang and sacrificed to this monster, and Zhao Chunyang, who was sucked into a dry body outside, was just a front for attention. After all, a large number of humans had disappeared and there were no bodies yet. This matter could easily be taken seriously by the extreme immortal sect, and if someone goes missing, a few dried bodies are found and reported personally by him, the city's lord, suspecting that an evil cultivator was at work. Although the extreme immortal sect would be concerned within the sect, it would not be particularly concerned. Evil cultivators were still human after all, while demonic cultivators no longer belonged to the realm of humans. Results: the ones who came were the 3 Xiaofan people. There's an earth-ranked magic weapon inside my body that's constantly sucking essence blood. The monster looked towards Chen Feixing, a red light gradually appearing in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. The heavens have helped me. Then he twisted his head to look at the corpses within this chamber, and a demonic fire appeared in his hand, igniting the entire chamber. He took the unconscious Chen Feixing and his silhouette disappeared, and the entire Shilua City Lord's mansion was buried in flames. Not a moment later, Xiao Fan and the other 4 followed the direction He Yutong said. After searching for 3 whole hours, it turned out that there was still no trace of Chen Feixing. Finally He Yutong spoke. Let's return to the sect first. The matter of the demon cultivator is even more serious. Nangon Lingxian and Xiao Fan were curious. What's a demon cultivator? Xiao Fan asked suspiciously, his gaze looking towards He Yutong. He had heard He Yutong mention the word demon cultivator before. He Yutong said, humans accept the baptism of the essence blood of powerful demon races and voluntarily give up their human identity to turn into demonic beasts. Humans turning into demonic beasts? That's right, it's turning into a demonic beast, but it can't completely turn into a demonic beast. He Yutong explained. The demon race has a strong physique. Their lifespan is dozens or even hundreds of times longer than that of human cultivators, and their vitality is vigorous. And after accepting the conversion of the demon race's essence blood and turning into a demon cultivator, they will also receive these benefits. But humans are humans after all, unable to completely turn into demonic beasts, and in the end, they can only stay at the point of being half human and half demon. Sirens? At those words, Xiaofan and Nangon Lingxuan's faces suddenly changed a bit. No one interjected and continued to listen to He Yutong's narration. Becoming a demon cultivator. Although their physical body will be enhanced and their lifespan will be longer. However, He Yutong's voice paused and continued. Becoming a demon cultivator. Then they don't belong to human beings. Their habits will change, and they will crave for human blood. To put it simply, they will constantly slaughter humans. So becoming a demon cultivator is also the biggest taboo for the human race. Hearing He Yutong's words, Xiao Fan nodded his head and was considered to have completely understood. Even Nangon Lingxian had heard it all. Zhao Chunyang secretly killed the people of Shilua City and absorbed the essence blood because he turned into a demon cultivator. Chapter 166 Arriving at the Sect. Hearing He Yutong's words. In fact, just now there was a moment when Xiao Fan was thinking that after turning into a demon cultivator, not only would his physical body be greatly enhanced, but his lifespan would also become much longer. This would have been good. But hearing that it would kill humans and suck the essence blood of the human race made Xiao Fan feel numb. So he's covered in red hair and has fangs coming out of his mouth. That's a demon cultivator? Xiao Fan opened his mouth in doubt. That's right. Depending on the race of the demonic beast that converted him, the strength of turning into a demonic cultivator is also different. And the stronger the race that converted him, the more powerful he will be when he becomes a demonic cultivator. And after he becomes a demonic cultivator, he relies on absorbing the human's essence blood to cultivate. He Yutong said, the conversion of the demon race to human cultivation is also a kind of consumption for themselves, so they won't be converted easily. Xiao Fan nodded his head, and he also had a deep cognizance of the word demon cultivator. Alright, let's go back to the sect first. We need to hurry and report this matter back. Shi Ji spoke from the side. Xiao Fan did not ask more questions, and the 2 elders led him and Nangon Lingxian to fly in the air. Through the conversation just now, and the looks of the 2 elders, Xiao Fan guessed a thing or two. Near Shilua City, a powerful demonic beast may exist. After all, this place is very remote. Zhao Chunyang has been the city's lord for many years, and it was only recently that a large number of humans disappeared and turned into dry corpses. If it does, then this is a serious matter. The 2 elders were extremely fast, and carrying both Xiao Fan and Nangon Lingxian was nothing to them. The 4 of them didn't take long to reach the extreme immortal sect. The 2 elders placed Xiao Fan and Nangon Lingxian in front of the extreme immortal sect's outer gate. Shi Ji spoke. You guys go in on your own. The 2 of us will go report to the patriarch first. When the words fell, Shi Ji and He Yutang both disappeared. Elders entering the clan is not necessary to walk through the gate. You can directly use the fly. As for ordinary disciples entering the extreme immortal sect, they had to go through the main gate because it had a detection array. At this moment, at the gate of the extreme immortal sect, there were a dozen or so disciples in blue robes guarding it, and they bent down and saluted at He Yutang and Shi Ji, who had just left, and then acted as if nothing had happened after seeing the 2 of them leave. They only surveyed the Xiao Fan duo with curious gazes, but no one opened their mouths to inquire. Xiao Fan and Nangon Lingxian both glanced at each other, and they were tired of each other. I'm going to go back and get some rest. What about you? Xiao Fan asked. He was indeed exhausted. Before the mission he had refined a bunch of pills within the Star Dipper diagram, originally thinking that it would be of great use at the critical moment. As a result, he didn't have time to enter into taking it when facing a Xiandan realm powerhouse. Blink and he could be dead. I'm also going back to the cave first. Nangong Lingxian turned back into that cold and icy appearance from before. Xiao Fan is speechless, just about to swing away. And then a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Brother Xiao, are you alright? Xiao Fan and Nangong Lingxian looked back at the same time. And the person who came was none other than Chen Feixing. Nangong Lingxian raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and twisted her head without speaking. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised as he surveyed Chen Feixing and spoke. I'm fine. It was the two elders who passed by and saved us. Brother Chen. You, elder passing by. That's really great. Chen Feixing's face turned pale as he opened his mouth to explain. At that time, you said for the two of us to escape. And then I ran as hard as I could. And my reaction at that time was to hurry back to the extreme immortal sect to request for rescue. So I ran furiously all the way back, not expecting you guys to come back first. Xiao Fan nodded. It's also luck. If it wasn't for Elder He and Elder Shi passing by, I might have died there today. This was true. Even if he took the blood-burning pill, Xiao Fan would not be able to beat Zhao Chunyang of the Xiandan realm. At best, it will just last a few moments longer. That's good. Chen Feixing nodded with a pale face and did not continue to say anything. The three of them entered the gate of the extreme immortal sect, the 100-feet-high giant door. When he traversed into it was the same as the first time. Xiao Fan felt that instantly there were several channels of divine sense sweeping over his body several times. In a few breaths, he and Nangong Lingxian both passed through the light curtain. Chen Feixing, on the other hand, was obviously slower, but the light curtain did not block it or issue a warning. Proof that all three are okay. Brother Xiao, Nangong, I'll take my leave first. Chen Feixing clasped his fists and turned to leave. Xiao Fan looked at the direction Chen Feixing left in. His brows furrowed slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where it was wrong. And at this moment, Nangong Lingxian spoke. I'm leaving as well. I'll give you the contribution points after I turn in the mission later. As the words fell, Nangong Lingxian turned around and was about to leave. And at that moment, Xiao Fan's voice came from behind him. Thanks. Nangong Lingxian's footsteps paused, and instead of turning around, a cold voice came out. You're welcome. It would have been my mistake that caused us to be exposed, said. Nangong Lingxian left. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly, looking at Nangong Lingxian's back as she left, an indescribable taste in his heart. Between life and death, saved for the first time, and by a woman, cold, stupid, and brainless, but nice for a human being. After saying that, Xiao Fan also left and headed to his cave. In fact, the distance between the three people's caves wasn't too far, but all three of them chose different paths to go back. Chapter 167, Xiaotian returns. The two elders, He Yutong and Shi Ji, directly found Su Yongyan, telling the story of this outing where he ran into a demonic cultivator. Upon hearing this, Su Yongyan's face turned ugly as he contacted Intersect Patriarch Wu Xinjue on the spot. The two of them briefly conferred and dispatched a dozen Xiandan realm elders within the Extreme Immortal sect and 100 disciples of the Tongtian internal sect, led by two of the Elder Academy's supreme elders themselves. In the Extreme Immortal sect, those who could be called a supreme elder had a cultivation level of at least the Yuan Soul realm. It belonged to one of the Extreme Immortal sect's underpinnings, a true high-end battle force. And this matter caused quite a shock amongst the inner sects. However, it had little effect on the outer sects, and not many people knew about it. Jingchuan City, Xiao family, Xiaotian, as well as his master Shou Yuanzhong, had just arrived at Jingchuan City not long ago, with Shou Yuanzhong's cultivation. Bringing Xiaotian and the butler duo to fly through the air was also very fast. During this time, Xiao Yuan and his wife served well. This is a legendary Xiandan realm powerhouse. In a small place like Jingchuan, most people might not see a Xiandan realm powerhouse in their lifetime. Shou Yuanzhong was seated in the main seat in the main hall of the Xiao Mansion. As an outer sect elder of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, the largest power in the martial emperor state, this respect is a given wherever you go. Xiao Tian stood on the side, his face gloomy. He had thought that when he arrived at Jingchuan City, he would directly break Xiao Fan's arms and legs and then drag him away like a dead dog. It turned out that the other party had actually left and was not in Jingchuan City. It made him furious. Tian, what are you going to do about this matter? Shou Yuanzhong's calm gaze looked towards Xiaotian. For this disciple he cared very much. A demonic level of talent that would surely be able to surpass him in time. Master, I've already sent people to investigate. And the North Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion had left Jingchuan a while ago, not knowing where he went. Xiaotian opened his mouth, his tone a bit grim. This Xiao Fan waste must have fled to the Extreme Immortal sect in order to avoid me. Shou Yuanzhong nodded. The extreme immortal sect is very strong. Even if we, the netherworld immortal palace, are a cut above him, we can't go to war at will. The extreme immortal sect was extremely deep, once the overlord of the martial emperor state, even if their power was inferior to the misty immortal palace nowadays. However, they didn't dare to easily provoke a war. Then, Master, is there no other way? Xiaotian's eyes were ice cold. He hated Xiao Fan and wanted to torture the other party to death. Shou Yuanzhong paused. Although in his heart he felt that Xiaotian was a little impatient and fierce, but he did not persuade or discipline, because in his opinion, there was nothing wrong with a disciple asking a waste for a chance, even if the punk the other guy was talking about was his own brother. Going to the extreme immortal sect to find someone and then taking the other person away is impossible. Unless, Shou Yuanzhong's eyes went cold as he slowly said, we can lure him back. We can't do it in extreme immortal sect. Wouldn't it be fine to do it in Jingchuan City? Senior, are you saying? Xiaotian's eyes lit up. When he enters the extreme immortal sect, he is at best an outer disciple, or even just a journeyman disciple, and not much. As an elder of the netherworld immortal palace, Shou Yuanzhong was naturally familiar with the interior of the extreme immortal sect. Master accompany you on a trip to the dragon family. Didn't he say that he is now a flunky of the dragon family and disowns your Xiao family? Then let him send someone from the dragon family to notify Xiao Fan. Give his dragon family a deadline. Let Xiao Fan come back within 10 days of the deadline, or else one day over. Kill one person from his dragon family. Shou Yuanzhong's words were bland, but they were grim. An outer disciple of the extreme immortal sect, who was competing in the ring outside, died. It was nothing. It's similar to the netherworld palace, but for him to go within the extreme immortal sect to catch it, this was definitely impossible. It's about the face of the clan. Xiaotian was overjoyed at the words and hurriedly bowed and cupped his fists. Thank you, Master. Xiaotian informed the Xiao Yuan couple about this matter. After the two of them heard the words, they immediately rejoiced. When they were in the Long family, they had lost their adults, so it was just the right time to take this opportunity to get them back. A group of people killed their way to the Dragon Mansion in great numbers. The Long family, during the period of time after Xiao Fan had left, the overall power of the Long family had increased greatly. The spirit stone vein that Xiao Fan had helped the dragon family obtain had brought the dragon family heavenly benefits. Even the group of sons and daughters within the mansion had all refined their cultivation because they were getting more spirit stones each month. The Xiao family's group of people, in great numbers, traveled to the Long family. It drew a lot of spectators from the people of Jingchuan City. In front of the main gate of the Long mansion, in addition to the Xiao family's people, there were also piles of onlookers. Regarding this matter, the people of the Xiao family were naturally happy to see it. Who are you here to see? The subordinate of the Long mansion trembled at the door and said. Xiao Yuan stepped forward and spoke in a cold voice. Tell that old undead Long Anhai to roll out. His voice was loud, and this voice was shouted with all his cultivation. Not only did the people around them hear it clearly, even Long Anhai who was inside the Long mansion heard it. As the head of the Long family, the largest family in Jingchuan City, when had Long Anhai ever been verbally abused by someone at his door like this? On the spot, he slammed the table and stormed out in a murderous rage. Xiao Yuan, I think you don't want to live. Long Anhai's voice was so loud that his anger could be heard. Following him were a group of Dragon family elders and Dragon Mansion subordinates. Homeowner verbally abused at door. This was a disgrace to the entire Long family. Chapter 168, Xiaotian's threat. However, when Long Anhai saw the Xiao family's crowd at the main entrance, he froze. In addition to Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, Xiaotian had unexpectedly returned. And most importantly, there was a white-haired old man beside him, although he couldn't sense the old man's realm, but from the aura, very dangerous. You, Xiao Yuan, what is your so-called business in coming to my dragon mansion? Long Anhai held back the anger in his heart and did not dare to attack, because just now he realized that not only could he not see through that old man's cultivation, even Xiao Tian's cultivation he couldn't see through. He was a Qi transformation realm grand circle, and not being able to see through the other party's cultivation could only mean one thing. The other party reached the Tong Tian realm. While being greatly shocked in his heart, Long Anhai forced himself to stay calm. Bah! Xiao Yuan spat towards the ground and sneered coldly. Long Anhai, I came to your Long mansion to cause trouble. Can't you see that? Wei Xia also laughed coldly from the side. Where is that little bastard Xiao Fan? I'm going to take him with me, and if I don't hand him over, I'll exterminate your Long family's entire clan. You, daring! Several clan elders of the Long family were enraged. Even Long Anhai, who wanted to put the matter to rest, was enraged. Being humiliated in public and wanting to destroy his Long family? If this matter could be tolerated, then their Long family would not be able to mix in Jingchuan City in the future. A number of clan elders of the Long family were murderous and had just taken a step forward. However, Xiaotian, who was on the side, frowned as his figure took a step forward. A wave of Chu He collapsed out in front of him, shooting towards the several dragon family elders who were killing in front of him. Instantly, several dragon family elders who intended to make a move each had blood spurting out of their mouths, their faces flushed red, and several of them flew out backwards. Grand Clan Elder, Second Clan Elder. The people of the Dragon Mansion were each surprised and rushed to check the injuries of several clan elders. Long on high froze. He couldn't believe that scene just now. You've actually reached the passage realm. He felt it most clearly, and the fluctuations in Xiaotian's body just now clearly belonged to a Tongtian realm powerhouse. Xiaotian coldly glanced at him and did not say anything. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia on the side were full of smiles and in a great mood. Wei Xia took a step forward, pinched her waist, and opened her mouth to sneer. Do you people of the Long family want to die? How dare you take action against my old lady? My son Xiaotian has already reached the Tongtian realm. If you guys dare to touch me, I can see that your Long family wants to exterminate your family. Long on high was furious, as were all the members of the Long family. However, at this time, no one in the Dragon House crowd dared to continue to speak. Xiaotian reached the Tongtian realm. In the entire Dragon House, there was only the Dragon family's oldest ancestor. Long Zz's strength was only the Tongtian realm. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared in midair with a full head of white hair and a majestic appearance. Bastard seeks death. It is the Long family's old ancestor, Long Zzz. How could he sit still when the Long family was humiliated like this? Xiaotian frowned a little as Long Zz's aura showed that he already had the cultivation level of the Great Circle of the Tongtian realm. As for him, he was only at the first level of the Tongtian realm. Although he could challenge across the ranks, he was still far from being Long Zz's opponent. At this moment, Zhou Yuanzhong, who had been by Xiaotian's side, smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. His eyes looked towards the midair Long Zizhou with a calm expression. Long Zz was seen by the smile and immediately felt his body trembling with sweat. No one else could feel it, but he felt it clearly. Xiandan Realm Powerhouse, X. Long Zz was just about to open his mouth. However, the words had not yet been fully spoken. Just as Zhou Yuanzhong casually waved his hand, a terrifying wave of qi swept through the midair. Long Zz was instantly hit by this air wave. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his entire body fell from the air. In front of me, daring to insult my disciple, I think you want to die. Zhou Yuanzhong's words were flat. Defeating a Tongtian Realm Great Circle powerhouse was just a matter of snapping his fingers to him. The people of the Dragon Mansion all looked horrified. Old ancestor, Dad, the strongest person in Jingchuan City, the oldest ancestor of their Long family, was defeated casually? The onlookers, one by one, changed their color. Is this going to be a change for the better in Jingchuan City? Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, both of them, were still a bit scared after just now. After all, Long Zizhong appeared. But seeing Zhou Yuanzhong make a move, the two of them instantly came back to their senses. With a Xiandan Realm powerhouse as their backing, what were they afraid of? Long Zz's figure walked out from within the Dragon Mansion in no time. The other party didn't lay down a killer just now, just giving him a lesson. But even so, Long Zz was pale and blood flowed out of his mouth. Elder. Long Zz bent down and bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him. He had to bow his head, or else his Long family could really perish today. Zhou Yuanzhong didn't open his mouth, as if he didn't care to converse with Long Zizhong, and Xiaotian, who was on the side, laughed and stood out, coldly saying, my intention of coming here is simple. Hand over Xiaofan and I will fight him to the death in the ring. His voice was loud and clear for all present to hear. But, Xiaofan has already gone to the extreme immortal sect and is not in the dragon family. Long Zz's face was unsightly, knowing that what should have come had come and had not been avoided. Extreme immortal sect? Xiaotian sneered. I don't care about that much. In any case, within 10 days, I want to see Xiaofan run appear in the Jingchuan ring. Otherwise, his voice turned grim. 1 day late, I'll kill one member of your Long family's first family. 3 days late, I'll strip his ugly wife naked and parade her in the streets. Chapter 169, The Dragon Family's Disgrace. Xiaotian's ice-cold voice reached the ears of the crowd. Everyone in the Long family was furious on the spot. One by one, their eyes turned red. Long Zz, who was standing at the very front, was even more unbearable. 1 day later, kill one of his Long family? 3 days late, stripped his granddaughter naked and paraded her through the streets. Bastard! How dare you! Long Zz was furious. As the Long family's oldest ancestor, when had an outsider humiliated his Long family so much in front of him? However, before he could do anything, Zhou Yuanzhong, who was on the side, made his move first. A cold aura shot towards Long Zizi's abdomen. Long Zizi spat blood on the spot. His figure flew backwards, smashed through the high wall of the dragon mansion behind him. However, the figure did not stop. Enough to pass 100 meters, smashed several houses before stopping. Old ancestor, Dad. The Long family crowd was shocked, and so were the onlookers, and they didn't even dare to take a big breath in the face of such a strong man, let alone open up and discuss it. Long Anhai's face was gloomy to the extreme. If he didn't have the dragon family as a tie, he even wanted to rush up and fight for his life. His own father was beaten in front of him. Xiaotian threatened to strip his daughter and parade her in the street, but finally he took a deep breath and forced it all down, because otherwise, he had no choice. If he moved, then his Long family would perish today. My dragon family understands and will definitely send someone to inform Xiaofan. Long Anhai bowed his head as he respectfully bowed to Zhou Yuanzhong. If he didn't bow down, then it would be hard for his Long family to escape today. Zhou Yuanzhong smiled, not the slightest bit surprised by this result. If the Long family didn't bow down, then he would really exterminate this Long house with his hands and have them removed from Jingchuan City. The Netherworld Immortal Palace had this backbone. Xiaotian's face was filled with a cold smile. He had a haughty personality and had never placed the Long family in his eyes since joining the Misty Immortal Palace. 10 days later, I'll come back and I won't be able to see Xiaofan. So you Dragon Mansion take care of yourself. As the words fell, Xiaotian turned back to Zhou Yuanzhong and respectfully bowed. Master, let's go. Zhou Yuanzhong nodded before following Xiaotian out. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia both just reacted at this time. They had never experienced such a scene in their lives. The strongest person in Jingchuan City, Long Zizi, was actually sent flying by a single blow. The two were shocked, but at the same time, their hearts were cool to the core, because this man is their son's mentor. It's one of our own. Bah! The number one family in Jingchuan City will not be your Long family in the future. Xiao Yuan laughed coldly. Tell you, if you can't see that little guy after 10 days, your Long family will wait for death. Wei Xia sneered. The two of them left with the remaining Xiao family members as well. In fact, they wanted to talk more, but Zhou Yuanzhong and Xiaotian weren't there. Those people in the dragon house all eyes and want to eat people like. Just the two of them do not dare to. Long Anhai as well as the Long family members had ugly faces as they hurried back to check Long Zizi's injuries. Fortunately, he was only seriously injured and his life was not in danger. Long fellow onlookers disperse. Yet everyone knew that Jingchuan City was about to change. Inside the Dragon Mansion, Long Zizi was sent back to the secret room. He took a few pills and his face recovered a lot. Beside him stood Long Anhai and a group of Long family elders. Old ancestor, is your injury alright? Each of these dragon family ancestors was incomparably aggrieved, and the word shame was written all over their faces. In all the years that the Long family had been around, there had never been a time when they had been so humiliated. Long Zizi shook his head and sighed. It doesn't matter. So what do we do next? A clan elder opened his mouth to ask, and the atmosphere chilled for a moment. Fight them? When has my Long family ever been so humiliated? Yes, fight them. It's better to die standing up than to live on your knees. The fiery-tempered clan elders couldn't hold back. They opened their mouths one after another. Actually, there isn't one person who thinks this way. Most people think this way. Spell. Spell what spell? The other party is Xiandan realm. The whole Jingchuan City people together are not enough to kill each other. Long Anhai interrupted the crowd with a bellow. He had more anger in him than anyone else. Long Zizi looked around the weak, finally sighed and slowly spoke. Send someone to notify Xiaofan. Tell him all about this side of things. But, this Xiaofan coming back is bound to die. A clan elder spoke up hastily. All of them in the Long family had a great change of heart towards Xiaofan, and completely looked at him as their own family. Tell him everything over here, and if he's not capable of defending himself, then just tell him that he doesn't need to come back, and that he can take revenge for my dragon family in the future. Long Zizi calmly said. Arrange for the female family members in the residence, the direct descendants to leave, leaving a portion of the fire for the Long family. The Long family was silent. No one objected, and no one opened their mouths to say anything else. Second clan elder. Third clan elder. You two go to the extreme immortal sect. Long Anhai opened his mouth and turned his gaze to the two. The two of them glanced at each other and nodded, and without a moment's pause, they directly left for the extreme immortal sect. In front of a Xiandan realm powerhouse, their Long family had no power of resistance. One could only place all their hopes on Xiaofan. Chapter 170, Fleeing in the Night. In fact, the Long family's crowd was also very bottomless. The meaning of Long Zizi sending someone to inform Xiaofan was simple. If he was not capable of solving the matter in Jingchuan City, then there's no need to come back. just wait to avenge his Long family later. And although the people didn't say anything on their lips, they all knew in their hearts that what would be the use of informing Xiaofan. Xiaotian had already reached the Tong Tian realm, while Xiaofan had only reached the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm when he left, and had only been away for less than 2 months, so how strong could he be? What's more, behind Xiaotian is a Xiandan realm powerhouse. They also didn't think that Xiaofan would be able to make a name for himself within the extreme immortal sect. After all, the time away was too short, and the only expectation in their hearts was to see if Xiaofan could get in touch with Elder Qiao of the Treasure Pavilion, which might be the last glimmer of life. Late night, Long Miaoyin, Long Kaiwei, and a group of women from the Long family, the first line of the Long family, all of them were gathered together. Even Long Yi was there. Each person had a large bag and was packed for the trip. The faces of the crowd were unsightly. Everyone was well aware of what happened in the Long family during the day. Long Anhai looked around the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. The Xiao family came looking for trouble, and you all know the process. No one spoke, and the silence meant everything. My dragon family is in this big trouble. I don't know if I can get through it, so I will send a group of you to leave first tonight. If nothing happens to the dragon family later, then I will go to pick you up and bring you back. If, Long Anhai's words paused and he spoke, if the Long family is destroyed, you must also unite together and live well, waiting for the future. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing. A group of women even shed tears. Father, I'm not going. I'm staying to be with you. Long Kaiwei was the first to stubbornly say, although her mother's family was also very powerful, at best it was only about the same as the Long family, and in front of a Xiandan realm powerhouse, it was not worth mentioning at all. Silly child. Long Anhai sighed and stroked her head favorably. This calamity was dangerous for the Long family, but it was only for the Long family members within Jingchuan City. The crowd was considered safe even if they left Yusukawa. A Xiandan realm powerhouse wouldn't appear to have nothing to do with chasing after them. Father, I'm not leaving either. Long Miaoyin also cried, still with the veil covering her face, her eyes red with tears sliding out. All of these things were because of Xiaofan, and Long Miaoyin's heart was sadder than anyone else's. Xiaofan was his husband, and as a result, the other party's own brother, was coming to overthrow her Long family. Long Anhai's heart stings again. Silly. Long Anhai wanted to comfort Long Miaoyin, however, before he could open his mouth, Long Yi, who was in the crowd, however, opened his mouth and growled, "Go, why? Why should I be allowed to go?" The eyes of the crowd looked in unison. Long Yi's words pulled the crowd out of their sadness. These things are all caused by Xiaofan. As long as we hand over Xiaofan, then the Xiao family will definitely not make things difficult for us. Long Yi opened his mouth and growled, his expression grim. Shut up, Long Anhai roared. However, Long Yi didn't listen at all and continued to speak. Father, do you think I don't know? The other Xiao family is just asking us to hand over Xiaofan. Send someone to the extreme immortal sect to call Xiaofan back, and then hand it over to the Xiao family, and this matter will be over. If you're worried that Xiaofan is afraid of death and won't come back, then find a reason to trick him into coming back. As for the 10 days that the Xiao family said, we can beg them for a grace period, and if we really can't, we'll first hand over Long Miaoyin to them as a sign of our sincerity. The surrounding people are full of shock looking at Long Yi. The Long Yi at this moment made the crowd feel very strange. Adverse son. Shut up. Long Anhai is trembling with anger. Long Miaoyin took a step back, her face pale. Long Kaiwei stood out and said angrily, my brother-in-law wouldn't be too afraid of death to come back. The atmosphere around them was strange for a moment. Many of them, the first family members of the Long family, were puzzled. That's right. The Xiao family wants Xiaofan. Why implicate them? Why should they run for their lives? And yet the other party is able to live peacefully in the extreme immortal sect? On what grounds? Should my Long family be destroyed for a door-to-door son-in-law? Long Yi was not willing and continued to roar. If the Long family perished, then he really had nothing left. Long Anhai was so angry that he took 2 steps to Long Yi's body and raised his hand to give him a slap. The beating caused Long Yi to fall to the ground and spit blood from his mouth. Xiaofan fought to the death for my Long family to get the spirit stone vein. And you just do nothing at home every day. Long Anhai hated the iron and was furious. Rebellious son. I'll kill you. Father. Long Kaiwei rushed forward and relieved Long Anhai. Long Yi also didn't dare to continue speaking. Long Anhai slowed down for a moment, looked around, and said in a deep voice, I know that you may think that what I did was wrong. However, he, Xiaofan, is a member of my Long family. Well, let's leave now while the night is dark. The many female family members and direct lineages of the Long family, although they had their own thoughts in their minds, but with Long Yi's previous experience, no one dared to continue to open their mouths. The Long family had the women and the first family in the Long house pack up and move during the day, and arranged to flee at night. escorted away by 2 clan elders late at night. However, when the group carefully just reached the gates of Jingchuan City, an icy voice came out. Where are you going? Chapter 171 Traitor of the Long Family. Xiaotian. Long on high froze. The 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder beside him also froze. They did not expect Xiaotian to guard this place. The female members of the Long family and the first family members were scared and backed away, each with a look of fear on their faces that was hard to hide. Xiaotian laughed coldly and looked around at the crowd as he spoke coldly. You Long family are so bold. Are you not taking my words to heart? He was smiling again, but the smile looked like the devil to the crowd. Long Kaiwei and Long Miaoyin stood together. The 2 sisters couldn't take a few steps back after being swept by Xiaotian's gaze, their faces pale and frightened. Xiaotian noticed Long Miaoyin and he brightened up. Ha ha, this should be my sister-in-law, right? Xiaotian stepped forward. At the very front, Long Anhai and the 2 clan elders stood out and blocked in front of him. Xiaotian, what do you want? Xiaotian skimmed a glance at the 3 and sneered. How? Not really, I just want to see my trashy big brother. And your dragon family doesn't seem to be keeping their word. You, how did you know we'd be here? Long Anhai spoke coldly. The Long family fled in the middle of the night, and this matter was only known to the first family and female family members in the Long house, and none of the subordinates in the Long house were informed. It was normal for the Xiao family to send their subordinates to monitor even if they were suspicious, and how could Xiaotian personally guard this place? Xiaotian laughed as his gaze looked into the crowd of the Long family. That's what I said. Hearing this voice in the crowd was shocked. Long Anhai even heart thump. Long Yi walked out in large strides and bowed respectfully when he reached Xiaotian. Master Xiao. Xiaotian nodded. You've done well in this matter. Long Yi's face was full of fawning smiles, nodding his head repeatedly. I'm grateful that you look up to me, Master Xiao, and I'll die after I've set my liver and brain on your life. You, rebellious son. Long Anhai was going crazy at this moment. He took a step out and wanted to slap Long Yi to death. However, Xiaotian frowned, and with a backhanded palm, he shocked Long Anhai back a few steps as he spoke coldly. My dog, you dare to move it. I'm afraid you don't want to live, right? Being called a dog, Long Yi did not have any discomfort, still full of fawning smiles. Looking at that expression, it was close to learning 2 barks in public. Long Anhai was not a match for Xiaotian at all now, and the 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder also turned pale as they stepped forward to support Long Anhai. Xiaotian ignored them and directed his gaze towards the first family and female members of the Long family, a bad smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since your Long family won't listen to me, I'll take these people away. After 10 days, if you see Xiaofan 1 day late, I'll kill 1 person. If you're 3 days late. Xiaotian turned his gaze towards Long Miaoyin, revealing a hideous smile. Then strip my sister-in-law naked of her clothes and dresses and parade her in the streets, so that the men of the whole of Jingchuan can properly appreciate the body of my waist big brother's woman. Long Miaoyin's face was so pale that she couldn't see any semblance of blood, and her figure retreated, almost falling to the ground. It was Long Kaiwei who held her up. This man in front of me is like the devil. Long Anhai was furious. Then Xiaotian slapped his hand back. A horrible air wave attacked, and Long Anhai spat blood from his mouth. Fight him! The 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder rushed up to make a move at this moment. However, how could the 2 of them possibly be a one-trick pony against Xiaotian? Out of your depth. Xiaotian sneered and backhanded another palm. In an instant the 2 men were knocked down and spat out of their mouths. All 3 were seriously injured. Xiaotian looked at Long Yi and laughed. Help these Long family members. All take them away from me. Find dog cages to shut them inside, and all hang them on the ring outside the city lord's mansion for me. 10 days later. If you don't see Xiaofan 1 day late, slaughter 1 person. Long Yi nodded his head in agreement with a fawning smile. Extreme immortal sect. 5 days had passed since he returned from Shilua City. Xiaofan took the elixir that he had refined within the star dough diagram, and it didn't take him half a day to recover to the peak. His day turned out to be the same as before. Going to the book depository in the middle of the night to clean, cultivate during the day and read the gongfu at night, alchemizing pills along the way. And his cultivation now has reached the peak of the late 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. At any moment, he could break through, and after being suppressed by him all the time, the alchemy ability was also greatly enhanced, and the rate of success for first-grade top-grade elixirs increased greatly. On the 3rd day back, Nangon Lingxian came. The icy cold pretty face altogether just said, Succubus, contribution points to you. The contribution points were divided into 3, because they ended up killing Zhao Chunyang. The clan gave them a total of 300 contribution points based on completing the mission. That's 100 contribution points per person. Xiaofan breathlessly received 100 contribution points. then indifferently looked at Nangong Lingxuan's back as she left. At the same time, he silently cursed the other party 800 times in his heart. All your whole family. Xiaofan had a presumption of his own strength nowadays. If he fought with all his might, he could defeat the second level of the Tong Tian realm and have a battle with the third level. Of course these were only for ordinary cultivators. Demonic geniuses who can challenge over steps are another matter. As for what the extreme immortal sect had learned from the mouth of Zhao Chunyang, the city lord of Shilua City, or the mysterious demonic beast that might exist in Shilua City, these Xiaofan was completely unaware of. He also took the time to look at the little fatty Zhu gang. Recently, the new disciples who had set up stalls with Zhu gang in the sect this term had become more numerous. Before there were only 7, but now there are more than 30. This has a lot to do with Xiaofan. Xiaofan was in the ring area, defeating Deacon's son, and this matter could be rumored by the outer sect. Xiaofan smiled helplessly at this and didn't say anything. When Xiaofan went to the book depository, Elder Xiaoan and Lao also informed him. The next inner disciple selection was going to start in 10 days. Let him seize the time to improve his strength. After all, only when he entered the inner gate would he truly be considered a disciple of the extreme immortal sect. Time flashed by and another 3 days had passed. 7 more days until the inner disciple selection. And at this time, outside the extreme immortal sect, Dusty rushed to 2 old men. Xiaofan, someone is looking for you. Chapter 172, Seeking Help from the Sect. Xiaofan, who was meditating inside the cave, froze. Someone's coming for him? Xiaofan left the cave with large strides, following the disciple who had informed him outside the cave and headed outside the extreme immortal sect's mountain gate. Just after exiting the mountain gate light screen, Xiaofan saw the second elder and third elder who were full of fatigue. Second elder and third elder. What are you guys? Xiaofan directly opened his mouth and asked. Xiaofan, finally I see you. Something big has happened to the dragon family. The second elder and third elder hurriedly spoke after seeing Xiaofan, and their faces were anxious. What happened? Xiaofan was stunned and his heart thumped as a bad premonition surged in his heart. Here's the thing. The second elder hurriedly told the story. From Xiaotian leading people to the Long family, to Xiaotian reaching the Tongtian realm, and that mysterious Xian Dan realm powerhouse. After hearing this, Xiaofan's face became increasingly gloomy, especially when he heard the last sentence. If he Xiaofan is 1 day late, he will slaughter 1 person from his Long family, and if he is 3 days late, he will parade Long Miaoyin in the streets. The anger in Xiaofan's heart was like a volcano erupting, and he couldn't wait to immediately slaughter Xiaotian. Xiaofan, the old ancestor said that if you don't have the confidence to solve this matter, then you don't have to go back and care about the dragon family. You can just avenge the dragon family later. The second elder opened his mouth with an ugly face, and his heart was dripping blood when he said this. Xiaofan's face was gloomy without opening his mouth to respond. Not going back? He was sure to go back even if he knew he would die. And he's going to kill his own brother with his own hands. When the third elder saw Xiaofan scowling, he hurriedly opened his mouth and reminded. Xiaofan, you know the North Pavilion master of that treasure pavilion. I wonder if you can contact him. If you can contact him, there might still be a chance of salvation. The second elder also turned his gaze toward Xiaofan, waiting for his answer. In fact, the only hope they had for coming here was that Xiaofan could contact Elder Xiao. After all, the Northern Pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion still had some weight in the Martial Emperor state. Even if the Netherworld Immortal Palace was strong, they wouldn't mess with it at will. At these words, Xiaofan shook his head and did not speak. A look of despair emerges on the faces of the second and third elders. Can't reach Zhou the Elder? Then wouldn't their Long family be in trouble this time? Even if he defeated Xiaotian, what could he do? People also have a Xian Dan realm master, and the two of them hadn't even thought that Xiaofan would be able to make a name for himself in the extreme immortal sect. After all, based on the projection of time, throwing out the rush, Xiaofan had only joined the extreme immortal sect for a month, probably didn't even talk to the elders, and at this moment, Xiaofan, who had been keeping a gloomy face, raised his head and looked at the two elders and opened his mouth. I will resolve this matter. Second clan elder and third clan elder, you two come with me. Hearing Xiaofan's words, the duo froze. However, turning to their faces, joy surfaced, and the two of them didn't have time to pursue their questions as they followed Xiaofan into the extreme immortal sect's mountain gate. No one stopped the disciples guarding the mountain. Xiaofan's reputation was very loud in the outer sect nowadays. Defeated Deacon son of the ring area and didn't give a who dares to mess with this fatalist. After entering the extreme immortal sect, Xiaofan took out a sound transmission jade slip. This is the one he used to contact Chu Kong. A few moments later, Chu Gang rushed over because just now, Xiaofan had transmitted a voice saying that there was an urgent matter and asked him to quickly go to the mountain entrance. The second clan elder and the third clan elder didn't open their mouths. The scene in front of them after entering the extreme immortal sect had already dazzled the two old men. Inside is a completely different scene from the outside. The grandeur of the extreme immortal sect's outer gate was also far from being comparable to a small place like Jingchuan City. A few moments later, Shu Gang arrived. Before he could open his mouth, Xiaofan took out the golden token of his cave and threw it to Zhu Gang. Take these two elders within my family to wait for me in my cave. As the words fell, Xiaofan's figure moved, disappeared, leaving behind Zhu Gang as well as the second and third elders to look at each other. But since Xiaofan said that it was the elders of his family, then Zhu Gang naturally knew what to do. Two seniors, my name Zhu Gang is a good brother of Brother Xiao. This side of Brother Zhao's cave. This way please. Zhu Gang made a gesture of invitation. This caused the second and third clan elders to stare. Those in blue robes are outer disciples. This was a point of common sense that they still knew. Yet this outer disciple would be so respectful to Xiaofan? And the cave? Did Xiaofan just say cave? The two elders let out an "oh" and followed Zhu Gang away. I came to the dusty, hurried, just now did not want to explore the strength of Xiaofan. How? Xiaofan's speed was extremely fast, and the doo-wop star shift was originally a body technique type of technique. In addition to having the skill of shifting shape, using it on a regular basis is also a great boost to your speed. It made him far superior to cultivators of the same class by several times. The place Xiaofan rushed to was the outer sect hall, where Patriarch Su Yongnian was. This time he would seek help from the clan. It wasn't that he, Xiaofan, was afraid to fight Xiaotian to the death. Instead, two elders rushed over and spent 7 days. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he won't be able to make it back to Jingchuan in 3 days. On the other hand, the other party had a Xindan realm powerhouse in attendance, and Xiaofan estimated that that person should be Xiaotian's master. Since the other party had called the elders and was threatening him with the Long family, then he, Xiaofan, did not care and informed the clan of these things. Su Yongnian was currently in the outer gate hall with Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu. All the other elders had gone to be busy, and only these two were the most free. It couldn't be helped. Who let people know how to refine pills and weapons? And at this time, the three people who are drinking to each other. At the same time, their eyes look out of the hall. What's this little guy doing here? Su Yongnian smiled, but his smile stalled when Xiaofan entered. Because of Xiaofan's gloomy face as well as the dense murderous aura that covered his body, anyone could sense that something big had happened. Patriarch, do it for me. Xiaofan directly kneeled down on one knee, his voice sorrowful. Chapter 173, Returning to Jingchuan. The three froze. What is Xiaofan up to? With this kid's character he even knelt down directly? What's going on? Quickly. Su Yongnian spoke in a deep voice, feeling as if something extraordinary had happened. Jiang Yushan's face was also gloomy. He had favored the other party when Xiaofan had just been initiated, and still taking his class awakened the Gautama species. This period of time he can be complacent bad. Nothing to run to the inner door danding peak and Kong Ping bragging and showing off. Xiao Mu also froze, based on their understanding of Xiaofan. How could the other party beg to the sect without something heavenly? This is a bogeyman who even dared to cut himself. The misty immortal palace is bullying people too much. A Shendan realm elder is leading the charge, bullying my wife and wanting to exterminate my entire clan. Xiaofan recounted the matter. His identity as a flunky was not a secret in the extreme immortal sect, and when Xiaofan finished talking about what had happened, all three of their faces turned iron blue. 1 day late. Not return to kill a man. 3 days late. To strip Xiaofan's wife naked and parade her in the street? Good. Good he misty immortal palace. Jiang Yushan had a fiery temper, and when he heard this, he slapped the coffee table in front of him in anger on the spot. Su Yongnian stared at his eyebrows and did not stop, but his eyes also became cold. Xiao Mu, who has always been mild-tempered and withered, also has a somewhat grim face at this time. The family members of his extreme immortal sect disciples were bullied to this extent by the netherworld immortal palace? Xiaofan bowed his head, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it, kneeling on one knee and not yet getting up. Su Yongnian, what is to be done about this? Jiang Yushan twisted his head around and directly shouted angrily, regardless of what you say, this matter is in my hands. Su Yongnian sighed. The usual smiling appearance disappeared. Serious opening. Now most of the elders within the clan have gone to search for any suspicious characters near Shilua City. Hearing this, Xiaofan's heart thumped. He thought Su Yongnian might be trying to give up on sending help. After all, it was not worth it to cross swords with the misty immortal palace for the sake of an outer disciple. Jiang Yushan is also this idea. Su Yongnian is the patriarch, so no matter what he does, he is concerned about a big picture. He was just about to get angry when he heard Su Yongnian continue. How about this? You and Xiao Mu will follow Xiaofan over there first, and after that, we'll send someone from within the sect over to support them. After hearing this, Xiaofan, who had his head bowed and his face gloomy, froze, Jian Yushan also froze, and even Chao Mu, who was silent on the side, did the same. This was not the usual style of handling things for Su Yongnian. In fact, just now even Chao Mu wanted to open his mouth to persuade Su Yongnian to send someone over to stand up for Xiao Fan. After all, the Netherworld Immortal Palace had gone a bit too far this time. It's not even someone else who's threatened. Rather, it was the demonic disciple within his extreme immortal sect who had awakened the seed of enlightenment. Okay, I'll go forward. Jian Yushan slapped his chest, his voice a few points higher than usual. Chao Mu, who was on the side, didn't say anything, but he also stood up from his seat. Boy, let's go. Jian Yushan opened his mouth to look at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked up at the three as he nodded his head and stood up before bowing deeply and cupping his fists in salute to the three in a very respectful manner. Su Yongnian smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen, even if the other party is the Netherworld Immortal Palace. His tone was flat, but it revealed a domineering aura. Jian Yushan patted Xiao Fan's shoulder. Don't be a mother-in-law. Hurry up. Chao Mu nodded without opening his mouth. Xiao Fan sucked in his breath. What he had originally thought was that an elder could be sent from within the sect to rush back with him and then allow him to have a fair fight with Xiaotian. At least it wouldn't end up with him defeating Xiaotian, only to have someone from the Netherworld Immortal Palace maliciously intervene. As a result, he didn't expect that Su Yongnian would not only send out 2 elders in one breath. It's more like saying they'll keep sending people afterward. It touched his heart so much. Xiao Fan brought Jian Yushan and also Chao Mu back to the cave. Inside the cave, with a cordial smile on his face, Shu Gang warmly entertained the second elder as well as the third elder. Both of them looked dumbfounded when they first entered the cave. How had they ever seen a real cave? Not to mention sitting inside drinking tea at the moment. For a moment, it dawned on them as if they had thought wrongly before. Xiao Fan seemed to be doing well within the extreme immortal sect. At least it was better than they thought it would be. And at this moment, the door to the cave was suddenly opened and Xiao Fan walked in with 2 elders. The golden token was only one aspect. He had already dripped blood to recognize the owner, and he could open the cave without the token. Zhu Gang turned his head to look and froze when he spotted Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu. He rushed over and clasped his fists in obeisance. Xiao Fan didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhu Gang at this moment. He walked over to the second elder and third elder and spoke. The 2 clan elders, let's go now. Let's go back to Jingchuan City. Chapter 174, The Dragon Family's Misery. Originally, Xiao Fan thought that when he was rushing with Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu, the 2 elders, the other party would catch him then fly all the way through the air. After all, that's what happened the last time he came back with He Yutang and Shiji. However, Chao Mu took out a wooden boat from within his storage bag, which didn't look any different from a normal ferry boat. But this is actually a Xian rank upper grade magic weapon. The wooden boat floated in the air and was spacious enough to hold a dozen people. Moments later, the wooden boat turned into a stream of light and sailed from the extreme immortal sect to the west. Xiao Fan froze. It turns out that the refiner still has this. At once his eyes changed when he looked at Chao Mu. Seeing this scene, Jian Yushan skimmed his lips and didn't squeak. Chao Mu didn't open his mouth either. But in his heart, he was secretly happy. After all, if he could pull Xiao Fan into the weapon refining lineage, that would be a great achievement. He just happened to take this opportunity to show the strength of the refining vein. The second clan elder and the third clan elder on the sidelines have long been dumbfounded. Xiao Fan actually invited 2 Xian Dan realm elders. Moreover, one of them had actually taken out such a magic weapon wooden boat, which could be seen at a glance that it was not a mortal object. The speed of the wooden boat was fast, at least no less than a Xian Dan realm powerhouse flying through the air. According to this speed, in less than 3 days, the group would definitely be able to reach Jingchuan City. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan closed his eyes. He was going to use this time to work on honing his own cultivation before he reached Jingchuan City. Breakthrough to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Jingchuan City. The Long family had been subjected to an unprecedented and strange humiliation. Long Yi had been ordered by Xiaotian to arrest all of the female members and first family members of the Long family who wanted to escape, and even among them were Long On Hai and the 4th and 5th clan elders. He prepared more than 100 dog cages according to Xiaotian's instructions, locked everyone inside, and hung them on the high trees outside the ring in Jingchuan City. The wind, the food, the shelter, the day and the night are ravaged. Food and water, the Xiao family will give supply. But if you want to urinate and defecate, then it has to be in plain sight. For this reason, Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei, as well as a number of female members of the Long family, did not eat or drink for many days. Long Miaoyin and Long Kaiwei also both had the cultivation of the body forging realm. Even if they didn't eat or drink for more than 10 days, they wouldn't starve to death. They just had a waxy face and a weak body. But a portion of the uncultivated womenfolk could not endure these. This torture is worse than killing them. Long ZZ was incomparably furious after knowing this. Yet the Long family could only choose to endure, as they currently had no choice. City Lord Lu could only sigh helplessly at this matter, even though he was the city lord and was under the orders of the martial emperor dynasty. However, when it came to such a huge power as the netherworld immortal palace, even the martial emperor dynasty didn't dare to arbitrarily express their attitude, not to mention him being a small city lord. And throughout Jingchuan City, countless large and small clans had sent great gifts to the Xiao family. Every single thing was worth a lot of money, and even some small clans would sell their family assets to give expensive gifts in order to flatter the Xiao family. Anyone can see that this Jingchuan City has changed, whether or not the Long family is overthrown. According to the current point of view, it is just a word from the Xiao family. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, husband and wife, recently smiled from ear to ear, receiving gifts every day received soft. Xiaotian, on the other hand, cultivated daily, and even after arriving at Jingchuan City, his cultivation did not slacken off. Shou Yuanzhong was very satisfied with Xiaotian. This son was incredibly talented, and in the future, he would surely become a famous hegemon of the martial emperor state. As for the matter of Xiaotian ordering people to lock up the Long family's people in dog cages and hang them outside the city lord's mansion, he did not stop them when he learned about it. In his opinion, it was a bit cruel, though, but this cultivation world is inherently cruel. He was used to seeing life and death, and this kind of thing didn't make much of a ripple in his mind. Jingchuan City Lord's Mansion. In the ring area, the hot sun is high. Even if you hide under the shade to cool off, you'll be sweating. Long Yi is sitting in a gazebo at the edge of the ring, next to herbal tea and fruit, and his vision was looking at the cage holding Long Anhai and the others. A look of enjoyment. The people of the Dragon Mansion were hung from a tall tree, like caged birds and animals. Long Yi was surrounded by a dozen subordinates. These were the subordinates of the Xiao Mansion, sent over to watch over them together. Long Yi spat, then led the crowd in stride. He looked up at Long Anhai in the first dog cage. The other party's face was blue, his lips were dry and cracked, and there was a lot of blood on his body. Seeing Long Yi arrive, Long Anhai's eyes turned red and roared, "Rebellious son! Rebellious son! Why did I give birth to a like you?" Hearing Long Anhai's angry roar, the 4th clan elder, 5th clan elder, and the others who were inside the cages on the side also woke up. They are seriously injured. Their strength can't be played at all, or else they would have long ago spelled death to go out and also split Long Yi this. Long Yi, you shall not die. Long Yi, do you still consider yourself a member of the Long family? How dare you do this to us? The surrounding crowd of Long family's direct lineage and female family members all turned their gazes towards Long Yi. Ferocious rage accompanied by deep fear. Long Kaiwei said angrily, "Long Yi, you don't deserve to be my second brother. You." Long Miaoyin's face is pale. She hadn't spoken since she was put in here. Long Yi spat on the ground again, then viciously said, What are you guys again? Being hung from a tree and locked in a dog cage?" Immediately after that, he laughed coldly. "Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. If you all kneel down now and beg for forgiveness, saying that you won't have any relationship with the dragon family in the future, maybe I'll even plead with Master Xiao and let you guys go. Otherwise, once the 10-day period is up, I will slaughter each and every one of you then." Chapter 175, Human Tragedy. Adverse son. Long Anhai was furious when he heard Long Yi's words. Even his features became distorted. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the man in front of him would be his own son. It can be so heartless and unfeeling. "Old thing, have you cursed enough?" Long Yi glared viciously at Long Anhai. A heavy disgust flashed in his eyes. "Old man, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my father, and that all these people are also from the Long family, and somewhat related to me by blood, do you think that I would give you guys food and drink every day?" The Long family members who were hung inside the cage all looked at Long Yi with unfamiliar gazes. "Strange. You, adverse son, you still consider yourself a member of the Long family, being publicly abused by his own son." Long Anhai couldn't wait to tear Long Yi with his own hands. The dragon family? Long Yi laughed coldly. "What's so good about the Long family? Is it like you guys? For a punk flunky and then being locked up in this dog cage? Letting the whole of Jingchuan laugh at you? You, shut up." Long Anhai was furious. Xiao Fan has captured the spirit stone vein for my Long family. You have 30 more spirit stones every month. All of this has to do with Xiao Fan. Don't be obsessed. As a male child of the Long family, you can't be greedy and afraid of death. Beside the 4 clan old man, 5 clan old man, 2 people also unsightly incomparable. Have 2 people opened their mouths to persuade. The 2 of them hoped that they could talk Long Yi into it. After all, they were all connected to each other by blood. "I'm not sure." "Shut up, you 2 old geezers." Long Yi let out a bellowing cry as he strided to the front of the 2 men's dog cage, picked up the 2 stones on the ground, and smashed them in along the cage cracks respectively. It smashed straight into the heads of the 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder. The 2 clan elders were already seriously injured, and they couldn't even break free from the dog cage, let alone being locked inside. So how could they avoid the stone? Immediately, the 2 clan elders broke their heads and let out miserable screams. Long E, you pig dog! Long Anhai was going to be furious. This unfilial son even struck out at his elders. Damn! Shut up, you old thing! I tell you, if you weren't my father, I'd be the first to get you killed. Long E said viciously. Then he looked around, using a teasing gaze to look at the crowd of Long family ladies and first family members. He was very pleased with the fearful looks these people were giving him. Ever since he had contradicted Elder Qiao of the Jumbo Pavilion at Long Anhai's birthday banquet, the entire Long family had treated him very poorly. Long Anhai also heavily punished him. Afterwards, he was unwilling and wanted to take revenge on Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan was too strong and his position in the Long family was getting higher and higher, leaving him helpless. In the end, he colluded with outsiders and conspired with the Su family to betray Xiao Fan's movements. He had thought that Xiao Fan would definitely die this time, not surviving to the extreme immortal sect. The results were unexpected. Not long afterward, he unexpectedly heard that a group of Su family elders and the head of the family had all disappeared and were suspected to be dead. That moment freaked him out like never before. He was afraid that if that fiend Xiao Fan knew that the Su family's assassination of him was related to him, he would definitely not let him go. After that, Xiaotian came. Long Yi quietly went to the Xiao family alone and willingly became one of Xiaotian's dogs. Xiaotian was also very satisfied, and gladly took him this dog. And so it is today. In the end, Long Yi turned his gaze to Long Miaoyin. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he walked closer. Ugly, like I forgot how many years it's been since I've seen you without a sarong. A vicious color flashed in Long Yi's eyes. He hated Xiao Fan, and at the same time, he also relocated his anger towards Long Miaoyin. Long Miaoyin's eyes showed fear. She didn't say a word, and her hands clenched the corners of her coat. If Xiaotian hadn't explained that he couldn't move the dragon family for 10 days, he has long wanted to find a stripped Long Miaoyin and let a group of men play with it. Adverse son, don't move her. Long Anhai was furious. Long Yi, stay away from him. Long Yi, you. The 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder also spoke up. Second brother, don't move your sister. Long Kaiwei, who was off to the side, also spoke. As for the rest of the Long family crowd, one by one, they shut their mouths, for fear of angering this madman. Long Yi, ha, move her? Long Yi laughed coldly, his eyes looking at Long Anhai and the others. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Master Xiao saying that it must be 10 days before he could move you guys, I would have already stripped her naked and let the men of the entire Jingchuan have a good time. After all, she is Xiao Fan's woman. Ha ha ha. Long Yi's laughter has bordered on mania. Long Miaoyin tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She didn't say a word, yet the pain in her heart at this time was indescribable. But Long Anhai was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood, coloring a large portion of the dog cage that held him in front of him blood red. At this moment, Long Yi looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In a great mood, the dozen or so subordinates of the Xiao mansion following behind Long Yi each had a teasing smile on their faces as well. The dragon family? The head of the first family of Gingchuan City was all locked up in a dog cage by them and played like a monkey. The people of the Long family were now itching to tear Long Yi apart with their own hands. Even his hatred for him far exceeded Xiaotian. Yet no one dares to open their mouths to insult. They had seen with their own eyes how vicious Long Yi was. The man who did this to his biological father, his own sister. How vicious it should be. Whoosh. And at this moment, in the midair of Dingchuan, a fierce wind swept by. A stream of light slowly stopped over the ring. The stream of light attracted everyone's attention. And when it stopped, the crowd could see that it was a wooden boat. And there was a man standing in the wooden boat. Xiao Fan. Chapter 176. Angry Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. It's Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Brother-in-law. The arrival of this wooden boat was so striking that everyone's eyes looked towards the firmament. The man standing in the wooden boat, a white robe, fluttering in the wind, stood with his arms folded, murderous and expressionless as he looked around. Instead, his eyes burned like they were on fire. Xiao Fan. Long Yi's face instantly turned pale, and his figure took a few steps back. A sense of danger surged through her. The Xiao Mansion crowd behind him was the same. All of their faces changed drastically, and their instinctive figures retreated, wanting to escape. Xiao Fan's face was grim as he looked around, looking at the faces of each and every one of the people he was familiar with from the Long family, all of whom were locked up in a dog cage because of him. At the same time the eyes of these people looked at him. There was pain, shame, excitement and tears. Finally his eyes looked at Long Anhai, Long Kaiwei, who were locked in the dog cage, and Long Mo Yum. Ah! Xiaofan let out a wild roar up to the sky. At this moment his heart was already buried in anger. His woman, who had been locked up in a dog cage and hung here to be abused. Xiaofan's voice resounded through the four lands, and his cultivation now had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. A breakthrough made while in a wooden boat. This angry roar of his spread to the small half of Jingchuan City. Lu, who was inside the city lord's mansion, rushed outside the ring at the first opportunity. However, he didn't dare to go over there, because there was an aura coming from that wooden boat that made his heart palpitate. Meanwhile, Xiao Mansion. Xiaotian, who was cultivating with his knees crossed, his eyes snapped open and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Coming, you piece of. He strides out of the secret room of his retreat. He came to the main hall and found Shou Yuanzhong. Shou Yuanzhong smiled, his eyes looking towards the ring area. Let's go. Master will accompany you. He sensed the two very strong auras had appeared there at the Jingchuan City Lord's mansion, and like him, they were both Xiandan realm powerhouses. However, he didn't have any fear. The same Xiandan realm. He was a Xiandan realm grand completion, a powerhouse with half a foot in the Yuan Soul realm, and importantly, he was an elder of the Netherworld Immortal Palace. At the ring, after seeing Xiaofan, Long Miaoyin's expression froze. From the moment Xiaofan got out of the wooden boat, she had been staring blankly at the other party. At this moment she had no idea what was going through her mind. Her heart, which had been broken, seemed to come to life in this moment. Xiaofan's figure took a single step and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the imprisoned Long Miaoyin. A terrifying astral wind appeared in his hand, blasting the dog cage holding Long Miaoyin to smithereens. The power of the wind was incomparably violent, yet neither the wind, nor the shattered pieces of the iron cage after crushing, hurt Long Miaoyin by half. The dog cage shattered and Long Miaoyin's figure fell as a soft cyclone of qi appeared in Xiaofan's hand, dragging her down and slowly placing her on the ground. Xiaofan. At this moment, Long Miaoyin cried out, loudly. It seems to be an attempt to cry out all the grievances they've suffered lately, since Xiaotian appeared, and then to Long Yi betrayal. In this imprisoned for 9 days, she all just silently shed tears, never cried out. It was the first time she had ever cried. Xiaofan's heart is like a knife at this moment. He hadn't done anything for each other since he and Long Miaoyin had gotten together, after he was beaten half to death by Xiaotian, and became the son-in-law that everyone laughed at. Long Miaoyin did not dislike the fact that he might be an invalid in the future, and took care of him with all her heart and soul. And as a result, because he was surprisingly humiliated in such a big way, Xiaofan forced down the anger in his heart as he slowly stepped forward to hold Long Miaoyin in his arms. Softly, don't be afraid, I'm coming. At this instant, it was as if time had stopped around them, and Long Miaoyin wrapped her arms around Xiaofan. Neither one of them continued to speak and just embraced. At this moment, 2 more silhouettes flashed out on top of the wooden boat. The 2 men's faces were unsightly when they saw the scene around them. It was the 2nd clan elder and the 3rd clan elder. Without saying a word, the 2 of them began to break each cage separately. Family master, what exactly happened? The 2nd clan elder asked angrily after putting Long Anhai down. It was a strange shame to lock up the Long family members in a dog cage. The 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder were also released. The 3 of them were so badly injured and unmedicated that they nearly fell to the ground, especially the 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder, who still had blood dripping from their foreheads. It's Longy! That! Long Anhai rages. Furious, the 4th clan elder and the 5th clan elder on the side did the same, covering their bleeding foreheads and speaking viciously. Where is Long Yi? Long Yi! At this time, Long Yi had already sneaked to more than 100 meters away with a group of Xiaofu's subordinates. Xiaofan, the bogeyman. They feel sure they will be killed if they stay here. Stop right there. Long Anhai roared furiously when he saw Long Yi who was trying to escape. Chapter 177, Xiaotian arrives. Long Yi, who was running away, had a thump in his heart. The gazes of all the people present looked at Long Yi in unison. Just now they were all attracted by Xiaofan's appearance and no one paid attention to him. Long Yi, you deserve to die. Long Yi, you beast. All the people of the Long family, whether they had just been released from their cages, or those who had been held in dog cages, all of them had cursed and raged against Long Yi, and in these 9 days, they had suffered a lot of abuse. And the culprit of all this is Long Yi. He betrayed their Long family whereabouts and also followed Xiaotian's orders to imprison them within this dog cage. Long Yi was not stupid. How could he stop at this moment, turning around and running as hard as he could? The subordinates of the Xiao mansion around him were the same, each running as hard as they could. Not running at this point? 80% of them will have to die here. However, at this moment, Xiaofan, who was holding Long Miaoyin, suddenly raised his head. His icy gaze looked ahead at the fleeing crowd. With a tap on the storage bag, the coiled dragon gun appeared floating in midair. Xiaofan formed his right hand into a sword finger and pulled it with his true chi, maneuvering the coiled dragon gun to shoot forward fiercely. Whoosh! The coiled dragon gun formed a terrifying astral wind with terrifying power, instantly sticking straight in front of Long Yi and the others at 10 meters. Rumble! A loud sound came out, and the ground in front of Long Yi broke inch by inch, and a huge deep pit was stabbed out by the coiled dragon gun, blocking the way of the crowd. Dare to run again. Die! Xiaofan's cold voice came out, staring Long Yi, who was shocked and scared. This is coiled dragon gun? Long Anhai recognized the coiled dragon gun at a glance. Several of the surrounding clan elders all turned their gazes to the coiled dragon gun that was stuck in the deep pit. Then they turned their gazes back to Xiaofan. Their previous guess was right. The disappearance of the Su family's many clan elders as well as the family head was indeed related to Xiaofan. However, they can't figure out, could it be that Xiaofan had really killed those Su family elders? There was also the Su family head of the Qi transformation realm perfection. Seeing the lance in the huge pit in front of him, and the shocked cries of Long Anhai and the others behind him, at this moment Long Yi almost fainted in fear. Coiled dragon gun. The Su family's disc dragon gun. Xiaofan gently patted Long Miaoyin's shoulder, and the latter's emotions recovered quickly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'll take care of the rest. Although Long Miaoyin was delicate, she was nevertheless an extremely strong woman in her heart. She looked at Xiaofan and slowly nodded. A group of Long family first degree female family members have also been released from within the dog cage. Each face is unsightly. Most of the women were whimpering. Even Long Kaiwei, who had tears in her eyes, kept her gaze on Xiaofan without moving away for half a moment. Come to the city lord's mansion at the ring. The onlookers are also getting more and more. The astral wind from the wooden boat, as well as Xiaofan's roar, attracted too many people. Everyone knows that Yasukawa is going to change. Long Anhai exhaled and glanced at the scene around him, then at Xiaofan in front of him. He had a very complicated heart. The wasteful flunky that he couldn't see in the first place. Now it was the hero who had rescued his Long family. The crowd of clan elders and the Long clan's congregation also had the same idea. The heart is complicated. At this time, Long Yi and the subordinates of the Xiao mansion, each of them showed panic, and their bodies could not stop trembling. The two of them, the second and third clan elders, brought them to Long Anhai and the others. Rebel son! Long Anhai was furious and rushed up to punch and kick Long Yi. He couldn't wait to kill Long Yi directly. The fourth clan elder and the fifth clan elder stood by coldly, without the slightest intention to stop them. The recent events had made them hate Long Yi as well. The second elder and the third elder, the two of them who went to inform Xiaofan, were completely unaware of what Long Yi had done recently. Each and every one of the Long family members glared at Long Yi, wishing to split him alive. Xiaofan did not open his mouth. A person like Long Yi did not need to be asked to know that he must have done something that the heavens and the earth would be outraged by. I'm Master Zhao's man, how dare you touch me? Long Yi screamed miserably. Hearing this, Long Anhai became even angrier. Master Xiao? Wouldn't that make him Long Anhai's father? You this. Damn it, see if I don't beat you to death. Long Anhai hit harder. Father, I'm wrong, don't hit me. The second clan elder and the third clan elder were a bit unable to look at them and wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by the fourth clan elder and the others. It's good that he still managed to keep Long Yi alive and didn't kill him outright. This is not worth pleading for. Long Yi was beaten miserably, spitting out blood from his mouth. His entire body was beaten into as much as mud in an instant. His cultivation level is only at the forging realm. Even if Long Anhai was injured, he was still at the great circle of Qi transformation realm. He was no match at all. Good. Well played. This kind of will have to be killed. Yes. Well played. Never seen such a shameless person. Well played. The shouting crowd of onlookers, seeing Long Yi being violently beaten, some immediately clapped their hands, betraying the clan, and personally putting the biological father, the clan, in a dog cage. Such a person deserves to die. Whoosh, whoosh. And at this moment, two air-breaking sounds came. Two silhouettes appeared above the Jingchuan ring. Looking down on it, the crowd near the ring looked up in unison, seeing the visitor. The Long family crowd, even more anger and fear emerged in their eyes. Xiaofan gazed at him with a staring brow, and a strong killing chance appeared in his eyes. One of the figures in mid-air laughed. Punk, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 178, He Who Dares to Run, Dies. 9th level of Qi transformation realm. Xiaotian looked down at Xiaofan from above the ring, a hideous smile appearing on his face. It seems that you have indeed obtained a not-so-small chance. Rubbish. Zhou Yuanzhong, who was standing on the side, glanced at Xiaofan and surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew his gaze, laying his eyes on the wooden boat that was on the void. Xiao Fan and his group, after arriving at Gingchuan City, was going to head directly to the Dragon House, but in mid-air, Xiao Fan saw the situation in the ring area. That's why there was that scene just now. As for the two elders, Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu, they didn't get off the wooden boat and stayed on it without showing their faces. Xiaotian, you seek death. Xiao Fan let out a cold cry, and his aura surged around him. It caused Long On Hai and the others on the side to be shocked. Among the Long family members present, the one with the highest cultivation was Long On Hai, a Qi transformation realm grand circle. However, with them, they were simply unable to withstand such a raging Qi from Xiao Fan. This was the first time the two brothers had seen each other since Xiaotian had left Gingchuan City and traveled to the misty immortal palace. Two blood brothers. It turned out to be like a life and death feud. Long Miaoyin stood beside Xiao Fan and felt this terrifying aura, which immediately caused her face to turn red and she took a few steps back. Feel the change in the people around you. Xiao Fan sucked in a breath, forced down his anger, and withdrew his qi. He coldly looked at Xiaotian in midair. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Not bad strength. Unfortunately it's still too weak. Xiaotian opened his mouth and sneered. Waste. I'm going to fight a life and death battle with you in the ring. The date is tomorrow. Do you dare to answer the battle? Xiaotian's expression was indifferent. He was originally a genius, and when his cultivation reached the Tong Tian realm, he was naturally blind to everything. So what if you're at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm? Tomorrow is the day you die. Xiao Fan replied in the same cold manner, but one could see that anger was blazing in his eyes, bullying him and humiliating him from a young age. For cultivation resources, he was beaten half to death and sent as a flunky. However, afterward, in order to obtain the so-called chance from him, he did something so outrageous. Xiao Fan knew this brother well. Since the other party had said that he would kill one person from the Long family one day later, he would definitely do it. What if he couldn't make it to Jingchuan City within 2 days without the help of the clan elders this time? What will be the consequences? He shuddered to think. Very good. Xiaotian was very satisfied. His gaze looked towards Long Yi, and the Xiao mansion's subordinates, and he faintly said, come back. Long Yi and the others were like amnesties after hearing the words. Saved. The people of the Xiao mansion scattered their legs and ran, fearing that they would run half a step slower. The Long family's crowd was incomparably angry, yet no one dared to say half a word. Locked up in a dog cage and hanging here for 9 days. Whether it was Long Yi or these Xiao mansion subordinates, they hadn't made many snide remarks towards them. I said, he who dares to run, dies. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan's ice-cold voice came out. He condensed a strong wind in his right hand and swung it at the dozen or so figures fleeing in front of him. This astral wind aura was incomparably violent, and in the blink of an eye, it struck these 10 or so subordinates of the Xiao mansion, as well as Long Yi. They were either ordinary people who hadn't cultivated, or they were at the 1st or 2nd level of the forging realm. Simply unable to withstand Xiao Fan's blow, each immediately spat blood from their mouths and fell to the ground. Except for Long Yi, all the subordinates of the Xiao mansion are dead. As for Long Yi, he was also lying on the ground, twitching and spewing blood from his mouth. Xiaotian was furious. He didn't expect that Xiao Fan would dare to kill someone from his Xiao mansion right in front of him. This was a blatant provocation to him. Xiao Fan's face was calm. As I said before, if you dare to escape, die. Good. I see you don't want to wait for tomorrow. You want to die today. Xiaotian was furious and immediately a long sword appeared in his right hand and slashed down at Xiao Fan in the ring. Sword chi buzzed and flashed with terrifying sword aura. This sword was incredibly powerful. Xiao Fan was prepared for this. His right hand reached forward, and the coiled dragon gun that was inserted inside the huge pit whistled and flew back, landing in his hand. Xiao Fan made a fierce stab into midair. The coiled dragon gun was like a living dragon appearing in the world. A dragon's roar roared, and a golden light flew into midair. Boom! The two attacks clashed, creating a huge explosion. Shocked many people around backward. Their faces changed drastically. As for Xiao Fan and Xiaotian, the two of them were motionless without the slightest change, but each other's faces became very grave. I didn't expect that you, a punk, would be so strong. Xiaotian coldly opened his mouth. Just now that strike, although he did not use his full strength, however it could be resisted by the other party so lightly. This proved that Xiao Fan's strength was extraordinary. The strength of the Tong Tian realm is nothing more than that. Xiao Fan sneered, but at the same time he was very surprised. 16-year-old Tong Tian realm, and it was so powerful that it made his hand holding the coiled dragon gun a little numb. I think you want to die today. Xiaotian was humiliated by the waste in his mouth and was immediately furious. In his opinion, Xiao Fan was a waste. Even if he reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, he was still a waste. While at this moment, Zhou Yuanzhong, who was on the side, smiled as he gazed at Xiao Fan. Not bad, although the talent is a bit inferior to T honors. It is still considered a talent. How about this? I'll be the master for once. You hand over what T honor wants and I'll spare your life. How about that? At that moment, the gazes of everyone present looked at Xiao Fan. This was the promise of a Xiandan realm powerhouse. This represented that as long as Xiao Fan agreed to allow what Xiao Tian wanted, then this matter could be resolved. Even the gazes of the Long family's crowd looked away. Even Xiao Tian froze for a moment, his gaze looking towards Shou Yuanzhong, wondering why his master was how he was. Chapter 179, Shou Yuanzhong's terror. But no one said anything. And don't dare to speak. Xiao Fan's calm gaze looked toward Shou Yuanzhong in midair. He spoke faintly. You are Xiao Tian's master? It is precisely the old man. Shou Yuanzhong nodded his head with a smiling look. Kid, I think you're not bad. You can consider it. After saying that, Shou Yuanzhong even used his afterglow to glance at the wooden boat. He had high eyesight, and when he arrived he instantly recognized the wooden boat as a Xian rank upper grade magic weapon. It was important to realize that this kind of flying magic weapon could be far more expensive to build than an offensive magic weapon, and there were two other terrifying auras inside. Xiandan realm powerhouses with cultivation levels similar to his. It must be an elder level figure within the extreme immortal sect. He doesn't want to be messed with easily. Oh, hand it over? I'm sorry you have the face to say that. Xiao Fan opened his mouth coldly, causing everyone around him to freeze. Even Shou Yuanzhong froze. He was a Xiandan realm powerhouse. When had he ever been so humiliated? Shou Yuanzhong pointed his finger at Xiao Fan and was instantly furious. However, Xiao Fan's words hadn't stopped there. Old dog, you condoned the disciple to come to my Jingchuan to spread wildness. Not only did you stand by and watch, but you even became an accomplice and helped him suppress my grandfather. You deserve to die. Xiao Fan opened his mouth viciously, not giving Shou Yuanzhong, a Xiandan realm powerhouse, any face at all. You, little. Shou Yuanzhong was furious. As a Xiandan realm powerhouse, when had he ever been publicly abused by a Qi transformation realm junior cultivator? His right hand appeared a blazing flame, condensed by its own spiritual power. The moment it appeared around the earth and sky changed color. The astral winds rose up in all directions, winding toward the blazing flame. Xiao Fan stared with a frown. The other party's strength was much more powerful than he had imagined. I don't know how many times stronger than Shilua City's city lord, Zhao Chunyang, who was injured and at the early Xiandan realm. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt that even 10 Zhao Chunyang would not be a match for this old man in front of him. Onlookers saw the scene and fled in all directions. A strike from a Xiandan realm powerhouse could kill them instantly even with the aftermath. The faces of the Long clan's people turned blue, yet none of them fled, and they all stood around Xiao Fan, looking up at Shou Yuanzhong. Shou Yuanzhong was furious, and at that moment, he was about to smash the blazing flames in his hand. His blow was enough to destroy the entire ring area, kill everyone. However, at this moment, two figures flashed out from the wooden boat that was motionless without any sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shou Yuanzhong. The two people, Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu, flew in midair, blocked in front of Xiao Fan and the others. Sure enough, it's you guys. Shou Yuanzhong frowned, the flames still blazing in his hands. From the moment he saw that wooden boat, he had deduced that there were only two people in the entire extreme immortal sect who could take out this kind of magic weapon. So Xiao Mu's identity was a good guess. But what he never expected was that he would see Jiang Yushan here. As a famous fourth-grade alchemist of the martial emperor state, Jiang Yushan attracted attention wherever he went. He naturally knew each other. Shou Yuanzhong, I didn't expect you old man to still be alive. What's the matter? Want to directly make a move to bully my family's little? We old guys aren't dead yet. Jiang Yushan opened his mouth coldly, his expression condescending, even though his mid-air position was a few feet lower than Shou Yuanzhong, but still gave the other guy a good look at his nostrils. Xiao Mu stood aside and did not open his mouth, but with a tap on his storage bag, 36 flying swords surfaced around him. Hurrah, are all Xian rank upper grade magic weapons. Shou Yuanzhong's face turned blue as he let out a cold snort and the blazing flames in his hand dissipated. This scene made the Long family crowd below, as well as the fleeing Jingchuan people all look shocked. There were two more Xiandan realm powerhouses. In the small Jingchuan city, not even a single Xiandan realm powerhouse could come for many years, and this time, 3 had actually come. Xiao Fan coldly glanced at Shou Yuanzhong in midair, then he cupped his fists and saluted Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu. Jiang Yushan looked at Shou Yuanzhong and sneered. Shou Yuanzhong, no, I think calling you Shou old dog is a better name. Shou Yuanzhong was furious, pointing at Jiang Yushan and shouting angrily, You, Jiang Yushan, you think I don't dare to move you? Xiao Mu, who was on the side, but interjected, You can try your hand at it. Shou Yuanzhong's face turned blue. Alchemists are different from alchemists. Alchemists, even if their realm was high and profound, however, their battle power was also all very average. It was just that their status was noble and no one was willing to offend them easily. However, refiners were different. Their strength was among the best in their class. Alchemy requires fire control, and refining is not just about controlling the fire. It also requires a constant stream of building, hammering. That's why refiners are usually very strong in terms of physical strength. Like Manhwa, and Xiaomu is the same. Although the appearance looks withered and thin as firewood, the flesh gives a very weak feeling. See, actually, once the fight is over, this guy is very tough. Shou Yuanzhong took a deep breath and exhaled as he swallowed it. He coldly glanced at Xiao Fan under the ring and then turned his gaze to Zhang Yushan and Xiaomu. I can refrain from moving him, but how about tomorrow's life and death battle? No matter what the outcome is, we are not allowed to intervene? Xiaomu didn't say anything. Zhang Yushan sneered. Old dog, you think we are as shameless as you are, yes? Bah! After hearing this, Shou Yuanzhong snorted coldly. Let's go. His figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Xiaotian glanced at Xiao Fan in the ring and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Cherish today, for tomorrow you will die. As the words fell, he also turned into streams of light and ran away in the direction of Shou Yuanzhong. But it's a lot slower. Chapter 180, The Excited Long Family. After Xiaotian and Shou Yuanzhong left, the two of them, Zhang Yushan and Xiaomu, landed on the ground. Xiao Fan gave another deep bow to the two. The two men laughed and didn't say anything. The Long family members on the side all followed Xiao Fan's lead and saluted with their fists as well. These two were Xiandan realm powerhouses, and through all the previous events, they must have been invited by Xiao Fan. Two seniors, you may come to the Dragon Mansion to rest for the time being. Lan Nanhai took a step forward and spoke respectfully. Zhang Yushan nodded, and Xiaomu didn't say anything from the sidelines as he waved his hand to retrieve the wooden boat in the void into his storage bag. Lan Nanhai turned back and coldly looked at the half-dead Long Yi lying on the ground. He hated to kill this rebellious son, but in the end, he could not be ruthless, and finally he ordered Long Yi to take away and imprisoned in the dragon house first. In fact, he didn't know that Xiao Fan's blow had shattered Long Yi's heart chakra, and even if he lived, his next life would be no different from an invalid. The group left and traveled to the dragon family. The crowd of onlookers in Jingchuan City also dispersed one by one, and everyone is expecting, at this point, that tomorrow will come soon. Dragon Mansion. It's been a dead heat for the last many days, especially the matter of Long Anhai and the others being captured and detained in the Jingchuan ring. It made the remaining people of the Long family angry beyond measure. Long Zizi was injured and hadn't recovered yet, and there were only a few clan elders left in the Long family, with the head of the family being detained and the clansmen being humiliated. The remaining Long family members all wanted to go out and fight the Xiao family to the death. However, it was stopped by Long Zizhu. The entire Long family has recently fallen into despair, and there has never been a dilemma like this in hundreds of years. As for the Long family sending someone to the extreme immortal sect to inform Xiao Fan, in fact, most of the Long family members thought that even if they told Xiao Fan, what could they do? He can defeat Xiaotian of the Tongtian realm? Or could there be a way to stop a Xiandan realm powerhouse? Just as despair reached a low point, Xiao Fan allowed everyone to see the light of day. Inside the dragon family's main hall, Zhang Yushan and Xiaomu were both sitting in high places. Below them sat Long Zizai and Long Anhai, as well as a group of Long family elders. Among them, Xiao Fan also sat on the bench below, a place where only clan elders were qualified to sit. Thanks to the two seniors for their help this time. Long Zizi once again clasped his fists and thanked both Zhang Yushan and Xiaomu. The crowd had already returned to the Long family for half an hour. Long Zizi nearly spat blood from his mouth when he learned what happened in the ring area. Excited. He never dreamed that Xiao Fan had invited two Xiandan realm elders to sit in on the scene. In that case, even if Xiaotian had a Xiandan realm master, what could it do? These two were both elders of the extreme immortal sect, and regardless of their status or their own strength, they were not inferior to Shou Yuanzhong at all. Never mind. You're welcome. Zhang Yushan waved his hand. For some reason, he, who was usually very condescending to everyone, was much kinder to the Long family, and Xiaomu just nodded his head from beginning to end, not opening his mouth at all. Zhang Yushan looked at Long Zizhong, sized him up for a moment, took out a jade bottle from within his storage bag, and threw it over. Take it. Long Zizi was stunned. Give him a bottle of elixir directly? Seeing Long Zizi freeze, Xiao Fan laughed from the side. Grandfather, Elder Jiang is a fourth-grade alchemist. Calling grandfather Xiao Fan can't be called out. Why don't we just call him grandpa? After hearing this, the entire Long family hall, the sound of sucking cold air abounds. Fourth-grade alchemist? My mother Long Zizi's hand holding the jade bottle almost didn't crush it in excitement. What realm is a fourth-grade alchemist? How many fourth-grade alchemists could there be in the entire martial emperor state? A first-grade alchemist in Jingchuan City was usually so high and mighty that he hated to look at people with his nose. It turned out that this one was actually a fourth grade. Jiang Yushan looked around the crowd, very satisfied with their expression. In the gaze that looked at Xiao Fan, there was more appreciation. Thinking that Xiao Fan would come to things, alchemists should be honored. Long Zz's face flushed red as he slowly opened the jade bottle. A rich medicinal fragrance within it came out, spreading throughout the hall in a moment. Gulp! Long Zz gulped and poured out a pill and took it. Immediately, his face flushed quite a bit, and the internal injuries he received from Shou Yuanzhong instantly recovered most of them. This is a third-grade elixir. Long Zz's hands trembled a little after serving it. A third-grade elixir. He had never eaten one in his life. He turned around and bowed deeply to Jiang Yushan again. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. Jiang Yushan smiled. No harm done. It's all trivial. Xiaomu skimmed the side of his mouth and didn't squeak. When the crowd returned, Lan Anhai had long since arranged for the crowd to prepare a dinner. Extremely luxurious kind. The family treasury within the treasury for many years of good things are given out. Even took out quite a few spirit stones to go out and grab purchases. The dinner was grand. The Long family had prepared a total of 3 tables. The dishes on the main table were naturally not comparable to the other 2 tables. Sitting on the main seat were Long Zizai, Long and Hai, Xiao Fan, Jiang Yushan, Chao Mu, and Long Miaoyin. This time even the various clan elders were placed at other tables. The group of direct lineages within the Dragon Mansion were even less qualified to be on the table. Long Miaoyin didn't want to come, but she was forced to come by Xiao Fan. With a strong attitude, he said that if Long Miaoyin didn't attend, he wouldn't go either. It made Long Miaoyin so touched. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't want to participate, but she was afraid of losing Xiao Fan's face. With Chao Mu and Jiang Yushan's cultivation, even if Long Miaoyin had a veil to cover her face, they were still able to see the other party's true face. After this incident, the two of them, Chao Mu and Jiang Yushan, had raised their evaluation of Xiao Fan by another large layer. Previously, Xiao Fan was thought to be nothing more than a demonic disciple. As for his heart, even Jiang Yushan, who had always favored Xiao Fan, felt that he was a bit too ruthless. Yet all that has happened recently, it made them renew their perception of Xiao Fan once more. As a flunky, Xiao Fan clearly could have abandoned the dragon family, but he chose to come back to fight. Obviously his wife was ugly as hell, but she never left him. This heart alone made the two men ashamed of themselves. Chapter 181, Fist of Reincarnation. The dinner didn't last long. Both Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu were people who had seen the world. The two of them weren't too interested in the cuisine of the mundane world. As the banquet dispersed, Xiao Fan did not stay as he and Long Miaoyin both bid farewell to the crowd and directly returned to the other courtyard. It was in the small courtyard where the two had been living before. Have all underlings removed. At this time, only Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin are left. The two were nominally married, but never made a move to separate. Now the two have not seen each other for a long time. Actually, Long Miaoyin had a lot of words in her heart that she wanted to say to Xiao Fan, but when she really saw the person, she didn't know how to open her mouth for a while. Xiao Fan was actually thinking the same thing, and there was a lot he wanted to say. For example, he was currently learning alchemy, and when he reached the 3rd grade of alchemist, he could attempt to refine the heaven mending pill after collecting the last main ingredient, the 8 divine spirit blood, and much, much more. But this night was not destined to allow the two to talk about anything more. Miaoyin, I'll go to the secret room first and prepare for tomorrow's duel, Xiao Fan said softly. Long Miaoyin nodded her head and let out a hum. In fact, in the previous 9 days, her heart was very complicated. Both want Xiao Fan to come back and don't want Xiao Fan to come back. And she herself wasn't sure if Xiao Fan would come back in the end. If it comes back, does it have the ability to address these? However, Xiao Fan brought 2 extreme immortal sect elders over with him. This was out of everyone's expectations. Xiao Fan smiled and said softly, I'll catch up with you after tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Fan turned around and left to enter the secret room of the small courtyard. It was still set up as before, but there was no semblance of dust around it. Xiao Fan could tell that this was always cleaned by someone. This girl, Xiao Fan smiled bitterly, unable to say what he felt in his heart. It seems to feel good to be missed. Next, Xiao Fan sat on his knees and his divine sense entered the Star Dipper diagram. On the way here, Xiao Fan had entered spiritual power compression and polished himself many times, allowing his strength to make a breakthrough, arriving at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, in the moment when he exchanged hands with Xiaotian in the daytime, he had a new assessment of the strength of this younger brother of his. The opponent should be a few points better than him at the moment. Of course the real battle is the killer. If Xiao Fan uses shifting shadows to match the hexagonal chop, then all is not well. However, Xiao Fan didn't want this. He wanted to defeat, head-on, his opponent. Entering inside the star dough diagram, Xiao Fan devoured a large number of first-grade pills before sitting on his knees. These were all first-grade elixirs of creation that he had refined himself, which had the effect of replenishing his spiritual energy and increasing it. And Xiao Fan's own spiritual energy was sufficient, so if he wanted to, he could still break through at any time. After closing his eyes and resting his knees for an hour, Xiao Fan got up, his right hand clenched his fist, and golden light flashed. Ah! Xiao Fan bellowed as all the golden light gathered in his right fist, and his terrifying aura climbed up and up. After continuously gathering strength, Xiao Fan struck this punch out of thin air. The power was terrifying and incomparable. Even the void within the Star Dipper diagram was somewhat distorted. Immediately afterward, Xiao Fan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, breathing heavily. This Qi transformation realm 9 changes, the last killer move, is truly extraordinary, Xiao Fan murmured and whispered, his eyes filled with battle intent. Reincarnation Fist. In the 9 transformations of Qi transformation, an Earth-ranked technique, the last move was a must-kill technique. The killing power was terrifying and incomparable, far surpassing the throat-shattering lock and 6 harmony chop. Although I haven't practiced an Earth-ranked martial skill, it feels like this Reincarnation Fist isn't bad at all. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled, although he hadn't directly cultivated an Earth-ranked martial skill, but with the might that was emitted from that strike just now, this roundhouse punch is strong, very strong. He had the opportunity to enter the book depository before, but he hadn't focused all of his attention on the Earth-ranked martial arts on the 3rd floor. Although he was currently strong, his realm was still only the Qi transformation realm. He intends to practice more Xian-rank martial arts first. As for Earth-ranked martial arts, it wasn't the case that the more one mastered, the better. It's easy to learn how to learn afterward when you have a base in place. Xiao Fan continued to devour pills. Recently he had refined many pills that he hadn't had time to take. Spiritual energy was restored in less than half an hour. Xiao Fan continued practicing the Reincarnation Fist. Until the end, Xiao Fan confirmed that he had practiced this move to the point of pure fire. Only then did Xiao Fan move on to the next item. He devours large quantities of elixirs to get themselves up on the next level. Chapter 182, the night before the final battle. Normally, I would have wanted to settle at the early stage of the 9th level of Qi transformation for a while longer, but now I can only ascend first. Xiao Fan muttered that settling within the same realm would enhance his strength though, and would have many benefits in the future. But that's only relative to the realm. If he was promoted, the increase in strength would definitely be even more obvious. That was why Xiao Fan intended to, this time, not to suppress his own cultivation and allow himself to just break through. The opponent is Xiaotian, his own brother, and the person he hates the most. Closing his eyes, Xiao Fan's breath climbed crazily and compressed crazily. It stayed that way. 3 hours later, the sky is hazy. Xiao Fan's breath surged upward for a moment. The cultivation level broke through to the mid-9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Rumble. A loud sound came out from within Xiao Fan's secret room. But fortunately, it was only a small breakthrough in a small realm, so the resulting sound wasn't that loud. Not to alarm everyone. And at this moment, inside a luxurious guest room of the dragon family, Chamu sat beside Jiang Yushan and laughed. This brat actually made another breakthrough. Jiang Yushan nodded and said, "It seems to be a bit anxious. That brother of his, TSK, not simple." The two were arranged 2 luxurious guest rooms by the dragon mansion. However, for cultivators whose cultivation level had reached the Xiandan realm, things like sleeping were all but dispensable. To rest is just to meditate on your knees, and neither of them were sleepy, so they sat down and made small talk. A 16-year-old Tong Tian realm, an absolute demon, and the strength is incomparable to the usual Tong Tian realm. Chao Mu sighed. However, this fellow Xiao Fan is not simple either. The movement of his breakthrough at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Have you forgotten? Jiang Yushan looked condescending for a moment, as if Xiao Fan was his disciple. Chao Mu knew what the other party was thinking when he saw his expression, yet he was in no mood to open his mouth in rebuttal. On the way here, Xiao Fan had broken through from the 8th level of Qi transformation to the 9th level of Qi transformation realm. That's when it moved. It shook the entire wooden boat violently, causing Chao Mu to waste a lot of effort to fix it. Because of this, Jiang Yushan mocked him all the way. Indeed, a genius who can awaken the Gnosis seed is naturally not simple. Chao Mu also opened his mouth and praised. That Xiaotian is not simple. The first level of the Tongtian realm is estimated to be able to have the strength of the second or even third level of the Tongtian realm. But, Jiang Yushan paused and said with great certainty, if Xiao Fan is in the same realm as him, he won't be able to pass 5 moves. Chao Mu didn't retort. Although the statement was somewhat exaggerated, it was nevertheless true. Xiaotian can cross the steps of the challenge is not false. However, Xiaofan can also, and can cross the number of steps more. It was destined to be a difficult night to sleep. Everyone in the entire Long family didn't rest. Even the underlings are the same. In fact, we all know that Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu came. Even if Xiaofan lost the competition tomorrow, then the Xiao family wouldn't dare to do anything to their Long family. When that Xiandan realm powerhouse leaves, the Long family's secret withdrawal from Jingchuan City is. However, that's not the issue everyone is worried about right now. Rather, it's whether or not Xiaofan can win tomorrow. Jingchuan City, Xiao Mansion. Xiaotian was similarly gloomy. He couldn't wait to face Xiaofan immediately now, and then give him a chance to step on his feet and ravage him ruthlessly. He never dreamed that the punk he once was, now it could actually block his strike? Are you kidding me? This caused Xiaotian to be incomparably angry, and his body was boiling with killing intent. However, he wasn't careless, and when he returned, he went straight into the secret room to prepare for this life and death battle. On the other side, both Xiao Yuan and Wei Xiao were cheering for their youngest son, and constantly and viciously cursed Xiaofan. Can't wait for him to die. Xiaofan, this little old mother gave birth to him, now just want him to let the opportunity to his own brother. The result of this rebellious son. Inside the master bedroom of the Xiao mansion, Wei Xiao was constantly opening her mouth to curse. Xiao Yuan on one side echoed the opening. This little man will definitely be beaten to death by Tian tomorrow. Originally, I wanted to plead with Tian before and leave him a dog's life, but as it turns out now, I don't see the need for that. The eyes of the two couples only have the youngest son, never the oldest son of Xiaofan. Not far from their room, inside a luxurious guest room, Shou Yuanzhong closed his eyes and meditated on his knees. He did not say much to Xiaotian after he returned. He was just told that those two were the elders of the extreme immortal sect, and he was told not to worry about anything else and to fight without fear. Shou Yuanzhong was strong, and with his current strength, he was unable to defeat the Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu duo though, but the other two don't try to outsmart him either. This parent's heart is hard enough. Shou Yuanzhong sighed. The two of them, Wei Xia and Xiao Yuan, had been cursing all night and had no control over their voices. With Shou Yuanzhong's cultivation, he naturally heard it clearly. From this he laments. Two men with hard hearts. Chapter 183, The War Begins. Whether it's Xiaofan or Xiaotian, it's both of them's own son. Xiaotian killing Xiaofan was ruthless, but in Shou Yuanzhong's opinion, it could only be that the two brothers were thinly veiled, and Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia. A tiger's venom does not eat its children, and as a result, these two. However, Shou Yuanzhong did not say anything. As he was on Xiaotian's side, he naturally helped his disciple. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye the sky was long light. Xiaofan and Xiaotian, the two of them had an appointment to fight at noon. At this point there is still an hour. However, the ring area outside the city lord's mansion had long been filled with people, but it was different from the past. In the past, no matter if it was Xiaofan competing with Long Xiaotian or killing that immortal palace disciple Dai Hanfei, everyone would lean very far forward, wanting to get close enough to observe, fearing that they wouldn't be able to see the course of the engagement clearly. And this time, there were a lot of people coming, but they all kept a distance from the front end of the ring. Fear of repercussions. To know, the two yesterday just simply exchanged hands for a moment. The commotion made onlookers exclaimed 100 horrified. You guys say, who can win this competition today? It should be Xiaotian. His realm is higher than Xiaofan. He's all the way to the Tongtian realm. I feel Xiaotian has a better chance of winning. You say that this Xiao family clearly produced two geniuses, but as a result, one of them was treated as a piece of trash and beaten half to death and sent as a flunky. There was a flurry of discussion, talking about anything and everything. This generation of the Xiao family was supposed to be a sparkling generation. The 16-year-old Tongtian realm powerhouse Xiaotian, Xiaofan, who had reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm from the 2nd level of the body forging realm in 3 months. No matter where it was placed, this was a demonic genius. However, the Xiao family has made a mess of today's appearance. It makes people sigh and can't say what they feel in their hearts. In the blink of an eye it was noon. The people from the Xiao family and the Long family had arrived coincidentally. The Dragon Mansion, except for the group of underlings left behind, everyone else had come. Long Ziwei, Long Anhai and a group of clan elders, Long Miaoyin, Long Kaiwei, the first family of the Long Mansion, and even the ladies had come. They came to cheer Xiaofan, being locked up in a dog cage by Xiaotian. He was humiliated. Long Yi, the traitor of the Long family, watched over them. It was Xiaofan who saved them. As for the numerous clan elders of the Long family, There was even less need to say that Xiao Fan had already made them change their views and treat them as their own family members after obtaining the spirit stone vein before. Even more so today, the two of them, Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu, were not in the crowd, but there was an additional wooden boat in midair. On the other side, the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan, Mr. and Mrs. Wei Xia, as well as a host of direct descendants of the Xiao mansion, and even the subordinates had come. Xiao Yuanzhong stood next to Xiaotian with a bland expression. Xiao Fan looked at Xiaotian and at the same time, he also swept his gaze towards the Xiao family's crowd. Tian you must win and beat that to death. That's right, Tian you must beat that little man to death. Don't stay your hand. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, husband and wife, kept exhorting. Brother Xiaotian, you must win. Brother Tian, you must beat him to death. That's right, Tian is the strongest. Beat him to death. On the side of a number of Xiao family lineage, but also have to open their mouths. Most of these people are relatives of the house of Xiao. Cousins, even the women have spoken up. Let Xiaotian beat himself to death. Suddenly, he smiled to himself. It was a complicated smile, like a bitter smile, like a miserable smile, and the heart couldn't tell what it felt like. With his cultivation nowadays, even if he stood far away, he could still hear what the people from the Xiao family on the opposite side were saying. These people were Xiaotian's cousins, and at the same time it's his brother. There were quite a few familiar faces who had grown up and played with each other since childhood. All of them were cheering Xiaotian up one after another to make the other party kill themselves. Although Xiao Fan didn't have much of a good relationship with them on weekdays, even those people would look down on themselves, but at least they're related by blood. Previously, although Xiao Fan had never verbally admitted that he was a member of the Xiao family, but then again after he became stronger, he never did anything unfavorable to the Xiao family, because he knew very well that it was the blood of the Xiao family that flowed in his body. He asked himself that he had never been negative to the Xiao family, and yet the Xiao family treats him like this? Xiaotian had a cold face and only nodded to Wei Xia and Xiao Yuan. The others he never responded to, because in his heart, he never treated these people as family. These people were on a par with the underlings in his mind. Suddenly, Xiao Fan leapt out with a single step and stepped on top of the ring as he gazed at his opponent's Xiaotian with a staring brow. Whatever it was before, it was always this brother who overpowered him. In everything, it is he, Xiao Fan, who lets his brother go, and gives all the good ones to his brother. Even if they were to walk at the same time, he, Xiao Fan, would be half a step slower than Xiaotian. But not this time, and never again. Xiaotian looked at Xiao Fan indifferently and suddenly revealed a grim smile. He also took a step to leap out and stood on top of the ring, locking eyes with Xiao Fan. Begin. Chapter 184, Brother and Brother. The one who opened his mouth was Xiao Fan, his body's aura surging and his eyes collapsing with battle intent. Xiaotian's expression was faint. Waste, even if you reach the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. So what? It is still not my opponent. His words were filled with confidence. He was 16 years old at the Tong Tian realm and scorned countless geniuses of the same rank. Even if he joined the misty immortal palace, he was still a famous figure in the outer sect, and as long as he continued to improve his strength, he would be able to enter the inner sect directly by participating in the next inner sect disciple examination. Even many of the netherworld immortal palace's inner sect greats had their eyes on him, wanted to develop him properly. Waste? Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't say what it was like to face Xiaotian, his own brother, who grew up despising him and calling him trash. A brother who would go to the lengths of killing this own brother for 1,000 spirit stones? In this instant, Xiao Fan thought of many experiences from his childhood when he grew up in the Xiao family. As the eldest son of the Xiao house, he was star-studded when Xiaotian was not yet born. No one had ever underestimated him. The Xiao family was not the strongest in Jingchuan City, but it was at least a famous family. After that, after 3 years, Xiaotian was born. The eyes of everyone in the Xiao mansion noticed the child. Xiao Fan was 3 years old that year, and he still vaguely remembers the excited joy he felt when he realized he had a brother. After another 3 years, Xiao Fan began to cultivate, yet he was like a waste of. No matter how hard one tries, one is always so far behind one's peers. After another 2 years, Xiao Fan was 8 years old and Xiaotian was 5 years old. At the age of 5, Xiaotian could cultivate, and showed extremely high qualifications. At that time, Xiao Fan was happy in his heart, happy for this younger brother of his from the bottom of his heart. However, next, all the people of the Xiao family began to compare these two brothers. Punks are big brothers, genius is a brother. I don't know when it started, but when Xiaotian shouted big brother, he would always add the word waste in front of it. These thoughts drifted through his mind and Xiao Fan smiled again, but this time the smile looked bleak and cold. along with 2 lines of tears that slowly flowed down from the corners of their eyes and dripped to the ground. Those who saw this scene had different expressions. In the Shaughnessy crowd, Wei Xia coldly said, "It's too late if you know you're afraid now." Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, "Kill him, Tian heir, kill this." The crowd of Xiao family members also spoke up when they heard. When the people of the Dragon House saw this, they also did not dare to show weakness. Then even the crowd of clan elders followed the juniors, shouting desperately, "Xiao Fan, kill him, defeat him, Xiao Fan, go for it." Long Miaoyin in the crowd, looking at Xiao Fan's back, noiselessly there are tears flowing down from the corner of her eyes. "Xiao Fan," she muttered lowly under her breath, as if she had sensed Xiao Fan's emotions. Long Kaiwei, on the other hand, joined the shouting crowd and cheered for her brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, beat him to death, beat this bad guy to death." The crowd of onlookers, on the other hand, all look strange. I can't tell you how my heart feels, yet no one spoke up to cheer for either side either, because a casual word from them could lead to annihilation. Or rather, coming here to watch the fun is a risk in itself. This battle could be said to have decided whether the number 1 family in Jingchuan City afterward would be the Long family or the Xiao family. City Lord Lu has been hiding within the City Lord. He chose to stay out of sight as before, silently watching. Zhou Yuanzhong glanced at the wooden boat in the air, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment he appeared next to the wooden boat in mid-air. Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan glanced at him and coldly grunted. Neither of them opened their mouths. "I guess the 3 of us won't lower ourselves to intervene in a battle between juniors." Zhou Yuanzhong laughed. He had never thought that Xiaotian would lose. The Tongtian realm and the Qi transformation realm were fundamentally different, and Xiaotian was a genius who could cross the ranks to challenge. Although he wasn't sure Xiao Fan's position within the extreme immortal sect, he was able to make 2 elders come over at the same time. It is evident that this son is not ordinary. "Need you old dog to remind me?" Jiang Yushan coldly drank and laughed, and straightly called it an old dog. Not even bringing the surname, Chao Mu didn't say anything. It was enough to let Jiang Yushan go for this kind of thing. Alchemists definitely have a knack for exasperating people as well. Zhou Yuanzhong coldly grunted, and didn't open his mouth. In the ring, the battle was imminent. "Rubbish. Suffer." Xiaotian drank coldly. He didn't intend to word anymore with Xiao Fan, because it doesn't make sense. Because in his eyes, Xiao Fan was nothing but a dead man. When he knew what chance Xiao Fan had obtained, it would be the time of Xiao Fan's death. Xiaotian made a fierce dash and his figure disappeared, pushing straight toward Xiao Fan. His breath knuckled, fierce and brutal. The entire ring, even the neighborhood, set off a strong astral wind. Wherever he passed, the lapis lazuli plates on the ring all crumbled. Terrible. Very scary. The Jingchuan City ring has never been so badly damaged. However, when he had just arrived in front of Xiao Fan moved. An intense battle intent and killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Kill." Chapter 185, The Upper Hand. Xiao Fan shouted angrily, his breath bursting out around him, and he was simply a different person from before. The aura he displayed at this moment was not in any way inferior to Xiaotian, who was at the first level of the Tongtian realm. At this very moment when Xiao Fan's breath grew, the ground he stood on under his feet, all of them crumbled. And while the ground 5 meters away from his figure also crumbled. One must know that the lapis lazuli slabs of the Jingchuan City ring could be different from the extreme immortal sects. The sturdiness is simply not comparable. Xiao Fan's figure leapt, and in an instant, the 2 brothers were face to face, straight into the first round of exchanges. Xiaotian was taken aback. He had never thought that Xiao Fan would be so strong. Xiaotian cursed in a low voice as he realized that he had still underestimated his opponent. And at this time Xiao Fan showed the combat power, whereas the strength of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm should have. In the middle of the air, on top of the wooden boat, Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu both had smiles hanging out of the corners of their mouths. Zhou Yuanzhong, who was at the side, turned pale. This kid could be so strong. He couldn't believe that the battle power that Xiao Fan was displaying now was at least at the 3rd level of the Tongtian realm. That's natural. My extreme immortal sect's disciples are all talented. Jiang Yushan looked condescending and skimmed Zhou Yuanzhong with his nostrils. Xiaomu laughed bitterly and shook his head, sighing in awe at the alchemist's ability to gas people. Zhou Yuanzhong didn't have the heart to take care of him at this time. The battle power that Xiao Fan had shown was not weaker than Xiaotian at all. At this rate, Xiaotian will lose. And at this time even more shocked is Xiaotian. He found that the waste that has always been despised by him. It's amazing how fierce and vicious the fight can be. No matter how he attacked, from where he attacked, the other party did not dodge in the slightest. As long as he seized the opportunity, even if he himself was injured, the other side is just as likely to return injury for injury. Crazy. At this moment Xiaotian came up with such a thought, and at this moment, Xiaotian made a sideways dodge to avoid Xiao Fan's incoming ferocious punch as a long sword appeared in his right hand. Xian rank middle grade magic weapon. Between whistles, it slashed at Xiao Fan. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan did not hesitate for half a moment and tapped his storage bag, and the coiled dragon gun appeared, parrying the incoming sword. And at the same time, a Xian rank longsword appeared in his other hand and slashed at Xiaotian. Xiaotian's expression was startled as he hurriedly stepped back to avoid the sword. Both he and the mid-air Shou Yuanzhong recognized it. The longsword in Xiao Fan's hand was made by his misty immortal palace. The spells made by the netherworld immortal palace all had their own unique features that made them easily recognized at a glance. Xiaotian's expression was icy cold and anger flashed in his eyes as he did not ask where this longsword came from. Shou Yuanzhong in mid-air didn't ask. And everyone knew that it was left by the immortal palace outer disciple that Xiao Fan had killed earlier. Seeing this, Zhang Yushan's expression became even more joyful, and said with a faint smile, "What's so good about this misty immortal palace's broken magic weapon? Chao Mu, turn around and you refine one for this waif. The materials, I'll pay for it." Zhang Yushan was very atmospheric and patted his chest in passing. Chao Mu skimmed his lips and didn't say anything, but Shou Yuanzhong on the side heard, almost angry, spit blood. It was humiliating enough for his immortal palace outer disciple to be killed and his magic weapon to be taken. As a result, you still have to be called a broken magic weapon. He was almost about to make a move at this moment, wanting to fight Zhang Yushan to the death. Xiao Fan held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other with a pale expression. After returning to the dragon family, he changed into a clean white robe. At this time above the white robe, although it was wounded, torn and tattered, but also spread all over his own blood. However, from Xiao Fan's face, he couldn't see the slightest bit of fear, and if you look closely, you can still see the excitement in Xiao Fan's eyes. "Kill!" Xiao Fan bellowed again and charged up. Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He had been careless and had completely misjudged his opponent. He realized that his current self is not the opponent's enemy at all. The people around him had long since looked dumbfounded. The two exchanged blows so quickly that there were not many people on the scene who could see it clearly. As for the ring, it has long been destroyed beyond recognition. All around is full of rubble. Can't find a single intact slab of green stone at all. And Xiao Yuan, who had the highest cultivation level among the crowd of the Xiao family, could not see the process of the two exchanging blows at all. However, just now the two separated for a moment. Both noticed, that is, Xiaotian injury seems to be heavier than Xiao Fan. Damn! Xiao Yuan cursed, his face turning blue, and most of the people in the Xiao family beside him looked the same. The Long family, on the other hand, was excited that Xiao Fan stood to gain the upper hand. They are naturally excited. The onlookers, on the other hand, were all horrified, and the position they stood in coincidentally backed up a lot. These two exchanged blows too quickly, too violently. They simply can't see. Chapter 186, Xiaotian's temporary defeat. But even if you can't see it, it's nothing. A 9th level of the Qi transformation realm could actually fight against a 1st level of the Tong Tian realm powerhouse. That in itself says something. Xiao Fan was strong. Very strong. With Xiao Fan's roar, the two men once again exchanged blows. Xiao Fan's life-threatening fighting style shocked Xiaotian, who had also participated in fellow disciples' sparring sessions in the Misty Immortal Palace. And Xiao Fan, no matter if it was the battle intent he showed or the ferocity with which he struck out, all far exceeded those Misty Immortal Palace disciples. Terrible. It's horrible. He wasn't an idiot. He knew better than anyone how terrifying a genius who crossed the ranks was. Among the great powers, fast cultivation speed in high realm was only one aspect. A more important aspect was to see how strong this genius was among his class and how strong he was at crossing over challenges. With Xiaotian's talent nowadays he could cross 2 steps to challenge, and he was not afraid of even a strong person at the 3rd level of the Tong Tian realm. However, the opposite Xiao Fan could actually battle him with the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm? What does this mean? The other party is now across a large realm in the battle uing piece of. Xiaotian roared. At the same time his chest was slashed by the long sword, a blood scar appeared, killing Xiaotian's figure retreating and coughing up blood. That blow just now injured his internal organs. Waste? Xiao Fan laughed coldly, his face filled with a sneer. I am a waste. Then what are you? Waste not as good? Xiaotian was stunned. Indeed, if he couldn't even beat the trash he was talking about, what was that if not worse than trash? Ah Xiao Fan, I want you to die. Xiaotian roared up to the sky, and his aura, which had originally slipped due to his injuries and depletion, instantly skyrocketed back up. He mobilized all of his remaining spiritual energy and rushed forward. Anger had swept him off his feet. especially when the person opposite him is the same trash that he has scorned for more than a decade. Xiao Fan exhaled. Although there were injuries on his body, but it was nothing to him. He, Xiao Fan, had fought many battles of life and death, and after a night of cultivation, he raised his own cultivation to the point of the middle round of the Qi transformation realm. Kill! Xiao Fan also let out a bellowing cry, and the two of them fought in degrees. Xiaotian was maddened by his anger, and this time, his fighting style became starting to be desperate, repaying injuries with injuries. However, Xiao Fan on the opposite side was not afraid at all, and his strikes were still ruthless. If you want to change, then he will change with you. In just a few breaths, dozens more wounds were added to the two men's bodies. Both sides were riveted to their full strength, neither refusing to lose to the other. In midair, Shou Yuanzhong's face was gloomy. He was more than aware of how many kilograms Xiaotian had, and he didn't think that he would even be defeated by the other party. At this rate, the one who would lose in the end would definitely be Xiaotian. Damn! Shou Yuanzhong cursed in a low voice. He had forgotten how many years he hadn't cursed anyone. Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu glanced at him, but the two didn't have the heart to mock, because the injuries on Xiao Fan's body were also very serious. But Xiao Fan is different compared to Xiaotian. Even if the two were of equal strength, Xiaotian would definitely be inferior to the other. Although Xiao Fan had been called a waste since he was a child, but he's been through so many life and death battles since then. From the battle against Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian, to the mining vein competition, the battle against Su Yizhou and Morong Fu, leaving from Jingchuan City, facing a group of Su family's clan elders as well as the head of the family chasing after him, he fought back all the way and survived to the end. After the extreme immortal sect, they even fought countless times. Even in Shilua City, he still had the courage to put up a hard fight against a Xiandan realm powerhouse. This mindfulness as well as awareness, it's not something that can be compared to talent. Xiao Fan has experienced everything. If a different person, 99% of the body is cold. Xiaotian's complexion began to look hideous as his aura began to gradually decrease and even his cultivation began to become unstable. It hadn't been long since he had just advanced to the Tong Tian realm, and he hadn't even had time to consolidate before rushing to Jingchuan City. However, the waste in his eyes has grown to such an extent without realizing it. Xiaotian cursed, but in this instant, the coiled dragon gun pierced his left chest and penetrated out. Xiaotian sprayed blood in his mouth once again, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. The long sword in his hand violently slashed at Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan's coiled dragon gun flung out and the other hand's long sword blocked across the top. Then he kicked out, and Xiaotian's body separated from the coiled dragon gun. Blood spurted wildly from his chest all of a sudden. The whole person also coughed up blood. His body was kicked by this kick and flew out backwards, heavily kicked out of the ring. He didn't stop until he was over 50 feet away, knocking down 3 tall trees along the way. Chapter 187, Xiaotian is high on drugs. At this point the scene was in shock, yet no one dared to open their mouths to discuss anything either. No good. The mid-air Shou Yuanzhong frowned as his figure was about to rush down, but Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu, who were on top of the wooden boat, stopped in front of him in the blink of an eye. You guys get up, Xiaotian is already out of the ring. He lost. Shou Yuanzhong's voice was low, accompanied by anger. Heh, a battle to the death? There's such a thing as dropping out of the ring and counting it as a loss? This time, without waiting for Zhang Yushan to speak, Xiao Mu opened his mouth to sneer first. You guys get out of the way. Shou Yuanzhong was furious. Xiaotian had done his best, yet he was not defeated. If this went on, if Xiao Fan laid his hands on him, Xiaotian would surely die. Although he was shocked that Xiao Fan's strength could be called a rare demon, but Xiao Genius is his protege. Old thing, you're shameless. Ah, want to go over? No way. Zhang Yushan direct ridicule. You, Shou Yuanzhong is furious. And at that moment, the ring. Xiao Fan spat out a breath. His heart couldn't tell what it felt like. Did he win? Should have won. Beat his brother. The brother who treated him like crap. And what's he going to do next? Kill each other? At this moment, Xiao Fan hesitated. He had thought about killing Xiaotian countless times before, especially yesterday, when he saw Long Miaoyin hanging in a dog cage. He couldn't wait to flay Xiaotian alive, but when it really came down to it, he hesitated. His silent gaze looked toward where Xiaotian smashed into the ground. He gripped the sword in his hand, and at this moment he hesitated. The Xiao family members peered at each other, although they didn't see the exchange, but the one standing in the ring now was Xiao Fan. That means that just now defeated. Out of the ring is Xiaotian. Tianer will not lose. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xiao's faces were filled with disbelief, as were the crowd of Xiao family members. For their part, the people of the Long family were excited, each clapping their hands. Great! Xiao Fan has won. Our dragon family has won. My dragon family won. Great. Long Miaoyin stagnantly looked at Xiao Fan in the ring for a long time, unable to say what she felt in her heart. Xiao Fan's thoughts at this moment were complicated, but in the end he clenched the long sword in his hand, just when I wanted to step over. Xiaotian within that deep pit, however, let out a furious roar as a terrifying blood color tumbled out. I'm not going to lose. How could I lose? And to a loser at that. Damn it, punk, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to peel your skin, draw your tendons, and drink your blood to ease my heart's hatred. At this moment, Xiaotian stood up. His blood qi was entangled outside his body. His eyes were red, and he seemed to be somewhat insane in his demeanor. Instead, his aura continued to grow again. Not only the spirit energy that had already been consumed, but also his aura, which was growing wildly, getting wildly out of control. Tianer. Great. Tianer is fine. Wei Xia and Xiao Yuan, the husband and wife, were full of excitement. Xiao Tian did not lose. He stood up. The faces of the Long family members all of a sudden became gloomy, and no one continued to open their mouths. The onlookers, on the other hand, were filled with astonishment. The battle was thrilling beyond their imagination. And above the ring, in midair, instead, all three of their faces changed. Blood burning pill. He actually took the blood burning pill. As an alchemist, Zhang Yushan naturally recognized at a glance that the changes in Xiao Tian's body came from pills. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The other two recognized it at once. Zhou Yuanzhong, in particular, has an iron face. Damn, how can he eat this play should? It will ruin him later. Zhou Yuanzhong was furious. He knew the aftermath of the blood burning pill all too well. That was an overdraft of potential and essence blood to forcibly raise battle power. If you don't get it right, Xiao Tian will be wasted in the future. He was going to try to stop it, but it was already too late. The blood burning pill had already been taken. Even if he stopped it now, it was useless. As for Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu, the two of them had ugly faces because of Xiao Fan. The two of them knew very well how terrifying it was to take the blood burning pill. Previously, Xiao Tian already had the battle power of the third level of the Tong Tian realm. If he took the blood burning pill at this time, under the effects of the pill, he would at least have the strength of the fourth level of the Tong Tian realm. And the whole person will also be nearly insane because of the blood burning elixir. Fighting a boosted madman. It's a very dangerous and scary thing. At this moment, Zhou Yuanzhong took a deep breath as he gave up his intention of forcibly breaking out and rescuing Xiao Tian. Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu are also. All three of them stared at the ring with furrowed brows. A blood-burning elixir? Xiao Fan muttered and looked at Xiao Tian with a complicated gaze. Is admitting to losing to me such a difficult thing? Xiao Tian's expression was hideous. His blood aura was heaving around him, and his current state was far more terrifying than Dai Hanfei's was back then. The fight with Dai Hanfei was still fresh in Xiao Fan's mind. Originally, the other party was in a situation where he was crushed by him, but it turned out to be because of the blood-burning pill. The other party forced his strength, and as a result, he suffered a great loss. And now that Xiao Tian had taken the blood-burning pill, he would undoubtedly be even more terrifying than Dai Hanfei. Chapter 188, Waste. Come on, you piece of. Xiao Tian's figure took one step and flew into the air above the ring. He is a Tong Tian realm cultivator and can fly in the air. Xiao Fan could not see any fear on his face, nor was he surprised. Sure enough, you're not that easy to beat. Xiao Fan's voice was flat. Xiao Tian would not be Xiao Tian if he could be defeated that easily. He knew this brother better than anyone else. Cut the crap and go to hell. Xiao Tian's expression was hideous as he rushed forward with blood qi entwined around his body. Xiao Fan stared at his eyebrows. The Xiao Tian after taking the blood-burning pill was terrifying. He had already given his all when he defeated his opponent before. The two brothers exchanged blows once again. As the effect of the blood-burning elixir gradually increases, Xiao Tian's attack was also becoming more and more fierce, more vicious than before. The blood-burning pill was burning essence blood to forcefully increase strength. At this moment, Xiao Tian looked hideous like a monster. Xiao Fan was beaten back and forth, barely holding on. He had experience in how to deal with people who had taken the blood-burning pill, stalling with the other side to drag the effects of the blood-burning elixir over. However, Xiao Tian is different from the previous Dai Hanfei. Xiao Tian's strength is stronger than Dai Hanfei by an unknown amount. At this time, when he started to go crazy, he was even more terrifying. Go to hell. Xiao Tian's face was hideous as he tore his voice and roared as he threw a punch at Xiao Fan's chest. The coiled dragon gun in Xiao Fan's hand resisted, and his figure took 2 steps backward to barely stabilize his figure. And the long sword in Xiao Tian's hand also stabbed at Xiao Fan's neck at the same time. Xiao Fan crossed his sword to parry, trying to change the trajectory of the other party's long sword attack. However, his strength today was inferior to Xiao Tian's. Xiaotian's sword was disturbed and only slightly changed direction. Xiaofan's neck was still slashed with a half-inch deep blood mark. Good thing the neck wasn't pierced though. Just a superficial wound. Damn. Xiaofan stepped and retreated at great speed. He was very close to death at that moment just now. Go to hell. Go to hell. Xiaotian chased after him. And the blood-burning pill had begun to make him delirious. The ground around them broke by inches. And at this time, Xiaotian attacked without caring at all. The sword flashed in his hand, slashing around. Even the outside of the ring was greatly affected. What at the crowd of onlookers? More than a dozen people were injured when they were hit by Xiaotian's sword awnings. The onlookers weren't stupid. And when they saw this scene, they immediately scattered their legs and ran. It's not worth it to see what's going on and throw your life away. Those with a bit of strength and a bit of guts backed off and hid in some relative safety. In the Xiao family crowd, Xiao Yuan, Wei Xia, and a group of the Xiao mansion's direct lineage were all excited upon seeing this. Xiaotian had the upper hand, completely crushing his opponent. Great! Tian'er is going to win. That's right, Tian'er is going to win. They had no idea how serious the consequences of taking the blood-burning pill were. With their insights, they had never heard of an elixir like the blood-burning pill. And the Long family side. The faces of the Long family are worried. Long Zizai and Long and Hai and other clan elders could naturally tell that Xiaotian had swallowed the blood-burning pill. The already difficult opponent had become even more difficult at this point. Long Miaoyin's slender little hand clutched the corner of her coat, knuckles white. As for the three people in mid-air, their faces were all unsightly at the same time. Shou Yuanzhong did so, and so did Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu. The longer the situation drags on, the more serious the backlash of the blood-burning elixir will be. If the battle continued, Xiaotian's qualifications and foundation would easily be ruined. And the current situation is extremely unfavorable to Xiaofan. He can only keep dodging. Nothing else can be done. For a while, all three didn't know what to do. In the ring, the injuries on Xiaofan's body were currently getting worse. Several times worse than before. Every time Xiaotian attacked over, he backed up and dodged. And wherever he went blood stained the ground. Xiaotian was no different from a madman at this moment. He couldn't fight hard because his opponent was completely above him in strength. Ha ha ha, waste, waste. Xiaotian looked hideous. And every time he attacked, his mouth would constantly cry out calling Xiaofan a waste. The whole person has lost the ability to think normally. All that went through his mind was slaughtering Xiaofan across the street. Even at this moment, he had forgotten his original intention to press Xiaofan about the matter of his chance. Just want to simply kill Xiaofan. Xiaofan didn't say a word. No matter how badly injured he was, he can't be distracted at this point. If once the concentration is off, Xiaotian might kill him at any time. Chapter 189 Blood Chi Transforming Swords. The terrible engagement goes on and on. Xiaofan managed to resist for half a quarter of an hour. He's still standing above the ring, but his injuries are worse and the blood is still flowing. And Shou Yuanzhong in midair frowned. No, no. Shou Yuanzhong's face was cold as he turned his head to look at Jiang Yushan and spoke in a cold voice. This son's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. He has been fighting for so long. The consumption of spiritual energy in his body has diminished, but it can't be this much. Moreover, he's been injured so badly and bled so much. How is it possible for him to still be able to support himself and still have blood flowing out? At first, it was because he was worried about Xiaotian that he didn't realize this. But gradually, he also realized that Xiaofan's state was not right. Jiang Yushan snorted coldly. If you ask Lao Zi will tell you? On what grounds? Xiao Mu glanced at the duo and didn't say anything. In fact, Jiang Yushan also wondered how Xiaofan had persevered. Shou Yuanzhong's icy voice came out of his mouth. What kind of elixir did you give him? Jiang Yushan, you're playing dirty. At this moment, Shou Yuanzhong thought that Xiaofan was still able to hold on. It must be because Jiang Yushan had given him some sort of elixir earlier. This is not uncommon for alchemists. In fact, even Xiao Mu thinks so. Jiang Yushan skimmed Shou Yuanzhong. What does it have to do with you if Laozi did it or not? You. Shou Yuanzhong was so angry that he pointed his finger at Jiang Yushan. Normally, with Xiaofan's injuries today, he would not have been able to hold on for long. And in fact, before the two exchanged blows, Xiaofan swallowed a large number of pills within the star dough diagram. Whether it's one that replenishes spiritual energy or heals injuries, even the elixirs to restore blood he had taken in large quantities. He had to be well prepared to face this brother. And even then, the current Xiaofan is also a bit unable to support. Xiaotian is too strong. Especially the Xiaotian after the madness is even more terrifying. This is the blood-burning elixir. Xiaofan kept coughing up blood in his mouth. Just now, he was nearly chopped alive by Xiaotian's sword to him. Waste, waste. Xiaotian's face was grim as his aura around him had reached its peak. The blood-burning pill, which burned essence blood, was also determined by the amount of essence blood in the body of the taker. Not knowing the situation of the Xiao family crowd, each faced surprise, thinking that Xiaotian was sure to win, and Zhou Yuanzhong's face is even more somber. If he persisted, Xiaotian's qualifications might be ruined. With the blood-burning pill, the consumed essence and blood can be found a way to make up for it, but once the foundation is injured, there is no cure. At this point he is worried and concerned while not knowing what to do. Blocking? Not blocking? If it was blocked, Xiaotian hadn't killed the other party yet by taking the blood-burning pill? That would definitely have an impact on Xiaotian's Dao heart in the future, easily causing him to stumble and fall into ruin from then on. And although the situation today was unfavorable to Xiaotian, the same was even more unfavorable to Xiao Fan. He was bruised and battered and didn't look like he would last long at all. Have all the effects of the elixir been exhausted? Xiao Fan coughed up blood as he retreated. The pills he had taken before were many, yet those were only first-grade pills, always limited in effect, and his spiritual energy consumption is too huge. Waste. Don't run. Is that all you can do is run? Xiaotian looked hideous, simply like a devil. He was going to kill his own brother. His real brother? Or he had always had that in mind since he was a child. Kill Xiao Fan. Kill this punk. Xiao Fan's existence was a disgrace to him, and whenever others talked about his Xiaotian, glorious and shining existence, they would always remember that he had a wasteful elder brother. That's why he was ruthless enough to kill and then send Xiao Fan to become a flunky. Two people fighting. At this time not only the whole ring, even the city lord were affected by the waves. The city lord's mansion around a large number of buildings were destroyed. The aftermath of the two exchanging blows was terrifying. Xiaotian still looked hideous, but the effect of the blood-burning pill also began to gradually decrease. The blood qi around Xiaotian's body began to decrease. However, the opposite Xiao Fan was even more miserable, unable to find a single piece of good meat on his body. The coiled dragon lance and long sword in Xiao Fan's hands had long been stained with blood, and multiple cracks appeared on the two magic weapons. There is already a tendency to collapse. Because the effect of the blood-burning pill had decreased, Xiaotian also gradually regained his sanity. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Xiaotian was afraid afterward. He had to hurry up and kill the other party, or else the root damage would be so severe that he would be wasted in the future. Xiaotian thrust the longsword in his hand onto the ground. Ah! He shouted violently. The blood gas around his body began to slowly condense to his right hand, forming the appearance of a blood knife. Is it finally here? A refined light appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes as he slowly exhaled. In midair show Yuan Zhong, Jiang Yushan, Chao Mu. Three people's faces changed slightly. Blood and qi turned into knives. Jiang Yushan's face was unsightly, as was Chao Mu's, and the two of them now even wanted to go down and stop this match. Blood qi transforms into a sword, using one's own essence blood as a guide, condensing blood qi and transforming it into a sharp blade. This kind of blood blade condensed from essence blood had amazing destructive power. A magic weapon of the lower Xian rank may be broken. Not to mention the two magic weapons that are now broken and shattered in Xiao Fan's hands. Chapter 190, The Might of the Fist of Reincarnation. Xiao Fan stared at his eyebrows, his face very grave. The coiled dragon lance and the long sword in his hands had long since had the phenomenon of crumbling and breaking. Or perhaps when he joined the extreme immortal sect to compete with Chen Feixing in Nangong Lingxian, these two magic weapons had already shown signs of crumbling. The blood qi transformation blade in Xiao Tian's hand opposite him was about to condense and take shape. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and threw the disc dragon gun and long sword in his hand as concealed weapons. At this point he was acting a bit like a handful in a panic. A hideous and terrifying smile appeared on Xiao Tian's face as he unhurriedly avoided the coiled dragon gun and the long sword. Rubbish! Are you scared? But it's already too late. Suffer death. The long blood qi blade in Xiao Tian's hand had already coalesced. Everyone around them tensed up. Anyone could sense that the long blood qi blade in Xiao Tian's hand was not simple. And at the same time, the qi and blood around his body became thin as all of it was condensed into the blood-colored long sword. And a terrifying energy fluctuation began to appear in his right hand. And it kept emitting a low sharp buzzing sound as if it was a real sword. Xiao Fan's eyes were cold and stern as he silently placed his right hand behind him. The three people in midair stared at their brows. Anyone's face was grave. The main reason why Xiao Fan was able to resist Xiao Tian's attack before was because of the two Xian-ranked magic weapons in his hands. Even if he was attacked by Xiao Tian, he could barely withstand it without being defeated. And at this point different. The blood qi long knife could definitely break through those two magic weapons. And Xiao Fan seemed to see this. So he threw the two magic weapons just now. As for today's situation, the blood qi transformation blade would not disappear for a while. He was determined with how long the effect of the blood burning pill in Xiao Tian's body lasted. Xiao Fan would next have to face the blood knife attack that could not be defended against but only dodged. Once he was hit in the vitals, Xiaofan would surely die. At this moment, Xiaotian's figure turned into a stream of light and shot out. Go to hell, punk! Xiaotian shouted violently, his body flying into mid-air. Then holding a long blood chi sword, he instantly landed and rushed towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan doesn't have any magic weapon in his hands. Even if it did, it would be impossible to resist this long blade of blood chi. And at this moment, Xiaofan gazed at Xiaotian, who was whistling down in mid-air. His figure leapt up violently to meet him. What? Xiaotian was taken aback, thinking that Xiaofan must be crazy. How dare you take his blood knife with your bare hands? Not only him, even the three people in mid-air were thinking the same thing. Xiaofan, don't be impulsive, that long blade is not simple. Jian Yushan directly drank, and with a flash of his body, he was about to rush down to block it. He knew very well how terrifying this blood knife really was, and without an upper-grade Xian-ranked magic weapon, it was impossible to block it. Instead, Shou Yuanzhong stepped in front of him. Jian Yushan, have you forgotten the rules? Get the hell out of my way, Jian Yushan bellowed, about to make a move as he spoke. Seeing this, Chao Mu on the side, his aura around him also skyrocketed, and 36 flying swords appeared at the same time. Seeing this, Shou Yuanzhong's aura increased and a huge axe appeared in his hand. The three stooges stare at each other, and at this moment, Xiaofan and Xiaotian in the ring were already close at hand. Go to hell, punk! A hideous smile appeared at the corner of Xiaotian's mouth, and the blood knife in his hand was already slashing at Xiaofan's head. There was less than 3 inches left to split down from Xiaofan's head, splitting the give in half. Under this distance, Xiaofan is simply unable to escape. He's dead. However, at this time, Xiaofan's gaze was tough and cold, and he gazed at the long blade of blood gas that was getting closer and closer to his head. Not even close. At this moment Xiaofan's right hand suddenly flashed with golden light. A piercingly strong light collapsed out. Even the three Xian Dan realm powerhouses in midair were attracted by the strong light. What kind of martial art is this? Those who saw this golden light were baffled. The blood-colored long knife in Xiaotian's hand. Golden light shines in Xiaofan's hand. Golden red rays of light crisscrossed the room, looking even more bewitching in the midday sun. Reincarnation fist. The golden light emanating from this move was even more golden and dazzling than the throat-shattering lock and hexagonal chop. Mid-air. Even if this move is powerful, so what? The long sword will definitely split him in half first. Shou Yuanzhong smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. He could naturally tell that this punch was extraordinary. But so what? Before the fist could touch Xiaotian, the opponent's head would have to be split in half. Old dog, get lost. Get out of the way. Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu's faces are ugly. At this time, the two people want to rush over, but he was stopped by Shou Yuanzhong. Although with their understanding of Xiaofan, the other party was not an impulsive person, but it's too dangerous. Xiaotian's face was livid, and the long blood-colored blade had already reached the top of Xiaofan's head. Whoosh! And at this moment, right at this instant, Xiaofan's body disappeared. What? The three people in midair froze, and with their strength, they only felt a momentary fluctuation in space as Xiaofan's figure moved at extreme speed. In an instant, his speed even surpassed the Xiandan realm. What? Xiaotian was also shocked as the long blood-colored blade in his hand slashed the air. The slash that was supposed to be chopping off Xiaofan's head split empty. At that moment, Xiaofan's figure suddenly appeared behind Xiaotian. He coughed out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, his complexion equally hideous and terrifying. Reincarnation fist. Xiaofan roars violently. Golden fist blasts at Xiaotian's chest. It all just happened in an instant. Xiaotian's blood knife slashed the air. Xiaofan's instantaneous movement, and then the golden fist light blasted. But Xiaotian's chest was instantly pierced through by this punch, and the might was terrifyingly incomparable, directly penetrating through Xiaotian's body. The blood spurts. Xiaofan's arm was exposed from Xiaotian's chest. No one expected it to be this fast. Asterisk. Shou Yuanzhong was shocked. Everything had just happened so fast that he couldn't even think of rescuing him in time. And right at this moment, Xiaotian's head turned around. A resentful, hateful gaze appearing on his hideous face. Go to hell. Chapter 191. The long blade of blood chi that was slowly dissipating in Xiaotian's hand violently slashed horizontally at Xiaofan. At this moment he even forgot that Xiaofan's arm was still in his chest. However, everything he no longer cared about. He was going to cleave this man to death. A life for a life. Not many people could see this scene live. The Xiao family crowd was still surprised. Their eyes were unable to keep up with the speed of the two. As for the Long family, only Long ZZ can see what just happened. At this moment, he sucked in cold air, his face full of shock. Lu Shiming, who was inside the city lord's mansion, had his jaw dropped to the ground, and the three people in midair changed their complexion again. all shocked at this point, have dodged and tried to go down to block. The blood-colored long knife slashed. Xiao Fan was exhausted at this moment and used up all of his spiritual energy. Gathering the reincarnation fist had already exhausted his spiritual energy, and then using shifting shadows to get close at the shortest and most extreme distance. This way, he could ensure that he had enough spiritual energy, and there wouldn't be a situation where he ran out of spiritual energy after his instantaneous movement and couldn't strike with his reincarnation fist. At this point, he couldn't resist at all, and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He just watched as the long blood chi sword slashed at him. However, at the same time, the long blood chi blade in Xiaotian's hand was dissipating, and it dissipates very quickly. Only the hilt and the slender blade remain. The effect of the blood-burning elixir faded, and his heart and lungs were hit hard at the same time. It was fortunate that the blow just now did not directly hit the heart, otherwise Xiaotian would have died directly, but it also cost him the little essence blood left in his body. There was simply no way to continue supporting the blood sword. This blade was slashed horizontally at Xiao Fan's heart. At this moment, he was simply powerless to resist, or even if he did, he couldn't resist. And Xiaotian's state is consistent with Xiao Fan's. The intense injuries coupled with the exhaustion of essence and blood, the dissipation of the blood knife in his hand. Pfft hiss. The slash hit Xiao Fan's arm. The dissipating blood blade was equally unstoppable, directly chopping Xiao Fan's arm away. However, it's not over yet. The blood knife that was about to dissipate slashed into half of his body in the process, instantly shattering the ribs of the left half of his body, chopped off his left lung. The blood light dissipated when it was finally about to cut into the heart, turned into nothingness. Xiaotian similarly did not have any strength left. Blood spurted from his mouth and fell. Xiao Fan did the same, coughing up blood from his mouth. The same way his right hand was still stuck in Xiaotian's chest. Two brothers fall to the ground together. Same thing, and at that moment, the three people in midair simultaneously dashed to the side of the duo. What just happened was too fast for them to stop it. Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu ran directly towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Yuanzhong ran towards Xiaotian. The two landed just a few inches before being caught by both sides. Without half a dawdle, Zhang Yushan hugged Xiao Fan and grabbed him to check his injuries while taking out various spirit pills from within his storage bag. Xiao Mu then pulled Xiao Fan's right arm back from Xiaotian's body. Xiao Yuanzhong hugged Xiaotian and hurriedly checked his injuries. Heart half broken. Xiao Yuanzhong's face is iron blue. Heart half destroyed. Roots destroyed. Essence and blood depleted. Like a waste of time. As for Xiao Fan on the opposite side, his left arm was chopped off at this time. The lungs of the left side of his body were chopped in half, and the ribs of half of his body were completely broken. But it's good to know there's still a breath in the air. Zhang Yushan did not hesitate for a moment. Broke Xiao Fan's mouth open a bottle of pills. Both lives are at stake. Similarly, Xiao Yuanzhong was the same. As an outer sect elder of the Netherworld Immortal Palace, although he was not an alchemist, he had many precious pills. At this time, all of them were also given to Xiaotian to pour down in a brain. The people around them have been dumbfounded. Xiaotian, Tian the two couples, Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, were dumbfounded. The battle just now was too fast for them to understand what was going on. Wasn't Xiaotian on top just now? What a turnaround. The two couples did not hesitate to run directly to where Xiao Yuanzhong and Xiaotian were. The Xiao family crowd followed closely behind, and the people of the Long family were confused. Xiao Fan would be injured to such an extent. Both arms were chopped off. One. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Long Miaoyin roared and directly rushed over, as did Long Kaiwei, Long Anhai and the others. At this moment, no matter if it was Xiao Yuanzhong, Zhang Yushan, or Qiao Mu, their faces were all blue. This is especially true of Xiao Yuanzhong. Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian were both injured just as badly, and at this point, they didn't even have half of their lives left. However, Xiaotian had just taken the blood-burning pill, not only burning essence blood, but also destroying the foundation. Asterisk. Xiao Yuanzhong's eyes were bloodshot. Turning back, he looked viciously at Xiao Fan and Zhang Yushan's arms. At this moment, both Zhang Yushan and Qiao Mu were relieved. After taking many pills, Xiao Fan's injuries had stabilized. At least the life was saved, and the rest would be slowly recovered back at the clan. The worst part was losing an arm. However, although the Qi transformation realm was unable to revive severed limbs, it was possible to reach the Tong Tian realm though. With Xiao Fan's qualifications it wasn't much. So it's not much. At this moment, Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu looked at each other, and both of them were a little bit scared. If Xiao Fan is really dead, then it was estimated that they would become the sinners of the extreme immortal sect. The disciple who was carrying the Gnosis seed had actually died under the protection and custody of the two of them. Not to mention the two patriarchs Su Yangyan and Wu Xinjui. It was estimated that both Beimhua and Kongping would fight with both of them. Little. You ruined my disciple. You deserve to die. Xiao Yuanzhong put Xiaotian's body down. His aura was amazing. He wanted to slaughter Xiao Fan. Chapter 192, A Three-Way Duel. Show old dog. What are you doing? Zhang Yushan felt this terrifying aura and he directly stood up and blocked in front of Xiao Fan. The people from the Long family had already surrounded Xiao Fan. Xiao Mu was on the side with the same burst of qi. 36 flying swords instantly appearing around him. Zhang Yushan slapped the storage bag. A large Dan furnace floating in the air and appeared. Look at the appearance of at least thousands of pounds of weight. Floating in front of him. The giant axe in Xiao Yuanzhong's hand reappeared. And the layers of breath around him collapsed and sent out, causing the surrounding Xiao family's crowd to feel such a strong impact that they couldn't even stand up. Get out of the way. You too, or I'll kill even you today. Xiao Yuanzhong's eyes reddened. The demonic disciple that he had looked up to had turned out to be like this, breaking his heart. Xiao Yuanzhong had no children at his knees, and he had treated the other party as if he were his own son ever since he had taken Xiaotian in. He even went so far as to plead with the sect to request a special opportunity for Xiaotian to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Results: this disciple he valued had ended up in this state. If that little obediently gives the opportunity away, my disciple won't be like this. At this moment, Xiao Yuanzhong was somewhat insane, and even his thoughts began to twist, getting out of whack. Xiaotian was seriously injured, causing him to show signs of being possessed. This old thing is possessed. Zhang Yushan transmits to Xiao Mu. The latter didn't say anything, and he naturally saw it. Being possessed is almost as bad as being crazy. Facing this kind of Xindan realm cultivator who had become possessed, even if there were two of them on their side, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. What's more, the other party's intention was to kill Xiao Fan, not to strike them down. Asterisk 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 off. Xiao Yuanzhong's figure took a step forward, and the surrounding dozens of miles of earth were shaken by this foot, triggering a violent vibration. Like an earthquake, the entire Jingchuan city shook violently. The onlookers of the city wailed at the sight, fleeing one after another. When a Xindan realm powerhouse was angry, the entire Jingchuan city was like doomsday. A single Xindan realm powerhouse could easily destroy this city. Not to mention that his cultivation level was the Xindan realm grand circle. Old dog, if you want to fight then fight. Zhang Yushan cursed in a vicious voice as the huge Dan furnace began to emit a scorching fire, causing the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly. Xiao Mu turned back to the Long family crowd and spoke. Take Xiao Fan to leave first. Long Zizi nodded his head. His cultivation was at the heavenly realm, but in such a terrifying situation, he felt his heart and soul trembling even if he stayed a little longer. Not to mention others. When one's cultivation reached the Xiandan realm, one had already transcended the realm of mortals. Even if he had reached the great circle of heavenly passage, he was of no use in front of such a strong person. That's an essential gap. The people of the Xiao mansion do not need to say much. Xiao Yuan picked up Xiao Tian, and the line of people evacuated. At the same time, he was sad and angry and anxious in his heart, and as he ran, he also turned back and shouted, Senior, you must avenge Tian Air. Kill that little man. Actually, Xiao Yuan wanted to scold Zhang Yushan and Xiao Mu together. Too bad he doesn't have the guts. Xiao Yuanzhong didn't say anything, but the ever-increasing aura on his body said it all. A vortex was formed with him at the center, which continued to expand in an astonishingly terrifying manner. The crowd dispersed all around them at once. Xiao Yuanzhong's vicious gaze looked towards Long Zzz who was holding Xiao Fan and was moving away in the air. The giant axe slashed in the air. A terrifying and boundless aura shot out from the blade of the axe, and an axe light flashed toward Long Zizhou to kill him. This casual strike seemed to have the power to destroy the entire Jingchuan city. The emptiness that was slashed by the axe light became distorted and terrifying. When this axe light went down, even if Long Zz was at the cultivation level of the Great Circle of Heaven, he would have to be cut in half. Long Zz, who was fleeing in the air, was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that he was locked by this terrifying axe light, and with his strength he could not dodge it at all. Just when Long Zz's heart was in shock and panic, Zhang Yushan moved. The Dan furnace floating in front of him was like a stream of light, blocking in front of Long Zizhong in the blink of an eye. Terrible axe light and danberries collide. Boom! A loud sound came out, shaking the Long Zz in the air, his blood rolling all over his body. His old face reddened and he almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he was afraid afterward. If he was struck by this axe light, he would definitely die. Long Z in the back has been wet with cold sweat. Take a deep breath. Cannot think too much. Turn back to continue to desperately flee. To stay here is to wait for death. At the same time, Xiao Mu also moved, and each of the 36 top-grade Xian-ranked magic weapon flying swords emitted a dazzling light, surrounding Xiao Yuanzhong in a moment. Sword formation. Shou Yuanzhong frowned and his aura around him surged another notch. At this point he had realized, if you want to kill Xiao Fan, this little man, then you must first defeat these two people in front of you. His breath skyrocketed even more terrifyingly than just now, and a terrifying storm lifted up for miles around. The trees in all directions were shaken outward by the impact of this strong storm, and the slightly shorter trees were directly blown away. Massive house collapse in one piece. At this time Lu Jiming inside the city lord's mansion heartbitter. Protecting Jingchuan City was his responsibility as the city lord. It ended up looking like this. And the ones who fought were still all Xiandan realm powerhouses. He didn't even dare to even go over there with his cultivation level of the Tongtian realm. Hesitating for a moment, Lu himself turned and fled. Regarding Lu Jiming's existence in this passing realm, the three of them had detected it from the start. But in the eyes of peak Xiandan realm powerhouses like them, there's no difference between the Tongtian realm and the Qi transformation realm. They're just bigger mole crickets. Don't let go. Die. Shou Yuanzhong took one step. Chapter 193 Shandan Realm Showdown. Shou Yuanzhong had lost his normal human sanity. Xiaomu flew around the 36 flying swords surrounding him at breakneck speed, each of them aiming the tip of the sword at Shou Yuanzhong right in the center. It seemed that as long as Xiaomu gave a thought, these 36 flying swords would simultaneously attack the Shou Yuanzhong within them. Shou Yuanzhong's aura was terrifying. His eyes were red, and it was as if he didn't even care about everything around him as he slashed at the void with his giant axe in hand. And at this same time, the 36 flying swords moved. Instantly 36 flying swords shot in unison at Shou Yuanzhong who was in the center. The giant axe exuded a terrifying blow that sent the 10 flying swords at the top of Shou Yuanzhong's head flying, and he himself instantly dodged away from within this gap, dodging the attacks of the remaining flying swords. Although he was highly powerful, with a great circle of the Xiandan realm, he would be seriously injured if he was hit by 36 Xian rank upper grade flying swords at the same time. After his figure escaped the sword formation, he didn't stop for a moment, and the huge axe in his hand slashed at Xiaomu. The axe light was monstrous and terrifying. Jiang Yushan snorted coldly, and the huge Dan furnace flew back again in the blink of an eye, blocking the axe light. Shou Yuanzhong floated in the air, and he didn't hesitate when he was blocked from a blow by the huge Dan furnace, continuing to constantly swing the huge axe in his hand. Strike after strike of terrifying axe light kept slashing out. Boom, boom, boom. Huge crashing sounds continued to emanate, and the surroundings trembled. At the same time, Xiaomu also remanipulated the 36 flying swords to rise up into the air, chasing after Shou Yuanzhong in mid-air. The Xiandan realm grand circle speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he dodged 36 flying swords, and the 36 flying swords always followed, like they had grown eyes to lock onto Shou Yuanzhong. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Shou Yuanzhong's eyes, and as his right hand grasped in the air, a fiery flame appeared, emitting terrifying might. He took a chance to dodge, and his figure evaded hundreds of meters before throwing the blazing flames in his hand at Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan. The two of them frowned, and their figures suddenly dodged into the air. Rumble! The spot was struck by the flames and burst with terrifying might, and the entire ring collapsed. Even half of the city lord's mansion was destroyed. The power is as terrifying as it is. The two of them, Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu, also floated in the air. For strong people of their realm, floating in the air isn't much different than being on the ground. The 36 flying swords used this opportunity to catch up with Shou Yuanzhong again. The huge axe light flashed and immediately shook away a dozen flying swords. This giant axe is a lower grade earth rank magic weapon. Damn! That crazy dog! Jiang Yushan cursed in a low voice. He was an alchemist and was not good at fighting per se, although the cultivation has Xiandan realm grand circle. But the actual combat power, I am afraid to hold up only a Xiandan realm 6. 7. Xiaomu's face was gloomy, even though he knew that the old man Shou Yuanzhong was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Manipulating 36 Xian rank upper grade flying swords at the same time was also a huge drain on him. Damn! Xiaomu's face was ugly. It was hard to defeat his opponent. Shou Yuanzhong is almost epileptic. His face is full of white hair, and he has long since lost his previous immortal appearance. You think I Misty Immortal Palace is afraid of you extreme immortal sect not? Today I will slaughter you first, and then go to kill that little and slaughter the entire Jingchuan city people. I see what you extreme immortal sect can endure me. A bloodlight floated outside the body of Shou Yuanzhong, who was holding a giant axe. From the outside, it looked similar to Xiaotian taking the blood-burning pill, and he hadn't swallowed any pills. Damn it, this guy actually used a secret technique. Xiaomu whispered a curse. Forcibly raising one's combat power wasn't just a matter of taking the blood-burning pill. There were actually many other methods. It was just that it was difficult to cultivate and most of them required a cultivation level of Xiandan realm or higher before they could be used. When one's cultivation reached the Xiandan realm and condensed the golden Dan, their essence would undergo a monstrous change. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Shou Yuanzhong killed again. The giant axe was continuously waved, and one terrifying axe light after another came splitting. The huge Dan furnace kept blocking, but it was shaken back step by step, and even several cracks appeared on the furnace body. The 36 flying swords constantly chased after Shou Yuanzhong, but every time he came over, he was sent flying by the huge axe in Shou Yuanzhong's hand. 36 Xian rank upper grade flying swords were terrifying, but in the face of absolute power they were only quantitative, and could not produce qualitative changes. The entire Jingchuan city was centered around the city lord's mansion, and monstrous rays of light continuously bombarded all around. The entire city of Jingchuan is desperately fleeing out of the city. It has been like the end of the world here. Fortunately, the place where Shou Yuanzhong, Jiang Yushan, and Xiao Mu were fighting had always been near the city lord's mansion, so it's also caused a lot of damage to the neighborhood. If they war elsewhere, I'm afraid the entire Jingchuan city will be completely destroyed in no time. And at that moment, Long Zizi had already brought Xiao Fan away from that area. When Xian Dan realm powerhouses fought, even spectating was a danger. Xiao Fan kept coughing up blood from his mouth. However, after taking a large amount of elixirs, his injuries had stabilized and his person was awake. At this point he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak. But at the same time, he was glad that if Jiang Yushan hadn't been around, he really could have died just now. With the state he was in just now, he was simply unable to enter the Star Dipper diagram to take the elixir. And even if he entered, with those first-rate pills he had refined, it would be difficult to hang all his lives back. Chapter 194, Blood Battle. The exchange of 3 Xian Dan realm powerhouses dueling at this moment had already thrown Jingchuan city into chaos. The Xiao family's crowd, with Xiaotian, who had coughed up blood and was unconscious, with a terrible bloody hole in his chest, was moving away from the scene at great speed and withdrawing from Jingchuan city. The Long family's people were the same. It was too dangerous inside Jingchuan city. The only way to be safe now was to leave and retreat outside the city for the time being. Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu turned their eyes and fought Shou Yuanzhong for half a quarter of an hour. Half a quarter of an hour was a long time for strong people like them. The entire 10 miles around the city lord's mansion had become a sea of fire. Fierce flames were blazing, and above this sea of fire were 3 Xian Dan realm powerhouses. Although Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu are 2 people, however, neither of them is the type that specializes in fighting, and Jiang Yushan is only an alchemist. Legendary battle scum. In this battle, it was entirely up to Xiao Mu to support him. I'll see how long you two can stop me. Shou Yuanzhong was furious, and the strength that he had boosted using the secret method showed no signs of fading at all. With a cultivation level of Xian Dan realm, the essence and blood in his body was sufficient. This kind of consumption was not afraid at all, and that left Xiao Mu and Jiang Yushan on the opposite side of the room at a big disadvantage. The two of them were not injured in their physical bodies, though they were already panting with exhaustion and their spiritual energy was severely depleted. It didn't matter if it was Xiao Mu who manipulated 36 flying swords at the same time. It was still Jiang Yushan who used the Dan furnace to constantly block the opponent's attacks. It was extremely exhausting for both of them. Extreme Immortal Sect. Today, I will first kill 2 of your elders to avenge my disciple. Shou Yuanzhong's voice was icy cold and his expression was hideous. As the words fell, the giant axe shook the flying sword that came across the sky. His figure instantly shifted and he personally attacked. The huge Dan furnace instantly floated in front of him, yet Shou Yuanzhong didn't retreat halfway and slashed upwards with his huge axe in hand. Boom rumble. The huge Dan furnace was chopped backwards by Shou Yuanzhong holding a huge axe, and the cracks in the scorching furnace body became more and more obvious. Damn! Jiang Yushan's face flushed red. This Dan furnace was operated by him with his spiritual power, and at this moment, being beaten into such a state, the backlash against him was also huge. Boom! Just at the moment when Shou Yuanzhong kept attacking, the lid of the huge Dan furnace lifted up, and a terrifying heat wave drifted out from within it, instantly sweeping and pouncing on Shou Yuanzhong. The temperature of this heat wave was extremely high, and even he felt the danger. Shou Yuanzhong wanted to retreat, but at this time 36 flying swords had already arrived behind him to surround him, breaking his back and making him unable to retreat. Extinction. Shou Yuanzhong's eyes were icy cold, and the oncoming heat wave was like a mist that had no substance, but was able to emit an astonishingly high temperature. At this instant, Shou Yuanzhong's crown of teeth clenched. He did not dodge at this moment, nor did he intend to go on a defensive counterattack. Instead, he made a bold move. His figure accelerated violently and rushed headlong into this terrifying heat wave. What? Jiang Yushan was taken aback. The temperature of this heat wave of his was at least 1,000 degrees. Even if he had the physical strength of the Xian Dan realm, he would surely be burned into serious injuries. There's no way Shou Yuanzhong can't see that. And surprisingly, He lunged through this heat wave. Chao Mu's eyes were also wide with disbelief. Yet just as the two were in a trance, Xiao Yuanzhong had already killed close by. He was holding a huge axe and was already tens of meters away from the two. For strong people in their realm, tens of meters is not a distance at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chao Mu and Jiang Yushan cursed at the same time, and both of them dodged to avoid at the same time. The Dan furnace wanted to come back to block. The speed was too slow, it was simply too late. And the flying sword could not keep up with Xiao Yuanzhong's speed. Xiao Yuanzhong with a giant axe in his hand was too scary. Go to hell! Xiao Yuanzhong roared, his expression hideous and terrifying as his axe light flashed and cleaved at the duo. Chao Mu's left arm was struck by this terrifying axe light, and he immediately felt overwhelmed by a terrifying force, and his entire arm radiated cracks. It snapped apart and slipped off his body. Jiang Yushan is even worse. Struck by this terrible axe light, a leg was directly chopped off. However, the two were seriously injured, but their speed did not slow down by a single bit, and in an instant, they pulled away from Xiao Yuanzhong again. Jiang Yushan immediately took out pills from within his storage bag and took them. He had one of his legs cut off, but it didn't stop him from flying through the air at all, and Xiao Mu even more so, just a broken arm. For them, even if their physical body is all collapsed, as long as the Jindan is still there, then they can't die. It is possible to reconstitute the physical body. However, the two of them, Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu, were also scared afterward. They didn't expect this old man Xiao Yuanzhong to be so strong. It's terribly strong. Of course it has to do with themselves. It goes without saying that alchemists are not good at fighting, although the refiner was very strong. However, Xiao Mu also appeared to be out of his depth when facing the misty immortal palace's outer sex. Ding ding elder. Both of you. You're both going to die here. Xiao Yuanzhong twisted his body and once again shook off 36 flying swords, just now by the heat wave on the face. He was covered with robes ruined most of the face. Hands appeared after being burned by the fire after the horror of the appearance of. There was not a single piece of intact skin, and even white bones could be seen on the already withered face. In a short moment, all three were seriously injured. Xiao Fan in the distance was blurring in consciousness, and Long Zizi had already taken him out of Jingchuan City. With his speed, he was naturally the fastest, and the people of the Long family rushed out. Long Miaoyin was relieved when she saw that Xiao Fan had come to his senses and was not dead. The eyes were red beyond recognition. The same goes for Long Kaiwei. This battle between Xiandan realm powerhouses was a disaster for Jingchuan City, and at this time, dozens of miles away in the void, there are three streams of light flashing, extremely fast and incomparable, and their direction is none other than Yasukawa City. Chapter 195 Extreme Immortal Sex Reinforcements. 5th grade pill. Jingchuan City's inner gates are congested. All the townspeople fled desperately. The city lord, Lu Shiming, rushed aside to bring the city guards to organize and discipline the city to avoid more accidents. What happened today was far beyond his capabilities. There's no way to stop it with Yasukawa Castle's ability. Throughout the city of Jingchuan, there were as many townspeople as there were people who suffered because of this disaster. All of them were affected by the aftershocks caused by the subsequent Xiandan realm battle. Inside the city, houses collapsed piece by piece. The blazing flames were still sweeping around, and terrifying airwaves continued to emanate from the area of engagement. And the three streams of light coming from the distance were extremely fast and incomparable. Dozens of miles away for them, it took less than a moment to reach the outside of Jingchuan City. These three streams of light stopped in the void outside of Jingchuan City, and the three of them gazed at them with staring brows. And the place where their gazes were looking at was none other than Xiao Fan, who was severely injured and had only half of his life left. The three men's faces are unsightly. No good. One of them cursed, then said to the other two, "You guys go to the city. I'll see how this little guy is doing." After he said that, his figure flashed and fell, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Xiao Fan. The other two silhouettes glanced at Xiao Fan before turning into streams of light to vanish into Jingchuan City. It was a scene that no one around had even noticed. A figure appeared beside the Long family's crowd, and at that moment, the Long family's crowd was surrounding Xiao Fan in a circle of water. "Let me take a look at his injuries." The old voice came from the back, sounding gentle, though slightly urgent. The crowd was startled and looked back in unison. They didn't even realize when there was an extra person behind them. Long Zi was on the sidelines and felt it most strongly. This person in front of him, he can't feel any breath at all, but the danger emanating from it is even stronger than Xiao Yuanzhong. The Long family was bewildered, yet they were all worried that he was a bad guy, so they didn't get up in a hurry. Long Kaiwei stepped aside and spoke with a puzzled gaze. "What are you?" "Me?" This old man shook his head and smiled bitterly as his gaze looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan blurrily opened his eyes and looked at the old man. He revealed a miserable smile and a weak voice came out of his throat. "Get out of the way. This is a senior from the extreme immortal sect. His voice was small, but it was still clearly heard by the few people around him. The Long family crowd was surprised that this old man in front of them was actually an elder of the extreme immortal sect. Another elder? However, he could not detect any semblance of a scary aura from him. The old man smiled and took a few steps to walk in front of Xiaofan. This time, the Long family's crowd didn't stop them. The old man gazed at Xiaofan's injuries with a frown. One arm was missing. Half of his body's ribs were broken. Half of his lungs had been split in half, and it was laced with raging blood chi that was eating away at this injured lung. That's a pretty bad injury. Little guy, almost cost me my life. The old man laughed, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily that guy followed. Otherwise it would be really easy to die here. After saying that, 2 jade bottles appeared in his hands and he poured out 2 pills from within for Xiaofan to take. As soon as the elixir appeared, the rich medicinal fragrance rose in all directions, which was fresh and smelled with a feeling of lightness in the body. It smells so good. Long Kaiwei looked a little intoxicated. So did the surrounding Long family crowd. Long Miaoyin was always by Xiaofan's side. Even when the old man came, Xiaofan was still lying in her arms. Long Miaoyin was also a little mesmerized when she smelled this medicinal fragrance. One of those who felt it most deeply was Long Zizi. This medicinal fragrance is even more intense than before inside the Dragon Mansion. Jian Yushan gave him that elixir, and much stronger. This aroma instantly drifted around with the wind, allowing the surrounding densely packed city dwellers who fled from the city to come out to smell it, and all of them looked intoxicated. Open your mouth. The old man smiled. Xiaofan opened his mouth very cooperatively. As the elixir entered his mouth, Xiaofan felt a warm current surging through his body, which instantly flowed through his entire body. A broken arm, a heart-rending chest, or a half of his body that was already numb and unable to move. All of a sudden, they were all much more relaxed, and he could clearly feel that his lungs, which had been injured, and the blood chi within them that was source eroding him, were all of a sudden dispersed by most of this medicinal power. Xiaofan's spirit was also much better all of a sudden. As for the wound, the bleeding had already stopped when he took Jiang Yushan's elixir. It's even less of a problem at this point. Xiaofan moved his neck and felt that his state was too much stronger than just now. He tried and could already barely get up. Getting up, he bowed respectfully to the old man. Thank you, Elder Kong. This old man was the inner sect, Danding Peak head Kong Ping, the #1 Dan master within the extreme immortal sect. Kong Ping smiled and nodded. It's good that you're fine. I didn't expect you to be injured so badly. Xiaofan scratched his head a little embarrassed. In fact, although Kong Ping was smiling, he was nevertheless heartbroken inside. Just now, Xiaofan was given 2 5th-grade pills. That's the top elixir within the Martial Emperor's state. Even if he was a 5th-grade elixir, it was quite difficult to refine it once, and the value of the consumed materials was incalculable. However, he still forced a smile. This was a time when he had to show the alchemist's grid position. How else could Xiaofan be fooled into joining Danding Peak? At this moment, however, 2 silhouettes ran from the distance and rushed directly in front of Kong Ping. Elder, please save my son. Chapter 196 Tian'er is your brother. Senior, please, save my son. At this moment, there are 2 people, a man and a woman. They were kneeling in front of Kong Ping, begging for mercy. This caused Kong Ping to freeze, not realizing what was going on. The 2 who came were none other than Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia, husband and wife. Xiaotian although after Shou Yuanzheng's rescue, but only just to save his life. At this time a blood hole in the chest. Along the blood hole in the chest can be seen inside the plopping beating heart. And it's not even a full heart. A piece was broken. Senior, do me a favor and save my son. Wei Xia grabbed the corner of Kong Ping's coat and begged for mercy in an awesome voice. Xiaofan didn't say anything, his face expressionless, as if none of this had anything to do with him. On the side, Long Miaoyin stood behind him and silently sized up Xiaofan's parents. But the Long family members beside them can't help themselves. I say you guys need some face. By what right do you save your son? The one who opened his mouth was Long Kaiwei. It was your son who beat my brother-in-law to a serious injury. That's right, get lost. Who are you to save your son? You Xiao family. Shameless. Bah! The Long family crowd opened their mouths and cursed. For the Xiao family, the entire Long family hates the whole family, injuring their old ancestor, imprisoning the house of a number of first-degree female family members in a dog cage, hanging outside the city master's residence. It's all a bloody shame. Kong Ping, who was on the side, suddenly furrowed his eyebrows and seemed to have figured out something. His face was a bit gloomy. Xiaofan came back because his own brother threatened and someone from the misty immortal palace intervened. And with his cultivation, he naturally detected Xiaotian in another place when he arrived outside of Dingchuan City. It was also heavily injured, and it was even more severe than Xiaofan. Kong Ping didn't say anything. He also guessed the origin of the pair in front of him, Xiao Fan's biological father and mother. You, don't bully your dragon family too much. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth viciously and looked around at the surrounding Long family crowd. Wei Xia was even more unwilling as he glared at Xiao Fan with a vicious gaze before turning around and kneeling in front of the whole plane and wailing, "My lord, you can save this little man. Why can't you save my son? Please, save my son." Hearing this, the Long family members did not get angry. They were all stunned. In front of the elders of the extreme immortal sect, "You call Xiao Fan Xiao?" Hearing this, the expressionless Xiao Fan's eyes also went cold at this moment. Still didn't speak up though. Kong Ping's face became darker after he heard this. Scram! Who is the old man to save him? When the words fell, Kong Ping waved his hand, and a wave of air swung out from within his sleeve, shocking Wei Xia, who was holding his pants leg, back several feet away. However, he did not make a move to hurt Wei Xia. After all, the other party was Xiao Fan's biological mother. Even if the mother and son don't get along, it's still a family matter. Wei Xia froze. Xiao Yuan also froze. Originally he had planned to go over and ask for help as well. However, Kong Ping's actions made him freeze in place. The reason why she and Xiao Yuan came over was because they saw that there was suddenly an old man over here, and it seemed that after feeding Xiao Fan something, the other party actually stood up. They had no idea who Kong Ping was, nor did he have time to think about Kong Ping's identity before rushing over to ask for help. "This, my lord, why did you only save this little man and not my son?" Wei Xia, after all, is a woman, at this time has not had time to think so much. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, took 2 steps back in his form, his face turning blue. A possibility occurred to him. Kong Ping gazed at his eyebrows and did not speak, but his face was very ugly. This expression was very rare on him. No one from the surrounding Long family crowd said anything. They could tell when Kong Ping was angered. And Long Kaiwei doesn't care about that. She took a step out and sneered at Wei Xia. "Bah, old demon. What gives you the right to call my brother-in-law little, and also the senior is an elder of the extreme immortal sect. He is here for my brother-in-law. What gives him the right to save your son?" "What? Someone from the extreme immortal sect?" After hearing this, Wei Xia almost fainted in anger. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, did not have much of a reaction, but his face became even more ironic. Just as he had guessed just now, the other party was from the extreme immortal sect, so they directly rescued Xiao Fan upon arrival. At this moment, Wei Xia and Xiao Yuan looked up at Kong Ping. The other party had a cold expression and didn't even look at them. However, Kong Ping unintentionally looked at Long Kaiwei with an appreciative gaze and felt that this girl was good. Very good at things. Looking at this current situation, it was simply impossible to beg the other party to save Xiaotian, and Xiaotian's injuries were simply too severe, and he might not even have half a life left at the moment. Suddenly, Wei Xia turned her gaze towards Xiao Fan, and she seemed to have thought of something. It was too late to get up, and after crawling on the ground a few times, he rushed directly in front of Xiao Fan. The surrounding people were stunned. Even Xiao Fan froze. He wanted to retreat, but the injuries on his body were too heavy. He only barely took 2 steps back, and was grabbed by Wei Xia. Wei Xia grabbed Xiao Fan's calf, tears streaming down her face as she spoke in a tearful voice. "Xiao Fan, please, please, let this senior member of your division make a move to save your brother. Tian'er is your own brother." Chapter 197, The Grieving Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was completely dumbfounded. The reaction of the surrounding Long family crowd was the same. No one could have imagined that Wei Xia kneeling in front of Xiao Fan was actually hitting this idea. Kong Ping's face was gloomy on the sidelines. He had heard about what happened to Xiao Fan, and he had also heard about what he was forced to come back for this time. And now, Xiao Fan, Tian'er is your own brother. Are you going to be cruel and see him die? When Wei Xia saw that Xiao Fan didn't respond, her voice became sharp and piercing. She wanted to say something more ruthless, but was afraid of angering Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's face darkened at once, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Xiao Yuan, who was on the side, also hurriedly walked towards Xiao Fan when he saw this. His face was anxious and there were tears within his eyes. "Xiao Fan, he's your own brother. Could you be so tolerant and watch your own brother die just like that?" The faces of the Long family members were ugly. No one had expected the Xiao family to be shameless to such an extent. After beating Xiao Fan half to death and sending him to the Long family as a son-in-law, he did all sorts of evil things. And now you're begging Xiao Fan to save this brother of his? Xiao Fan, you this little, at least you are also eating our Xiao family's meal to grow up. Now let you save your brother only. You are so cold-blooded? He is your own brother. Ah. When Wei Xia saw that Xiao Fan hadn't said anything, her screams became epileptic. Kneeling in front of this biological son, she was like a madman, desperately shaking Xiao Fan's calf. Xiao Yuan also looked at Xiao Fan coldly. The thoughts in his heart were the same as Wei Xia's. Both of them treated Xiao Fan as a white-eyed wolf. Ungrateful. Completely forgetting how they had treated Xiao Fan before, Long Kaiwei was furious. 2 steps to stand out and will be an opposite two people theory. And at this moment, Xiao Fan, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Kissing brother? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which was cold, though it was another smile. Though everyone around him could feel the sadness of this smile at this moment. I was born in the Xiao family as a child. How have you treated me? Xiao Fan's gaze landed on both Xiaoyuan and Wei Xia, and although his tone was calm, however, these eyes contained anger as if a volcano was erupting. Has Xiaotian ever thought of me as his brother? But he, after all, is your own brother. Wei Xia was unwilling and opened her mouth to retort. Xiao Fan ignored him and continued to speak, calling me a waste in every breath since I was young. Has he ever treated me as his brother? And have you guys ever treated me as your son? When he said this, Xiao Fan's tone instantly became a few points louder. Xiaotian was valued by the misty immortal palace. What did you guys do at that time? In order for Xiaotian to not lack resources and not fall behind after joining the immortal palace, you guys had to send me to be a flunky in exchange for resources. I refused. And what did you guys do? When the words reached this point, Xiao Fan's voice roared, as if he was trying to explode the emotions that had been pent up within his heart for many years. Xiaotian made a move to beat me half to death. You guys as non-parents not only didn't send me for medical treatment, but you were also worried that I would die and sent me to the dragon family overnight in exchange for resources. Did you ever think at that moment that I was your son? Xiao Fan's eyes had turned red, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He had never told anyone about these things, not even to Long Miaoyin. Having always pressed all this in his heart, he wanted to ask Xiaoyuan and Wei Xia in person countless times. The same son, is he treating him that way just because he's less talented? Wei Xia and Xiaoyuan both heard Xiao Fan's words also froze. At this moment the two were actually powerless to refute. The Long family members were also silent. Even Long Kaiwei who wanted to go forward. Kongping silently watched this as he sighed softly. Previously, they had always only valued Xiao Fan's qualifications, and although they knew that he had a miserable life, who had ever really experienced it? No one could have guessed what this mere 19-year-old had been through. Xiaotian, he bullied me and insulted me. I could care less about all of these. Even if he beat me half to death just for a mere 1,000 spirit stones, I could care less about all of these. Xiao Fan's tone began to calm down, though his voice was icy cold. But after that, he found someone to kill me and forced me to ask about that so-called chance. And now he has personally come over to kill me. And what has he done to the dragon family when he saw that I wasn't there? Suppressing the Long family's oldest ancestor. Imprisoning the first line of the Long family in a dog cage. And even my wife he put in a dog cage. 1 day late. Kill one person in the dragon house. 3 days late. To strip my wife naked and parade her in the street. When he says such words again, has he ever thought that I am his big brother? At the end of the day, Xiao Fan's entire body simply seemed to collapse. His face reddened and his expression became somewhat hideous. But, just then, Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother-in-law. Xiao Fan. The people of the Dragon Mansion were baffled. Even Wei Xia and Xiaoyuan were baffled. But the two couples did not react half-heartedly. Kongping instantly went to Xiao Fan's side to hold him up and hurriedly checked up on the other party's condition. After a moment, he sighed in relief. Taking out a jade bottle from within his storage bag, he poured out pills for Xiao Fan to take. Chapter 198. He's fine, it's just that his anger has temporarily fainted. Kongping said. All the people in the Long family were relieved. Wei Xia and Xiaoyuan both have ugly faces. Xiao Fan has already fainted, counting on not being able to. They turned their gazes to Kongping, still wanting to plead with the other party to make a move once again. And at that moment, he heard Kongping coldly say, "Get lost. I won't make a move to save your son." Wei Xia and Xiaoyuan's two faces are as ugly as they can be. Wei Xia was unwilling and wanted to open her mouth to say something. But then he heard Kongping coldly say, "If you don't disappear from my presence in 3 breaths, die." A cold and piercing chill immediately emanated from his body, causing the temperature around him to instantly drop. The crowd felt as if they were in an ice cellar at this point. And Wei Xia and Xiaoyuan both looked stupefied. A look of undisguised fear appeared on their faces. Their pupils contracted, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Stump, stump, stump. Xiaoyuan. His figure suddenly took 3 steps back and hurriedly turned around to run. As for Wei Xia, enveloped by this murderous aura, she sat on her butt on the ground, and when she reacted, she turned around and fled with a roll. The people around them looked at each other. No one was sure what the two of them had just experienced. Aside from Long Zizai, whose was the most obvious just now. Kongping's killing intent was directed at those two just now. Being stared at by the killing intent of such a powerful person, It would be a wonder if Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia could be good. Xiao Fan. Long Miaoying walked to Xiao Fan's side and carefully picked him up from Kong Ping's arms, looking at him with a worried expression. Kong Ping glanced at Long Miaoying and guessed what was on the other side. He laughed. Don't worry. He'll be fine if he rests. And it's also a good thing for him. Long Miaoying looked at Kong Ping and owed a salute. Senior, what do you mean by this? Kong Ping smiled and resumed his kind appearance. Just now Xiao Fan, this little guy said something. I think it must have been held in his heart. Did not mention it with outsiders? In his heart has always been a knot in the heart. At this time the knot in order to have, for his future great benefit. After hearing these words, Long Miaoying nodded her head gently, vaguely understanding the meaning of these words. All the people in the Long family were also pondering, because Kong Ping's words were too profound. Rumble. A steady stream of loud noises emanated from within Jingchuan City. Kong Ping also does not continue to speak. Well, look at the Jingchuan City inside. His figure flickered into streams of light and disappeared. At this moment, above the Jingchuan City Lord's mansion, Shou Yuanzhong stood against Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan. Both sides are woefully out of shape. Shou Yuanzhong, who was holding a huge axe, looked like an old monster at this time, with a hideous and frightening face, while Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan had very little spiritual energy left. Jiang Yushan took out a few bottles of pills, swallowed them himself, and threw a bottle to Xiaomu. This is already the second time the two have taken an elixir to restore their spiritual power. The benefits of an alchemist can be seen at this point. People have more medicine. It's useless to serve more. You all have to die here today too. Shou Yuanzhong opened his mouth viciously. His body was filled with murderous aura. The blood light of the huge axe in his hand flickered, and a tens of feet of blood axe shadow emerged. The two of them, Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan, gazed at them with furrowed brows, not daring to be careless in the slightest. And at this moment, suddenly two more streams of light flew in from the west. All three looked at the same time. The two streams of light were extremely fast, reaching the vicinity of the ring in the blink of an eye. Seeing the visitors, Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan immediately showed joyful expressions, and across from him, Shou Yuanzhong's face instantly grimaced. The visitors were none other than Feng Zhuanshi and He Yutong. The two of them gazed at the tired and panting Xiaomu and Jiang Yushan. Strongman Feng opened his mouth and laughed. I say, you're not that tired from fighting 2-1, are you? Jiang Yushan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Xiaomu did the same and didn't squeak. Both, however, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Zhuanshi and He Yutong gaze fell on Shou Yuanzhong. Only after a long time did Feng Zhuanshi speak. TSK, so it's you, old man. I didn't think you were still alive. I said how the two of them were so tired from fighting one. Shou Yuanzhong was covered with blood chi winding around his body. His complexion was fierce. Originally he was murderous, but his chi weakened at once after seeing the two men. Strong warrior Feng, He Yutong. Shou Yuanzhong's face was ugly, and at this moment, he took a deep breath. Turn and run. This is still a fart. Not looking for death. Feng Zhuanshi smiled faintly. His right hand was like a slap in the air, seemingly ordinary, but in this instant, a terrifying palm print condensed in mid-air. This palm print is 100 feet in size, and it covers the city lord's mansion. Asterisk. Shou Yuanzhong cursed in a low voice as he realized he couldn't escape. No matter where he ran, this palm print followed him everywhere, always on top of his head, chasing after him, and it's still falling slowly. Feng Zhuanshi smiled faintly. Don't run. You can't get away. Shou Yuanzhong's face turned blue, because it was indeed as Strongman Feng had said. He couldn't escape at all. No matter where he goes, this palm print will surely hit him. Ah! He roared, his blood chi surging even more around him, and the blood light of the giant axe in his hand grew even more intense as he rushed headlong into the huge palm print in the void. Defeating it is the only way to break this law. However, dozens of feet of blood-colored axe marks, split in the hands of the void, just cut out a crack. The huge palm print then wore out the axe print and then continued to fall. But Shou Yuanzhong was struck by the huge palm imprint, and his entire body was powerless to resist. With the huge force of the huge palm print slapping the ground, rumble, terrifyingly loud noises came out, and the ground exploded one after another, ending up with a huge sinkhole, palm-like mold. In the middle of it, Shou Yuanzhong was already covered in blood and unable to move. His face was desperate as he looked at Feng Zhuanshi in midair, muttering under his breath. The Realm of the Original Soul. Chapter 199, The Death of Shou Yuanzhong. That's right. Stronghold Feng was a Yuan Soul Realm powerhouse. Why else would he be able to take charge of the extreme immortal sex martial Wei Peak and become the head seat? Even though Shou Yuanzhong's cultivation was the Xiandan Realm Grand Circle, only half a step away from the Yuan Soul Realm, the gap between the two was still too great. He wasn't even a one-move match for Feng Zhuanshi. In midair, Feng Zhuanshi's expression was faint, holding his bladder without saying anything. In his heart, however, he was incomparably pleased. There weren't many chances to make a long face in front of the alchemy and artifact refining vein. He Yutong skimmed Shou Yuanzhong on the ground. His face was calm, although the Xiandan realm was strong. But with the Yuan Soul realm that was an essential difference. Both Chao Mu and Jian Yushan also shook their heads and laughed bitterly. The two of them fought for half a day and were dying. As a result, the human Feng strongman gave a second in one move. But thinking about it, the two were relieved. After all, they were playing with technology, and strength was only subsidiary. Are you guys okay? He Yutong looked to Chao Mu and Jiang Yushan. It's okay, it's not dead yet. Jiang Yushan glanced at He Yutong and also Feng Zhuanshi and said in a faint voice, resuming his alchemist's compulsion. Chao Mu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Jiang Yushan took out a bottle of elixir from within his arms and took out a capsule for himself and took it, and immediately his face became much rosier again. Chao Mu looked at Jiang Yushan with bated breath and just stared. Unfortunately, Jiang Yushan didn't have the slightest intention of giving it to him. In the end, he just couldn't help but open his mouth. You give me a grain too. Jiang Yushan skimmed him and said in a bad mood, it's not like there's a fight anymore. What am I giving you for? Just go back and meditate slowly to recover. Chao Mu Meng, what's going on here? A moment ago, the two of them were working together against the enemy, and now you're flipping out? And it's Strongman Feng who's pretending with you. What's it got to do with me? Chao Mu immediately cursed Jiang Yushan 800 times in his heart. By the way, he even scolded Feng Zhuanshi together. Come on, let's go see what the old guy's like. Feng Zhuanshi smiled and didn't say anything. The feeling just now was exhilarating. The remaining three nodded, and the three silhouettes landed beside Shou Yuanzhong. Old man, not dead yet. What a life. Feng Zhuanshi scared. The rest of the few people also looked down at Shou Yuanzhong. Anyone could hear that Stout Feng was just pretending. How could the Xiandan realm die so easily? As long as the Jindan was not destroyed, a Xiandan realm powerhouse could not die. Unfortunately, there were 3 Xiandan realm powerhouses and 1 Yuan Soul realm powerhouse here. Even if Shou Yuanzhong Jindan left his body and tried to escape, it was unlikely that he would succeed. Shou Yuanzhong's face was unsightly as he looked at the few people around him. I am an elder of the misty immortal palace. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two sects? His voice was strong, but with the slightest tremor, and it was the only thing that could be said. If he wanted to live, then he had to force a few people back. All other threatening words were useless to a few people, and the only thing that was useful was to use the two clans going to war as a threat. Chao Mu, Jiang Yushan, and He Yutong frowned and didn't say anything. Stout Feng opened his mouth and cursed. Old thing, do you think my extreme immortal sect is afraid of you? You deserve to die here. You asked for it. You. Shou Yuanzhong was furious, and his vicious gaze was directed at Stout Feng. Today, if it wasn't for Stronghold Feng, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Although you misty immortal palace is strong, it doesn't mean that my extreme immortal sect will be afraid. Stout Feng coldly said, and at that moment another stream of light flew over. In the blink of an eye, he reached the vicinity of the deep pit and stood beside Feng Zhuanshi's few people. Seeing the visitor, the 4 people from the extreme immortal sect were fine and didn't have much of a reaction. But the face of Shou Yuanzhong in the deep pit changed again. Damn! I didn't realize even you were here. Kong Ping smiled faintly and didn't squeak. And at this moment, Shou Yuanzhong looked like he had thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, who exactly is this son that he could make the 5 of you come over at the same time? Actually, this question was wondered by Shou Yuanzhong before. The fact that the 2 elders, Chao Mu and Jian Yushan, could accompany each other over at the same time meant that Xiao Fan's status within the extreme immortal sect must not be low. However, he never dreamed that 3 more people would come. And there were also 2 Yuan Soul realm powerhouses among them. That's right, Kong Ping was also a Yuan Soul realm powerhouse. Stout Feng held his bladder and looked arrogant, and so did He Yutong on the side. Chao Mu's face was expressionless, with no thoughts of opening his mouth. Jiang Yushan skimmed Kong Ping and had no intention of opening his mouth. Kong Ping smiled faintly. That's not for you to worry about. You'd better be at ease on your way. You. Shou Yuanzhong was furious and spoke viciously. I am an elder of the misty immortal palace. You dare to kill me. Kong Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. What would I not dare to do as a 5th grade alchemist? If I kill you, what can you misty immortal palace do to me? After saying that, Kong Ping waved his right hand, and the pressure of a Yuan Soul realm powerhouse overflowed. A huge Dan furnace silhouette condensed in midair. It was several times larger than the previous Dan furnace that Jiang Yushan had condensed. The giant Dan furnace sucked in Shou Yuanzhong's body into it. Ah! You shall not die. Shou Yuanzhong's curses came out from within the Dan furnace. However, after a short while, there was no movement. Xiandan realm powerhouse, finally refined into flying ash. At the same time, countless thousands of miles away, inside the netherworld immortal palace, in the Hall of Elders, an original soul lamp belonging to Shou Yuanzhong shattered. Not good. An elder has fallen. At once, the disciple guarding the soul lantern panicked and hurriedly transmitted his voice to the various elders of the immortal palace. An elder of the netherworld immortal palace had fallen. This was a first-class event. Chapter 200, Too miserable. Alchemists have a noble status, not to mention a fifth-grade alchemist. There were only a handful of alchemists in the entire Martial Emperor state, and even the netherworld immortal palace didn't dare to easily offend them. Moreover, Confronting was not only an inner sect elder of the extreme immortal sect and the head of Danding Peak, he has another identity, honorary elder of sacred Dan City. The alchemists within the Martial Emperor's prefecture were unusually united. Even if Confronting killed Shou Yuanzhong, and he'll be fine, but on the contrary, if it was Feng Zhuangshi who killed it, there would surely be a succession of troubles afterward. Why are all three of you here? Jiang Yushan asked in a bad mood, feeling that he had lost someone. Confronting shook his head and smiled bitterly. The clan is not at ease, afraid that the two of you are not good at fighting and suffer losses. It just so happens that the three of us returned to the clan together, so we came together. Hearing this, Jiang Yushan snorted coldly and didn't open his mouth. After all, this time it was a really big loss. Almost people were planted here. Then let's go, too, and check out the city. Confronting laughed and ignored him as he looked at the remaining few people. The crowd didn't have a problem with it, and together they turned into streams of light and flew to the outside of Jingchuan City. At this time outside the Jingchuan City, a sea of people, there is also a constant migration of inner city residents out of the city. Jingchuan City had existed for so many years, and for the first time, it had suffered such a blow. City Lord Lu Jiming's face was blue and he was busy. The Xiao family crowd surrounded Xiaotian who was unconscious, and each of their faces were ugly. Xiao Yuan and Wei Xia had already returned to their son. Wei Xia viciously opened her mouth. Tian Air, it will be fine. Later Elder Shou will kill all those people. Then kill that little man, and then bring Tian Air back to the misty immortal palace. Tian Air will definitely be fine. Xiao Yuan did not say anything on the sidelines. Xiao Fan has woken up. Just now, after awakening he felt much more relaxed and wondered what was going on. Long Miaoyin stayed by his side to keep him company. There were also the rest of the Long family and others as well. Xiao Fan turned his gaze to the crowd and asked, "Where is Elder Kong?" He just went into town. The one who spoke was Long On High, who also looked very complicated. There were so many things that happened today that it was a little too much for him, the head of the family, to handle. The exchanges between Xiandan realm powerhouses were too shocking, and people like them were as powerless as an ordinary person in front of such powerhouses. And what's even more surprising is that another elder was sent over to help within the extreme immortal sect. What exactly was this Xiao Fan's status in the extreme immortal sect? Not only Long On High, a group of Long family members also thought the same. With their cultivation they didn't feel it at all. In fact, later on, apart from Confronting, there were also two other people, Feng Zhuangshi and He Yutong. Otherwise it would probably be even more surprising than it is now. Just then, 5 streams of light flew out from within Jingchuan City. In the blink of an eye, he landed near the Long family's crowd. The Long clan's crowd was stunned, then clasped their fists in unison and saluted. They were in too much of a hurry just now, so they all forgot to salute Confronting. There are 2 other people the Long family crowd also recognized, Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu. There were 2 other people that the Long family crowd didn't recognize, but to be able to fly over together in imperial flight, the other party was definitely not simple. When Xiao Fan saw the visitor, he stood up and respectfully gave a deep salute. "Hello elders." At this time, even if Xiao Fan wanted to call the other 5 people by name, he felt that he had to call them for a while, simply call them together. Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu were alright, and there was some surprise in their gazes that Xiao Fan had actually stood up. This recovery ability was really strong. But the 2 of them turned their gazes to Confronting who was at the side, and both of them were relieved again. But Feng Zhuangshi and He Yutong's 2 faces are also a bit ugly. Xiao Fan was surprisingly injured so badly. One of the arms is broken. Too bad. "Oh, it's good that you're fine," Confronting laughed. Feng Zhuangshi said, "Kid, you're surprisingly injured so badly." Xiao Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say, and the surrounding Long family crowd froze. Although there were speculations just now, hearing Xiao Fan say it himself was still 2 feelings. The 5 people on the opposite side were actually all elders of the extreme immortal sect. The minimum cultivation level to become an elder was the Xiandan realm. For a while the surrounding Long family members were all a bit fluttered. And the great battle in Jingchuan City? Is it over? For a moment everyone's thoughts were divided. Yet everyone was curious. but no one dared to open their mouths. At this time, Long Zizai stood out. He cupped his fists and bowed to Kongping's 5 people. Elders, for the sake of my Long family and my little son-in-law's matter, you have traveled a long way. Mr. Long would like to thank you again. Long Zizi took a deep bow. The rest of the Long family naturally followed suit and bowed together. Kongping laughed. It's not in the way. It's not in the way. The remaining few smiled and nodded their heads in a polite manner. Of course, all of this is for Xiaofan's sake. Otherwise, by their estimation, they wouldn't have taken care of a Tong Tian realm's Long Zizi. Everyone, please also move to my dragon family to have a chat. Long Zizi face full of smiles. Heart excited. This is 5 extreme immortal sect elders. As for the matter within Jingchuan City, there was no need to think that it must have been resolved. 5 elders of the extreme immortal sect have come. How could they not be able to solve? As for the process and outcome, that's not his place to ask. Let me, the dragon family, do my best to entertain you all as a landlord. Chapter 201, Strangers from the End of the World. However, when he finished saying this, Long Zizi himself froze for a moment. Behind them, the Long family members also froze for a moment. Xiaofan also laughed bitterly. They all looked inside Jingchuan City, which already looked like a sea of fire from the outside. Who knows if the Dragon Mansion has been destroyed? Nothing. We didn't go near the Dragon Mansion when we fought just now. The one who opened the mouth was Jiang Yushan. Where he fought just now, he, the party concerned, naturally knew very well. After hearing this, Long Zizi breathed a sigh of relief. And so did the Long family members behind him. The destruction of the Dragon House is still a small matter. The problem is that I don't know how to entertain these 5 big shots in front of me. Being able to entertain 5 extreme immortal sect elders at the same time. If this matter was spread out, his Long family would make a lot of money. Even the Morong family and other powerful neighboring families would never dare to offend his Long family in the future. At this time, another silhouette hurried over, and when he arrived near the front, he directly respectfully clasped his fists and bowed. Jingchuan City Lord. Lu Xining pays his respects to all the seniors. Lu is blinded. When Xiaotian and Shou Yuanzhong came before, he went to pay his respects once, and the other party was so arrogant that they didn't give a damn about him as the city lord. After that, when Xiao Mu and Jiang Yushan came, he didn't have the chance to show his face, didn't dare show up either. Although he was the city lord of Jingchuan City and was under the orders of the martial emperor dynasty, the benefits of being able to make acquaintance with a Xiandan realm powerhouse were endless. Especially when the opposite side is still 5 elders of the extreme immortal sect. How strong the extreme immortal sect was, he, the city lord, naturally knew very well. And 2 of them, their auras were terrifying as hell. Although he could not detect the other party's cultivation, he estimated that it had already exceeded the Xiandan realm. That would be a Yuan Soul realm powerhouse. Kongping nodded smilingly without opening his mouth. Jiang Yushan didn't even bother, not even twisting his head. Xiaomu skimmed a glance and wasn't interested in bothering with the Tong Tian realm city lord. He Yutang was expressionless and ice cube faced. Feng Zhuangshi nodded and ignored the idea. This made Lu's face turn a little ugly. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to get angry yet, so he could only stand dryly. As a city lord came to pay respect to others, but it turned out that they didn't even have a squeaker. Especially since the outside of the city is currently filled with city dwellers fleeing from the city. A large group of people saw him coming. Shame on you. Long Zizi was a bit embarrassed for Lu. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he wasn't familiar with the 5 people across the street either. At this moment, Xiaofan took 2 steps forward and cupped his fists at Lu Jiming. City Lord Lu, long time no see. Lu naturally knew that Xiaofan had returned, and knew it better than anyone else. Little friend Xiao, long time no see. Lu was all smiles. Having someone to talk to at least didn't embarrass him that much. Xiaofan laughed. Before in the misty immortal palace came looking for trouble. I have not yet thanked City Lord Lu in person. Today a few of my clan elders are here, so we will go back to the Dragon Mansion first, and when we are free in the future, Xiaofan will go up to the City Lord's mansion in person to pay his respects. Very good, very good. Lu smiles and nods. Feng Zhuangshi, He Yutong, and the others squinted at Lu. Seems to have figured something out. You're not bad. Having helped my extreme immortal sect's disciples. Stout Foam laughed and patted Lu's shoulder. He Yutang nodded and looked at Lu a few more times. Xiao Mu nodded, though he didn't say anything, but his face was not that cold. Even Jiang Yushan let out a hum. Kongping also smiled. You can come to the extreme immortal sect as a guest when you are free in the future. Seeing the change in attitude of these extreme immortal sect elders, and Kongping's words, Lu hurriedly bowed his thanks. Thank you seniors. At the same time, he glanced at Xiaofan with a grateful gaze. The 5 people on the other side were able to change their opinion of him, and these were of course due to Xiaofan. Xiao Fan's words made the 5 powerhouses remember him. Otherwise, the 5 elders of the extreme immortal sect would not have taken care of him, a city lord of the Tongtian realm. And with these words from Xiao Fan, not only did he not lose face, but he was also rewarded by 5 extreme immortal sect powerhouses. Several seniors, this way please. Long Zz stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Kong Ping, Feng Zhuancher and a few others nodded and followed Long Zzz into Jingchuan City. The destruction within the city was actually not too great, and the only major battlefield was near the city lord's mansion. The rest of the world was just rippled by the Great War. A group of people entered the Jingchuan City. Xiao Fan currently only had one arm left, and Long Miaoyin assisted him with the other, the two of them walking at the very back. Before reaching the Jingchuan City gate, Xiao Fan silently turned around, his gaze looking into the middle of the Xiao family crowd. Long Miaoyin stood quietly at the side, quietly accompanying him. His eyes were very complicated, his face was as pale as paper, and after a long time, it was as if he were talking to himself or to someone. Regardless of whether you can still survive, from now on, you and I brothers are no longer brothers. The past grudges are dissipated, formed like strangers. After saying that, he turned around and left with the two of them, Long Miaoyin, a pair of blood brothers, strangers from the end of the world. In Xiao Fan's heart, this younger brother of his had always been his heart demon, especially after being beaten half to death and sent to the Long family. Now that the grudge is over, the demons are gone. From then on, the mind of the way is clear. City Lord Lu sent him off with a big smile on his face. At the same time he was alarmed. With these few appearing here, doesn't it mean that Shou Yuanzhong has been defeated, or fallen? Thinking about it made him a little more fearful. Bodies were shaking. Then he took a deep breath and decided to report the matter immediately afterward. Let's leave the rest to the bigwigs of the Martial Emperor dynasty. Immediately afterward, he began dispersing the city residents, and brought people into Jingchuan City to inspect the damage, as well as the next resettlement issues. Everyone in the Xiao family had ugly faces. The Long family has entered the city, and those elders showed up, but Shou Yuanzhong was nowhere to be seen. A bad feeling of foreboding spread in the hearts of the Xiao family members. Chapter 202, The Broken Jingchuan City. That means Shou Yuanzhong is dead. And again, they all found the idea laughable. A Xiandan realm powerhouse, which will fall so easily. The people of the Long family had returned to the Long mansion. Xiao Fan was without an arm, and although the bleeding had stopped, he couldn't adapt for a while. After arriving at the Long household, he went to change his clothes before coming out. Empty left sleeve. When they arrived at the hall, at that moment, Long Zz was entertaining Kongping's several people. Seeing Xiao Fan enter, the gazes of several people were a bit odd. Other than Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu, no one else had seen how Xiao Fan fought. It's amazing that you can be hurt like that. Especially Feng Zhuangshi and Kongping. Both of them had heard that Xiao Fan was very strong and could challenge him across the ranks. But now how had he become like this? And Jiang Yushan and Xiao Mu did not open their mouths to explain the course of the engagement. How does it feel? Kongping opened his mouth and laughed, looking at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. Without an arm, it's a bit less adaptable. Upon hearing this, the remaining few laughed. Your cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the 9th level of Qi transformation. When you break through to the Tongtian realm, your left arm will be able to grow out with some effort. Stout Feng opened his mouth. Breaking arms and legs was normal for cultivators. Cultivation at the Tongtian realm naturally allowed for the rebirth of severed limbs, and the higher the cultivation level, the faster the speed of recovery. Like Xiao Mu and Jiang Yushan, one had an arm cut off and the other had no leg, and at this point wasn't fine, although recovering it was quite consuming of spiritual energy. Xiao Fan nodded. He naturally knew about the fact that the Tongtian realm could revive a severed limb. Thank you for your concern, elders. Xiao Fan cupped his fists and bowed in a respectful manner. For his sake, the extreme immortal sect had actually sent 3 more elders. It touched his heart. A few people were all smiles. By the way, there are still 3 days left. It's the inner disciple selection. Your state today? Kongping spoke again, and upon hearing his words, the faces of the few people around him turned ugly. On the sidelines of the Long Zizhong, although not clear about the inside, but heard the inner disciple selection, he also understand what? The eyes looked at Xiao Fan in surprise, not expecting Xiao Fan to be able to participate in the inner sect disciple examination so soon. Outer disciples and inner disciples, although they are both disciples of the extreme immortal sect, but the gap between them is a world of difference. They could tell that Xiao Fan was heavily injured and had lost an arm, and with today's heavy injuries, even if he took more pills, he would not be able to completely recover within 3 days. As for the extreme immortal sect's inner disciple selection, among them were not only the disciples of Xiao Fan's term, but also the outer disciples of the past years. Among them are a number of all-time talented presences. I'll be attending. This injury doesn't matter. Xiaofan spoke very seriously. Only by joining the inner sect would one be considered a true disciple of the extreme immortal sect. Wu Xinjue said to him that the true depths of the extreme immortal sect are all in the inner gate of the extreme immortal sect, and if you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait at least a year for the next one. He, Xiaofan, didn't want to wait. Moreover, he was carrying the Gnosis seed, and this matter would put him in danger if it got out, so he had to become stronger. Get stronger as soon as possible. Jingchuan City was in chaos, with pedestrians coming and going in all directions, especially on the streets. Many of the damages caused by the aftermath of the engagement were being cleaned up by a large number of city lords' guards. When the crowd reached the center of the city lord's mansion and saw the huge palm print, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine what kind of cultivation it would have to be to cause such terrible destruction. The place where this palm print was is completely destroyed. What's worse is still the city lord's house, beaten down to mere dregs. Lu's face stayed black after seeing this. Among the topics discussing the dragon family and the Xiao family were also constantly. Although the Jingchuan city caused today's appearance because of the two families, but no one dares to open their mouths to rant and rave, because no one can afford to offend these two. But everyone knows one thing, and that is that the Long family is going to rise this time. The 5 people who flew in from the extreme immortal sect just now were seen by quite a few people. In addition to the city lord's respectful attitude, all guessed the identity of several people, the elders within the extreme immortal sect. In contrast, the Xiao family, Shou Yuanzhong's figure was gone, but no one had seen his body. And when the Xiao family members returned to the Xiao mansion, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, so many places are fine. Why is my Xiao mansion implicated? Xiao Yuan cursed in a vicious voice. Half of the Xiao mansion has been destroyed, and the remaining half is still burning with a blazing fire. The Xiao mansion is gone. Tian'er has become like this. Wei Xia felt like the sky was about to collapse and sat on her but, don't put out the fire yet. What are you thinking? Xiao Yuan loudly cursed the first family members and subordinates of the Xiao family behind him. Everyone knows that the Xiao family has collapsed. Inside the dragon mansion, the dinner began. A table full of sumptuous dishes. This time, it was taking out all the goodies remaining in the dragon mansion's coffers. The Long family has put in a lot of blood. Even on Long Ziz's big birthday, the Long family had never prepared such a sumptuous dinner. The 5 elders, Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, Chao Mu, Jian Yushan, and He Yutong, as well as Xiao Fan, Long Miaoyin, and Long Zizz were sitting at a table with 8 people. Feng Zhuangshi and others also know that Long Miaoyin is Xiao Fan's wife. A few sighs of relief over this incident. Forced to become a flunky and marry such an ugly wife, now Xiao Fan rises to prominence after. Still able to be true to his wife and remember his old feelings. They all lamented about it. Between the seats, Long Zz also handed Xiao Fan a storage bag, which contained the coiled dragon gun and the magic weapon Long Sword, which was already bruised and battered. This was what Long Zz ordered the Long family members to retrieve from the ruins after they returned. Xiao Fan sighed, not expecting the 2 Xian-ranked magic weapons in his hands to become this. However, thinking of what Manhwa said before, it didn't seem to be in a bad mood. It's a broken magic weapon anyway, so deal with keeping it first. Chapter 203 Long Kaiwei worships her master. Where is that arm of mine? Xiao Fan asked suspiciously. After all, it was his own arm, broken as it was, but he still wanted it back. Long Zz shook his head. Didn't find it. It's not in the entire ring area. It's probably destroyed. Xiao Fan nodded and didn't continue to speak. The ring area was now ablaze with fire, and the main battleground for Shou Yuanzhong, Jian Yushan, Chao Mu, and the others was the city lord's mansion. His own arm was just flesh and blood, not a magic weapon, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. The world of practice is an unforgiving place. They, the powerhouses, were accustomed to seeing the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, where hands and feet were killed for the sake of profit and loved ones turned against each other. But it was extremely rare to see a person like Xiao Fan who valued love. Dinner party. Kong Ping opened his mouth and laughed. Xiao Fan, tomorrow we will depart back to the extreme immortal sect. Is there any problem? Disciples have no problem with that. Xiao Fan nodded. 3 days later was the inner disciple selection. 2 days to rush back was just right. Although the Long family knew that Xiao Fan might have to leave at any time, they didn't expect it to be so soon. Long Jiwei said, won't you stay for a while longer? Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. 3 days later is the inner disciple selection. I have to participate. Upon hearing this, Long Zz didn't say anything either. Long Miaoyin, who was sitting beside Xiao Fan, looked a bit gloomy, but she hadn't said anything. The dinner party dispersed, and the Long mansion prepared rooms for Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, and He Yutong. However, There had never been such a big shot in the Dragon Mansion, and the best 2 rooms in their mansion were previously given to Chao Mu and Jiang Yushan. In the end, it resulted in Feng Zhuangshi, Kong Ping, and He Yutom only being able to stay in ordinary guest rooms. This makes the Dragon House feel guilty. The other party could be the elders of the extreme immortal sect, coming all the way here to help their long family with a great favor, and as a result, they couldn't even arrange a good room. But whether it was Kong Ping, or Feng Zhuangshi or He Yuton, they didn't care about any of this. That night, inside the secluded small courtyard of the Dragon Mansion, only Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin were present. The crowd of subordinates were very self-conscious, and without anyone opening their mouths to shoo them away, they took the initiative to leave, leaving the 2 couples alone. This time, when he returned to the Long family, Xiao Fan had not been able to take a good look at Long Miaoyin, and after not seeing her for 2 months, Long Miaoyin looked much more haggard than last time, and her eyes were full of red bloodshot. This had a lot to do with Xiaotian. Miaoyin, all this time, I've wronged you. Xiao Fan opened his mouth, and for a while, the 2 of them met and still didn't know what to say. Long Miaoyin shook her head. It should be us who have dragged you down. If it wasn't for my Long family, you wouldn't have to come back to risk your life and get into this state. Her voice was melodious, and there was even some crying in it at the end of her speech. She was strong, though, and kept her tears at bay. In fact, Xiao Fan did not know that when he left, Long Miaoyin would always look out to the east in her free time, because that was the direction of the extreme immortal sect. However, she never showed it once. She didn't want to make herself a burden to Xiao Fan. Long Miaoyin's looks made her feel inferior. Originally in her mind, she might end up alone, or find someone to marry and live out the rest of her life. After all, with her looks, it was impossible to marry into a big family. As a result, God's providence had brought her and Xiao Fan together. Xiao Fan smiled and touched Long Miaoyin's hair. Don't worry, when I become stronger in the future, I'll come back to accompany you, and I promised you that I'll cure your face. After hearing this, tears fell from the corners of Long Miaoyin's eyes as she nodded heavily. 2 couples, talking to each other all night? Xiao Fan was seriously injured and should have recuperated and recovered, but he gave up. He would make up for the deficit in his heart with this night of companionship. The other side, the guest room where Feng Zhuangshi, Kong Ping, and He Yuton were arranged to rest was not adjacent to Jiang Yushan and Chao Mu. A woman's figure approached silently. She sneaked up to this other house. Coming to the door of Kong Ping's house, she was just about to knock on the door. Yet before she could do so, she heard Kong Ping's voice inside the room. Come in, little girl. Long Kaiwei outside the door froze, but then he figured it out, scratched his head and opened the door and walked in. Kong Ping looked at Long Kaiwei in front of him. The corner of his mouth hung up a trace of arc and smiled. What's the matter? This late? Why did you come to find me? Long Kaiwei was a little embarrassed. She had originally thought of a good plan, but it was disrupted by Kong Ping's words to her. Yet she took a deep breath and went straight to her knees. Elder, please accept me. Kong Ping was stunned. Turning to laugh, he said, what do I charge you for? Take me as a disciple, or take me to join the extreme immortal sect. Long Kaiwei opened her mouth, her big eyes blinking. In fact, she'd intended to do that before. Kong Ping smiled faintly and looked Long Kaiwei up and down. I'm from the alchemy lineage. Do you know anything about alchemy? Long Kaiwei nodded heavily. Understood. Very impressive. There's a first-grade alchemist in our Jingchuan city who walks around looking at people with his nostrils. After saying this, she suddenly felt. It seemed that Jiang Yushan also always looked at people with his nostrils. Kong Ping smiled. He also has a good feeling about Long Kaiwei, this girl. It's not easy for you to join the extreme immortal sect. Long Kaiwei said. Elder, please accept me. I will definitely learn alchemy well and honor your elder. Kong Ping smiled. Do your parents know about this? Long Kaiwei shook her head, but hurriedly said, Senior, if you take me in, they will definitely be happy. Kong Ping thought for a moment, then smiled. How about this? You first go to ask your family's consent. If they are willing, then you will return to the extreme immortal sect, with me, but instead of becoming my disciple, how about staying in the extreme immortal sect as a medicine boy? And if you perform well, you'll become a disciple of the extreme immortal sect later on? Chapter 204, Departure. A medicine boy is like an apprentice. After reaching a certain level of attainment in Dandao, there would be many people who would come and volunteer to become subordinates to follow the master. Unlike an apprentice, a medicine boy does all the chores, much like a book boy. But you can join the inner sect of the extreme immortal sect and become the medicine boy of Kongping, the head of Danding Peak. I don't know how many people will be envious of this status. Although Long Kaiwei didn't know what the medicine boy meant, she nodded her head in agreement without even thinking. I do. I'll go back and talk to my father. The words fell. Long Kaiwei stood up, full of smiles, and twisted her head to run. When she pushed open the door and ran out dozens of meters away, suddenly stopped, as if she thought of something, and turned back to Kong Ping inside the house and swung her fist in obeisance, then turned and ran again. Didn't even close the door. Kong Ping smiled bitterly, but did not say anything. He casually waved his hand. The door of the house closed. Next to the room, Feng Zhuangshi and He Yutong naturally both noticed what was happening over here. The two had strange expressions. I don't know what they're thinking. Long Kaiwei informed Long Anhai of this matter overnight. Long Anhai froze. He knew that his own daughter was bold, but he couldn't imagine that she would be so bold. Directly ran over to the extreme immortal sect elder to pay homage. The focus people even agreed to it. Although she didn't confiscate it as a disciple, she was at least allowed to join the extreme immortal sect. Long Anhai was blinded. Is it that easy to join the extreme immortal sect? He didn't even have time to educate Long Kaiwei, grabbing her and heading directly to Long Zizhou's residence. Evening told this matter to Long Zizhou again. Long Zizi is also baffled. Regarding Medicine Boy, he had naturally heard of it, although he didn't know how many grades of Dan Master Kong Ping was, but from his temperament, and the quality of the pills he gave Xiao Fan, at the very least, they were all 4th grade alchemists. Working as a medicine boy for a 4th grade alchemist, this was not known to be the dream of many alchemists. Okay, Kaiwei, you go. Long Zizi thought about these, directly excitedly clapped his hands. The old man with a full head of white hair, now this expression in him is extremely rare. Great. After hearing this, Long Kaiwei directly jumped up, excited. Long Anhai smiled bitterly, although he couldn't let his daughter leave. Joining the extreme immortal sect was a heavenly good thing, and still become an elder's medicine boy. Maybe this could be Long Kaiwei's chance. The next day, as the day dawns, the two of them, Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin, went out of the other courtyard. The two of them had a long night of talking about their many thoughts. Of course the couple thing is still not done. One-armed Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin arrived at the dragon family's main hall. Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, and the other 5 elders were all present. Today was the day to depart back to the extreme immortal sect. Long Zizi, Long Anhai, and a bunch of clan elders were there. Long Kaiwei stood beside Long Anhai with some fondness on her face, and a bit of an excited look. Xiao Fan felt a little strange when he noticed it. What's that look on this girl's face? What's with making it sound like she's leaving too? And according to Xiao Fan's understanding of Long Kaiwei, shouldn't the other party run to her side to pester her at this time? However, he didn't have time to think too much before he cupped his fists and bowed to the several elders of Kongping. Long Miaoyin followed Xiao Fan's lead and owed a bow. The elders nodded and Kongping smiled. Let's go then. Xiao Fan nodded his head, and the group didn't even eat breakfast and went straight to the outside of the dragon mansion. Take care of yourself in the extreme immortal sect. Tears welled up in Long Kaiwei's eyes and slowly slid down. Everyone around them looked at the young couple, each pondering. Long Anhai sighed and glanced at his eldest daughter and Xiao Fan before landing his gaze on Long Kaiwei again. You have to take care of yourself too. Don't get into trouble. And remember to look for your brother-in-law when you're there. Do you understand? Long Kaiwei nodded her head very obediently. I know, father. Just don't worry. I will definitely look for my brother-in-law if something happens. Hearing this, everyone in the surrounding Long family, except for Long Zi, the surrounding people instantly dropped their gazes on Long Kaiwei. Even Wu Jiang Yushan and Xiaomu was the same. Xiao Fan and Long Miaoyin, who were saying goodbye, did the same. Suddenly, the hand Xiao Fan was holding with Long Miaoyin shook. His eyes changed and he looked at Long Anhai and Long Kaiwei with a shocked, questioning gaze. Long Kaiwei showed a shy expression and didn't open her mouth. Long Anhai smiled and said, Xiao Fan, Elder Kong has already taken Kaiwei as a medicine boy, and she's also going to the extreme immortal sect, so remember to take care of your sister more when you get there. After hearing this, Xiao Fan felt his head buzz. Long Kaiwei is also going to. Brother-in-law. Long Kaiwei had a bright smile on her face as she bumbled over to Xiao Fan's side. You'll have to take care of me when the time comes. Xiao Fan didn't open his mouth. This news came too suddenly for him, making it a little too late for him to digest. He looked at Kongping with a puzzled gaze. Kongping stroked his hand through his beard with a smile on his face as he nodded slightly at Xiao Fan and said, That's right. I have accepted Kaiwei as a medicine boy. As he spoke, he was also very satisfied with Xiao Fan's surprised expression. The heart says, no need to thank me. It's all due. If you take your sister-in-law, you'll have to join me at Danding Peak. Xiao Fan was baffled. His first reaction was, Old Pitbull, harm me. Chapter 205 Intersect Disciple Selection. What started out as a heartfelt goodbye turned sour in the end. Xiaomu took out the wooden boat from within the storage bag. This magic weapon flying speed, but also save trouble. The wooden boat turned into streams of light and flew toward the east, getting farther and farther away. Long's family size. This Xiaofan is a good boy. A pleased smile appeared on Long Zz's face as his silhouette took off into the air to return to his own separate courtyard. Yeah, this Xiaofan kid is indeed good, but what's with Kai Wei tagging along? I hope Kai Wei doesn't cause any trouble in the extreme immortal sect. The crowd of dragon family elders, as well as Long Anhai, had the same opinion of Xiaofan. Emotion and righteousness. This time Jingchuan City, although it is originated from Xiaofan, but the latter as a son-in-law, strictly speaking is not a dragon family. Even if you choose to be greedy and afraid of death, not to come back is also normal. In the end, however, Xiaofan still chose to come back. Long Miaoyin gazed to the east out of focus. I wonder what's on my mind. The wooden boat was extremely fast, traveling through the void. Its speed even surpassed the powerhouses of the passage realm. On top of the wooden boat, Chao Mu, Fengzhuansher and other elders are not much different, either looking into the distance or meditating on their knees. However, they all had smiles on their faces, if anything. Especially Jiang Yushan, who had the most obvious smile on his face. Xiaofan was also recovering with his eyes closed, and after getting on the wooden boat, Kong Ping and Jiang Yushan gave him many more pills. And the person who is least upset is Long Kai Wei. Elder Kong, you won't let me call you master. So what should I address you as? Is the extreme immortal sect big? Will I get lost if I go over there? Elder Kong, is the food in the extreme immortal sect good? Elder Kong, why are you ignoring me? When the wooden boat first left, Long Kai Wei looked around and had a more subtle attitude, but after a little while, she couldn't take it anymore. While Xiaofan was still healing with his eyes closed, she didn't want to disturb her brother-in-law's recovery. After all, she was going to join the extreme immortal sect as well, and the two of them would spend more time together in the future. So she pestered Kong Ping. At first it was fine. Kong Ping would still know everything, but later, Kong Ping's entire face is black. Long Tsaiwei's mouth never stopped. Finally, after another 2 hours, Kong Ping finally couldn't take it anymore. Enough, you stop for a while, or I'll send you back to Jingchuan cities. Fengzhuansher and others almost did not laugh out loud, and said, this girl's mouth is also too wordy. A few hours to say the words froze without repeating. Jiang Yushan nodded slightly, looking at Long Kai Wei froze with no nostrils, but rather with a very appreciative expression. Finally, the threat worked very well for Long Kai Wei. She shut up nicely. The speed of this wooden boat was very fast. In the whole day, Xiaofan only woke up for less than half a quarter of an hour, and the rest of the time was spent meditating and regulating his injuries. His injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Even the group of extreme immortal sect elders looked at each other, couldn't figure out where Xiaofan got such a demonic recovery ability from. For a normal cultivator, if he suffered such a serious injury, it would be impossible to recover without recuperating for several months. As a result, Xiaofan hardly recovered a small half in a day or so. The day slipped by. Extreme immortal sect, outer sect. At this time, no matter whether it is the ring area, or the internal affairs pavilion, Wanbao building unceasingly a sea of people. There was one more day to go, and it was the day of the extreme immortal sect's inner gate selection. All of the outer disciples who participated in the selection this session, through and through, went to the internal affairs pavilion to register. The reason for going to the ring area is to spar with each other and improve your real-world experience, and traveling to the house of 10,000 treasures. Shopping for magic artifacts, elixirs, it was all to cope with this inner gate selection. One must know that the annual inner disciple selection was a first-class event in terms of the extreme immortal sect's outer sect. In previous years, the outer sect's pride had enrolled in droves, outer disciple and inner disciple. Although it was just a difference of one word, the gap in between was enormous. Becoming a miscellaneous disciple, one could still rely on other opportunities to be promoted to become an outer disciple in the future. But if an outer disciple wants to become an inner disciple, there is only one way to be selected by the inner gate. Except, of course, for very special circumstances, but those kinds of chances are slim for all of them. In front of the interior court, today is the last day to sign up. After today you won't get a chance. A deacon is yelling. Beside him were 4 other people, also dressed in deacon's uniforms, registering the information of the participants in the examination. Cultivators shut down for months at a time. This kind of thing is very common. In the past there are often because of the shutdown. So miss the internal assessment of this situation happened, but those are very few. Moreover, the disciples who were able to close their doors were all demonic geniuses of the outer sect. In front of this deacon, a long line stood, densely filled with people. One of the cold-colored women attracted the gazes of many of the surrounding male disciples. The woman's face was expressionless and cold, her delicate features coquettishly. This person was none other than Nangong Lingxian. She was also going to participate in this inner sect selection, and this term's outer disciples. Besides her, there was also Shan Yanghui and a bunch of heavenly pride. All want to come and try their luck. Xiao Fan was nowhere to be found, and no one knew where he had gone except Zhu Gang. Chen Feixing didn't come. Among the crowd, there was also a woman with a hot body, and although she was stunningly beautiful, no one around her recognized that she dared to spy on her. This woman was a Tong Tian realm powerhouse, and was none other than Hu Rui, whom Xiao Fan had a chance to meet within the book depository. There was even another man in the crowd that Xiao Fan had seen on the third floor of the book depository. Strong people are flocking. Until this day, no one knows how many demonic geniuses there are in the outer gate. Just a few dozen of them have reached the Tongtian realm, and every year, there are only 300 inner disciple selection quotas. Little by little, the long line of people is dwindling, but after dusk there was still no sign of Xiao Fan. Chapter 206, Gathering, Alliance. Next day, the day of the inner disciple selection had finally arrived, and Xiao Fan ended up not being able to make it to sign up. During this period, even Nangong Lingxian personally went to Xiao Fan's cave, but found that the other party was simply not there. The bouts start early in the morning. The rules for inner disciple selection were simple, with a total of 1 round conducted as a knockout tournament. All disciples entered a secret realm in the outer gate of the extreme immortal sect, where they fought with each other and anyone was a competitor, for a period of 7 days. Each person participating in the competition would have a teleportation token, and when the token shattered, that person would be teleported away and out of the game. If you encounter an opponent who is undefeated, you can crush the token on your own, and it will be considered as giving up this competition, and the person will be teleported out of the secret realm. Defeat your enemy, force your opponent to crush the token voluntarily, and gain all of your opponent's victory points. After defeating your opponent, snatching away the token, and crushing it on your own, that person is out of the game and gains all of the opponent's victory points. Killing an opponent and then obtaining a token from them to crush would have the same result. Each token represents 1 victory point, meaning a minimum of 1 victory point for defeating a person. Winning points go to whoever crushes the token. Within the secret realm, regardless of life or death, it is not protected by the rules of the sect, ranked only by final win point round. That's why a lot of disciples die in it every year. Once the 7 days are up, the secret realm opens, and the top 300 with the highest final token ratings are promoted to inner disciples. The top 10 disciples possess the opportunity to enter the marrow washing pool. This marrow cleansing pool can give people the ability to cleanse their essence, remove impurities from their bodies, and improve their qualifications. It is of great benefit to young disciples. Previously, Xiaotian had only broken through to the Tong Tian realm in his cultivation after coming out because he had entered the Misty Immortal Palace's marrow cleansing pool. The top 3 people with the highest victory points at the end were also entering the marrow washing pool, but the location was closer to the spring. Here one could be better baptized by the marrow washing pool and gain benefits that were several times stronger than elsewhere. And the first place will get a 5th grade elixir, the breaking badge. Its pills were invaluable, and the materials used for refining were even more precious. This was personally made by Kong Ping, and after taking it, your cultivation will skyrocket. It was useful for all cultivators below the Tong Tian realm and had no side effects. Of course, here any hidden techniques, hidden magic weapons will all be ineffective, and after teleporting in, everyone's position is randomly assigned. In other words, if an extremely strong outer disciple was beaten up by a group here, then there was a chance that he would also be out and lose his chance to enter the inner sect. At this time, there were densely packed more than 5,000 outer disciples who participated in the examination gathered in front of the outer gate hall. These disciples were all dressed in blue robes one after another, some with solemn expressions, some looking excited and thrilled, and still others with unusually grave expressions. These outer disciples were basically multiple people standing together in a group, and there were even cases where dozens of people were standing together. They were all disciples who had entered the outer sect in previous years, and they knew the rules of participating in the inner sect examination very well, so they intend to enter and form an alliance to deal with this examination together. After all, there were 300 final slots, and by uniting with each other, there was a greater chance of promotion. Although the location was randomly assigned, the disciples in previous years were very experienced, and after entering, the first time they would all head to the agreed upon location to meet up. This was the reason why, in the past, it was very difficult for a newly initiated disciple to successfully enter the inner sect. Nangong Lingxian is alone. She has a proud character, and there are very few people in the same class who can be looked at by her. Shan Yanghui was also alone. They had just joined the outer sect not long ago and didn't know many people. He turned his gaze towards Nangong Lingxian and hesitantly walked over to Nangong Lingxuan's side. Nangong, after going in, do you want to make a temporary alliance? I think you know the rules of this selection. Shan Yanghui opened his mouth first. After entering the outer sect there was an increase in his strength, and now he was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. But it was still too difficult to become an inner disciple with this cultivation. This time, there were dozens of people who participated in the inner sect disciple selection from the Tong Tian realm alone. You, Nangong Lingxian glanced at Shan Yanghui and calmly said, "You're too weak to deserve it yet." Shan Yanghui was infuriated, but had no choice but to turn away with a cold snort. Among them, the hot-bodied Hu Rui was also in the crowd, and she had gathered 7 or 8 female cultivators around her at this time, each of them highly powerful, and she discovered Nangong Lingxian, who had been left alone in the middle of the crowd. After sizing up the other party's cultivation, Hu Rui smiled and walked forward. "This senior sister, your cultivation is good. Do you want to join us?" Hu Rui invited Nangong Lingxian warmly, and Nangong Lingxian looked back, finding that the other party's cultivation was higher than her own. She couldn't detect the other party's cultivation, and after glancing at the companion beside Hu Rui, she hesitated for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. She went to Xiaofan actually wanted to join forces with the other party. Turns out the guy wasn't even there. Hu Rui has a hot body and a straightforward character, while Nangong Lingxian has an icy temperament and is a man of few words. These two together instantly attracted the attention of many men, but only skimmed the surface, and no one dared to look more. After all, life is important. The crowd of nearby onlookers from the outer sect and the miscellaneous disciples surged. Basically the entire outer door of the disciples have come. Countless people. A rough look. At least 100,000 people. Every year, the inner disciple selection was a big day within the extreme immortal sect. Not only would the outer sect patriarch Su Yongyan be there to preside, but the inner sect patriarch Wu Xinjue would also come. There were also a bunch of elders from the inner sect who would all come forward to watch this selection. Su Yongyan and Wu Xinjue and a group of elders were floating in midair. Several faces were unnatural, like there's something on his mind, passing messages to each other. Wu Xinjue, where has that little guy Xiaofan gotten to? Su Yongyan, I just transmitted my voice and asked Zhang Yushan. They are on their way and will arrive in an hour. Chapter 207, Xiaofan arrives. Wu Xinju, this contest is out of time. Su Yongyan, so what to do? Find a way to stall for a while. In addition to the two of them, the group of elders behind them also transmitted their voices. Beimhua from the weapon refining lineage, Shi concubine from the formation lineage, Shi Ji, and a group of outer sect inner sect elders. As long as they recognized Xiaofan, they were all discussing why this little guy hadn't come yet, especially a few of the inner sect. They had already thought about how they were going to snatch it after Xiaofan joined the inner sect. As for whether or not Xiaofan ended up in the top 100, they didn't think about it until, after all, even if Xiaofan failed this selection, they still had a way to get Xiaofan into the inner sect. As for this selection, it's really just a name. It was just a matter of preventing the scouts of the other sects in the outer gate from noticing the secret that Xiaofan was carrying the seed of enlightenment. Of course, none of them would naturally say anything to Xiaofan about these things, but the premise is that Xiaofan have to come to participate in this examination. They can't open the back door even if they want to if people aren't attending. It's time, isn't it? It's already the hour. Why hasn't it started yet? Yeah, didn't it start at dawn in previous years? How come it's late this year? It's so weird. It's never been like this before. The crowd of disciples discussed it, confused as to what had happened. The two of them, Wu Xinjue and Su Yongyan, looked at each other, shaking their heads helplessly. Quiet. Su Yongyan's voice came out, and immediately the scene of more than 100,000 disciples were quiet at once. All together will look at the air. Su Yongyan. Su Yongyan looked around and spoke. Today is the day for the selection of inner disciples, especially for outer disciples. Joining the inner sect is considered entering the core of the extreme immortal sect, and this is something I think you are all well aware of. And the inner door selection is extremely strict, only 100 people each year, within the secret realm. In addition to your mutual fights, there are many dangers within it, and there are even terrifying demonic beasts that exist. And every year there are many disciples who die tragically within the secret realm. For this reason the old man is deeply pained. But why should my generation of cultivators be afraid of death? Su Yongyan spoke impassionedly in midair for half an hour. At first, the surrounding outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples would listen very attentively, each excited. But at the end of the day, each of them began to look strange. Su Yongyan spoke later. They know in advance not to say, and, doesn't seem to be working for, so work hard, everyone. Finally Su Yongyan sighed, his old face reddening as he backed away, winking at Wu Xinjue and signaling him to go. Wu Xinjue also sighed. The figure stepped forward. Everyone, I am the inner sect master Wu Xinjue. I think many people who joined the extreme immortal sect have the goal of entering the inner sect and becoming inner sect disciples. Wu Xinjue was the inner sect sovereign and rarely showed up in the outer sect. only appearing every year during the inner sect disciple selection. At first, when they saw Wu Xinjue, all the outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples were very excited. However, not a moment later they realized that Wu Xinjue, like Su Yongnian, is talking back there, kind of like stalling. In previous years, the selection of inner disciples, although these two patriarchs will also speak, but each time is very fast, the two together is less than half a quarter of an hour, shying away from words like gold. Turns out this time, they would never guess that the two were stalling for someone. Everyone, enter the secret realm, be careful, there are. Inside, right in between Wu Xinjue's gushing speech, a stream of light came at breakneck speed from a few dozen miles away. Wu Xinjue is relieved. The secret world will begin in half an hour, so get ready. Wu Xinjue instantly changed his face and his figure disappeared. The crowd of disciples participating in the examination were baffled, not figuring out what was going on. The onlookers were also baffled. So casual? The uninformed elders among them all looked at each other, confused as to what these two patriarchs were doing. However, not long after, a stream of light stopped in midair, and as the crowd gazed at it, a wooden boat file stopped in the void. Just as the crowd was surprised, a figure fell from the wooden boat, a handsome-looking young man, a white robe, but the left sleeve is empty, missing an arm. Xiao Fan. At once, someone recognized Xiao Fan's identity. Bang! Xiao Fan landed on the ground and looked around. Relieved, the group was on their way back. Originally there was enough time, but it turned out that halfway they encountered people sent by the Netherworld Immortal Palace to stop the road and look for trouble. So there was a little delay. The moment the longevity loyalty soul lamp shattered, that meant that the other party had died, and even the Jindan had not escaped. With the power of the Misty Immortal Palace, the first check will be the spearhead of the investigation to the Jingchuan city, and he hurriedly dispatched several Yuan Soul Realm powerhouses to go there, and with their speed, it would take less than a day to arrive at Jingchuan city. However, although they are fast, but Xiao Fan and others have already left. They investigated the matter clearly and knew that it was the work of the extreme immortal sex people, and without any nagging, they directly set off again and ran towards the east. As a result, both sides met on the road. Knowing that it was Kong Ping who had done it, the people from the Netherworld Immortal Palace didn't dare to make a move, but they were delayed for quite some time, causing him to come back only now. This time, Xiao Fan's appearance undoubtedly drew the attention of the surrounding people again. Xiao Fan cupped his fist and respectfully saluted the several elders in midair. Su Yongnian, Wu Xinjue and the others were secretly relieved that this little guy had finally come, but at the same time, they were also alarmed as to how Xiao Fan had broken an arm, and judging from the breath, Xiao Fan was seriously injured. It's Xiao Fan, how come he only has one arm? Chapter 208, Within the Secret World. Xiao Fan was famous in the Outer Sect. This year's Outer Sect selection number 1. He defeated Zhao Ming, a disciple at the 9th level of Qi transformation, before even entering the gate, and then struck out in the ring, defeating Deacon Sun, who was at the 2nd level of the Tongtian realm. These battles make it hard for him not to be famous, especially the last one. Chemical Qi battles Tongtian, and wins. How come he only has one arm? My god, one arm? The voices of discussion came out one after another, and all of them only noticed Xiao Fan's one-armedness, but didn't care why he came down from the wooden boat in midair. When someone reacted, they found the wooden boat in midair but it had already disappeared. Inner disciple selection begins. Su Yongnian stood out again, and with a tap of his storage bag, thousands of jade tags flew out, and on the spot, they flew into the hands of the disciples participating in the inner disciple selection. Xiao Fan also got the jade card, and before he could understand the rules, his body felt pulled by a huge force. The whole thing seems to have turned upside down. Lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes his surroundings had changed. Is this the secret realm for the first game of the inner sect selection? Xiao Fan looked at his surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. At this moment, he was in a dense forest at this time, and the aura was so rich that it was even 3 times richer than inside the extreme immortal sect. The so-called secret realm was a small world that had been opened up. Some secret realms may have been opened by certain great powers, while others are naturally formed. The secret world and the outer world are in 2 dimensions, but there are passages that connect them to each other. The dense forest that Xiao Fan was in today was a secret realm. Let's find someone and ask about the rules of the test first. Xiao Fan muttered and whispered as his figure flashed and headed toward the west because he sensed an aura that was moving there. At this moment in the outside world, more than 5,000 outer disciple figures disappeared from their original positions. The jade tags they had just been handed out were the keys to enter the secret realm. The more than 100,000 outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples in the surroundings looked at each other, and only a few of them were clear about what had just happened. And at this moment, in the midair of the outside world, thousands of light curtains emerged, and on top of each of them, silhouettes appeared, which were clearly the outer disciples who participated in the selection. Exclamations came out in unison, and all of them turned their gazes individually to the light curtain in mid-air. Su Yongyan and Wu Xinjue and others are also looking at these light curtains. From the light screen, one could see everything that happened to each disciple within the secret territory, and one could see the exchange of blows. All of this had to do with that jade tablet in their hands. When someone is disqualified, that curtain of light about them disappears. Not long after, several streams of light flew in from the distance and flew to the side of Wu Xinjue and Zhang Yushan. The people who came were none other than Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, Jian Yushan, He Yutong, and Chao Mu, and there was also a good-looking girl who followed Kong Ping. However, Kong Ping's face was a bit dark, and the remaining few had smiles on their faces if anything. Stand next to me and be quiet or I'll send you away. Kong Ping opened his mouth and viciously threatened Long Kaiwei. The latter obediently nodded his head, an expression of you beat me to death. I will not speak. Meet a few people. With a wave of his hand, Wu Xinjue set up a soundproof barrier that isolated the space between the inside and the outside, so that the words spoken by the people inside would not be detected by the outside world. What's going on? Why are you guys back so late? Su Yongyan spoke first, and normally shouldn't have arrived so late. They all had sound transmission jade slips with each other, and the kind that transmitted sound over a distance of tens of thousands of miles. But these guys? No one gave him a voice, and in the end it was Su Yongyan who asked Zhang Yushan by voice. As a result, the latter condescendingly just returned a few words. It's nothing. I killed an outer sect elder of the misty immortal palace, and on the way back I bumped into a couple of immortal palace's Yuan Soul realm elders, so I was delayed for a bit. Von Strong spoke up. What exactly is going on with what happened? And how did you really make a move to kill someone from the immortal palace? Wu Xinjue and Su Yongyan's faces were a bit ugly. When it came to the netherworld immortal palace, it was better to try not to provoke when they could. Kong Ping laughed. I killed it. Wu Xinjue and Su Yongyan looked at each other and sighed in relief, but their faces were still a bit ugly. Jian Yushan took a step forward and recounted everything. So that's how it is. Misty Immortal Palace has gone overboard this time. An elder went out just to suppress a small family and threatened my extreme immortal sect disciples. Damn it! Wu Xinjue's expression is cold. Thinks that the netherworld immortal palace has done it this time. Su Yongyan's eyes also had a cold aura flashing through them. The person was killed by Kong Ping, so that the netherworld immortal palace didn't dare to mess around and suffered a loss. However, with their understanding of the netherworld immortal palace, the other party would not swallow this breath easily. Forget it, let's talk about the things afterward. Xiao Fan. This little guy has even suffered such a serious injury and his arm is still missing. If he participates in the examination. Su Yongyan's face was a bit ugly. With their cultivation level, they could tell Xiao Fan's current realm at a glance. The middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. If it was normal, with Xiao Fan's strength that he could challenge over the levels, joining the inner sect would not be a problem. Even if they lost, as long as it wasn't too humiliating, they had a way to get Xiao Fan in. But the other guy was hurt a little too badly. Losing an arm is only fair to the other disciples. I think. Chapter 209, Old Acquaintances. At this moment, Jian Yushan spoke with a condescending expression, and Xiao Mu on the side also nodded slightly. Several people around them froze. Even Kong Ping, Feng Zhuangshi, and He Yutong were the same. They didn't see the fight between Xiao Fan and Xiaotian, so it wasn't clear exactly how strong Xiao Fan was anymore. This son had reached the 4th level of the Tong Tian realm with his full power outburst earlier. Jian Yushan spoke faintly. However, this bland tone was not so bland in the ears of the few people around. The 9th level of Qi transformation battle power could reach the 4th level of Tong Tian. What's this? Genius? Demon? It's a ING absolute demon. For a while the people around us didn't know what to say. After asking some more questions about what happened on the road, Wu Xinjue removed the soundproof barrier around him. The surrounding group of uninformed elders stared, curious as to what these guys were doing. Sure concubine, and a few people from Manhwa were skimming their lips. I'll look like I can guess even if you don't lead me. Long Kaiwei stood beside Kong Ping, very quiet, and after the soundproof barrier dispersed, her big eyes stared at the light curtain in the air, looking for Xiao Fan's figure. At this moment, Xiao Fan within the secret territory. His figure was weaving through the dense forest. Although he only had one arm left, it didn't have much effect on his speed. Xiao Fan's body shape was like electricity. Turning star shift was a body technique type of martial art. In addition to shifting shape and shadow, which was a great skill, it also had a substantial increase in one's foot power and speed. It made him several times faster than a cultivator of the same rank. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Xiao Fan had moved several miles. Within the dense forest, there was a young man dressed in the blue robes of an outer disciple, with a good-looking face, who was desperately rushing. Suddenly, he sensed a huge aura nearby that was approaching him. What a guy! This outer disciple was startled and hurriedly stopped his steps, staring with his eyebrows. Whoosh! A figure appeared 20 meters in front of him in the blink of an eye, dressed in a white robe. His right sleeve was empty, fluttering with the wind. The person who came was Xiao Fan. When he saw Xiao Fan, his face changed with a swish. You, Xiao Fan. This disciple's figure fell back a few steps. His cultivation level was only at the mid-9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Although Xiao Fan was also currently in the mid-9th level of the Qi transformation realm and was still missing an arm. However, he could not even raise his desire to fight. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Xiao Fan's reputation in the outer sect now even exceeds that of the older generation of outer sect disciples from previous sessions. You recognize me? Xiao Fan asked curiously. He didn't have any animosity towards this person, mainly because he hadn't figured out the rules of this selection contest. Got teleported right in. Actually, Xiao Fan didn't know. His reputation in the outer sect was very loud nowadays. Even some of the genius disciples of the outer sect who had reached the Tong Tian realm had heard of his name. There are even people who want to spar with him. It was just that Xiao Fan had been too busy lately and went to the book depository after defeating Deacon Sun. Going to the book depository to clean up every night, cultivate in the cave during the day. After that, he rushed back to Jingchuan City. During this time he had basically no contact with the outside world except for contact with Shu Gang. You, what do you want? This male disciple's figure retreated a few more steps, almost stumbling and falling. Xiao Fan was now known for his ferocity. He could not afford to provoke him. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't say anything, the man gathered the courage to open his mouth. My name is Song Chen. I'm participating in the examination this time to follow Ren Hao, Yang Qi's senior brother and their alliance. You, don't mess around. The male disciple named Song Chen looked horrified as he tried to rely on his registration number to scare Xiao Fan away. The two of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, were half-step Tong Tian in cultivation and had a certain reputation in the extreme immortal sect's outer gate. The duo of Yang Qi and Ren Hao also participated in this selection, and the two of them united more than 30 outer disciples to reach an alliance. This 9th level Qi transformation disciple named Song Chen was precisely running towards the meeting place. Yang Qi, Ren Hao, Xiao Fan murmured and whispered, feeling that the names of the two were a bit familiar, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of the identities of the two. These are good people. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Chen and asked, You know Yang Qi and Ren Hao? Of course I recognize. Sensing that Xiao Fan's tone seemed to recognize Yang Qi and Ren Hao as well, Song Chen continued, This is where I'm going to rendezvous with senior brother Ren, and senior brother Yang. Convergence? A faint smile hung on Xiao Fan's face. Seeing that smile, Matsumoto shuddered. A bad feeling welled up. Come on, you take me too. It just so happens I haven't seen these two old friends in a while. An old friend? Song Chen was baffled. Xiao Fan wants to go too. He wants to open his mouth and refuse. You don't? And at this time, Xiao Fan seemed to have seen that the other party was unwilling, and his face instantly became gloomy, as if he had changed his face. Gulp. Matsumoto gulped, but finally nodded in agreement. This is a bogeyman. The other side moves his hand and he is eliminated directly. Xiao Fan changed into a smiling face again and nodded. This secret realm was vast, and based on the previous scouting experience of the outer disciples, it was at least thousands of miles in extent. There are all kinds of dense forests, caves, deserts and lake areas. Due to the fact that there were outer disciples entering every year, there were many obvious gathering points that were scouted out amongst each other. At this moment, Yang Qi and Ren Hao were both running to one place from different directions. In addition to the two of them, at the same time there are dozens of outer disciples also ran to this place. In the secret realm, each other are rivals. They needed to group together first. There was strength in numbers. Otherwise if they fell alone and were discovered by the others, it was basically their fate to be eliminated. There are a few people who think this way. Within a short while, both Yang Qi and Ren Hao successively arrived under a huge banyan tree. Chapter 210, A Fierce Reputation. You're here. How was the road? Did you encounter any danger? Yang Qi asked. Ren Hao shook his head. No, it went well. Where are the others? I don't know. Some may have teleported farther away, so they were slow. The rest may have been eliminated. Both of them were stony-faced. The first 2 days after they had just entered the secret realm were the fastest time for elimination. These disciples participating in the examination. Among them there will be those who are lurking, waiting for the last day of the examination before showing their heads. There were also those who just started doling out firepower to fight around, grabbing victory points and then hiding. This inner disciple selection. What was tested was no longer just personal strength, but more like the law of the jungle. Underneath this huge banyan tree, one after another, more than 10 more outer disciples arrived. Yang Qi and Ren Hao's faces eased a bit, and there were already more than a dozen disciples here. At this moment, 2 more figures rushed over in this direction. It's Matsumoto, he's here. These people all knew each other, and immediately someone recognized Song Chen. No, there's another person behind Song Chen. Who is that? Someone exclaimed. The crowd looked away. Upon seeing the person behind Song Chen, everyone's face changed, especially Yang Qi and Ren Hao, the 2 faces as black as pots of ash. Xiao Fan! Xiao Fan! It's Xiao Fan, why is he here? My god! It's really Xiao Fan! It can't be! This is that bogeyman Xiao Fan! How could Matsumoto be with him? These 10 or so outer sect disciples were like enemies, each prepared for battle. Some even took out their magic weapons. The 2 of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, were ashen. How did this bogeyman come? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan and Song Chen both reached the banyan tree. Looking at the nervousness of the crowd in front of him, Xiao Fan wanted to laugh. Then he turned his gaze to the 2 of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao. It's been a long time. Xiao Fan's words were calm and seemed to have the flavor of an old friend meeting. Well, it's been a long time. Well, it's been a long time. Yang Qi and Ren Hao both forced themselves to greet each other, their foreheads full of cold sweat, their backs cold. Others don't know how strong this bogeyman is, but the 2 of them have experienced it firsthand. The duo believed that Xiao Fan definitely dared to kill in this secret realm. The rest of the crowd were relieved to see this. It looks like Xiao Fan and Yang Qi and Ren Hao do know each other. Song Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now Xiao Fan asked him to lead the way, which really gave him a fright, but did not dare to disobey. Song Chen spoke. Just now, I met Xiao on the road. Xiao Fan. He said that he knows 2 senior brothers, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, and wants to come over together. It dawned on the surrounding disciples that they were relieved when they thought that Yang Qi and Ren Hao did greet Xiao Fan just now as well. Unexpectedly, it turns out that senior brother Ren and senior brother Yang and Xiao Fan actually know each other. A disciple on the side exclaimed. The strength of Xiao Fan, the fury, was something that everyone had heard of even if they hadn't seen it. Now that you've come over, doesn't that mean you're joining their team? Then their chances of entering the inner sect this time will be greatly increased. At first I was worried that it would be hard for us to survive 7 days without a Tong Tian realm powerhouse sitting among so many people, but it turned out that Xiao Fan actually came. That's right. It's worthy of senior brother Yang and senior brother Ren. They both must have contacted Xiao Fan a long time ago to give us a surprise. The surrounding disciples opened their mouths, and they all exchanged pleasantries and clasped their fists at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wore a smile on his face. Just now when he came with Song Chen he understood some of the rules of the inner gate selection. Yang Qi and Ren Hao both did not say anything. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. The 2 of them were even ready to crush the jade card and teleport out as long as Xiao Fan flipped. Xiao Fan's gaze went to Ren Hao and Yang Qi as he asked, "Where is Zhao Ming? Why isn't he here?" When Xiao Fan had an impulse to beat Zhao Ming half to death, he was remorseful afterward. When they heard Xiao Fan mention Zhao Ming, the faces of both Ren Hao and Yang Qi became even more ugly. It was by Zhao Ming that he was coaxed to go over and find trouble with Xiao Fan in the first place. As a result, he was seriously injured, not to mention losing his storage bag and contribution points. But now that Xiao Fan had asked, they didn't dare to not answer. Yang Qi said stiffly, "Zhao Ming hasn't recovered yet. He was just able to walk normally a while ago." When they said this, the duo also stared at Xiao Fan with careful eyes, wanting to see what reaction this bogeyman had. Not yet recovered. Xiao Fan sighed, feeling that he had been a little too harsh in the beginning. "I just heard a generalization of the rules for the first game, so recount them to me." Xiao Fan looked at the 2 and his words were flat. Yang Qi and Ren Hao gulped in unison. Very patiently, he explained to Xiao Fan, Song Chen, as well as the rest of the outer disciples. No one urged or felt impatient. They all thought that Xiao Fan was with them, all excited at this point. Moments later, the top 300 with the highest scores can join the inner sect, and the top 10 can gain access to the marrow washing pool. The top 3 are near the marrow washing pool Spring Eye, and the first place can additionally receive a 5th grade elixir. Earth-breaking Dan. That's roughly it. Enemies of each other. And of course there are those who intend to fish in troubled waters who will hide until the end. The 2 of them, Yang Qi and Ren Hao, were very well behaved. Not only did they talk about the rules of the first examination, but they also told everything they knew about this inner sect selection. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and lowered his head and thought without opening his mouth. Marrow cleansing pool. When he had defeated that immortal palace outer disciple in Jingchuan City earlier, the other party had said that Xiaotian had entered the misty immortal palace's marrow cleansing pool. This shows that there is more than one marrow washing pool. As for Xiaotian's encounter this time, The other party's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the Tongtian realm, so he thought that it had a lot to do with this marrow wash pool. So for this top 10, Xiao Fan was determined to win. Chapter 211, Surprise Attack. Yang Qi and Ren Hao both stared at Xiao Fan with nervous faces, worrying about what to do if the other side is planning to take a shot at them. They've got over 20 people here so far, but it's just over 20 points of score. With Xiao Fan's strength, these people of theirs were no match at all. As for the other disciples, they didn't think about it so much. A moment later, Xiao Fan sighed and landed his gaze on the two of them as he faintly said, "How about this? How about I go with you guys for the time being?" At those words, the two men breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Good thing they didn't kill anyone. May. Yang Qi agreed, and Ren Hao didn't even say anything else. Okay, then you guys take command. I'll just follow. Xiao Fan nodded. He planned to follow the other party's actions for a few days first to understand the situation within the secret territory. According to the other side, more than 5,000 people had come in, which meant it was more than 5,000 victory points. There was no need to fight to the death the other day. It ended up being cheap. He was new to the area and it was better to familiarize himself with it before anything else. With the addition of Xiao Fan, the aura of Yang Qi and Ren Hao's group was twice as strong as before. The crowd waited where they were for another small amount of time before departing. This was the time they had agreed upon before entering the secret realm, and within half a day, everyone arrived at the agreed location. If it's longer than that, then we can only wish each good luck. This secret realm was like a small world, and Xiao Fan followed Yang Qi, Ren Hao, and the others as they ran forward for a few dozen miles and saw a crystal clear lake. There's water. Let's go get some water. Yang Qi opened his mouth. The crowd had no opinion, and one by one, their figures landed beside the lake and ran towards the lake. The lake is clear, reflecting the light of the shore. The breeze can still feel the humidity of the sea, cool and comfortable. Yang Qi, Ren Hao, Song Chen and the others had all reached the front of the lake, and a few of them had already entered the lake. And at this moment, Xiao Fan, who had been standing at the very back of the crowd, suddenly frowned. "Look out!" Xiao Fan shouted, and the people who had just rushed to the vicinity of the lake were all stunned. In that split second, dozens of silver lights shot out from within the lake, and upon closer inspection, they were actually flying daggers. "There's an ambush. Watch out!" Yang Qi bellowed. This sudden attack came too suddenly, leaving everyone unprepared, and they were immediately injured. One of them, Yang Qi, had his arm cut by a flying knife. Ren Hao fortunately, the figure dodging fast. In addition to the distance from the lake, water far more did not hurt, but all the others were injured. Most of them fell to the ground. Damn! What's going on? There's an enemy! There's an enemy here! Oh my god! How could someone hide in the water? Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 youths in blue robes popped out of the lake, each with a very powerful aura, having the cultivation of the Tongtian realm. One of them laughed coldly. "I can't believe I was discovered by you guys, and I wanted to sneak attack and take care of all of you. But it turned out that there are still a few of you who aren't injured." The remaining 2 also had cold smiles on their faces as they looked around at Yang Qi and the others. "Hand over your tokens or crush them on your own to leave." Guan Hun, Zhang Ping, Rao Xiong, Yang Qi and Ren Hao's 2 faces turned blue. The rest of the crowd was the same. The 3 people across the street were the top famous figures of the outer sect. All of them were in the first level of the Tongtian realm. Or rather, in the outer sect, those whose cultivation had reached the Tongtian realm were celebrities. This time, the ones leading the team were Yang Qi and Ren Hao. But at this time, apart from the 2 of them and Xiao Fan, all the rest of the people were injured and unable to continue fighting. Moreover, the other party was still 3 Tongtian realm powerhouses. How's this for a fight? Xiao Fan's face was calm. At the same time he was shocked. He did not expect the other party to hide in the lake, setting up an ambush. There were restrictions here though, and any hidden class feats and magic weapons could not be used. But the realm suppression was still there. The cultivation of the Tongtian realm cannot be detected by the Qi transformation realm, and a few people without releasing their killing aura and deliberately hiding it. It would be hard to be perceived by people with low cultivation levels. Just now, Xiao Fan was farther away, and it was only because he sensed the other party's killing aura in the blink of an eye that he was able to detect it. A Tongtian realm youth. He coldly smiled as he scanned the surroundings as if admiring a trophy. Finally, he froze after his gaze swept over Xiao Fan. "White robe, one arm, Xiao Fan," one of them exclaimed, and the other 2 followed his gaze and exclaimed in unison. "It's really him, 9th level strength of Qi transformation realm. This term's strongest outer disciple. I don't know what means he used to defeat Deacon Sun. I can't imagine that I would run into him here." The 2 have spoken, their gazes somewhat grave. Xiao Fan's expression was calm as he glanced at the three and did not squeak. Judging from these three people's aura, they should have just stepped into the Tong Tian realm not long ago, and they were all at the first level of the Tong Tian realm. Now that he has just one arm, his battle power is definitely greatly reduced, even if his own strength is comparable to the Tong Tian realm. So what? The three of us are still afraid of him. One of the Tong Tian realm powerhouses spoke. The remaining two nodded. Obviously they had no intention of letting Xiao Fan go. As for Yang Qi, Ran Hao, and the more than 10 people who were injured, they weren't even put in their eyes. Every small realm had a drastic change in the enhancement of strength, not to mention the gap between the Tong Tian realm and the Qi transformation realm. Yang Qi, Ran Hao and other lightly injured people have retreated. The expressions were grave. They all knew that with 3 Tong Tian realm powerhouses, their side was no match at all. To reach the Tong Tian realm to participate in this inner disciple examination a total of just a few dozen people. If they went by strength, the 3 people in front of them could properly enter the inner sect. Damn it! I never thought I'd run into such a strong group of people. Yang Qi curses in a low voice. What to do? Ran Hao asked with an ugly face. They seem to be targeting Xiao Fan. Chapter 212, 3 against 3. The meaning of his words was obvious. That is, to care or not to care about Xiao Fan, letting the other party be the bait to attract the other few people. Then they could escape. The key is to run or not to run. The two of them were close friends, and before they came back even the two of them had discussed that if they encountered any dangers in the selection, the two of them would simply ditch their other allied companions and escape. That's how it is in the world of cultivation. Damn it! Let's see what happens. Xiao Fan won't necessarily lose. What about us? Let's take on one. In the end, the two of them, Yang Qi and Ran Hao, intended to pester a Tong Tian realm powerhouse and create an opportunity for Xiao Fan. The main reason they stayed was that Xiao Fan's strength was terrifying and his hand was too hard. If the other party was fine to come and settle things with them, the consequences were unimaginable. 2 half-step Tong Tian battling a Tong Tian realm powerhouse. Even if they weren't defeated, it was still possible to pester them for a moment. As for the other injured companions, that's just asking for it. And at this moment, the 3 people on the opposite side moved, and each of them appeared magic weapons in their hands to kill Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was in no hurry as he gazed calmly at the 3 people rushing before him. Xiao Fan, the 2 of us will block one for you. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and spoke. Ran Hao also had this look on his face. Whether or not this battle could be won depended on Xiao Fan. Just as the 2 of them were about to put up a fight, they heard Xiao Fan's faint voice. No, I'll do it myself. It's just 3 stinky fish. Damn, how dare you underestimate us. Die. The 3 youths on the opposite side of the Tong Tian realm were instantly enraged. The 3 on their side were all in the Tong Tian realm, and as a result, they were underestimated by a guy on the opposite side who was in the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm and still had a one-armed man. How can you not be angry? Despite this, the 3 of them didn't dare to really underestimate each other. After all, Xiao Fan's reputation in the outer sect was too strong. As soon as the 3 of them struck out, they used their respective strongest means. Yang Qi and Ran Hao were surprised at the side. The aura displayed by the 3 people opposite was too strong. They were convinced that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could only stop one person for a moment. However, when they turned their gazes toward Xiao Fan, the other party's face was calm and didn't seem to take any of this seriously at all. Song Chen and a dozen other injured outer disciples. In their eyes, it seemed that the other 3 were extremely fast, killing like ghosts. Their eyes simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the Tong Tian realm. Everyone wiped their cold sweat for Xiao Fan in unison. A moment in time, the 3 of them surrounded Xiao Fan from different directions, cutting off Xiao Fan's rear path, to join forces and attack. Right at this moment, a sneer hung from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. A pad on the storage bag coiled dragon gun appeared in his hand, but it was scarred. It looks like it could break at any time. Go to hell. One held a knife, one held a sword, and one held a club in both hands. At the same time, they attacked Xiao Fan in the center. Xiao Fan only had a coiled dragon gun in his hand, and at best, he could block 2 people from attacking, and it would be impossible to block a third person. 3 Tong Tian realm members joining hands. Even though all 3 of them were at the first level of the Tong Tian realm, defeating the second level of the Tong Tian realm was no big deal. Even the third level of the Tong Tian realm had a fighting chance. Yet just then, Xiao Fan moved. Instead of attacking, the coiled dragon gun in his hand slammed down angrily against the ground. Boom! The coiled dragon gun and the ground collided, and a violent popping sound came out, and with Xiao Fan as the center, the ground broke by inches, sending out strong vibrations. At the same time the dirt scattered in all directions and the gray fog rose. The 3 of them were shocked. The power displayed by Xiao Fan in this strike was so amazing that even they were ashamed of themselves. This shock caused the ground to shake. and the trio's figures were nearly unsteady. If it was against a joint attack by Chi Transformation Realm cultivators, then this strike would have a strange effect. However, all three of them were in the Tong Tian realm, can fly through the air. In a flash, the three of them simultaneously left the violently shaking ground and flew into mid-air. While their hearts were shocked, each did not hesitate and attacked again. They were going to use the most thunderous means to finish off Xiao Fan. The three of them were not very old, and the fact that they could reach the cultivation level of the Tong Tian realm at this age was enough to show that the three of them were superbly talented. Xiao Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth and didn't seem to feel surprised. After all, anyone who had reached the passage realm wasn't that easy to deal with. Whoosh! The coiled dragon gun in Xiao Fan's hand was used as a spear by him, and he suddenly threw it at a person in front of him. The man was greatly shocked, not expecting that Xiao Fan would throw out the weapon in his hand at this time. Isn't this a death wish? Trying to project a lance to finish off a Tong Tian realm? It's not going to happen. Even Xiao Fan himself was clear that he simply could not take out one person by projecting a coiled dragon lance alone. However, Xiao Fan's intention was only to block that youth for a moment. The coiled dragon gun was a lower-grade Xian-ranked magic weapon, projected with Xiao Fan's cultivation. It was terrifyingly powerful. This youth didn't dare to be careless even though he had the strength of the Tong Tian realm and hurriedly dodged, and blocked with the long knife in his hand. And at this time, the other two had already arrived close to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan slapped his storage bag and the magic weapon long sword appeared in his hand. At this time, he only had one arm and was unable to use both the coiled dragon lance and the longsword at the same time. The long sword appeared in his hand and Xiao Fan leapt and slashed at this youth in front of himself in the air. In this person's hand was a long sword with a dark body. Judging from the aura, it was at least a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Bang! The two long swords clashed together. Xiao Fan's power was obviously greater, causing the Tong Tian realm youth's figure to retreat a few meters. Xiao Fan's figure also temporarily stopped in mid-air, and the long sword in his hand exchanged blows with the other party. This young man smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. So what if Xiao Fan was stronger than him? As long as Xiao Fan dared to draw his sword against the attack coming from behind him, this sword of his will slash straight down. It left Xiao Fan defenseless and unable to retreat. This last youth who had killed from behind Xiao Fan had obviously also seen and understood all of this. And in his hand was a large niobium and gold stick. The momentum was ferocious. It smashed down on the back of Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan's eyes are cold and stern. Yang Qi and Ren Hao were shocked and wanted to help but it was too late. It all happened in just a few short breaths. Matsumoto and other injured disciples blindsided.